Su Qin traversed into a world of martial arts. Here, the strong abound, creating an exceedingly perilous realm. Although Su Qin hailed from a prestigious family, his lackluster talents relegated him to the quiet existence of a wealthy second generation. Fortunately, fate intervened with the awakening of a unique system. By taking concubines and siring offspring, countless rewards awaited him. Martial techniques, cultivation methods, and sustenance provided by the system were now at his disposal. By a fortunate twist of fate, he saved Huang Rong, leading to an immediate marriage. Marrying Huang Rong gained a century of martial prowess and the North Ming divine skill. Thus, his journey towards strength commenced. Chapter 1. Coming of Age Ceremony, System Activation. In the world of martial arts, within the Jiangnan waters of the Song dynasty, the month of March brought forth a picturesque scene. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape. Shimmering waves danced under a gentle breeze. On the soft grass, clusters of children frolicked freely, while bustling townsfolk busily attended to their affairs, crafting a beautiful tableau. A luxurious carriage approached slowly, surrounded by dozens of attendants, both male and female, extravagantly adorned. Onlookers marveled in astonishment. "Who is this? So ostentatious?" A bewildered traveler inquired. "Should be quiet. What do you know, outsider?" "This is the young master of Lingbao Manor, a man of immense wealth, rivaling nations." "Mind your words, the guards of Lingbao Manor are not to be trifled with." Within the carriage, a handsome youth sat pensively, one hand propping his chin while the other rested on his knee, seemingly lost in thought. With striking brows and bright eyes, a nose like a gallant sword and lips as red as vermilion, he appeared as a celestial being among mortals, a quintessential young gentleman. Yet, his brow was furrowed, betraying a myriad of sorrows. Su Qin was troubled by a particular matter. In a previous life, he was but a cog in the corporate machine, yet now he found himself reincarnated as a wealthy heir. As the passerby had mentioned, Su Qin was indeed the young master of Lingbao Manor. No, he could now be referred to as the master, for his parents had long passed away. In the entirety of the Song dynasty, Su Qin's wealth placed him among the elite, unmatched by any. Logically, one would presume that such advantageous circumstances would leave Su Qin devoid of worries. After all, there's a saying that wealth can move mountains. However, Su Qin was beset by a genuine concern. His abysmal aptitude rendered him incapable of martial cultivation for life. This was indeed a predicament, having traversed to a realm of martial prowess, yet lacking the ability to learn martial arts. Even a vast fortune would be of no avail. He had considered various remedies, seeking esteemed masters and exploring miraculous elixirs, yet the results were negligible. To this day, he remained a mere fifth-rate fighter, not even reaching the acquired realm. Although Lingbao Manor was wealthier than nations, hiring formidable guardians for protection could not ensure longevity. Without personal strength, he would merely relinquish his vast inheritance to others. This truth resonated deeply within Su Qin, especially after the passing of his parents, exacerbating his plight. Martial arts are heavily reliant on innate talent and aptitude. In my past life, I believe the threshold for practicing martial arts was low. Anyone who dedicates decades to hard training could achieve success, wielding their sword across the lands, reveling in justice and vengeance. Only now do I realize how far from the truth that is. In this vast martial world, numerous dynasties stand tall, alongside countless renowned martial artists, heroic figures, and formidable cult leaders from my past Lithia, true melting pot of both extraordinary and perilous elements. The Song dynasty, however, languishes at the bottom of the power hierarchy among these dynasties, with countless masters to count. Wang Chongyang, Zhou Batong, Ouyang Feng, and others are illustrious names within the martial community, their martial prowess beyond measure. Fortunately, I have just completed my comingafage ceremony. At this thought, a smile crept across Su Qin's face. Indeed, with the completion of the comingafage ceremony, the standard system for traversing realms has descended. The family legacy system. What is the most crucial aspect of family heritage? Naturally, it is the continuation of the bloodline. This system serves precisely that purpose. As long as Su Qin marries and bears children, he shall receive rewards. These rewards become Su Qin's capital for a turnaround against the odds. In due time, not only martial prowess, but also longevity would be within his grasp. However, the system stipulates that it cannot be just any woman who brings rewards. Otherwise, Su Qin could simply beckon and countless beauties would come flocking. Only those notable heroines from the martial novels of his past life would suffice. This requirement posed a challenge for Su Qin, the primary reason for his previous deep contemplation and furrowed brows. He possesses self-awareness, although one could argue that his appearance is unparalleled. His family background is equally commendable. Yet, these martial heroines are all proud and intelligent, not easily swayed. Most importantly, his own strength is inadequate, as the martial world values power above all. Take it slow, there will surely be a way, Su Qin thought, reluctantly setting aside his concerns after fruitless contemplation. Post-ceremony, Su Qin considered visiting Qingyun Mountain, reputed for its bustling temple, Qingyuan, said to grant every prayer. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he thought perhaps a visit to offer incense might indeed yield results. Young master, we are almost at Qingyun Mountain, a guard announced, bowing in front of the carriage. This seemingly unremarkable guard was no ordinary man. He was a well-regarded innate master in the martial world, willingly serving Su Qin under the influence of his wealth. Good. Let everyone find a shady spot to rest. Bring out the prepared ice blocks and distribute the cooling fruits to alleviate the heat, Su Qin instructed. Thank you, young master. Su Qin was well aware of the complexities of human nature. Thus, he treated his subordinates with great kindness. It can be said that serving at Lingbao Mountain Villa is far more favorable than in an average landlord's household. Wealth does afford one a certain caprice. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, a girl clad in yellow was hastily approaching the resting place of Su Qin and his companions. Her delicate face, resembling an egg, bore two flushes of crimson, making her appear irresistibly enchanting. Shameless scoundrel, how dare you drug me? Her melodic voice resonated with indignation, and her sparkling eyes brimmed with tears. Due to her playful nature, Huang Rong discreetly left Peach Blossom Island, intending to return only after indulging in her adventures. Little did she anticipate that her naivety would lead her to be ensnared upon her first encounter with the world. He, the esteemed daughter of Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi's only child, reputed to be as beautiful as a flower. Today, seeing you in person, I can confirm the rumors are indeed true. I never imagined that I, the jade-faced little flying dragon, would have such fortune. I advise you not to struggle. The more you resist, the faster this Yanshun powder will spread. At that point, you will likely find yourself begging at my feet, he. The lewd laughter hinted at some lascivious scenario. A man clad in white, wielding a folding fan and possessing enchanting peach blossom eyes, hovered nearby, his gaze lecherously surveying Huang Rong's alluring figure, lingering on her most prominent features with unabashed desire. Despicable scoundrel, I will kill you. Huang Rong bit her delicate lip and struck towards the jade-faced little flying dragon. However, as he had stated, her struggles only intensified the potency of the drug, rendering her once powerful strike feeble and insubstantial. Unfazed, the jade-faced little flying dragon deftly evaded her attack, aware of the dangers of overconfidence. With Huang Rong already a captive, he was in no hurry. He intended to wait until the drug's effects reached their zenith before making his move. Despair etched across Huang Rong's face. Chapter 2. The family legacy begins with marrying Rangier. Seizing the opportune moment, the jade-faced little flying dragon delivered a strike to Huang Rong's nape. Instantly, her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The jade-faced little flying dragon swiftly lifted her and darted towards a nearby cave. Hee, my dear lady, here I come. Get him. Beat him up. We mustn't let him escape. The voices belonged to Su Qin, who upon finishing his exclamation, was flanked by two guards. Ignoring the three engaged in combat, Su Qin rushed to Huang Rong's side. Leaning down, he sensed her breathing had steadied, providing him with a modicum of relief. Gently patting her exquisite face, he softly called, Miss, please wake up. Miss, what are you doing? Please maintain your decorum. Upon regaining consciousness, Huang Rong clung to Su Qin like an octopus. Her breath, fragrant as orchids, wafted into his senses, stirring something deep within him. Unconsciously murmuring, Huang Rong's cheeks flushed a ripe peach hue, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Gulp! Su Qin could not suppress a swallow after all. He was a young man brimming with vitality and had never encountered such a situation in either of his lifetimes. Young master, the vile scoundrel has been dealt with. I take my leave. At that moment, the voices of the two guards echoed at the cave's entrance. Su Qin could only nod mechanically. Meanwhile, Huang Rong began to stir restlessly in his embrace. Like a beautiful serpent, she writhed her waist, her hands exploring Su Qin's body. Flames of desire ignited within him, and before he could act, Huang Rong unexpectedly leaned in closer. Two slightly cool, yet exceptionally fervent lips pressed against Su Qin's mouth. In Su Qin's mind, it felt as if thunder had erupted. Have I truly been reversed in this way? For a moment, the cave was filled with the breath of spring, and the sounds of soft gasps and murmurs echoed endlessly. As a high-pitched voice reverberated, the tempest of passion began to subside. Awakening, Su Qin met Huang Rong's tear-streaked gaze, resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain. Observing the crimson hue beneath him, Su Qin solemnly declared, "I shall take responsibility for you." Sniff, sniff. Huang Rong could no longer contain herself, turning away to stifle her sobs. In this era, a woman's chastity was deemed even more precious than life itself. Huang Rong had thus lost her most treasured possession in an ambiguous manner. Although the events that transpired had driven Huang Rong to madness under the influence of drugs, her fundamental consciousness remained intact. She understood that what occurred was not Su Qin's fault. The instigator had already met his demise. Yet, she mourned the loss of her most invaluable treasure. Reflecting on this, Huang Rong felt unworthy to face her father, raising her hand to strike her own head. Su Qin, who had been observing Huang Rong's distress, quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do not act foolishly." Though Huang Rong's strength far surpassed Su Qin's, the effects of the drug had just begun to wane, and after the previous battle, her limbs felt weak and feeble. Despite Su Qin's lack of prowess, he seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience, managing to endure from morning until the evening lights illuminated the sky. "Do not stop me, let me die. How can I return home to face my father in this state?" Huang Rong's tearful eyes glistened, her lips quivering as she spoke despairingly. Su Qin hastened to reassure her, "Do not act rashly. I, Su Qin, am a man of my word. I will take full responsibility. Rest assured, I will send someone to propose. Though I may lack strength, I vow to treat you with utmost care and affection. You shall be my little princess. Should I ever break this vow, may heaven and earth conspire against me." Upon witnessing Su Qin's earnest expression, a flicker of compassion and tenderness crossed Huang Rong's eyes. Observing Su Qin's handsome countenance and exceptional demeanor, her heart fluttered. Furthermore, it was Su Qin who had rescued her from despair, preventing her from falling into the clutches of a vile scoundrel. What maiden does not harbor feelings of affection? The trope of a hero saving a damsel, though clicked, was utterly enchanting for a knave girl like Huang Rong. Su Qin's figure gradually conformed to the image of the prince charming in her heart. "Do you truly wish to marry me?" Huang Rong asked softly. Su Qin promptly replied, "As long as you Ronger agree, I shall carry you to my home in a grand procession, adorned in splendid bridal attire, cherishing you deeply and making you the happiest bride in the world." Listening to Su Qin's heartfelt declarations, Huang Rong succumbed completely, her body softening as she leaned against him, whispering, "As long as you love and cherish me, I shall belong to you from this day forth. But should you ever betray me, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. As for the wedding, let it be postponed. Your sincere intention is all that matters." Upon hearing this, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of displeasure, "Ronger, do you truly believe I am a man of empty promises? I have vowed to arrange a grand wedding with 3 matches and 6 gifts, a magnificent bridal procession, and 100 miles of bridal finery. I assure you, I will see it through. Otherwise, would it not be an injustice to you?" Huang Rong, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart. "It is not as you think. I came out secretly, having slipped away from my father. Now, having lost my virtue to you, albeit due to the treachery of others, if my father were to find out, I fear." Huang Rong attempted to explain. Su Qin, resolute in his conviction, replied, "Fear not, Ro. I have pledged to take responsibility, and should any matter arise in the future, I shall bear it all. However, the wedding must not be treated lightly. You are the first woman I have ever loved, and should it be hastily done, I would be filled with regret." "Indeed," Huang Rong responded, feeling reassured and nestling into Su Qin's embrace, a sense of unprecedented security enveloping her. "Oh, dear husband, let us not linger. We should return home soon." Huang Rong playfully grasped Su Qin's large hand, whispering softly, "Very well, let's make our way back," Su Qin declared with a grand gesture, his spirits soaring. It is no wonder Su Qin was elated, having lived 2 lives, as a virgin from birth, The prospect of marrying the enchanting Huang Rong was beyond his wildest dreams. Moreover, there were the rewards of the system to consider. The legacy of my family begins with the marriage to Rong Er. As Su Qin appeared, cradling Huang Rong in his arms before their many attendants, the crowd was filled with genuine expressions of heartfelt congratulations. Some attendants, adept at reading the room, shouted enthusiastically, "We greet the mistress of the manor. We greet the mistress of the manor." The chorus of exclamations caused Huang Rong, who was reluctant yet unable to resist Su Qin's embrace, to blush a deep crimson. Like a startled rabbit, she curled up in his arms, acutely aware of the closeness and heartfelt blessings shared by the attendants toward Su Qin. With a smile in his eyes, Su Qin observed the scene before him. Once the excitement among the crowd began to fade, he proclaimed loudly, "Prepare the luggage. We shall return home. Tomorrow, I shall host a feast to celebrate my wedding." Chapter 3. Attaining a Century of Power, the Northern Underworld Divine Skill. In the southern region of Jiangnan, the Lingbao Villa is nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Sprawling over a vast expanse of land, facing southward, exuding an aura of wealth capable of engulfing the world. The villa is adorned with pavilions, bridges, and flowing streams, constructed in accordance with profound principles. Every blade of grass and every tree showcases exquisite craftsmanship, emanating an ancient yet grand elegance, unmistakably the work of a master artisan. At this moment, Lingbao Villa is adorned with lanterns and decorations, radiating joy and harmony. The sound of gongs and drums fills the air, creating an atmosphere of jubilance. What day could it be that the villa is so lively? Do you not know such a significant event? Brother, what event? Do enlighten me. Today marks the wedding day of the young master of Lingbao Villa. It is said that the bride is as beautiful as a celestial being. A perfect match for the young master Su Qin. Is that truly the case? Is it really that extravagant? Indeed, it is true. The bride's beauty is akin to that of a fairy, captivating all who behold her. Numerous guests murmured amongst themselves, yet none knew the bride's name. This was by Su Qin's design, as Huang Rong preferred to keep her identity a secret for the time being. With a ceremonial bow to heaven and earth, a second bow to the ancestors, and a final bow as husband and wife, the wedding rites reached completion. As the officiant pronounced the ceremony a success, Su Qin gazed at Huang Rong beneath her red veil, a soft light flickering in his eyes. In this unfamiliar world, he found himself harboring a new attachment. Congratulations to the young master on his joyous union. Congratulations. The young master and his lady are indeed a match made in heaven. Thank you all for your kind wishes. I have prepared modest refreshments to celebrate. Bring forth the dishes. We shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Su Qin called out boisterously, and the crowd responded with applause. Nearly all of the city's inhabitants attended Su Qin's wedding. Known for his kindness and willingness to assist others in times of need, people from all walks of life, from officials to merchants to commoners, gathered to celebrate his special day. Fortunately, Su Qin's family was affluent enough to accommodate such a multitude of guests. The banquet continued until dusk, and only then did the exuberant guests begin to disperse. In the bridal chamber, adorned with crimson silk and luxurious bedding embellished with dragons and phoenixes, a graceful figure sat at the edge of the bed, her hands entwined and fidgeting, revealing her inner anxiety. With a creak, the door swung open, and Su Qin, his face flushed from drink, stepped inside. "Ronger, I have arrived." He approached swiftly, gently lifting her veil. Gazing upon Huang Rong, who was adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding an ethereal beauty, Su Qin found himself entranced. "Ronger, you look stunning today. Dearest husband, come, let us partake in the nuptial wine. From this moment forth, may we always be in harmony and grow old together." As Huang Rong's shy countenance glowed even more radiantly in the flickering candlelight, they drank from the ceremonial cup. "Beloved husband, it is getting late. Perhaps we should retire for the night." Upon hearing the words, Su Qin nodded slightly. As the candlelight flickered and extinguished, two intertwined figures gradually collapsed within the embrace of the crimson tent, illuminated by the moonlight. Su Qin gazed upon the enchanting figure beneath him, an overwhelming tenderness blossoming in his heart. Husband." As the muffled sounds of their breaths filled the air, the moon seemed to shyly retreat behind the clouds. Within the chamber, the two were already lost in a whirlwind of passion, reminiscent of the clouds and rain of Wushan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Huang Rong. You have gained a century's worth of power and the North Ming divine skill. A mechanical voice echoed in Su Qin's mind. However, engrossed in his current endeavors, Su Qin paid it no heed. As dawn broke, the tempestuous moments within the room gradually subsided. With the crowing of roosters heralding the day, a wisp of purple mist arose in the east. Su Qin, feeling invigorated, pushed open the door with a refreshed expression. Stretching languidly in the gentle morning sun, he turned back to behold the disarray within the room. The bed was a delicate blur of white, exceptionally alluring. Observing the still sleeping figure, a tender smile graced Su Qin's face. He gently closed the door behind him, instructing the servants not to disturb before quietly departing. In the garden, Su Qin stood in a clearing, silently contemplating. System, claim my reward. Buzz. In the next instant, ancient martial arts manuscripts materialized in his mind. An astonishing surge of power coursed through his body, traversing the meridians and reaching every sinew. The brilliance in Su Qin's eyes intensified as an unprecedented sense of strength enveloped him. Practicing the North Ming divine skill, he discovered that he could absorb internal energy from any point in his body, transforming it into the true energy of North Ming. This energy balanced the dualities of yin and yang, as fierce as a furnace yet as gentle as ice. Moreover, it incorporated a myriad of martial arts, rendering him immune to all poisons. Its overwhelming might meant that even a casual strike could unleash tremendous power. This was undoubtedly among the most elite martial arts techniques in existence. Lingbao Villa had collected numerous martial arts texts, yet none rivaled the supreme prowess of the North Ming divine skill. Su Qin, having devoted his youth to martial arts, was well aware of its formidable nature. With the North Ming divine skill and a century of power, he felt he had acquired a means of self-preservation. Su Qin murmured softly. As his words fell, a thunderous sound resonated within him. His aura surged instantaneously. Early postnatal, mid-postnatal, late postnatal, peak postnatal, early innate. It was not until he reached mid-innate that his energy began to stabilize. In a single breath, he had traversed 6 minor realms and 1 major realm. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not suppress a breathless excitement. How many years had it been? His diligent practice had yielded little progress, yet now, upon marrying, he had ascended to the innate level. Truly, the products of the system are exceptional. Su Qin could not help but exclaim in wonder. After the initial exhilaration, he gradually regained his composure. Though he had now become an innate master, he recognized he had merely entered the threshold of higher mastery, a small yet formidable expert. However, the martial world is never short of masters, and Su Qin is acutely aware of the wisdom in amassing wealth discreetly. Thus, he must remain cautious, avoiding undue exposure that could attract unnecessary troubles. From Su Qin's prior understanding, the levels of mastery ascend from the acquired to the innate, then to the Grandmaster, and ultimately the Great Grandmaster. Yet, it appears that the Great Grandmaster is far from the pinnacle. At present, Su Qin's abilities are insufficient to reach that echelon. Nonetheless, he remains undeterred, for with the system by his side, all he needs to do is marry and bear children, and one day, he too shall stand among the elite. With this thought, a faint smile graces Su Qin's lips, as he holds great anticipation for the future. It is time to return and catch up on some much-needed rest. He cannot allow his beloved Rong to languish in solitude. With that, he turns and departs. Chapter 4. A remarkable encounter. Since the day he received his rewards, Su Qin has toiled relentlessly, akin to a diligent plowman, laboring day and night. In his fervent quest to ensure Huang Rong bears offspring, he has truly embodied the spirit of selfless dedication and tireless labor. Yet, while Su Qin remains undeterred, Huang Rong begins to feel overwhelmed. After all, she is an unwed maiden, and with Su Qin's extraordinary talents, she finds herself caught in a bittersweet struggle. As the days pass, Huang Rong cannot help but ponder whether she should seek out a few companions for Su Qin. For his relentless industriousness is proving quite taxing on her delicate constitution. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, Huang Rong's thoughts drift elsewhere as he continues to exert himself for the sake of their future lineage. Rong, come quickly. Look at the wonderful treasure I have brought for you. Su Qin exclaimed, his face aglow with pride and a hint of flattery. Huang Rong, amused by his enthusiasm, smiled coyly and replied, let me guess. Is it a kite? Ah, how did you know? Su Qin's expression fell, as if he had suffered a significant setback. Muttering to himself, unable to contain her laughter, Huang Rong beamed. My husband's kite is so grand that Rong could not possibly miss it. Do you think I am foolish enough not to guess? Embarrassed, Su Qin scratched his head and conceded, indeed, Rong is truly remarkable. Come, let us go fly the kite together. With that, he took her hand and rushed toward the open field ahead. Fortunately, the spacious Lingbao mountain manor accommodated the nearly half-a-man-high kite, or else they would have struggled to find room for it. As Su Qin led her by the hand, Huang Rong's face lit up with a knowing smile. With her keen intellect, she understood that her husband was merely seeking to bring joy to her heart. Su Qin, fearing that Huang Rong might grow bored, devised daily amusements to keep her spirits high. Huang Rong observed all of this, feeling deeply touched. Having spent much of her life on Peach Blossom Island, she had witnessed her father's obsession with martial arts. Though he showered her with affection, she had not experienced such happiness since her mother's passing. In her heart, Huang Rong felt profoundly moved. Su Qin truly fulfilled his vows, catering to her every whim and desire. He satisfied all her requests, but most importantly, he treated her with a respect that transcended the norms of their era. Unlike the prevailing ideology of male superiority, Su Qin hailed from a time that championed equality, offering Huang Rong an unprecedented sense of security. Though he occasionally exhibited traces of masculinity, in this era, it hardly mattered. Mother, you must be watching from above and wishing for your daughter's happiness. This man before me embodies my joy. Surely, he has been sent by you to safeguard me. As Su Qin gazed at Huang Rong, who was smiling like a child, he felt a sense of comfort himself. The two of them played joyfully within the vast estate, chasing each other with unrestrained delight. On the soft grass, Su Qin rested his arm behind his head, cradling Huang Rong in his embrace. The two individuals bore a delightful blush upon their faces, with a kite of half their height nearby. My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Ronger, you are exceptionally beautiful. Husband, you are naughty. Before she could finish her words, her lips were sealed by two fervent ones. Husband, please, not here. In the room, the passionate Huang Rong gasped breathlessly. Upon hearing these words, Su Qin, panting heavily, disregarded everything else. He bent down to scoop Huang Rong into his arms, and in a flash, they vanished from sight, leaving only the half-height kite fluttering on the grass, occasionally lifted and lowered by the wind. Once again, Su Qin and Huang Rong engaged in a fervent battle, ultimately ending with Huang Rong surrendering in peace. As the moon rose high in the sky, Su Qin held Huang Rong, whose face still bore the remnants of their earlier struggle. Husband, perhaps we should consider bringing a few more sisters into our home. Ronger, it is entirely my fault. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback by her words, quickly realizing the reason behind them, and he spoke with a face full of remorse. Although Su Qin shared the same thoughts, gazing at Huang Rong's charming face, he felt a surge of regret. Huang Rong, aware that Su Qin understood her intentions the moment she spoke, felt a sweetness in her heart. Having such a husband made even death worthwhile. Husband, there is no need for you to feel guilty. I am also considering your well-being. Ronger, husband, please allow me to finish. Before Su Qin could say anything further, Huang Rong interrupted him. It has been over a month since I entered your household, and we, as husband and wife, are inseparable. At this, Huang Rong's face flushed crimson, yet she continued, however, my belly has remained silent. They say there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest is to have no descendants. I worry about my inability to bear children for you, to continue your lineage. How can I find peace in the eyes of my in-laws watching from beyond? Would it not bring you the disgrace of being considered unfilial? Ronger. Listening to Huang Rong's words, Su Qin was deeply moved. Every word she spoke was for his sake, never once considering her own feelings. With your exceptional talent, I fear you may find it burdensome. Huang Rong's face flushed as she spoke, and Su Qin was momentarily stunned. What nonsense are you saying, Rong? When I married you, I vowed to cherish you wholeheartedly. How could I? Husband, I understand your intentions. Knowing that you hold me dear is enough for me. Su Qin, moved by Huang Rong's words, remained silent for a long time before murmuring, Ronger, you are truly wonderful. We shall discuss this matter further in the future. Since you mentioned it, it has indeed been quite some time, and my belly remains still. Perhaps it is due to my lack of effort. Why don't we continue to strive for? Husband, be gentle. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, and aided by Su Qin's remarkable talents, the two embarked on a passionate escapade for the prosperity of the Su family and the continuation of their lineage, as well as for the promised rewards from the system. Su Qin was determined to give his all. Only Huang Rong endures hardship, yet she finds joy in her suffering. What could be more delightful than knowing that one's beloved is utterly infatuated? The misty rain lake, with its gentle drizzle, adds an exquisite charm to the surroundings. Su Qin leans against the bow of the boat, admiring the picturesque scenery, his heart inevitably lifted with joy. After all, it is vital to balance work and leisure. The two often indulge in excursions together. Naturally, the grandeur remains as opulent as ever. The majestic houseboat, 3 stories high and drawing a meter of water, is a vessel exclusive to Lingbao Mountain Villa. Adorned with dragons and phoenixes, festooned with blossoms, and embellished with gold leaf, the boat's lavish provisions reflect nothing short of extravagance. Epitomizing grandeur, Huang Rong delicately peels a grape, as large as an ox's eye, and offers it to Su Qin. My dear, This misty rain lake reveals its true beauty only amidst such gentle rain. Indeed, my husband speaks wisely. Until now, I had only heard of its fame. But witnessing it today is truly extraordinary. Chapter 5 was that not the heartbeat of Rome. The boat glided across the water, sending forth ripples that danced upon the surface. With a beauty at his side and the sounds of drums and music resonating behind him, the atmosphere was one of revelry. Inside the vessel, songs and dances flourished, while a gentle drizzle fell outside. Su Qin, with a sudden inspiration, raised his voice, proclaiming, "The spring waters are bluer than the heavens," as the painted boat listens to the rain in slumber. Beside him, the lady resembled the moon, her delicate wrist glistening like frost and snow. Upon hearing these words, Huang Rong's cheeks flushed a soft crimson, her enchanting gaze fixed on Su Qin. Although she resided on Peach Blossom Island, her father, the renowned Huang Yaoshi, was a master of the arts. Poetry and music came naturally to her, and she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. Thus, she could discern the deeper meanings woven into Su Qin's verses. Delight filled her heart. The more she interacted with him, the more joy she discovered. Su Qin was akin to a book that one could read endlessly, compelling one to delve deeper. As Huang Rong became entranced, a small boat appeared around the bend, cutting through the waves. What a splendid poem! On the boat stood 3 ladies. One was rowing with a slender figure, while another stood at the bow, gazing in Su Qin's direction. Though her face was veiled in sheer fabric, her elegance was undeniable. Behind her, a maid was whispering softly in her ear. "Miss, what captivates your attention?" Wang Yuyan inquired with a gentle tone. "Whose boat is this? It exudes such grandeur." The maid turned to observe Su Qin's direction. Noticing the carved characters Lingbao adorning the boat, she understood immediately and said to Wang Yuyan, "Miss, this boat must belong to the Su family of Lingbao Villa. They are merely a band of merchants driven by greed. You need not concern yourself with them." The small boat belonged to Mandala Villa, with Wang Yuyan accompanied by her maid, a Zhu, and a Bai. A Zhu, the one rowing, chuckled lightly. "Miss, have you perhaps developed feelings?" "Nonsense," a Zhu retorted. "Though this Su gentleman is undeniably talented and handsome, he is already married. That lady by his side must be his new wife, who just entered the household not long ago. Her beauty is striking, as if she descended from the heavens. No wonder he would compose such timeless verses for her. Their affection is truly profound." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and her heart rippled with emotion. "In my view, both you and that lady possess unique charms, each a beauty in her own right." The trio continued their exchange as their boats passed, with Su Qin smiling and nodding respectfully toward Wang Yuyan. "Thank you, miss, for your kind words." Wang Yuyan offered a slight bow in return, her heart stirring with unexpected feelings. As the boat sailed away, Wang Yuyan glanced back, silently reflecting, "He is indeed a remarkable gentleman of this tumultuous world." On the boat, Huang Rong smiled at Su Qin and remarked, "Has my husband been moved?" Su Qin felt a blush creep upon his face. Wang Yuyan's remarkable memory and delicate demeanor were indeed captivating, stirring feelings within him. It was impossible to deny his attraction. Yet being exposed by his own wife was rather awkward. As Su Qin was about to utter something to alleviate the awkwardness, he suddenly noticed a change in Huang Rong's complexion. She turned away, covering her mouth and nose with one hand, clearly on the verge of vomiting. Su Qin's face paled in alarm as he hurried over to support Huang Rong, asking anxiously, "Ronger, what ails you?" "Do not fret, my husband. My monthly cycle is delayed by over a month. It must be." "Delayed?" Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a joyful expression overtook his face. "Ronger, are you implying?" He gazed at Huang Rong with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Huang Rong shyly nodded. "Ha ha ha. Splendid news. Quickly, someone fetch a fur coat for my wife, lest this spring chill affects her health." The servants scurried about, hastily delivering the coat to Su Qin. He gently draped the fur over Huang Rong's shoulders, holding her waist tenderly. "Dear husband, there is no need for such concern. After all, I am a martial artist of innate caliber and now pregnant. How could I be so delicate as to succumb to the cold? Ronger, we must not take this lightly. We must return at once." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Set sail for home, and summon the finest physician from Jiangnan to examine my wife's pulse." "Yes, young master," an elderly steward replied promptly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the crew swiftly turned the vessel towards shore. Su Qin, with utmost care, pressed his head gently against Huang Rong's flat abdomen. "What are you doing, husband?" "Ronger, I believe I can hear the heartbeat of our little one." Having lived 2 lives, the thought of soon becoming a father filled Su Qin with indescribable excitement. Seeing Su Qin's serious demeanor made Huang Rong burst into a fit of laughter. "Do not speak nonsense, husband. I have only just conceived. How could there be a heartbeat from our little one already?" That is surely the sound of my own heartbeat. Ah, yes, you are quite right. As she observed Su Qin's expression, Huang Rong felt a wave of tenderness surge within her. The anxiety that had weighed upon her heart due to her inability to conceive was finally lifted. Husband, now that I am with child, I fear I will not be able to accompany you as I once did. Do not dwell on such thoughts, for the most important thing is the safety of you and our child. Upon hearing Su Qin prioritize their safety, Huang Rong was overwhelmed with joy. Husband, heed my words. What I mentioned earlier was no jest. If my intuition serves me correctly, the lady in the white veil we encountered was none other than Wang Yuyan, the daughter of the Mandala Mountain Villa. Though she may seem delicate and lacking in physical strength, no one in the martial world dares to underestimate her. It is said that her family possesses a blessed sanctuary, gathering martial arts from across the land. She has an extraordinary memory, capable of recalling every detail she has seen, making her well-versed in martial arts. Moreover, her beauty is unparalleled, and she is renowned as a talented woman in the martial realm. She would be a perfect match for you, indeed a match made in heaven. Furthermore, should my husband choose to take her as his wife, it would greatly benefit him, allowing her to accompany him at all times, thus creating a win-win situation. The notion of being introduced by his own wife struck Su Qin as somewhat absurd. Ronger, there is no need for haste regarding this matter. Let us return to the matter first. The immediate concern is your health. Only after the physician has thoroughly examined you can I find peace of mind. Observing Su Qin's resolute demeanor, Huang Rong chose to remain silent on the subject, gently leaning against Su Qin's embrace. The following day, the esteemed physician Xue was summoned to Lingbao Manor. Renowned throughout Jiangnan, he was celebrated for his miraculous healing abilities. Most importantly, he possessed an extraordinary skill in discerning the signs of pregnancy with remarkable accuracy. Inside the chamber, Huang Rong reclined on the exquisite dragon and phoenix jade bed, while Su Qin stood by her side, his countenance betraying a palpable tension. Ever since their return from Yinyu Lake, Huang Rong had been confined by Su Qin, who forbade her from getting out of bed, insisting on personally attending to her every need. He was so apprehensive that even her trips to the lavatory required the accompaniment of several maids, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. Huang Rong found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Yet, seeing Su Qin's anxious expression, she acquiesced to his wishes. Chapter 6. Ladies and gentlemen, is there a commotion here? Physician Xue lightly rested his fingers upon the silver strands, closing his eyes in deep concentration. Su Qin stood by, hardly daring to breathe. Haraha! This old man must extend his congratulations to the young master, he proclaimed, rising to bow. Su Qin quickly supported Physician Xue, inquiring with urgency, Physician, does my wife indeed bear good news? That is certainly the case. Upon hearing the affirmative reply from Physician Xue, Su Qin's heart soared with joy. Splendid, splendid, young master. Do not be hasty. The old man has not finished speaking. Physician, is it that my wife's health is in jeopardy? Upon hearing that Physician Xue had more to reveal, Su Qin immediately pressed on anxiously. The old man slowly shook his head, then continued without hesitation. If I am not mistaken, the young madam's pulse indicates not only good news, but rather a double blessing. The old man chuckled heartily. Su Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Physician, are you truly certain? Indeed, I have practiced medicine for decades without faltering. Wonderful, this is truly a joyous occasion. Thank you, physician. Someone, fetch 100 taels of gold to present to the physician. Young master, this. Physician, please do not refuse. My wife's health relies entirely on you. Rest assured, young master, I shall take this matter upon myself. Your wife possesses abundant internal strength and a robust constitution. Her pulse is steady and calm. As long as she maintains a cheerful disposition, both mother and child shall be safe. Shortly, I will prepare a formula to ensure a peaceful pregnancy, young master. Have someone gather the herbs according to my prescription, and all will be well. Then I sincerely thank Physician Xue. No need for thanks, this is my duty. Should the young madam experience any discomfort in the future, young master is welcome to send for me. Consider it done. Physician Xue, gazing at the bright gold before him, smiled amiably. Then I shall trouble you, physician. As my wife is with child, I shall not see you off. Someone, escort Physician Xue back. 2 guards entered, taking the gold from the servant and addressing Physician Xue. Physician, this way please. Seeing this, Physician Xue cupped his hands in respect towards Su Qin. This old man takes his leave. He turned and followed the guards out. Su Qin's concern for the physician was evident. While Jiangnan is prosperous and free from banditry, wealth has always been a tempting lure. One cannot discount the possibility of ill intentions towards 100 taels of gold. Clearly, Physician Xue was well aware of this and was quite pleased with Su Qin's arrangements. After sending off Physician Xue, Su Qin could no longer contain his elation and stepped forward to embrace Huang Rong. Ronger, you are truly remarkable. Twins, did you hear that? Feeling Su Qin's joy, Huang Rong's smile became even more radiant. Yes, I heard. Look how happy you are. Of course, I am about to become a father. And all of this is thanks to you, he said, lowering his head to plant a kiss. Huang Rong shyly reciprocated. Just as the two were on the verge of losing control, they pulled back at the last moment. Su Qin sat upright, taking a deep breath to quell the restlessness within himself before continuing. Ronger, as the divine physician mentioned earlier, it is essential to maintain a cheerful disposition. From this day forth, should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct them. If you find yourself feeling stifled and wish to take a leisurely stroll outside, you must inform your husband, and I shall accompany you. Moreover, all right, my husband, I will take good care of myself. Should I have any needs, I will certainly inform you. However, as I am with child, I cannot attend to you as I would like. I apologize for the inconvenience. What are you saying, Ronger? At this moment, you and the child within you are the most significant matters in the estate. Do not overthink. Your husband is well. Indeed, my husband need not worry about me. I will be exceedingly cautious to ensure the safe delivery of our child. That is splendid. The Lingbao manor was enveloped in a festive atmosphere due to the young mistress's pregnancy. The servants were particularly attentive, each filled with vigor and enthusiasm. On this day, Su Qin was practicing his martial arts in the open area of the backyard, diligently training in some of the secret techniques recorded in the Biming divine art, as well as other martial skills that he deemed noteworthy from the collection at Lingbao Manor. Since receiving the system reward, he had devoted himself to rigorous training. And the dual cultivation with Huang Rong had greatly benefited him. His strength had now reached the late stage of the innate realm with a solid foundation, enabling him to contend successfully even against ordinary masters. Such diligent practice from my husband truly makes me feel inadequate. As soon as she spoke, a towel was handed to her. With a tender smile illuminating his face, Su Qin responded, Ronger, why are you not resting in your room but rather here? There are servants to attend to me. Come, sit down. Do not strain yourself. He took the towel from Huang Rong's hand, gently supporting her arm to help her sit on a nearby chair. My husband, I have been in the manor for quite some time now. Today, the divine physician Shui visited and noted that my pulse was stable, advising that I could move about a bit more. I was thinking of going to Lingzhou Temple outside the city to light a longevity lamp for our child and for you. What do you think? Huang Rong looked at Su Qin with hopeful eyes. Su Qin smiled warmly. Ronger, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Let us go. I shall have them prepare the carriage immediately. Knowing that her husband would surely agree, Huang Rong had already arranged for the carriage to be ready upon their arrival. Shall we set off now? Seeing Huang Rong's joyful expression, Su Qin felt a pang of guilt. Huang Rong, by nature restless, had remained within the manor for over a month for the sake of their child. Though she had his company and the various facilities within the estate to entertain her, she lacked the vibrancy of the outside world. Realizing his oversight, he nodded and assisted the gently rounded Huang Rong as they made their way out of the manor. Lingzhou Temple, a grand temple renowned for miles, housed nearly 1,000 monks, bustling with incense offerings, and provided refuge for some homeless souls. The monks within the temple remained indifferent, often offering plain congee to those displaced souls. However, the sheer number of individuals rendered it impossible to cater to everyone. After paying her respects in the temple, Huang Rong, accompanied by Su Qin, took a stroll through the ancient edifice and was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions upon witnessing this scene. My dear husband, I wish to prepare some food to share with them. They are truly pitiable. Ronger, your compassionate heart resembles that of a bodhisattva. This small matter shall be attended to at once. Su Qin replied as he summoned a servant and instructed him to procure some funds to buy rice from the market. He then requested another to borrow a large pot from the temple kitchen, intending to cook congee at the foot of the mountain for distribution. As news of Su Qin's benevolent act spread rapidly, soon the area around the makeshift shelter was teeming with people before the congee was even ready. At that moment, Feng Mofeng, who had been searching for Huang Rong to no avail, found himself amidst the crowd and curiously inquired, esteemed guests, what commotion is occurring here? Chapter 7. Who dares to disturb my Peach Blossom Island? You may be unaware, but the wife of the young master of Lingbao Mountain Villa is currently distributing porridge. Indeed, the renowned Lingbao Mountain Villa of Jiangnan's wealthiest. However, young man, you must tread carefully. Although Lingbao Mountain Villa is affluent, it frequently extends assistance to the impoverished. They treat their servants with great kindness, particularly the new young mistress, who is as compassionate as a bodhisattva, unable to bear the sight of others suffering. Today, she ventured out to offer incense and pray for blessings. Upon witnessing the multitude of displaced individuals outside the temple, she promptly dispatched someone to the market to procure several large carts of fine rice for porridge. Regardless of their circumstances, anyone in need was given assistance without charge. It is said that this time, they emptied half of the rice granaries in the city. Feng Mofeng nodded silently in agreement, echoing, as my esteemed brother has said, the young master and his wife indeed possess hearts of gold, embodying a noble spirit. Precisely, the young master is handsome, and his wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. They are truly a match made in heaven. Feng Mofeng, driven by an inexplicable urge, inquired, may I ask? My brother, when did the young master and his wife wed? Perhaps 3 or 4 months ago. I only know that the young mistress is stunning, but her surname remains a mystery. Feng Mofeng was startled by his own conjecture, reflecting, my junior sister happened to leave the island around that time. Could it be? He dared not entertain the thought further, feeling a chill run down his spine at the peculiar nature of his master. The young mistress is indeed a living bodhisattva, rescuing those in distress. Indeed, I must ensure to honor the young master and his wife with a longevity tablet, dedicating day and night to their veneration and prayers for their well-being. Yes, such benevolent souls deserve to live long lives. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the young master and his wife behind their backs shall face dire consequences. Indeed, to bring harm to them, one must first tread over my corpse. Feng Mofeng was enveloped by the praises of the young master and his wife. With a heart full of concern, he made his way toward a nearby makeshift shelter, fervently praying, please, let it not be my junior sister. Let it not be. Why are you pushing? Don't you know how to cue? Feng Mofeng turned a deaf ear, raising his gaze and channeling his inner strength as he looked ahead. The next moment, he was struck with terror. My junior sister? Who else could that exquisite figure in an apricot-colored gown be, radiating such grace? Feng Mofeng felt an intense dryness in his throat. Just as he was about to act, he halted his steps. He cast a wary glance at the 2 individuals subtly guarding Huang Rong's side, his eyes glinting. Thunderous Hands and the celestial leg of Guan? Though their names may not be widely recognized, their prowess is formidable, marking them as exceptional talents within the realm of innate mastery. Suppressing his astonishment, Feng Mofeng quietly turned, parting the crowd to depart. He resolved to discuss matters with his senior sister before making any decisions. Although all the senior brothers have set out this time, only sister Mei Chaofeng, along with her junior brother Wu Yinfeng, remain here. Given the gravity of the situation, Feng Mofeng dared not act independently and hurried towards the residence of the 3. At that moment, Huang Rong, who was distributing porridge, seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned around. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure, which left her astounded. Noticing Huang Rong's unusual expression, Su Qin, concerned for her well-being, promptly inquired, Ronger, what troubles you? Are you fatigued? If so, let them handle it. I shall accompany you to rest for a while. Huang Rong gently shook her head, then set down the vessel in her hand and softly replied, I believe I have seen an acquaintance. Though they ought not to be here. Perhaps it is merely the result of your exhaustion today. Their presence suffices. It is getting late. Let us return. You have been out for quite a while, so take care of yourself and do not exert too much. Huang Rong, upon hearing this, chose not to argue further, merely nodding in agreement as she turned to leave with Su Qin's support. The 2 embarked on their carriage amidst the reverent gazes of the onlookers. With a resonant neigh from the steed, Su Qin and Huang Rong departed amidst the crowd's calls. Meanwhile, at the Yulai Inn, Mei Chaofeng was seated cross-legged in her chamber, her beautiful eyes gently closed in meditation. Clad in a plain yet form-fitting outfit, her figure was accentuated. And though devoid of makeup, her extraordinary poise was undeniable. Unlike Huang Rong's vivaciousness, Mei Chaofeng exuded a distinct gallantry. In her youthful prime, her beauty was of a different kind than Huang Rong's, yet equally captivating. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. Mei Chaofeng instinctively prepared to strike, aware that one must always be vigilant against unforeseen events in the martial world. The moment the door swung open, she was ready for action. Sister, I have located the whereabouts of our junior sister. Mei Chaofeng's hand halted just before Feng Mofeng's perspiring forehead. What did you say? Without a moment's hesitation to scold, Mei Chaofeng's brows furrowed as she demanded, I have seen our junior sister. Upon realizing she had not misheard, Mei Chaofeng quickly regained her composure and sternly asked, where is she? Does she know she is heired and is too afraid to face me? Why did you allow her to enter? Why not summon her immediately? Then inform the senior brothers to return to Peach Blossom Island, lest Master discovers we are all absent. That would indeed create a grave situation. As for our junior sister, she shall wait until we return to deal with her. I wonder how they will protect her this time. Huang Yaosher's disciples held great affection for Huang Rong. despite her mischievous nature. However, all the senior brothers and sisters regarded her as a younger sister, having watched her grow up. Her escapade of sneaking out of the island during Huang Yaoshi's seclusion had alarmed everyone. Everyone is concerned that this inexperienced junior sister might encounter unforeseen misfortune. Even if her master refrains from punishment, the others would be consumed by guilt. Despite her stern words, Mei Qiaofeng has always been the most protective of Huang Rong. Whenever Huang Rong made a mistake in her youth, Mei Qiaofeng often shielded her from the consequences. "Sister, it's not like that," the junior sister. Subsequently, he relayed all the information he had gathered, including matters of marriage and charitable acts. "Nonsense," Mei Qiaofeng interjected before he could finish, unable to contain her rising fury any longer. With a single strike, she shattered the fine wooden table within the room. The junior sister is clever and resourceful. How could she possibly marry someone else immediately upon leaving the island? "Sister, I speak nothing but the truth." Hearing this, Mei Qiaofeng furrowed her brow and declared, "The junior sister must have been schemed against and is under someone else's control. Come with me. I shall see who dares to meddle with the people of Peach Blossom Island." Chapter 8. Mei Qiaofeng, you are quite audacious. Feng Mofeng brought Mei Qiaofeng to the foot of Lingzhao Temple. The crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only a few weary refugees resting in the shadows. Taken aback by the sight, Feng Mofeng quickly turned to Mei Qiaofeng, whose face was ashen, and said, "Sister, do not worry. Allow me to inquire further." Without waiting for her response, he dashed off. Among all the individuals in this world, Feng Mofeng held the deepest trepidation for his elder sister. While he harbored a sense of reverence for his master, his feelings toward Mei Qiaofeng were tinged with sheer fear. She only displayed a gentle demeanor when interacting with the younger disciples. Other brothers and sisters regarded her with trepidation, save for the eldest brother, who could engage her in equal conversation. Mei Qiaofeng's expression was grim, yet her heart brimmed with concern. It was not the fear of her master's punishment that troubled her, but rather the well-being of her junior sister. Among Huang Yaoshi's many disciples, Mei Qiaofeng was most attuned to her master's temperament. One might even say she mirrored Huang Yaoshi, earning his favor. Furthermore, with her remarkable aptitude, she had already reached the pinnacle of innate strength, just a step away from the realm of mastery. Her current fury displayed her formidable prowess, causing the nearby ruffians to scatter in fright, who moments ago had contemplated teasing her. At that moment, Feng Mofeng returned, whispering to Mei Qiaofeng, "Sister, I have gathered all the information." Shortly after my departure, they returned to Lingbao Villa. "Humph." Mei Qiaofeng responded with a cold snort. Offering no further words as she turned to leave, Feng Mofeng hastily followed to guide her, silently praying, "Little sister, please do not encounter any trouble, or I shall bear the consequences." That night, Mei Qiaofeng and Feng Mofeng concealed themselves atop a small hill behind Lingbao Villa. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire estate, an ideal hiding place, thanks to their training as elite disciples of Peach Blossom Island. With skill comes courage. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have been discovered by the villa's guards long ago. Observing the heavily fortified estate sprawling over a vast expanse, Mei Qiaofeng furrowed her brow. It seems this villa harbors many secrets, unlike a typical wealthy household. She kept her thoughts to herself, recalling Feng Mofeng's mention of having seen 2 innate-level guards. Resolute, she turned to Feng Mofeng and whispered, "I shall descend to investigate. Remain here and keep watch. Should anything seem amiss, contact our brothers immediately." Just as Feng Mofeng was about to respond, Mei Qiaofeng had already vanished, darting towards Lingbao Villa like a wraith. Realizing he had no choice, Feng Mofeng dutifully stayed behind, prepared to assist her and relay messages should the situation change. With utmost caution, Mei Qiaofeng stealthily navigated through the patrolling guards, unaware of the countless she had evaded. The deeper she ventured into the manor, the more trepidation enveloped her. Firstly, she was astounded by the immense wealth of Lingbao Manor. Every flower, tree, and building exuded an air of opulence. Secondly, she marveled at the high level of security. Had it not been for her mastery of Huang Yaoshi's teachings, she might have been discovered long ago. After skillfully bypassing layer upon layer of guards, Mei Qiaofeng finally arrived at the inner courtyard. Sensing a notable decrease in the number of guards, she remained vigilant. Often, the safest places conceal the greatest dangers. At that moment, she heard a clear voice emanating from a nearby courtyard. "Ronger, it is getting late. You should rest early. I will be next door. Call for me if you need anything." Mei Qiaofeng's expression shifted, and she quickly pressed herself against the wall, peering into the courtyard. There, she beheld a handsome youth emerging from a room, who, after closing the door behind him, whispered something to the 2 guards outside. With her keen eyesight, she discerned the unmistakable figure of her little junior sister, Huang Rong. The sight of Su Qin leaning toward the guards confirmed her suspicions that her little sister was indeed being held captive. Filled with murderous intent at the thought, Mei Chaofeng's gaze hardened as she watched Su Qin turn in her direction. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she vanished in an instant. Employing the unique lightness skill of Peach Blossom Island, the Lingao step, with a swift motion, she unleashed a slicing palm strike, her voice ringing out fiercely, "Die, vile scoundrel." Fueled by rage, Mei Chaofeng struck with the peak power of her innate abilities, the slicing palm technique carrying the sound of breaking air as it descended upon Su Qin. Underestimating her opponent, she believed Su Qin was coercing her junior sister and held nothing back in her assault, intent on dispatching him. However, Su Qin was no longer the naive youth he once was. His strength had reached the late stage of innate mastery, mere steps away from the pinnacle. Moreover, he wielded the supreme art of biming divine skill, granting him heightened awareness and acuity. Though Mei Chaofeng had initially concealed her presence, her movements did not escape Su Qin's notice. Who dares to trespass into Lingbao Manor at this hour? A glint of light flashed in Su Qin's eyes as he commanded the two guards approaching to assist. Guard the door. No one is to approach even a step closer. Those who defy this order shall be killed. His words dripped with lethal intent as he prepared to confront Mei Chaofeng with a palm strike of his own. The Tianshan six-yang palm, embodying the essence of rigidity and vigor, surged forth, imbued with the searing energy of biming true qi. The overwhelming force of his palm met Mei Chaofeng's strike head-on in a resounding clash. With a loud bang, Mei Chaofeng was sent tumbling backward through the air. Seizing the advantage, Su Qin unleashed the Tianshan Jime hand, sending a wave of soft, yet powerful internal energy, accompanied by the unique wind of the technique, towards the still airborne Mei Chaofeng. Good rogue, no wonder you dare to act so boldly. It seems you possess formidable martial prowess. You intruded upon my Lingbao villa under the cover of night, and with lethal intent, sought to take a life. Yet, you audaciously accuse me of being a villain. I shall apprehend you and unveil the identity of those who sent you to covet my villa. Although Mei Chaofeng donned a form-fitting attire, her face remained unveiled. Her exquisite features, graceful silhouette, and icy demeanor were utterly captivating. Nevertheless, Su Qin remained unmoved, acutely aware that even a hint of compassion towards an adversary could lead to his irrevocable ruin. Moreover, given her ambiguous origins, he could not dismiss the possibility that she harbored ill intentions towards his wife and child. Thus, Su Qin summoned an additional measure of strength, striking forcefully at Mei Chaofeng. Taken aback by his swift reaction, she hastily employed the Baibo palm technique to counter. However, the expected clash of sound did not materialize. Su Qin had secretly channeled the biming divine skill, firmly binding Mei Chaofeng's palm. She felt her hard-earned cultivation being drawn into Su Qin's body at an alarming rate. Husband, cease at once. Chapter 9. Not a soul left at Lingbao Villa at this moment. Huang Rong, hearing the sounds of combat, pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon witnessing her senior sister engaging in a fierce duel with Su Qin, she cried out in alarm. Ronger, do not fear. Your husband is here. Please return to your room for now. This female thief possesses formidable strength and may harm you, Su Qin urged, disregarding Huang Rong's presence as he pressed down forcefully with both palms. Mei Chaofeng instantly felt as if a great mountain had descended upon her, rendering her immobile. Subsequently, Su Qin struck her with several swift blows, thoroughly subduing her. Advancing a step, he transformed his palm into a claw, grasping Mei Chaofeng's fair neck, and demanded in a stern voice, "Speak. Who sent you here? If you do not confess, you shall meet your demise beneath my hand." At that moment, Mei Chaofeng's mind was consumed by one thought. Wasn't it said that the young master of Lingbao Villa was unskilled in martial arts? How could he be so powerful? Husband, please cease at once. Do not harm my senior sister. Su Qin's previously fierce expression froze as he mechanically turned his head to face the anxious Huang Rong at the door, stammering, "Sister? Sister? Whose sister?" Su Qin's mind was in total disarray, and an ominous feeling began to rise within him. Huang Rong, hindered by her pregnancy, disregarded the discomfort and hurriedly lifted her skirts, rushing towards Su Qin and Mei Chaofeng. As she ran, she anxiously explained, "This is my senior sister, Mei Chaofeng. Ronger, do not panic, do not strain yourself," Su Qin said, noticing Huang Rong approaching, and quickly released Mei Chaofeng. He turned to support Huang Rong as she arrived. Huang Rong brushed aside Su Qin's hand and rushed to Mei Chaofeng's side, asking with concern, "Senior sister, are you all right?" At that moment, Mei Chaofeng felt utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Huang Rong unscathed, her figure plump and complexion rosy, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The previous conversation hinted at a growing suspicion within her. With a weak voice, she asked, "Junior sister, what exactly is going on?" Huang Rong's face flickered with a moment of panic before she turned to Su Qin, saying, "Husband, quickly release the restrictions on my senior sister." "Sister, allow me to explain everything to you." Huang Rong addressed both of them with urgency. At this juncture, Su Qin finally grasped the situation. The person before him was indeed his kin, Mei Chaofeng. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and struck her several times to undo the previous restrictions. Mei Chaofeng's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in silence, while Su Qin, feeling awkward from the nature of his actions, retreated bashfully. Huang Rong observed with a glint of mischief in her eyes, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a cunning fox. A plan began to form in her mind. "Husband, I shall take my senior sister to her room. Please have someone prepare hot water for her and some food to soothe her nerves." "Very well, all as you wish, Ronger," Su Qin replied. "You stay with your senior sister. I shall instruct someone to attend to it immediately." Upon hearing these words, Su Qin felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hastily departed with 2 attendants, eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. "Sister, come with me," Huang Rong said as she led Mei Chaofeng into the room. Once inside, Mei Chaofeng gradually regained her composure and immediately inquired, "Junior sister, what on earth is going on?" At this, Huang Rong let out a soft sigh and slowly recounted the tale. She spoke of her departure from Peach Blossom Island, the treachery that nearly befell her, Su Qin's gallant rescue, and ultimately, her marriage into the Su family. Hearing of Huang Rong's peril, Mei Chaofeng felt a shiver run down her spine. Insisting on confronting the villain responsible, Huang Rong, however, restrained her, revealing that the culprit had already been dealt with, which calmed Mei Chaofeng's fervor. Following this, Huang Rong engaged in an elaborate discourse, intentionally portraying her husband, Su Qin, in an exceptionally virtuous light and detailing the sacrifices he made to save her, as well as his treatment towards her after their union. Mei Chaofeng listened, filled with yearning. Like Huang Rong, Mei Chaofeng had long resided on Peach Blossom Island, where martial arts training constituted her entire existence. Although the island had bestowed upon her much joy, she had never dared to dabble in romantic entanglements, largely due to her master's temperament. Furthermore, her relationships with her fellow disciples were more akin to sibling bonds, making it difficult to cultivate feelings of love. In this life, Mei Chaofeng bore no vendetta stemming from parental grievances, for her parents had succumbed to illness in her youth. It was during this time that Huang Yaoshi happened to pass through, recognizing her exceptional talent, and arranged for her parents' burial, subsequently bringing her to Peach Blossom Island for upbringing. Thus, though Mei Chaofeng appeared fiery and aloof, she possessed a simple heart akin to Huang Rong's. It was precisely this innocent disposition that allowed her martial prowess to flourish at an astonishing pace. Barely in her 20s, she had already reached the pinnacle of innate strength. While others remained oblivious, Huang Rong understood that her elder sister, like herself, yearned for life beyond the island. However, Mei Chaofeng was proud and held a disdainful view of men, often proclaiming that her future husband would undoubtedly be a paragon of excellence. The recent encounter, where her husband had subdued her in just a few moves, undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to Mei Chaofeng's perceptions. Huang Rong, cognizant of this reality, deliberately extolled her husband's virtues, planting a seed of thought in her sister's mind. Unbeknownst to Mei Chaofeng, she was being led by Huang Rong's subtle machinations, her curiosity about Su Qin intensifying. His martial skills were undeniable. She had witnessed them firsthand during their brief confrontation. Yet, regarding the other glowing attributes Huang Rong extolled, she remained somewhat skeptical. How could such a perfect individual exist in the world? Mei Chaofeng mused. At that moment, Su Qin entered, accompanied by a servant, directing the household in a flurry of activity. He was affable and composed, entirely shedding his previous domineering demeanor, as if transformed into a different person. Coupled with Huang Rong's earlier words, Mei Chaofeng found herself stealing glances at him. Just then, an angry shout echoed from outside. "Listen here, you scoundrel surnamed Su. I am Feng Mofeng, the foremost disciple of Peach Blossom Island. I have sent word to many of my fellow disciples to come forth. If you possess any sense, surrender my senior and junior sisters, and we shall escort you 10 miles out of the city. Otherwise, I shall ensure that not a soul remains in Lingbao Villa." It was Feng Mofeng who, sensing something amiss from afar, hurried to the rescue. However, upon his arrival, he found that everything within the villa appeared undisturbed, leading him to conclude that his senior sister had likely been captured. A direct confrontation was out of the question, so he boldly strode in, proclaiming his identity. It was reasonable to assume that the innate guardians within the villa would hesitate upon hearing the name of Peach Blossom Island, refraining from excessive audacity. Thus, his chances of rescuing his senior and junior sisters increased significantly. Upon hearing his voice, Huang Rong couldn't help but smile, while Mei Chaofeng's expression darkened considerably. Su Qin, with a look of resignation, glanced at the two women and shrugged. Having regained some strength, Mei Chaofeng slammed the table, rising abruptly with a pallid countenance. And without uttering a word, she marched towards the door. Chapter 10. The concealed brilliance of my lord outside. Feng Mofeng was surrounded by a throng of attendants. Exuding an air of arrogance as he crossed his arms, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the crowd. Quickly summon your young master to see me. If you do not release my senior and junior sisters, beware that Lingbao Villa may not remain unscathed. He continued, do not deceive yourselves. What about you? Is it not enough to be humiliated already? Just as Feng Mofeng was about to speak further, Mei Chaofeng, her face ashen with fury, pushed her way through the crowd. Feng Mofeng froze momentarily upon hearing her words, then recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat. The attendants, perplexed, turned their gazes towards Su Qin, who gently waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Upon witnessing this, the attendants turned and departed, each returning to their duties. Mei Chaofeng shot a disapproving glare at Feng Mofeng and huffed, follow me. Feng Mofeng, bewildered and confused, complied. At that moment, Su Qin stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands in greeting. You must be Brother Feng. Please, come inside to converse. Feng Mofeng nodded slightly and followed Mei Chaofeng into the room. Though Feng Mofeng harbored a deep fear of Mei Chaofeng, he offered no warmth towards Su Qin. Noticing this, Mei Chaofeng turned sharply and admonished, this is young Master Su, the young master of Lingbao Villa, and the savior of your junior sister. Be smart and do not embarrass yourself. Feng Mofeng was taken aback by her words, then solemnly bowed to Su Qin. I am Feng Mofeng. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. Not at all, Su Qin replied graciously. Brother Feng and sister may have traveled a long way. I have arranged a banquet to alleviate your worries. Thank you, young Master Su. Feng Mofeng responded with courtesy. Please, lead the way inside. As Su Qin gestured for Feng Mofeng to enter, he noticed Huang Rong signaling to him. After a brief contemplation, he discerned her intentions. Brother Feng, Sister Mei, it has been a while since you have all met. I imagine there is much to discuss. I shall take my leave and not intrude further. Should you have any requests, simply instruct the servants. Oh, if that is the case, please do not stand on ceremony, young Master Su, Feng Mofeng replied hastily. Mei Chaofeng resumed her previous aloof demeanor, uttering no further words. After Su Qin acknowledged Huang Rong and the two ladies with a slight nod, he turned to depart. Huang Rong, taking her seat alongside the others, recounted her earlier conversation with Mei Chaofeng to Feng Mofeng, omitting the part about her being married. Mei Chaofeng remained silent, focusing on her meal. Brother Feng, this is the situation, Huang Rong explained. After we finish dining, you should leave first and inform the others not to worry about me. I am well fed and comfortably housed here, and I plan to stay a few more days before returning. You and the other brothers have been away for quite some time. It would be best for you to return early. As for Sister Mei, let her stay here to accompany me for a few days so that we may look after one another. Very well, as the junior sister suggests, Feng Mofeng replied, understanding Mei Chaofeng's taciturn nature and nodding in agreement. After the meal, Huang Rong bid farewell to Feng Mofeng and instructed her servants to attend to Mei Chaofeng's bathing. While she turned to seek out Su Qin, Huang Rong harbored doubts in her heart that were no less than those of Mei Chaofeng. Ever since her marriage into Lingbao Mountain Manor, she had been aware of her husband's mediocre martial arts talent. In terms of strength, not only could she easily defeat him, but she could do so countless times over. However, today Su Qin's display of power genuinely astonished her. She understood her senior sister's capabilities, at the pinnacle of innate strength. It was rare for anyone in the same realm to rival her. Yet, astonishingly, her husband had managed to subdue Mei Chaofeng in just a few exchanges. This left her utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, Su Qin stood atop a small hill in the rear courtyard, gazing up at the moon. His mind was awash with myriad thoughts. The recent battle against Mei Chaofeng was, truth be told, his first foray into combat since arriving in this world. He had never anticipated his own exceptional prowess. Naturally, he was aware of Mei Chaofeng's reputation as the third disciple of Peach Blossom Island, a fact that spoke volumes about her strength. Yet, against such a gifted individual, not only was he able to contend, but he also emerged victorious. Su Qin was filled with emotion, although he recognized that without the assistance of the system, he would never have attained such strength. This realization sparked a thought within him. It seemed that the matter of taking a concubine was soon to be set in motion. My husband, what are you pondering here? Huang Rong's radiant smile appeared behind Su Qin. Rong, how did you come to be here alone? Come, let us return. The wind atop this mountain is fierce, and you mustn't catch a chill. I'm not so frail, she replied playfully. It has been a while since I accompanied my husband to admire the moon. Noticing Huang Rong seemed to have something to say, Su Qin refrained from insisting further and gently draped his outer garment over her shoulders. Huang Rong's face bore a constant gentle smile, and her heart brimmed with sweetness. My husband, you have concealed quite a secret from me, she exclaimed. We have been married for some time, yet I was unaware that my husband is an innate realm warrior. Ronger, you need not be anxious, my husband. I understand that you have chosen to keep a low profile. With such a vast estate to manage, if you lacked this level of cunning, you would have perished countless times over. Upon hearing Huang Rong's words, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to explain his sudden leap in strength. He had not expected Huang Rong to have already formed her own conclusions. This was convenient, as it spared him the need for elaborate explanations. Noticing Su Qin's silence, Huang Rong grew more certain of her assumptions. My husband, you need not dwell on this matter. I have come to discuss another issue with you. Su Qin, caught off guard, felt as though he were struggling to keep pace with Huang Rong's thoughts. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Ronger, what is it? Whatever you wish, I shall comply. What do you think of my senior sister? Su Qin, somewhat perplexed, responded straightforwardly. Your senior sister is indeed a remarkable disciple of Peach Blossom Island. Unmatched in her innate strength, and notably youthful. Strength is not in question. I was asking about her appearance. Appearance? Upon hearing this, Su Qin could not help but recall a previously awkward moment. Initially, he had given it little thought, but now, prompted by Huang Rong's mention, his heart stirred. The beauty of Mei Chaofeng is undoubtedly beyond reproach. To describe her as stunningly beautiful would be an understatement. Unlike Huang Rong's lively charm, Mei Chaofeng exuded a natural air of heroism. Coupled with her exquisite features, she possessed a captivating allure for men. Huang Rong, upon observing Su Qin's expression, realized that her scheme had succeeded. I wish for my husband to wed my senior sister, Mei Chaofeng. Very well. I agree. Wait, Ronger, what are you saying? Su Qin was momentarily lost in thought when he suddenly heard Huang Rong's words and instinctively found himself agreeing. However, halfway through, he realized the inappropriateness of his response and turned to Huang Rong with a look of astonishment. Chapter 11. Envy, Jealousy. Hatred. Huang Rong was utterly amused by Su Qin's expression, erupting into a fit of laughter. Su Qin's face flushed with embarrassment, and he feigned anger, saying, Well, little girl, how dare you toy with your husband? Just wait and see how I shall discipline you to uphold marital authority. As he spoke, he advanced towards Huang Rong, who, unable to endure his playful threat, swiftly dodged and pleaded, Husband, please do not be like this. Ronger will not dare again. Seeing her reaction, Su Qin finally retracted his claws with satisfaction. Huang Rong smiled softly and resumed with a serious tone, Husband, please do not misunderstand. My earlier words were not a test of your character. They were born of careful consideration, and I implore you to hear me out. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Su Qin nodded slowly. Husband, my senior sister, Mei Chaofeng, lost her parents at a young age and grew up on Peach Blossom Island. She and I share a bond akin to that of sisters, and naturally, I wish for her to find a suitable husband in the future. However, after much contemplation, I could not think of a worthy candidate. That is when I thought of you. Me? Do you think your sister would agree? Su Qin inquired. If it were before, I would wager she would certainly refuse. But now, that may not be the case. Really? Observing Su Qin's look of surprise, Huang Rong pouted playfully. Husband, you are mischievous. Though you may have 100 reasons to agree, you come here to deceive Ronger. Ronger, you have wronged me. Your sister is as beautiful as a flower, and any man would be captivated, especially myself. Yet, rest assured, no matter how lovely other women may be, none hold a candle to you in my heart. Huang Rong intended to tease Su Qin, but his heartfelt words brought her joy. Leaning softly against him, she turned her face and said, How could I not know what is in your heart? However, dear husband, my sister's fate is unfortunate. I cannot rest easy knowing she is entrusted to another. Moreover, I am with child and cannot always be by your side. Having my sister accompany you would grant me peace of mind. Upon hearing Huang Rong's sincere intentions, Su Qin realized her genuine concern. Though I understand your feelings, will your sister agree? Huang Rong smiled knowingly and replied, Husband, your true intentions have been revealed. But fret not, this matter rests upon my shoulders. Do you have a plan? Indeed, I know my sister's temperament best. It will require your cooperation as well. Of course, what do you need me to do? Treat me well. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, examining Huang Rong closely. Noticing her seriousness, he asked with curiosity, What do you mean by that? Realizing his overthinking, Huang Rong quickly clarified, "My sister is proud. She once claimed that if she were to marry, it would be a hero of unparalleled greatness, possessing unmatched skill, character, and appearance. I fear I still fall short of her lofty standards." "Who said such a thing? Do not belittle yourself, my husband. In Ronger's eyes, you are a paragon of heroism. In terms of martial prowess, there are indeed contemporary masters capable of besting my senior sister in mere moves. Yet they are few and far between, all exceptional individuals. As for character, there is no need for elaboration. This is not merely my assertion. Every soul in the city can attest to it. In terms of appearance, you are a rare gem in this world. Coupled with a heart of chivalry, this is the hero that resides in Ronger's heart." Su Qin felt a rush of warmth upon hearing such praise. It was the first time someone had lauded him so, and embarrassment was certainly a natural response. However, he could not help but feel elated, instinctively pulling Huang Rong closer. "Regardless of what the future holds, I shall always cherish you as I do now." The two remained in each other's embrace until late into the night, before retiring to their respective chambers. As Huang Rong's pregnancy progressed, she found herself increasingly encumbered, and their separate lodgings were also a precaution against Su Qin losing control. This decision proved wise, as Su Qin, deprived of nightly revelries, felt an undeniable surge of vitality. Not long after they parted, a graceful silhouette emerged from the nearby woods, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable meaning. Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng shared a temperament reminiscent of Huang Yaoshi, rebellious, unconstrained by societal conventions. They were not averse to the idea of polyandry, especially in the case of someone like Su Qin, a man adorned with virtues as numerous as the stars in the sky. Having previously been defeated by Su Qin, Mei Chaofeng harbored no resentment. Rather, an unusual curiosity burgeoned within her. She found herself intrigued by the source of his remarkable martial skills, and whether he truly embodied the perfection and thoughtfulness her junior sister described. Unbeknownst to her, this curiosity silently drew her deeper into Huang Rong's design. Huang Rong's intentions were not malicious, but rather tinged with personal motives. Allowing Mei Chaofeng to enter their lives would alleviate her own inability to accompany Su Qin, provide companionship to her senior sister, and ensure mutual support should her father ever come seeking them. Thus, under Huang Rong's earnest persuasion, Mei Chaofeng took up residence at Lingbao Villa. Huang Rong's strategy was straightforward, simple, yet effective. In essence, it involved displaying affection before Mei Chaofeng. Although the initial impact may have seemed negligible, over time, it bore fruit, particularly for Mei Chaofeng. Witnessing the tender exchanges between Huang Rong and Su Qin, along with his meticulous care for her, planted a seed within her heart that began to sprout and flourish, gradually consuming her thoughts. As a month passed, Mei Chaofeng found herself developing a fondness for alcohol, seemingly seeking solace in its embrace to escape her burgeoning feelings. Her initial curiosity had waned. Indeed, Su Qin was as Huang Rong had portrayed, a remarkable figure in every aspect. With continued interactions, Mei Chaofeng was thoroughly captivated, her heart now filled with envy and a hint of jealousy. She envied her junior sister's fortune in marrying such a commendable partner and felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why such luck had not befallen her. "Su Qin, why are you avoiding me?" Mei Chaofeng gazed at Su Qin with bleary eyes. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her face bore a rosy hue. While she appeared somewhat less valiant than usual, she exuded a mixture of charm and innocence. In such a state, Mei Chaofeng was undeniably a potent temptation for any man. Su Qin momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly replied, "Senior sister, you misunderstand. I merely escorted Ronger back to her room. I am not avoiding you. Do you see only your junior sister, completely oblivious to everyone else?" Upon hearing this, Mei Chaofeng felt a twinge of displeasure, and with the influence of alcohol, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Since you and your wife share such deep affection, what place do I hold here? What purpose do I serve by remaining? Very well. I shall take my leave today and return to Peach Blossom Island, no longer wishing to be a nuisance." Chapter 12. Are you willing to share with others? As Mei Chaofeng became increasingly agitated, she turned and strode towards the entrance of Lingbao Villa. Su Qin realized that if he did not intervene at this moment, he would soon witness Mei Chaofeng departing from his side. Having consumed alcohol, she wobbled slightly. As she turned, her body tilted, her balance faltering, and she let out a startled cry as she began to fall. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a powerful hand encircled her waist. Mei Chaofeng felt a dizzying whirl around her, and when she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Su Qin's embrace. "Senior sister, be careful. Release me," she exclaimed. unsure whether her flushed cheeks were due to intoxication or embarrassment. As she spoke, she instinctively pushed against Su Qin, but her gestures resembled the playful banter of lovers. Su Qin's heart raced at her teasing, his breath quickening. Where do you intend to go, senior sister? Back to Peach Blossom Island. If you leave like this, my heart will be troubled. You. Mei Chaofeng looked at Su Qin in astonishment. Upon meeting his clear gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head, flushed with shyness. Does senior sister truly not comprehend my feelings? Ever since you mistakenly ventured to Lingbao Villa during a night visit, I have been smitten by you. I refrained from speaking my heart for fear of startling a lady. Yet now, with your imminent departure, I fear that some words may never be voiced if left unspoken. I do not seek your affection, but merely wish to express my true thoughts. Should I offend you, I hope you will not hold it against me. If you insist on leaving, please wait until after tonight. Once you have sobered, I will arrange for someone to escort you back. Do you wish for me to leave so earnestly? Not at all. I desire for you to remain by my side like Rong through every season and change. Upon hearing these words, Mei Chaofeng felt a bloom of joy within her heart. Really? Indeed, if I speak even a half-truth, I am willing to endure the harshest punishments of the world. Do not utter such ominous words. I believe you, I truly believe, she replied, suddenly realizing the intimate nature of their current position. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly withdrew her finger from his lips. However, as she did so, Su Qin's warm lips drew near, pressing against her slightly cool mouth without warning. Mei Chaofeng stiffened for a moment, then succumbed completely, melting into Su Qin's strong embrace, lost in the ecstasy of that kiss. Senior sister, will you stay and keep me company? Su Qin was the first to regain his composure, gazing earnestly at Mei Chaofeng. She shyly murmured an burying her head deeper. Observing this, Su Qin smiled softly, his heart brimming with delight. I shall first escort my esteemed senior sister home. Having made a promise, she cannot retract it. I am currently arranging the wedding, and how about we unite in matrimony soon? At this moment, the bashful Mei Chaofeng resembled a demure kitten. Su Qin, with an unwavering smile, bent down and cradled Mei Chaofeng in his arms, striding towards her chamber. Just as Mei Chaofeng's heart raced with trepidation at the thought of what might transpire next, Su Qin gently laid her upon the bed and bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Do not fret, my dear sister. Rest well today. Simply await my arrival to take you to my home. His soothing tone and heartfelt words instantly calmed Mei Chaofeng's tumultuous heart. As she listened to Su Qin's departing footsteps, she slowly opened her previously trembling eyelids. She had indeed anticipated the events that might follow, and to claim she was not anxious would be a falsehood. Yet, if it were to reach that point, she would not decline. Nevertheless, Su Qin's previous actions had entirely captured her heart. Gazing in the direction of his departure, Mei Chaofeng silently affirmed that her choice was undoubtedly the right one. Such a man, in such circumstances, could still be attuned to her feelings, effectively dispelling the last remnants of her apprehension. The following day, the servants of Lingbao Manor stirred into action, each face illuminated by genuine smiles. The reason was simple: the young master was to be wed. Although this was a remarriage, no one dared to treat it with indifference. The Su family had always been few in number, with a single line of descent, and thus, Su Qin's parents had harbored a singular wish before their passing, for the Su family to flourish. What Su Qin was orchestrating was precisely what the former lord and lady of the manor had longed to witness. This wedding, unlike the last, was not rushed. It was scheduled 3 days hence. Moreover, Su Qin had specifically invited several renowned figures from the martial world to attend. As the 3 days swiftly passed, the entrance of Lingbao Manor buzzed with life early in the morning, filled with sounds of blessings and congratulations. The local gentry and wealthy individuals, driven by sincerity, personally attended the event. They esteemed the reputation of Lingbao Manor, as Su Qin's parents had been known for their benevolence, a legacy that Su Qin continued upon taking charge, frequently engaging in charitable acts and aiding many in distress. In the Jiangnan region, the manor had garnered considerable respect. Furthermore, since Su Qin assumed leadership, the manor's various enterprises had flourished remarkably. The reason was straightforward. Su Qin possessed an avant-garde mindset and innovative ideas that transcended the era. By combining these with the contemporary context, generating wealth had become remarkably effortless. Although Su Qin had previously devoted himself to martial pursuits, his limited talent led him to dedicate time to commerce, inadvertently transforming Lingbao Manor into a dominant force among merchants in Jiangnan. This was also why so many traders flocked to the news of the wedding. Even the illustrious figures of the martial world, such as Hong Qigong, Gu Su Murong Fu, Li Qingluo of Mandala Manor, and the 7 oddities of Jiangnan gathered in attendance. In an instant, Lingbao Manor was alive with excitement. In contrast to the clamor outside, Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng sat facing each other in the latter's new abode. "Sister, do you truly not mind at all?" Mei Chaofeng asked, her heart filled with trepidation. In recent days, the two had scarcely seen one another while preparing for the wedding of Su Qin and Mei Chaofeng. Although Su Qin and Mei Chaofeng shared mutual affection, Mei Chaofeng remained concerned about her sister's feelings. Upon hearing her words, Huang Rong beamed and replied, "Sister, fret not. I am overjoyed at your marriage. How could I possibly mind?" Mei Chaofeng, unable to believe her ears, scrutinized Huang Rong's expression. Seeing her sister's reaction, Huang Rong maintained her smile and continued, "Sister, you may not know that it was I who facilitated your union with your husband." "What? You? You would willingly share your husband with another?" Chapter 13. The Wedding of Mei Chaofeng. Huang Rong observed the relationship between Mei Chaofeng and Su Qin with keen interest. She found it utterly perplexing how Huang Rong truly felt. "Sister, once this day passes, you shall become one of us. There are no outsiders here. Moreover, how could a man as extraordinary as my husband have but a single confidant? Yet, no more buts. Sister, rest assured, this matter will not trouble me. In time, you will come to understand my sentiments." As she spoke, a playful smile graced Huang Rong's face, undoubtedly igniting Mei Chaofeng's intense curiosity. Under Mei Chaofeng's persistent inquiries, Huang Rong reluctantly leaned closer and whispered into her ear. Upon hearing Huang Rong's words, Mei Chaofeng's cheeks flushed crimson. Annoyed, she playfully tapped Huang Rong's head and chided, "You little imp, have you no shame? Sister, please do not tease me. After tonight, you shall discern the truth of my words." "Really?" "Absolutely." The two women continued their intimate conversation within the room, and after a while, Huang Rong slowly rose to depart, leaving behind a blushing Mei Chaofeng, who gently donned a red scarf to conceal her rosy cheeks. The bustling banquet unfolded seamlessly, with some revelers indulging in wine, while others engaged in lively discussions. Yet, one woman bore an inexplicable expression. "Cousin, you appear unwell. Are you feeling all right?" Murong Fu inquired upon noticing Wang Yuyan's pallor. No, not at all." Wang Yuyan, lost in her thoughts, stammered in a slightly flustered manner at Murong Fu's question. Murong Fu, with his astute perception, discerned the underlying issue. Casually glancing at Su Qin, who was attending to the guests, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Indeed, Murong Fu was correct. Wang Yuyan's current distress stemmed from Su Qin. How could this gentleman be so charming? Their previous encounter by the lake had revealed his unparalleled talent through his poetry. Surely, he must be a romantic at heart. How could he be so fickle, marrying another stunning bride within mere months? What of his beloved wife? Reflecting on that fleeting glance by the lake, coupled with his poignant verses, only deepened Wang Yuyan's confusion and sorrow. "Cousin, have you indeed developed feelings for this talented and dashing Su family scion?" Murong Fu sipped his wine, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Yuyan with a teasing tone. "Cousin, do not speak nonsense. Surely, you jest, having had too much to drink? Nay, dear cousin, your words are misguided. Though this wine is indeed fine, I am not so inebriated as to utter such folly after just a few sips. What I say comes from the heart. From what I know, this Su gentleman is not only talented and handsome, but also possesses great wisdom. Although his achievements in martial arts may be modest, he manages the vast Lingbao villa with remarkable finesse. In the southern region of Jiangnan, there exists a subtle yet formidable presence, embodied by this extraordinary man, a rarity in the world. Most notably, he exhibits profound affection and meticulous care for his wife. Such a gentleman would undoubtedly be a perfect match for his cousin, and given the current momentum of Lingbao Manor, should she wed into the Su family, she would enjoy a lifetime of unparalleled wealth and splendor. After Murong Fu expressed his thoughts, he believed his words to be pearls of wisdom. However, Wang Yuyan remained utterly indifferent. Murong Fu's ambitious nature fueled his eagerness, as the restoration of the Yan dynasty was his lifelong aspiration. Witnessing Lingbao Manor's influence and astonishing financial power in Jiangnan, he could not help but feel envious. He imagined that securing the full support of the young manor master would make his dream of restoring the nation a mere trifle. His fervent persuasion of Wang Yuyan was merely a means to forge a connection with the young master Su. He harbored no fears of rejection from Su Qin, for in his mind, Su Qin was already a frivolous individual, easily swayed by beauty and indulgence. With Wang Yuyan's exquisite looks, winning Su Qin's favor would be effortless. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yuyan felt profound disappointment toward her cousin. With each of Murong Fu's utterances, her irritation grew. "Please, cousin, Let us not dwell on this matter any longer, she admonished him, her voice tinged with indignation. I am weary. I shall take my leave now. As she turned to depart, a bright and cheerful voice interrupted her. Miss Huang, are you leaving? Has the service been lacking, causing you discomfort? Please, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall certainly reprimand them, came Su Qin's voice. Morong Fu's eyes sparkled with interest upon seeing Su Qin, and he immediately rose with a smile. He had already learned of their chance encounter in the lake from the maids, a Zhu and a Bai, and this was his pretext for engaging Su Qin. And who might this be? Inquired Su Qin, puzzled. This is my cousin, Morong Fu, Wang Yuyin replied, maintaining the etiquette befitting a lady of her stature. However, her tone was flat, laced with a hint of resentment. I merely felt unwell and wished to return early. I did not bid farewell earlier as I noticed Su Gongzi was preoccupied. I hope for your understanding. Oh, I see. In that case, Miss Huang, please do not let me detain you. It seems rather impolite for us to converse this way, Su Qin responded. The two exchanged words, leaving Morong Fu momentarily sidelined. Although he felt a twinge of displeasure, he maintained a warm smile throughout. Su Gongzi, I bid you farewell, Wang Yuyin said, offering a graceful bow before turning to leave. Su Qin watched her depart, his mind drifting back to Huang Rong's earlier intentions of introducing Wang Yuyin into their circle, stirring a blend of thoughts within him. Morong Fu observed this interaction keenly, a smirk growing on his lips, further solidifying his previous suspicions. After exchanging pleasantries with Morong Fu, Su Qin soon excused himself. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk settled in, the guests at Lingbao Villa departed one by one. It was only then that Su Qin turned and made his way towards Mei Chaofeng's quarters. The thought of her ignited a fervent excitement within him, driven by the impending rewards from the system and the desire for a blissful life. Ever since Huang Rong's pregnancy, his abundant vigor had found no outlet. With this in mind, Su Qin quickened his pace. Senior sister, I have arrived, he announced softly as he entered the room. Catching sight of Mei Chaofeng seated gracefully upon the bed, he approached the bedside and gently lifted the red veil. The exquisite beauty of Mei Chaofeng captivated him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Senior sister, you are truly stunning, he exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace, his passionate lips seeking hers, fragrant and inviting. It's getting late. We should retire for the night, she replied. Indeed, the warm scent of the red canopy was utterly enchanting. The soft glow of the moonlight heralded a sleepless night ahead. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Mei Chaofeng. Gained 80 years of cultivation. Acquired the body of an emperor. Obtained the sacred text of medicine. Chapter 14. The reincarnation of the benevolent soul. The morning after the grand wedding, Su Qin awoke early, quietly slipping out of the bridal chamber and gently closing the door behind him, careful not to disturb Mei Chaofeng, who remained lost in slumber. It must be said that Su Qin had become increasingly beastly in his vigor. After a night of fervent exertion, he still exuded vitality. Stretching towards the dawn, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated. He then strolled leisurely to the backyard, his usual training ground. System, claim the rewards, he silently intoned within. A torrent of profound inner strength surged from Su Qin's being, swiftly refined and absorbed into his essence. His aura expanded at a remarkable pace, breaking through the previously insurmountable threshold of the Grandmaster level with relentless force. Early stage of Grandmaster. Mid-stage of Grandmaster. A look of satisfaction graced Su Qin's countenance. Initially, he had anticipated that this reward would merely suffice for a breakthrough to the early stage of Grandmaster. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gains, demonstrating the system's unparalleled quality. The inner strength rewarded was exceptionally pure, with no trace of waste during its conversion. Though the 80 years of inner strength may not rival the gifts received during his marriage to Huang Rong, the imperial physique and the sacred medical texts served as noteworthy compensations. Curiosity piqued regarding the imperial physique. Su Qin continued to claim his rewards. Imperial physique. The earthly sovereign is the foremost among men, possessing both literary and martial prowess, extraordinary talents, and those endowed with this physique exude enhanced male charm. Furthermore, they possess boundless energy, capable of captivating 3,000 women. Upon comprehending the effects of the imperial physique, a look of elation spread across Su Qin's face. This physique was indeed a golden aid from the system. Coupled with his handsome appearance, the prospect of having numerous wives and concubines seemed effortlessly attainable. An extraordinary power surged within him, and in an instant, the imperial physique melded with Su Qin. The phrase transformation of the soul echoed in his mind. With every gesture, he radiated irresistible charm, akin to the revered progenitor of kings, evoking a sense of worship among those who beheld him. Women were utterly captivated by his allure. Noticing the blushing face of a maidservant attending to him, Su Qin smiled inwardly, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the imperial physique, truly a product of the system. It seemed his path towards acquiring concubines was finally on the right track. Contemplating his forthcoming blissful life, a broader smile graced his lips. Why is my husband not accompanying his sister in the chamber? Why is he here practicing so early? Just as Su Qin was lost in his thoughts, Huang Rong, supported by a maid, approached him with a hint of playful reproach in her gaze. Upon hearing her words, Su Qin quickly turned to her, exclaiming, "Well, you are with child and should rest more. Why are you out so early?" As he moved to assist her, Huang Rong gazed at him as if seeing him for the first time, a look of infatuation flickering in her eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson. At that moment, Su Qin's mere turn seemed to emanate an intangible radiance. A wave of dizziness washes over one, accompanied by a deadly allure emanating from Su Qin. Huang Rong's breathing quickens with growing urgency. Su Qin's appearance, beyond doubt, is complemented by an even more captivating aura than before. Today, her husband seems markedly different, igniting a sense of obsession within her. As Huang Rong has shared intimate moments with Su Qin, she quickly acclimates to this new presence. However, even the maid supporting her dares not to lift her gaze at Su Qin. Noticing this scene, Su Qin feels a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the emperor's essence would be so commanding. Stepping forward, he reaches out to steady Huang Rong, sending the maid away. "Ronger, are you unwell?" "I'm fine, but my husband seems different today." "Oh, in what way?" "You appear even more enchanting, making it impossible to resist." With a soft sigh, she concludes her thought. And Su Qin, reveling in Huang Rong's words, is momentarily taken aback by her sigh, gazing at her in confusion. "I shudder to think how many sisters will be captivated by you, losing themselves in thought and appetite." "Ah, how dare you jest at your husband?" Su Qin responds, feigning anger, though secretly delighted. "Forgive me, dear husband." She chuckles. After some playful banter, Huang Rong, slightly out of breath, continues, "Husband, feel free to pursue any sisters you fancy in the future. Our Lingbao Mountain Manor has ample space. Surely, my parents in spirit would wish for our abode to be filled with joy. There is no need to consider my feelings. I know that no matter how many sisters surround you, your heart will always hold me, and that is sufficient." Ronger, Su Qin moved, finds himself at a loss for words. "However, I do have one condition that I hope you will heed. Speak freely. Even if it were 10 or 100 conditions, I would find a way to fulfill them. That is, any sister you court must be extraordinarily beautiful, worthy of matching your heroic stature." Initially, Su Qin anticipated Huang Rong would voice some personal desires, mentally preparing himself for such requests. Yet, upon hearing her words, he is utterly stunned. Huang Rong's considerations are entirely for Su Qin, neglecting her own desires. "Ronger, you. There is no need for such formality, dear husband. I understand you." Ronger. Countless words linger on his tongue, yet Su Qin can only utter her name before pulling Huang Rong tightly into his embrace. In this silence, they share a bond that transcends 1,000 spoken words. After a long moment, they reluctantly part. "Husband, let us go prepare some food to send to our senior sister. It's already well past noon, and she hasn't risen yet. It must be your mischief." Huang Rong chides, while Su Qin sheepishly scratches his head. Ever since Mei Chaofeng entered the manor, Su Qin has returned to his previously unrestrained lifestyle, laboring diligently each day like a tireless ox, dedicated to his tasks. In a reckless manner, seeds of love were sown, and at long last, Mei Chaofeng comprehended the true meaning behind Huang Rong's words spoken on her wedding day. With Su Qin's constitution and boundless energy, it was indeed a challenge for any two individuals to endure. Su Qin, as he professed, showered Mei Chaofeng with affection, which eased the anxieties that had once weighed heavily on her heart. In Su Qin's presence, she experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. During their leisurely moments, Su Qin, Huang Rong, and Mei Chaofeng would venture outside the city to distribute porridge to the needy. As the business of Lingbao Mountain Villa flourished, Su Qin grew increasingly attentive to his reputation. He understood the principle that one must sacrifice to gain, truly embodying the adage that wealth lost can be regained. This earned Su Qin the reputation of a benevolent man in the Jiangnan region, with local folklore even suggesting he was the reincarnation of a 9-time virtuous soul. Chapter 15. The union of Su Qin and Wang Yuyan on this splendid day, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze blowing. Su Qin took the two ladies for a leisurely boat ride on the lake. The lotus leaves spread like a green carpet, while fish frolicked among them, creating a picturesque scene that was truly enchanting. Amid their laughter and conversation, They urged Su Qin to recite a poem to enliven the atmosphere. Su Qin, not one to shy away, lowered his head in contemplation, searching for inspiration to craft a fitting verse, intent on showcasing his literary prowess once more. Mei Chaofeng, filled with enthusiasm, watched Su Qin closely, for she had long heard tales from Huang Rong about the remarkable poetry that emerged from the misty lake. Her anticipation grew, hoping to witness her husband's talent firsthand on this delightful outing. However, just as Su Qin was deep in thought, Mei Chaofeng suddenly turned pale, pulling a handkerchief from her bosom and leaning over the side of the boat to retch. Noticing her distress, Su Qin immediately abandoned his poetic musings, his expression shifting with concern as he swiftly moved to her side. He enveloped her in his arms, channeling his pure internal energy into her. Subsequently, he pressed his fingers against her wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Since acquiring the sacred medical texts, Su Qin had mastered the art of healing, having taken on the responsibility of ensuring Huang Rong's well-being during her pregnancy, a task that had left her in awe. After a brief moment, the tension in Su Qin's brow gradually eased. "Do not fret, Ronger. It appears that my dear sister is with child." "Really? How wonderful. Congratulations are in order for my sister. To conceive so soon after marriage is indeed a momentous joy. We must be cautious." With that, he gently guided Mei Chaofeng to a nearby cushion to sit. Su Qin's face radiated happiness as he waved his hand, commanding, "Let us dock the boat and allow my sister to rest in her chamber. The heat can be quite unbearable for one in her condition." The entourage of servants, upon receiving the order, displayed expressions of excitement. The prospect of an heir was a momentous occasion, particularly for the future lord of the estate, invigorating them with renewed vigor. After the boat was secured at the shore, Su Qin assisted Mei Chaofeng back to their quarters. From that moment on, Mei Chaofeng finally began to experience the joys described by Huang Rong. A maternal glow enveloped her as she and Su Qin flourished under his care, becoming increasingly radiant and full-figured. Occasionally, the two women would share their experiences of pregnancy, reveling in their camaraderie, embodying the essence of a delightful duo of expectant mothers. Yet, amidst the joy, there were also trials to bear. With Mei Chaofeng's pregnancy, Su Qin found himself returning to a life of asceticism. However, he had already devised a plan for his next endeavor. Once the time was ripe, he would propose to none other than Wang Yuyin of the Mandala Villa. Ever since their brief encounter at Misty Rain Lake, Su Qin had been unable to shake his thoughts of her. Following Huang Rong's previous remarks, he found himself smitten. Initially, his affection had been more of an attraction than genuine love, yet there was another vying for her attention, Mu Rongfu. Since their meeting at Su Qin's wedding, Mu Rongfu had visited Ling Bao Villa several times, clearly seeking Su Qin's endorsement, in pursuit of the future restoration of the Great Yin. Although Su Qin was aware of Mu Rongfu's intentions, he himself harbored no such aspirations. He understood well the lengths to which Mu Rongfu would go for the sake of national revival, and thus felt little fondness for such a character. Whenever pivotal moments arose, Su Qin would deftly divert the conversation. However, he did glean some intriguing information from Mu Rongfu. It appeared that Wang Yuyin was unwell that day, and Madame Wang was diligently seeking renowned physicians for her. Wang Yuyin's frail constitution stemmed from innate deficiencies, which was not a grave concern. Su Qin was confident that, armed with the sacred text of medicine, he could fully restore her health. Yet, the matter awaited merely an opportune moment, and Su Qin was in no rush. After all, Wang Yuyin was currently out seeking medical attention and had not yet returned. He harbored no worries that anyone else might succeed in curing her. In this era, the medical arts had declined. Although many reputed healers roamed the realm, few could be deemed divine physicians. Since acquiring the sacred text of medicine, Su Qin had already ascended to that esteemed rank. The advantage of the system was that it required no clinical experience. Upon receiving rewards, a plethora of practical knowledge would manifest in Su Qin's mind, as if he had personally undergone those experiences, devoid of any obscure complexities. Su Qin was well aware that over the years, Wang Yuyin and her mother had consulted numerous esteemed physicians without substantial results, and he doubted this occasion would yield any different outcome. Thus, he remained unperturbed, possessing a clear plan and a high degree of confidence. At Mandala Villa, clad in white, Wang Yuyin sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Since Su Qin's wedding, she often found herself in such a state, occasionally covering her face to suppress a cough, her countenance reflecting a delicate pallor that only heightened her ethereal beauty. As she gazed dreamily at the blooming flowers surrounding her, Su Qin's visage unexpectedly filled her mind. "My dear daughter, why do you linger here? Be mindful of your health." "Mother, I am quite well," she replied. "You claim to be well." Yet your complexion tells a different tale, Li Qingluo said with discontent. But then, as if recalling something, she added, however, I do have good news to share with you. It is said that that rascal Morong Fu has gone to great lengths to bring in the renowned physician Xue Muhua from the 8 friends of Hangu to examine you. Could it be the legendary Xue, known as the king of hell's adversary? Indeed it is. Wang Yuyan's face brightened at the mention of Xue's esteemed name. Yet a tinge of dissatisfaction arose upon realizing it was Morong Fu who had arranged this. After all, during the interlude of the wedding, she had harbored some resentment towards him. Li Qingluo, understanding her daughter's sentiments, offered words of reassurance. Mother knows your heart, but remember, your health is paramount. Do not let your emotions lead you astray. This time, that lad Morong Fu has indeed put forth effort. Morong Fu's actions were not merely for show. They were aimed at ingratiating himself with Su Qin. After several encounters, he had grown increasingly certain that Su Qin was one who cherished beauty over power. The effort expended in inviting the esteemed physician Xue was indeed aimed at mending the rapport between him and Wang Yuyan. This would facilitate his attempts to orchestrate a union between Su Qin and Wang Yuyan. When the time comes for Wang Yuyan to wed into the Lingbao mountain manor, she would undoubtedly remember this act of kindness. Thus, the matter of restoring his nation would merely be a matter of gentle persuasion whispered in her ear. Listening to Li Qingluo's words, Wang Yuyan nodded in agreement, softly responding in affirmation. It is said that this enigmatic figure, the king of hell, possesses an eccentric temperament and has refrained from practicing medicine for quite some time. Even when approached by those seeking his aid, he has chosen to ignore them. The fact that he has come in person this time indicates that Morong Fu must have invested considerable effort. Very well, prepare accordingly. I shall go to fetch physician Xue. Once you are ready, meet me at the Qingzhou Pavilion, Li Qingluo instructed as she rose to her feet and addressed Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan gently nodded before making her way toward her chamber. Chapter 16. The esteemed physician Xue in the green bamboo pavilion. Morong Fu was attentively accompanying an elderly man, his beard a mixture of black and white. Physician Xue, I have already sent someone to inform my cousin. I truly appreciate your journey from afar to diagnose my younger sister, he said. Xue Muhua waved his hand slightly, speaking in a calm tone, young Master Morong. You are too kind. It is merely my duty to assist those in need. However, I have heard about your sister's condition and must admit that I cannot guarantee a complete cure. I can only do my utmost. And I hope you will not take offense. Physician, you are too modest. Please proceed without hesitation, Morong Fu replied, nodding slightly at Xue Muhua's words. After which silence enveloped them as they savored their tea while waiting. Thank you, Physician Xue, for coming such a long way to attend to my daughter. Li Qingluo spoke as she entered the green bamboo pavilion first, a smile brightening her face upon seeing the two men. Madam Wang, you flatter me. Xue Muhua responded quickly, rising to offer his respects as Li Qingluo took her seat at the head of the table, gesturing for him to sit as well. Physician Xue, my daughter's ailment truly troubles me greatly. I presume you have heard that I have sought the counsel of many renowned doctors, yet there has been little improvement. It is only out of desperation that I have troubled you to come, she continued. You are too courteous, madam. I have indeed heard of your daughter's plight, which is why I refrained from making grand promises. I hope you will not take it amiss, Xue Muhua replied. Physician, you need not speak so. Whether or not you can cure my daughter, our Mandala Mountain Manor will certainly not treat you poorly, Li Qingluo assured him. Yuyan, come forth and greet Physician Xue, she called out, noticing Wang Yuyan had tidied herself up. My daughter greets Physician Xue, Wang Yuyan said as she stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xue Muhua. Upon seeing Wang Yuyan, Xue Muhua's expression grew somber. Miss Wang, there is no need for such formalities, he said. Li Qingluo, experienced in social nuances, noticed the change in Xue Muhua's demeanor and her heart sank. She cautiously inquired, Physician, what do you think of my daughter's illness? At her words, Xue Muhua's expression softened slightly. He turned to Li Qingluo and said, Madam, your daughter's congenital condition may not be easily treatable. I can only do my best to try. Of course, Physician, please feel free to act as you see fit, Li Qingluo affirmed, and Xue Muhua nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his robe and placed it on the table. Indicating for Wang Yuyan to sit, he prepared to examine her pulse. Just then, a maid hurriedly entered. Madam, the young master of Lingbao Mountain Manor requests an audience, stating he has urgent matters to discuss. Li Qingluo frowned slightly, her voice cold as she reprimanded. Are you not aware that Physician Xue is attending to my daughter? You risk worsening her condition. Be cautious, or I shall have you tending to the flowers. Have that Su fellow wait in the side room. I will see him once matters here are concluded. Physician Xue need not concern himself with such trivial matters. Please continue, she added. The maid, reprimanded, dared not even breathe audibly. After a slight bow, she turned to leave. However, Xue Muhua, upon hearing of the arrival of the young master of Lingbao Villa, displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Might I inquire if it is the esteemed young master Su Qin, renowned as the 9 generations of kindness from Lingbao Villa? Indeed. Madam, I have an insignificant request that I hope you might indulge. The divine physician may speak freely. I have long heard of young master Su's benevolence and charitable nature, earning a splendid reputation in Jiangnan. Thus, I have harbored a desire for a long time to request you to grant me the favor of an introduction. What are you saying? Did you not hear the divine physician's instructions? Hurry and invite young master Su. At once. At this moment, Wang Yuyan's expression was complex. To say that she bore no good feelings towards Su Qin would be an absurdity. On one hand, she anticipated the purpose of Su Qin's visit, yet on the other, she felt anger at his disregard for her wife. Li Qingluo also harbored objections regarding Su Qin's remarriage. She had always detested fickle men, and Su Qin was the epitome of such, having married 2 beautiful wives in less than a year. At this juncture, Murong Fu likely surmised Su Qin's intentions, calculating the relationships involved and pondering how he should act if any situation arose. Should he manage to please Su Qin this time, perhaps his ambitions for restoring his country might find a glimmer of hope. Moments later, a handsome young man in elegant white attire strolled in. Su Qin approached with a warm smile, introducing himself. I am Su Qin from Lingbao Villa, honored to meet you all. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an air of grace. In that instant, everyone, including Li Qingluo, briefly marveled at his presence. Such a strikingly handsome young man was indeed extraordinary. I am Xue Muhua, honored to meet the young master. I have heard of your exceptional talents, and seeing you today, I find it to be true. Ah, it is the esteemed physician Xue. Your name has reached my ears as well. Not at all. In the presence of the young master, my humble reputation pales in comparison. Your kindness in saving the populace from calamity is the true virtue. Haha, physician Xue, you flatter me. Divine physician, do you see? Murong Fu approached Xue Muhua and whispered, Oh, my apologies. I was so pleased to meet young master Su that I momentarily forgot the matter at hand. Young master, please wait a moment. I shall first examine Miss Wang's pulse, and we shall converse afterward. Very well, please proceed, physician Xue. Xue Muhua nodded slightly, and then seated himself, extending his fingers to check Wang Yuyan's pulse. Young master Su, please allow me to serve tea over here. Murong Fu whispered to Su Qin. Su Qin nodded gently, acknowledging the anxious Li Qingluo, who was watching Wang Yuyan's pulse examination, before taking a seat beside Murong Fu. After Su Qin entered, Wang Yuyan stole a glance at him, but soon flushed and lowered her head. In her heart, she mused, what has caused Su Gongzi to appear so different today? Li Qingluo observed that Su Qin understood the nuances of the situation, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Her expression softened slightly, and she refrained from saying much more. After a prolonged silence, Xue Muhua withdrew his hand, his fingers stroking his beard as he fell into contemplation. Esteemed physician, how fares the situation? Madam, Miss Wang's ailment is indeed, as I had previously surmised, exceptionally troublesome. I possess a set of acupuncture techniques that I might tentatively employ. However, the chances of success are less than 30%. I wonder, Lady Wang. Xue Muhua did not finish his sentence, yet Li Qingluo grasped the implication. After a moment's reflection, she replied, there is no need for the esteemed physician to harbor any reservations. As I mentioned before, please proceed boldly. Very well, in that case, I shall do my utmost. With that, Xue Muhua's demeanor shifted, his inner strength surging forth. His aura transformed, and within the blink of an eye, a glimmer of brilliance seemed to flash in his eyes. Chapter 17. The needling in midair as Xue Muhua exuded an overwhelming presence. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Only Su Qin displayed a look of curiosity, for his medical expertise had already revealed that Xue Muhua could not cure Wang Yuyan's congenital ailment. Nevertheless, witnessing Xue Muhua's earnest efforts, he couldn't suppress his intrigue regarding the extent of Xue's medical prowess. With a commanding shout, Xue Muhua's needle pouch, which lay on the table, suddenly burst open. One by one, the fine silver needles glimmered with a cold light, enhanced by his internal energy. As Xue Muhua's fingers twitched slightly, the needles precisely embedded themselves into Wang Yuyan's wrist, arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, a 7 stars sealing pulse technique. Pure internal energy flowed along the threads from Xue Muhua's fingertips into the silver needles, subsequently entering Wang Yuyan's body. It became apparent that Xue Muhua's exquisite needle manipulation relied on these threads, an art imperceptible to ordinary observers. Save for Su Qin. Everyone else was awestruck by Xue Muhua's remarkable skill. Inwardly, Su Qin sighed, acknowledging that Xue Muhua's medical abilities were far from mediocre, surpassing even the renowned physicians of the era, and he was on the verge of reaching the threshold of a divine healer. Alas, it was still insufficient. As anticipated by Su Qin, as Xue Muhua exerted himself to the fullest, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Another vigorous shout echoed through the air. The 7 silver needles flew forth, landing on Wang Yuyan's delicate wrist in a counter-Big Dipper formation, their tips quivering incessantly. Wang Yuyan too felt beads of sweat forming on her brow, and a faint flush appeared on her previously pale face. Witnessing this, Li Qingluo involuntarily tensed up. Wang Yuyan sensed a surge of strength coursing through her frail body. Su Qin observed this with a slight shake of his head, his heart heavy with resignation. The anxious onlookers failed to notice that Xue Muhua's condition was far from stable. His complexion flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Suddenly, Xue Muhua coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen, and he staggered backward, the silver needles being drawn out from Wang Yuyan's body. Su Qin had foreseen this development. As soon as Xue Muhua retreated, he swiftly appeared behind him, placing his palms against Xue Muhua's back. A torrent of internal energy surged forth, stabilizing the chaotic energy within Xue Muhua. With Su Qin's assistance, Xue Muhua's complexion improved rapidly. Only then did Su Qin withdraw his hands, supporting Xue Muhua. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely aid," Xue Muhua expressed gratefully. "Xueshini, you are too modest." Wang Yuyan's face, which had regained some color, now seemed to lose its luster. "Madam Wang, it may be prudent to seek another expert. I truly find myself at an impasse," Xue Muhua lamented. Despite his prior warnings and awareness of the slim chances, the reality of failure stirred within him a sense of defeat. This endeavor was not solely about treating Wang Yuyan. It represented a pivotal opportunity for his own breakthrough. Had he succeeded, he might have taken that crucial half-step toward achieving the status of a divine healer. Instead, he found himself thwarted at the very last moment. The esteemed physician has spoken with gravity. It was previously forewarned by the physician that we, in our folly, have brought misfortune upon ourselves and caused the physician injury, which is indeed lamentable. Although Li Qingluo's expression reflected disappointment, she nonetheless voiced her thoughts. She had witnessed Xue Muhua exerting her utmost efforts. Thus, the failure to achieve the desired outcome cannot be blamed on others. Wang Yuyan, with a somber countenance, nodded in agreement. "My injuries are not severe. It is merely the forceful application of acupuncture that has caused my vital energy to surge. However, I fear that Miss Wang's condition requires the expertise of a true master of medicine to be remedied. Regrettably, I find myself lacking. May I attempt to assist?" At that moment, Su Qin turned to Li Qingluo, smiling gently. Wang Yuyan stared in astonishment at the confident and handsome youth before her, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Young man from the Su family, this is the Mandala Villa, do not overstep." Xue Muhua retorted. "Are you aware of the esteemed skills possessed by physician Xue? If he is at a loss, what audacity do you have as a mere child to speak so boldly? Do you truly believe that I, as a woman, am easy to intimidate?" Frustrated by Xue's failure, she was seething with anger, and Su Qin's audacity felt like a direct affront. Li Qingluo, burning with ire, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Were it not for her lingering rationality and the consideration of Su Qin's identity, she would have undoubtedly commanded his capture. The young master, with a compassionate heart, is unwilling to see Miss Wang suffer in anguish, a sentiment that all can comprehend. Nonetheless, Miss Wang's predicament is indeed formidable. Perhaps in the future, I may seek the assistance of a few medical luminaries to treat her. Xue Muhua, respecting Su Qin, offered this counsel. Su Qin discerned the goodwill behind her words and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Physician Xue. However, I have acquired a technique from a reclusive master. Perhaps I can alleviate Miss Wang's affliction, but I must inquire if she could grant me this opportunity." Wang Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, yet the sight of Su Qin's confident smile softened her heart inexplicably. Since the young master has spoken thus, he must possess a plan. "I, Yuyan, am willing to give it a try. Please proceed, young master." Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "Yuyan, you. Mother, let me take charge just this once, if you please." Though Wang Yuyan was gentle by nature, her determination, when resolute, left Li Qingluo powerless. "Su Qin, regardless of your identity, should anything happen to Yuyan, I will ensure you understand the extent of my capabilities." Despite Li Qingluo's threatening words, Su Qin remained unfazed. Knowing that words were futile, his only proof would be the successful treatment of Wang Yuyan. In truth, none present believed that Su Qin could heal Wang Yuyan. Her willingness to speak on his behalf stemmed from a desire to spare him embarrassment, for she held little hope for her own recovery. Nonetheless, this only increased Su Qin's admiration for Wang Yuyan, recognizing her noble character and kindness. Physician Shui, may I borrow the silver needles? Please, young master. At this point, further words are of no avail. It is time for the facts to speak for themselves. Mr. Su expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Miss Wang for her trust. He assures her that he will spare no effort to honor her goodwill. Miss Wang need only relax and take a comfortable seat. The rest shall be entrusted to him. As he spoke, he took a gentle step forward, and his entire demeanor underwent a striking transformation. The onlookers, who had anticipated a display of Mr. Su's shortcomings, were taken aback by a sudden shift in their expressions. The overwhelming aura of a master exuded from him, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment and uncertainty. At that moment, Su Qin's eyes shone brightly as he deftly manipulated his fingers through the air. 13 silver needles soared forth, encircling him in an elegant dance. Is he performing aerial acupuncture? Shui Muhua gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. In that instant, Shui Muhua realized that Su Qin's medical expertise undoubtedly surpassed his own. Could this possibly be? Chapter 18. Young Master Su has matters to attend to, but there is no need for concern. Su Qin, utilizing his profound internal energy and exquisite technique, manipulated the silver needles with such finesse that Shui Muhua was utterly astonished. Shui Muhua gasped, instinctively sitting up straighter, leaning forward as if proximity would grant him clearer insight. He seemed to be transported back to his days of studying medicine, meticulously observing his teacher's methods, fearful of any negligence. Li Qing Luo and Murong Fu, witnessing the spectacle, were equally taken aback. The young master of Lingbao Mountain Villa was rumored to be unskilled in martial arts. Yet, it became evident that Su Qin harbored profound depths, far more complex than he appeared. Murong Fu's expression darkened as he calculated internally, relieved he had not overstepped earlier. Realizing that Su Qin's prowess had already reached the master realm, Li Qing Luo, feeling a flicker of luck, recognized that a master-level expert commands respect wherever they go, simply due to the essence of power. Although their medical expertise differed, both she and Murong Fu discerned the formidable aura of a master. As Su Qin unveiled his strength, the onlookers in the room immediately shed their earlier dismissiveness. This was the effect of true power. Miss Wang, please relax. I am about to administer the needles, Su Qin announced. Wang Yuyan nodded slightly, her gaze imbued with hope and a glimmer of light. 13 silver needles transformed into streaks of flowing light, inscribing an intricate pattern upon Wang Yuyan's body. The ghost gate, 13 needles. Shui Muhua gasped once more. As the name suggests, this technique can revive those on the brink of death, pulling them back from the gates of oblivion. Although Shui Muhua lacked strength, his experience allowed him to recognize the precision with which the silver needles landed on Wang Yuyan, forming a rare and intricate design. He realized that this young man, who had brought him so much surprise and awe, possessed medical skills far superior to his own. Shui Muhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Not only are there few in the world who can achieve such a level, but the chance to observe it up close promised immense personal growth. Perhaps, with a spark of inspiration, he too could take that crucial half-step towards becoming a divine physician. Wang Yuyan softly exhaled, warmth rising within her, her once pallid complexion rapidly improving. As Su Qin's formidable internal energy surged into her, it seemed to awaken the primal strength within her. She felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through her, and the chill she typically experienced during the sweltering summer days began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction, akin to the refreshing delight of savoring chilled watermelon in the heat of summer. A hint of mist formed in her beautiful eyes. As the silver needles withdrew, Wang Yuyan rose gracefully and bowed deeply to Su Qin. Yuyan is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, young Master Su. You are truly a master of the healing arts. I, an old woman, was blind to your talents. I hope you will not take offense. Li Qing Luo also stood up, politely addressing Su Qin. Upon hearing this, Su Qin quickly replied, Madam Wang, Miss Wang, there is no need for such formality. While speaking, he extended his hand to assist them both to their feet. Young master, you are truly a remarkable individual. Witnessing Su Qin's miraculous medical skills, Shui Muhua was utterly captivated. As a devoted practitioner of medicine, he cared not for age or seniority. To him, expertise was the true measure of a teacher. To witness such extraordinary acupuncture techniques in his lifetime was a fulfillment of his aspirations, leaving him without regrets even in death. However, he had not anticipated that the young master, at such a tender age, possessed such medical prowess, remaining indifferent to fame and fortune, and never revealing his talents lightly, a quality that was indeed admirable. Shui Muhua spoke sincerely, his words reflecting his genuine sentiments at that moment. His initial kindness towards Su Qin was solely due to Su Qin's benevolent nature. Yet, after witnessing Su Qin's medical artistry, he was entirely transformed into a figure of reverence. Given time, the young master would surely ascend to even greater heights, rivaling the likes of Hua Tuo. The crowd was astonished. Such an exalted evaluation was rare indeed. Throughout history, how many could truly be compared to Hua Tuo? Nevertheless, upon reflection, they found solace in Su Qin's youth. It was conceivable that with diligent study, he could become a venerable master of medicine. You flatter me, esteemed Dr. Shui. I merely stumbled upon some insights in the field of medicine and am unworthy of such praise, Su Qin humbly responded. Should you find time in the future, I hope you will visit my Lingbao mountain villa for a discussion. Of course, young master. Your profound medical knowledge will undoubtedly invite my inquiries, and I hope you will generously share your insights. Nonsense, esteemed Dr. Shui. We shall explore and progress together. Very well, it is settled. Witnessing Shui Muhua's excitement, Morong Fu felt a wave of displeasure rising within him. The young master is indeed a prodigy, truly commendable. Though he felt discontent, he could not refrain from offering a few compliments. Not at all, Brother Morong, you overstate. The two then engaged in a flurry of commercial flattery. In that moment, the atmosphere became lively, entirely dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Meanwhile, Morong Fu subtly glanced at Wang Yuyan, whose complexion had returned to a radiant glow, and found himself momentarily entranced. A strange sensation stirring within him. However, he soon brushed it aside, unconsciously returning to his earlier calculations, and his heart swelled with joy. At this moment, Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Su Qin, sparkling with admiration. How could one not be moved by such extraordinary talent? Madam Wang, Miss Wang, there is something I must inform you both. Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan exchanged puzzled glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. If there is something, please speak freely, Mr. Su. If there are any relocations, our Mandala Mountain Villa will not shirk our responsibilities. Miss Wang, your congenital ailment is indeed challenging. Even I cannot eradicate it in one go. I will need to administer acupuncture to you repeatedly over a span of several months, or possibly even years. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo's expression momentarily faltered, and she hesitated before speaking. To have recovered to such an extent, Yuyan is already quite content. There is no need for young Master Su to take it to heart. Should there be a need for acupuncture in the future, young Master Su may simply send someone to inform Yuyan. However, I must trouble you, young Master Su, as Yuyan feels a sense of guilt for imposing upon you. This is a trivial matter, yet I worry that, given the young lady's unmarried status, frequent visits between our locations may tarnish her reputation, Li Qingluo replied, her brows slightly furrowing, as if contemplating something in silence. Yet, Wang Yuyan continued, young Master Su has exerted himself for my ailment. Why should I concern myself with such superficial fame? Perhaps it would be best to promise Yuyan in marriage to young Master Su. What do you think? Li Qingluo, who had remained silent until now, appeared to have made a resolution and suddenly spoke up. Chapter 19. Dear mother-in-law, please board the ship. As Li Qingluo's words faded, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Wang Yuyan's fair face was instantly tinged with crimson, and she reproached, Mother. With that, she fled as if in a panic. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback by Li Qingluo's declaration. Truth be told, his intention for this visit was to leverage the pretext of treating Wang Yuyan's ailment to secure more opportunities for their encounters. With time, affection would surely blossom, and Wang Yuyan would inevitably find herself ensnared within his grasp. Although Su Qin had previously been uncertain about this, the confidence instilled by his imperial physique had bolstered his resolve. However, Li Qingluo's directness caught him off guard. Regaining his composure, Su Qin rose with a smile, clasping his hands in a respectful salute, and said, Madam, since you broached this topic, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. My visit today is twofold. Firstly, I heard of Miss Wang's lingering affliction and wished to offer my humble assistance. Secondly, during our chance encounter at Yinyu Lake, I was utterly captivated by her stunning beauty and grace, leading to an immediate infatuation. Hence, I have taken the liberty to request your blessing to betroth Yuyan to me. Rest assured, I, Su Qin, shall guarantee her utmost care and ensure she suffers no grievances. What assurance do you provide? Li Qingluo inquired, her countenance inscrutable. I pledge my name as a guarantee, and all present may bear witness. Should I, Su Qin, ever deviate from my words today, let me face the consequences. Very well. Su Qin, based on your words today, I consent to the union between you and Yu Yan. A look of satisfaction graced Li Qingluo's face as she spoke, her spirit elevated. Her earlier mention of wanting to marry off her daughter had served both as a test for Su Qin and a means to evaluate him. While Su Qin's prowess had earned her respect, as a mother, she could not help but plan for her daughter's future, especially considering Su Qin was already married. At this moment, Xue Muhua could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that I would witness such a romantic tale today? Young master, your heartfelt words were indeed compelling, embodying true heroism, which I greatly admire. You are a dragon among men, and Miss Wang, a beauty that eclipses the moon and flowers. Together, you are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Upon hearing Xue Muhua's words, Li Qingluo's smile deepened. Although Murong Fu felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions, he too had to concur. As Xue the divine physician has stated, should my cousin and the young master unite in matrimony, it would surely become a celebrated tale in Jiangnan, a true match of talent and beauty, envied by all. With this affirmation, Li Qingluo's eyes sparkled with kindness as she regarded Su Qin, embodying the delight of a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law. Although she despised the disloyal, her thoughts were solely for her daughter's happiness. Initially, she had misunderstood Su Qin, perceiving him merely as a libertine, a man who loved each woman he encountered. However, this encounter transformed her impression entirely. Su Qin was not only remarkably skilled in martial arts, but also possessed exceptional medical expertise, leaving even the renowned Xue Muhua feeling inadequate in comparison, possessing wealth rivaling that of nations, yet generous in bestowing favors. Such an exceptional man finds it entirely normal to have multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Su Qin's heartfelt words had profoundly moved Li Qingluo, leading her to understand that he was not a cold-hearted individual. With so many compelling reasons, it was only natural for Li Qingluo to decisively agree to the marriage of her daughter. Thus, I shall return to prepare, choosing an auspicious day to come and escort Yu Yan. Furthermore, I will ensure that the traditional gifts and formalities are delivered to the mandala villa without fail. On that day, a grand procession with 10 miles of bridal finery and a splendid sedan chair will welcome Yu Yan into her new home. It is settled then. Very well, I shall not linger any longer and will take my leave to make the necessary preparations. Madam, I await your favorable news. Upon finishing his words, Su Qin bowed respectfully to those in the room, and then turned to leave with determined strides. Mu Rongfu watched Su Qin's retreating figure, lost in thought. Madam Wang, I shall take my leave as well. When the day arrives for the young master and Miss Wang's wedding, I must come to partake in the joyous celebration. What you say is most appropriate. Very well, I bid you farewell. Fuer, please see off Dr. Xue. Yes, Aunt. Dr. Xue, please. Thank you for your trouble. With that, the two departed with purpose. As Li Qingluo observed the guests departing, she turned and walked towards the inner hall. The news of the young master of Lingbao Villa marrying the young lady of Mandala Villa spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping across all of Jiangnan. Wang Yuyan was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Moreover, she was known as the treasury of the Jianghu. With such fame, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to know. Alas, even Wang Yuyan has been taken into the young master's embrace. You may not be aware, but on the day the young master proposed, Madame Wang rejected him at the door, only for Miss Wang to intervene. It seems the two had already developed deep feelings for one another and had privately pledged their lives together. Little did we know there were so many twists and turns in this story. One can only blame the young master for his overwhelming charm. Nonsense. I have heard that the young master initially came to treat Miss Wang's ailment. After her illness was cured, she pledged herself to him in gratitude. Precisely. I have also heard this tale. Even the legendary Dr. Xue Muhua, who is said to be able to snatch souls from the hands of the King of Hell, could not heal Miss Wang's condition. Ultimately, it was the young master who turned the tide. My friend, is it truly as grandiose as you claim? If you choose not to believe it, so be it. I am reluctant to divulge such sensitive matters. The townsfolk buzzed with speculation, with many versions circulating. Yet one truth remained constant. The young master and Miss Wang were indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. On the day of the wedding, Su Qin waved his hand grandly, and 16 boats adorned with red canopies set sail towards Mandala Villa. Simultaneously, a welcoming procession composed of hundreds of people, accompanied by the sound of drums and horns, made its way from Lingbao Villa to Mandala Villa. The two grand processions advanced side by side, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Truly magnificent. Su Qin had indeed fulfilled his promise, with 10 miles of bridal finery and a splendid sedan chair, all present as promised. The red carpet had long been extended to the entrance of Mandu Mountain Villa. Wang Yuyan, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and a flowing gown, could not conceal her unparalleled beauty even beneath the veil. Su Qin, upon seeing her, was momentarily entranced. "Yuyan, I have come to escort you," he declared, stepping forward to take her delicate hand from Li Qingluo. "I hope you remember your promise to treat her well. Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, I, Su Qin, shall never go back on my word." Today, Li Qingluo was equally radiant, and upon hearing Su Qin's words, she nodded in satisfaction. "Esteemed mother-in-law, please board the vessel." At her command, Li Qingluo, along with a grand entourage, ascended the bridal ship. Su Qin, having ensured Wang Yuyan was settled, proclaimed with exuberance, "Let us set sail." Chapter 20. The cousin-in-law is truly an unparalleled handsome man due to the early demise of Su Qin's parents. Li Qingluo assumed the role of their sole guardian and was thus invited to Lingbao Mountain Villa. Although it seemed illogical, the ways of the Jianghu were not bound by trivialities, and no one paid it any mind. With a command from Su Qin, 2 grand wedding processions made their way back to Lingbao Mountain Villa, the throngs of people growing ever denser along the route. Wang Yuyan felt a mix of sweetness and trepidation, her heart slightly unsettled. Fortunately, within the spacious sedan chair, she was accompanied by the clever and lively Zhu and Bai. The cousin-in-law was indeed an extraordinary and handsome man. Upon their first meeting at Misty Rain Lake, it was evident that he and Miss Wang were a match made in heaven. Little did she expect that this day would arrive so swiftly. With a playful smile, Bai remarked, while Zhu nodded in agreement, both girls' eyes sparkling with envy. Such a remarkable figure, a paragon of excellence. Who among women had not dreamed of such a husband? How enviable it was for Miss Wang to marry such a desirable suitor, unlike ourselves. Envy? You might as well consider yourself a handmaiden accompanying the bride, and join her at Lingbao Mountain Villa. This way, Miss Wang won't have to endure solitude and can avoid being bullied. Bai chuckled. "You mischievous girl, I'll tear your mouth apart," Zhu retorted, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger, as she playfully tussled with Bai. "Now, can you two behave with a bit more decorum? Such antics will surely hinder your prospects for a future husband," Wang Yuyan interjected upon witnessing their frolic. Zhu and Bai both shrank their necks slightly at her words, playfully sticking out their tongues. Seeing their antics, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her earlier tension dissipating in an instant. Observing this, Zhu and Bai gathered closer, whispering secrets into Wang Yuyan's ear. Her complexion visibly reddened. Yet she listened intently. As the 3 girls exchanged intimate whispers, the wedding procession continued with joyful sounds, eventually arriving at Lingbao Mountain Villa. At this moment, the villa was already abuzz with guests. Su Qin had arranged a lavish banquet outside the villa, ensuring that everyone, regardless of status, could partake in the feast. Under Su Qin's stewardship, Lingbao Mountain Villa had greatly enhanced its reputation, and this alliance with Mandala Villa further solidified its prominence. The Mandala Villa, having cultivated its connections and prestige over the years, was not to be underestimated. The alliance of these 2 great establishments in Jiangnan garnered immense respect from many renowned figures in the martial world. "Young master is truly righteous. I, Hong Qigong, admire you greatly. A toast in your honor," exclaimed the old beggar, his face aglow with joy as he raised his cup towards Su Qin. "Your praise is excessive. Esteemed elder, I merely fulfill my duties. Please, I insist." Su Qin quickly responded, raising his own cup in a gesture of respect. Seeing Su Qin's humility, Hong Qigong felt even more delighted, showering him with compliments before tipping his head back and downing the fine wine in one gulp. Refreshing. The elder may drink leisurely, with ample wine and plentiful dishes. Please, indulge yourself freely. Haraha. Very well, I shall not be polite. It is only fitting. Allow me to take my leave for now. After confessing to Hong Qi, Su Qin turned and continued to entertain the other guests. "Young master, allow me to introduce you to these 2. You should have encountered Zhu and Bai before. Although they are ostensibly my maids, in reality, they are as esteemed as the daughters of the Morong family. Since their youth, they have been spared from any menial tasks, and they excel in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I have always regarded them as my own sisters." Morong Fu wore an enigmatic smile. In his mind, Su Qin was indeed a man of lechery, and with the beauty of the 2 maidens, Su Qin would certainly not remain indifferent. Su Qin, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise in his heart, but maintained a smile as warm as spring. He had indeed met the 2 young ladies. Su Qin discerned Morong Fu's intentions, which were merely to place his own people strategically in preparation for his grand ambitions of restoration. From their prior encounters, Su Qin had already grasped Morong Fu's thoughts. Now, it was evident that Morong Fu's attempts at persuasion were particularly pronounced. Although Su Qin was fully aware of all this, he chose to play along. Zhu and Bai were not only charming, but also gentle and amiable. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. Yet the moment was not opportune for such thoughts, so he offered a slight bow instead. The gentle smile he bestowed upon the two maidens sent their hearts racing, and they quickly lowered their heads, shy and flustered. It was their first time being so close to Su Qin, and they were instantly captivated by the charm he radiated. Zhu, Bai, has met the young master. Su Qin smiled at the bashful duo, while Murong Fu inwardly sneered, believing he had identified Su Qin's Achilles heel. He was convinced that with a little encouragement, Su Qin would undoubtedly become compliant to his desires in the future. What do you think of my two sworn sisters? Murong Fu pulled Su Qin aside, a smile gracing his face. Zhu wore a gown of soft red, while Bai donned a light green dress, exuding a unique allure akin to orchids in a secluded valley. The extraordinary beauty of the two maidens required no further elaboration. Since you hold a favorable impression of my sisters, why not? Just as he was about to continue, Su Qin abruptly interrupted. My apologies, young Master Murong. I am needed over there, so I must take my leave. With an apologetic smile towards Murong Fu, he promptly turned and strode away. Su Qin was well aware of Murong Fu's intentions and schemes, yet he was in no hurry, intending to let this young master stew for a while. If Murong Fu aimed to use Zhu and Bai as bait, Su Qin would ensure he was left with nothing but regret. In truth, Su Qin was not unwilling to assist him. He merely detested Murong Fu's cunning and manipulative tactics. While he possessed immense wealth and a charitable heart, it did not mean he was to be trifled with. Since Murong Fu dared to plot against him, Su Qin had no qualms about imparting a profound lesson. With Su Qin's departure, all of Murong Fu's carefully prepared words remained unspoken, trapped within him. He stood frozen in place, his expression a tumult of emotions. He found himself somewhat perplexed by Su Qin's intentions. Just moments ago, he had appeared genuinely intrigued by the two young women. However, just as he was about to broach the subject, he made an excuse to leave. This left his countenance quite displeased, and upon returning to his seat, both Zhu and Bai instinctively distanced themselves from him. As guests departed in succession, the wedding drew near its conclusion. In the bridal chamber, Wang Yuyan, who had been escorted in by the maidservants, sat quietly beside the dragon and phoenix bed. Her crimson wedding gown exuded an air of grace and elegance, her long legs neatly together, embodying the gentle demeanor of a refined lady. Since her arrival, a flicker of anxiety had taken root in her heart, memories of her encounters with Su Qin replaying in her mind. A smile inadvertently graced her lips, easing her apprehension. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps echoed. Chapter 21. The Grandmaster Realm Yuyan. I have arrived. I apologize for the wait. Su Lang. A gentle call, imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Su Qin drew back the bed curtains, and the crimson drapes fell, enveloping two figures as they slowly descended into an embrace. In that fleeting moment, the essence of spring flourished, leaving hearts entranced. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Wang Yuyan. You have gained a century's worth of internal power. You have acquired the celestial intent 4 symbols technique. The following day, Su Qin, invigorated and refreshed, made his way to the rear courtyard. Wang Yuyan, frail in constitution, had not been subjected to his full strength. Nonetheless, she was left quite exhausted. My dear husband, why do you not stay by Sister Yuyan's side? Huang Rong, her belly round with child, approached gracefully alongside Mei Chaofeng. The two women bore no semblance of displeasure, their faces adorned with smiles as they regarded Su Qin. Yuyan is still resting. Indeed, it is only natural that she would struggle to rise after receiving her husband's affection. I have already instructed the preparation of some nourishing ingredients for her. We shall deliver them shortly. It is a perfect opportunity to share intimate words with her. How thoughtful of you, Ronger, Su Qin replied with a smile. Huang Rong shot him a playful glare, while Mei Chaofeng stifled a soft laugh beside her. Noticing their light-heartedness, Su Qin gently scratched his head, a warm smile gracing his features. Both women were understanding and considerate, especially with Huang Rong managing the household, allowing Su Qin to feel greatly at ease. As his number of wives increased, harmonious relationships among them became paramount. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng departed to visit Wang Yuyan. Though others may not realize it, they were acutely aware of their husband's extraordinary talents. Once they had left, Su Qin hesitated no longer, internally resolving, system, claim my rewards. A century's worth of pure internal power surged into Su Qin's body in an instant. Boom! An inaudible roar echoed within him. Peak of the Grandmaster. In that fleeting moment, Su Qin's aura surged dramatically, yet the ascent did not cease. early stage of the Grandmaster. Upon reaching this stage, his progress gradually came to a halt. As Su Qin reveled in the immense internal power coursing through him, his eyes sparkled with joy. At last, I have attained the Grandmaster realm. With my current strength, I dare say I could contend with the 5 greats of the Song dynasty. A deeper smile crept across Su Qin's lips. Since his arrival in this world, he had diligently pursued martial arts. However, limited by his innate talent, he had achieved little. Now, awakened by the system, in a mere few months, he could rival the 5 greats. Such transformation, such acceleration. Even the esteemed martial master Wang Chongyang would be left in awe, conceding defeat. System, continue to claim. In an instant, profound and enigmatic knowledge flooded his mind, as if countless figures were practicing martial arts within his consciousness. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance igniting within them. The celestial intent 4 symbols technique. Fire goddess fury, wind goddess fury, thunder goddess fury, lightning goddess fury. Though it comprises but 4 forms, it encapsulates all things, subtly brushing against the might of heaven and earth. The prowess of this technique far surpasses that of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 1 yang finger, firmly establishing itself as the pinnacle of martial arts within the Song dynasty. With mastery over such extraordinary skills, Su Qin possesses the unwavering confidence to rival the 5 absolutes. Despite his rapid advancement in strength, the foundation upon which he stands remains unshakably solid, a testament to the advantages bestowed by the system, which alleviates any concerns regarding instability in his base. Currently, surveying the realm, the might of the Ming and Sui dynasties is evidently superior to that of the Song. Figures such as Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong from the Ming and the demon emperor Xiang Yutian from the Sui are shrouded in mystery and depth. Nonetheless, it is certain that the Song dynasty harbors its own hidden masters. Legendary figures like Huang Rong, the creator of the 9 Manual, the sweeping monk of Shaolin, and the sword demon Dugu, though they have long remained absent from the martial world, undoubtedly possess unparalleled strength. As Su Qin silently contemplated the formidable individuals of the present age, his eyes sparkled with determination. Though these individuals are undeniably powerful, he feels no inferiority. With the system's assistance, he is confident that he will one day catch up to these ancient masters, perhaps even surpassing them. Standing over those who are revered by the masses, the thought of eventually achieving the pinnacle of existence brought a deeper smile to Su Qin's lips. His system is remarkably effective. As long as he marries and has children, his strength will rise steadily. The prospect is simply exhilarating. Thus, he concluded his training and, amidst the reverent gazes of his numerous attendants, made his way to Wang Yuyan's chamber. As newlyweds, it was only natural to spend ample time nurturing their bond. In the days that followed, Wang Yuyan finally experienced the bittersweet essence of pain intertwined with joy. Recognizing her own physical frailty, she resolved to pursue martial arts. Su Qin wholeheartedly supported this decision. Wang Yuyan's innate talent is undeniable. Her previous limitations were solely due to her health. With Su Qin, a divine healer, now at her side, her recovery was merely a matter of time. Engaging in martial practice posed no obstacles. Wang Yuyan, being a master of martial theory, lacked only practical experience. Under the guidance of Su Qin, Huang Rong, and Mei Chaofeng, her skills progressed rapidly. This was something Su Qin found enviable. Had it not been for his system, any one of his 3 wives would undoubtedly surpass him in strength. Gradually, Wang Yuyan and Huang Rong became inseparable companions, filling the courtyard with laughter and joy. All 3 women, possessing both intellect and grace, exhibited no jealousy. Instead, they united in solidarity, presenting a formidable front. While this left Su Qin feeling somewhat helpless, it also filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Outside the study, Xuemuhua had been waiting for quite some time. Shortly after parting ways with Su Qin at Mandala Mountain Villa, Xuemuhua arrived at Lingbao Mountain Villa, ostensibly to exchange insights on medicine. His true intention was to seek the teachings of Su Qin regarding the art of healing. Su Qin, not one to hoard knowledge, welcomed Xuemuhua, who approached him like an eager apprentice, unashamed to ask questions. However, there was one aspect that left Su Qin somewhat uncomfortable. Xuemuhua insisted on observing the formalities of a disciple to demonstrate his respect. No matter how Su Qin urged him otherwise, he remained stubbornly resolute. This situation left Su Qin feeling quite helpless, ultimately leading him to relinquish control. As a result, he became the target of Huang Rong's relentless teasing, who affectionately referred to the physician Xue as the old student. This provoked Su Qin's ire, prompting him to grit his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself powerless against her jests. Huang Rong, now increasingly advanced in her pregnancy, was well aware that Su Qin could not impose upon her, which only fueled her delight in mocking him, as though she derived immense pleasure from witnessing his discomfort. In his heart, Su Qin resolved that once Huang Rong had given birth, he would ensure that the little lady understood his true capabilities. Disciple pays respects to the master. Upon seeing Su Qin's arrival, Xue Muhua promptly bowed respectfully. Xue Lao, I have mentioned many times that our interactions are merely academic exchanges. I owe you no debt of mentorship, and there is no need to address each other as master and disciple. Xue Muhua responded with a stubborn smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Su Qin realized that the old fellow had not absorbed his words at all. Master, I have come today to bid farewell. Chapter 22. It is not merely about violence, but about human affairs. As Xue Muhua spent more time in the company of Su Qin, his admiration for him grew exponentially. In the realm of medicine, Su Qin could be described as a paragon of scholarly excellence. Having devoted himself to the medical arts for many years, Xue's fervor far surpassed that of an average individual. The knowledge he acquired from Su Qin seemed to unlock a door, leading him towards the path of a miraculous healer. The more he learned, the more he felt that his status as a disciple was indeed a fortunate privilege. Countless capable individuals showed no interest in taking on apprentices, nor would they share their insights as freely as Su Qin did. Where would Xue Lao go now? After several days of guidance from Teacher Ming, the student felt he had gained immensely and planned to travel far and wide to practice medicine in hopes of achieving breakthroughs. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Congratulations were in order for Xue Lao. All credit belonged to the teacher, and should he succeed in his endeavors, the student would certainly inform the teacher through letters. Xue Lao need not belittle himself. His current accomplishments were inseparable from his own diligence. In light of this, I shall not detain you any longer. Go forth. Xue Muhua bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. Take care, teacher, he said before turning and departing with purposeful strides. As Su Qin watched Xue Muhua's retreating figure, a sense of achievement blossomed within him. The thought of nurturing a miraculous healer with his own hands filled him with delight. Though he verbally insisted that Xue Muhua refrain from calling him teacher, he secretly reveled in the title. The teacher sought neither fame nor fortune, yet as a disciple, he could not allow his mentor's talents to go unnoticed. This journey must ensure that the name of his master, the miraculous healer, would be known far and wide, thus honoring the teacher's grace. Notably, Su Qin had even commissioned the crafting of a mahjong set and taught it to the three ladies. During their leisure, they would engage in friendly games of mahjong, reveling in a blissful life. With Su Qin's prowess having ascended to the peak of mastery, his control over his own abilities had reached a profound level. One day, while the four were enjoying a game of mahjong in the courtyard, with chilled watermelons set aside for refreshment, a sense of comfort enveloped them. Suddenly, Wang Yuyan began to retch. The others, being experienced, immediately felt a surge of joy at the sight. Su Qin swiftly moved to Wang Yuyan's side, checking her pulse, and discovered that she was, indeed, with child. Congratulations, sister. Huang Rong and Mei Chao Feng exclaimed joyfully. Wang Yuyan had barely crossed the threshold of marriage, and yet she was already pregnant, much sooner than either of the other two. One could not help but marvel at Su Qin's imperial constitution, which seemed almost like a miraculous fertility machine. Wang Yuyan was filled with delight. She had previously harbored concerns about her frail constitution hindering her ability to bear children. Listening daily to Huang Rong and the others discuss parenting had made her envious. Thankfully, her health had not impeded her pregnancy, a fact that was undoubtedly linked to Su Qin's devoted medical care. Though Wang Yuyan was expecting, it did not disrupt Su Qin's daily life. He continued to enjoy leisure, feasting and practicing martial arts with his wives, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. One day, just after finishing breakfast, as they prepared to go out to distribute porridge, a servant hurriedly approached them. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Qin furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, there were complications in the business affairs of Lingjiang Prefecture. Husband, Huang Rong, noticing Su Qin's troubled expression, spoke with a hint of concern. No worries. You all should simply take care of your health at home. I shall personally attend to the matters in Lingjiang. This situation involves the beggar's sect, and if not handled properly, it may lead to unforeseen troubles. The three women, taking his words to heart, nodded gently in agreement. Lingbao Mountain Manor, being quite prominent, had garnered Su Qin considerable prestige in recent years. However, certain matters were unavoidable, and some issues required his direct intervention. While many situations revolved around financial pursuits, Su Qin often delegated such tasks to others in the past. Yet, at times, excessive forbearance could foster the misconception that Su Qin was easily bullied. Thus, He resolved to personally address this issue, flexing his strength to deter any unwarranted provocations. "My husband, I shall accompany you," one of the women suggested. "No need. I can manage alone. Do you not trust in my abilities?" Although the three women were well aware of Su Qin's prowess, the involvement of the beggars' sect, the foremost sect in the Song dynasty, demanded careful consideration. With numerous disciples and the formidable presence of Qiao Feng and Hong Qigong, they were certainly not to be trifled with. It was only then that the three women recalled Su Qin's strength, comparable to the five greats, which was easily overlooked due to his infrequent displays of martial prowess. "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Furthermore, Lingjiang is not far. I shall return within 3 or 4 days at most. As for you, each of you is with child, and you must prioritize your well-being. Especially you, Ronger. As your time approaches, do not be careless." After witnessing the three women nod in agreement, Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction and planted a kiss on each of their foreheads. "Return swiftly and safely, my husband," they urged. "Understood. I shall be on my way." Su Qin felt warmth in his heart, knowing the three women cared for him deeply. "Go." After bidding farewell to the three women, Su Qin mounted a fine steed and rode toward Lingjiang. At the Yulai Inn, after a day's journey, Su Qin chose to rest there. Although his mastery allowed him to endure the rigors of travel, his horse could not. Moreover, being away from home and with no pressing matters at hand, there was no need to overstrain himself. "Young master, will you be staying overnight or just resting briefly?" the innkeeper inquired. "Please prepare a room and serve some of your best dishes to my quarters," Su Qin instructed as he handed the reins to the innkeeper. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Your horse has traveled a long way and must be well cared for. Money is no object." Saying this, Su Qin produced a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the silver ingot. Although the inn was located in Lingjiang Prefecture, few patrons were so generous. The small ingot he tossed could sustain an average family for several months. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your horse, and the fodder will be of the highest quality." Upon hearing these words, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. As he stepped into the inn, he immediately captured the attention of the patrons within. This was largely due to his strikingly handsome appearance, coupled with his long-standing commitment to benevolence, which rendered him highly recognizable. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed young master Su Qin of Lingbao Mountain Manor?" "Indeed, that is I. I am the one-eyed tiger King Ying, honored to meet the young master. It is said that the young master possesses an extraordinary demeanor and a noble heart, and upon witnessing you today, it is evident that the rumors hold true," exclaimed a burly man with a single eye, his voice brimming with excitement. "Ah, it is Brother Wang. My apologies for the oversight. In the realm of martial arts, it is not merely about conflict. Rather, it is imbued with the intricacies of human emotions and relationships." Su Qin, being aware of this, understood that when treated with respect, one need not maintain an air of superiority. Especially for someone of Su Qin's stature, it is crucial to avoid antagonizing others lightly. Chapter 23. The despicable rogue dares to ambush. Upon witnessing Su Qin's affable demeanor, the various individuals from the martial world within the inn began to introduce themselves eagerly. Su Qin reciprocated each greeting, and the guests felt a sense of importance and respect, their faces lighting up with excitement and joy. In an instant, the atmosphere of the inn became lively. "Enjoy your meal and drink. I am weary from my journey, so I shall not linger," declared the innkeeper. "Today, the food and drink for all the heroes present shall be on my account. Bring forth the finest delicacies from your establishment. Heroes, do not stand on ceremony. Indulge freely." "Thank you, young master. You are truly a man of chivalry." The praises poured forth, and Su Qin smiled, returning the gestures of respect. Then, under the fervent gazes of the assembly, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. Not long after entering his room, a server arrived, respectfully placing dishes and wine on the table. "Please enjoy, esteemed guest." Su Qin nodded slightly, and the server bowed and exited, carefully closing the door behind him. He had observed the earlier scene and understood the background of this generous young master. Serving him required utmost caution, should Su Qin become incensed. It was likely that the ruffians outside would strip him of his very skin without a second thought. Unperturbed by such details, Su Qin surveyed the exquisite array of food and drink on the table, nodding in satisfaction. As he was about to lift his chopsticks, a commotion arose from downstairs. Curiosity piqued, he peered out the window. A lively young girl, clad in a blue garment, entered the inn with a cheerful gait. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, darting about like a cunning little fox. Coiled around her arm were several small snakes, each vividly colored, their triangular heads indicating their venomous nature. Perched upon her shoulder was a spirited purple-furred ferret. "Is that the lightning ferret? Zhongling. Su Qin instantly recognized the girl, a spark of interest igniting within him. This innocent and carefree Zhongling piqued his curiosity. Should the opportunity arise, he would not mind having her by his side. The gathering of martial heroes in the inn regarded the venomous creatures on Zhongling with trepidation. Unfazed, she casually selected a clean, unoccupied table and began to wolf down her food, her adorable and clumsy eating habits eliciting a smile from Su Qin. At last, I've caught you. A tall, lean figure dashed towards Zhongling with the swiftness of lightning. It was none other than Yun Zhanghe, one of the 4 notorious villains, known for his ruthless nature. Recognizing the assailant, some patrons gasped in surprise. Zhongling continued to eat, and with a subtle tremor of her hand, the colorful, venomous snakes seemed to heed her silent command. They raised their heads, flicking their tongues, and launched themselves towards Yun Zhanghe. These little creatures indeed possess quite a bit of skill, causing me considerable distress. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Zhanghe's figure hesitated midair, and he swiftly struck out towards the few small snakes. His form then returned with the force of his strike, clearly wary of these venomous beings. Ever since encountering the young lady a few days ago, I have been utterly devoid of appetite. At long last, I have managed to capture you. Do you really think these little creatures can pose a threat to me? Yun Zhanghe's eyes gleamed with lewdness as he regarded Zhongling with a sinister grin. At this moment, the patrons of the inn had long since fled, leaving only Su Qin on the second floor, Zhongling who was still eating, and the lecherous Yun Zhanghe. As one of the 4 notorious villains, Yun Zhanghe possessed formidable martial prowess and unparalleled agility. Most individuals preferred to avoid conflict with him, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Thus, those who had previously boasted in the tavern hastily departed upon recognizing his identity. Bah! You repulsive and foul creature. How shameless you are to call yourself brother. Ugh! The food I just consumed is threatening to resurface, Zhongling said, her expression one of utter disdain directed at Yun Zhanghe. Her confidence stemmed from the belief that he could not harm her. Previously, she had only released a few small snakes, and the lightning mongoose had not yet made its move. This mongoose was a rare breed, swift as lightning and imbued with a toxin capable of paralyzing its foes, rendering any defense ineffective regardless of one's martial skill. Yun Zhanghe, who prided himself on his charm, felt a wave of anger wash over him at Zhongling's scornful remarks. You sharp-tongued wench, just wait until I capture you. We shall see how defiant you remain. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and leapt into the air, his fingers curling into claws as he reached for Zhongling. At that moment, the small snakes in Zhongling's hands had been rendered unconscious by Yun Zhanghe's palm wind and could not be controlled. However, Zhongling remained unperturbed, softly calling out, Mongoose. The lightning mongoose, attuned to Zhongling's thoughts, leapt from her shoulder and soared towards Yun Zhanghe. He barely had time to react before a shadow darted toward him. Having navigated the martial world for years, Yun Zhanghe swiftly pivoted, propelling himself in a different direction with agile footwork. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a chill crept down his spine. Without hesitation, he drew an iron fan from his robe and spun around to strike. Squeak! The lightning mongoose was unable to evade in time and was struck forcefully, letting out a series of anguished cries. Having previously suffered at Zhongling's hands, Yun Zhanghe had anticipated her tactics and prepared accordingly. Mongoose! Zhongling cried out in distress, tears glistening in her eyes, making her appear all the more pitiable. Growing up together, she shared a deep bond with the mongoose, and witnessing it endure such a severe blow filled her with overwhelming worry. Ah, little girl, I have long anticipated your tricks. Now, I am curious to see what further deceptions you might employ. I advise you to focus on your own matters instead. With that, he reached out towards Zhongling. At this moment, Zhongling was solely preoccupied with her desire to check on the lightning marten, completely disregarding Yun Zhanghe's outstretched hand. Even if she had chosen to acknowledge it, her mere postnatal strength rendered her no match for Yun Zhanghe. Observing this, a smug smile crept across Yun Zhanghe's face. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Yun Zhanghe's smile faltered, and before he could react, an object pierced through his palm, causing blood to gush forth. Despicable scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Show yourself! Yun Zhanghe exclaimed in a fit of rage, but almost immediately, a soft sound echoed behind him, as a chopstick embedded itself into the wall. Chapter 24. The lightning marten. Upon witnessing the scene, Yun Zhanghe's expression drastically shifted. The chopsticks, inherently fragile, had pierced through his palm and embedded themselves into the solid wall. This clearly indicated that the assailant was no ordinary person, with a mastery far exceeding his own. In broad daylight, To audaciously abduct a maiden and still dare to boast. What audacity granted you such courage? Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the four great villains? Lingbao Mountain Villa, Su Qin. Is it you? Yun Zhonghe was naturally aware of the illustrious young master of Lingbao Mountain Villa. A fleeting look of terror crossed his face. To his knowledge, this young master was not skilled in martial arts. As Yun Zhonghe's mind raced, Zhongling had already dashed to the side of the Lightning Marten. After a thorough examination, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Lightning Marten had only sustained minor injuries and was not in grave danger. Casually placing the creature into a small cloth bag, she then looked up at the Su Qin who had come to her aid. Thank you, big brother, for your assistance. Please be careful. This villain is quite formidable. Su Qin turned to Zhongling with a smile, replying, It's nothing, little sister. However, upon seeing Su Qin's warm, neighborly smile, Zhongling felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she quickly lowered her head. Just as the two were conversing, a fierce expression flickered across Yun Zhonghe's face. Raising his iron fan, countless silver needles shot towards Su Qin. He then struck down with a palm. Although Yun Zhonghe believed his martial skills inferior to Su Qin's, the treacherous nature of the Jianghu world dictated that he would not adhere to any sense of chivalry. With a ruthless and cunning strike, Zhongling gasped, Be careful, big brother. Su Qin merely smiled faintly in response, raising a finger. From the chopstick holder on the table, another chopstick was manipulated by his internal force, soaring into the air. The barrage of silver needles suddenly collided with an invisible qi wall, creating a clattering cacophony. Yet, after deflecting the projectiles, the chopstick continued its relentless trajectory towards Yun Zhonghe. Yun Zhonghe was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength displayed by Su Qin. As he prepared to counter, Su Qin flicked his fingers, directing an intangible force onto the chopstick. In an instant, Yun Zhonghe felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness entirely. The wooden chopstick pierced through Yun Zhonghe's throat, blood gushing forth, causing those outside to gasp in shock. That was Yun Zhonghe. To be slain by the young master using merely 2 wooden chopsticks? Despite being a formidable innate-level warrior, he was so effortlessly dispatched? Indeed, this young master concealed his true prowess remarkably well. With a resounding thud, Yun Zhonghe's body collided violently against the inn's wall, producing a deep, resonant sound. The astounding power of a single wooden chopstick left the onlookers outside utterly stunned. As all of you have witnessed, it is not that Su has acted with cruelty. Rather, this individual has met his deserved fate. Su Qin calmly addressed the onlookers outside, clasping his fists in respect. Upon hearing his words, the crowd awakened from their stupor, quickly responding in agreement. Yun Zhonghe's misdeeds are numerous, and his demise has certainly alleviated a significant threat to the martial world. The young master has acted on behalf of justice, eliminating harm for the people, and his chivalrous heart commands our admiration. Compliments flowed ceaselessly, and Su Qin, with a faint smile, expressed his gratitude. Thank you all. Such scoundrels as Yun Zhonghe deserve to be eradicated by everyone. It is but a trifling matter. You overpraise me. The young master need not be so modest. With Yun Zhonghe's death, many well-intentioned individuals entered, showering Su Qin with praise and admiration. The way everyone regarded Su Qin transformed. Initially, it was due to his family background and recognition for his good deeds. Now, it was an acknowledgement and reverence for his strength. In the martial world, while human sentiments and social connections are indeed significant, ultimately, it is power that reigns supreme. Zhongling then trotted up the stairs with a lively demeanor, standing before Su Qin and exclaiming, Big brother, thank you once again for your righteous intervention. With the subtle shift in her address, Su Qin felt a surge of delight. He had been contemplating how to create an opportunity to bring this spirited young girl back to the manor. Unexpectedly, Yun Zhonghe's timely appearance granted Su Qin this very chance. With a smile, he reached out to gently pat the girl's head. It was merely a small effort. You need not take it to heart, Linger. Zhongling's face flushed with embarrassment at Su Qin's affectionate gesture, yet she did not shy away. Is your lightning ferret unharmed? Big brother knows about the lightning ferret? Well, I know a little. Hee, big brother, you know quite a bit. The ferret is fine. It was merely injured by that vile Yun Zhonghe and needs time to recuperate. Ah, that is good. I can see how worried you are. What you may not know is that the ferret grew up with me. I regard it as family. However, it was hurt because of me, and that truly pains my heart. As she spoke, mist filled Zhongling's enchanting eyes once more. Seeing this, Su Qin pondered briefly before saying, Please bring out the lightning ferret for me to see. Although Zhongling felt perplexed at his request, she obediently retrieved the ferret from her cloth bag and handed it to Su Qin. Though the lightning ferret was injured, it instinctively arched its body, preparing to attack upon encountering a stranger. Su Qin smiled slightly and reached out to grasp the ferret. Big brother, wait. Before Zhongling could finish her sentence, she was astonished to find that Su Qin had already secured the lightning ferret in his grasp. What surprised her even more was that the ferret displayed no resistance whatsoever. It is important to note that the lightning ferret would not heed anyone else's commands aside from Zhongling's. Even her parents would require her consent for such an action. Indeed, it is not gravely injured. If you are truly concerned, you may accompany me. I have some matters to attend to, and upon returning to the manor, I will have someone prepare remedies to expedite the recovery of this little creature. Upon hearing the words, Zhongling nodded her small head eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. All right, I shall heed the elder brother. I am Qiao Feng from the Beggar's Sect, honored to meet you, young Master Su. Just as Zhongling joyfully responded to Su Qin, a bold voice resonated nearby. Su Qin raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether Qiao Feng's arrival heralded good fortune or misfortune. It remained to be seen if it was connected to his current endeavors. I have encountered the leader of the Qiao sect, Su Qin remarked. How fortuitous. I happened to be passing through on business when I heard the sounds of a scuffle. Curiosity compelled me to investigate. To my surprise, I witnessed the young master's profound skills and could not resist the desire to forge an acquaintance. I beg your pardon for my boldness, young master. Oh, Qiao brother. Do not mention it. Might we converse further within? In that case, I must shamelessly request a cup of wine from the young master. Haha, there will be plenty of wine. Chapter 25. Envy for my Lingbao Mountain Manor. A figure strode into the inn, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His piercing gaze sparkled with intensity, and his square face, adorned with a broad mouth and a bushy beard, exuded an air of boldness and independence. It is said that in the south, there is Murong, and in the north, there is Qiao Feng. Yet, in my humble opinion, Qiao Feng surpasses Murong Fu by a considerable margin. Upon seeing Qiao Feng, Su Qin could not help but entertain this thought. With a warm smile gracing his face, he rose to welcome him. Brother Qiao, please, step inside to converse. Qiao Feng, upon encountering Su Qin, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The rumors spoke of the young manor lord's remarkable bearing, and now that he beheld him, it was indeed no exaggeration. However, he had not heard of this young manor lord possessing martial prowess. Qiao Feng mused silently, yet his face revealed a hearty smile. Very well, young manor lord, lead the way. Brother Qiao, please. Waitstaff, replace the dishes and bring forth a fresh selection, along with a few more jars of fine wine. Certainly, honored guest. Though the innkeeper felt trepidation, he mustered his courage to respond. He quickly cleared the table of the old dishes, and before long, presented a new array of food and drink. Seated across from one another, Su Qin and Qiao Feng scrutinized each other with curiosity. Both men already renowned in their own right. The young manor lord possesses profound inner strength and exceptional skills. Furthermore, your chivalrous heart and willingness to act justly command my admiration. Come, let me toast to you. Qiao Feng laughed heartily as he raised his cup, gesturing to Su Qin before downing it in one gulp. You are too modest, brother Qiao. Villains like Yun Zhanghe deserve to be punished by everyone. Su Qin responded with a smile, raising his cup and drinking it down in kind. I had heard of the young manor lord's benevolent deeds in Jiaxing, aiding the victims of disaster. I have long admired you from afar, yet today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Indeed, the rumors hold true. Earlier, as I passed this place, I happened upon Yun Zhanghe committing his nefarious acts. I intended to intervene, but I found you here, employing swift justice to eliminate this scourge of the martial world. I am truly impressed. Brother Qiao, you flatter me. I merely acted in the moment, unable to bear the sight of such scoundrels wreaking havoc under my very nose. You need not jest at my expense. The young manor lord is exceedingly gracious. Since we have met as old friends, let us indulge in another round. Qiao Feng felt an instant kinship with Su Qin and laughed heartily. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for a large jar of fine wine beside him, removed the clay seal with a swift motion, and tilted his head back, pouring the liquid down his throat with abandon. Seeing Qiao Feng's boldness, Su Qin followed suit, consuming an entire jar of wine in one go. What a delight! Such a remarkable person as the young manor lord makes me lament the time lost before our meeting. I share the sentiment. The two men laughed heartily, consuming yet another large jar of wine. May I inquire, dear Su, what brings you to Lingjiang? If there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to express it. Interestingly enough, I have indeed come here with a minor matter to attend to, which happens to be related to your esteemed guild. Oh, I am eager to hear more. The proprietor of Lingbao Mountain Villa has recently been informed by a messenger from the riverside. stating that some brothers from the beggars' gang have come to demand money. Ordinarily, such matters would not necessitate my personal intervention. However, given the involvement of the beggars' gang, the foremost faction, I cannot approach this lightly. Oh, is this truly the case? Hitherto, the shops under Lingbao Mountain Villa have consistently paid their dues punctually, yet recently, someone has deliberately inflated the amount. The shopkeeper merely inquired out of confusion and was subsequently injured by your disciples. Thus, I have resolved to come to the riverside to address this issue personally. Historically, the beggars' gang has maintained a practice of collecting fees from businesses. Failure to comply results in beggars loitering at the door, rendering it impossible for any establishment to conduct business. With an aim to quell discord, most choose to part with their wealth to avert disaster, and the beggars' gang, in turn, does not overreach, offering protection to those who pay. Generally, petty thieves and ruffians refrain from causing trouble within these shops, which explains the harmony between the businesses and the beggars' gang over the years. However, it is evident that the Lingbao Mountain Villa has been specifically targeted this time. Whether this is a personal affront remains uncertain to Su Qin. Yet, observing the darkened countenance of Qiao Feng, one can surmise that the situation is not as intricate as it appears. How could the beggars' gang harbor such unscrupulous individuals? The gang's reputation is tarnished. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall resolve this. This matter may indeed be beyond Brother Qiao's capacity to assist. I have heard that this incident is instigated by your 13th elder, envious of Lingbao Mountain Villa's success. Upon hearing this, Qiao Feng's initially furious expression faltered, soon replaced by a wry smile. The beggars' gang has a vast and intricate network across the land, replete with factions and internal strife. This 13th elder stands in opposition to Qiao Feng, leveraging his seniority to consistently challenge him on various matters. Although Qiao Feng has the support of Hong Qigong, many engage in duplicity, a reality Qiao Feng is acutely aware of. In the past, Qiao Feng has turned a blind eye to trivial matters, but he finds himself at a loss now. Ultimately, this is not a significant issue, and he cannot simply exert force. A misstep could plunge the beggars' gang into infighting. As an outsider, Su Qin possesses the moral high ground. Yet should Qiao Feng assist a foreigner against a senior elder of his own faction, he risks inviting scorn. Qiao Feng's expression fluctuated, caught in a dilemma, just as he was about to shoulder the blame and allow Su Qin to take action. Su Qin seemed to discern his thoughts and spoke up. Brother Qiao, there is no need for you to feel troubled. This matter, at its core, is not of great consequence. However, it pertains to the reputation of Lingbao Mountain Villa, and as the one responsible, I cannot stand idly by. My demands are modest. I ask that the 13th elder personally apologize and acknowledge his wrongdoing. This way, I can also provide you with an explanation, ensuring that the elder is not unduly pressed. This, Su Qin observed a profound smile emerging on Qiao Feng's face. I hold a cup of wine. I implore you, Brother Qiao, to drink it to the dregs. If you can finish it, we shall consider this matter settled, and I shall turn back to Lingbao Mountain and cease to inquire further into this affair. What say you? Upon hearing these words, Qiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of understanding graced his visage, and he replied with a smile, very well. As Qiao Feng's voice faded, Su Qin underwent a profound transformation. The previously tranquil air about him dissipated entirely. In its stead surged a formidable aura, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. The wrath of the fire god. Su Qin had long since mastered the heavenly intent for symbol technique, and now, as he unleashed its full potential, the very heavens trembled. The North Ming true qi within him, stirred by the wrath of the fire god, became extraordinarily turbulent, enhancing one another's might. The wrath of the fire god, bolstered by the North Ming true qi, surged forth with an overwhelming force, as if ready to shatter the heavens. Brother Qiao, I invite you. Chapter 26. Fortuitously winning half a move against Brother Qiao, the azure porcelain wine cup hovered in midair, spinning gracefully as it was guided by Su Qin's inner strength, gliding smoothly towards Qiao Feng. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although he had previously observed Su Qin's remarkable martial prowess when he vanquished Yun Zhangyi, seeing such exquisite control over his internal energy left him utterly astounded. This fragile porcelain cup, typically prone to shattering, remained unscathed under Su Qin's formidable influence, while the wine within swirled like molten oil, yet not a single drop spilled. Such unparalleled mastery of control is a rare feat in the current martial world. The patrons within the inn were likewise drawn to this overwhelming aura, lifting their gazes towards Su Qin's chamber. A wave of confusion rippled through their minds. having witnessed the amiable discourse between Xiao Feng and Su Qin. They could not fathom the sudden turn towards hostility. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the confrontation between Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars' sect, and Su Qin, the young master of Lingbao Villa, was an undeniable reality. Would the two masters engage in combat? Would they perhaps seek camaraderie through martial prowess? Opinions swirled regarding who might emerge superior. Xiao Feng, renowned far and wide, wielded the formidable 18 dragon-subduing palms, seemingly possessing an advantage. Yet, others believed that Su Qin was the stronger contender, having dispatched Yun Zhonghe with merely 2 easily breakable wooden chopsticks. How could Yun Zhonghe be compared to Xiao Feng? I, for one, support Su Qin. Those who doubt will soon witness the truth unfold. Su Qin's actions were undoubtedly deliberate, among those of the martial world. Certain matters transcend mere logic. The one with greater strength holds sway. Originally, Su Qin had been contemplating how best to establish his reputation and exert influence. Yet, by fortunate happenstance, he encountered Xiao Feng, a blessing from the heavens that saved him much effort. As for the risk of revealing his true strength, that was hardly within Su Qin's realm of concern. A judicious display of power could effectively deter the wicked, instilling a sense of caution within them. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, accompanied by an invisible wave of energy that burst open the tightly shut doors and windows, revealing the scene within. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding calmness, while Xiao Feng sat gravely at the table, his demeanor serious. His palms pressed firmly against the corners of the table, his feet rooted like pillars in the ground. The wine cup approached slowly, enveloped in an aura of wind and thunder. "Excellent," Xiao Feng exclaimed, his feet firmly planted in a horse stance, his body already lifting slightly from the chair. He thrust his palms apart in a dramatic motion, akin to 2 dragons emerging from the sea, meeting the wine cup head-on. Sensing the terrifying force emanating from the cup, Xiao Feng felt an unprecedented weight of caution. With a mighty roar, his black robe billowed without wind, and another resonant dragon's roar erupted. Golden dragon-shaped energy transformed into 2 soaring sea dragons, crashing towards the wine cup with fervor. Xiao Feng understood well the challenge of receiving this cup, and indeed, as it drew closer, the pressure escalated exponentially. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sensation, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, leaving him in utter dismay. What manner of martial arts is this, possessing such formidable might? Xiao Feng's astonishment at Su Qin's prowess intensified, though he had harbored suspicions. It became evident that he had underestimated Su Qin's capabilities. He had believed that with his current half-step grandmaster strength, he could easily stand unchallenged among his peers. Yet it appeared he had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world. The golden dragon-shaped energy emanated from Xiao Feng's palm, its mouth wide open, swallowing the slowly approaching wine cup. The clash rendered Zhong Ling, who had been spectating, utterly speechless. Witnessing Su Qin's extraordinary strength seemed to send countless hearts fluttering in her eyes. A figure like Su Qin, a dashing young gentleman, inherently captivates a love-struck maiden. Coupled with his timely assistance during a critical moment and his ability to match well-known heroes of the Jianghu, each of these attributes alone could be the subject of lifelong bragging. Yet, they all converged upon Su Qin. In Zhongling's eyes, Su Qin appeared to radiate brilliance, making him almost impossible to behold directly, only to be admired from afar. Most patrons within the inn shared similar sentiments, regarding Su Qin with an awe akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Did he catch it? As they observed Xiao Feng securely grasp the wine cup, such thoughts arose in the minds of the onlookers. Gripping the cup felt as though he bore an immense burden, and astute observers noted the slight tremor in his hand. Xiao Feng's expression grew grave, veins bulging as he cautiously brought the cup to his lips, ultimately downing its contents in one swift motion. Just as the crowd believed the contest to be concluded, a sharp cracking sound echoed. The previously intact Celadon cup shattered in Xiao Feng's grasp, scattering into dust. Immediately, a flush crept onto Xiao Feng's face, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by a bitter smile as he wiped the blood from his lips and spoke. "Thank you, Brother Su, for your mercy." As Xiao Feng's words fell, the crowd awoke from their stupor, erupting into a clamor. The esteemed leader of the beggars' sect, Xiao Feng, had been vanquished, and by the previously unheralded young master of Lingbao Villa. The news was electrifying, and the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting shock. Xiao Feng's strength was well known throughout the Jianghu. How old could Su Qin be? Not yet 20, and already possessing such formidable power? This question loomed in their minds, amplifying their astonishment. At last, a prodigious talent had emerged in the Jianghu of the Song dynasty. Hope for resurgence was kindled. This notion blossomed within every heart. The Jianghu of the Song dynasty had languished in weakness for too long, and Su Qin's astonishing display ignited aspirations for revival. Respectful and awed gazes fell upon Su Qin. Today's drink was indeed exhilarating, and rest assured, Brother Su, with this in mind, even the 13th elder will know when to advance and retreat, and will surely take action. Xiao Feng had already discerned Su Qin's intentions during the toast, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Su Qin's actions not only spared him discomfort, but also preserved the beggar's sect from internal strife. Though his reputation might suffer, Xiao Feng, being a magnanimous individual, hardly concerns himself with such trivial matters. Brother Xiao, I am grateful, Su Qin said, acknowledging his fortuitous victory over Xiao Feng, albeit by a mere half move, attributing it to sheer luck. Observing that Xiao Feng was already aware of his intentions, Su Qin spoke with a polite demeanor. His aim was to preserve Xiao Feng's dignity. Yet it was evident to any discerning observer that Su Qin's claim of mere luck was far from the truth. The two were not even on the same level. Although their previous contest lacked flamboyance, it was undeniably a perilous duel of internal energy. One merely needed to observe their performances to discern that Su Qin surpassed Xiao Feng by a considerable margin. A bitter smile graced Xiao Feng's face, and a sense of unease began to well up within him. Su Qin had effectively stepped over him to ascend in status. From that moment on, whenever anyone raised a toast in Xiao Feng's honor, he would be acutely aware that it was Su Qin who had orchestrated it. Chapter 27. Brother Su is truly remarkable. May I inquire, Brother Su, what is this technique? Xiao Feng could distinctly sense that Su Qin's move was restrained, not unleashing its full potency. The celestial intent, four symbols technique. The wrath of the fire god. Indeed, true to its name, it descended like a deity of fire, radiating intense heat and explosive force. This implies that this celestial technique encompasses 3 additional moves? Precisely. It is a pity that Xiao Feng's strength is insufficient to fully appreciate the splendor of this ultimate skill. However, should fortune favor me and I ascend to the realm of grandmasters, I shall certainly seek Brother Su's guidance on his esteemed techniques. I hope that when that time comes, Brother Su will be as gracious in sharing his wisdom as he is today. The fire of battle ignited in Xiao Feng's eyes. A man of his caliber could never be disheartened by such a minor setback. He has reached this stage through sheer strength, possessing an extraordinary mindset. Fully aware that the path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current, one must either forge ahead or be swept back. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's challenge, Su Qin merely smiled and remarked, "The doors of Lingbao Mountain Villa are always open for Brother Xiao. You are welcome to visit at your convenience. Within the villa, there is an abundance of fine wine and exquisite dishes to entertain you." Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother Su is indeed a man of character. The two tacitly chose not to revisit the matter of Elder 13. Su Qin's intimidating presence had made its mark, and it would not be long before news of his dominance over Xiao Feng spread like wildfire, swift as an epidemic. Elder 13, unless a fool, would surely comprehend what actions were prudent and which were not. The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer, finding increasing rapport in their discourse. Xiao Feng, having traversed the vast lands, possessed experiences that Su Qin could scarcely compare to, while Su Qin, having traversed time and with a wealthy lineage, had acquired a diverse range of knowledge. Consequently, Xiao Feng held Su Qin in even higher regard, admiring his profound erudition. Brother Su, it is a pleasure to meet you today, albeit belatedly. Alas, worldly matters bind me, preventing us from enjoying a candlelit discussion, a true regret. What Brother Xiao expresses mirrors my own sentiments. Yet, the doors of Lingbao Mountain Villa are always ajar for you. You may visit at any time. We shall indulge in plentiful feasts. Very well, with such words from Brother Su, I may indeed impose upon you in the future. For now, I shall take my leave. May the verdant mountains remain unchanged and the flowing waters endure. Fare thee well, Brother Xiao. With a respectful bow, Xiao Feng laughed heartily before turning to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qin imparted a final word of caution. Be wary of Kong Min. As Xiao Feng turned, Su Qin discreetly conveyed this message through the subtlety of internal energy. Xiao Feng paused momentarily, imperceptibly nodding before resuming his strides towards the exit. Though uncertain of Su Qin's motives for mentioning this matter, he took note, for he understood that a man of Su Qin's caliber would not frivolously malign a woman. Given Su Qin's earnestness in broaching the subject, there must be a reason behind it. Su Qin rose to see Xiao Feng off, his thoughts straightforward. Xiao Feng was a man of integrity and magnanimity, unburdened by trifles, as evidenced in their earlier contest. Were it anyone else who could possess such a breadth of character to engage in philosophical discourse with Su Qin, in a fit of long-held resentment, he had long since departed, which prompted Su Qin to offer his earlier words of caution. As Su Qin observed Xiao Feng's departure, a faint smile graced his lips as he lifted his cup and drank deeply, feeling a genuine sense of exhilaration. Having just arrived in Linjiang and already resolved matters so favorably could be deemed quite fortuitous. Zhong Ling's eyes shimmered like a myriad of tiny stars as she exclaimed, "Brother Su is truly remarkable." Su Qin smiled slightly, relishing the sentiment. The following day, Su Qin accompanied Zhong Ling to the Lingbao Mountain Manor's base in Linjiang. However, a group had already gathered there, awaiting Su Qin's arrival. The tale of Su Qin's triumph over Qiao Feng had spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. Upon hearing this news, the architect of the incident, the 13th elder of the Beggars sect, could scarcely believe his ears. A chill crept down his spine. He was well aware of Qiao Feng's prowess. He, a mere player in this game, knew that Qiao Feng could easily contend with 5 of him. His audacity stemmed from his seniority and extensive connections, which emboldened him to confront Qiao Feng. He had engaged in similar undertakings before, always emerging unscathed, thanks to the formidable backing of the Beggars sect. Typically, he preyed upon timid merchants who, in their desire for peace, would avoid confrontation. Moreover, he was adept at gauging the psychological limits of these merchants when demanding tribute, ensuring his success and fostering a sense of hubris. His decision to target the Lingbao Mountain Manor was fueled by the belief that its leader was a mere inexperienced youth, and he had heard whispers that this young master of the Su family possessed mediocre martial skills. This was his rationale for acting with such impunity. Given the current state of the Lingbao Mountain Manor's assets, he assumed that extracting a bit more wealth would be met with reluctant compliance. Yet, the unfolding events deviated entirely from his preconceived script. Not only did Su Qin personally arrive in Linjiang to address the issue, but he also openly challenged Qiao Feng and emerged victorious. This was a matter he could not afford to dismiss lightly. Aware that Su Qin had come specifically for this incident, the 13th elder felt compelled to take action. He recognized that failing to respond appropriately to this situation could lead to unpredictable repercussions from the young master of the Su family in the future. Thus, upon receiving the news, he could no longer remain passive. After much contemplation, he made his way to the Lingbao Mountain Manor's Linjiang base to seek forgiveness. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Qin deemed it a minor reprimand, mindful of Qiao Feng's sentiments. Noticing the 13th elder's sincere attitude of contrition, Su Qin opted not to press the matter further. The managers stationed at the perimeter of Lingbao Mountain Manor were left awestruck by the display of Su Qin's authority and benevolence. Consequently, the matter concluded splendidly. At last, the ordeal was resolved, and after the arduous journey, Su Qin stretched lazily and addressed Zhong Ling, "Let us return." Zhong Ling, filled with envy, reflected on the brief time they had spent together, as Su Qin's words often revealed his longing for his wife. She wondered how the sisters he so frequently mentioned compared to her elder sister, Wan Qing. At this moment, Zhong Ling was filled with an overwhelming sense of curiosity. However, she was unaware that a girl's affection for a man often begins with such curiosity. "Brother Su, if I go to Lingbao Mountain Villa, the elder sisters won't be upset, will they?" "Of course not. Linger is so adorable. They will be delighted to see you." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Ling's large eyes transformed into crescent moons. "Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? That is wonderful. Brother Su, please wait for me." With that, she dashed toward the door. "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going to prepare something, and we'll be back shortly." Su Qin watched as Zhong Ling's figure gradually faded into the distance, unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 28. Little Sister Ling. What truly has a heart upon the return of Zhong Ling. The steward at the residence had already prepared horses for Su Qin and his companion. Su Qin refrained from inquiring too deeply about Zhong Ling's endeavors, merely noting the additional radiance of joy upon her countenance, which reflected her exuberance. "The young master has returned." Observing Su Qin's weary yet hasty arrival, the servants within the estate promptly rushed to inform several ladies. In an instant, the entire Lingbao Mountain Manor seemed to come alive with activity. A throng of servants poured forth, leading horses and offering tea. Huang Rong and the others, having heard the news, rushed into Su Qin's embrace one after another. The lively crowd enthusiastically ushered Su Qin and his companion into Lingbao Mountain Manor. Soon, an array of Su Qin's favorite dishes graced the dining table. Ah, how delightful. There truly is no place like home. Su Qin, now donned in a silvery long robe, gazed at the sumptuous dishes and his lovely wives, expressing his sentiments. "Linger, do not hold back. Did you not insist on eating earlier?" Why do you hesitate now that such a feast has been laid before you? Indeed, little sister Linger, feel at ease and treat this place as your own home. Do not hesitate to indulge, Huang Rong said with a smile, observing Zhong Ling's slight reticence. Yes, indeed, Linger, there is no need for formality, Wang Yuyan gently added. As Linger looked around at the gathering, she sensed their warmth and acceptance, which eased her earlier tension and restored a cheerful smile to her face. Each of you sisters is truly a vision of beauty. I apologize for intruding, and I hope you will not mind. I have also prepared some small gifts for you all. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong and the others expressed keen interest. Little sister Linger is indeed thoughtful, Mei Chaofeng remarked with a smile. Without further ado, Zhong Ling produced several exquisitely crafted sachets from her bosom, presenting them to Huang Rong and the others, continuing, sisters. I have heard from Brother Su that you are all expecting. These sachets, made from a unique formula of Wanjia Valley, can repel mosquitoes and insects, particularly beneficial when the little ones arrive. I was informed that Ronger is expecting twins, so I made an extra for her. I hope the two sisters, Yu Yin and Chao Feng, will not take offense. How beautiful! Little sister Linger is truly thoughtful, Huang Rong exclaimed, accepting the sachet with delight. Wang Yuyan and Mei Chaofeng also smiled as they received the sachets. Little sister Linger is indeed both beautiful and wise. These sachets are truly lovely. Thank you, dear sister, Wang Yuyan said with a gentle laugh, playfully handling the sachet. Although Mei Chaofeng said little, her eyes reflected her fondness for the gift. The three ladies already held a favorable impression of this innocent and pure-hearted little sister, and her thoughtful gesture deepened their sense of closeness. Do not linger in conversation. Let us eat before the food grows cold. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qin promptly interjected beside them. After speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. Huang Rong and the others exchanged knowing smiles and quickly beckoned Zhong Ling to join the ranks of the enthusiastic diners. Ever since her first taste of the dish, Zhong Ling could not restrain herself any longer. Lingbao Mountain Villa, being the wealthiest in the Jiangnan region, naturally boasted the finest chefs and ingredients. Although the dishes were merely simple home-cooked meals, they were prepared with an extraordinary flair. Having never encountered such delectable cuisine, Zhong Ling immersed herself in the feast without a care for anything else. Observing her innocent and carefree demeanor, Huang Rong and her companions felt an earnest fondness for her. Thus, Zhong Ling made Lingbao Mountain Villa her home, infusing the estate with joyous laughter. The villa, vast in expanse, was replete with delightful sights and activities, allowing Zhong Ling to revel in unrestrained merriment. Among the group, only Huang Rong shared a profound connection with her. Their lively and spirited natures mirrored one another. Were it not for Huang Rong's pregnancy, which made her movements cumbersome, she would have joined in the revelry. Nevertheless, the sight of Zhong Ling brought smiles to their faces. In the pavilion, Su Qin remained by the side of the three women, smiling as he observed the scene. Linger, come over and take a break. You're drenched in sweat, Huang Rong called out to Zhong Ling with a smile, extending a chilled watermelon towards her. Sister Rong, I'm coming. Zhong Ling exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over, accepting the watermelon and sitting on the railing to enjoy it. Ronger, you must rest more. Your condition requires it. I'll keep Linger company. Husband, I am perfectly fine. I haven't ventured out in quite some time since becoming pregnant. Lingo's presence brings me much joy, Huang Rong replied, her eyes filled with affection. During Zhong Ling's stay at the villa, she frequently witnessed the tender moments shared between Su Qin and the three sisters, stirring feelings of envy and longing within her. The three women, upon noticing Zhong Ling's expression, exchanged knowing glances, understanding the young girl's sentiments. It was evident to them that she had completely succumbed to her feelings. Having experienced similar emotions in their youth, they were well aware of her thoughts. Whenever they found themselves alone, the sisters would occasionally speak of Su Qin, further endearing him to Zhong Ling. Their initial encounter by the river, where Su Qin gallantly saved her during a perilous moment, left a lasting impression on her. His swift and decisive actions, vanquishing Yun Zhonghe and overpowering Qiao Feng, coupled with his adept handling of the affairs concerning the 13 elders, all contributed to her growing infatuation. Moreover, her time at Lingbao Mountain Villa revealed Su Qin's vast knowledge and charming demeanor, which never failed to elicit laughter from the sisters and herself. His appearance is akin to that of a heavenly being, exuding an ethereal charm. More importantly, he showers affection upon his several wives and extends his care to a chance acquaintance. One must ponder, with such a paragon of excellence, which young lady could remain unscathed by his allure. The more exceptional Su Qin becomes, the deeper the sense of inferiority in Zhong Ling, who perceives herself as too ordinary. Feeling somewhat unworthy of such a remarkable man, Once this notion takes root, it becomes impossible to suppress, spiraling beyond control. The once vivacious and delightful Zhongling transforms as if she were a different person altogether. With a furrowed brow each day, Huang Rong observes Zhongling's downcast expression, fully aware of her turmoil. The astute trio of women have long discerned Zhongling's sentiments, and it appears that the moment is ripe. Only a final nudge is required. Dear Sister Linger, do you seem troubled? If you don't mind, you may confide in your sister. Chapter 29. The young master of Lingbao Manor is considering taking a concubine again, huh? It's nothing. Linger was abruptly interrupted in her thoughts and hurriedly replied. Humph. In my opinion, dear sister, you must be ailing. I am not. I am perfectly well. Zhongling responded with an innocent expression. Who says you aren't? I can see it clearly. You are indeed lovesick. Ah, Sister Rong, you. Upon hearing this, Zhongling's face flushed crimson, and she stammered. Dear sister, there is no need to feel embarrassed. It is entirely normal for someone your age to have such thoughts. Come, tell me, which young master has captured your heart? I haven tea. If you are too shy to say, then allow me to take a guess. Huang Rong deliberately feigned deep contemplation, resting her chin on her hand, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Could it be that you have taken a liking to your brother Su? Ah, Sister Rong, you. Once Huang Rong unveiled her secret, Zhongling's heart raced like a startled deer. On one hand, she feared Huang Rong would misunderstand, and on the other, she was constrained by youthful modesty. There is truly no need for you to feel this way. Looking at Huang Rong's smiling face, Zhongling felt her spirits lift, prompting her to question curiously. Sister Ronger, do you truly not mind? Mind what? Brother Su is your husband. Yes, he is indeed my husband, but first and foremost, he is himself. To love him is to embrace all that he is, including the things and people he cherishes. Sister Ronger, are you suggesting? Although Zhongling was innocent, she was not foolish. She quickly grasped Huang Rong's implication. You mean to say Brother Su has feelings for me? Oh, foolish girl. With your vivacious charm, what man could possibly resist you? But I am so clumsy, so ordinary, and Brother Su is so exceptional. Only women of extraordinary beauty and grace, like my 3 elder sisters, are worthy of him. My dear silly sister, why must you belittle yourself so? If your husband did not harbor affection for you, how could he have brought you back to Lingbao Manor so readily? After all, you are the very first girl he has brought back, and look at how adorable you are. Really? Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope appeared on Zhongling's previously dejected face. Of course it is true. You are merely caught in your own confusion. Really? A radiant smile reappeared on Zhongling's face. Seeing Huang Rong nod affirmatively, she joyfully leapt into the air. I must go find Brother Su. Saying this, she dashed out without a second thought. Though Zhongling was still naive to the ways of the world, she was a girl who loved fiercely and passionately. Upon learning of Su Qin's feelings for her, she resolved to take the initiative. In her mind, there were no convoluted thoughts. She simply wished to live together with Brother Su and her 3 elder sisters forever. Watching Zhongling bounce out like a child, Huang Rong couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. Instinctively, I reached out to touch my round little belly, my face radiating with maternal glow. A solitary boat gently swayed on the lake, and I lay back on it, savoring a piece of wild grass while basking in the warm afternoon sun. Brother Su. Brother Su. Upon hearing Zhongling call for me, I sat up and waved in her direction. Linger, I'm here. Brother Su, come here. I have something to tell you. I noticed that Zhongling's cheeks were flushed, possibly from vigorous activity or some other reason, leaving me slightly perplexed. Do not rush. I shall come over immediately. As soon as the words left my lips, I lightly pushed off the boat with my toes and soared toward the shore where Zhongling awaited. What is it that you seek me for, Ling? Brother Su, I like you. Let's get married. I want to bear your children. I was utterly astonished, nearly convinced I had misheard her, and instinctively asked, What? Linger, did you just say you want to bear my children? Yes. Despite her shyness, Zhongling bravely lifted her head to meet my gaze. Brother Su, why did you suddenly think of saying this? Do you not like me, Brother Su? I knew that Sister Rong must be deceiving me. Observing the surprise on my face, Zhongling's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke with a hint of grievance. At that moment, it dawned on me that it was Ronger who had instigated this predicament. Seeing Zhongling's small, aggrieved face, I felt both amused and sympathetic. Indeed, as Huang Rong had suggested, I certainly harbored feelings for Zhongling. Her innocence and vivacity would endear her to anyone, especially to me. In truth, I had never intended for Zhongling to leave after bringing her back. I merely felt the timing had not yet been right to express my intentions. Even if she hadn't approached me today, I had already planned to find an appropriate opportunity in the coming days to clarify my feelings. However, I had not anticipated that this little girl would boldly come to confess her feelings for me, which left me momentarily speechless. You silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I not like you? Brother Su. The previously tearful Zhongling's expression transformed into one of delight as she looked up at me. Without hesitation, I embraced her, smiling as I said, "But do you know how to have children?" Huh. Zhongling appeared puzzled and uncertain. Isn't it simply that two people who like each other get married and then live together to have children? Just like you and the three sisters. As I gazed closely at my smiling face, Zhongling's cheeks grew even warmer. Did it require something more? She shyly glanced at my lips while saying this. Her innocence completely amused me. You silly girl, you will find out in due time. Since you have decided to marry me, I shall send someone to Wanjie Valley tomorrow to arrange for the bridal gifts, and in a few days, we shall wed. Really? That can't be false, can it? When have I ever deceived you? Ah, how wonderful. At last, I can marry Brother Su. Observing the radiant girl in his arms, Su Qin smiled gently. The procession for the second marriage proposal emerged grandly from Lingbao Manor, with gifts filling a total of 10 grand carriages. The numerous servants, upon receiving the news, busily resumed their tasks with remarkable efficiency, thanks to Su Qin's diligent efforts. The many servants at Lingbao Manor were now well versed in the arrangements for weddings, the processes, and the various expenditures, executing everything seamlessly without needing specific instructions. This alleviated a great deal of burden from Su Qin, allowing him to spend more time in the company of the ladies. Meanwhile, news reached Jiaxing Prefecture once more. The young master of Lingbao Manor was set to take another concubine. Chapter 30. The wedding of Zhongling. The citizens of Jiaxing had grown completely numb. After all, the young master Su had taken multiple brides in succession. And given the current circumstances, it was evident that this would not be the last. With the grand stature of Lingbao Mountain Manor, it was only natural for him to take several concubines. Speculations began to arise regarding how many wives Su Qin would eventually acquire. I wager 10. Considering he already has 4 wives. One mused. I reckon 8. Half the year has passed, and given the timeline of the previous weddings, 8 seems to be the limit. Another chimed in. Yes, 8 is quite plausible. The townsfolk merely sought amusement, treating the affair as a festive occasion. After all, they had reaped considerable benefits from the young master's pursuit of concubinage. Not to mention, the copper coins Su Qin distributed were enough to sustain them for several days. And the lavish banquets provided many families with their culinary desires fulfilled. Although the scale of this marriage ceremony was significant, it was somewhat overshadowed by the earlier grandeur of Wang Yuyin's wedding. After all, Wang Yuyin was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Supported by the formidable Mantao Mountain Manor, Su Qin's principles had remained steadfast. He spared no expense on the customary wedding arrangements, complete with a 10-mile bridal procession and a grand sedan chair. On the eve of the wedding, Zhong Wanqiu and Gan Baobao were summoned to Lingbao Mountain Manor by Su Qin. Initially, upon receiving the news that their precious daughter was to be wed, they could not contain their anger. However, upon witnessing the scale of Lingbao Mountain Manor and Su Qin's demeanor, their ire gradually dissipated. Throughout their journey, they had heard numerous tales about Su Qin, and their astonishment was accompanied by a sense of pride in their daughter's discerning taste. Particularly after meeting Su Qin in person. Learning about Su Qin's prowess in besting the beggars' sect leader, Qiao Feng, filled them with a sense of shared honor. Such a remarkable individual, a once-in-a-millennium genius, becoming their son-in-law was indeed a blessing. Nevertheless, they harbored some concerns, as Su Qin already had more than one wife prior to Zhongling. Yet, witnessing the harmonious interactions between Zhongling and Huang Rong, their worries were alleviated. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, they understood that the ladies, all from esteemed families and possessing both beauty and intellect, would never mistreat their cherished daughter. Moreover, with their daughter completely smitten, there was little left for them to say. On the day of the wedding, the venue was still filled with esteemed guests. This time, those who came to offer their congratulations were notably more respectful. The reason was simple. Su Qin's earlier display of strength at the Linjiang Prefecture had commanded attention. In the realm of martial arts, strength ultimately reigns supreme. The ceremony proceeded methodically, with Su Qin maintaining a beaming smile as he welcomed guests from far and wide. Notably absent was Murong Fu, who had never missed an occasion before. Upon hearing the news of Su Qin's impending marriage, Murong Fu's face turned an ashen green with rage. He had been brimming with confidence, believing he had made his intentions clear. Given Su Qin's reputed licentious nature, he thought a visit was long overdue. In the quietude of Sanhe village, he found himself anxiously awaiting the arrival of others, yet only received news of Su Qin taking another concubine. In that instant, his emotions surged, and his mind was awash with confusion. How could Su Qin remain unmoved by the beauty of a Zhu and a Bai? Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he began to contemplate his next course of action. If he allowed Su Qin to acquire more concubines, even if a Zhu and a Bai were to enter the household smoothly, their presence would not greatly benefit him. Of course, Su Qin was blissfully unaware of his thoughts. To him, Murong Fu was merely an inconsequential figure. He was even oblivious to the fact that Murong Fu had not attended his wedding. At that moment, he was preoccupied with hosting guests, observing their respectful smiles directed towards him. Su Qin could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. No wonder everyone aspired to possess extraordinary martial prowess. The feeling of being respected was indeed exhilarating. He could distinctly sense the shift in these individuals' attitudes towards him. Previously, they had admired his reputation and benevolent deeds, but now, they clearly recognized and revered his martial capabilities. The prospect of taking concubines and begetting offspring was a rapid means to enhance one's strength. Indeed, power was the ultimate truth. Su Qin found himself eagerly anticipating the rewards of fatherhood, especially with the prospect of twins. The thought alone filled him with excitement. As he continued to entertain the guests, his smile deepened, making many feel particularly favored. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the guests departed, Su Qin stepped lightly into the bridal chamber. "Brother Su, I am now your wife." Upon hearing his footsteps, the equally excited Zhongling could not wait for Su Qin to unveil her. She joyfully lifted the veil herself. This Navi girl displayed no trace of nervousness, only a beaming countenance filled with excitement and happiness. Zhongling's innocence stemmed from her complete lack of knowledge regarding marital matters. With her childlike exuberance, she believed that the ceremony was concluded and that she would soon conceive Su Qin's offspring, just like her elder sisters. "Of course, in my heart, Linger has always been my wife." Su Qin, upon witnessing Zhongling's innocent smile, could not resist drawing her into an embrace, smiling tenderly. Zhongling nestled her face against his chest, overflowing with joy as she exclaimed, "Brother Su, tomorrow I will have a big belly like Sister Rong, and then I can give you children." Su Qin chuckled heartily, affectionately pinching her little nose, and leaned down to whisper sweetly in her ear. As Zhongling listened to Su Qin's words, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. "Come, do not be anxious. Let Brother Su teach you." With that, he pressed his lips against her cherry-like mouth. With a flick of his hand, the half-burned red candles extinguished, and their silhouettes tumbled into the crimson drapery. Amidst the ambiguous night, faint whispers of Zhongling could be heard, igniting the imagination. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Zhongling. Gained 20 years of martial prowess." In the midst of a fleeting spring night, Su Qin became utterly oblivious to the system notifications. He was entirely consumed by the endeavor of conquering territories, while Zhongling, upon witnessing her defeat, found herself in disarray, her defenses shattered. Conversely, Su Qin grew increasingly emboldened in the heat of battle. At this moment, Zhongling finally comprehended the implications of the subtle hints previously dropped by Huang Rong and her sisters. Initially, she had assumed they were merely referring to Su Ji's martial prowess. However, it soon became evident that the reality was far more profound. Reflecting on the past, she recalled her sisters' blushing faces as they whispered in admiration of Su Ji's remarkable abilities. It was only after experiencing it firsthand that Zhongling truly understood. No wonder her sisters often remarked that Su Ge was not someone one could confront alone. A peculiar sensation began to stir within her, as she contemplated the possibility of joining forces with her sisters. Chapter 31. The fish has taken the bait in the courtyard. Su Qin stood up from his practice, sensing a significant surge of internal power within him, a smile gracing his lips. Although the reward of 20 years of cultivation had not enabled him to break through his current realm, he was tantalizingly close. This top-tier brewing technique was quite intriguing. Su Qin understood that anything produced by the system was bound to be exquisite, thus he developed a profound interest in this premier brewing art. "System, I wish to acquire the top-tier brewing technique." In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Su Qin's mind. Precious recipes, brewing taboos, selection of raw materials, timing for brewing, and much more. Comprehensive and exceedingly detailed. Fruit wine, monkey wine, fire cloud distillate, sword enlightenment wine. Su Qin meticulously reviewed the information in his mind, growing increasingly astonished. Initially, he had assumed these were merely elite wines with varying flavors. However, it now appeared that such a notion was grossly misguided. Not only were some of the ingredients rare, but even Su Qin, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, found himself taken aback. The miraculous effects of these wines left him in awe. Some could preserve youth, others could lead to enlightenment, some could enhance strength. while others could help one comprehend the essence of the sort. The more he examined, the more astounded he became. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed it only natural. After all, this was a product of the system and could not be judged by ordinary standards. It seemed that during his idle moments in the future, he could experiment with these wondrous recipes. According to the information Su Qin had received, the brewing cycles of these wines varied greatly, ranging from a few months to several decades. Naturally, the more potent the wine, the longer the brewing time required, along with increasingly stringent storage conditions. Let us start by brewing a few jars of red-faced drunk and fire cloud distillate. With determination, Su Qin immediately summoned a servant to prepare the brewing materials. Given the financial resources of Lingbao Mountain Villa, procuring these materials was a straightforward task. After arranging these matters, Su Qin returned to his room, his mood buoyant. Upon seeing him, Zhongling promptly buried her little head beneath the covers. Recalling past events, her delicate face flushed crimson. "If you don't get up soon, the sun will be scorching your behind," Su Qin remarked with a chuckle. "Brother Su, you're so naughty, always teasing me. Just step outside for a moment. I need to change my clothes." "Oh, little girl, now you're shy? Who was it that insisted on having my children earlier?" "Oh, Brother Su, please stop." Zhongling's ears turned beet red as she shyly retorted. The memory of her earlier naive words made her wish to vanish into a crevice in the ground. Su Qin smiled gently at her reaction before turning to leave, saying, "I'll prepare something for you to eat. Hurry up and wash up." Zhongling replied softly from her cocoon of blankets. Once she heard the door close, she cautiously peeked out from under the covers, ensuring Su Qin had indeed departed before exhaling a long sigh. The memories of her earlier embarrassment caused her cheeks to flush anew. After rising, washing up, and having breakfast, Zhongling hurried off to find Huang Rong and the others to chat. At this juncture, Zhongling and the other ladies swiftly united, learning from the trio about Su Qin's illustrious achievements in battle. This revelation brought her considerable solace, as it became evident that it was not her own weakness, but rather the formidable strength of her opponent. She then expressed her desire to join forces with others to confront him. Although the idea had crossed the minds of the ladies before, none had vocalized it, and thus Zhongling seized the initiative. This proposal was met with immediate support from the others, aside from Huang Rong, who was nearing childbirth. The rest were unencumbered. Consequently, the days of facing Su Qin individually came to an end, yet even united, the three ladies still found themselves no match for him. This brought a bittersweet joy to them all, while Su Qin reveled in the pleasures of their company, relishing the experience of sharing a bed with multiple partners. He had long desired such an arrangement, but had been unable to voice it until Zhongling opened the door to this new world for him. Therefore, during their daily sparring, Su Qin took special care of this young girl, ensuring she felt as if she were floating on clouds, utterly enchanted. The Lingbao villa became notably lively with Zhongling's presence, despite her being a married woman. Her vivacious and spirited nature remained unchanged, retaining an innocent charm that often led to amusing blunders, further endearing her to those around her. Days passed in a symphony of laughter and joy, and Su Qin felt a profound sense of fulfillment and comfort in his life. In stark contrast to Su Qin's blissful existence, there was one who found no taste in food and could not sleep at night. Morong Fu of Gusu. "Young master, Master Morong requests your presence," a messenger announced. Su Qin's face lit up with a hint of inexplicable amusement. He had already discerned Morong Fu's intentions and was in no rush, wishing instead to put this self-proclaimed nobleman in his place. "What is the matter?" he inquired. The messenger relayed that Master Morong had sustained an injury while practicing martial arts and sought Su Qin's expertise in healing. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now. And please inform him that I shall come shortly," Su Qin instructed. After sending the messenger away, he turned and tossed some fish food into the lotus pond. Watching the large koi leap and swirl in the water, his smile deepened. "Look, the fish have taken the bait," he mused. The ladies observed Su Qin's mischievous grin, instantly realizing that someone was about to face misfortune. They had come to understand their husband well, despite his affectionate and attentive demeanor towards his wives. He was far from being a pushover. Su Qin was fiercely protective of his own, but when it came to business rivals or adversaries, he showed no mercy, employing his cunning to outsmart them. Many had suffered losses at his hands, so the ladies had no concerns for Su Qin, silently praying for those who would dare to challenge him. After pondering for a moment, Su Qin stood, adjusted his attire, bid farewell to his wives, and departed from Lingbao Villa, heading toward the ancestral grounds of the Murong family at Sana Villa. It is said that Morong Fu's ancestors were of the Xianbei royal lineage, who subsequently faced the downfall of their nation and were cast into obscurity. His father named him Fu to instill in him the remembrance of his heritage, dedicating his life to the aspiration of national restoration. Although he gained renown in the martial world through his family's inherited technique Do Zhuan Xingyi, most are aware that his prowess pales in comparison to that of the similarly named Xiaofeng. The retainers of the Murong clan at Kang Manor firmly believe that their young master, upon taking action, can undoubtedly subdue Xiaofeng and restore the Yin kingdom. On the deck of the boat, Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind him, and from a distance, he could clearly see Kang Manor. Nestled by the water, Kang Manor boasts picturesque scenery, making it one of the renowned estates of the Jiangnan region. However, when compared to Lingbao Mountain Manor, it appears somewhat modest. Chapter 32. Has the fox's tail finally been revealed? Thank you for coming, young master. My son is injured and unable to greet you in person. I hope you will forgive him, said Deng Baichuan, one of the 4 chief ministers, as he saluted Su Qin politely. Not at all. How is young Master Murong faring now? My son has suffered damage to his meridians while practicing our family's secret technique and has been confined to his bed for some time, unable to rise. The servants bring him meals, attended by a dedicated caregiver. Oh, is it truly that severe? Indeed, were it not so, I would not presume to trouble you with a visit. Lead the way. I wish to meet young Master Murong. Though aware of Murong Fu's intentions, Su Qin maintained a composed facade, understanding the necessity of the pretense. Deng Baichuan nodded vigorously and promptly turned to guide the way towards Murong Fu's residence. However, upon seeing Murong Fu again, had Su Qin not been somewhat prepared, he might have burst into laughter. At that moment, Murong Fu was swathed in bandages like a mummy, his complexion pale, appearing as though he might expire at any moment. Even his head was heavily wrapped in gauze. You've arrived, young master. I am unable to receive you properly in my current state. I hope you will not take offense, Murong Fu said weakly. Young Master Murong, what has befallen you? Su Qin asked, suppressing a smile. It is a long story. Recently, on a whim, I attempted to practice a family technique, but I made a careless mistake and found myself in this predicament. Do not worry, young Master Murong. Allow me to examine your pulse. With that, Su Qin retrieved a set of silver needles from his possession, deftly inserting one into Murong Fu. After a few delicate twists, he quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Murong Fu's injuries were largely self-inflicted due to his reckless practice of reversing his meridians. It is well known that martial artists must avoid such a practice. A moment's negligence could undo years of hard work. Though your injuries are serious, fortunately, they have not compromised your foundation. Once I finish the treatment, a few days of recuperation will suffice for your recovery. Thank you, young master, Murong Fu replied faintly. Su Qin nodded slightly and began manipulating his inner energy through the silver needles, which vibrated vigorously in response. Murong Fu felt as though countless ants were crawling over him, eliciting involuntary sounds of discomfort. Undoubtedly, this was Su Qin's deliberate design. With his medical expertise, he could easily alleviate Murong Fu's suffering, restoring him to health with a mere wave of his hand. Su Qin despised being schemed against, and this served as a lesson for young Master Murong. He tormented him for a full quarter of an hour, and just as Murong Fu suspected that Su Qin was intentionally tormenting him, Su Qin finally withdrew the needles and smiled at him. How do you feel now, young Master Murong? Murong Fu was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure as he began to circulate his energy and closed his eyes to introspect. During a moment of contemplation, Murong Fu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Su Qin truly lives up to his reputation as a divine healer. He had previously underestimated him. Murong Fu was well aware of his own physical condition. Although his injuries were self-inflicted, he had taken great pains to make them appear genuine. While it was true that his wounds were not life-threatening, they were certainly not ones that could be healed in a mere moment. Although he had been present during Wang Yuyuan's treatment, he had not experienced it firsthand, and had harbored doubts. He even suspected that his cousin had staged the whole affair to win Su Qin's affections. However, after personally witnessing Su Qin's medical prowess today, he could not help but regard him with newfound respect. The young master's miraculous healing abilities rightfully earned him the title of Divine Doctor. Murong Fu felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the young master for his generous assistance, leaving him at a loss as to how to repay such kindness. With that, he clasped his hands together and offered a deep bow to Su Qin. Young Master Murong, you are too kind. It was but a trivial effort. How could I shamelessly demand reward? Su Qin replied. But with such generosity from the young master, what is to become of me? Should word of this spread, I would surely be the subject of ridicule in the martial world. Allow me to ponder this. I must carefully consider how to express my gratitude. Observing Murong Fu pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow, Su Qin found amusement in the situation. He had long anticipated Murong Fu's subsequent intentions, which were nothing more than to offer his sisters, Zhu and Bai, as tokens of gratitude. As expected, Murong Fu suddenly clapped his hands and proclaimed, "It is thanks to the young master's miraculous hands that I have recovered. As for gold and silver, I doubt such trivialities would hold any value for someone of your stature. Thus, I intend to bestow Zhu and Bai upon you, dear brother Su, as a gesture of thanks for your noble assistance. Furthermore, my two sisters have long harbored feelings for you. Additionally, this union would strengthen the ties between our families, allowing us to support one another in times of need." Su Qin inwardly scoffed. "Ah, the fox's tail has finally been revealed, has it? Strengthening ties, indeed. If I were to believe you, I would be the greatest fool. It seems you desire to have my Lingbao mountain manor adopt the Murong surname." Though he thought this, Su Qin maintained an impassive facade, instead furrowing his brow and pacing the room. Murong Fu, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. Given Su Qin's notorious penchant for beauty, how could he remain unmoved by such an offer? He seemed to be grappling with something. Just as Murong Fu was contemplating Su Qin's thoughts, Su Qin finally spoke. "Young Master Murong, this may not be the right moment." "Why is that? Does Brother Su find my two sisters lacking in beauty?" "Not at all. Both ladies possess ethereal grace, and I have been unable to forget their charm since our encounter at the Misty Rain Lake. How could I ever disdain them? Is it that you believe my sisters' family backgrounds do not befit someone of your noble standing? That is certainly not the case. I believe that as long as there is mutual affection, family backgrounds are of little significance. So, what is Brother Su's reasoning?" "I simply wish to know the feelings of the two ladies. After all, matters of marriage are not trivial. They demand careful consideration. Moreover, I possess a family background. Might the two young ladies harbor any reservations regarding this?" "Ha ha, Brother Su, it appears you are troubled by this matter. In my view, you are overly concerned. Why do I say this? Let us not even mention the affection these two young ladies have for you. Simply put, they have been orphaned since childhood, and it is my Murong family who has graciously taken them in and raised them. We have provided them with education in literature, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and they are considered akin to my own siblings. Such kindness is akin to a rebirth, and under these circumstances, I assure you, they would never dare to contradict my words. Although marriage is indeed a significant affair, requiring the consent of parents and the mediation of a matchmaker. Given that I personally undertake the role of matchmaker, and considering their parents have long since passed, I stand as their elder. Thus, the concerns you harbor, Brother Su, are rather trivial." However, the overconfident Murong Fu remained oblivious to the fact that the two young ladies eavesdropping by the window had already turned pale with distress. Chapter 33. Unforgivable, yet willing to accept punishment? The two women had long felt that their years of diligent service at Sana Manor had made them part of the family. However, after hearing Murong Fu's remarks, a sense of gloom enveloped them, leaving them somewhat despondent. They had not anticipated that their years of dedication would culminate in such a disheartening outcome. For a moment, they yearned to escape this place entirely. Inside the room, Murong Fu remained oblivious to the fact that his words had reached the ears of the two women. In an effort to convince Su Qin, he was fervently making assurances, claiming that since the two women had been living and eating at the Murong household for years, they ought to heed his words. Su Qin merely smiled at Murong Fu, choosing not to respond. Unbeknownst to Murong Fu, Su Qin had noticed someone eavesdropping outside the window. After a moment of contemplation, she gleaned the situation at hand. Without revealing her awareness, she maintained a subtle smile while observing Murong Fu's performance. As Murong Fu spoke eloquently, he noticed that Su Qin remained unfazed, which caused him to feel a sense of urgency within. "Young Master Murong, it would be prudent to allow the two ladies to express their willingness to this arrangement directly." While Su Qin expressed interest in the two young women, he was equally eager to ascertain their feelings on the matter. "This is easily arranged. I shall summon them at once." Shortly thereafter, the two women arrived in the main hall to greet Su Qin and Murong Fu. "Zhu Bai, I see that you have developed a mutual affection with young Master Su. I now intend to betroth you both to the young master of Lingbao Mountain Manor. I wonder what your sentiments are on this matter?" "Whatever the young master decides," they replied with calm countenances, their eyes cast down in submission. Murong Fu, observing their demeanor, could not help but frown, as their indifference was alarmingly apparent, bordering on coldness. Su Qin, recognizing the growing rift in their hearts, chose to remain silent, smiling knowingly. Murong Fu, however, was preoccupied with the splendid fantasies he had woven, neglecting the subtleties of the moment. In his mind, as long as Zhu and Bai consented, the matter would be settled. He believed that if the two were to marry Su Qin successfully, with the support of Wang Yuyan, his aspiration for the restoration of his homeland would be half fulfilled. Previously, he was aware of Su Qin's immense wealth, but now the situation had shifted, especially after the incident with Xiao Feng. Murong Fu's heart ignited with fervor, and a radiant smile graced his face. Since you both agree, let us finalize this arrangement. Soon, I shall ensure that a suitable dowry is prepared. A wedding from Tsana Manor must not be lackluster. The women's expressions softened. For Murong Fu was indeed serious about this marriage. In that case, I shall return to prepare. Tomorrow, I will come to escort you both. Upon hearing Su Qin's intentions, Murong Fu was unfazed, yet Zhu and Bai exchanged bashful glances. Su Qin, noticing their reactions, beamed with joy before turning to leave and prepare certain items. As Su Qin departed, Murong Fu's expression darkened. I have matters to discuss with you too. The women exchanged apprehensive glances and cautiously approached Murong Fu. As his words spilled forth, the color drained from their faces. In an instant, the two ladies had already come to understand the unfolding of events. It turned out that Murong Fu intended to exploit them for his own ends. In any case, if you follow my instructions, I assure you that you will lead a life envied even by deities. Otherwise, Murong Fu's gaze was fierce as it bore down on the two of them. Zhu and Bai shrank back in fear at his menacing glare, their faces pale, trembling like leaves in the wind. They could hardly fathom that he would concoct such a ruthless and insidious scheme for the sake of restoring his nation. Observing the two women quivering before him, Murong Fu felt a surge of satisfaction, believing himself to be in complete control. Little did he know, his underhanded intentions were firmly grasped by Su Qin. Upon returning to Lingbao Manor, Su Qin promptly issued orders, and soon the manor was abuzz with activity. The young master was to take concubines again, and this time, he intended to marry two at once. The news of Su Qin's impending marriages sparked a fresh wave of gossip throughout Jiaxing City. Have you heard? The young master of Lingbao Manor is taking concubines again. Indeed, I also heard he plans to welcome 2 wives this time. If we count the previous wives, that makes 6, right? No, I foresee that this year he might take more than 10. The townsfolk buzzed with speculation over Su Qin's decisions, yet none questioned the matter. This was the advantage of Su Qin's long-standing commitment to benevolent deeds, which had garnered him a favorable reputation. The next day, a lavish fleet of boats departed from Lingbao Manor, heading directly for Tsana Manor. The air was filled with the sounds of music and firecrackers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. When Murong Fu witnessed the grand procession of the wedding party, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed his eyes. All of this will eventually belong to me. It will aid in the restoration of the great Yan. Su Qin feigned ignorance of Murong Fu's expression and, after escorting the two ladies onto the boat, waved his hand decisively, signaling the return journey. The wedding procession's boat promptly turned back toward Lingbao Manor. Although the timing felt somewhat rushed, the grandeur remained intact. The servants at the manor were well aware of their young master's capabilities, ensuring that everything necessary for the wedding was in place. The ceremony was still exceedingly splendid and lively. Amidst the blessings of the guests, the wedding neared its conclusion. In the bridal chamber, the two ladies sat side by side, whispering to one another. To be able to marry the man they cherished alongside their beloved sister, to be united in heart, to grow old together, to share fortunes and misfortunes, and to face life and death hand in hand filled their hearts with joy. Yet, amidst their happiness lingered a sense of melancholy as they recalled Murong Fu's words and the myriad events that had transpired. They made a surprising decision to reveal Murong Fu's plan in its entirety, leaving their future to fate. Ladies, your husband has arrived. Su Qin, having entertained the guests, entered the bridal chamber with a warm smile. Upon hearing his voice, the hearts of the two ladies raced like drums, filled with the joy of newlywed bliss, the sweetness of marrying their beloved, and a poignant sense of guilt. The two women, resolute in their hearts, swiftly removed their veils and, with a thud, knelt upon the ground. It was Zhu who spoke first. My husband, we have wronged you. What are you doing? Please rise. No. Dear husband, allow us sisters to finish. They then unveiled Murong Fu's entire scheme, tears glistening in their eyes as they spoke. Witnessing this, Su Qin could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, yet he refrained from intervening. This matter had become a knot in the hearts of the two women. It was better to express their feelings than to suppress them, for only by articulating their thoughts could they untangle their emotional turmoil. Su Qin deliberately adopted a stern expression and remarked, You two are aware of your grievous misdeeds, yet you willingly accept your punishment? Chapter 34. The ambitious young man. Upon hearing these words, the two women instantly lost all color in their faces, pondering their potentially grim fates. which left them with an involuntary sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, they resolutely declared, "Let our husband punish us as he sees fit." "Very well," Su Qin responded, his tone laced with mischief as he elongated his words, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. "Then your punishment shall be to remain by my side until our hair turns white, and to bear me a dozen or 20 robust children. If you produce fewer, I shall be quite displeased." The two women gazed at Su Qin in disbelief, as this was not at all what they had envisioned. Observing their reaction, Su Qin offered a gentle smile, embracing them in his arms. "Is it not much more comforting to express it now? Husband, you do not blame us? Foolish girls, how could I ever blame you? Besides, with the trivial schemes of Murong Fu, I have long seen through them. You may rest assured and live freely at Lingbao Mountain Villa. There is no need to concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it." With these words, the two women instantly transformed their tears into smiles, their faces alight with joy as they looked up at Su Qin. "Husband." Noticing their hearts had been unburdened, Su Qin donned a slightly wicked grin. "In this fleeting moment of spring, let us not allow that petty Murong Fu to spoil our delight." With that, he lifted the two women and carried them to the bed, extinguishing the candle with a casual wave of his hand. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a warm, romantic atmosphere. After their previous conversation, the two women had wholly surrendered their hearts to Su Qin, harboring no other thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a Bai. Acquired 20 years of cultivation and top-tier culinary skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a Zhu. Acquired 40 years of cultivation and indestructible divine skills. Sharing the same bed brought immense satisfaction to Su Qin. The following morning, the two women, thoroughly exhausted from Su Qin's exuberance, remained soundly asleep. Meanwhile, Su Qin had risen early and made his way to the backyard, his face brimming with anticipation. This time, the rewards amounted to an entire 60 years of cultivation, accompanied by exceptional culinary skills and indestructible divine abilities. Filled with excitement, Su Qin exclaimed, "System, claim the rewards." In an instant, a surge of profound cultivation enveloped him. Buzz! As the beaming divine art automatically activated within him, the 60 years of power was swiftly refined and assimilated. Su Qin's aura began to swell dramatically, visibly expanding before his eyes. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Late-stage Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, he advanced through 2 realms. The reward from marrying Zhongling had already elevated Su Qin to the pinnacle of early-stage Grandmaster. Now he was just a step away from mid-stage Grandmaster. Thus, upon receiving the 60 years of cultivation, his realm soared, breaking through with astonishing speed. His level stabilized firmly at late-stage Grandmaster. Feeling the depth of his newfound power and the strength of a late-stage Grandmaster, Su Qin could not help but smile broadly, wearing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, marriage and childbearing are the true paths to cultivating one's self. Su Qin mused inwardly, reflecting on the benefits of taking a wife and raising children. Claiming the master chef skills. In the next moment, the diverse culinary arts, cooking techniques, and mastery of heat, among other elements, are truly extensive. Leaving Su Qin in awe, he had no idea there were so many intricacies involved in cooking. Particularly intriguing are certain special ingredients that require unique cooking methods. Some even intertwine with the principles of medicine, which is utterly astonishing. Among these delicacies, there exist dishes that can be paired with medicinal herbs to create therapeutic meals, yielding remarkably extraordinary effects. Su Qin could not help but smile. One such medicinal dish has the potential to enhance the qualities of an unborn child, thereby ensuring that his progeny's attributes become increasingly exceptional. Consequently, the rewards he receives would undoubtedly be more abundant. Through his recent observations of the system's reward patterns, Su Qin is certain that the quality of these rewards is assessed from various aspects. The rewards for marrying are evaluated based on the reputation, cultivation level, and appearance of the spouse, among other factors. As for the rewards for having children, while Su Qin is still uncertain about the specifics, he is convinced that the quality of the offspring is a crucial determinant. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. System. Continue to dispense rewards. Instantly, a plethora of profound and vast information flooded Su Qin's mind. Strangely, the influx of information did not cause him any discomfort. Rather, it felt as if he had always possessed this knowledge. At that moment, he sensed his body undergoing a transformation by a mysterious force. As he felt his physical strength continuously augmenting, Su Qin's astonishment became uncontrollable. This system could undoubtedly be termed a heaven-defying system. It was leading him down an extraordinary path. Su Qin could not help but reflect on this. Once the tumult within his body subsided, Su Qin regained his composure and eagerly unleashed a powerful punch. As he activated the indestructible diamond technique, he was instantly transformed into a being of bronze, enveloped in golden light, exuding an aura of immense majesty and sanctity. Observing the remarkable changes in his physique, Su Qin's eyes widened in surprise, and he could not help but marvel. Unable to resist, he focused his energy and poked his arm with his fingertips. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Su Qin's astonishment deepened. What extraordinary defense! It would be impossible for an average grandmaster to breach this. Su Qin was fully aware of the force he had exerted earlier, prompting a profound sense of admiration. He was immensely satisfied with the indestructible diamond technique. With such a skill, his survival capabilities had undeniably increased. His combat prowess soared. And although Su Qin's martial prowess was off the charts, the martial world was rife with deception. Not everyone engages in straightforward confrontations. Underhanded tactics and ambushes are commonplace. Once mastered, the indestructible diamond technique would operate autonomously, forming a thin membrane around Su Qin's body, providing excellent protection against dangers. Moreover, he distinctly sensed a subtle enhancement in one of his abilities. It seemed that he would need to acquire a larger bed at home. How lonely it is to be invincible. Su Qin hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely making his way toward the rooms of a Zhu and a Bai. The two maidens had just awakened and engaged in a spirited contest with Su Qin. In a fleeting moment, they were drenched in fragrant sweat, exuding an intoxicating allure. Su Qin felt certain of his own enhancement, not only in strength, but also in other aspects. A Zhu and a Bai seamlessly integrated into the Lingbao villa. With the support of Wang Yuyan, the interactions among the other maidens and a Zhu, a Bai became relatively effortless, especially after learning of Murong Fu's actions. The women united in their indignation, feeling profound sympathy for the plight of a Zhu and a Bai. Dear husband, this young man harbors treacherous ambitions. Daring to set his sights on our Lingbao villa, he must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Chapter 35. The Wrath of the People, Mei Chaofeng. Being a disciple of Huang Yaoshi, possessed an inherently volatile temperament. Moreover, having been deeply influenced by the infamous Huang, she exhibited an extraordinary decisiveness and relentless vigor in such matters. Although she currently bore a child, typically presenting a nurturing demeanor, she could often be found jesting and frolicking with her sisters at Lingbao Villa. However, Murong Fu's actions had undeniably struck a nerve with this formidable lady. Not only was Mei Chaofeng enraged, but Huang Rong also wore a furious expression, for their hearts were entirely entwined with Su Qin and the unborn child. Any scheming against them might allow for some leeway, but once Su Qin and the unborn child were involved, they transformed into protective hens safeguarding their chicks. Indeed, I am most familiar with Murong Fu's character. He has long harbored dreams of restoring his nation. If he had not provoked us, it would have sufficed. But since he dares to conspire against us, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Perhaps we should take the initiative? Even the typically gentle Wang Yuyan could not restrain her indignation. With her husband's strength, subduing Murong Fu would be effortless. The power of Lingbao Villa far surpassed that of the Kang Villa. However, any action taken must be justifiable. Acting recklessly could provide ammunition for detractors and ill-intentioned individuals. If that were to occur, Lingbao Villa would undoubtedly find itself beset by challenges in the future. Although Huang Rong was seething with anger, she maintained her composure and analyzed the situation with clarity. You are right, Rong, Su Qin affirmed, nodding in agreement. The other women also expressed their concurrence. Recognizing the unspoken rule of the martial world, one must not provoke the collective wrath of the people. Kang Villa, being an old established force in the Jiangnan region, possessed a complex web of connections. A single misstep could lead to the ruin of Su Qin's hard-earned reputation and render Lingbao Villa a target, resulting in a most unfavorable outcome. Observing the furrowed brows of the women lost in contemplation, Su Qin felt a surge of gratitude. Apart from Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng, the remaining three women were intricately entangled with Kang Villa. Their willingness to consider Su Qin's perspective and strategize for his sake demonstrated that they had fully integrated into Lingbao Villa. Ladies, Su Qin said with a smile, clearing his throat. As the women turned their slightly puzzled gazes toward him, he continued, please rest assured. I have already devised a plan to ensure that Murong Fu's schemes backfire. Though he spoke these words with a smile, those present, being his closest confidants, could sense a chilling aura emanating from him. Beneath Su Qin's smile lay a palpable undercurrent of lethal intent. Murong Fu, since you dare to act, do not blame me for being ruthless. The following morning, a rumor suddenly emerged in the marketplace, spreading like wildfire. Have you heard? The Murong clan of Suzhou, seems to be stirring up trouble. Oh, what trouble? Do tell. It is said that Gu Su's Murong Fu has schemed to poison the young master. Fortunately, the young master, with his wisdom and martial prowess, perceived his intentions in advance, thus narrowly escaping calamity. Is it true that such a thing has occurred? Wasn't it just a short time ago that the young master treated Murong Fu's injuries? Indeed. And moreover, the two families are connected by marriage. The two ladies who entered Lingbao Mountain Manor are, in fact, Murong Fu's sworn sisters. This reveals the depth of Murong Fu's treachery. It is rumored that he is a man of sinister and ruthless disposition, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. He coerced the two ladies to poison their own husband, leaving them no choice but to endure for the time being, intending to reveal the truth once they settled into Lingbao Mountain Manor. Such audacity is utterly reprehensible. A person with such a vile heart does not deserve to live. The young master, with his compassionate nature, must be concerned about retribution from the heavens for such actions. Enough, enough. Let us keep such secrets to ourselves, for speaking out could invite disaster. However, this explosive news cannot simply be contained by discretion. In the span of a day, not only had Jiaxing City heard of it, but the entire Jiangnan region was abuzz with the tale. Some doubted that Murong Fu would resort to such underhanded tactics, considering his family is known as a prestigious house in Jiangnan. Why would he employ such despicable means against Lingbao Mountain Manor? Moreover, some curious souls unearthed the Murong family genealogy, discovering that Murong Fu is of Xinbei descent. Intent on restoring his homeland, and coveting the wealth of Lingbao Mountain Manor to poison Su Qin. At this moment, the entire Jiangnan was in turmoil, while Su Qin, the instigator, basked in a life surrounded by beauty within his manor. Young master, the news has spread throughout Jiangnan. Excellent, well done. Keep a close watch on the movements of the combined manor. You may leave now. Yes, an unremarkable-looking man turned and exited. Undoubtedly, this information was intentionally disseminated by Su Qin's orders. It is not difficult to fabricate a justifiable cause. Often, the public merely echoes opinions without probing the truth of the matter. Besides, there is indeed some truth to this incident, albeit with Su Qin's embellishments. Upon learning of this, Murong Fu was seething with rage, his chamber littered with shattered porcelain. Who was plotting against the Murong family? Murong Fu was engulfed in indignation and frustration. He had merely intended to proceed cautiously, yet this news spread like wildfire across Jiangnan, escalating rapidly, and had already reached the farthest corners of the Song dynasty. Send word to leverage all connections of the Murong family to investigate this matter, and then let it be known that I shall personally visit Lingbao Mountain Manor in 3 days to clear my name. Yes, young master. Deng Baichuan bowed in response. At that moment, the ominous figure of Fengbo strode in, his face a mask of grave concern. Young master, it is dire news. A sense of foreboding surged within Murong Fu. What is it? Speak quickly. The old fiend Yin Wangdi, Shuemuhua, has come forward to testify that you indeed demanded a substantial sum from him for the soul-severing powder. Moreover, several distinguished families and valiant figures with whom I had previously formed alliances have now emerged to identify you as a descendant of the Xinbei. In light of this, our aspirations to reverse the tide have become nothing but a delusion. Upon hearing these words, Murong Fu was rendered speechless, his body collapsing as if all strength had been drained from him, sinking to the ground. Years of meticulous plotting and the extensive connections cultivated by the Murong clan have all been rendered futile due to a single misstep. They conspired against me. They have united to ensnare me. Murong Fu cried out in a fit of hysteria. This overwhelming sense of defeat left him gasping for breath. The 4 chief ministers surrounding Murong Fu wore expressions of deep sorrow, witnessing his loss of composure and unable to restrain themselves from offering words of comfort. However, in his current state of madness, Murong Fu could not heed their voices, merely muttering incessantly, "They have slandered me." Chapter 36. Words are futile, embrace death. Shuemuhua, renowned for his medical prowess, seethed with rage upon hearing that Murong Fu dared to lay hands on Su Qin. As a distinguished physician in Jiangnan, his connections and reputation far exceeded that of ordinary folk. His allegiance to Su Qin swayed many who had previously adopted a neutral stance, leading them to rally behind Su Qin. In a fleeting moment, the Murong clan of Suzhou became a target of public disdain. At Lingbao Manor, Su Qin sat regally, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the fervent assembly of martial heroes below. Observing the united front of righteous indignation among the crowd, Su Qin recognized that the moment had arrived. I am profoundly grateful to all esteemed comrades of the martial world who have traveled vast distances to support Lingbao Manor, he began. The Murong clan of Sanha Manor has gravely wronged us, and it is fitting that you bear witness to our resolve. Since assuming my stewardship of the Su family, I have dedicated myself with the utmost diligence. Yet today, this foreign band of Murong has audaciously plotted to seize my inheritance, an affront that cannot be tolerated. Thus, I have resolved to lead an expedition against Sanha Manor to reclaim our honor, and I implore you all to be our witnesses. The young master need not elaborate. A voice called out, "Such treacherous scoundrels deserve to be vanquished by all." Indeed, Murong Fu's actions defy the principles of our martial community. His clan must pay in blood for their transgressions. Inspired by Su Qin's rhetoric, the assembly of heroes echoed their support. A satisfied smile graced Su Qin's lips. This was precisely the outcome he had sought. Rising abruptly, he waved his hand with commanding authority. "Words are futile. Let us depart for Sanha Manor." Without hesitation, he issued his orders, and the crowd promptly complied. Vessels began to glide from Lingbao Manor, with Su Qin standing resolutely at the bow, exuding an imposing presence as they sailed towards Sanha Manor. Upon reaching the exterior of Sanha Manor, Su Qin stood proudly on the ship and called out coldly, "Murong Fu, come forth and accept your demise. Come forth and embrace death." His voice resonated like thunder, crashing against the stillness of the lake, sending ripples cascading across the surface. The tranquil waters could not withstand the force of Su Qin's profound inner strength, erupting in explosive sounds. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, directing their gaze towards Su Qin. Previously, when it was said that the young master subdued Qiao Feng with a mere cup of wine, I had thought it merely a fabrication to bolster his reputation. However, it now appeared there was truth to the claims. With the young master's current martial prowess, not even Qiao Feng, or the five extremes, could easily best him. What fortuitous timing! For I had harbored concerns regarding the young master's martial abilities, prompting me to come to his aid. It seems that my apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. The young master alone could sweep through Sanha Manor. At that moment, Su Qin radiated an overwhelming aura, standing proudly at the bow, his eyes shimmering with determination. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged from within Sanha Manor. Leading the charge was none other than Murong Fu, his once resplendent visage now marred by fatigue, bloodshot eyes, and unkempt stubble. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, appearing to have been hastily tied up, with a few stray strands dancing in the wind, presenting an extraordinarily disheveled image. "Brother Su, our acquaintance has not been brief. Do not heed the slanderous words of petty individuals. This is clearly an attempt to sow discord between us, seeking to incite conflict for their own gain. If you remain skeptical, I implore you to grant me some time. I shall uncover the puppeteer behind this and provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Although Murong Fu had long suspected that Su Qin was undoubtedly entangled in this matter, he could only begrudgingly concede in the presence of numerous peers from the martial world. With a gentle demeanor, he endeavored to explain himself to Su Qin, delivering heartfelt words that indeed swayed some onlookers. Just as a few began to scrutinize the two with puzzled glances, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Do not be deceived by his justifications. Murong Fu is treacherous and cunning. With the guile of a fox, he is not to be trusted. Besides, the young master possesses sound reasoning, supported by the testimony of physician Shui, rendering this an indisputable fact. Murong Fu's words are clearly mere fabrications, an attempt to stall for time." Upon hearing this, Murong Fu's already unappealing visage darkened further, as if it might drip with malice. However, he refrained from confronting the speaker. His gaze fixed intently on Su Qin. He understood that the opinions of others mattered little now. It was Su Qin's thoughts that were paramount. Should Su Qin choose to withdraw, Murong Fu would find a moment to breathe, perhaps even a chance to reverse his fortunes. Conversely, if Su Qin engaged in battle, the century-old foundation of the Zhuang would be obliterated, and regardless of the outcome, Murong Fu would gain naught but loss. Su Qin, maintaining an unchanging expression, inquired, "Murong Fu, what do you see here?" As he spoke, he produced an object from his bosom, opening his palm to reveal a cluster of black powder that instantly captured the attention of the crowd. "Soul-severing powder." A gasp arose from those familiar with the substance, their voices tinged with disbelief. "Indeed, it is soul-severing powder." At that moment, an elderly figure emerged from the crowd, lifting the hood from his head. Upon recognizing him, the crowd's expressions shifted. It was none other than the traveling Shuemuhua. It was on that day that Murong Fu implored me to provide him with the soul-severing powder, claiming it was to deal with a formidable villain. Seeing his earnestness, I entrusted this lethal substance to him. I never anticipated it would nearly endanger the lives of the young master's family. It is utterly shameless, leaving me without the face to confront the young master. Upon witnessing Xue Muhua stepping forth to testify, Su Qin felt a twinge of surprise. This elder was not part of his arrangements. Indeed, Su Qin was entirely unaware of his presence today. Having witnessed the old man's expression of regret, Su Qin could not help but commend him inwardly. The elder's appearance had indeed provided Su Qin with a splendid assist. Meanwhile, Morong Fu's face darkened ominously. He had not anticipated that Xue Muhua would personally vouch for Su Qin. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no retreat left, only a desperate fight remained. Offering a flicker of hope, contemplating this, a fierce glint momentarily flashed across Morong Fu's face. Behold, Morong Fu, having realized his schemes have been exposed, is now consumed by rage. Young master, exercise caution. Morong Fu is a treacherous and cunning individual, not to be underestimated. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fervent condemnation of Morong Fu's malevolent deeds. Su Qin, perceiving the moment ripe for action, refrained from further delay. With a light press of his toes, he soared into the air, standing upon the waves, and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Morong Fu, I have treated you with sincerity, addressing you as a brother. Yet you conspire against my Lingbao mountain manor. What is even more despicable is your intent to bring ruin upon my family. My several wives are with child, and you dare to wield such a malicious hand. Had I not discovered your treachery in time, the lives of hundreds beneath my roof would have perished. Such a profound grievance cannot be washed away by the waters of the vast rivers and seas. Words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 37. What martial arts is this, that it can be so overbearing? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qin did not allow Morong Fu a chance to defend himself. He lunged forward like a majestic eagle. The four chief retainers exchanged glances, each detecting a spark of resolute determination in the other's eyes. As loyal servants of the Morong family, sworn to serve through generations, they understood that with their master's honor at stake, they must stand firm in this perilous moment. The four men stepped forward, their forms converging to confront Su Qin. Having long heard of the young master's unparalleled martial prowess, surpassing even that of Qiao Feng, they were eager to test their skills against him today. Seasoned in the ways of the martial world, they understood the adage that one's reputation often holds truth. Yet, in such dire circumstances, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to help their young master deplete his opponent's inner strength. All four were innate level masters, and their combined might was indeed formidable. Deng Baichuan, Gongye Qian, Bao Butong, and Feng Bo formed a united front, their spirits unwavering as they charged towards Su Qin. In that moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, eclipsing even that of a grandmaster. The strength of these four retainers was truly remarkable. Their combined power bore an implicit aura of mastery, an awe-inspiring sight. Yet, the question remained, could the young master withstand such an onslaught? Surely, given his previous displays of strength, victory was assured. Or so some dared to hope. Just as whispers of speculation filled the air, Su Qin and the four warriors clashed without any embellishments. Their loyalty was commendable, yet Morong Fu was no enlightened ruler. What a pity. He unleashed the celestial four symbols technique. In an instant, a spectacular phenomenon unfolded. As the heavens and earth shifted in hue, swift as the wind, fierce as fire, rapid as lightning, and thunderous as a storm, Su Qin stood aloft, exuding an aura of divinity. This extraordinary spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Slowly, he extended a palm towards the four men, and although the motion appeared languid, it was imbued with unparalleled might. The four warriors felt their souls plummet at the sight. The ferocious offensive they had jointly unleashed was instantly reduced to mere dust. They sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. It dawned on them that their master had indeed provoked a truly fearsome opponent. This was the final thought that crossed their minds as they faced their impending doom. When tranquility returned, the bodies of the four lay floating upon the lake's surface. Great pools of blood stained the waters, enhancing the scene's melancholy. Considering your loyalty in protecting your master, I shall allow you to retain your corpses, Su Qin remarked indifferently, as if a deity passing judgment upon heretics. At that moment, the onlookers awoke from their stupor, their gazes horrified as they beheld the four lifeless forms adrift on the lake. A chill crept down their spines. In the blink of an eye, four innate level masters had perished. How could one not be astounded? The innate level marked a significant threshold in martial arts. To enter this realm was to gain entrance into the esteemed halls of the martial world. The vast majority of martial practitioners would spend their lives striving to reach this level, yet only a select few succeeded. The innate level was indeed a realm for the elite. However, the sight of four innate masters joining forces, only to be effortlessly vanquished with a mere flick of the wrist, left the assembled crowd swallowing hard in shock. Their eyes filled with awe and reverence as they turned to Su Qin. The celestial four symbols technique? I recollected that the young master of the Xiao manor once subdued Xiao Feng with this extraordinary skill. How enlightening it is to witness such divine prowess today. This journey has truly been worthwhile. The demise of these four esteemed ministers beneath such unparalleled techniques does not bring shame to their names. Indeed, the young master must have employed this exceptional skill to honor their unwavering loyalty, which is as apparent as the sun and moon. Just as the crowd was lost in admiration, a young maiden adorned in a pale yellow palace gown stood gracefully upon a willow branch in the dock. Her form seemed almost ethereal, swaying with the breeze, and any onlooker would surely recognize her unparalleled lightness of foot within the martial world. A delicate veil brushed against her fair visage, fluttering in the wind to reveal her breathtaking beauty. The celestial intent four symbols technique. It is indeed formidable. Yet, I wonder how it compares to the art of flower transplanting and wood joining in strength. This maiden is none other than Lianqing, one of the two sovereigns of Yihua Palace. Observing the scene, it was evident that Murong Fu, the embroidered pillow, would stand no chance against this young master of Lingbao Manor. Lianqing's expression shifted, and her intrigue towards Su Qin deepened. She had descended the mountain to confront the notorious villains of the Evil Valley, following them all the way to the Song dynasty, where she fortuitously witnessed Su Qin delivering a slap of justice to Murong Fu, enjoying the spectacle as a mere bystander. Little did she expect that the young master of Lingbao Manor would surprise her greatly. Moreover, this young master is indeed strikingly handsome. While it is said that Jiang Feng is the most exquisite man in the world, it seems that his reputation may not fully capture the truth. Although she had never seen Jiang Feng in his full glory, she believed that no one could surpass Su Qin's looks. As Lianqing contemplated these thoughts, the surface of the lake began to change once more. Upon witnessing the brutal fates of his four ministers, Murong Fu's expression twisted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Qin, you dare to slay my vassals and insult the Murong clan. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Su Qin replied coldly, Murong Fu, since you dared to scheme against my family and threaten my life, you should have anticipated this day. Today, only one of us shall survive. Very well. Let us see whose skill, my celestial intent four symbols technique or your, prevails. With that, Murong Fu propelled himself into the air with a deft flick of his toes, unleashing a surge of inner strength that stirred the waters into a tempest. It must be noted that although Murong Fu may not match Xiao Feng in prowess, his reputation at such a young age speaks volumes of his undeniable capability. In the vast realm of martial arts, he is indeed a prodigy, albeit somewhat lacking in comparison to Su Qin. At this moment, with his full strength unleashed and his fury ignited, Murong Fu's attack was formidable. He was well versed in myriad martial arts, yet his knowledge was broad but not profound, which rendered him slightly inferior in strength. As he strode upon the waves, his palms danced with mighty force, launching a powerful palm strike towards Su Qin. You think you deserve to invoke the celestial intent four symbols technique against me? Su Qin remarked with a disdainful smile, addressing Murong Fu with nonchalance. The disdain and contempt in his tone ignited a fire within Murong Fu. Unable to endure the humiliation, he let out a powerful roar, his palm strike gaining an additional measure of force. Murong Fu's eyes blazed with fury. Su Qin's actions felt akin to a murderous assault on his very spirit. Observing Murong Fu's unique martial technique, a culmination of various schools of thought, Su Qin's expression was one of utter scorn. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a radiant golden light enveloped Su Qin, rendering him as solid as bronze. With an unembellished punch, he met Murong Fu's palm strike, bellowing die. The multitude of palm shadows unleashed by Murong Fu seemed to melt away like snow under the sun, revealing the terror-stricken visage of Murong Fu. What kind of martial arts is this, to possess such overwhelming power? Chapter 38, Annihilation Overnight. The fist, devoid of any internal energy fluctuations, surged forward, penetrating through Murong Fu's palm shadow without losing momentum, aiming directly at his heart. In this perilous moment, Murong Fu felt an unprecedented gravity, summoning all his internal strength, his hands tracing an enigmatic trajectory before his chest. Celestial rotation, he bellowed. Murong's family's ultimate skill? It is said that this extraordinary technique can enable the weak to conquer the strong, employing force against force, shrouded in mystery, akin to the techniques of my Yihua Palace. Lianqing's eyes gleamed upon witnessing Murong Fu's display of celestial rotation. A significant part of her presence here was indeed to witness this renowned technique of the Murong clan. The celestial rotation was indeed as legendary as its reputation suggested, comparable to the Yihua Palace's techniques. However, in the next instant, Lianxing's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. Su Qin completely disregarded Murong Fu's full-force execution of celestial rotation. His golden fist, embodying brute strength, struck directly at Murong Fu's chest with devastating force. Murong Fu's face was a canvas of bitterness, confusion, rage, and an unmistakable terror. His complex emotions froze upon his visage as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Su Qin's punch had utterly shattered his heart. Before he could utter a single word, he collapsed lifelessly. To return a favor in kind? Alas, in the face of absolute power, all embellishments are in vain. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. How could this be possible? Lianxing could not contain her low exclamation of disbelief. She was certain that celestial rotation was as formidable as the techniques of Yihua Palace. Moreover, Murong Fu's strength was not far removed from her own. She had initially believed that even if he were to be defeated, it would not be so decisively. Yet, the reality was that Murong Fu, with such prowess, had not even lasted a single exchange against Su Qin. A complete annihilation. A thorough and utter crushing. How could such a young master possess such terrifying strength? Could it be that he had already stepped into the realm of the Grand Master? Following the shock was an intense curiosity. As Lianxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I am indeed no match for him. I wonder if my sister could contend with him? This journey has not been in vain, for I have encountered such an extraordinary talent. However, it is said that this man is exceedingly lecherous, having taken 6 beautiful wives within a year. Such a frivolous individual. No matter how exceptional, I shall not regard him highly. With a fleeting glance at Su Qin, she turned and vanished from the scene, unaware that she had developed a distinct sentiment towards this man she had encountered for the first time. The onlookers were equally astounded. Earlier, when Su Qin had bested Xiao Feng, although Xiao Feng conceded, many perceived it as mere sparring. In life and death struggles, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet now it appeared that the truth was far from that. Observing the calm and composed Su Qin, the discerning onlookers immediately recognized that he still possessed considerable strength. This revelation left the crowd in awe once more. Initially, they believed this encounter would be a fierce contest of equals, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. A multitude of reverent gazes fell upon Su Qin. The prowess of the young master appears to have reached the realm of a grand master. One remarked. Indeed, otherwise. How could the master Murong be defeated in a single strike? Another gasped. How terrifying, a grandmaster under 20. Such extraordinary talent has scarcely been heard of before. The young master truly embodies a disinterest in fame and fortune. Indeed, had it not been for the treacherous schemes of that villainous Murong, such calamity would not have befallen him. From this day forth, the ascent of Lingbao Mountain Manor is inevitable. Naturally, the young master is still so young. His future holds boundless promise. Whispers circulated among the bystanders, who dared only to speak softly, fearing to invoke Su Qin's displeasure. It is foreseeable that once this incident passes, Lingbao Mountain Manor will soar to unprecedented heights, instantly becoming a transcendent presence in the martial world. As long as Su Qin remains, no one will dare provoke his ire lightly. Should he achieve further breakthroughs, Lingbao Mountain Manor might even ascend to the pinnacle of martial powers. When one ascends, all connected shall rise. Previously, Lingbao Mountain Manor was merely a wealthy household, lacking respect from many in the martial realm, but now, after this confrontation, it has gained extraordinary prominence and cannot be underestimated. Su Qin leaped back onto the ship. Though the crowd whispered cautiously among themselves, he still managed to overhear their discussions. Amused by their chatter, he acknowledged that such matters were not his immediate concern. Although the high-end combatants of the Kang Manor had been vanquished, the expansive manor itself remained, undoubtedly a plum ripe for the picking. What Su Qin sought was not mere gold and silver, but the countless martial arts tomes hidden within the Murong family's Heir Water Pavilion, priceless treasures that could significantly enrich Lingbao Mountain Manor's arsenal, representing the accumulated wisdom of generations. He delegated the subsequent cleanup to the retinue he had brought from Lingbao Mountain Manor. Despite the astonishing wealth of Kang Manor stirring desire among many present, Su Qin remained indifferent. With his prior display of formidable strength, he was confident that no one would dare to act mischievously under his watchful gaze. Nevertheless, he would ensure that none left empty-handed. Su Qin understood the importance of balancing kindness and authority. Not a single tome from the Heir Water Pavilion was to be spared. As for the wealth, he would share it among his fellow martial artists present as a token of gratitude for their efforts. Leaning casually against the tiger-skin chair, he commanded with a serene demeanor. "Yes, my subordinate understands," replied the man in black attire, bowing in respect. These individuals are the loyal retainers nurtured by Su Qin over the years, unwaveringly obedient to his commands. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction and gently waved his hand at him. The man then accepted the order and bowed before departing. "With the matter resolved, it is time for me to return. Otherwise, Ronger and the others will surely grow anxious and worried. Setting forth, I shall head back." Su Qin murmured to himself before issuing a loud command. Upon receiving the order, the attendants on the boat promptly turned the vessel towards Lingbao Manor. As Su Qin's strength deepened, his imposing presence gradually became apparent. While he maintained a degree of ease within the manor, once he stepped out to conduct affairs, the authority emanating from him instilled a sense of respect among the attendants, who dared not treat him lightly. In the span of a single night, the once renowned Murong clan of Suzhou, celebrated throughout Jiangnan, was utterly obliterated. This left many in a state of lamentation, while others clapped in approval. Chapter 39. Such achievements are truly astonishing in the Lingbao Manor. Su Qin was indulging in the tender ministrations of Zhu and Bai. "Young master." A man appeared before Su Qin, kneeling on one knee, and spoke respectfully. "I have returned. Is everything taken care of?" "Yes, young master. In the recent extermination of the Murong clan, we have acquired over 100,000 taels of silver, along with several precious medicinal herbs. Additionally, we have obtained more than 100 martial arts manuals and 23 superior martial arts treatises." As he spoke, the man produced an ancient sheepskin scroll from his bosom and continued, "This is the Murong clan's ultimate technique, Do Zhuan Xingyi. Please take a look, young master." At the mention of the technique, a glimmer of delight crossed Su Qin's face. If there was anything from the Murong family that piqued Su Qin's interest, it was undoubtedly this Do Zhuan Xingyi. As for the mundane spoils from the annihilation of the Murong clan, Su Qin was indifferent. After all, Lingbao Manor was never lacking in such trifles. What Lingbao Manor truly needed was profound heritage, to become a family with a legacy capable of enduring through generations. Such depth was paramount. The martial arts manuals salvaged from the Confusion Manor were part of this foundation. With these tomes and the financial resources of Lingbao Manor, nurturing talent and skilled practitioners would become significantly easier. Though Su Qin acknowledged that these texts were inferior to those produced by the system, they sufficed for cultivating his subordinates. Were Su Qin to announce that anyone joining Lingbao Manor could freely peruse these manuscripts, an influx of individuals would soon flock to the manor. He received the Do Zhuan Xingyi from the man's hands and began to peruse it meticulously. As his gaze traversed the scroll, the joy on Su Qin's face deepened. "Exquisite," he praised sincerely, admiring the sheepskin scroll. "Go and make a copy of this for your study. It will enhance your strength." The man displayed a look of surprise upon hearing this. "Is there a problem?" Su Qin inquired with a smile, gazing at the man who remained prostrate before him. "Oldly, you have been serving in Lingbao Manor for several decades. Previously, due to my limited talent, I was unable to practice martial arts, and you handled many matters on my behalf. Although you stayed in Lingbao Manor out of loyalty and gratitude, I have always regarded you as family. Now, by fortunate coincidence, I have acquired the supreme mental techniques and significantly increased my strength. This Do Zhuan Xingyi may not be of great use to me anymore, but for you, it is different. With this manuscript, you have the potential to advance to the late innate stage. If fortune favors you, even the master realm may be within reach. So please take it, young master." The man, originally named Li Guang, had remained in Lingbao Manor out of gratitude for Su Qin's parents. He had already become a skilled practitioner in the early innate stage. Throughout the years, he had protected Su Qin when he was defenseless. A devoted ally of the Su family, he was known for his loyalty and righteousness, which explained his years of service in Lingbao Manor due to a simple promise. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Li Guang felt a mist rise in his tiger-like eyes. His heart swelled with emotion, causing him to tremble with excitement. The art of is the signature technique upon which the Murong clan has built its reputation. Murong Fu, possessing only mediocre martial skills, has achieved great renown in the martial world solely due to this extraordinary skill. One can only imagine the weight this technique carries. Li Guang quickly composed himself before speaking. "Young master, your generous treatment towards your subordinate compels me to devote my utmost efforts in supporting you." Su Qin chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality. However, there is a task I would like to entrust to you. Please instruct me, young master. Select a few volumes from the recently acquired martial arts manuals and pass them on to those under your command who exhibit high loyalty. If you wish, you may even share the technique in your possession. But loyalty is paramount. I understand. Very well, proceed. Your subordinate takes his leave. As Li Guang departed, Su Qin's smile deepened, evidently pleased to have secured the allegiance of a congenital master. My husband is indeed meticulous in his endeavors. His authority grows ever stronger. With such benevolence, many will surely vow their lives in loyalty. Once Li Guang was out of sight, Wang Yuyan smiled and remarked, her eyes shining with admiration and respect for Su Qin. As Su Qin's strength increased, so too did his stature within the clan. This act of grace would undoubtedly win the hearts of many. Su Qin smiled gently at Wang Yuyan, embracing her as he said, I do not wish for it to be this way. The guards in the manor are still somewhat lacking in strength. With these manuals, we can surely elevate our overall capabilities. After all, manuals are but lifeless objects. Their true value can only be realized in skilled hands, no? Indeed, my husband speaks wisely. As your name rises in the martial world, it will inevitably attract envy. Therefore, it is prudent to prepare and enhance our own strength. Wang Yuyan, possessing keen insight, had already discerned Su Qin's intentions. You are truly the most considerate, Yuyan. My husband. Wang Yuyan blushed at the praise and affirmation from her beloved, her heart swelling with joy. Su Qin laughed heartily at her bashful demeanor, savoring the delightful moment. As time passed, news of Su Qin's vanquishing of Murong Fu and the annihilation of the Kang Manor spread widely. In a short while, Su Qin's name echoed throughout the martial world, unmatched in prestige. Some even jested, in the south, Su. In the north, Qiao. This news reached the headquarters of the beggars' sect, where Qiao Feng, diligently training, opened his eyes and murmured, alas. I remain half a step away from the realm of Grandmaster. Although I am but a half step away, the difference is minuscule yet vast. I wonder when I shall take that step. Though I can contend with Grandmasters using the 18 dragon-subduing palms, it merely allows me to remain undefeated. To emerge victorious is quite a challenge, let alone overcoming Brother Su. It is rather flattering to find myself compared to such a figure in the martial world. Ever since my parting with Su Qin at the riverbank, Qiao Feng has diligently devoted himself to rigorous training, aspiring to bridge the gap between himself and Su Qin. Though naturally magnanimous, every warrior possesses a heart of a champion, which empowers them to navigate through adversity. Qiao Feng is no exception, setting the ambition of surpassing Su Qin as his ultimate goal. However, the moment he learned of Su Qin's astonishing feat of vanquishing Murong Fu with a single strike, and contending against the 4 great innate masters, he was left in a state of profound astonishment for quite some time. While he had not yet engaged Murong Fu in combat, he was well aware that the latter was a distinguished master of the highest order. To witness Su Qin dispatch him with a mere punch was simply unfathomable. Initially, he had presumed Su Qin to be merely a novice at the Grandmaster level, relying on the celestial art of the 4 symbols to achieve victory over him. However, it has become evident that such assumptions were misguided. Although he did not witness the encounter firsthand, it is clear that Su Qin's prowess extends far beyond that of a mere beginner at the Grandmaster level. Such extraordinary accomplishments are indeed nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 40. The acquisition of offspring and the reward of a century of power. A faint smile of bitterness flickered across Qiao Feng's face. It seemed that on that day in the inn, Su Qin had indeed held back. However, soon after, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Qiao Feng's eyes. Wasn't he this even more challenging? As the pressure from Su Qin intensified, his fighting spirit was fully awakened. It was not just him. In Jiangnan, the renowned Jianghu family, the Lu family of Lu Jiabao, was in turmoil. The current head of the family, Lu Lighting, gazed at the intelligence in his hand, unable to quell his agitation. The Murong clan had been annihilated. Murong Fu had perished with a single punch. Such power was indeed among the elite in the entire Jiangnan region. It was likely that in the future, not only merchant families, but even Jianghu clans like theirs would have to regard Lingbao Mountain Villa with utmost reverence. It was said that this young master was a charismatic figure, having married 6 wives within a year. However, it was normal for a young talent like him to have several concubines. Lu Lighting paced back and forth in his study, his expression grave, deep in contemplation. Summon Wushuang and Inger. Yes, master. Upon hearing the response from outside, Lu Lighting's expression softened slightly. His daughter Lu Wushuang and his niece Qingying were both currently unmarried. If he could persuade them to marry into the Su family, such a union would secure the Lu family's position in Jiangnan without worry. In Xianyang City, Guijing was occupied with several military matters. Beside him, a sweet-faced foreign lady was assisting him. This lady was none other than Guijing's childhood companion, Huazhang. In this world, Huazhang had severed ties with her own tribe to remain by Guijing's side. Brother Jing, Have you heard about the recent significant events in Jiangnan? Guojing looked up, puzzled. What event? The destruction of Sanhe Villa. Oh, you mean that matter. I have heard a bit about it. What are your thoughts, Brother Jing? Guojing pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand before continuing. Currently, the Mongol Empire is advancing aggressively, and our Song dynasty is in a precarious situation. At such a critical juncture, we should unite against the common enemy and not allow personal grievances to cause internal strife. Though Morong Fu is of questionable character, he is nonetheless a master-level expert. If he could come to Xiangyang to resist the Mongol cavalry together, that would be splendid. I disagree. Huazheng immediately countered upon hearing this. Observing Guojing's slightly puzzled expression, she continued, I firmly believe that Su Qin of Lingbao Mountain Villa embodies the true essence of a great man. If he cannot even protect his own household, how can we expect him to defend our borders? Moreover, Morong Fu is nothing but a treacherous scoundrel, scheming to seize others' wealth in his quest for national restoration. Would you feel secure with such a person guarding Xiangyang? Are you not afraid he would abandon the city in a moment of crisis? Moreover, if it were you, Brother Jing, and someone plotted to seize your fortune, wishing for your family's demise, how would you respond? Guojing was momentarily taken aback by the remark. His thoughts were consumed by the defense of Xiangyang, and he had not contemplated the matter in depth. However, upon hearing Huazheng's analysis, he realized the truth in her words. Indeed, it was a lapse in my consideration. Yet, this young master of the manor is truly remarkable, possessing such strength at not yet 20 years of age. A prodigious talent indeed. Were it not for the pressing military situation in Xiangyang, I would have relished the opportunity to witness this young master's extraordinary prowess in Jiangnan. Hearing Guojing's sentiments, Huazheng's expression softened considerably. Truly, it is said that this young master is of similar age to Guo, yet his martial arts accomplishments have already reached an unparalleled zenith. I fear he could match Brother Jing in skill. The couple had remained childless for many years, only to take in Yang Guo after encountering him, personally imparting their wisdom. This was precisely why Yang Guo had not been sent to the Chuanjian sect. Indeed, after the new year, I shall send out invitations to summon heroes from all corners of the world to gather in Xiangyang, to collectively discuss strategies against the Mongol invasion. It is imperative that we invite this young master to showcase his talents. Although Huazheng diligently attended to Guojing, many within the city of Xiangyang regarded her with disdain. After all, she was of Mongolian lineage, despite severing ties with the Mongol Empire for Guojing's sake. Many believe that those not of our kind must have different hearts. Discussions of Su Qin's exploits were rampant, and numerous factions were stirred by the news. The Zhongnan Mountain, the Chuanjian sect, Tianshan, and Lingjiu Palace, as well as Dali and Tianglong Temple, all engaged in conversations about Su Qin's destruction of the Murong clan. Even the neighboring Ming dynasty and Sui dynasty received word of this matter. Lingbao Manor saw Su Qin emerge into the limelight for the first time. While some marveled at Su Qin's strength, others devised schemes to marry their daughters into the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Qin returned to a life of carefree indulgence, embracing a lifestyle of leisure, sewing, cultivating, practicing martial arts, strolling with dogs, and delighting in birds. As the three women, Zhongling, a Zhu, and a Bai, each became pregnant, all 6 of Su Qin's wives were now with child. Today, a tense atmosphere enveloped Lingbao Manor, for a matter of great significance was unfolding. Huang Rong was on the verge of giving birth. Her delivery was of utmost importance to Lingbao Manor. Every servant and laborer attended to their duties with utmost caution, refraining from speaking aloud. All were secretly praying for Huang Rong's safety and that of her child. Since her arrival at the manor, Huang Rong had never been harsh with the servants and treated everyone kindly, earning their respect. In this era, childbirth could be perilous for women. However, Huang Rong possessed considerable strength and robust health, coupled with Su Qin's exceptional medical expertise to aid her. It can be said that the risks have been minimized to the utmost, yet Su Qin remained uneasy. He had invited the finest midwife in the city to assist Huang Rong in her childbirth. Listening to the agonizing cries echoing from within Huang Rong's chamber, Su Qin's heart tightened with anxiety. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he was experiencing the profound feeling of impending fatherhood. Although he held great confidence in his medical skills, he could not quell his worries. He paced restlessly in the courtyard, casting frequent glances toward the door. Fortunately, this anxiety did not linger for long. Accompanied by a piercing scream from Huang Rong, the resonant cries of 2 newborns filled the air. Instantly, the worry etched on Su Qin's face was replaced by sheer delight. Congratulations to the young master, blessed with a son, and both mother and child are safe. Splendid, splendid. Someone, take the midwife to the accounting room for her reward. Upon finishing his words, he beheld two tiny infants cradled in the midwife's arms, their bright, dark eyes exceptionally endearing. The system notification chimed in as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 2 offspring. For your first offspring, you are awarded a century of internal strength and the majestic sword energy. Chapter 41. The Depths of the Jianghu. A cautionary tale at this moment. Su Qin's thoughts were entirely consumed by the mother of his child, Huang Rong. He cast a hurried glance at the 2 little ones before turning towards the room. Huang Rong, drenched in sweat and appearing frail, lay in bed with a radiant smile on her face. My husband, with genuine concern. Su Qin swiftly approached Huang Rong, taking her icy hand in one of his while placing the other against her back. He channeled the profound internal energy within him through his hands, delivering it into Huang Rong's body. Her pallid complexion, weakened from childbirth, visibly transformed to a rosy hue. Ronger, you have worked hard. Rest well. Do not worry. Leave everything to your husband. Seeing the tenderness in Su Qin's gaze filled Huang Rong's heart with immeasurable sweetness. The suffering she had endured felt worthwhile. She would have no complaints even if asked to face death at that moment. The Lingbao manor came alive with joy once more due to Huang Rong's childbirth, with some of the older servants moved to tears. The estate had long been a solitary line, and now, with the arrival of 2 new lives, it was indeed a moment of great celebration. The flourishing of Lingbao Manor served as a solace to Su Qin's parent spirits. Su Qin was elated. He had finally become a father, a dream he had never dared to envision in his 2 lifetimes. With a beaming smile, he gazed at the 2 little ones, playfully teasing them for a moment before entrusting them to a dedicated wet nurse. He then began to strategize, contemplating the division of Lingbao Manor into several distinct areas. As the children grew, they would require space to play, and he too would need a private area with his wives. It would be prudent to engage some educators and martial masters to provide these little ones with foundational teachings. Imagining a future filled with numerous progeny, a smile unwittingly spread across Su Qin's face. However, it was still early. Such considerations could wait until the new year. He continued to ponder, recognizing that previously, the manor's inhabitants had merely included himself and a few wives, which was manageable. Yet with the increasing pace of his matrimonial arrangements, failing to plan ahead could lead to chaos and unnecessary complications. Resolute in his decision, he suppressed his thoughts and excitedly made his way to the backyard. System, claim my cultivation rewards. Aside from becoming a father, the bountiful rewards from the system brought Su Qin immense joy. He had anticipated that the birth of twins would yield substantial rewards, yet 100 years of cultivation was truly exhilarating. At present, Su Qin had already reached the late stage of the Grand Master realm. This century's worth of cultivation was undoubtedly a significant prize. He understood that perhaps today marked the opportunity for his breakthrough. As expected, an incredibly fierce and dense internal energy surged within Su Qin. The beaming divine skill operated at full throttle, devouring this century's worth of power, transforming it into streams of pure, beaming true energy that coursed through his body, ultimately settling in his dantian. As the true energy returned to the dantian, Su Qin's aura visibly surged. In an instant, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. However, before he could fully react, the barrier of the Grand Master realm was shattered by the tumultuous internal energy, propelling him into the realm of the celestial being. After the Grand Master comes the celestial realm. The celestial realm consists of 9 grades, each step ascending to the heavens. Upon reaching the 9th layer of heaven, one can transcend their shackles. At this moment, Su Qin stood quietly, his feet gradually lifting off the ground, suspended in the air. It was as if he had merged with the cosmos. Su Qin was the sky, and the sky was Su Qin. As the immense inner strength dissipated, Su Qin's power firmly stabilized at the 1st grade of the celestial realm. The celestial realm? Harnessing the grand forces of heaven and earth for oneself? Su Qin silently marveled at this revelation. The might of the celestial realm is formidable. It could be said that beneath the celestial beings, all others are but ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. If the Grand Master level is one where ordinary geniuses might achieve success through hard work and opportunity, then the celestial realm is a domain accessible only to true prodigies. Such prodigies possess talents that far exceed those of ordinary individuals, capable of accomplishing in a year what would take others a decade of cultivation. This underscores the significance of innate talent. This was also the fundamental reason why Su Qin struggled to enter the innate realm despite his relentless efforts. The system had directly amplified an ordinary person's talent tenfold, comparable to that of an unparalleled prodigy. Guojing, with mediocre aptitude, only ascended to the Grandmaster level due to a series of fortunate encounters in his youth. However, given his current age and talent, further advancement seems improbable. Among the five extremes, aside from Wang Chongyang, who harbors some hope of reaching the celestial realm, the other four have essentially reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. The Tianshan Tong Lao of the Lingzhou Palace on Mount Miaoyao might, if she were to master the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique, potentially enter the celestial realm. Yet, it appears that her training has encountered a setback, making that unlikely. Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, hidden away in the Shaolin Temple's scripture pavilion, are even less likely to advance to the celestial realm. Calculating this, it seems that there is not a single celestial being among the prominent figures of the Song dynasty. This realization filled Su Qin with a sense of pride. The realm that might elude others for a lifetime, he had attained in less than a year. It is no exaggeration to assert that Su Qin is undoubtedly the foremost figure in the Song dynasty's martial world. Of course, Su Qin was aware that the martial world was not as simple as it appeared. Just the monk who had swept the floors at Shaolin for countless years certainly possessed strength beyond the first grade of the celestial realm. There were also unparalleled masters like Huang Chong, who created the 9 scriptures, and the undefeated Dugu Jinma, who roamed the martial world a century ago. These are formidable beings. The lifespan of a Grand Master does not differ much from that of an ordinary person. However, upon reaching the celestial realm, one can break free from the constraints of 100 years of human life, prolonging their existence. Hence, the depths of the martial world are treacherous. One must tread carefully. Who knows which obscure mountain valley harbors an unassuming old monster? In his heart, Su Qin resolved that although he currently possessed considerable strength, he must remain cautious. In his spiritual treasure estate, he would live modestly, take a wife, and raise children. In due time, no old monster would stand a chance against him. Upon his initial arrival in the realm of celestial beings, Su Qin, despite possessing an extraordinarily solid foundation, found it imperative to meticulously attune himself to the subtle transformations within this domain. Beyond the threshold of celestial beings, conventional martial techniques have little utility. No matter how exquisite the maneuver, it pales in comparison to the perspectives of those who have ascended to this level. Ultimately, the essence of the celestial realm hinges on one's comprehension of the heavenly principles and the mastery of the cosmic currents. Fortunately, my celestial intent 4 symbols technique is an unparalleled secret art that harnesses the grand momentum of the universe. Only by ascending to the realm of celestial beings can one fully unleash the formidable power of the celestial intent 4 symbols technique. This technique, which draws upon the forces of heaven and earth, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, can only manifest its true, terrifying potency in the hands of a celestial being. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Qin's eyes, for there remained a reward yet to be claimed: the majestic Sword Qi. Chapter 42, The Divine Healer of Medicine, the system activated, bestowing upon Su Qin the ethereal sword aura. Instantly, an avalanche of insights and understandings regarding the sword path surged within his mind. A razor-sharp sword energy slowly emanated from Su Qin, embodying the essence of righteousness and integrity. Grand and magnificent, with a resonant clang akin to a dragon's roar, the air vibrated as countless swords within Lingbao Mountain Villa responded to an unseen call. A symphony of tremors and humming sounds mingled with the reverberation of swords echoed through the space. At that moment, everyone felt as though the swords they bore had come to life. All the swords unsheathed simultaneously, defying their master's control, rising into the air to pay homage to Su Qin. As if on a pilgrimage, that was the sacred ground of their lord's cultivation. The myriad swords paying homage, their lord's prowess had indeed advanced, capable of invoking such reverence from 1,000 blades. The women, all seasoned practitioners of the martial arts, were accustomed to wielding swords. Yet, witnessing their own swords fly uncontrollably towards Su Qin in worship left them utterly astonished. Although they were unaware of the precise realm Su Qin had reached at that moment, such a phenomenon had never been heard of before. Originating from distinguished backgrounds, their perspectives were far beyond those of the ordinary, yet even they were left in awe, let alone others. As Su Qin gradually opened his eyes, the surrounding sword energy began to dissipate. The myriad swords sheathed themselves, and everyone could distinctly sense the change in their own swords. Once mere inanimate objects, they now radiated a subtle hint of sentience. What a magnificent sword aura, akin to the king of swords, compelling 1,000 blades to bow in reverence. It is said that within the Liang dynasty, a sage of Confucianism could vanquish malevolent spirits with nothing but the righteous energy in his heart. I wonder how my sword aura compares to his. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Su Qin's eyes. The sword aura, capable of cleaving through the great tides of the world and a nation's destiny, possessed an unparalleled might, rendering him nearly invincible within the realm of celestial beings. Su Qin was confident that with the sword aura and the four symbols technique, he could challenge formidable opponents beyond his current realm. However, the exact level of strength he could face remained uncertain, as he had yet to engage with any celestial beings. Yet, should the opportunity arise, he would be eager to test his mettle. This was not arrogance, but rather the confidence of a martial artist. Su Qin reigned in his formidable aura, smiling warmly. To navigate the martial world, one must understand the art of concealment. This truth was clearer to Su Qin than anyone else. Those who are overly boastful seldom enjoy longevity, for there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond one's own reach. How delightful to receive such bountiful rewards upon the birth of a child. When Xiao Feng and Yu Yin give birth, the reward shall undoubtedly be even more generous. Su Qin murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. After Huang Rong gave birth, Lingbao Mountain Villa returned to its former tranquility. The only difference was that Huang Rong could once again share a bed with Su Qin, having refrained from their intimate moments for the sake of safety during her pregnancy. Observing her sisters reveling in the nightly festivities with Su Qin, it would be disingenuous to claim that she harbors no envy. This torment is a sentiment only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend. With Su Qin's unparalleled culinary skills and medical expertise, Huang Rong's postnatal recovery has been remarkably swift. According to Su Qin's estimation, it will not be long before Huang Rong is able to conceive once more. To this end, Su Qin had specifically cautioned Huang Rong. However, she dismissed the advice, confident that Su Qin would ensure her health remained uncompromised. This was evident from Su Qin's acute concern for her well-being during the day of childbirth. While Su Qin and several ladies continued to relish their blissful days, the Lingbao Villa was anything but tranquil. Ever since the destruction of its Sanha Manor, Su Qin's name resonated throughout the entire Song dynasty. Numerous individuals from the martial world, driven by admiration, flocked to seek refuge at Lingbao Villa, their abilities varying widely. The majority were practitioners of the acquired realm, eager to cultivate their skills under the villa's auspices. As a martial artist's training is inextricably linked to substantial financial backing, occasionally, some innate realm experts would also appear. Upon witnessing this influx, Su Qin promptly issued directives to establish thresholds and tests. Only those who could pass Su Qin's trials would be permitted entry into Lingbao Villa. Some martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction, but after Su Qin demonstrated her formidable prowess, making an example of a few, compliance ensued. Su Qin's philosophy was straightforward. If one wishes to enter her domain, they must adhere to her rules. Otherwise, she was unreservedly willing to take action to illustrate the consequences. Despite these challenges, the strength of Lingbao Villa began to grow exponentially. Su Qin prioritized character above all, as long as an individual possessed integrity. Their capabilities were of little concern. With access to an extensive array of Murong clan texts and the support of elixirs and spiritual wines produced by the system, he could, if he so desired, cultivate a significant number of innate or even master-level practitioners without regard for cost. The thought of nurturing a grandmaster had never crossed his mind, not due to inability, but rather because the path to grandmaster status requires an intricate combination of talent, strength, and fortuitous encounters, all of which are essential. This scarcity of grandmasters is evident in the martial world, where one might occasionally encounter master-level practitioners, yet grandmasters remain exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing. Observing the flourishing state of the villa, Su Qin felt a profound sense of joy and satisfaction. Recognizing that everything Lingbao Villa has achieved is intrinsically linked to his own efforts, the absence of grandmaster-level individuals seeking to join was a source of regret. Yet he quickly reconciled with this reality. After all, a grandmaster could establish their own sect, and who would willingly submit themselves to serve another. However, this situation was predicated on the fact that Su Qin's celestial realm strength had yet to be revealed. Once his power became known, even grandmaster-level practitioners would undoubtedly seek him out. This is the inevitable chain reaction wrought by absolute strength. In the realm of martial arts, having a celestial realm master to provide guidance is far more beneficial than solitary self-cultivation. Just as Su Qin thrived in this vibrant atmosphere, a dull rumble emanated from a stone coffin within the living dead tomb at the foot of Zhongnenshan. Suddenly, the coffin lid was forcefully thrust aside, and a slender figure clad in white emerged gracefully from within. "Welcome, master, from your seclusion." Beside the stone coffin stood the petite dragon girl, while Li Macho bowed respectfully. Within the coffin lay the enchanting beauty, their master, Lin Huachong. Her exquisite visage, delicate and ethereal hands, and her frigid elegance captivated all who beheld her. Has anything transpired during my year of seclusion? Lin Huachong's voice, cool and refined, broke the silence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Macho approached and replied with a bow. A new force has emerged in the martial world, having recently annihilated the Gusum Murong clan, and now it has seemingly ascended as the foremost power in Jiangnan. Lin Huachong's interest was piqued, her delicate brows arching in curiosity. Observing her reaction, Li Macho promptly recounted all the events that had unfolded in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Lin Huachong's eyes. A master of the healing arts? A practitioner of transformative skills? Yet, I wonder if they can cure the cold poison afflicting my lady. Chapter 43. Captivated by the young master of the lesser manner. A rise to prominence, Lin Huachong stepped gracefully through the stone gate, instinctively gazing towards the central position. There lay an ice coffin, exquisitely carved from a millennium-old cold jade. Within it, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden rested quietly, exuding a unique aura of heroism, though her face occasionally reflected a fleeting expression of anguish. This maiden was none other than Lin Chaoying, who had succumbed to a chilling poison, forced into a deep slumber. The ancient tomb sect's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra possessed the ability to preserve one's youthful visage, and coupled with the ice coffin's remarkable effects of staving off aging, Lin Chaoying appeared as if she were a young girl. Lin Chaoying had once declared that beyond the Grandmaster realm lay the celestial realm. Once she successfully traversed into that realm, her affliction would surely be resolved. If one were to identify Lin Huachong's vulnerability, it would undoubtedly be Lin Chaoying. Although Lin Chaoying had won the ancient tomb in a wager, thus founding the sect, her sole successor was none other than her maid, Lin Huachong. This illustrates the profound bond between them. Lin Huachong would spare no effort to alleviate Lin Chaoying's suffering. As Lin Huachong's fingers caressed the ice coffin, her resolve gradually solidified. Longer, Mo Cho, prepare some lavish gifts. We shall set forth soon. Master, where are we heading? To pay a visit to the young Master Su Qin of Lingbao Manor. Master? The two young maidens, Li Mo Cho and Xiao Long Nu, gazed in astonishment at their recently emerged master. Realizing their surprise, Lin Huachong sighed softly. You are both well aware of our ancestral master's condition. Since it is widely rumored that this person possesses profound medical skills, even the formidable Shuemuhua, known as the King of Hell, has been humbled and willingly adopted the role of a student out of respect. Such a figure merits my personal visit. Li Mo Cho and Xiao Long Nu fell silent, for they understood the depth of the bond between their master and ancestral master. Having been brought back to the ancient tomb and nurtured by Lin Huachong since childhood, they may have escaped a tragic fate, yet their innocence remained intact. They harbored doubts about the veracity of the rumors, feeling that their master was overreacting in her eagerness to meet Su Qin. Previously, Lin Huachong had invested considerable effort in addressing Lin Chaoying's plight, but the outcomes had been less than satisfactory, leaving the two maidens skeptical of this endeavor. Sensing their thoughts, Lin Huachong spoke. You two proceed with your preparations. Allow me to contemplate further. Yes, master. The two maidens complied and retreated. Miss, despite the slim chance of success, I shall give my utmost effort. Lin Huachong looked at Lin Chaoying within the ice coffin, her gaze resolute. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, homes were adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating joy. It was once again the festive time to bid farewell to the old year and usher in the new. At this moment, Lingbao Manor was also enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. With Su Qin emerging prominently in the martial world, the status of Lingbao Manor continued to rise, much like a ship buoyed by the tide. At present, Lingbao Mountain Villa flourishes, basking in its glory, with its enterprises extending not only throughout the Jiangnan region, but also across various locales of the Song dynasty. It subtly exhibits the potential to become the preeminent estate of the Song. Naturally, Su Qin is delighted by this development. With the arrival of the new year, he generously bestows rewards upon the numerous servants, laborers, and guards of Lingbao Mountain Villa. Whether it be gold, silver, wealth, or martial arts manuscripts, Su Qin is exceedingly magnanimous. To him, these items are mere objects. He understands the importance of allowing them to realize their intrinsic value. The principle of to give is to gain is one that Su Qin comprehends well, observing the gratitude etched upon the faces of his subordinates, who express their thanks with fervor, fills Su Qin with immense joy. Wealth may be easily acquired, but the loyalty of the people is a rare treasure. Those who benefit materially from Su Qin's generosity naturally hold him in high esteem, and their loyalty is unquestionable. United in purpose, They revel in a harmonious atmosphere, celebrating the eve of the new year amidst laughter and cheer. From the first day of the year onwards, visitors began to arrive at Lingbao Mountain Villa for courtesy calls. The first to arrive were representatives of various martial arts factions from within Jiangnan, with Lingbao Mountain Villa now wielding the formidable reputation of having vanquished the Tsinga Villa. It has undeniably emerged as the foremost power in Jiangnan. For those who wish to thrive in this region, it would be unwise not to seize this opportunity to forge beneficial relationships. Su Qin, ever gracious, readily accepts their visits, for this is the kingdom he has tirelessly built. He has no reason to decline. Seated in the principal position, Su Qin observes the leaders of various factions gathered below. Their demeanor humble and flattering as they cautiously engage in conversation, which brings him great satisfaction. He has long heard of the young and talented master of the villa, and now, finally, is afforded the honor of receiving their visit, a privilege he deems worthy of applause. The speaker is the representative of the Su family from Taihu, the venerable Su Laotaigong. Although the Su family is not particularly powerful, their reputation is impeccable, and they possess a wide network. Many grant this elder a measure of respect upon meeting him. While Su Qin revels inwardly, he maintains an inscrutable facade, responding with a smile. You are far too gracious. We are both from Jiangnan and of the same kin, and as you are my elder, it is I who ought to pay my respects. Su Laotaigong, astute in his years, perceives the obvious flattery in Su Qin's words, and his heart swells with joy. Haraha, young master, you jest. Alas, I have no worthy granddaughter to present. Otherwise, I would truly desire to forge a familial bond with you. This remark echoes the sentiments of many in Jiangnan, as numerous individuals share the notion that while Su Qin possesses many admirable qualities, he has a particular fondness for the fairer sex. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the system stipulates that he must seek out a renowned heroine from his past life. Then, the arrival of Lu Lidong from the Lu family villa captures everyone's attention. The mention of Lu family villa carries weight in Jiangnan, albeit not on par with the current stature of Lingbao Mountain Villa. The illustrious hero Lu is said to have a daughter named Wu Shuang, renowned for her breathtaking beauty, a true stroke of fortune. Indeed, it is expected that she would accompany this visit to Lingbao Mountain Villa. If we could capture the attention of the young master of the Lu family, our Lu family estate would surely ascend to great heights. The numerous martial artists from Jiangnan murmured among themselves. Quickly invite the valiant hero Lu to converse within the hall. Su Qin instructed hastily. In the courtyard, Lu Lidong awaited quietly, donned in a blue robe. Beside him stood two enchanting young maidens. One wore a pale yellow gown, her delicate features lively, with sparkling eyes that glimmered with mischief. The other, clad in a light green robe, was tall and slender, exuding an air of spirited elegance. The girl in the yellow dress was none other than Lu Lidong's cherished daughter, Lu Wushuang. She turned to her cousin Qingying with a smile and inquired, Cousin, do you know why father has brought us here? Of course I do. Uncle wishes for us to meet the young master of Lingbao Villa. If the match is suitable, then, at this point, Qingying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, halting her words. In recent days, her ears had been filled with tales of Su Qin, the young master of Lingbao Villa, renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess and striking appearance. Chapter 44. Marrying the Dragon Among Men. Qingying found herself genuinely intrigued by the flattery directed towards her. Upon noticing Qingying's expression, Lu Wushuang was taken aback, exclaiming exaggeratedly, No way, cousin. Have you truly been moved? It is said that this Su Qin is quite the libertine, having taken 6 wives within a year. How could you even contemplate marrying such a man? That is quite improper. A young lady should not raise her voice so. Lu Lidong admonished sternly, furrowing his brow. Instantly silenced, Lu Wushuang shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue. As Lu Lidong turned away, she made a grandiose face behind his back and whispered to Qingying, Cousin, I don't care. If you wish to marry, let father handle it. I have made my decision to venture into the world and roam freely after today. They say Su Qin is handsome and dashing, but who knows if he is a monster beneath that facade. Wushuang, do not speak so thoughtlessly. Qingying cautioned. Humph, I have already made up my mind. Cousin, will you join me? Wushuang, consider how this might affect our uncle. Do not act with such childish impulsiveness. If you do not wish to marry, simply tell him. I believe he would not force us. Why must you be so dramatic? Him? He is lost in his dreams of an alliance with Lingbao Mountain Manor. In this world, the Lu family has not suffered the calamity of the Red Serpent Fairy. So while Lu Wushuang possesses a kind heart, she tends to be a bit willful. Qingying shook her head in resignation, choosing not to say more. Hero Lu, our young manor master requests your presence. Please, follow me. A servant approached Lu Lidong, speaking with respectful authority. Lu Lidong smiled in response. Thank you for your trouble. He then proceeded towards the hall, following the servant. Such poise among the servants of Lingbao Mountain Manor. It is evident that this young Master Su is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he has achieved such renown in the martial world, Qing Ying remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Wushuang, no longer dissenting, nodded in agreement. The trio followed the servant, observing the lavishly dressed attendants, a testament to Lingbao Mountain Manor's considerable wealth, which left them all profoundly astonished. If our Lu family could forge an alliance with Lingbao Mountain Manor, our status would surely rise. Lu Lidong thought, his heart ablaze with ambition. Soon, they arrived in the grand hall, where Lu Lidong, upon seeing Su Qin seated at the head of the table, clasped his fists and greeted him with a smile. Hero Lu has arrived, young manor master and esteemed guests. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope for your understanding. Su Qin promptly stood to return the courtesy. Hero Lu, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. Meanwhile, the two young women behind Lu Lidong were utterly mesmerized. The man before them was truly a paragon of elegance and charm, a figure whose qualities seemed to defy description. Wushuang Inger, why do you not come forth to pay your respects? The speaker's tone grew slightly displeased as he noticed their lack of response, prompting him to call out softly. After repeated calls, the two women finally snapped back to reality, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they realized their indiscretion. They hurriedly approached and offered their greetings. Su Qin, witnessing this, smiled gently and remarked, there is no need for formality, ladies. Many of the women are engaged in pleasant conversation with my wife at the separate residence. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join them. Thank you, young master. My cousin and I shall take our leave now. The two felt as if a great weight had been lifted, their previous awkwardness making them feel quite uncomfortable. With Su Qin's timely intervention, they were filled with gratitude. After bowing to Su Qin, they quickly exited. Please excuse my daughter, Lu spoke. She has been spoiled by my indulgence and did not mean to be disrespectful in such a setting. It is my failure to discipline her properly. Sir Lu, you need not concern yourself. The young ladies possess pure hearts and genuine natures. Moreover, as fellow wanderers of the martial world, there is no need for us to adhere to such formalities, Su Qin replied, recognizing Lu's good intentions, which brought a bright smile to Lu's face. On the path to the separate residence, the rosy hues on Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying's cheeks had yet to fade. The memory of their earlier mishap in front of so many left them feeling exceedingly awkward. Cheng Ying's heart raced. Her curiosity about Su Qin had grown, and upon seeing him, she felt as if his image began to align with the figure she had envisioned, becoming increasingly distinct. Indeed, the young master is a prodigy, as if a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. It is unlikely that anyone in the martial world could surpass him, Cheng Ying mused inwardly. Turning to Lu Wushuang, who mirrored her thoughts, she teasingly remarked, Wushuang, did you not express a desire to roam the world freely? You even claimed you would not marry that ugly creature. Su Qin, why not leave now? If your uncle inquires, I shall assert I know nothing of your whereabouts. As sisters, I would surely assist you in escaping this plight, allowing me to bear the burden alone. Lu Wushuang suddenly exclaimed, waving her hands in protest. No, what do you mean no? In an instant, her face turned crimson, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I distinctly recall someone saying, who knows if Su Qin is truly an ugly creature? I refuse to marry him. Cheng Ying mimicked Lu Wushuang's earlier tone and words, causing Lu Wushuang to blush deeply. She seized Cheng Ying's sleeve, playfully pouting. Upon seeing Su Qin, her thoughts of fleeing marriage dissipated entirely. Just the thought of Su Qin's striking visage made her heart race. It seemed rather splendid to wed such a distinguished man, even if he had 6 wives. After all, the age-old wisdom of parental arrangements and matchmakers held true. My father has meticulously planned for the Lu family, pouring his heart and soul into it. How could I possibly allow him to find himself in an awkward position? My previous words were but a jest, and it is well known, dear cousin, that I have always been obedient and well-behaved since childhood. Lu Wushuang, with a playful smile, linked arms with Cheng Ying, her face unflushed and her breath steady as she playfully teased. Cheng Ying, on the other hand, wore a look of astonishment, as she could already discern Lu Wushuang's thoughts from her expression. However, she was taken aback by Lu Wushuang's boldness, which utterly astonished her senses. The two young women continued their lively banter as they made their way to the courtyard. In their hearts, it seemed they had both already resolved to marry Su Qin, envisioning him as their ideal partner. Naturally, Su Qin remained oblivious to the thoughts occupying the minds of the two women. Nevertheless, he possessed a steadfast confidence in his own allure, it was indeed difficult for any woman who crossed his path to resist the charm he exuded. Chapter 45. The Martial Arts Alliance, led by the young master. Within the Grand Hall, as numerous martial families from Jiangnan arrived, the atmosphere gradually grew more vibrant. Although they were all from Jiangnan and thus not distant from one another, gatherings of this nature were rare. This occasion was entirely dedicated to paying respects to Lingbao Villa, bringing everyone together. As conversations flourished, the sky darkened slowly. Su Qin surveyed the room, and, noticing that most guests had arrived, rose to speak. Esteemed guests, I am truly grateful for your presence at Lingbao Villa. The night has fallen, and I have prepared refreshments. Shall we dine and converse? The young master is exceedingly gracious. We shall gladly comply. The attendees responded with cheerful laughter. I've heard tales of the exquisite delicacies at Lingbao Villa, far surpassing those of ordinary taverns. Today, we are fortunate indeed to savor them. Upon hearing their words, Su Qin humbly returned the gesture. He then strode confidently toward the entrance, with the guests following closely in his wake. Once everyone was seated, Su Qin subtly nodded to a nearby servant, who promptly understood and bowed before retreating. Soon, a procession of attendants entered, each carrying beautifully crafted porcelain platters adorned with an array of delectable dishes that tantalized the appetite. After presenting the food and drink on the large table, the attendants bowed and withdrew. Observing the eager expressions of his guests, Su Qin could not help but smile inwardly. With his exceptional culinary skills, having merely refined a few recipes for the villa's chefs, he had created a feast worthy of the heavens. The rare and precious ingredients exuded an irresistible aroma. The banquet commenced. The martial heroes indulged heartily, unable to restrain themselves. Meanwhile, the ladies were treated with equal grandeur, albeit in a separate chamber. Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang gazed in awe at the sumptuous spread before them. Their previous encounters had left them with a favorable impression of Su Qin's many wives. They were utterly devoid of the anticipated rivalry, each one gracious, kind, and strikingly beautiful. The two women felt a sense of humility in their presence. Cousin, the beauty of these ladies is akin to celestial maidens from the Moon Palace. The young master is indeed fortunate, Lu Wushuang could not help but exclaim. Surely, only Su Qin could be deserving of such 6 enchanting beauties. Indeed, and during our conversation, I noticed that each of the ladies spoke of the young master with such admiration, almost implying that their encounter with him was a stroke of fortune, Cheng Ying added. I even heard Ling Madam teasing me to consider marrying him as well. A blush crept onto Lu Wushuang's cheeks as she recalled the moment. Before arriving at Lingbao Villa, she had harbored considerable prejudice against Su Qin. However, after witnessing him firsthand and spending merely half a day in his company, her perspective had transformed completely. She now regarded Su Qin as the epitome of a perfect suitor. The two women exchanged a glance, immediately comprehending each other's thoughts, silently acquiescing to Lu Lidong's arrangements for them. Meanwhile, Su Qin and numerous members of the Jiangnan martial arts community were engaged in a lively celebration, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Fortuitously, they were graciously entertained by the young master of Meng Manor, allowing them to indulge in such exquisite cuisine and savor fine wines. I once again seized the opportunity to toast the young master, offering him a drink. Upon hearing my words, everyone at the table responded eagerly, raising their glasses in unison to honor the young master. Su Qin let out a hearty laugh, rising to bow respectfully to the assembly before downing his drink in one go. Lu Lidong gently set down his cup, surveying the crowd, and continued, Esteemed friends, I wish to speak candidly today. The assembly fell silent, their actions pausing as they turned their attention to Lu Lidong. Not one to linger, he promptly stated. Those gathered here today are all distinguished families of Jiangnan, renowned figures and heroes of the martial world. Across the entirety of the Song dynasty, Jiangnan stands as a beacon of prosperity. Yet, our martial arts community has long been weakened. Have you ever pondered why this is? As his words echoed, the crowd furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Observing their reactions, Lu Lidong smiled and continued. This predicament stems from a lack of leadership within our martial arts community, akin to a scattered collection of sand. Such disarray has led to our perceived weakness. The martial world is not merely about conflict. It is also about human relationships and social dynamics. Navigating this sphere is fundamentally about building connections. Only by uniting our efforts can we establish a firm foothold in this vast martial realm, ensuring that the people of Jiangnan are not met with disdain when they venture out. Many present were acutely aware of this situation, yet it had persisted due to the absence of a figure with both martial prowess and moral integrity. As Lu Lidong broached this topic, a flicker of understanding crossed the minds of the attendees, and their gazes instinctively shifted towards Su Qin. Su Qin had anticipated this moment, maintaining a composed expression. Lu Lidong continued, in the western regions, there is the formidable Ouyang Feng. To the north, we have the great masters Qiao Feng and Hong Qigong. In Xiangyang, the esteemed Guijing stands tall, while Zhong Nanshan boasts the illustrious Wang Chongyang. Each of these individuals is a paragon of their time, possessing unmatched martial skills and commendable virtues. The assembly nodded in agreement. Our Jiangnan has been perceived as weak, and I believe you all share my sorrow regarding this. However, those days are behind us. The young master once subdued Qiao Feng with a mere cup of wine, winning his admiration. Furthermore, he decisively vanquished Morong Fu, his prowess evident for all to see. Moreover, the young master's benevolence and reputation for generosity command respect. Such a talented youth, endowed with both virtue and ability, is undoubtedly the pillar of Jiangnan, poised to lead us forward. Today, I, Lu Lidong, boldly propose in front of numerous fellow martial artists to establish the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, with the young master as its leader. I firmly believe that with a person of such exceptional caliber as the young master at the helm, our Jiangnan martial fraternity will undoubtedly command the respect of others. As soon as my words fell, everyone immediately displayed expressions of agreement. My statement undoubtedly resonated with many hearts. This proposal instantly illuminated the eyes of the crowd. As I mentioned, Su Qin possesses extraordinary strength and impeccable virtue, such a talent as he should undoubtedly assume the leadership, earning the trust of all. Those in the martial world are inherently free-spirited and do not take kindly to constraints. However, in cases like Su Qin, they still hold great respect. Thus, the Jiangnan martial community will no longer be a scattered assembly. Chapter 46. We have encountered the leader of the alliance. At this moment, Su Qin merely smiled faintly, rising to his feet to salute the gathered martial artists with a courteous gesture. I am truly honored by your esteemed regard. However, I am still young and may find it difficult to shoulder such a great responsibility. The esteemed seniors present are all individuals of virtue and talent, capable of undertaking this significant role. Regarding the establishment of a defensive alliance, it is undoubtedly a matter that brings only benefits, with no detriments. On behalf of Lingbao Mountain Manor, I express my willingness to form this alliance and stand united with all of you in the future. Su Qin refrained from wholeheartedly agreeing, as such eagerness might lead others to believe he had been scheming for this opportunity all along. This could foster feelings of annoyance and suspicion, suggesting that he had colluded with Lu Lidong to perform a deceptive act. Even if Su Qin were to ascend to the position of leader, some might not genuinely accept him, leaving room for future duplicity. At that moment, Li Qingluo rose, offering a slight bow to the assembly before speaking with grave seriousness. Esteemed colleagues, I have a word to share. I implore you to listen closely. Our Jiangnan martial arts community must unite in this defensive alliance, and my Mandala Mountain Manor shall certainly fulfill its duty. However, without rules, there can be no order. The establishment of this alliance must be governed by a single leader. The position of the alliance leader is of utmost importance. If entrusted to another, I would rather not participate in this martial alliance at all. As Lu Zhuangzhu just said, looking across Jiangnan's martial world, only Su Qin possesses the courage to bear this heavy responsibility. Therefore, I kindly ask the young manor lord to refrain from further reluctance, for the sake of our united purpose. If the young manor lord assumes the role of leader, Mandala Mountain Manor shall follow your lead without hesitation, she declared with conviction, her words resonating powerfully, rallying support for Su Qin and earning admiration for her resolute demeanor. Indeed, our Lu family also wishes to endorse the young manor lord as the leader of Jiangnan's martial world, ready to heed your commands, another voice chimed in. We of the Taihu Su family are likewise eager to join. Wherever the young manor lord directs his sword, that shall be our path, added yet another. With several prominent factions voicing their support, the crowd began to echo their sentiments. Yes, young manor lord, please do not decline. We are willing to have you as our leader, ready to follow your orders. Indeed, with your character, you inspire trust. Should you direct us eastward, we shall never stray west. We earnestly request that you accept the position of leader. Yes, young manor lord, please do not hesitate. The vast manor erupted with voices of agreement, as martial artists and heroes alike bowed their heads in submission to Su Qin. The overwhelming clamor startled the group of women in the side hall, each craning their necks to observe the scene. Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying were among the first to glance over, witnessing Su Qin surrounded by a multitude of illustrious figures, much like stars encircling the moon. Yet, there was no sign of panic on Su Qin's face. Instead, he wore a gentle smile, as if basking in the warmth of spring. This spectacle left them awestruck. their cheeks flushed and hearts racing. It was truly remarkable that the young manor lord, at such a tender age, had garnered the recognition of so many martial heroes, establishing dominance in the realm, an astonishing feat indeed. Cheng-Ying found herself murmuring softly in admiration. Seated beside him, Lu Wushuang nodded in agreement. Stealing a glance towards Su Qin, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from him, compelling her to draw closer. At that moment, Su Qin, upon noticing the earnest gazes of those below, understood that the time was ripe. In truth, he had long harbored such thoughts, recognizing the wisdom in the adage that a person's reputation is akin to a tree's shadow. If he wished to take concubines more smoothly in the future, he needed to possess power, wealth, martial prowess, and charm in equal measure. Rising slowly, he seemed to merge with the very essence of the universe, standing as if at the center of the world. The crowd, sensing this, looked at Su Qin with a mixture of astonishment and an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence. Grateful for your generous support, if I, Su Qin, were to decline, it would seem disingenuous. Since you extend such warmth, I shall reluctantly accept this responsibility. Rest assured, I shall exhaust every effort to honor the name of our Jiangnan martial arts community. Now, let us raise our glasses in a toast to the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. As he spoke, Su Qin gently lifted his cup, offering a salute to his fellow martial artists. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in their ears, striking deeply at their hearts. This ignited a fervor within the passionate heroes of the martial world, and they gazed at Su Qin with admiration, their spirits lifted, as they joyfully proclaimed, to the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. With that, they tilted their heads back and down their drinks. Observing their expressions of reverence, Su Qin allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, joining them in consuming the wine. Thus, the Jiangnan Martial Alliance was established, and Su Qin rightfully became its leader. The foremost figure in Jiangnan. We have met the alliance leader, Su. With his cup lowered, Lu Lidong promptly bowed to Su Qin. The others followed suit. And Su Qin laughed heartily, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Today marks the founding of our alliance, and there will be many matters to address in the future. I am but a mere mortal and will inevitably encounter limitations. Hence I wish to appoint 3 vice leaders to assist me in managing the alliance's affairs. I wonder how you all feel about this." Su Qin's demeanor was commanding as he surveyed the crowd. "We shall follow the alliance leader's arrangements," they replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Su Qin smiled. "Very well. Heroes Lu, Su, and Madame Wang, I shall rely on you 3. The trio responded solemnly. "We accept our duty." Su Qin's actions instantly earned the admiration of the crowd, for no one had anticipated that he would willingly share such significant authority. Although the Jiangnan martial community was relatively weak in the grand scheme of the martial world, it was not devoid of talent, and its strength was commendable. Previously, the absence of a leader had hindered their unity and collective strength. With the establishment of the alliance, the position of the leader naturally carried considerable weight, and the vice leaders would hold substantial influence as well. Su Qin's intentions were clear. He could not manage every matter single-handedly, thus endowing the vice leaders with greater authority. Su Qin had his own considerations. Dedicating himself entirely to the establishment of the martial alliance would inevitably hinder his ability to enjoy a leisurely life, a scenario he wished to avoid. Although he held the title of alliance leader, he preferred to delegate the laborious tasks to capable individuals, allowing him to maintain an overarching perspective from behind the scenes. This approach not only preserved his idyllic lifestyle, but also crafted an image of someone who was not merely a power-hungry individual, thereby enhancing his reputation. Of course, the selection of the alliance leader was a decision he made after careful deliberation. Li Qingluo, being his mother-in-law, would naturally consider his best interests in every matter. Similarly, Lu Lidong was of the same mindset. Su Qin had long perceived his intentions to marry Lu Wushuang and Cheng-Ying to himself. Thus, this served as a preliminary gesture of goodwill towards his father-in-law. Chapter 47. Despicable. You actually poisoned. As for the venerable Su Lautai, being a highly esteemed elder, he found it considerably easier to handle various issues. Additionally, Su Qin had just assumed his position and could not afford to be perceived as one who favored his own kin. Aware of this, Su Qin strategically placed Su Lautai at the forefront. Some among the crowd began to grasp Su Qin's intentions, marveling at his astuteness. They were utterly astonished that such a young individual could harbor such thoughts, demonstrating an exceptional ability to discern and utilize talent, skillfully managing those beneath him. This evoked an unprecedented sense of anticipation for the future of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Thus concluded the inaugural appointment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. After the 3 individuals paid their respects to Su Qin, they turned to the assembly, clasping their hands in gratitude. We are immensely grateful for the chief's kindness and the respect shown by our fellow comrades. We shall surely exert ourselves for the benefit of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. In the days to come, we will also rely on your continued support, Lu Lighting declared with a smile to the gathered martial artists. At that moment, Lu Lighting was brimming with confidence and satisfaction. Not only had he fulfilled his desires by aligning himself with the formidable Lingbao Mountain Manor, but he had also garnered Su Qin's attention, being appointed as the deputy chief, a position he had never dared to dream of before. Upon hearing his words, the Jiangnan comrades promptly engaged in polite exchanges, offering courteous conversation. Although Lu Lighting's personal strength was not widely acknowledged, the backing of Su Qin instilled a sense of caution in others. While the crowd mingled, exchanging warmth and camaraderie, a sharp, mocking laugh pierced through the atmosphere. TSK, TSK, TSK. What is this Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Merely a collection of inept fools, putting on a show behind closed doors, truly a source of amusement. The voice was as jarring as the call of an owl in the night. Haha. What you say is right, second mistress. A coarse voice echoed in agreement. I never expected to find such unexpected delight today. Initially, I only wished to eradicate your Lingbao Mountain Manor, but now I see there are so many notable figures present. It would be even more impressive to eliminate you all and showcase the might of the four great villains. A sinister voice announced, as a large bell descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The four great villains? What business do you have here? Someone could no longer contain themselves and rose to question. We have come to deliver you a bell, came the response, as three imposing figures strode into the room. The foremost individual bore a rigid expression, unable to fully close his eyelids, his face devoid of emotion, supported by crutches as he entered. His gaze was filled with a merciless viciousness, for he was none other than Duan Yanqing, the notorious leader of the four great villains. Following him were a man and a woman, both possessing burly physiques and an abundance of flesh. The man hefted a massive pair of scissors upon his shoulder, while the woman, voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, bore 6 gruesome scars across her face, evoking a chilling sense of dread. She was none other than the infamous Yi Ernyang, known for her malevolence, accompanied by the fearsome Yu Laosan. Lu Lighting's eyes flickered with apprehension. Though these 4 notorious villains are steeped in bloodshed, they continue to thrive in this world, relying solely on their formidable strength. It has been said that only 3 malevolent figures remain. The worthless Yun Zhanghe has already been dispatched by the young master of Lingbao Mountain Villa. Elder Yu spoke in a deep, resonant voice. He then stepped forward with a heavy stride, his overwhelming aura causing the gathered crowd to tense with apprehension. Today marks the gathering of our Jiangnan martial arts fraternity, and your presence is decidedly unwelcome. Indeed, you are not welcome here. Duan Yanqing, do not dare to spout your grandiose claims, now that our Jiangnan brethren have assembled. Even your trio, no matter how powerful, cannot hope to leave here unscathed. If you possess any sense, retreat now, for the Jiangnan Martial Alliance will surely come to claim retribution for today's affront. Lu Lidan commanded coldly. He yearned to subdue the 3 immediately, but was hindered by his insufficient strength and the peculiar circumstances of the day, making conflict ill-advised. However, Duan Yanqing dismissed Lu Lidan with a scornful laugh, turning his attention to Su Qin. You must be Su Qin, correct? The young master is indeed in his prime, having made quite a name for himself in the martial world. I wonder if the young master recalls the day he killed Yun Zhanghe in Linjiang Prefecture? Yes, that was indeed me. What counsel do you offer? Counsel? I dare not presume. As one of the 4 great villains, we are all intertwined. Since you took it upon yourself to slay Yun Zhanghe, you must have anticipated this day would arrive. Today, I shall ensure that no soul remains in Lingbao Mountain Villa. I am eager to see who will dare to oppose us henceforth. The crowd erupted in furious outrage, voicing their vehement disapproval. Absurd. Audacious. We, the many heroes of Jiangnan, shall not permit your tyranny. Alliance leader, please give the command. We are willing to act as your vanguard and present this fiend's head to you. Yes, Alliance leader, please issue the order. Observing the indignant crowd, Su Qin felt a flicker of satisfaction. He raised a hand to quell the uproar, and silence fell as all eyes turned to him, brimming with battle fervor. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Qin's gaze. It is no wonder that such a surge of fury arose within him. To have someone deliver a death knell at the onset of the new year is indeed intolerable. Even the most placid temperament cannot remain unperturbed in the face of such provocation, especially from these 3 infamous rogues. You possess an audacious tongue, proclaiming before the assembled Jiangnan brethren your intent to massacre Lingbao Mountain Villa? Do you truly believe that the Jiangnan martial world is so easily trifled with? Ha ha ha. The young master is quite the handsome figure. With your cleverness, have you not pondered why we were able to enter so effortlessly? Yi Yang chimed in with a playful laugh. The crowd, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. Indeed, the three had strolled in without a hint of resistance, which was distinctly peculiar. Just as uncertainty began to settle among them, Yi Yang continued, "Time is of the essence." As soon as the words fell, everyone felt an immediate sense of weakness wash over them. Their internal energy rendered ineffective, no matter how they attempted to summon it. It remained as stagnant as a pool of stagnant water. Within mere moments, all collapsed onto the ground, utterly immobilized, their faces etched with terror. "Despicable! You actually resorted to poison!" The crowd exclaimed in outrage. Su Qin squinted, enunciating each word deliberately. "Bitter sorrow, gentle breeze." He was well versed in the sacred texts of medicine, and it was not difficult for him to deduce the nature of the poison afflicting them. Poisons that could evade even the keenest senses were rare indeed. Bitter sorrow, gentle breeze was colorless and tasteless. Those poisoned wept profusely, embodying sorrow. The overwhelming weakness rendered them incapable of movement, signifying gentleness. Like a gentle breeze, it infiltrated without a trace, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. Should one unwittingly succumb to its effects, even a master of the highest caliber would find themselves as vulnerable as fish upon a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Indeed, it was bitter sorrow, gentle breeze. Since the young master is aware of this substance, he must also comprehend its formidable nature. Now, I wonder what confidence the young master possesses to attempt our extermination. The sinister voice of Duan Yanqing echoed ominously. Chapter 48. The national master can only consume the food of despair. The lamentable Su Qin. Naturally, some knowledge exists. Upon hearing this, Su Qin chuckled lightly. At this moment, the crowd wore expressions of profound sorrow, for the notorious reputation of Su Qin was well known to anyone with even a modicum of experience in the martial world. The unwavering confidence exuded by Su Qin instilled in the onlookers a sense of inscrutable depth. The young master had indeed ventured into the realm of the Grand Master. The potency of Su Qin's elixir was such that even a master-level practitioner could not treat it with such nonchalance. Duan Yanqing sighed, yet his eyes betrayed little astonishment. Clearly, he had harbored suspicions prior. However, it was hardly surprising. Su Qin's prowess was widely acknowledged, and while Murong Fu may not have been a Grand Master, he was certainly among the elite within the master ranks. The notion that Su Qin could dispatch him with a single strike could only be realized by one of Grand Master caliber. As this realization dawned upon them, the crowd's eyes brightened with newfound hope, for the effects of Su Qin had rendered them utterly powerless. Observing Duan Yanqing's unshakable conviction in his Grand Master status, Su Qin couldn't help but stifle a smile. One wondered how his own celestial realm strength would affect the rigidity of Duan's countenance if revealed. Given their awareness of his abilities, what emboldened them to approach? Surely, they did not naively believe that the combination of Su Qin and their trio could achieve success. Permit me to assert, you are not worthy. Though the four evil ones were notorious, only Duan Yanqing's strength was commendable. The other three were mere embellishments. In response to Su Qin's remarks, Duan Yanqing remained unfazed, offering a cold smile. I have heard tales of the young master's exploits during the previous conflict at the manor. While I pride myself on being able to subdue Murong Fu, I could never reach the level of the young master. I possess enough self-awareness to recognize the young master's strength. Thus, Duan Yanqing chuckled derisively before continuing. Therefore, your majesty, since you have arrived, why not come forth to meet the young master? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It appeared that these three villains had an ally. However, given Duan Yanqing's regard for him, this companion must surely possess formidable strength. As the crowd contemplated this revelation, a melodious chant echoed through the air. A monk of stately demeanor entered with deliberate steps. Clad in simple robes and straw sandals, his countenance seemingly illuminated by a divine aura. His ears hung low, enveloped in an ethereal Buddhist essence, his face resembling ancient bronze, exuding a diamond-like presence. Little monk Jiomoji, I bow before the young master. Upon entering, the monk paid no heed to the prostrate figures on the floor. After softly reciting a Buddhist verse, he bowed in respect to Su Qin, who occupied the main seat. Upon witnessing the arrival of this individual, the crowd involuntarily gasped in awe. The national master of Tubo, the great Wheel Ming Wang, Jiomoji. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of Duan Yanqing, firmly placing him in the realm of Grand Masters. Previously, the crowd had speculated that Su Qin might already possess the strength of a Grand Master. However, judging by Su Qin's age, even if he were a prodigious talent, He could at most be considered a newly ascended master in the realm of grandmasters. In comparison to seasoned grandmasters like Jiao Emoji, there exists a noticeable disparity. This sentiment was shared not only among the martial artists of Jiangnan, but also resonated within the hearts of the three notorious villains and Jiao Emoji himself. A tinge of bitterness surged within the crowd, and the flickering hope that had just arisen vanished in an instant. Jiao Emoji had become the proverbial weight that tipped the scales. One can only imagine the formidable prowess he possessed. In the side hall, the gathering of ladies observed the turbulent atmosphere with growing concern. Particularly, Qing Ying and Lu Wushuang felt their hearts tightly clenched. Upon witnessing Jiao Emoji's appearance, Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. With a serene smile, he spoke, "Ah, it is the esteemed national master gracing us with his presence. However, I wonder when the Ming Wang chose to descend into depravity and associate with such rogues. I propose this. Ming Wang should retreat forthwith, returning to Tibet for a decade, never to set foot in the Central Plains again. Shall we consider this matter settled?" Upon seeing Su Qin's calm demeanor, Jiao Emoji furrowed his brow and replied, "Although the young lord possesses considerable strength, this humble monk believes he can manage a few exchanges. As for the notion of descending into depravity, that is a misunderstanding on your part. I have come today to inquire about the celestial four symbols technique, which is said to be an unparalleled skill of our time. Thus, I wish to behold this extraordinary technique and hope the young lord can grant me this favor. Should the young lord consent to share this skill, I shall take my leave, and this matter shall no longer concern me." Jiao Emoji spoke with an air of tranquility, confident that any intelligent individual would discern the appropriate choice in the current situation. With formidable martial prowess and a sense of self-importance, he was also deeply passionate about martial arts, exhibiting an exceptional talent that could only be described as a gift from the heavens. He could effortlessly commit to memory any martial arts he encountered, relentlessly pursuing higher realms of mastery. To this end, he traversed great distances from Tibet to the Central Plains in search of martial knowledge. It was this very ambition that led him to be manipulated by Duan Yanqing and others, agreeing to accompany them. Upon hearing Jiao Emoji's words, Yu Laosan was immediately incensed. "Oh, you great monk, what did you previously tell our leader? Do you still wish to leave? Try it, and see if I do not break your neck." "Laosan," Duan Yanqing admonished sternly, then turned to Jiao Emoji, saying, "Why must the Ming Wang act in such a manner? As long as you assist us in capturing this individual, what extraordinary secret manuals would you not wish to see?" The Kang manor was annihilated by him, and the Dozhuan Xingyi is also under his control. To my knowledge, this individual possesses an unparalleled skill that is said to be indestructible. Does the Ming Wang not wish to behold it? Duan Yanqing genuinely feared that Jiao Emoji would choose to retreat, for as Su Qin had stated, relying solely on the three of them and the bitter melon breeze, they might indeed struggle to subdue Su Qin. Yet, to Jiao Emoji's indifference, he maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed inward as if in deep meditation. Witnessing this, Su Qin could not help but chuckle softly. As Jamozi slowly raised his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Su Qin and inquired, "Why does the young master smile?" Su Qin replied, "I laugh because the national master can only feast upon the scraps thrown his way." Upon hearing these words, a profound anger surged upon Jamozi's otherwise placid countenance. It seems the young master possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities. "Well then, Ming Wang," Jamozi continued, "I shall reiterate my warning. Should you retreat to Tubo for a decade without making your presence known, you may yet preserve your life. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me. Ha ha ha. The young master speaks with great bravado. It appears I must indeed experience the might of your celestial four-symbol technique." As he spoke, he took a measured step forward, his aura rising like a tide. At that moment, Duan Yanqing's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he commanded, "Second brother, third brother, together now? Capture this young man." Chapter 49. I hope the young master will show mercy. As soon as Duan Yanqing's words fell, Tai Guai lightly tapped the ground and surged forward towards Su Qin. Despite his disability, his strength was formidable, and his pair of black iron crutches wielded with the force of 1,000 pounds descended upon Su Qin. Yi Ernyang, having heard Duan Yanqing's call, brandished a long knife as delicate as a cicada's wing and followed closely behind him. Yu Laosan also charged at Su Qin, wielding his oversized scissors that stood taller than himself. Meanwhile, Jamozi, arriving after the others, flickered into position before Su Qin and swiftly struck downwards with his palm. The heated wave of energy surged within his hand, fierce and unyielding. The four of them, upon striking, immediately formed a besieging formation around Su Qin. Observing the situation, Su Qin merely smiled calmly and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. With a soft exclamation of "Get lost!" Jamozi suddenly felt an ominous shift, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds had fallen upon him, rendering him incapable of resistance. His expression changed dramatically, and before he could react, he was sent staggering backwards by this overwhelming force. Su Qin remained motionless, relying solely on the explosive power of his protective aura to repel Jamozi. Then, as if a celestial being had descended, he took a step forward, extending his fist. The seemingly casual punch magnified in Duan Yanqing's eyes. To an outsider, it appeared as if Duan Yanqing had collided headlong into Su Qin's fist. Yet only Duan Yanqing understood that since Su Qin had risen, an invisible momentum had firmly ensnared him. Even in this restrained state, Su Qin had instilled within him an overwhelming pressure. Now, Duan Yanqing found himself compelled to confront this strike head-on, realizing that no matter how he evaded, he could not escape this seemingly effortless punch. This was the might of a transcendent being. Although Su Qin had yet to unleash his full power, the force of heaven and earth accompanied such a being, rendering all beneath them as mere ants. The faintly golden fist descended upon Duan Yanqing's iron crutch without any embellishment. The solid iron crutch shattered instantly, fragments scattering. Yet the fist continued its relentless trajectory towards his head. At this moment, Duan Yanqing felt a surge of trepidation, acutely aware of the insurmountable disparity in their strengths. He dared not hold back, channeling his internal energy to thrust out a finger. However, his aspirations were grander than reality. He sought to employ the Duan family's ultimate technique, the One-Yang finger, to halt Su Qin's advance. He believed that if he could merely obstruct Su Qin's assault for an instant, Yi Ernyang and Yu Laosan could arrive. And with their combined might, escape would seem plausible. Yet, Duan Yanqing's murderous intent had dissipated, replaced only by a singular desire to flee. For Su Qin's power had utterly exceeded his expectations. However, Su Qin would not grant him that wish. The golden fist collided with his finger, shattering the force of the One-Yang finger, yet it continued undeterred. Duan Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen in that moment. For Su Qin's fist had already struck him squarely upon the head. In an instant, it was akin to a watermelon bursting, blood spraying forth. Duan Yanqing met his demise on the spot. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, before the others could even react. Su Qin stepped forward once more, striking with an air of casual grace. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of Duan Yanqing, Yi Ernyang felt her heart chill considerably. She was well aware of Duan Yanqing's formidable strength, yet such prowess was utterly futile against Su Qin, who dispatched him with a single blow. It was evident that her own capabilities would scarcely warrant a single punch for annihilation. Naturally, Su Qin remained oblivious to Yi Ernyang's thoughts at that moment. His intent was straightforward. Having decided to act, he aimed to eliminate any future threats. The audacity of these four individuals to arrive on New Year's Day seeking bloodshed left him no room for mercy. It was a case of inviting death upon themselves, conveniently coinciding with the recent establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, allowing him to utilize their lives as a grim offering. This would also serve to demonstrate to the Jiangnan martial artists the true extent of his power. Previously, many had merely heard tales of Su Qin's exceptional martial prowess, yet few had grasped its true magnitude, as most had only heard rumors and seen him in action rarely. Now, witnessing Su Qin's decisive and thunderous actions in vanquishing the principal villain, Duan Yanqing, their eyes sparkled with awe. The martial world was fraught with treachery, and to compel these unruly individuals to submit, one required an iron fist. Su Qin's ruthless display was undoubtedly intended to showcase his might. The effect was palpable, as evidenced by the growing reverence in the gazes directed at him. Su Qin maintained an expression of effortless ease, his golden-tinged fist crashing heavily upon Yi Ernyang. Her countenance turned ashen, her internal organs shattered by the force of his blow. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Her eyes wide with horror as she slowly succumbed, her face forever etched with shock. Su Qin stepped forward again, delivering another punch to the unprepared Yu Laosan's enormous scissors. The uniquely designed, massive scissors seemed as fragile as paper before Su Qin's fist, shattering into pieces under his might. Before Yu Laosan could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Su Qin's fist struck him with the same ferocity. His robust form was sent hurtling backward with a resounding crash, landing squarely beside Zhou Emoji, who had just managed to halt his retreating motion. With a slight tilt of his head, Yu Laosan breathed his last, his unblinking eyes reflecting the horror of his demise, while Zhou Emoji's expression darkened like water. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving the onlookers astounded. The previously perilous encirclement disintegrated under Su Qin's 3 blows. How dare these insignificant ruffians come to assert their dominance here? Su Qin's gaze was filled with disdain as he regarded the 3 lifeless bodies of the notorious villains. Zhou Emoji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly clasped his hands in respect towards Su Qin, exclaiming, "Young master, your prowess is unparalleled. I, Zhou Emoji, humbly bow to your superiority. Henceforth, I shall return to the Tibetan regions to cultivate my Buddhist teachings and shall not dare to set foot in the Central Plains for a decade. I implore you, young master, to show mercy." Zhemozi felt a chill creep into his heart. Although he could vanquish these 3 notorious villains, he could never achieve the same ease as Su Qin. Just moments ago, Su Qin had repelled him with nothing more than his protective qi, and while he had not exerted his full strength, he had at least unleashed 80% of his power. Gazing at Su Qin, who maintained a gentle smile, Zhemozi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It seemed a bit too late for the Ming King to contemplate retreating. However, since the Ming King had spoken, Su Qin would grant him a chance. As Zhemozi prepared to bow in gratitude, he heard Su Qin, still smiling, continue. "I possess a sword that I wish for the Ming King to behold. Should you be able to withstand its power, you may depart without concern. I shall not impede you. However, if you cannot endure it, it may be a challenge for the Ming King to witness the dawn of tomorrow." Upon hearing these words, Zhemozi's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I humbly request the young master to bestow a demonstration." Chapter 50 is simply awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin chose not to utter a word, ascending into the air with an ethereal grace, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace. The air resonated with a harmonious hum as every individual turned to gaze at their swords, which sang in unison. The sound of the swords crescendoed, and a fierce sword energy manifested before Su Qin. The subtle sounds of swallowed breaths filled the surroundings as onlookers beheld Su Qin, who appeared as a deity, instilling an inexplicable dread within their hearts. The expression on Zhemozi's face grew increasingly grim. The symphony of swords echoed like a sacred pilgrimage. Such a spectacle of the age. Who could possibly believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Gradually enveloped by the sword energy, Su Qin's figure was protected by its formidable aura, reminiscent of a sovereign in audience. As he beheld the burgeoning force of sword energy before him, Zhemozi found it arduous to swallow, his throat parched. "Su Alliance leader, your extraordinary prowess is unparalleled. I, a humble monk, hold you in great esteem. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider." Zhemozi faltered. Who could remain defiant when faced with such a terrifying scene? Yet, seeing that Su Qin showed no intention of relenting, his ominous feelings intensified as the pressure of Su Qin's aura firmly locked onto him. Even those observing the battle felt their hearts race in response to the unfolding spectacle. The power Su Qin exhibited evoked a sense of surrealism. From the moment he engaged, his movements were precise and resolute, devoid of hesitation, demonstrating a decisive lethality. Amidst the astonishment, a collective sense of relief surged within the crowd, grateful for their timely visit and the proposal to establish a martial alliance, thereby aligning their fortunes with Su Qin. Given the strength Su Qin showcased, it could be stated without a hint of exaggeration that no faction within the Jiangnan martial world could contend with him. Once martial prowess reaches a certain zenith, numbers cease to dictate the outcome of victory or defeat. It is evident that Su Qin's current strength could effortlessly crush any opposing faction. Why must you press on? Su Alliance leader, I shall vow never to tread upon the Central Plains again if it pleases you. I beseech you, show mercy. Zhemozi clung to his last shred of resistance. The onlookers were further astonished, for they were well aware of Zhemozi's formidable strength, rivaling the 5 greats of the Song dynasty. Yet, this formidable figure had already yielded under the mere pressure of Su Qin's aura, swearing never to set foot in the Central Plains again. This was not merely an act of submission. Ming Wang, it would be prudent to refrain from futile endeavors. Though my Lingbao Mountain Manor is not a prestigious lineage, it is certainly not a place that can be entered or exited at will. Your presence here will not end well. However, Su Qin's words wielded the same authority. Should the Ming Wang accept this sword strike, Su Qin would graciously escort him out of the manor. Within his calm discourse lay an overwhelming aura of dominance and disdain. The declaration resonated with the martial artists present, who could hardly contain their applause. Truly, it was magnificent. To serve under such a formidable leader is, indeed, a source of profound satisfaction. One must ponder, how many dare to regard a grandmaster's might as inconsequential in this world? The women of the various factions in the side hall displayed glimmers of admiration in their eyes, particularly the 2 exceptional ladies, Lu Wushuang, and Chang'ing. The towering presence of Su Qin utterly captivated them. It could be said that with just a beckoning finger, they would willingly rush into his embrace, their hearts filled with joy. Observing this scene, Jamozi understood that only by receiving this sword strike could he earn the right to negotiate with Su Qin. Moreover, enduring this blow was his sole chance of retreating unscathed. He was not particularly concerned about Su Qin breaking his word, especially in the presence of so many heroes of the Jiangnan martial alliance. Should Su Qin renege, Jamozi would find himself ostracized from the martial world. With this thought, Jamozi's gaze gradually steadied. The aura of a grandmaster began to surface, embodying the very essence of such a stature. Though he harbored no certainty of besting Su Qin, he felt a semblance of confidence in merely withstanding the strike. With hands slowly pressed together, Jamozi's expression turned solemn and unyielding, devoid of sorrow or joy. His presence as profound as the depths of the ocean. Waves of fiery energy coalesced around him, gradually expanding to counter Su Qin's imposing aura. Observing this, Su Qin nodded slightly. Regardless of Jamozi's character, his prowess was undeniably formidable. As Jamozi gathered his strength, their energies seemed to clash in the air. Faint sounds of wind and thunder emanating from their converging forces. Despite being incapacitated by the intoxicating fragrance, the onlookers managed to turn their heads, albeit with difficulty. They felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing Jamozi standing resolute against Su Qin. If Jamozi were to successfully endure this strike, it would mean allowing him to depart unscathed, akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Given Jamozi's disposition, he would undoubtedly pose continual troubles for the Jiangnan martial alliance. Yet, Su Qin harbored no such concerns. Upon perceiving Jamozi's aura reach its zenith, he merely smiled with serene confidence and declared, "Since the Ming king is prepared, I shall not hold back." With that, he elegantly waved his sleeve and softly commanded, "Go." As his words resonated, his aura surged dramatically. The sword energy flared brightly, and the once muted sound of the sword's cry erupted with vigor. Simultaneously, the various renowned swords within Lingbao Manor, whether owned or unclaimed, trembled in response, their cries ringing out with fervor. The sword energy before Su Qin surged forth, directly aimed at Jamozi. The magnificence of this strike is beyond the realm of mere description. It resembled a meteor streaking across the heavens or thunder shattering the night sky. All who beheld this extraordinary sword radiance were left entranced, as if witnessing the very first glimmer of sword light in existence. At this moment, the onlookers could think of nothing but the unparalleled grandeur of that single strike. Jamozi felt this intensity more acutely than others, for as a grandmaster, he had subtly brushed against the threshold of the Tao. The terror that gripped his heart was a sensation beyond the comprehension of those around him. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his back, his eyes widened in horror. Blood vessels prominently visible within. Veins bulged prominently on his palms, and in this dire moment, he could hardly afford to be astonished. He resolved to exhaust all his life as training to fend off the impending strike. Yet, reality proved to be far from his expectations. The fierce sword energy resembled the sharpest weapon in existence. The defenses he had meticulously established crumbled before that sword energy as though they were mere paper. It offered no impediment whatsoever. Delicate crimson lines emerged at his brow, rapidly expanding and spreading forth. Between his brows, the skin fissured, blood cascading down his forehead in torrents, obscuring his vision. Jamozi struggled to widen his eyes, striving to discern the sword's trajectory, but it was all in vain. No matter how earnestly he endeavored, the strength within him gradually ebbed away. This is the end. Chapter 51. Evil deeds meet their end before his demise. Jamozi had indeed glimpsed the realm of celestial beings. Alas, he could not articulate his final thoughts, succumbing to his fate. At that moment, the crowd awakened from their stupor, the once deafening sound of clashing swords fading into silence. Were it not for the lifeless body of Jamozi sprawled on the ground, they might have believed they were merely caught in a dream. With another deft motion, Su Qin merely waved his sleeve, and the renowned Master Jamozi became a mere corpse. Such terrifying prowess was awe-inspiring. The onlookers could only recall the indomitable figure of Su Qin, who had commanded thousands of swords with an air of invincibility. Could it be that the leader had descended from the heavens? This ludicrous thought crossed the minds of many, yet they held it with unwavering conviction. The reverent gazes directed at Su Qin were akin to those reserved for deities. If he were to declare himself the sovereign of the divine, they would believe unconditionally. The previous confrontation had left them in profound shock. It was evident that from this day forth, the Jiangnan martial alliance would stand united, free of discord. As long as Su Qin remained, no one would dare to harbor even the slightest ill intent. Su Qin gently descended to the ground, a serene smile gracing his lips. He paid no heed to the fervent gazes of the crowd, instead allowing his fingers to flicker with purpose. Streams of silver light cascaded upon the assembled, and in mere moments, they felt the effects of the debilitating medicine dissipate entirely. Dear friends, I have expelled the effects of the medicine. With a brief respite, you shall be unharmed. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Your unmatched prowess is truly unparalleled. Came the heartfelt exclamations from the crowd. Su Qin smiled modestly, gesturing for silence, and then vanished from sight. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the toxin afflicting the women in the side hall was completely eradicated. They expressed their deep gratitude towards Su Qin, their eyes brimming with warmth that could melt steel. After offering gentle reassurances, Su Qin returned. By now, the bodies of the three nefarious individuals and Jamozi had been properly dealt with. Lu Lighting approached Su Qin respectfully and inquired, Alliance Leader, how shall we handle these corpses? Hang the bodies of the three villains beneath the banner of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance for 3 days to instill fear in the wicked. As for Jamozi, let us choose a suitable place for his burial. After all, he was a master of great renown. He deserves a dignified farewell. Understood, I shall obey your command. Truly, your compassion is admirable, Alliance Leader. Had it been me, I would have turned them into human puppets as a warning. Li Qingluo interjected fiercely, her temper flaring. Su Qin merely smiled, shaking his head gently before continuing. In a moment, I shall prepare a prescription. Please send someone to concoct the medicine and distribute it to those afflicted. Certainly, Alliance Leader. The vast expanse of Lingbao Mountain Villa, teeming with countless servants and guards, rendered it implausible for Su Qin to personally attend to every case of healing. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly exhaust him to the brink of collapse. With his exceptional medical expertise, a single dose of medicine would suffice to alleviate the majority of the poison, allowing for a restful night and a swift recovery. After imparting a few essential instructions and attending to minor matters, Su Qin turned and departed, entrusting the remaining tasks to others. He, of course, had more pressing matters to attend to. As the onlookers beheld his graceful retreat, admiration filled their eyes. The following day, a grand flag billowed in the wind at the entrance of Lingbao Mountain Villa, emblazoned with a massive golden character for alliance. Beneath it, the figures of Duan Yanqing, Yi Ernyang, and Yu Laosan dangled from the flagpole. The visual impact instilled a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it, without the need for any promotion or fanfare. The news of Su Qin's solitary confrontation with the 4 great masters spread like wildfire. The entire martial world, and indeed all of Song Dynasty, was shaken by 2 explosive revelations. First, the Jiangnan Martial Alliance had been established, with its headquarters located at Lingbao Mountain Villa, and Su Qin appointed as its leader. Second, on the very night of the alliance's formation, the 3 notorious villains, accompanied by the Tibetan national master, the great Wheel Ming King Qiumaji, sought vengeance, but were slain on the spot by Su Qin. Each subsequent piece of news was more astounding than the last, revealing that the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, having appeared weak for years, had finally unified into a formidable force under the leadership of Su Qin. The magnitude of Su Qin's prowess and cunning left many in awe. The 3 infamous villains, known for their exceptional strength, along with the formidable Qiumaji, had all been vanquished by Su Qin single-handedly. Such a feat eclipsed even the eradication of the Sanha Manor, evoking greater astonishment. Have you heard? A monumental event transpired last night. Of course, such a significant occurrence is now common knowledge. What transpired, my friend? How could you not know? Surely, you cannot be from our great Song Dynasty. Please, enlighten me. Thus, waves of astonishment spread through the streets as the tales unfolded. Consequently, the 4 great villains were banished from the martial world, solidifying Su Qin's unparalleled reputation. Upon first hearing of their demise, many were rendered speechless in shock. The prowess of Duan Yanqing far surpassed that of Murong Fu, a fact not to be understated. Indeed, with such strength, he was no match for the young villa master, who effortlessly dispatched him with a single blow, leaving a gruesome sight. In my opinion, Duan Yanqing met his just deserts. This scoundrel has taken countless lives and committed innumerable atrocities, and thus deserves such an end. Absolutely. The young villa master's decisive action in eliminating these lesser villains is a source of great relief for all. Indeed, however, it is somewhat harsh that the young villa master chose to hang their corpses beneath the Martial Alliance flag. Ah, what do you know? Why were only the 3 villains' bodies displayed? It was because the young villa master ordered Qiumaji's remains to be buried respectfully. But why, you ask? Why? Have you lost your wits? Isn't that the benevolent young master Xiao? When dealing with villains, one must employ decisive measures. Yet he extends utmost respect even to formidable adversaries who come to his door. Indeed, my friend, your words resonate deeply with me. As the discussions proliferated, the events of that night became widely known across the world. It must be said that Su Qin's distinct approach in handling both Jimozi and the three notorious evildoers has proven remarkably effective. This strategy not only instills a sense of trepidation among the wicked, serving as an excellent deterrent, but also prevents any ill feelings towards Su Qin himself. Furthermore, it dispels any notion of him being a ruthless and bloodthirsty individual. Coupled with Su Qin's long-standing reputation for virtue, his influence has soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing even the renowned 5 masters of old, who now find themselves relegated to a subordinate position. Chapter 52. No more words. My decision is firm. After several days of fervor and the deliberate promotion by the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, the name Su Qin resounded throughout the Song dynasty, known by everyone from esteemed martial masters to the common ruffians of the streets. This occasion starkly contrasted with the previous eradication of the Qinhe manor. Although Murong Fu held a modest reputation in the martial world, he was incomparable to the 4 great evildoers, especially with the formidable Jiao Emoji, whose prowess was not inferior to the 5 greats. While Jiao Emoji had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 5 greats, he was indeed a master of considerable standing. This inevitably left many in a state of bewilderment, with the strength Su Qin had previously demonstrated. His ability to vanquish the 4 great evildoers was already an impressive feat, but to now have Jiao Emoji felled by a single stroke was astonishing. How old could Su Qin possibly be? He had only just turned 19, a grandmaster at the tender age of 19. This may not signify an unparalleled future, but it certainly indicated an unprecedented present. Such a pace of growth, coupled with potential for further advancement, evoked genuine astonishment from those who witnessed it. Had they known that Su Qin had already attained the celestial realm, they would likely have been driven to madness. How could this be? A celestial realm master at 19? Merely contemplating it seemed utterly implausible. Meanwhile, the veiled Lin Huashang and her disciples were in an inn, overhearing numerous heroes passionately discussing Su Qin's exploits. This lad is indeed a notorious libertine, Lin Huashang mused to herself, although she felt a twinge of resistance. Her obligation to cure her mistress's ailment compelled her to embark on this journey. Lin Huashang had prepared thoroughly for this outing, bringing ample gifts with the intention of persuading Su Qin to lend his aid, a goal she deemed imperative. However, considering Su Qin's notorious penchant for women, Lin Huashang couldn't help but glance at her 2 disciples. At that moment, the young dragon girl and Li Macho were oblivious to the undercurrents, their large eyes darting around in innocent curiosity. Although they were disciples of the ancient tomb, they had yet to fully master the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Their hearts remained pure, and having spent so long in Lin Huashang's company, the monotony of their existence rendered this outing a delightful novelty. At this juncture, a somewhat inebriated swordsman addressed the trio of women. Though these 3 maidens are veiled, their unparalleled beauty cannot be concealed. It is known that Lord Su favors the fairer sex and is a man of remarkable talent. Should one consider a journey to Jiangnan, it is said that Lord Su treats his wife exceedingly well. If one were fortunate enough to catch Lord Su's eye, it would be a blessing beyond measure. The man's excitement grew, his demeanor becoming increasingly animated. You scoundrel! Seek your own demise. Li Macho, despite her long residence in the ancient tomb, possessed a fiery disposition. Enraged by his words, she cried out sharply and instinctively reached for her weapon. Lin Huashang furrowed her brow at this display. Macho, do not act in haste. Although Li Macho was reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced to her master's command, slowly lowering her hand. Only then did Lin Huashang cast a cold glare at the man who had spoken, her voice laced with frost. If one wishes to indulge in libations, one must exercise restraint. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to assist in that regard. As the words fell, an icy chill emanated from within. In an instant, the man regained half his sobriety, yet, with a stubbornness, he still yearned to articulate something. His companion, however, cast a wary glance at the trio of women and promptly tugged at the man's sleeve. Leaning in, he whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of pallor washing over him, and he hastily spoke. I am unaware that we stood before the illustrious Lin Huachang of the Zhongyunshan. I hope the esteemed heroine will not take offense. We shall take our leave immediately. Without awaiting a response from Lin Huachang, he turned and, alongside his companion, hastily exited the inn, the tomb of the living dead beneath Zhongyunshan. Although the sect comprised solely of female disciples, renowned for their stunning beauty, few dared to provoke them. This reputation stemmed from the formidable legacy forged by Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang during their ventures in the martial world. Such is the nature of the Jianghu. A mere misstep in dialogue could lead to drawn blades. Yet, there are those with keen insight who can discern the true nature of others through subtle cues or probing dialogue, thereby avoiding unnecessary conflicts with those whom they cannot afford to offend. This explains why some individuals, despite their lackluster abilities, thrive in the Jianghu, relying on their perceptiveness and astute judgment. Lin Huachong had deliberately allowed her aura to be felt, for the uniqueness of their cultivation technique is seldom replicated in the Jianghu. Thus, it was not surprising that she was recognized immediately. This was her intention. Although she had long resided in the ancient tomb, she remained aware of the intricacies of the martial world. Those who grasped the essence of her identity would retreat, making future encounters more amicable. Should they encounter someone truly ignorant, however, Lin Huachong would not show mercy. After all, in the Jianghu, weakness and retreat are the gravest missteps. Seeing the man retreat, Lin Huachong chose not to speak further. She settled the bill and exited the inn. "Master, do we truly intend to seek out that Su Qin for our ancestors' healing?" she inquired. "Did you not hear? That man was a mere philandering rogue, claiming to possess exceptional medical skills and martial prowess, resembling a celestial being. In my opinion, such tales are mere fabrications by those with ulterior motives. It is inconceivable that a prodigy exists, achieving such feats at the tender age of 19. What say you, junior sister? I, for one, am skeptical." Li Macho furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. In contrast, the little dragon girl remained silent, not out of disinterest, but rather from uncertainty about what to say, though a flicker of curiosity lingered in her heart. Lin Huachong, upon hearing her words, wore a cold expression, pondering for a moment before stating, "Regardless, I must meet this Su Mengzhu. Even if but a glimmer of hope exists, I am willing to pursue it. But, Master, enough, no more words. My decision is resolute. Master, senior sister, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking further. You are well aware of Master S' temperament. Once a decision is made, it is not easily altered. Moreover, the bond she shares with our ancestor is something only we truly comprehend. As long as matters do not pertain to our ancestor, all is well. However, should they involve her, Master would not hesitate to act decisively. Yet, let us not dwell on yet, senior sister. Master has already departed. We must hasten to follow. If you harbor any dislike for that Lord Su, you may easily accompany Master and find an excuse to wander off once we reach our destination. It has been quite a while since we last ventured out together." Upon hearing this, Li Macho pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The little dragon maiden, noticing her response, smiled softly and took hold of Li Macho's sleeve, quickening her pace to catch up with Lin Huachong's retreating figure. Chapter 53. A humiliation of one's own making upon hearing the events transpiring at Lingbao Mountain Manor. The 13th elder felt his legs weaken, cold sweat trickling down his face. A mixture of regret and relief coursed through him. Regret for having offended Lingbao Mountain Manor for personal gain. Relief for having acted without hesitation, promptly seeking forgiveness. Had he allowed the situation to escalate, he might have faced a fate far worse than that of the four great evildoers. In stark contrast to the 13th elder's trepidation, Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong were enveloped in profound astonishment. During the battle at Linjiang Prefecture, they recognized Su Qin's extraordinary talents. And after hearing of his decisive blow that felled Morong Fu, they initially thought he merely outpaced them in reaching the Grand Master level. However, it became evident that he had left them far behind. Even if Xiao Feng were to fortuitously attain the Grand Master realm now, he doubted he could contend with Su Qin. With a bitter expression, Xiao Feng sighed and shook his head. The joy he felt from his own breakthrough to the Grand Master level had been swiftly overshadowed. He had intended to solidify his standing before challenging Su Qin at Lingbao Mountain Manor, but now it seemed futile. To confront Su Qin with his current abilities would be nothing short of self-deprecation. It was not that Xiao Feng underestimated himself. He was all too aware of the formidable prowess of the great Wheel Ming King. Although he bore no fear of him, he questioned his ability to replicate Su Qin's feat of slaying Jamozi with a single strike. Realizing the chasm between himself and Su Qin left Xiao Feng feeling somewhat disenchanted. Indeed, he had never anticipated Su Qin's strength to be so formidable. On the day of Su Qin's wedding, he had merely attended out of respect for his renown, intending to show his support. Little did he know the extent of his transformation. Seated across from Xiao Feng, Hong Qigong wore a contemplative expression. He, too, could scarcely believe that Su Qin, whom he had regarded as merely a merchant, had emerged as a figure of unparalleled significance in the martial world. This shift in status was enough to make even a seasoned veteran like him marvel at the whims of fate. Qigong. It is nothing, merely a moment of reflection. However, you must remember to cultivate a good relationship with Su Qin. His strength is unfathomable, and at such a young age, he may well rise to become a figure akin to Wang Chongyang, or perhaps even surpass him. Hearing the high regard in which the venerable Hong Qigong held Su Qin filled Xiao Feng with an unusual sense of emotion. Rest assured, Qigong, I will be attentive to this matter. Hong Qigong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yet, Qigong, you suggest he may one day rival Wang Chongyang and perhaps achieve even greater heights. This is beyond questioning. I can assure you, within a decade, he will surpass Wang Chongyang and emerge as the foremost figure in the Song dynasty. Though he had endeavored to hold Su Qin's prowess in high regard, the words of Hong Qigong still left him gasping in astonishment. The higher realm that Hong Qigong spoke of was something he had only come to learn after entering the great master stage. It represented the ultimate aspiration for all martial artists. The two fell into a profound silence, their expressions inscrutable, each lost in their own thoughts. Little did they know that Su Qin had already attained the coveted realm they so fervently desired. If they were to discover this truth, one could only imagine the turmoil it would incite within their hearts. It was an undeniable blow to the spirit. For there are chasms that some individuals can never hope to cross, yet a mere 19-year-old had effortlessly achieved it. At that moment, many others shared the same sentiment. On Mount Zhongnan, a series of Taoist temples nestled among the mountains, where the faint sound of chanting could be heard. At the Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang inquired with an expression of bewilderment, "Are you certain that Jimozi was slain by a single sword strike?" Qiu Chuji nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed. But I suspect there is more to this tale. After all, rumors in the martial world are often unreliable. However, it is indisputable that Jimozi and the three notorious villains were dispatched at Lingbao Villa." He continued, "As for the notion of defeating Jimozi and the three villains with one blow, I find that highly improbable, considering Su Qin's age." "Please elaborate on the events of that day," Wang Chongyang urged. Although Qiu Chuji was puzzled by Wang Chongyang's curiosity, he dutifully recounted every detail he had heard. Upon concluding, he observed Wang Chongyang resting his chin on one hand, his eyes sparkling with thought, murmuring, 10,000 swords resounding in unison. 10,000 swords. The words echoed repeatedly in his mind. "Impossible, it cannot be," Wang Chongyang exclaimed. "Master, what do you mean it's impossible? This is precisely what transpired, without any omissions." "Oh, that is not what I meant." It was only after Qiu Chuji voiced his confusion that Wang Chongyang seemed to awaken from his reverie. He continued, "Based on your description, the phenomenon of 10,000 swords resonating is reminiscent of the celestial beings wielding the forces of nature. Yet, this is utterly unfathomable. My innate skills are already perfected, yet I remain a step away from the celestial realm. How could this young Su, at merely 19, manipulate the forces of nature for his own advantage? It is preposterous. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Wang Chongyang chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the bold conjecture that had taken root in his mind. "Now that the Jiangnan martial alliance has been established under the leadership of this Su, it is imperative that you all conduct yourselves with decorum while traversing the martial world, and be mindful not to provoke him." Though Wang Chongyang dismissed his audacious theory, he still cautioned his disciples with utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware that, given Su Qin's extraordinary talent, it was merely a matter of time before he reached the celestial realm. With such an exceptional individual, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendly rapport rather than risk enmity. Wang Chongyang and Hong Qigong found their thoughts in perfect alignment. In the face of Su Qin's formidable rise, both venerable masters of the martial world made the most astute decision. "Master, there is one more matter." "What is it?" "Guojing has sent a hero's invitation, inviting you to attend the hero conference." "I shall not attend. Recently, I have been contemplating the great Tao and have gleaned some insights, hoping to take that final half step and achieve the stature of a celestial being. This hero conference shall be led by you and your disciples." Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. The Chuanjin sect was in a state of decline, with its reputation diminishing in the martial realm. Without Wang Chongyang's presence to uphold its facade, it might have long been relegated to obscurity. Wang Chongyang, perceiving the concerns of Qiu Chuji and the others, hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Go and fetch your Shirshu to accompany you." Only then did the expressions of Qiu Chuji and the others soften, and they bowed in acknowledgement. Chapter 54. Two more beautiful wives added in Xiangyang City. Guojing's eyes sparkled with excitement after hearing about Su Qin's remarkable deeds. If he could secure the assistance of the esteemed Su alliance leader, the threat of the Mongolian invasion would be alleviated. No, I must personally draft a heroic invitation and send a swift courier to Jiangnan, ensuring that Su alliance leader is summoned to Shenyang. Upon learning of Su Qin's formidable abilities, Guojing promptly elevated his status to that of the Five Absolutes. At Lingzhou Palace, a porcelain doll-like girl sat poised in the grand chair, her face betraying no emotion. Had it not been for that wretched womaness scheming, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. However, you mentioned that the lad named Su Qin possesses profound medical skills, even commanding the respect of Xuemuhua. This presents an opportunity, if he can heal my wounds. My unparalleled 8 desolations and 6 harmonies divine skill could reach perfection, and then the heavens shall be within my grasp. Wu Xingyun whispered softly from her elevated position. While the 72 cave masters and numerous maidservants knelt beneath her, their bodies pressed to the ground in complete silence, each one rendered mute by her presence. The temperament of the Tianshan child, Wu Xingyun, is notoriously capricious. She never heeds the counsel of her subordinates, demanding only absolute obedience. After a prolonged contemplation, Wu Xingyun finally regained her focus and waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. The assembly felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, bowing and retreating from the grand hall. Simultaneously, various influential factions in the martial world received the news. The Dali Duan clan, Shaolin, and the White Camel Mountain Villa swiftly responded, mostly opting to avoid antagonizing Lingbao Mountain Villa, much like several major factions before them. Some even sought to gather beautiful women, hoping to strengthen ties with Lingbao Mountain Villa. In an instant, the martial world resembled a serene lake disturbed by a thrown stone, sending ripples of excitement. Contrasting with the reactions of various factions, Jiaxing City was filled with jubilation. This was not solely due to the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, but also because Su Qin had chosen to set the headquarters of the alliance at Lingbao Mountain Villa. Consequently, Jiaxing City's status in Jiangnan rose significantly, and its safety index soared. However, nothing thrilled the townsfolk more than the news that the young master was to take another concubine. This time, mirroring previous occasions, he would marry a pair of sisters. Although the citizens were well aware that Su Qin's acquisition of concubines was a commonplace affair, this instance bore a notable distinction. It was because Su Qin was doing so shortly after the announcement of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance's formation. Bolstered by his reputation for vanquishing the 4 great villains and Jamozi, this sparked considerable excitement. The chosen concubines were none other than the esteemed daughters of the Lu family, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. After their experiences at Lingbao Mountain Villa, both had long harbored feelings for Su Qin. With the encouragement of their father, Lu Lighting, there were no obstacles to their union. The timing of the marriage was also Lu Lighting's suggestion. Lu Lighting, well acquainted with the world of martial arts, was fully aware that the timing of Su Qin's marriage was impeccably suitable. Consequently, various factions from the Jiangnan martial community, which had not yet arrived, were compelled to attend the grand celebration of the first marriage of the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. This undoubtedly represented an exceptional opportunity to bolster influence and stabilize their standing within the martial world. Thus, many were not particularly concerned about the identity of the bride. However, Su Qin treated all matters with equal regard. He meticulously planned every detail of the wedding, ensuring everything was in perfect order, while delegating the orchestration of the alliance's affairs and various matters within the martial community to the 3 vice leaders. Su Qin's intentions were straightforward: to marry, to raise a family, to reap rewards, and to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. As the preparations for Su Qin's wedding unfolded, all factions, great and small, hastened to Jiaxing City overnight. The streets, now bustling with unparalleled fervor, filled the hearts of the citizens with pride. After all, Su Qin was a native son of this land, many having watched him grow. His current stature and might were worlds apart from his former self. At this moment, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying sat blissfully within the bridal sedan, their hearts swelling with excitement as they listened to the lively chatter and commotion outside. Cousin, I never imagined that the young master would reject so many suitors and choose us instead, Lu Wushuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This sentiment resonated with Cheng Ying, who, despite her usual composure, nodded in agreement, feeling as though she were still in a dream. Indeed, with the leader's current prowess and influence, countless women must be vying for his affection. Who would have thought that we would be favored by the leader and wed into Lingbao Mountain Manor? To be honest, I still feel a sense of unreality, as if I might suddenly awaken and find this all a fleeting illusion. Ah, you little rascal, what are you doing? Cheng Ying suddenly cried out, feeling a sharp pain in her thigh, glancing curiously at the giggling Lu Wushuang beside her. I was merely testing if we were dreaming, retorted Lu Wushuang playfully. You mischievous girl, just wait until I deal with you." The two young women began to frolic within the confines of the sedan, temporarily casting aside their previous contemplations. Thankfully, the sedan was spacious, and its bearers, each possessing considerable skill, ensured that their playful antics did not lead to any embarrassing incidents. Before long, the bridal sedan was carried into Lingbao Mountain Manor, which was already teeming with guests. Su Qin, facing the unexpected influx of attendees, had no choice but to command that the banquet be set up outside the manor. The scene was filled with the sounds of jubilation, a situation that had indeed taken Su Qin by surprise. However, the financial resources of Lingbao Mountain Manor were more than sufficient to handle the occasion with grace. "Congratulations, leader, on your joyous nuptials and the addition of two beautiful brides," resonated the voices of well-wishers as Su Qin navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with a cheerful demeanor. His poise was unruffled, and every gesture exuded an air of grandeur. Some leaders of forces who had never before encountered Su Qin found themselves irresistibly captivated by his demeanor. To witness the true form of the alliance leader today is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Previously, they had heard the tales circulating in the martial world, extolling the leader's striking handsomeness and his status as a dragon among men. Upon meeting him, they realized that such rumors were not without merit. Indeed, one should exercise caution in believing the legends of the martial realm. Su Qin's unparalleled beauty cannot simply be described as merely handsome or exceptional. In the presence of Su Qin, all displayed profound humility, their praises flowing forth ceaselessly. Listening to their words, Su Qin outwardly responded with, "I am unworthy, truly unworthy." Yet, deep within, he relished their adulation, for after all, flattery is rarely misplaced. Chapter 55. The Profound Art of Qimen Duanjia under the leadership of Lu Lighting. The members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance marched in unison before Su Qin and bowed deeply, exclaiming loudly, "We congratulate the Alliance Master." Their voices resonated powerfully, shattering the festive din within the banquet hall. Observing this spectacle, the guests were visibly astonished. Since the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and Su Qin's ascension as its leader, his actions had garnered widespread loyalty, fostering an unparalleled sense of unity among the members. The martial artists of Jiangnan now possessed a profound sense of belonging, as if the martial world had been rejuvenated, each individual brimming with fervor. Su Qin surveyed the crowd, acknowledging their fervent gazes that mirrored a pilgrimage. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, should he command them to leap into a lake in unison, none would hesitate. Su Qin, of course, would never entertain such a notion. Nonetheless, this illustrates his extraordinary stature within the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. "Thank you all. Please rise," Su Qin proclaimed, his eyes twinkling with joy as he gestured with a wave of his hand. "At your command," came the resounding reply. A surge of emotion welled within Su Qin, in both his past and present lives. This marked the first instance he had accepted the homage of the masses in such a conspicuous manner. He felt a long-lost passion ignite within him, yearning to deliver an impassioned speech. However, the occasion called for restraint, for today was a day of personal celebration. Even so, the guests present bore witness to the depth and strength of the Jiangnan martial community. Lu Lighting felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For this display was precisely what he had orchestrated, to exhibit the unity of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance amidst a gathering of heroes. He harbored subtle ambitions regarding this matter, as his current identity was markedly different. The reputation of Su Qin's father-in-law carried far greater weight than that of the head of the Lu family estate. Many who had previously looked down upon Lu Lighting now donned smiles, and spoke with increasing deference upon learning of his connection to Su Qin. This newfound respect brought him immense pleasure, even if it bore the semblance of leveraging someone else's power. Yet, who could challenge him now? As long as Su Qin remained steadfast, these individuals would never dare to undermine him. He remained indifferent to the whispers of dissent. The Jiangnan Martial Alliance was flourishing, and who would be foolish enough to provoke him at such a time? Reflecting on this, Lu Lighting felt a wave of gratitude, recognizing that had he not insisted on bringing his daughter and niece here, he would not now be enjoying this meteoric rise. As the lanterns were lit, the atmosphere in Lingbao Villa remained lively. After offering his apologies to the guests, Su Qin made his way toward the bridal chamber. Inside, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying sat side by side on the grand bed, their heads adorned with red veils. Already aware of the impending ceremony, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. Just as Lu Wushuang was about to speak, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "My dear ladies, thank you for your patience." Su Qin's gentle voice resonated at the opportune moment, causing the two women, poised to struggle, to instantaneously succumb to tranquility. Subsequently, they felt the veil atop their heads being lifted. With but a fleeting glance, they beheld Su Qin's unparalleled visage. In the next moment, the flickering candlelight within the chamber was extinguished by the breeze from his hand. The two women, in harmony, reclined into the embrace of Su Qin, their faces radiating joy. It could be said that they had long awaited this moment of bliss. As the drapery softly descended, Su Qin embarked upon a new journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Lu Wuxuan. Acquired 30 years of cultivation, mastery of the supreme art of Qi Min Dunjia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Cheng Ying. Acquired 30 years of cultivation, 8 master-level death warriors of wind, flower, snow, moon, heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The following morning, as the nascent sun rose, Su Qin stepped out of his new abode, glancing back at the two slumbering women within, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. He turned to instruct the maidservants to refrain from disturbing the women's rest, merely to remain on standby outside the room. The maidens complied with a respectful bow. Content: Su Qin then made his way towards the rear courtyard. Su Qin designated his training area as a forbidden zone, permitting no one to enter without his express consent. This locale was paramount for him to receive rewards, enhance his cultivation, and study martial arts. It was, in essence, the repository of all his secrets, thus he held it in utmost regard. System: claim the rewards. Instantly, a century's worth of power surged within him, subsequently refined by the North Mysterious Divine Skill, transforming into North Mysterious True Qi, which coalesced within his Qi Si. Although this infusion did not possess the exhilarating potency of the previous century's power, it was undeniably substantial. With a century's worth of cultivation bolstering him, Su Qin's strength shattered through the bottleneck, attaining the second rank of the Celestial Realm. In the Celestial Realm, each tier ascended is akin to a step towards the heavens, with each elevation and rank resulting in exponential growth in one's command over the forces of nature. Thus, the adage of one step, one ascent to the heavens encapsulates the formidable challenge of transcending within the celestial realm. However, Su Qin bore no such concerns with the system's assistance. He felt no semblance of this arduous climb. By simply continuing to take concubines, his strength would remain unimpeded. At this moment, Su Qin, now within the second rank of the celestial realm, exhibited an overwhelming combat prowess, with the heavenly will 4 symbols technique and the indestructible diamond skill augmenting him. He was uncertain of the full extent of his current capabilities. His prior battle could merely be deemed a warm-up, as he had yet to unleash the true might of his Hao Ran sword Qi. The likes of Jiu Ma Ji had already fallen before him, yet he wondered what marvels would unfold when he unleashed the full force of his Hao Ran sword Qi. In contemplation, a glimmer of eagerness flickered in Su Qin's eyes. Yet, he swiftly quelled this impulse, adhering to the principle that only by concealing his true cards from adversaries could he maintain an everlasting edge in combat. System: continue to claim. As the words left his lips, an influx of profound and enigmatic information surged into his mind. Within those words lies an invisible energy. Even the arcane symbols exude an air of mystery. This information encompasses the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces. Furthermore, it delves into the profound interplay of yin and yang, an exceptionally esoteric concept. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in Su Qin's eyes, shining as brilliantly as the stars in the heavens. At this moment, his aura became uniquely distinct, imbued with a thread of clarity and wisdom. He resembled an enlightened sage, a true philosopher. After a considerable time, this state gradually receded. Su Qin could not help but express a heartfelt exclamation. The art of Qi Min Duanjia is vast and profound. Indeed, a remarkable technique of the world. No wonder it is referred to as a formation. If I were to make prior preparations, I could vanquish ordinary master-level practitioners without needing to lift a finger, utilizing this art alone. Chapter 56. Huang Rong is expecting again. Su Qin's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Since the inception of the system, this marked the first occasion he had been rewarded with a living entity. Moreover, he was bestowed with 8 master-level assassins in one fell swoop. The loyalty of these assassins was unquestionable, and their prowess was self-evident. The master level was entirely sufficient, as formidable grandmasters were a rarity in the martial world, let alone those of the transcendent realm. System: I wish to claim my reward. Upon uttering these words, a flash of white light enveloped Su Qin, causing him to narrow his eyes. 8 figures cloaked in black robes materialized within the courtyard. As a practitioner of the transcendent realm, Su Qin possessed an acute sense of perception, yet he had not sensed the presence of these 8 individuals. With curiosity etched upon his face, he gazed at them in awe of the system's astonishing capabilities. "We have met the master." Upon beholding Su Qin, the 8 figures immediately knelt on one knee, speaking in hushed tones. Su Qin's expression shifted. He detected a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from these individuals. Remarkably, their energies resonated in unison, a phenomenon he could only discern through the profound depths of his transcendent cultivation. This alone filled Su Qin with elation, for at his current level of strength, not even the most ordinary grandmaster could elude his perception, let alone evade his thoughts. The arrival of these 8 individuals brought Su Qin boundless delight. After a moment of contemplation, he finally issued his command. "Fenghua Shuiyue, attend. I command you 4 to protect the safety of the mistress and her offspring from the shadows. Should anyone harbor malicious intent, regardless of their identity, eliminate them without hesitation." Understood. The cold glint in Su Qin's eye sharpened as he spoke with authority. The 4 members of Fenghua Shuiyue, being female, were ideally suited for the covert protection of his wives. Once they received their orders, they gradually withdrew from the courtyard. Watching them depart, Su Qin's astonishment deepened as he noted that they vanished entirely at the entrance. Their skill in concealment was indeed formidable, allowing even Su Qin to merely perceive their faint presence receding into the distance. Reigning in his surprise, Su Qin's tone grew increasingly frosty as he addressed the 4 assassins, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, saying, "Now, I command you 4 to set forth immediately and integrate yourselves into the martial world. I require you to establish an assassination and intelligence network within the span of 1 year. Do not concern yourselves with funding. Simply send me word, and I shall ensure that your needs are delivered to the designated location. My sole requirement is that you monitor the world." "We comprehend," the 4 echoed in subdued tones. They then, much like Fenghua Shuiyue, retreated to the entrance before vanishing from sight. Coming from an era characterized by rapid information exchange, Su Qin understood the paramount importance of intelligence. Had he been a solitary figure, there would have been no need for such arrangements. His strength alone would suffice to command respect. However, with his vast enterprise and numerous wives, he anticipated a future brimming with offspring. The safety of so many individuals cannot be disregarded by Su Qin, as his personal experiences are undoubtedly limited. Moreover, it is unrealistic for Su Qin to remain perpetually on guard. After all, one cannot be vigilant against thieves every day. Thus, it is entirely necessary for Su Qin to establish his own intelligence network through the 4 individuals, which will alleviate numerous concerns. Although Lingbao Villa has certain designated areas for intelligence gathering, these do not align with Su Qin's aspirations. More importantly, these 4 individuals pose no loyalty issues. They can be likened to utterly devoted NPCs, executing Su Qin's commands unconditionally. Concepts of right and wrong, disparities in power, and the code of chivalry hold little significance in the eyes of these 8 individuals when weighed against Su Qin's directives. After the 8 departed the courtyard to fulfill their orders, a smile gradually emerged on Su Qin's face. With the mystical art of Chimen Duanjia at his disposal, the presence of 4 elite assassins, and the array of skilled martial artists from the Jiangnan Martial Alliance positioned strategically, Lingbao Villa is poised to become the most formidable stronghold in Song Dynasty, second only to the Imperial Palace. As these thoughts swirled, Su Qin's brow furrowed momentarily, and he murmured to himself, "The current state of the martial world is rife with undercurrents, and it is far from tranquil." Although he now leads the Jiangnan martial community, he remains cognizant of the circumstances in other regions of the Song Dynasty. Just days ago, he received a heartfelt letter from Guijing, urging him to travel to Xiangyang in person. The sincerity and urgency conveyed through the written words were unmistakable, making Su Qin acutely aware that Xiangyang is in a precarious situation. A single misstep could result in the city falling to the Mongol forces. Without the stronghold of Xiangyang, the Mongol cavalry would sweep through with relentless force. Given the Mongols' military prowess, they could conquer half of the Song territory in mere days. Such an outcome is one Su Qin is determined to prevent. While he is reluctant to be a figurehead or a national hero, he understands the principle that no egg remains unbroken beneath a fallen nest. It appears that attending the Heroes' Assembly in Xiangyang is imperative. Fortunately, he has managed to arrange matters at home before his departure, allowing him to proceed with peace of mind. However, he has heard that this assembly aims to elect a leader of the martial world. Yet, the Mongol strength remains overwhelmingly formidable. If not for the distractions posed by other dynasties, the Song dynasty might not have endured to this day. Alas, the situation is indeed precarious. It seems that adaptability will be the order of the day. Despite being a formidable figure in the realm of celestial beings, Su Qin cannot help but feel a twinge of apprehension when confronting the might of a nation. Nevertheless, he is confident that with his myriad skills and capabilities, protecting his family poses no challenge. Moreover, should such a day arise, he is certain he will have ascended to an even higher plane of martial cultivation. At that point, the Mongol experts would think twice before daring to invade. In this regard, Su Qin possesses unwavering confidence, as his endeavors in marrying and raising a family have finally fallen into place. As the bellies of several ladies grew increasingly prominent with each passing day, it became evident that Su Qin's future rewards would likely be abundant. Moreover, with Su Qin's relentless pursuit of marriage and his inherent constitution, he had undoubtedly entered a virtuous cycle. Contemplating this, Su Qin felt a sense of relief wash over him as he gradually turned to make his way toward the chambers of Lu Wushuang and Chengying. To ensure his strength continued to flourish, diligent cultivation was essential. This encapsulated the most genuine reflection of Su Qin's thoughts. In the days that followed, Su Qin toiled diligently, successfully bringing Huang Rong to conceive once more. Simultaneously, the newlywed Lu Wushuang and Chengying also found themselves expecting. Observing the harmonious camaraderie among the ladies as they frolicked and whispered in the courtyard, a smile gently graced Su Qin's lips, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Chapter 57. Mastery of Supreme Forging. On this day, Lingbao Manor was once again stirred by a momentous announcement. The numerous servants busied themselves in a flurry of activity, for both Wang Yuyan and Mei Chaofeng were simultaneously in labor. Although Su Qin had experienced this once before, a sense of anxiety still gripped him. Fortunately, Huang Rong was at his side, offering gentle reassurances that gradually calmed his nerves. As Su Qin's countenance softened, he suddenly heard two resounding cries, accompanied by the wails of newborns. Ah, wah! An expression of pure elation overtook Su Qin's face, while the midwife promptly exited the delivery room, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, young master. Mother and child are safe. Hearing this, Su Qin laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Thank you for your efforts. He then instructed a servant to present the prepared red envelopes. With that, he hurried into the delivery room, where he found the two women resting on the bed, their faces slightly pale. He quickly approached them, speaking softly to offer his comfort. The two women had strands of hair clinging to their faces, giving them a somewhat disheveled appearance. Noticing this, Su Qin tenderly tucked their hair behind their ears. This subtle gesture warmed their hearts, as sweet as honey. Chaofeng, Yuyan, you have both worked so hard. It is Yuyan's heartfelt wish to bear offspring for her husband, and with such devotion from you, I remain ever grateful. Indeed, there is no need for concern, my husband. We are not helpless ornaments. Though the labor was taxing, a brief rest will suffice. Mei Chaofeng spoke, despite her wan complexion. Su Qin nodded slightly, recognizing the truth in her words. All the women possessed martial prowess, and with Su Qin's medicinal nourishment, their health was assured. This was something he understood intimately. Meanwhile, a voice resonated within Su Qin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your offspring. Awarded 30 years of cultivation, 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your offspring. Awarded 30 years of cultivation. Mastery of Supreme Forging. After soothing the two women, Su Qin slowly exited, making his way to the rear courtyard. System, claim my rewards. An immense surge of pure inner strength flooded into his body. Boom! The vast inner energy reverberated within Su Qin, creating a tremendous sound. He remained expressionless, channeling the beaming divine skill, as the overwhelming power sought an outlet. Following the prescribed path of the technique, it ultimately converged into his dantian. As a century's worth of energy was refined by Su Qin, his aura instantaneously broke through the bottleneck. Third-grade celestial realm. Though Su Qin had anticipated this breakthrough, the reality of it brought him immense joy. In a remarkably short span, he had ascended 2 ranks in the celestial realm, a rate of progress that even Su Qin found astonishing, not to mention others. Should news of his rapid growth and strength spread through the martial world, it would undoubtedly create considerable waves. Su Qin could distinctly feel that he had surpassed his former self by several streets, his power having increased tenfold or more. In the depths of his mind, Su Qin quietly contemplated. The third-grade celestial being was already formidable. One could only wonder how terrifying a 9th-grade celestial being might be. At this thought, Su Qin felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps, at that juncture, he would truly roam the heavens, watching the tempestuous tides of fate and the rise and fall of dynasties, transcending the material realm. Each time this notion crossed his mind, Su Qin became invigorated. System. Continue to receive rewards. As soon as he spoke, an ancient-looking 7-foot-long sword materialized in his hand. Su Qin was immediately enveloped by a sensation of harmonious unity. Instinctively glancing at the sword he now held, the blade was entirely obsidian, yet a golden thread ran through it, subtly outlining the shape of the Big Dipper. The sword emerged from the mouth of a dragon, exuding an extraordinary aura. Su Qin was utterly captivated by the magnificent sword before him. It felt as though the weapon possessed a spirit. Ever since he grasped it, he could distinctly sense a warm familiarity emanating from the blade. In that moment, the sword no longer seemed an inanimate object, but rather a living entity with flesh and blood. Raising his left hand, he gently caressed the blade, and a melodious chime resonated, filling him with a sense of joyous reunion and exhilaration. A knowing smile spread across Su Qin's face, as the divine sword appeared to sense its master's elation, emitting a series of harmonious tones. How truly miraculous, Su Qin remarked with a smile. Although he understood that the system's offerings were always of the highest quality, the performance of this sword had far exceeded his expectations. With a casual flick, he swiped the blade forward. Instantly, the very fabric of the cosmos was disturbed, as fissures resembling rifts in space appeared along the path of the sword's tip. It was only after 3 breaths that the space, once cleaved by the blade, began to slowly close. Witnessing this phenomenon, Su Qin's breath quickened. Such a divine weapon was the ultimate aspiration of every martial artist. This sword could even manipulate the grand momentum of the world. Holding the 7 stars Long Yuan, Su Qin felt his command over the celestial forces elevate to a new level. Coupled with his mastery of the majestic sword aura, fighting beyond his means would be a trivial matter. What were the heaven-defying sword and the dragon-slaying blade compared to this divine weapon? A look of pure joy adorned Su Qin's face as he gently brushed his hand over the blade, his affection for it evident. The system has truly delivered the rewards I desired. He nodded in satisfaction. System, continue to receive rewards, he declared. Mastery of top-tier forging techniques. The art of forging itself is an exceedingly intricate craft, with only a handful of artisans in the world achieving the level of divine craftsmen. This is partly due to the rarity of materials, as well as the challenge of transmission. At this moment, waves of profound knowledge flooded Su Qin's mind. The selection of materials, extraction, forging, quenching. Every intricate detail of the forging process was encompassed within. Su Qin marveled at the complexity of creating a divine weapon. The procedures were laborious and certainly not a task to be completed in a day. The birth of a divine instrument is undeniably a lengthy endeavor, with something as rare as the 7 stars Long Yuan being an extraordinary challenge. However, with this supreme forging technique, Su Qin is confident in his ability to craft a weapon that, while slightly inferior to the 7-star Dragon Abyss, surpasses renowned swords such as the heaven-defying sword and the dragon-slaying blade. Furthermore, this exceptional forging skill encompasses an extensive array of weaponry, essentially serving as an encyclopedia of arms. This has endowed Su Qin with profound insights into the cold weapons of the world, which will undoubtedly assist him greatly in his future journeys through the martial realm, even if he no longer requires the creation of divine armaments. With this unparalleled forging technique, Su Qin can truly be regarded as one of the finest artisans of his time. Such artisans are even rarer than divine physicians, as individuals in the martial world are willing to pay any price for a finely crafted weapon. Chapter 58. The enchantment of the fragrant skirt in the eyes of the martial world. A divine weapon holds value comparable to one's very life. Thus, it is evident that the craftsmanship of this divine artisan is hardly less esteemed than that of a revered healer. Once the martial community learns of the ability to forge such weapons, the tranquility of the Lingbao Manor is likely to be disrupted, attracting many hidden masters from the shadows. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, the quest for breakthrough necessitates insight, opportunity, and various other elements. Consequently, numerous martial heroes at this pinnacle often seek a weapon befitting their prowess. The emergence of legendary swords like the heaven-subduing sword and the dragon-slaying blade has already drawn countless champions of the martial world. Moreover, the allure of weapons of an even higher echelon is undeniable. For instance, when 2 grandmasters of comparable strength confront each other, the decisive factor often lies in the quality of their weapons. After all, not everyone possesses the indestructible skill of the Vajra. Even Su Qin, despite wielding such formidable prowess, could not withstand the sharpness of the 7 stars Dragon Abyss. This underscores the profound significance of a divine weapon. The cascading surprises quickened Su Qin's heartbeat. Eager to embark on this endeavor, he promptly commanded the members of Lingbao Manor to gather the necessary tools. With the manor's substantial financial resources and connections within the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, this task was trivial. The title of Divine Artisan is bestowed upon those who possess the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. While crafting divine weapons from rare materials is commendable, the true skill lies in forging extraordinary weapons from common iron. Su Qin instructed his followers to relocate the required tools to the center of the lake at Lingbao Manor. This location was strategically chosen due to the presence of a dormant volcanic crater, a decision made by the ancestors of the Su family under the guidance of an esteemed master. The natural formation of this volcano, adorned with a vast lake, constituted a veritable treasure of geomancy, prompting the construction of the grand estate. This setting provided Su Qin with the optimal environment for his crafting endeavors. At this moment, the sound of rhythmic clinking echoed from the man-made cavern. Su Qin, wielding a large hammer and bare-chested, exhibited a unique aesthetic as his muscular physique glimmered under the flickering flames. With each strike of the hammer, impurities were extracted from the dark iron ingot before him. Witnessing the transformation of raw stone in his hands filled Su Qin with an immense sense of achievement. The surrounding ladies were visibly astonished, their expressions betraying their surprise. While they were well aware of their husband's prowess in medicine, they had been oblivious to his skill in crafting. Were it not for their unwavering trust and understanding of him, they might have doubted whether this was indeed their husband. It was utterly astounding. Whether in the realms of medicine, martial arts, or forging, each discipline represented a pinnacle that could elude a lifetime of pursuit. Yet, in Su Qin's hands, these challenges seemed effortlessly surmountable, achieving heights that others could only dream of. Su Qin had brought his wives here with the intention of crafting a personalized weapon for each of them. Though currently safeguarded by Su Qin's meticulous protection, it is only fitting that the finest treasures be reserved for his beloved wives. Originally, the creation of such divine weapons would demand considerable time. However, with Su Qin's celestial prowess and the aid of the Earth's core fire, complemented by the rare ores he has gathered, the duration for forging these exquisite arms has been significantly reduced. Moreover, Su Qin has no intention of crafting a lengthy sword, which would be laborious and time-consuming. Instead, he aims to forge a few short swords for his esteemed wives, suitable for close combat. As Su Qin harnesses the forces of heaven and earth to strike the sword blanks before him, the women perceive him as towering in stature. His aura, merging with the cosmos, exudes a divine presence, effortlessly showcasing his grace in both motion and stillness. The ladies gaze at him with rapt admiration, as if nothing else exists in their world. Suddenly, Su Qin's previously tranquil aura transforms, and a formidable sword intent surges forth from him. With each strike, this sword energy seems to infuse the blanks with rare metals, forcefully integrated through his esoteric techniques. As the hammer descends repeatedly, the once red sword blanks begin to emit a chilling aura, causing those standing at the periphery to shudder involuntarily. The women exchange glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Coming from distinguished backgrounds, they possess discerning perspectives, especially regarding legendary weapons. They understand that the emergence of a divine weapon is invariably extraordinary, accompanied by remarkable phenomena. The mere presence of a sword blank is enough to evoke a bone-chilling sensation, hinting at the unrivaled sharpness it will possess upon completion. Gradually, a flicker of fervor ignites within the wives' gazes. After all, they are children of the rivers and lakes, preferring arms over adornments. With a powerful shout, Su Qin brings the hammer down decisively. Sparks fly as 8 radiant beams of light flash, causing the original sword blank to split into 8 pieces. Without hesitation, Su Qin gestures, guiding the 8 shards into a nearby spring of water. As the cold spring water quenches the blades, the divine weapons take form, and joy and a sense of accomplishment illuminates Su Qin's eyes. Once the mist dissipates, and he presents the 8 elegantly crafted short swords to the women, they awaken from their reverie. Each woman, entranced, grasps a short sword, cradling it with admiration. With their keen eyes, they instantly recognize that these 8 short swords forged by their husband are undoubtedly of divine caliber. Only Su Qin is aware that, at his current capacity, he has reached this level of craftsmanship, though it still falls short of his own 7 stars dragon abyss. Nevertheless, these swords surpass those of the likes of the heaven-defying sword and the dragon slayer. The blades are dark and devoid of any reflective luster, remarkably lightweight, allowing the women to handle them effortlessly. Occasionally, a glimmer of cold light dances along the blade, hinting at its extraordinary nature. The women also sense a subtle, enigmatic power seemingly dormant within the sword's body. Should such divine weaponry grace the world, one can only imagine the tumult it would incite. Observing the delicate inscriptions meticulously carved by Su Qin on the hilt, the hearts of the ladies swelled with sweetness. Wuxuang, Ying, Rong, Chaofeng, Yiyan. The characters exuded a robust elegance, akin to silver strokes on iron. The intrinsic worth of the weapon aside, it was Su Qin's heartfelt intent that rendered it a treasure in the eyes of these women. After securing the short sword close to their beings, the gazes directed at Su Qin grew increasingly intimate. Upon witnessing this enchanting scene, Su Qin felt a stir within, yet before he could fully comprehend the moment, he found himself enveloped by the ladies. In the end, Su Qin experienced the delightful sensation of being ensconced in the fragrant skirts of his beloved wives. Chapter 59. When the mind falters, the extraordinary emerges. My dear husband, I wish to invite a lovely sister to our residence for a visit. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter? With a gentle curl in Su Qin's embrace, Zhongling suddenly raised her head to inquire. Su Qin, momentarily taken aback by her words, responded with a hint of confusion. Linger, I believe you are the only daughter in your family. Where would you find a sister? Linger continued. During my travels, I met Mu Wanqing, who is truly wonderful and has taken great care of me. We have been corresponding through letters. And since my marriage into the estate, I have shared many stories with her. She has already agreed to come and visit. Dearest husband, you won't be upset with me for making this decision on my own, will you? Zhongling's heart raced as she glanced anxiously at Su Qin, uncertain of his reaction. Upon hearing Zhongling's words, Su Qin was momentarily stunned. Was this not a delightful opportunity for a concubine? He then leaned down and placed a tender kiss upon Zhongling's forehead. My dear Linger, how could I possibly be angry? In matters such as these, you may take the lead. Since you have wed into Lingbao Mountain Villa and joined the Su family, you are the mistress of this household. I would never oppose such a request. Intrigued by the sister whom Linger held in such high regard, Su Qin added, when Miss Mu arrives, do not forget to introduce her to me. Zhongling's initial trepidation vanished, replaced by a radiant joy. Of course. Thank you, dear husband, she exclaimed, her delight evident as she expressed her gratitude to Su Qin. Foolish girl. Su Qin affectionately ruffled Zhongling's hair, and she responded like a contented kitten, her eyes half closed in enjoyment of his tenderness. Meanwhile, Su Qin secretly reveled in the unexpected fortune that had come to him. Was this not akin to sitting at home and having joy descend from the heavens? Zhongling had played her role to perfection. Initially, Su Qin believed that after marrying Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying, the prospect of taking another wife in the near future was unlikely. However, Zhongling's words sparked fresh thoughts within him. It was no wonder Su Qin was so confident in his ability to win Mu Wanqing's heart. With his celestial realm cultivation and unique constitution, his allure to women had reached unprecedented heights. He understood that as long as he did not engage in excessively distasteful behavior, it would be difficult for any woman to resist his charm. As days passed, Su Qin, waiting in vain for Mu Wanqing, received news from a servant about an unexpected visit. 3 individuals had come to Lingbao Mountain Villa, specifically to see Su Qin. Are you certain they claim to be descendants of the ancient tomb sect? Su Qin inquired. Affirmative. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Su Qin's eyes as he pondered the implications. He instructed the servant. Please escort these 3 to the reception hall and treat them with the utmost courtesy. I shall join you shortly. Understood. The servant bowed and exited promptly. Su Qin, meanwhile, was calculating in his mind, for he had received word from the system that upon marrying and having children, 10, 100, or even 1,000, there would be grand rewards awaiting him. In the present moment, it is futile to ponder the multitude of uncertainties. Yet the matter at hand is decidedly imminent. According to Su Qin's understanding, the only representatives of the ancient tomb sect currently active outside are Lin Huashang, who shares a mentor-disciple bond with Lin Chaoying. The arrival of 3 individuals signals that Lin Huashang has come, accompanied by her 2 disciples, Zilongnu and Li Macho, to pay their respects. The significance of Lin Chaoying's issue must be the reason for Lin Huashang's willingness to lower her status and make this visit. After all, in terms of seniority, Su Qin is considered a junior, while Lin Huashang learned from Lin Chaoying, who is of the same generation as Wang Chongyang. With this realization, Su Qin's thoughts became clearer, and a sense of ease washed over him as he smiled and strode toward the reception hall. Meanwhile, Lin Huashang, along with Zilongnu and Li Macho, was walking along the bluestone path of Lingbao Mountain Manor. Upon their arrival at the grand entrance, the trio was profoundly awed by the impressive stature of the manor, not to mention the towering stone lions that guard the entrance, the sheer material of which left them in astonishment. The azure cloud stone, comparable in value to gold and exceedingly rare, made a striking impression. The lions even held a remarkably large luminous pearl in their mouths, signifying that such stone lions are not possessions of ordinary families. As they entered the manor, the bluestone paths, pavilions, and flowing streams all exuded an air of understated luxury. Though it appeared resplendent, there was not a trace of vulgarity. It maintained an elegant dignity. As they proceeded, Lin Huashang felt increasingly numb to the opulence surrounding her. A blush crept onto her face as she recalled the generous gifts she had instructed her disciples to prepare. It was no wonder that the legend of Lingbao Mountain Manor being as wealthy as a nation was not mere exaggeration. With such financial prowess, it seemed unlikely that mundane trinkets would capture the attention of this young master of the manor. Lin Huashang's purpose for this visit was to cure Lin Chaoying's cold poison. Although she had made ample preparations, the lavish arrangements and decor of Lingbao Mountain Manor made her feel that her efforts were utterly inadequate, causing her heart to flutter with apprehension. It seemed that upon meeting the young master, she would have to adapt her approach spontaneously. If all else failed, she might have to resort to force to compel compliance. Little did she know how laughable her thoughts were. Given Su Qin's current strength, even a fully recovered Lin Chaoying would not be a match for him, let alone Lin Huashang. In the reception hall, Su Qin sat regally in the prominent chair, embodying the authority of a leader. As the master of the alliance, every action and word reflected the image of the Jiangnan martial alliance, necessitating a poised demeanor. The ancient tomb sect representatives, Lin Huashang, accompanied by her disciples Xialongnu and Li Macho, came to pay their respects to the alliance master Su. The two disciples greeted him with a respectful clasp of their fists. Lin Heroine, please take a seat, Su Qin said, maintaining a warm smile that suggested the gentleness of spring, gesturing for the three women to sit. Upon hearing this, Lin Huashang, guided by her servant, gracefully took her seat on one of the chairs flanking the room. Raising her gaze towards the esteemed Su Qin, a flicker of astonishment passed through her calm, serene eyes. Her previously pale complexion flushed slightly, and she quickly realized the inappropriateness of her reaction. Hastily invoking the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she managed to dispel the distractions in her mind. A surge of surprise welled within her as she mused, indeed, Su Qin embodies the ethereal qualities of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Even my years of cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra nearly faltered in his presence. He is truly extraordinary. Behind Lin Huashang, the little dragon maiden and Li Macho also bore flushed faces, standing with their heads bowed. In their hearts, however, an uncontrollable flutter surged within them. The mere act of stealing a glance at Su Qin had elicited such a response. It was no wonder. Su Qin's allure was a challenge even for Lin Huashang to withstand, let alone for the two young women. Chapter 60. This minor chill cannot deter me. I wonder what brings the esteemed Lady Lin to my Lingbao Mountain Villa. Su Qin observed the three women's demeanor with amusement, yet maintained an air of formality. In truth, he had already surmised their intentions, choosing not to reveal his understanding in hopes that Lin Huachang would articulate her purpose herself, thus allowing him to execute his own plans. From the moment Su Qin learned that Lin Huachang and her two disciples were visiting, he had been calculating how best to secure them for his own purposes. As anticipated, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Huachang finally spoke. Su Alliance Leader, you may be unaware that we have come for two reasons. First, to extend our congratulations, and second, to request your assistance. This modest token is but a slight gesture. I hope you will not decline. Oh, Su Qin raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Observing this, Lin Huachang discreetly signaled to Li Macho. Realizing the cue, Li Macho was promptly nudged by the little dragon maiden, who tugged at her sleeve. It was only then that Li Macho blushed, hastening towards Su Qin to present a cloth bundle with both hands. Upon receiving the bundle, Su Qin smiled warmly at Li Macho and gestured to a nearby servant, who understood and took the bundle from her before retreating to stand behind Su Qin. Lin Huachang then continued, Su Alliance Leader, this is the unique eternal ice from our ancient tomb, known to stabilize the mind and resist inner demons. I am grateful for your consideration. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Lady Lin, pray, what is it that you seek? Speak freely. I shall not decline any request within my means. You are indeed straightforward, Su Alliance Leader. Then I shall not hesitate to state my request. Lin Huachang paused momentarily, her gaze subtly sweeping across the assembled servants in the hall. Understanding her unspoken request, Su Qin promptly declared, you are all dismissed. The servants bowed in acknowledgement and gradually exited the hall. Lin Huachang glanced at her somewhat apprehensive disciples, then spoke again. I have heard that Lingbao Mountain Villa is renowned for its picturesque scenery. My two disciples and I have dwelled in the ancient tomb for far too long and are unfamiliar with. Rest assured, Lady Lin, someone Escort these young ladies to meet the matron. Let her show them around the villa. Yes. A servant entered from outside, gesturing for Li Macho and the little dragon maiden to follow. The two women, at Lin Huachang's behest, respectfully bowed to Su Qin before exiting the hall. It was only natural for Lin Huachang to act thusly. After all, Lin Qiaoying was the pillar of the ancient tomb sect. While the martial world believed Lin Qiaoying to be in seclusion within the tomb, few were aware of her affliction with a chill poison. Should such information reach the wrong ears, it could result in unnecessary complications. Now, dear Lady Lin, you may speak freely. Indeed, it is as follows. My esteemed disciple, Lin Qiaoying. Lin Huachang recounted the entire situation regarding Lin Qiaoying's ailment. This is the matter at hand, and I implore the noble Su Alliance leader to lend your righteous assistance. If you can cure my disciple's chill poison, whatever conditions you may propose, our ancient tomb sect will certainly comply. As long as the young lady remains unharmed, my ancient tomb sect owes Master Su an immense favor. In the future, should Master Su have any commands, simply send word to the ancient tomb, and my sect shall undoubtedly lend our utmost support. At this moment, Su Qin, feigning contemplation while stroking his chin, appeared to be in a quandary, yet internally, he was elated. Indeed, as Su Qin had anticipated, Lin Huachang had come to discuss matters concerning Lin Qiaoying. His pretense was merely a strategy to entice Lin Huachang further. Upon observing Su Qin's demeanor, Lin Huachang's heart raced with anxiety, and the once calm demeanor she maintained began to falter. This was something even Lin Huachang had not recognized, which was hardly surprising. In this world, the person Lin Huachang cared for most was undoubtedly Lin Qiaoying. Even her disciples, Li Macho and Xiaolongnu, paled in comparison. Master Su harbored no reservations. He simply required assurance that his aid would be forthcoming. Well, since the valiant lady inquires, I can only respond truthfully. The founder of our sect, Lin Qiaoying, is a remarkable woman, and as fellow members of the martial world, it is only natural to offer assistance. However, Su Qin deliberately elongated his tone. Observing Lin Huachang's anxious expression, he discerned that the moment was ripe to continue. Yet, this cold poison is a formidable affliction, one that cannot be cured by mere medicinal means. Moreover, given that the master has long resided in an ice coffin, practicing her unique secret arts, the cold poison has long since permeated her bones, rendering the situation all the more dire. Seeing Su Qin's expression, Lin Huachang felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Was the young lady truly destined to endure such torment from the cold poison? Lin Huachang could not help but reveal her sorrow, murmuring softly. Aside from this man before her, she had sought out nearly all the renowned doctors in the Song dynasty. Had she not learned that Xue Muhua had to show respect as a disciple before Su Qin, she would not have traveled such a great distance to seek him out. Yet, Su Qin's earlier words had resonated with her. Lin Qiaoying's cold poison had indeed penetrated her bones, beyond the remedy of medicine. Su Qin had meticulously laid the groundwork to disrupt Lin Huachang's state of mind. Once he observed that the desired effect had been achieved, Su Qin decided to drop the pretense and spoke up. However, dear lady, there is no need for excessive despair. This cold poison shall not best me. What did you say? Lin Huachang, having traversed through disappointment and despair, now found a flicker of hope, and her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brightness. I said, this trifling cold poison poses no challenge to me. Su Qin reiterated his assertion, exuding a powerful confidence that radiated from his very being. Lin Huachang stood momentarily dazed, an expression of astonishment crossing her face, marking the first time since entering the manor that she appeared so taken aback. However, this state of bewilderment lasted only a few breaths, as clarity swiftly returned to her gaze. She then turned to Su Qin, puzzled, and asked, did not Master Su say that my master's cold poison had penetrated her bones, impervious to medicinal remedies? Indeed. Then what did Master Su mean by his earlier words? Quite simply, if medicinal remedies are ineffective, we shall resort to alternative methods. Oh, how can that be proven? Upon hearing this, Lin Huachang's expression was rife with skepticism. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qin smiled faintly and gradually rose to his feet. As he stood, an abrupt transformation occurred in his aura. A majestic presence surged forth, pressing down on Lin Huachang like an imposing mountain. Lin Huachang's countenance changed dramatically at this sight, instinctively channeling her inner strength to resist. However, Su Qin showed no intention of relenting. His aura intensified, and Lin Huachang felt as though the very heavens were bearing down upon her. Struggling to maintain her composure, she managed to utter, Su, Alliance leader, what is the meaning of this? In response, Su Qin remained silent, his imposing presence growing ever more potent. rendering Lin Huachong unable to lift her head. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down her snow-white forehead as she approached her limit. Chapter 61. Casual practice leads to this. As the pressure from Su Qin intensified, Lin Huachong felt increasingly strained. While she exerted all her strength to withstand the onslaught, she gradually discovered that the once docile internal energy within her was becoming uncontrollable. A chilling sensation, akin to the depths of the netherworld, erupted from the core of her being. Lin Huachong, taken aback by this development, was astonished at the ferocity of the cold poison that had surged forth at such a critical moment. Though she was aware of her predicament, she had been suppressing the cold poison within her for some time. However, in her desperate struggle against Su Qin's pressure, the poison had broken through her restraints. As she sensed the dire state of her internal condition, Lin Huachong's complexion turned ashen. Under such external and internal duress, she completely lost her composure. This was the inherent flaw of practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The cold poison was an unavoidable consequence for anyone who undertook this path. In pursuit of a tranquil and ascetic life, one was compelled to dwell in eternal ice. Mastery of the technique could sever emotional ties, yet one would remain plagued by the cold poison for life. Just when Lin Huachong believed her life was at its end, Su Qin acted decisively. He retracted his aura, causing Lin Huachong to weaken immediately. In a swift motion, he appeared at her side, supporting her frail form, only to be met with a piercing chill. Su Qin frowned slightly at the sensation and, without further hesitation, produced a silver needle from his palm. With a graceful flick, he sent the needle soaring, landing precisely on the acupuncture points surrounding Lin Huachong's body. However, Lin Huachong blushed deeply, her body instinctively struggling against him. The position they found themselves in was exceedingly ambiguous, reminiscent of young lovers playfully teasing one another. She was completely enveloped in Su Qin's embrace, and having spent years in solitude within a tomb, no man had ever come so close to her. In that moment, her icy composure shattered, and she lost her bearings. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. At that instant, Lin Huachong resembled a modest maiden, her face flushed as she attempted to rise. Just then, she heard Su Qin's gentle yet somewhat domineering voice command, "Do not move." Lin Huachong froze in surprise. Was he speaking to her? How dare he address her in such a manner? Despite a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind, her body instinctively halted its movements, as though a voice in her subconscious urged her to comply, to heed his words. Though her body remained still, her defiant gaze met Su Qin's, revealing her indignation and embarrassment. The predicament she found herself in was entirely a result of this man before her. "Do not look at me like that," she thought. "I do not deny that your sect's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is a supreme secret text, capable of elevating one to the realm of transcendent beings. Yet, the drawbacks are glaringly evident. The deeper the strength, the more profound the cold poison. If not addressed promptly, even if cured in the long run, remnants of the ailment will inevitably linger. Previously, I merely provoked the dormant cold poison within you, thus facilitating an opportunity to eliminate it in one decisive stroke. If we fail to eradicate it in this singular effort, the path to its complete removal will become arduous." As Lin Huachong listened to Su Qin's gentle words and observed his earnest demeanor, she found herself utterly captivated. What manner of man was he? Earlier, he exuded an aura of commanding authority, akin to a sovereign of the mortal realm, wielding life and death with absolute power. Yet now, he resembled an exceptionally considerate lover, tenderly assuaging her pain. A whirlwind of thoughts surged within Lin Huachong, and the emotions she had long suppressed flooded forth like a torrent breaching a dam. Just as her mind wandered, Su Qin's soothing voice resonated once more. "Now, close your eyes and gather your energy, directing your inner strength to the sea of qi." "Oh, I understand." Upon hearing Su Qin's instruction, Lin Huachong felt a moment of panic, instinctively closing her eyes and concentrating, mobilizing her internal energy to circulate throughout her body. Unbeknownst to her, she had become entirely compliant to this man's guidance. At that moment, Lin Huachong was unable to contemplate anything else, enveloped in astonishment. She realized that her previously obstructed meridians were now unimpeded, flowing freely as she circulated her energy. Remarkably, even the cold poison within her had vanished without a trace. She was acutely aware of the flaws inherent in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, as well as its formidable nature and the terrifying aspect of the cold poison. Thus, the shock of its elimination was profoundly intense. After performing a complete circulation, Lin Huachong slowly opened her eyes, gazing in bewilderment at Su Qin, who remained seated with an air of tranquility, casually lifting a teacup. gently blowing upon it before taking a small sip, his expression one of utmost contentment. Yet, what might have seemed pretentious in another context appeared to Lin Huachong as enigmatic and profound. You are awake. How do you feel? Lin Huachong expressed her gratitude to the leader of the Su family for his assistance. Now, do you believe in my capability to aid your esteemed miss? Acknowledging her previous impetuosity, she continued, if I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. However, there is one matter I do not comprehend and wish to inquire about. Please, go ahead. Did the techniques you employed earlier belong to the realm of celestial beings? Having regained a semblance of composure, Lin Huachong reflected on the recent events, her mind racing with speculation. Lin Xiaoying had spoken of this realm before her seclusion, yet she had never witnessed a celestial being in action over the years. Thus, although she had an inkling of the truth, she instinctively posed a question to which she already knew the answer. Indeed, Su Qin offered no further elaboration, merely nodding in affirmation. Lin Huachong could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, despite her prior suspicions. This young man, if the rumors held any truth, was merely 19 years of age. What was she doing at that age? Lin Xiaoying, a paragon of her generation, had barely attained the innate realm by 19, a feat beyond the reach of even Wang Chongyang. How has this individual cultivated such prowess? How is this even conceivable? Lin Huachong was utterly taken aback, not even realizing that since her arrival at Lingbao Mountain Villa, the number of times she had been astonished was greater than the cumulative total of all her previous years. With her understanding, it was entirely unfathomable that someone could attain the celestial realm at such a tender age. Moreover, judging by Su Qin's previous command over the forces of heaven and earth, he was evidently not a novice in the celestial realm. This could only imply one thing. He had long since stepped into the celestial realm. The mere thought of this caused her heart to tighten. What extraordinary talent and brilliance this was. Surely, even celestial beings would pale in comparison. What could possibly be impossible? How have you achieved this? Oh, I merely tend to flowers in the villa, stroll by the lake, accompany the ladies for leisure, and practice casually. And that is how it came to be. Chapter 62. The topic unavoidably revolves around Su Qin. Lin Huachong found herself nearly breathless from Su Qin's remarks. After taking several deep breaths to calm her tumultuous emotions, she finally spoke again. If you don't wish to discuss it, then why bother? Su Qin looked at Lin Huachong in astonishment. He was aware that her composure had been shattered, but he had not anticipated the extent of her vulnerability. Once an ice-cold beauty, she now seemed to speak with a newfound warmth. Realizing her own misstep, Lin Huachong felt a flush creep across her delicate face as she noticed Su Qin's incredulous expression, rendering her momentarily enchanting. The blooming ice lotus, a sight of unparalleled beauty, even left Su Qin, accustomed to the company of stunning women, momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Lin Huachong snapped, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in irritation. Yet, their exchange bore an undeniable resemblance to playful banter shared between lovers. Of course it's beautiful. The ice lotus in full bloom is a rare spectacle. One must appreciate it while they can. Otherwise, if it fades away unnoticed, would that not be a pity? Su Qin teased, a playful glint in his eyes. You. Lin Huachong's cheeks flushed crimson from indignation. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against him. Engaging in a physical confrontation was out of the question, for he was a formidable being of the celestial realm. Additionally, she needed his assistance to cure Lin Xiaoying's frost poison, making it unwise to offend him if she refrained from acting out. Su Qin exhibited a demeanor so nonchalant it was almost infuriating. Despite his light-hearted jests, Lin Huachong felt no trace of anger. Instead, an inexplicable sentiment began to linger in her heart. In her desperation, Lin Huachong yearned to distance herself from this infuriating young man, whom she felt was her natural nemesis. Since encountering Su Qin, she had lost all sense of composure. With a smile playing on his lips, Su Qin addressed the huffing Lin Huachong as she turned to leave. Where are you off to? None of your business. While it may seem that I have no authority over you, your current condition necessitates that you remain here for the time being. Although I have removed the frost poison with my silver needles, it has accumulated in your body for far too long. You cannot engage in combat or recklessly utilize your inner strength for the time being. Thus, I suggest you stay here for a while. I shall instruct someone to prepare a medicinal broth for you. If taken as prescribed, you shall recover within 3 days. Besides, do you not wish for my assistance in treating your young lady? Upon hearing his words, Lin Huachong halted her retreat. Noticing this, Su Qin ceased his teasing and promptly instructed a servant to ensure Lin Huachong was accommodated at Lingbao Villa. Once the arrangements were satisfactorily made, Su Qin nodded in contentment, secretly delighting in the situation. While his claims were indeed grounded in truth, the severity of her condition had been somewhat exaggerated. With his prowess as a healer and the inner strength of a celestial being, how could he not cure such a minor ailment without leaving any residual effects? Naturally, he had no need for medicinal aids. His insistence on such matters was merely a tactic to keep Lin Huachong close. Su Qin had no intention of letting this prime opportunity slip away from his grasp. At this moment, Lin Huachong's heart brimmed with 100 eager desires. Resembling a maiden whose heart has recently awakened to love. This reaction is entirely understandable, for at her tender age, she had devoted herself to cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra alongside Lin Chaoying in the shadowy depths of an ancient tomb. Though they claimed to pursue the Grand Tao, the price paid was the sacrifice of their own happiness. Moreover, even the extraordinary talents of their time could hardly capture the attention of the two women. Lin Chaoying, a paragon of her generation, possessed an unparalleled strength and insight that even Wang Chongyang could not rival. Such an extraordinary figure could never be easily subdued by an ordinary person. It was not until the advent of Su Qin that Lin Huachong's heart began to waver. However, this was the result of Su Qin's meticulous orchestration, first revealing his prowess to create a crack in her icy heart, then offering aid in her direst moment, ultimately leaving her swayed by reason and emotion. Each step was a carefully laid plan, a legitimate stratagem. It is no surprise that Lin Huachong succumbed to his charms. Even if Lin Chaoying herself were to arrive, she would likely find herself ensnared. After retaining Lin Huachong, Su Qin allowed her a day of rest before seeking her out once more. He proposed to alleviate the cold poison afflicting the two young maidens, a flaw inherent in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra of their lineage. His intentions were not born of mere benevolence, for the three women were his predetermined selections for wives, naturally warranting his attention. Lin Huachong felt a twinge of guilt towards the two young maidens, as when she had taken them as disciples, she harbored certain unspoken thoughts. Prior to encountering Su Qin, she had already journeyed far and wide in search of renowned physicians to remedy the cold poison, yet to no avail. Thus, she had contemplated the idea of taking on disciples, hoping that their combined strength might transcend the realm of the heavens and humanity, discovering a solution to the cold poison afflicting the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Undoubtedly, this amounted to making herself and the two maidens mere experimental subjects. Upon meeting Su Qin and witnessing the alleviation of the cold poison, such drastic measures became unnecessary. Therefore, when Su Qin made this request, Lin Huachong did not oppose it. The two young maidens, still at a nascent stage in their cultivation, were not deeply afflicted by the cold poison, rendering the treatment quite straightforward. Nonetheless, they remained profoundly grateful to Su Qin, fully aware of the shortcomings of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Once the treatment for the two maidens was complete, Su Qin vanished entirely from their sight. In his leisure, he accompanied the several ladies on strolls around the estate and occasionally perused the tomes in the armory. Thanks to the gifts from the system, Su Qin's comprehension now far surpassed that of his former self, and with the enhancement of the heavenly human realm, he found the study of martial texts to be effortless. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. A servant soon reported that Lin Huachong awaited Su Qin in the hall. At this, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Qin's eyes. It seemed the time had come to take action. Under Su Qin's careful guidance over the past 3 days, the ladies had all had the opportunity to meet with Lin Huachong and her disciples. Naturally, when women gather, their conversations inevitably gravitate towards men, and the only man they could discuss was Su Qin himself. The ladies spoke affectionately of their various attentions, with Huang Rong having already surmised Su Qin's intentions. Nature subtly guides Lin Huachong and her two disciples in every word and gesture. Su Qin is acutely aware of this. Now, it is merely a matter of her own declaration. After all, it is more fitting for her to voice such sentiments herself. In the reception hall, Lin Huachong sits poised in her chair, her mind in turmoil. At this moment, she feels a sense of confusion regarding her own uncertainty. While remaining at the estate, she felt little of it. Now, as she prepares to depart, an unexpected reluctance tugs at her heart. This is the first time, aside from Lin Chaoying, that she has developed such feelings for an outsider. Just as a myriad of thoughts swirl within her, she hears the gentle voice she has come to recognize from her dreams over the past few days. Huachong, are you about to leave? Why not stay a few more days? Chapter 63. Su Qin's offensive. Upon hearing that long-lost voice, Lin Huachong felt a ripple of emotions surge within her heart. Nevertheless, she suppressed her thoughts and feigned composure as she replied, I am deeply grateful for Master Su's kindness in healing my wounds. Now that my two companions and I have fully recovered, we shall no longer impose on you. Even Lin Huachong herself failed to notice the shift in how Su Qin addressed her. In truth, had it been anyone else daring to speak to her in such a manner, she would have surely met them with her sword. Huachong, what nonsense are you speaking? I have been preoccupied with preparations for the hero assembly in Xiangyang and have neglected my duties. How could I presume to trouble the esteemed Master Su? At that moment, Lin Huachong gazed at Su Qin, whose lips were curled in a smile, with an expression of deep melancholy. Su Qin, upon hearing her words, chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. Huachong, do you still not comprehend my intentions? Su Qin's sudden change in tone caught Lin Huachong off guard. She had never anticipated such words from him. Huachong, my desire to keep you here at the estate is driven by personal motives. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Perhaps you might think me fickle, loving one after another. And no. Huachong, please allow me to finish. At this moment, Lin Huachong's mind was in a state of complete disarray. She had considered countless possibilities before her departure, yet never envisioned this scenario. Ignoring Lin Huachong's astonished expression, Su Qin continued with heartfelt fervor, while your thoughts about me are not unfounded. I wish to clarify that though I may fall for many, I do not act recklessly. My affections are sincere and profound. Surely, you can understand my feelings? Why, yes. Under Su Qin's offensive, Lin Huachong was entirely flustered, instinctively responding in agreement. Not hesitating any longer, Su Qin swiftly closed the distance between them and embraced her. His voice, laced with a magnetic quality, continued, please do not leave. I merely wish to awaken each day to your presence. Lin Huachong was momentarily stunned by Su Qin's unexpected action, only to find herself enveloped by the warmth she had long missed. Instinctively, she wished to struggle. Yet upon hearing his heartfelt confession, her body softened, her mind blanking, and her heart filled with sweetness. Unconsciously, she let out a soft through her nose. Ever since Su Qin entered the room, her mind had been in a fog. It wasn't until she stumbled out of the hall that clarity began to return. Had she truly agreed to that young man so carelessly? What was happening to her? Why did she feel so unlike herself in his presence? With her face flushed and head bowed, Lin Huachong hurriedly departed, continuously questioning herself. Yet no matter how hard she pondered, she could not grasp the reason. Only knowing that at this moment, she felt lighthearted and blissfully happy. This sensation has not been experienced since Miss Lin Xiaoying took charge of the ancient tomb. To be candid, she relishes this feeling and, fortunately, does not dwell on it. She harbors little doubt regarding her future happiness, a sentiment evident in Su Qin's affections towards his wives. The sole conundrum troubling Lin Huachong lies in how to explain the situation to the little dragon maiden and her companion. Having brought her disciples seeking medical assistance, she now finds herself perplexedly agreeing to remain here at Su Qin's behest. However, as a woman of the martial world, Lin Huachong possesses a bold spirit, unafraid to love and hate. Since events have unfolded as they have, there is nothing left to conceal. Thus, Lin Huachong approached the little dragon maiden and her companion to share her decision. Upon hearing her words, both young women widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at their master in astonishment. The master they remembered was always cold and unapproachable. While there had been a transformation in Lin Huachong upon their arrival at Lingbao Mountain Villa, the two had assumed it was merely due to her recovery from the cold poison. Today, however, they learned that her desire to stay was rooted in their affections for a certain individual. Indeed, the little dragon maiden and her companion had been captivated by Su Qin's charm from their very first encounter. It is not entirely their fault. Under the enhancement of his celestial realm cultivation, Su Qin's imperial physique had reached near perfection, an allure beyond the ability of two novice practitioners to resist, especially when coupled with his extraordinary beauty and the favor he had bestowed upon them by curing their poison. For them to not develop fond feelings for him seemed an impossibility. Master, are you truly abandoning us? Li Macho lamented, her expression sorrowful. Mocho, I. Lin Huachong found herself at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions. Indeed, Master, your kindness towards us is immeasurable. How could we ever leave your side? Besides, we have no one else in this world but you. If you do not want us, where shall we go? The little dragon maiden asserted resolutely. But, rest assured, Master, we understand. If you can find lifelong happiness, we sincerely wish you well. I shall willingly serve you for all my days. The little dragon maiden proclaimed with unwavering determination. I, too, shall serve you for eternity. Limacho echoed promptly. Ah, foolish children, why put yourselves through such anguish? Lin Huachong sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Since they possess such filial hearts, there is no need for further words from you. Huachong. Su Qin entered the room with a smile directed at Lin Huachang. The atmosphere, once laden with sorrow and sighs, dissipated upon his arrival. The little dragon maiden and her companion shyly lowered their gazes. Only they understood that their actions stemmed from their bond with Lin Huachang and their reluctance to leave this place. Hearing Su Qin's words, Lin Huachang chose not to elaborate further. Su Qin unabashedly proposed to hold a grand wedding for Lin Huachang. After all, Lin Huachang held a unique status, being the contemporary leader of the ancient tomb sect. Initially, Lin Huachang was opposed to the idea, but after Su Qin's patient persuasion, she consented. Her only concern was for the two young maidens, the little dragon maiden and her companion. Upon learning of this, Su Qin pondered briefly before revealing a long-considered plan to Lin Huachang. He suggested that she take them on as disciples, thereby making the three women sisters in the craft. This arrangement would allow them to marry into Lingbao Mountain Manor without attracting any gossip. Lin Huachang deemed this the best solution and promptly sought the opinions of the two maidens. The little dragon maiden and her companion, filled with joy, eagerly agreed. This way, they would not have to part from their mentor, Lin Huachang, while still being able to be with Su Qin, gaining acceptance from society, a truly win-win situation. Thus, news spread once more from Lingbao Mountain Manor, astonishing the public. The young master was to take 3 concubines at once. Chapter 64, A Beautiful Night. Too brief to waste. Lin Huachang, Li Macho, and Xiaolongnu sat in 3 separate flower palanquins, listening to the lively sounds from outside, feeling somewhat out of place. Having spent a considerable time in the ancient tomb, they found it challenging to adjust to such a bustling scene. The rhythmic beating of drums and the melodious music only deepened Lin Huachang's sense of disorientation. Am I truly getting married? She pondered silently. Honestly, she had never envisioned a day where she would embark on such a journey. Lin Xiaoying hailed from a prestigious family, and Lin Huachang had been her devoted maid. Their bond was akin to that of sisters. Yet in this era, someone of Lin Huachang's status was destined to become merely Lin Xiaoying's handmaid upon her marriage. At the time of Lin Xiaoying's wedding, Lin Huachang would follow her into her new household. In favorable circumstances, she might attain a recognized status. Otherwise, she would remain a servant for life. Fortunately, when Lin Xiaoying founded the ancient tomb sect and delved into the Jade Maiden scripture, she managed to escape such a fate. While the world recognized their relationship as that of master and disciple, few were aware that it had originated as one of servant and master. Though Lin Xiaoying had imparted her knowledge to Lin Huachang, there was no formal title of master and disciple between them. As Lin Huachang reflected on this, her delicate face beneath the veil darkened. I am now wed, yet my mistress lies in that dark, lifeless ice coffin. However, with Su Qin's assistance, it is likely that my mistress will soon see the light of day again. Alas, she will not witness this moment herself. Surely, upon learning of my marriage, my mistress would bestow her blessings upon me. As Lin Huachang and the 2 other women contemplated their thoughts, the citizens of Jiaxing City gathered in small groups, engaging in lively discussions. The young master is truly a remarkable talent of our time. Not only is he unmatched in martial prowess, but he also possesses an ethereal charm. As if a celestial being has descended to earth, his choice of a bride is equally extraordinary. Indeed, I worry whether his health can withstand such an exceptional marriage. Well, the emperor has his harem of 3,000 beauties, and he manages just fine. The young master is merely beginning. That makes sense. It is said that the young master is marrying 3 disciples at once. Truly, he walks a path unlike any other. Do not speak carelessly. Lin the heroine is merely taking in disciples on behalf of her master. Thus they are more like sisters in rank. Oh, I see. The 3 flower palanquins, amidst the murmurs of the townsfolk, gradually made their way into Lingbao Mountain Manor. Though the occasion was grand, the presence of martial artists was notably sparse. This was, after all, to be expected, given Su Qin's rapid pace in marrying. If everyone were to attend every time, they would have no other pursuits and would end up residing at Lingbao Mountain Manor throughout the year. Su Qin remained unconcerned, aware of his own situation. The cadence of his matrimonial endeavors would undoubtedly continue unabated, and he welcomed the presence of those from the martial world, while not fretting over those who chose to abstain. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to the high hall. Third, the couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete. The wedding unfolded with a meticulous elegance, the 3 women resembling marionettes under the delicate strings of fate. Upon its conclusion, the maidservants gently assisted them into the courtyard. This time, Su Qin had not arranged for the 3 women to share a chamber, preparing separate rooms instead. It was not out of reluctance, but necessity. Due to their cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, they naturally exuded an ethereal chill. Although their state of mind had evolved, Su Qin remained considerate of their feelings. To share a bed would require a gradual process of acclimatization. Lin Huachong and her companions returned to their chambers, feeling as though they were in a dream. What began as a quest for healing at Lingbao Mountain Manor had unexpectedly culminated in marriage. Lin Huachong, in particular, felt this acutely, especially when the maidservant left her in a silent room. Her thoughts surged tumultuously, a cacophony of emotions flooding her mind. Thump, thump, thump. She could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and a familiar, gentle voice resonated. Huachong, I've kept you waiting. I hope I did not startle you. Although Lin Huachong had braced herself, her body instinctively tensed at that moment. Do not be afraid, the soothing voice assured her. Instantly, she felt enveloped in a warm embrace. It was as if she had been struck by electricity, yet upon hearing that rich, melodious tone, she melted softly into Su Qin's arms. As Su Qin gently lifted the bridal veil, their gazes locked, and he was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Lin Huachong was unlike his other wives. Her icy demeanor and ethereal grace sparked endless imagination. At that moment, with a hint of makeup, she truly eclipsed the beauty of 100 flowers. Huachong, you are truly enchanting. Just as Lin Huachong opened her mouth to respond, darkness momentarily clouded her vision as Su Qin summoned a gust to extinguish the red candle-less flame. In that instant, words became superfluous. Everything fell into place seamlessly. The room resonated with harmonious rhythms. Under the full moon, silence enveloped the garden, as flowers discreetly concealed their blossoms. It was a splendid occasion, a rendezvous amidst the clouds and rain of Wushan. 2 hours later, Lin Huachong succumbed to a deep slumber after the evening's exertions. Su Qin then ventured to Li Macho's chamber, where another fervent encounter ensued, ultimately leading to her capitulation. Revitalized, Su Qin proceeded to the next battlefield, Xiaolongnu. He persisted until she too fell into a profound sleep. At that moment, the system's notification finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Lin Huachong, Li Macho, and Xiaolongnu. You have gained 60 years of cultivation, dividing the essence of the divine and demonic shadows. Ding! Congratulations, host. On reaching 10 wives, you have received a special reward, joyous divine art. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet he remained reclined. He turned, embracing the exquisite form bestowed upon him by the Creator, and drifted into slumber. Such a beautiful night was fleeting. How could one let it slip away? The next day dawned. Su Qin gazed at the slumbering Xiaolong, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. He then rose, donned his garments, and exited the room with a quiet resolve. He instructed those nearby to refrain from disturbing the 3 esteemed ladies during their rest, ensuring that they would be well attended to upon awakening. Yes, young master, came the prompt reply. After imparting his solemn directives, Su Qin turned and made his way towards the training grounds. Upon reaching the martial arts arena, Su Qin paused, his gaze falling upon the rewards yet to be claimed, a flicker of delight illuminating his eyes. Initially, he had assumed that the trio's reputation in the martial world was modest, leading to meager rewards. To his astonishment, the bounty was remarkably generous, amounting to an entire century's worth of martial prowess. This, he surmised, was likely related to Lin Huachong's formidable cultivation. With this thought lingering in his mind, he hesitated for a moment before resolutely murmuring inwardly, "System, claim the reward." Chapter 65. This martial art seems to have been tailored just for me. As Su Qin's voice faded, a torrent of internal energy surged forth from within him, akin to a tempestuous tsunami. The profound essence of a century's worth of cultivation instantaneously coursed through Su Qin's limbs and bones. Observing this, Su Qin merely smiled faintly. Although the power of a century was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to Su Qin's prowess at the celestial realm. Channeling the North Mo divine art. Within but a brief moment, he completely refined the energy into his dantian. Su Qin's strength ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th rank of the celestial realm, just a step away from breaking into the 5th rank. Alas, as one's power increases, the energy required to advance further grows exponentially. Su Qin could not help but sigh internally. Yet, he remained undeterred. As long as he continued to marry and bear offspring, his strength would perpetually soar. At the very least, he need not endure the grueling training that other martial artists faced. System, continued to receive rewards. While the century's worth of energy brought Su Qin joy, the true highlights of this reward lay in the 2 martial arts. Just considering that marrying 3 wives granted him a volume of the splitting spirit demon shadow speaks volumes about the value of this manual. As Su Qin's words lingered, countless arcane messages flooded his mind. Ethereal figures flitted through his consciousness, leaving trails of afterimages, accompanied by the incantations of the manual. A look of delight ignited in Su Qin's eyes. Upon delving into the splitting spirit demon shadow, he joyfully discovered that it was a comprehensive tome encompassing both agility techniques and offensive secret arts. To elaborate on the agility aspect, it does not merely create shadows out of thin air, rather, it generates afterimages through high-speed motion. Yet, these afterimages possess the capability to launch offensive maneuvers. This is where the true brilliance of the martial art lies. The splitting spirit demon shadow is undoubtedly a technique of the celestial realm. Only by mastering the grand forces of the universe can one fully unleash its might. Imagine, when Su Qin employs the splitting spirit demon shadow in conjunction with the celestial intent 4 symbols technique to form the 4 symbols array, the resulting power would be unprecedented. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Su Qin's eyes, yearning for the day when he could unleash these 2 extraordinary abilities without restraint. Though these afterimages may not embody Su Qin's entire strength, what of it? Contemplating this, a sense of audacity welled within him. After all, according to his aspirations, even a 6th-rank celestial being would find him a worthy opponent. This confidence emanated from the depths of his heart. With a shift in his thoughts, Su Qin's figure vanished from his original position. Moments later, in the training arena, his body manifested multiple afterimages in midair, some seated, some reclining, some standing, some crouching, some with smiles, others with fierce glares. Each afterimage appeared to be a true embodiment of Su Qin, vividly portraying myriad expressions in the air. Though these phantoms were real, their existence was fleeting. As the last of Su Qin's afterimages materialized at the center of the courtyard, the fleeting shadows in the sky gradually dissipated. Su Qin stood proudly at the center of the courtyard, his eyes closed, deeply contemplating something. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and softly murmured to himself, "This technique is indeed extraordinary, as if it could transcend the limitations of space." With a satisfied expression, Su Qin turned his gaze towards the final reward, the joyous divine art. To be honest, this secret tome was what Su Qin desired most at this moment. The title alone indicated that it was a dual cultivation scripture. Su Qin's yearning for this tome was not solely for his own benefit, but also for his numerous wives. While Su Qin's power ascended through a system, his wives needed to cultivate diligently and systematically. Although each of his wives was regarded as a renowned beauty of the heavens, there remained a noticeable gap in their cultivation speed compared to Su Qin's. He did not wish for a day to come when, having cultivated to the point of coexisting with the heavens, he found himself alone. Such a life would be utterly dull, indeed, if that day were to arrive. Even if Su Qin stood at the pinnacle of what humanity could achieve, he would find no joy in it. The emergence of this tome perfectly addressed this dilemma. With it, whenever Su Qin shared the bed with his beloved wives, their powers would surge forth. Thus, even if his wives could not match Su Qin's strength bestowed by the system, they would undoubtedly surpass the vast majority of warriors in the world. Only in this way could they keep pace with Su Qin and remain by his side at all times. Therefore, this technique was what Su Qin yearned for most urgently. To his surprise, the system was so considerate, knowing precisely what he desired. A gentle smile graced Su Qin's lips as he began to delve into the joyous divine art within his mind. The more he studied, the more he was astonished by its miraculous nature. This technique indeed aligned with Su Qin's expectations, embodying the profound principles of the universe. Why does it embody the principles of the universe? In the beginning, when heaven and earth were separated, yin and yang already existed. Only through the harmonious interplay of yin and yang could the path of heaven be revealed. Hence, this is not merely a dual cultivation technique, but an unparalleled scripture. Though the content within might cause one to blush, it directly points to the essence of the great path. As the Tao scripture states, the male embodies yang, the female embodies yin. When yin and yang harmonize, they cultivate the great path together. Upon reading this, joy radiated from Su Qin's eyes. This technique was practically tailor-made for him. Not only could it transform both parties' physiques, but it also enabled rapid enhancement of their cultivation through dual practice. According to the tome, a year of dual cultivation between himself and his wives would equate to 30 years of arduous training for others. How astonishing is that? Even Su Qin, the chosen one with system assistance, felt a tinge of envy. This was a 30-fold increase in cultivation speed. If this were to reach the ears of the common folk in the martial world, it would surely drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Even a peerless genius. After a year of cultivation, could only match the efforts of an ordinary person over a decade. This technique requires merely a dual embrace to enhance one's prowess 30-fold, an idea that is almost beyond imagination. This disparity in strength between Su Qin and his numerous wives is precisely the reason for such a gap. The 30-fold increase in speed pertains to Su Qin's many spouses. The effect is not as exaggerated when applied to him. Nevertheless, Su Qin remains thoroughly content. After all, he is also blessed with the rewards of the system. As long as he continues to take wives, the rewards will perpetually accumulate, and his strength will ascend steadily. After contemplating all the rewards, a satisfied smile graced Su Qin's face. This latest reward has indeed bestowed upon him tremendous surprises. Furthermore, it has shed light on one of Su Qin's innermost concerns. From this point onward, his path of cultivation alongside his wives is destined to be smooth and unimpeded. Chapter 66. Extraordinary Martial Arts. Renowned throughout the realm as the heroic assembly in Xiangyang approaches, the entire Song dynasty buzzes with excitement. Have you heard? On the 7th day of the 2nd month, the valiant Guijing will host a grand gathering in Xiangyang, inviting heroes from across the martial world to converge. Indeed, it is said that notable figures from various sects have received Guo's invitation. Many have already set off for Xiangyang in anticipation. I have also heard that Guo's purpose in extending these invitations is to unite the noble-hearted within the Song dynasty to resist the invasion of the Mongols. Moreover, it is rumored that this assembly will elect a leader of the martial world, binding everyone together in a collective effort against the Mongol threat. Truly, many esteemed masters of the Jianghu have accepted the invitation, marking this as a significant event in the realm of Song. Such assertions hold merit. Astonishing news spreads through the streets. Most thrilling of all is the speculation regarding who will claim the title of leader of the martial world. After all, securing this position promises both fame and fortune. Those within the Jianghu are naturally drawn to such prestige, and the opportunity to command the martial community is a coveted dream for many. However, while envy may abound, most possess the wisdom to recognize their limitations. At such a grand event, even the masters are mere spectators, with only the grandmasters deemed worthy of contending for that coveted throne. Pray tell, who possesses the qualifications to ascend to this esteemed position? That is a challenging question. To become the leader of the martial world, one must embody both virtue and exceptional skill, surpassing all others in martial prowess. Indeed, it is precisely this reasoning that leads us to consider the current pinnacle of martial strength, which undoubtedly rests with the 5 greats. Each of these figures is a long-established luminary of the martial world. Yet, upon closer examination, few are truly fit to assume the mantle of leader. What do you mean by that? A wandering hero, puzzled, inquired with a slight bow and a smile. The speaker glanced around cautiously, then lowered his voice slightly. I see your thirst for knowledge, so let me enlighten you. Though the esteemed Eastern heretic, Huang Rong, possesses unparalleled martial skills, he is accustomed to solitude. Furthermore, his temperament at this point, the speaker hesitated, clearly wary of being overheard by those with ill intentions. However, those who heard understood the implication and nodded in silent agreement. The Western poison, Ouyang Feng, resides in the distant West, and his mannerisms alone render him unsuitable. The Southern Emperor, Lord Duan, though highly respected as a recluse, is not the right fit. As for the Northern beggar, Old Hong, while his martial prowess and character are beyond reproach, he is said to be indifferent to fame and fortune, likely shunning the pursuit of leadership. Thus, the only contender with both the strength and renown remains Wang Chongyang of the Central Divine. However, I have heard that Wang Chongyang has long sequestered himself in meditation, seeking a higher realm of martial understanding, so it remains uncertain whether he will attend this gathering. If what you say holds true, then it appears that none among the 5 greats are truly suitable. In my humble opinion, there exists another individual who may assume this heavy responsibility. Who, you ask? That would be none other than the illustrious initiator of this hero assembly, the valiant Guijing. Guijing possesses strength that rivals the 5 greats, and having guarded Xiangyang for many years, he enjoys immense affection from the populace, his reputation unparalleled. Your assertion is indeed valid. However, I believe that Su Qin, the leader of the Jiangnan martial arts community, also possesses such capabilities. It is said that he enjoys considerable prestige in the Jiangnan region, known for his benevolence and chivalrous heart, and possesses extraordinary martial prowess, making him undoubtedly a prime candidate for the role of martial arts leader. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, recognizing the truth in the statement, and a chorus of agreement ensued. This is hardly surprising, for since Su Qin's emergence, his accomplishments have indeed been remarkable. Morong Fu, the four great evildoers. The Tibetan national master Jamozi. Each of these figures is renowned within the realm of martial arts. Yet all have fallen to Su Qin, thereby establishing his unparalleled fame. Though the prowess of the five greats is often extolled, it has been 2 to 3 decades since the first Huashan Sword Conference. Many rising stars in the martial world have not experienced that era. Thus their admiration for the five greats is not as profound. Conversely, they hold Su Qin, this prodigious figure who has appeared out of nowhere, in high regard. This is quite natural, for in the martial world, talents emerge with each generation, each commanding attention for centuries. Every era has its champions, and Su Qin has undoubtedly become the paragon of this age, garnering the adoration of younger heroes. Just as the crowd was fervently discussing, an untimely voice interjected. Humph. Su Qin is merely a wet-behind-the-ears lad. How could he possibly defeat a grandmaster? Only you would believe such a notion. Su Qin may possess some skill, but can his martial arts truly compare to the five greats at his age? I certainly do not believe it. The crowd glared at the speaker in anger. But soon their expressions shifted, for despite his unremarkable appearance, he exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably a practitioner of the innate realm. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Of course, I am Tai Ying of the Iron Palm Gang. So it is the esteemed Tai Ying of the Iron Palm Gang. My apologies. The crowd, upon hearing this, approached him with joviality. Recently, the Iron Palm Gang has risen to prominence among the emerging forces. The gang's leader, Xiao Qianren, is celebrated for his unparalleled martial arts. His iron palms seldom encountering worthy opponents, renowned across the land. Although he did not partake in the Huashan Sword Conference, his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. He has led the Iron Palm Gang to establish a formidable reputation in the vast martial world. One could assert that he is the spiritual leader of the Iron Palm Gang, and thus, upon hearing the crowd extol Su Qin, this Tai Ying naturally felt discontent. Such is the nature of the martial world. Even though the Iron Palm Gang has no ties or conflicts of interest with the Jiangnan martial arts community, they harbor no goodwill towards Su Qin. Perhaps it is jealousy over Su Qin's meteoric rise that has eclipsed the Iron Palm Gang's glory. To my knowledge, the slaying of the four great evildoers and Jamozi was not solely the work of Su Qin. In truth, it was a collective effort by numerous masters of the Jiangnan martial alliance that resulted in the demise of 3 of the 4 evildoers and Jamozi. In this regard, the Jiangnan martial alliance has paid a considerable price, with everyone bearing wounds after the battle. Yet, it is absurdly reported that Su Qin single-handedly turned the tide and killed 4 adversaries. What a ridiculous notion. How could such a petty individual possess the moral integrity and capability to assume the position of the Wulin alliance leader? Is it not a grand farce? On the contrary, our esteemed leader, endowed with both virtue and talent and unmatched martial prowess, is undoubtedly the rightful candidate for the position of Wulin alliance leader. After surveying the surroundings, Iron Eagle spoke aloud. Although those present outwardly agreed with his statement, their inner thoughts remained known only to themselves. In the realm of martial arts, such debates are commonplace, with each individual harboring their own favored champion. Some may even resort to violent confrontations over this matter. Chapter 67. The Eye of the Storm. Xianyang City. The hero assembly remained unaffected by the rumors circulating in the martial world. As the date approached, the entire realm began to simmer with anticipation. All eyes were firmly fixed on the epicenter of the storm, Xianyang City. Ultimately, the selection of the new leader of the martial alliance would hinge upon the outcomes of the hero assembly. Aspiring heroes from across the land converged upon Xianyang, each eager to showcase their prowess. Such grand occasions are rare. For those seeking fame, the hero assembly undoubtedly serves as the finest stage. This also explains why some, fully aware of their unlikelihood of attaining the leader's position, still chose to journey to Xianyang. A remarkable performance at this prestigious gathering could pave the way for future endeavors in the martial world. In this moment, Xianyang, a fortified frontier city, became the vortex of attention, drawing countless martial artists like moths to a flame. Yet, as the situation continued to intensify, Su Qin had already set forth from Lingbao Mountain Manor, making his way towards Xianyang. Before his departure, Su Qin bid farewell to each of his wives. It was not due to indecision on his part. Rather, he was deeply concerned as many of his wives were pregnant due to his diligent efforts. The journey to Xianyang was not a short one, and thus he felt a sense of unease, prompting him to offer additional words of caution. Ian, you are nearing your time. Please take care of yourself in my absence. If anything arises, do not hesitate to instruct the servants, he advised. Rest assured, my husband, Yin will take good care of herself and await your return in the manor. She replied cheerfully. Excellent. Su Qin chuckled softly, then turned to the other wives. You all as well, though your months are not far along, do not be negligent. Rest well in the manor. I have already arranged for the nourishing herbal dishes. You must take care of yourselves while I am away. Do not worry, my husband. We are all well. Just be cautious while you are out in the world. They responded in unison. Indeed, you need not worry about my safety. I do not wish to boast, but in the current Song dynasty, there are few who can pose a threat to me, Su Qin declared confidently. While his words may have seemed somewhat brash, they were, in essence, the truth. With his strength at the fourth rank of the celestial realm, he could not claim to be invincible, yet he was certainly not someone easily overshadowed by the so-called masters. Huashang, do not fret. When I return from Xiangyang, we shall visit the ancient tomb together. I have kept my promise close to heart, he assured her. Yes, I trust your word. However, at the hero assembly, with so many vying for supremacy, should circumstances prove dire, do not act impulsively. My only wish is for your safe return. Lin Huashang, having married Su Qin, had become like a glacier melting after eons, surrendering her heart entirely to him. As the moment of parting drew near, her worries overwhelmed her, causing her to momentarily forget the prowess of the young man before her. Feeling her concern, Su Qin's heart warmed, for their time together had been brief, yet her heartfelt sentiments moved him deeply. Furthermore, Lin Huashang's transformation from her former self brought him immense comfort. Su Qin opened his arms and embraced Lin Huashang, oblivious to the world around them. Lin Huashang instinctively wished to struggle, but upon realizing that Su Qin was soon to embark on a journey, she could not bring herself to resist. The ladies behind her concealed their faces, giggling, their eyes brimming with joy, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Observing this, Su Qin burst into hearty laughter. After releasing Lin Huashang, he bestowed a kiss upon the foreheads of each lady. Then, with a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Ladies, rest assured at home. Your husband shall set forth now." With that, he gracefully leaped onto the back of a magnificent steed. Grasping the reins from his servant, he pressed his feet against the horse's belly, yanked the reins forcefully, and the steed let out a resounding neigh, charging forth with great speed. Leading the way, he swiftly disappeared into the distance, followed by numerous disciples of the Jiangnan martial alliance. Su Qin's current status was no longer comparable to his prior self. He needed to be mindful of his identity when venturing out. With these companions at his side, he could avert many potential troubles. May you have a safe journey, my lord. The ladies called, waving their delicate, fair hands in farewell as they watched Su Qin's receding figure. The position of the leader of the martial world was indeed a contest worth pursuing. Sitting atop his steed, Su Qin contemplated this notion. As his strength grew, he found himself dissatisfied with merely developing within the boundaries of the Song dynasty. His gaze naturally shifted toward the neighboring nations. The primary reason behind Su Qin's ambition was that he had already garnered the most renowned heroines of the Song dynasty into his fold. To continue his pursuits, he could only seek opportunities in other realms. Were it not for this, Su Qin's nature would never have compelled him to contend for the title of martial leader. After all, spending his days in the company of the ladies, indulging in leisurely activities and nightly revelries would be akin to a divine existence, free and unencumbered. After several days of travel, the city of Xiangyang came into view. Leader, ahead lies Xiangyang. One of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance junior members quietly informed him. Su Qin, captivated by the imposing fortress before him, merely nodded in acknowledgement. He had long yearned for the grandeur of iron horses and clashing weapons. Now, witnessing this resilient stronghold, which had withstood the ravages of war, he felt a profound sense of admiration. Under the relentless efforts of the valiant Gua, it stood firm, successfully repelling the Mongol cavalry beyond its walls, earning his utmost respect. It was precisely for this reason that the heroes of the martial world were willing to heed Gua's invitation and gather here for a momentous occasion. Listening to the discussions of those behind him, a radiant expression adorned Su Qin's face. As Xiangyang loomed larger in their sight, countless martial artists and townsfolk had begun to notice the impressive procession. It was noteworthy that the Jiangnan Martial Alliance was well prepared for Su Qin's participation in the heroic assembly. Accompanying him were pillars of the alliance, each mounted on equally splendid steeds, which undeniably elevated their stature. Consequently, Su Qin's entourage garnered widespread admiration as they entered the city. A multitude of martial artists gathered in Xiangyang, and among them were individuals of extraordinary discernment. They were undoubtedly members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. The striking young man at the forefront must certainly be Su Qin, the esteemed leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Is it true? He has indeed arrived. It is said that Su Qin, the leader of the alliance, is the most handsome man in the Song dynasty, and now that I behold him, I realize the rumors were not unfounded. Indeed, Just look at the impressive entourage that the Jiangnan Martial Alliance has brought. It is nothing short of magnificent. Precisely, as Su Qin and his companions entered the city, they created quite a stir, drawing admiration, reverence, and astonishment from the onlookers, who collectively turned their gazes toward them. Many curious souls whispered among themselves in hushed tones. As they proceeded further into the city, out of respect, Su Qin and his companions reined in their splendid steeds, advancing at a leisurely pace. Chapter 68. The Art of Flattery. As a result, the people of Jianghu within the city remained largely indifferent. However, the common folk held a favorable impression of Su Qin and his companions. The reason was quite simple. Individuals from the Jianghu seldom adhered to the decorum exhibited by Su Qin and his entourage. Most practitioners of Jianghu were quick to resort to physical confrontation over trivial disagreements. Since the approaching date of the heroic assembly, the streets of Xiangyang had been rife with reckless horse riding and frequent brawls. In stark contrast, Su Qin's demeanor was immediately distinguished. Lu Lighting and his companions sat upright upon their steeds, exuding confidence. Ever since the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, their reputation had soared, garnering respect and unity among the martial artists. After all, collective strength was formidable, and no one wished to provoke a tightly knit alliance. Witnessing the admiration in the eyes of the citizens of Xiangyang and the reverence from the surrounding Jianghu figures, the members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance felt a swell of pride, fully aware that all of this stemmed from Su Qin's influence. As Su Qin and his companions entered the city, a group of individuals approached them with purposeful strides. Leading the pack was a man of robust presence, his square face framed by a broad mouth, skin like ancient bronze, and a steady gait that spoke of composure. His tiger-like eyes sparkled with intensity. Sergua. The onlookers to either side bowed respectfully to this man. Su Qin, drawn in by his commanding aura, had already taken notice of this exceptional figure, suspecting it to be none other than Guijing. The sight of the crowd bowing in deference confirmed Su Qin's suspicions. With a gentle smile, he dismounted his horse. Guijing, recognizing Su Qin, hurried forward several paces, extending his hands in greeting with a hearty laugh. I have long heard of the Alliance leader Su, a rare celestial being in this world. Today, I find you indeed extraordinary. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner and hope for your understanding. Though Guijing's demeanor was rugged and composed, he was no naive fool. After all, he had successfully defended Xiangyang for many years against the Mongolian cavalry. While he laughed outwardly, his heart was in turmoil. Previously, he had received reports about Su Qin that seemed exaggerated. However, upon meeting him, Guijing found Su Qin's presence to be as deep as the ocean, surpassing his own. Reflecting on Su Qin's age, Guijing felt a jolt of astonishment. At the tender age of 19, he had merely begun his journey in Jianghu, while Su Qin had already ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world. Su Qin responded with hearty laughter, stepping forward to clasp his fists in salute. Your words flatter me, Sergua. You, who are deeply concerned for the welfare of the common people, serve as a model for all of us martial practitioners. I am truly grateful for your sincere invitation. I rushed here, hoping not to miss anything of significance. It is truly my oversight to trouble you with the welcome. Seeing Guijing extend such courtesy, Su Qin could not turn a blind eye and engaged in cordial conversation. This display of social grace elicited quiet admiration from the onlookers present. It is true that individuals like Su Qin, who achieve fame at a young age, have existed before, yet they often carry an air of arrogance, believing themselves to be invincible. However, none have managed to maintain a high status while exhibiting such humility and a profound understanding of human affairs as Su Qin. His philosophy is straightforward. One respects me by a foot, I shall reciprocate by a yard. Excluding Guijing's attitude towards him, Su Qin harbors great admiration for Guijing as well. Throughout history, Guijing is among the rare few who rightfully earn the title of hero. This is Su Qin's personal assessment of Guijing. This notion of hero differs from the exaggerated accolades typically exchanged among martial artists. The true essence of heroism lies in serving the nation and its people. This sentiment encapsulates Su Qin's genuine thoughts. Although these words may not originate from him, they resonate deeply with his beliefs. Based on Su Qin's previous life experiences with Guijing, he is entirely convinced that the title of hero bestowed upon Guijing is indeed well-deserved. Guijing has devoted his life to loyalty to his country, always concerned for the common folk, embodying a persona that has forsaken personal honor and self-interest. At that moment, the multitude of martial artists surrounding were even more astonished upon witnessing Guijing's arrival to greet Su Qin. The individuals capable of receiving such an honor from Guijing are all illustrious figures within the Song dynasty's martial community. This inadvertently signifies the value and recognition of Su Qin within the Jiangnan martial alliance. Although Su Qin's prowess is widely known throughout the martial world, his actual demonstrations of skill have been limited to his interventions at the Songhai Manor and during the wine banquet that subdued Qiaofeng. In comparison to those earlier glories, Su Qin's current reputation has evolved significantly. Since those two notable encounters, his accomplishments have echoed primarily within the Jiangnan martial alliance, leaving many in the martial community skeptical. Yet, upon witnessing Guojing stepping out to welcome Su Qin upon his entry into the city, alongside the preceding rumors, the discerning individuals immediately grasped that perhaps the tales were indeed grounded in truth. The gazes directed towards Su Qin were imbued with deeper admiration and respect, a recognition from the martial world for a true powerhouse. As the crowd mulled over their thoughts, Guojing and Su Qin exchanged a few pleasantries before Guojing gestured grandly towards the city, exclaiming, "Alliance Leader Su, please. It is a great honor for you to travel such a long distance to attend this gathering. I am truly humbled. Had it not been for the overwhelming aggression from the Mongols, I would have personally visited Lingbao Mountain Manor to pay my respects to you. Hero Gua speaks too highly." Su Qin replied, "You have safeguarded the lives of countless common people and ensured the stability of our great Song dynasty. Such actions are the essence of righteousness, and it is only fitting that we come to pay our respects." Guojing responded with a humble demeanor, though his smile grew warmer. As the saying goes, a compliment can never go amiss, and Guojing was no exception to this human inclination. With many martial allies attending, accommodations were limited. Thus, Su Qin would have to share the modest eastern courtyard with others, as Xiangyang lies on the frontier with humble conditions, far inferior to the bountiful lands of Jiangnan. Guojing kindly requested Su Qin to not take offense. "There is no need for such formality, Hero Gua. We are all children of the martial world. When traveling, one cannot be encumbered by excessive rituals. Since I have arrived in Xiangyang, I shall naturally adhere to local customs, so you need not worry. I, too, am merely acquainted with the brothers of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, and shall not easily cause trouble for the esteemed Guodashia. Rest assured." Indeed, with the assurance from Alliance Leader Su, I, Gua, can be at ease. Alliance Leader Su, please make yourself comfortable here. The heroic gathering will proceed as scheduled, and I shall personally extend an invitation to you at that time. Guodashia, you are too kind. It is only right. I imagine the journey has been taxing for Alliance Leader Su, so please take your rest. I have matters to attend to and shall not keep you further. Guodashia, you are engaged in numerous affairs. There is no need for concern on my part. Very well. I shall take my leave. Guodashia, travel safely. After bidding farewell to Guojing, everyone then proceeded towards the courtyard. Chapter 69. This matter cannot end well. At this moment, Lu Lighting approached Su Qin and spoke in a hushed tone. "Leader, since we are newcomers and unfamiliar with this place, I shall take some men to explore and gather information." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Su Qin's lips. He had indeed contemplated this idea earlier. His father-in-law was truly considerate, anticipating his needs without him uttering a word. This was the advantage of Su Qin's decision to remain indoors. Such trivial matters would be tended to by others. Su Qin said little, merely giving Lu Lighting a slight nod. Seeing this, Lu Lighting turned and led his subordinates out the door. Su Qin then leisurely returned to his chamber, where a servant promptly brought tea. This alone made Su Qin inwardly nod in approval. It seemed that Guojing was a person of both meticulousness and strength, even attending to such minor details. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. Had Guojing been a dull-witted individual, he would not have been able to guard Xiangyang for so many years without fail. Although the tea was not a rare delicacy, Su Qin was not one to be overly finicky while away from home. He savored the tea in his room, finding pleasure in the tranquility of the moment. He had never ventured this far before, and having grown accustomed to the company of beautiful surroundings, he relished this unexpected peace. However, just as Su Qin settled in, a figure suddenly burst into the room, disrupting his good mood. Frowning, he was about to scold the intruder when the person spoke first. "Leader, it's bad news. While our brothers were gathering information at the inn, they got into a scuffle with some rude individuals." The bearer of this alarming news was none other than Su He, the direct grandson of Su Taigong. Were it not for their familiarity, Su Qin would never have allowed a stranger to approach. With his formidable strength, nothing within 100 meters could escape his notice. Yet, upon hearing Su He's report, Su Qin's brows furrowed deeply. "What? Did I not instruct you to act discreetly while away? How could you all lose your composure like this? Were any of our brothers injured?" Lowering his head, Su He replied, "It was the other party that struck first, and they provoked us initially. Deputy Leader Lu permitted us to retaliate as a minor reprimand. to uphold the reputation of our Jiangnan martial alliance. Hearing this, Su Qin's expression softened slightly. As long as his side maintained the moral high ground, he feared no one. In truth, Su Qin did not harbor fear. However, his current status demanded a different perspective on matters. In the martial world, the power of rumor is formidable. Some individuals, despite lacking martial prowess, possess an unparalleled talent for distorting the truth. A misstep could lead to disgrace, and worse, one could become a pariah in the world of martial arts. Though Su Qin personally did not mind, the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and his family could not afford his negligence. So he continued, with Deputy Leader Lu overseeing, "We have sustained no injuries. However, the opposing party, having suffered a loss, declared that they would not rest until today's grievances were addressed. Deputy Alliance Leader Lu, fearing that the matter might escalate, urged me to return swiftly and bring you, the Alliance Leader, along." "Oh, who is the adversary?" Su Qin inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Jiangnan Martial Alliance has long transcended its humble beginnings, its reputation and renown echoing throughout the vast expanse of the land. It is evident that not just anyone can challenge its authority. Previously, Su Qin had assumed that perhaps it was merely a wayward wanderer who had spoken out of turn, leading to Lu Liden sending someone to teach them a lesson. Yet, upon hearing Su He's words, he realized that this situation might be far more significant than he initially thought. The adversary belonged to the Iron Palm Gang. Instantly, Su Qin's expression darkened. He was well aware of the Iron Palm Gang's disdain for the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, a sentiment he had never taken to heart. After all, if such trivial matters warranted his intervention, the existence of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance would be rendered unnecessary. While he acknowledged that Xiu Qianren possessed remarkable skills, the Iron Palm Gang was merely a faction, and in comparison to his own Jiangnan Martial Alliance, they seemed rather insignificant. Such petty skirmishes were beneath his concern. However, upon their arrival in Xiangyang, being confronted by members of the Iron Palm Gang was an affront he could not tolerate. This was clearly a deliberate provocation aimed directly at him. His ostentatious entrance into the city, coupled with Guijing personally welcoming him and arranging accommodations, meant that even a fool would comprehend their identities and influence. Given that they were aware of his status, yet chose to instigate confrontation, Su Qin found it impossible to believe this was a mere misunderstanding. "Come, let us investigate." At this moment, Su Qin discerned Lu Liden's intention in summoning him. An old hand in the martial world, Lu Liden was not easily deceived by such trivial ploys. He must have sensed the unusual nature of the events, prompting him to seek out Su Qin. With a frostbitten expression, Su Qin felt his anger surging within him. If they wished to extend their hand, he would not hesitate to sever it, teaching such individuals a lasting lesson. He resolved that regardless of whether their actions were intentional or accidental, this matter could not be resolved amicably. Such despicable tricks were utterly contemptible to Su Qin. In his view, any grievances could be addressed openly. He would not only refrain from anger, but would also respect anyone bold enough to confront him directly. Such underhanded tactics were beneath his dignity. With determination, Su Qin strode purposefully out of the courtyard, followed closely by Su He. Although Su He did not witness Su Qin employing his lightness skill, his speed was astonishing, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Even as Su He elevated his own lightness skill to the utmost, he could only watch in awe as Su Qin's figure receded further into the distance. Astonishment quickly transformed into exhilaration within him. He had always known the Alliance leader's prowess to be unparalleled, yet he lacked a concrete understanding of it, having not experienced the recent battle at Lingbao Mountain. Now, witnessing Su Qin's extraordinary agility, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. After all, Xiu Qianren's fearsome reputation had been built upon the bones of countless martial artists. In a fleeting moment, Su Qin arrived at the inn, where the exterior was now tightly encircled, leaving no room for escape. The furious voice of Lu Lighting resounded. "Master Qiu, nothing escapes the dictates of justice. It was your Iron Palm Gang who first uttered insolent words and then resorted to violence. Many present can attest to this. I merely administered a slight reprimand. Master Qiu, to rally such forces is to disregard the customs of our world, is it not? Presumptuous. What do you think you are, Lu Lighting? How dare you dictate terms to my Iron Palm Gang? Let it be known, even if your immature leader were to appear, I would harbor no fear. Do you truly believe that a mere fledgling could trample upon us? Such delusions." Chapter 70. The ineffectual silver-headed wax gun. What kind of leader of the Jiangnan Alliance is he? To me, he is merely an ineffectual silver-headed wax gun, appealing to the eye but devoid of utility. Very well, in consideration of our shared camaraderie in the martial world, I shall show leniency today. Kneel before me. bow your head in apology, and deliver 3 slaps to your own face, while declaring thrice that the Jiangnan martial alliance is worthless. Only then shall I graciously spare you. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Should you choose otherwise, I shall certainly capture you all, and, upon claiming the title of the leader of the martial world, use you deceitful charlatans as a banner for my conquest. I find Master Qiu's words exceptionally astute, since he has devised a solution. I implore Master Qiu to promptly kneel and admit his faults. Just as Lu Liden and others glared in fury, prepared to confront Qiu Qianren, a voice resonated from outside the inn. Instantly, the taut bodies of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance members relaxed, for the arrival of their leader signified that their intervention was no longer necessary. Su Qin had become a deity in the hearts of the Jiangnan warriors. With Su Qin's intervention, such trivial matters would surely be resolved in a heartbeat. As they listened to Su Qin's commanding retort, the expressions of those present varied significantly. Qiu Qianren, once haughty, now bore a face ashen with anger, and the members of the Iron Palm gang behind him mirrored his fury, turning to locate the source of the voice. Meanwhile, the onlookers within the inn wore expressions of eager anticipation. The confrontation between the Jiangnan Martial Alliance and the Iron Palm gang promised to be a spectacle of rare occurrence. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a young man, dignified and composed, stepped forth from the inn's doorway, his countenance impassive. Upon seeing Su Qin, Lu Liden and the other members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance immediately bowed in respect. We greet the alliance leader. Su Qin merely waved his hand lightly in response, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Noticing that all was well, the frost upon his visage softened somewhat. His eyes, however, locked onto Qiu Qianren with piercing intensity. Realizing the main figure had arrived, Qiu Qianren forced a smile that did not reach his eyes and said, "You must be that so-called alliance leader Su Qin. Your timing is impeccable. Your people have injured my Iron Palm gang members. How shall we settle this score?" Alliance leader, Lu Liden, concerned that Su Qin may be unaware of the context, began to speak, but Su Qin gestured slightly, prompting Lu Liden to step back and allow Su Qin to handle the matter. "Indeed, I am Su Qin. Pray tell, who are you to speak with such arrogance?" Su Qin replied, feigning ignorance with a tone of disdain. "Presumptuous. This is our Iron Palm gang's leader. You, boy, should kneel and greet Master Qiu at once." Qiu Qianren, with an air of arrogance, glared at Su Qin, the malice in his eyes flickering ominously. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, he was keenly aware of the contempt underlying Su Qin's words. "Oh, the Iron Palm gang? I have not heard of you. But has your leader not instructed you in the proper etiquette? How is it that any Tom, Dick, or Harry feels emboldened to bark at me? Impudent youth." Qiu Qianren could no longer contain his anger and bellowed. Su Qin's veiled insults were evident to Qiu Qianren. "Oh, are you not the leader of that so-called Iron Palm gang? Since you have already articulated your method of resolution, I find your proposal quite satisfactory. You shall kneel and acknowledge your faults on behalf of your Iron Palm gang. As for your assertion that the Iron Palm gang is comprised of worthless individuals, I shall graciously overlook that. However, the 3 slaps cannot be excused. In this manner, I shall grant you forgiveness for your so-called barking gang." Otherwise, as Su Qin spoke, an abrupt shift in his demeanor occurred. His gaze was as piercing as lightning, and his aura radiated an icy chill, reminiscent of millennia-old frost. As Su Qin unleashed his full potential, one individual in the crowd gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists. That person was none other than Xiao Feng, the leader of the Beggar S sect, who had come to attend the hero conference. Xiao Feng had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. He had grown weary of Qiu Qianren's provocation of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, followed by the subsequent insult directed at them. Initially, he refrained from intervening, believing that Qiu Qianren would take into account the significance of this location in Xiangyang and would not act rashly out of respect for Guijing. However, he was utterly astonished by Qiu Qianren's brazen arrogance and his blatant disregard for decorum as he attempted to impose his will without hesitation. Observing this, Xiao Feng prepared himself, waiting for Qiu Qianren to strike, ready to protect the members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, thereby fostering goodwill with Su Qin. While others may have underestimated Su Qin's prowess, Xiao Feng was acutely aware of it. Reflecting on Hong Qigong's speculations regarding Su Qin's strength, he understood precisely how to proceed. Yet, upon witnessing Su Qin's commanding presence, he gradually lowered his hands. Though he had recently transcended to the realm of Grand Master, the sight of Su Qin extinguished any desire for triumph within him. Sensing the profound intensity of Su Qin's aura, Xiao Feng silently mourned for Qiu Qianren for a moment. Despite Qiu Qianren being a seasoned Grand Master with formidable skills, Xiao Feng was confident that he could match him with his own dragon subduing 18 palms. However, when faced with Su Qin, he felt no inclination to engage, for that would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment. The memory of Su Qin forcing him to retreat and cough up blood during their previous encounter in Linjiang City was still vivid in his mind. Meanwhile, amidst the tempestuous atmosphere, in a private room on the second floor, a jovial, elderly man with a head of white hair was clapping his hands in delight, exclaiming, "How entertaining! How delightful! This journey has been exceedingly dull, yet here among you esteemed individuals, I find it utterly captivating. Arriving in Xiangyang and witnessing a brawl, how splendid! Fight! Do hurry and engage in combat." He bore a countenance that suggested he relished chaos. The numerous disciples, resembling Taoist priests, surrounding him wore expressions of exasperation. "Master Uncle, Little Bull's nose, please refrain from speaking. Do not disturb my enjoyment of the spectacle." The elderly man shot an annoyed glance at a disciple who appeared to be of similar age. He then disregarded them, straining his neck to observe the tense hall below, embodying the quintessential onlooker reveling in the unfolding drama. The rosy-faced, irreverent old gentleman is none other than the mischievous Zhou Batong of the Chuanjian sect. Accompanying him are his senior brother's disciples and descendants. Were it not for Wang Chongyang's stern command, he would undoubtedly refrain from joining this group to Xiangyang. He is indeed an anomaly within the Chuanjian sect, as a Taoist who brazenly flaunts a cow's nose pendant, while the entire sect remains powerless against this uncle master. Had it been anyone else daring to speak in such a manner, the esteemed reputation of the Seven of Chuanjian would not be taken lightly, and swords would have been drawn long ago. Zhou Batong gazes eagerly at the two opposing factions below, murmuring to himself, "Fight! Strike him! That shameless old man is truly without honor. Hit him, without regard for my feelings." Chapter 71. I will be gentle. Qiu Qianren's expression was as dark as water as he coldly scoffed, "You audacious youngling, do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" As soon as the words left his lips, his figure flickered, and a pair of iron palms, gleaming with a black iron luster, descended upon Su Qin with furious intent. Qiu Qianren, a renowned figure in the martial world, struck with the force of a tempest. His overwhelming might caused the numerous onlookers to retreat hastily, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened, his face bearing a grave expression. I had indeed underestimated this iron palm water drifter. As the saying goes, a true master reveals their prowess with a single move. Qiu Qianren's strike commanded respect, instilling a sense of caution in others. Given Xiao Feng's connection with Hong Qigong, he was well aware of the latter's formidable abilities. Comparing the two in his mind left him astounded. A peer of the five greats. This was Xiao Feng's assessment of Qiu Qianren, acknowledging his strength. He had not anticipated that the previously inconspicuous Qiu Qianren possessed such terrifying power. What kind of strength did the five greats represent? It denoted the pinnacle of grandmaster-level combat prowess. The fact that Qiu Qianren could stand shoulder to shoulder with the five greats spoke volumes of his capabilities. As Qiu Qianren, fueled by rage, launched his attack, the once jovial Zhou Batong was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, even he had not anticipated Qiu Qianren's formidable might. Equally astonished was another individual. Clad in a blue satin robe, his narrow eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness. Beside him stood a young maiden in green, her features delicate and gentle. Yet, her beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Ever since Su Qin had entered the inn, he had been her sole focus. Upon witnessing Qiu Qianren's aggressive initiation, her heart filled with dread for Su Qin's safety. This father-daughter pair was Gongsun Ji and Gongsun Lu from the Valley of No Feelings. Sensing his daughter's anxiety, Gongsun Ji turned to her with a look of surprise, noticing the worry reflected in her gaze. He thoughtfully regarded the calm and poised young man at the center of the scene. Gongsun Ji's mind raced, his expression inscrutable as he contemplated something unknown. Meanwhile, Gongsun Lu remained oblivious to her father's change, her heart racing to her throat, her palms damp with beads of sweat. At this juncture, the audacious Qiu Qianren laughed maniacally, exuding an air of reckless abandon. His ascent to power with the Iron Palm sect was of great significance to him. In years past, he had earned a formidable reputation with his iron palms, and during the famous sword debate at Mount Hua, he had even received a personal invitation from Wang Chongyang. At that time, he had declined, as he was wholly devoted to martial arts. However, after years of accumulation, he had finally perfected his iron palms and re-emerged in the martial world, rising to prominence. Now, as he attended the Heroes' Conference, he was determined to claim the title of martial arts leader, making his intent to showcase his strength in front of Su Qin all the more urgent. Su Qin was already aware of this, and, witnessing Su Qianren's inability to restrain himself, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Do you wish to establish your authority by taking me down? The matter at hand ultimately hinges upon your capabilities. Otherwise, it would merely serve to amplify your ridicule. Thoughts surged within, yet Su Qin exhibited no hesitation. He stood resolutely in the center, his form as steadfast as an ancient tree, while a golden radiance began to emanate from his right palm. Iron palm. Preposterous. I am most eager to ascertain whether your iron palm is indeed superior to my indestructible prowess. Su Qin's gaze was icy as he slowly formed a fist, poised to strike, when an urgent voice pierced through from outside the inn. Gentlemen, please refrain from engaging. Upon hearing this voice, Su Qianren instinctively halted. The onlookers barely registered a fleeting blur as a figure materialized between Su Qin and Su Qianren. With a thunderous sound, Su Qianren staggered backward after clashing palms with Guojing. Both men wore expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by each other's formidable strength. Su Qin, upon witnessing Guojing's arrival, sensed that the impending conflict would likely be averted. Reluctantly, he released his tightly clenched fist. He held a measure of respect for Guojing, and given that they were on his territory, it was only fitting to extend him some courtesy. Guojing appeared to appreciate Su Qin's goodwill, casting a grateful glance in his direction. Conversely, Su Qianren's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly addressed Guojing. What is your intention, Guojing? This matter concerns only me and him. Do you intend to meddle? Please, esteemed senior, do not be incensed. We are all gathered here at the invitation of Gua to jointly resist the Mongolian cavalry. Given the current tensions, I dare to implore you to refrain from hostilities, prioritizing the greater good and granting me a modicum of consideration. And you? What gives you the right? Su Qianren retorted with a sardonic smile, clearly unwilling to grant Guojing any leeway. The Jiangnan martial alliance has injured my Iron Palm Gang disciple. And you expect me to let this boy go based on your mere words? How then shall my Iron Palm Gang hold its head high? Those unaware may think us fearful of Su Qin and the Jiangnan martial alliance. If word of this spreads, would it not render my gang a laughingstock among heroes? While Guojing was indeed prioritizing the greater good with the welfare of the people in mind, he found himself displeased by Su Qianren's admonishment. Just as he was about to further counsel, he felt a firm hand press upon his shoulder. The words he had intended to voice were swallowed back, and even the internal energy coursing through him stilled momentarily. A look of astonishment crossed Guojing's face, and before he could speak, Su Qin's gentle voice reached his ears. Thank you, noble Gua, for your good intentions, but as this old curmudgeon is unwilling to appreciate them, please do not hold it against me. As soon as he finished speaking, Guojing felt a gentle force gradually nudging him backward. Instinctively, he stepped back a few paces, only to hear Su Qin continue with a smile. Noble Gua, please take a moment to rest. I shall handle this matter. With a reassuring glance, he slowly advanced towards Su Qianren. What the esteemed leader Chiu has stated is indeed true. Your disciples have been harmed by my brothers from the alliance. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that your sect initiated the provocation, and we were merely compelled to defend ourselves. Does the formidable leader Chiu not fear ridicule from the martial world for such aggressive posturing? A mere child, when did it become your place to lecture me? Let us dispense with trivialities. This matter demands resolution, for how else would I justify this to my disciples? Since you are unwilling to heed my previous counsel, I am left with no choice but to take action to seek redress for my disciples. Nevertheless, rest assured, in consideration of the esteemed Gua, I shall exercise restraint, merely breaking your legs, compelling you to kneel before me in contrition, without taking your life. Chapter 72. Kneel down upon hearing the words. Su Qin let out a cold laugh, disdain evident in his tone. You overestimate your own abilities. Su Qianren's eyes narrowed slightly, anger bubbling within him, which he could no longer suppress. Do not engage in mere verbal sparring. Showcase your true skills, and let me see if your martial prowess matches your boastful words. You are not worthy of my full effort. Su Qin maintained an air of nonchalance, unimpressed by an opponent he could easily defeat. As the onlookers witnessed Guojing's arrival, they instinctively took a few steps back, creating space in the center, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the impending clash. Even Guojing, somewhat helpless, shook his head and retreated a few paces. This was the unspoken rule of the martial world. When both parties refuse to seek reconciliation, the only resolution lies in demonstrating their true strength to determine whose fist bears greater might. Seeing Guojing step aside, a flicker of pride crossed Su Qianren's face. If Guojing had stubbornly attempted to thwart him, it would have posed a challenge, as they were in Xianyang, Guojing's territory, and both possessed comparable strengths. Although Su Qianren did not fear Guojing, Defeating him would undoubtedly require considerable effort, an outcome he wished to avoid. With no further hesitation, Su Qin's iron palms began to emanate a dark blue glow, as if his hands had transformed into iron itself, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. As he moved, the sounds of thunder and wind accompanied his every motion, signifying that his iron palms had reached a sublime level of mastery. He resembled a fierce lion, fur bristling, eyes wide with fury, advancing towards Su Qin with an enigmatic grace. His formidable iron palms, combined with exquisite lightness of foot, constituted the remarkable skills that had earned Su Qin his renown. At this moment, fueled by resentment, he unleashed a surge of power that instilled a measure of apprehension in the hearts of the onlooking martial heroes. Yet, Su Qin remained unfazed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a true master. Who would have thought that Su Qin, after years of concealment, would emerge with such formidable iron palms? He descends upon the scene like a tiger unleashed. Su Qin's arrogance was palpable. Gui Jing, observing keenly from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. This sentiment was shared by the crowd in the inn, as they contemplated the unfolding events. Something was amiss. Standing on the second floor, Gongsun Ji seemed to sense a deeper truth. Su Qin's demeanor could stem from one of two possibilities. Either he was a complete fool, a mere puppet of the Jiangnan martial alliance, or his own strength had reached unimaginable heights, rendering even a renowned master like Su Qin insignificant in his eyes. After considering these 2 points, Gongsun Ji dismissed the first. From the moment Su Qin appeared, he had spoken solely for himself, leaving the members of the Jiangnan martial alliance as mere spectators. Thus, the only viable conclusion was the second possibility. Gongsun Ji was taken aback by the conclusion he had reached, casting a puzzled glance at the members of the Jiangnan martial alliance behind Su Qin. The expressions of the Jiangnan martial alliance further corroborated his suspicions. Although Gongsun Ji maintained an outward calm, a tempest raged within him, a level beyond that of a grandmaster. Despite his insufficient strength, he was certainly not lacking in intellect. Otherwise, he would not have secured a place in the martial world or been invited to the hero conference. Subconsciously, he glanced at his companion, Gongsun Liu, as thoughts swirled in his mind. While Gongsun Ji was mulling over his thoughts, Su Qin, with hands clasped behind his back, let out a derisive laugh. Overestimating oneself. As his words fell, Su Qin slowly raised his right hand, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. A dazzling golden light erupted, transforming his fist into a hue reminiscent of solid gold, akin to bronze casting. The spectators were left astounded, momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle. In the midst of their astonishment, that glimmering, metallic fist collided with Su Qin's chest without any flourish. Su Qin, caught off guard, wore an expression of disbelief. Impossible, he thought, his face paling as he roared internally. As a peak grandmaster, he could acutely sense the pressure emanating from Su Qin. This was still with Su Qin deliberately suppressing his power to the half-step celestial realm. Were he to unleash his full strength, the occupants of the inn would be overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of his celestial prowess. Though Su Qin was horrified, he had no choice but to act. The situation left him no room for contemplation, compelling him to channel all of his formidable inner strength into his palms. Feeling the immense pressure from Su Qin, he bellowed fiercely, his azure iron palms crashing down upon Su Qin. Harnessing every ounce of his power, those iron palms were potent enough to shatter mountains, let alone flesh. With a resounding impact, the collision of gold and iron echoed through the air, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Su Qin could not withstand the agony of his shattered hand, recoiling while letting out a pained scream. The overwhelming aura he once exuded dissipated entirely. Surrounding martial artists were left in incredulous disbelief. Some might have anticipated Su Qin's defeat, for the reputation of Su Qin, who was said to slay grandmasters with ease, bore a grain of truth. However, none expected Su Qin to be vanquished so swiftly, so decisively. His once formidable iron palms crumbled before Su Qin as though they were mere paper. Su Qin's iron hands were obliterated in a direct and ruthless manner. The shock within him far outweighed the searing pain in his hand. Yet, as Su Qin staggered back in injury, Su Qin's golden-tinged arm continued its relentless advance. Transforming his punch into an open palm, he placed it upon Su Qin's shoulder, declaring, "Kneel." Su Qin, shedding his previous nonchalance, bellowed with an air of overwhelming authority. Su Qin felt as though an immense weight, akin to 1,000 pounds, bore down upon his shoulders. Instinctively, his knees buckled, and he descended to the ground. The force exerted was so tremendous that his knees struck the bluestone surface with a resounding thud, echoing through the air. Even the vast expanse of the bluestone floor succumbed to this colossal force, cracking in multiple places. Bang! A sharp crack resounded once more. Beneath Su Qin's ferocious might, Qiu Qianren's knees were utterly shattered, rendering any attempt to rise utterly impossible. Chapter 73. The greatest victor Qiu Qianren, initially pressed down by Su Qin, was still frantically struggling to break free. However, the moment his knees shattered, his desperate thrashing ceased abruptly. The onlookers from the martial world stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg within. This included renowned figures such as Guijing and the old mischief maker, Zhou Batong. At that moment, Qiu Qianren's eyes were bloodshot with rage, yet he was powerless as his kneecaps lay crushed by Su Qin's immense strength. What was anticipated to be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers devolved into a complete display of overwhelming might. Observing Qiu Qianren's futile attempts to rise, Su Qin sneered. "Kneel before me." The members of the Iron Palm Gang, witnessing their leader's humiliation, were filled with fury, and some hot-headed individuals cursed and prepared to retaliate. Su Qin, however, suddenly lifted his head and surveyed the crowd, his eyes shimmering with an intimidating light that pierced through them. The Iron Palm Gang members instantly sobered, their gazes towards Su Qin now filled with trepidation. This seemingly innocuous youth had effortlessly shattered their leader's hand and crushed his knees, a ruthless figure indeed. What a cruel method. Qiu Qianren's face was ashen as he spoke harshly. "Do you not find your words somewhat childish? Were our positions reversed today, I believe you would act even more heinously." With a gentle smile now adorning his face, Su Qin replied, "What do you propose?" "It is simple. You must apologize to the brothers of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance whom you have humiliated, and I shall refrain from further tormenting you. However, I must advise you to act swiftly. Perhaps your legs and hands may yet be spared. Otherwise." Upon hearing this, Qiu Qianren's face flickered with shades of blue and red, his emotions a tumultuous storm. To claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous. He realized that someone with Su Qin's formidable strength would never seek out trouble without cause. Qiu Qianren had underestimated Su Qin, dismissing the rampant rumors that circulated in the martial world, which led him to miscalculate Su Qin's capabilities and embolden his subordinates to act recklessly. "Very well, I concede defeat," Qiu Qianren declared, his complexion dark and beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. "I, Qiu Qianren, allowed my subordinates to provoke the esteemed members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, and for that, I sincerely apologize. I hope for your magnanimity and that of Alliance leader Su." Su Qin, somewhat taken aback, had anticipated that Qiu Qianren would not yield so easily. In truth, he had no intention of pressing the matter further, as his visit was aimed at securing the position of the Martial Alliance leader. Allowing trivial matters to paint him as vengeful would certainly hinder his aspirations. To Su Qin's surprise, Qiu Qianren proved to be a true formidable figure, capable of both humility and strength. Seeing the situation, Su Qin chose not to prolong the discourse, merely gesturing to the members of the Iron Palm Gang with a wave of his hand. The members of the Iron Palm Gang felt as though they had received a reprieve, as they hurriedly assisted the disheveled Qiu Qianren towards the exit of the inn. Su Qin then turned to Guijing, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Hero Gua, for your mediation. With this matter resolved, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response from Guijing, he turned and departed. Guijing, witnessing this, wore a face of helplessness, feeling utterly powerless. The members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance also bowed to Guijing before following in Su Qin's wake. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path as Su Qin exited. A smile lingered on Su Qin's face as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the crowd. With his departure, the atmosphere within the inn ignited. After this battle, no one dared to question Su Qin's prowess. His renown soared to unprecedented heights. With a single strike, he had shattered Qiu Qianren's hand, compelling him to kneel in contrition. The strength of the alliance leader was truly astonishing. Indeed, I believe that even if Su Qin intended to kill Qiu Qianren, he would not require a second blow. Naturally, did you not observe Su Qin's demeanor, so effortlessly commanding? Against someone like Qiu Qianren, he could easily extinguish him with a flick of his wrist. Qiu Qianren himself is no weakling. There were rumors that his strength could rival the five extremes, which implies that the current alliance leader, Su Qin, is not even outmatched by such paragons. Perhaps only the central divine power, Wang Chongyang, could contend with him, while the other four would certainly fall short. As discussions unfolded, shock gradually painted the faces of the crowd. During the duel, the martial artists present had not contemplated such implications. In hindsight, however, they were left utterly astounded by the outcome. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, the inn was abuzz with speculations regarding his strength. Upon returning to his residence, Su Qin dismissed everyone to rest, while he discreetly issued a command. A secret edict was dispatched to the 4 great assassins, instructing them to closely monitor the Iron Palm gang, particularly Qiu Qianren's every move. Should Qiu Qianren choose to let bygones be bygones, Su Qin would not mind granting him a reprieve. However, if he harbored resentment and sought revenge, Su Qin was no naive fool. He would not allow compassion to cloud his judgment. Su Qin understood the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. He would leave no potential danger to himself unaddressed. Following the dissemination of news regarding the earlier conflict at the inn, a wave of astonishment swept through the entirety of Xiangyang City. Many speculated in hushed tones that Su Qin might be the greatest victor of this hero assembly, the dark horse in the contest for the title of martial alliance leader. As Su Qin's fame ascended, so too did the prestige of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, reaching astonishing heights. Su Qin had firmly established himself as a top-tier martial artist. Previously, the martial community had deemed him comparable to the 5 extremes. After this decisive engagement, however, Su Qin's reputation eclipsed that of the 5 extremes, rendering him the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Song dynasty. Su Qin, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, had become synonymous with unparalleled mastery. Meanwhile, Qiu Qianren, along with the members of the Iron Palm gang, hastily evacuated Xiangyang City under the cover of night. It is rumored that before his departure, Qiu Qianren vowed to return with a vengeance. However, just as everyone believed this matter would come to a close, Qiu Qianren mysteriously perished within the Iron Palm gang. At that moment, with the gang leaderless, they were further suppressed by a shadowy organization, causing their power and reputation to dwindle significantly. Henceforth, the Iron Palm gang faded entirely from the eyes of the martial world. Those who pondered the situation could vaguely surmise the identity of the perpetrator. Yet all chose to remain silent, fearing the potential repercussions. Su Qin sat alone in a tranquil courtyard, savoring his tea and relishing the rare peace and comfort. At that moment, Lu Lighting approached Su Qin respectfully, bowing as he announced, Alliance Leader, Lord Gongsun Ji of the Valley of Ruthless Desire requests an audience. Chapter 74. The awe-inspiring presence. Upon hearing the news, Su Qin felt a twinge of surprise and inquired with curiosity, Gongsun Ji? What brings him here? Su Qin held a rather unfavorable impression of Gongsun Ji, considering him a petty man, hardly worthy of being called a hero. Lu Lighting's expression momentarily stiffened before he responded. Gongsun Ji does not come alone. Not alone. Indeed, Gongsun Ji comes with his daughter to seek an audience with the alliance leader. Oh, Su Qin's interest was piqued. While Gongsun Ji left much to be desired, he held a considerable fondness for Gongsun Lao, the young lady. She was not burdened with the sordid thoughts of her father. Instead, she possessed a kind and lively spirit, coupled with remarkable intelligence and grace. Understanding Gongsun Ji's intentions for his visit, Su Qin pondered for a moment before nodding at Lu Lighting. Bring Gongsun Ji here to see me. Yes, I understand. Lu Lighting bowed respectfully before gradually exiting the small courtyard. Observing this, Su Qin nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with Lu Lighting's self-awareness. He did not allow the presence of Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying to sway him into displaying arrogance before Su Qin. Had Lu Lighting been a short-sighted individual, he would never have ascended to the esteemed position of vice leader. As Su Qin's reputation soared alongside the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, his status underwent a remarkable transformation. Yet, the more his stature grew, the less Lu Lighting entertained trivial thoughts. He executed Su Qin's orders with utmost diligence. This was the essence of Lu Lighting's wisdom. He merely needed to safeguard Su Qin's interests. As a myriad of thoughts swirled in Su Qin's mind, Lu Lighting returned, this time accompanied by a visibly apprehensive Gongsun Ji. Despite Gongsun Ji's usual arrogance and undeniable prowess, he found himself subdued in the presence of the formidable individual who had incapacitated Qiu Qianren with a single strike earlier that day, not daring to utter a word. Alliance Leader, I have brought him. Very well, I understand. Nodding slightly, Su Qin turned his gaze toward Gongsun Ji, who promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply with his hands clasped in respect. Gongsun Ji pays his respects to Alliance Leader Su. There is no need for such formality, Gongsun Valley Master. Please, take a seat. Su Qin replied with a warm smile. Lu Lighting quietly withdrew, while Gongsun Ji nodded repeatedly in agreement. He then sat down with a hint of awkwardness, maintaining a rigid posture. Noticing this, Su Qin found it amusing and half-jokingly remarked, Gongsun Valley Master, please do not be so reserved. What brings you here at such a late hour? Though Su Qin wore a smile, Gongsun Ji remained cautious. recalling that the seemingly harmless young man had exuded an overwhelming presence that had subdued Su Qin. While others might be unaware of Su Qin's true strength, Gong Sunji certainly was not, especially considering that Su Qin was his sister's husband. Alliance Leader Su, I hope you will not take offense. My late-night visit is to discuss a matter of importance with you. What matter? I have a daughter named Liu, who is strikingly beautiful, gentle in nature, and possesses a profound understanding of others. Today, I chanced upon the illustrious leader at an inn, and my heart was instantly captivated. Thus, I mustered the audacity to approach and propose a match for my daughter. I wonder what the leader's thoughts on this matter are. Ah, a proposal, you say? Indeed. Though Su Qin did not apply direct pressure on Gong Sunji, the inherent weight of his presence caused Gong Sunji's heart to tremble. Even his speech faltered. It seems there is more that Gong Sun, the Valley Master, wishes to convey. Su Qin had already surmised that Gong Sunji's intentions were far from innocent. Seeking refuge for his daughter due to his own treachery, this was a man who had personally broken the limbs of his late wife, imprisoning her in the depths of the ruthless valley. He feared the day of reckoning, knowing that Su Qin would not let him off easily. Although Su Qin faced defeat at Su Qin's hands today, his foundation remained intact. With his formidable strength and the assistance of some healing elixirs, recovery was merely a matter of time. At that juncture, Gong Sunji's meager skills would hardly ensure his survival. I do not wish to deceive the leader. Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. Your sordid affairs do not concern me. Leave your daughter with me, and I shall assist you once in resolving your grievances with the Chiu siblings. However, from this moment forth, your daughter shall have no further ties to you. Upon hearing Su Qin's proclamation, Gong Sunji's face drained of color. What he did not anticipate was that Su Qin was fully aware of his machinations. Su Qin regarded Gong Sunji with an expression of disdain. Gong Sunji had come with the intention of leveraging his daughter for his own escape. The saying goes, it is good to lean against a mighty tree for shade, and Gong Sunji had harbored such thoughts, only to be seen through by Su Qin upon their first encounter. Though reluctant, Gong Sunji ultimately chose to acquiesce in the face of Su Qin's indifferent gaze. He was fearful that incurring the ire of this formidable individual would leave him with nowhere to turn. Recognizing Gong Sunji's understanding, Su Qin refrained from further commentary, dismissing him with a wave of his hand as one might shoo away a fly. Gong Sunji, as if granted a reprieve, bowed and slowly exited the courtyard. Shortly after his departure, Gong Liu entered, her demeanor radiating shyness. Upon seeing Gong Liu, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware of her remarkable beauty and exceptional grace, witnessing her in person left him utterly astonished. Even with a wife of unparalleled beauty at home, Su Qin could not help but inwardly marvel at this enchanting young woman. What a strikingly graceful maiden. Gong Liu has come to meet the leader. Do not stand on ceremony, Miss Gong Sun. Please rise. At this, Gong Liu gracefully stood, her autumn-like eyes fixated on Su Qin, the affection within them unmistakable. Ever since she laid eyes on Su Qin at the inn, she found no room in her heart for any other man. In her gaze, Su Qin was the towering figure of her dreams, a celestial being to whom she could only look up in awe. Moreover, with Su Qin's decisive maneuver to subdue Su Qin, her admiration for him deepened. Throughout history, beautiful women have been enamored with heroes, and Gong Lao is no exception. Indeed, it is said that one glance at Su Qin can alter the course of a lifetime. Gong Lao was acutely aware of her father's intentions in bringing her to this visit. Yet, surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Rather, there was a sense of clandestine joy swelling within her. Upon encountering Su Qin in person, this joy transformed into exhilaration, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She could hardly believe that she was so close to Su Qin, nor could she fathom that such an extraordinary individual would acquiesce to her father's proposal and welcome her. At that moment, Gong Lao's emotions were a delightful mix of excitement, bashfulness, and a hint of secret elation. Chapter 75. The Astonishment. Miss Gong Sun. I trust that Gong Sunji has already conveyed his intentions to you? Su Qin inquired, taking a sip from his teacup before speaking. Respected Alliance Leader, my father has made his wishes clear to me. Then, may I ask how you feel about this? Su Qin was inherently considerate. Should Gong Lao express reluctance, he would not impose his will upon her. Although he did not pride himself on being a virtuous man, he certainly would never resort to the abduction of a maiden. I am willing to follow the Alliance Leader for life, even to serve as a humble attendant without any regrets. Upon hearing this, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction. Since you harbor such sentiments, I shall ensure you are well cared for. Once matters here are resolved, You shall accompany me back to Lingbao Mountain Manor. I will arrange a grand wedding ceremony for you, granting you a rightful status. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Call me Su Lang instead. That is more fitting. A broad smile spread across Su Qin's face as he drew Gongsun Lao into his embrace. Gongsun Lao blushed, yielding to his touch. It must be noted that Su Qin's striking appearance, combined with his regal demeanor, served as an irresistible allure for the fairer sex, a veritable weapon of seduction. His charm was especially effective on Na'vi young ladies like Gongsun Lao. Since Su Qin's remarkable emergence, suitors had inundated Lingbao Mountain Manor, each vying to win favor. Yet, none met his stringent criteria, which were dictated by the system's exacting demands. With exceptional beauties such as Xialong and Huang Rong setting the standard, Su Qin found little interest in ordinary women. Recently, he had been troubled by the diminishing number of heroines within the Song dynasty who matched his aspirations. When Gongsun Ji presented him with this delightful gift, Su Qin accepted it with pleasure, though he pondered whether Gongsun Ji would still bestow Gongsun Lao upon him if he were aware of Qiu Qianren's impending demise. While Su Qin nurtured his relationship with Gongsun Lao in the garden, news of his decisive subjugation of Qiu Qianren had already spread like wildfire throughout Xiangyang City. Especially among the newly arrived martial artists, their expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief. Unlike the previous incident involving the defeat of Jamozi, the suppression of Qiu Qianren had transpired in plain view of the public. Upon receiving the confirmed news, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The hero conference had yet to formally commence, yet Su Qin's influence had already reached its zenith. In the eyes of many martial artists, he was the unequivocal candidate for the position of Wulin Alliance Leader. At that moment, some formidable contenders for the title wore grim expressions, cursing Qiu Qianren for his reckless provocation of Su Qin. Had their attempt to subdue him been successful, it would have been commendable. However, they had not only failed to overpower Su Qin, but had inadvertently bolstered his reputation. This was a classic case of a plan backfiring spectacularly. In a secluded courtyard, the members of the White Camel Mountain Manor had just entered the city and were personally accommodated by Guijing. An elderly man, clad in a black outfit adorned with golden embellishments, bore a stern and chiseled expression, yet an undercurrent of malevolence lurked in his gaze. Grasping a serpent-headed staff, he furrowed his brow as he listened intently to the report from his subordinate. This imposing figure was none other than Ouyang Feng, the master of the White Camel Mountain Manor and one of the 4 exceptional figures of the Song dynasty, whose prowess had long ascended to the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. Is what you say true? He inquired. What my subordinate has conveyed is undeniably accurate, came the response. This matter is now common knowledge throughout Xiangyang City. From the septuagenarian to the 3-year-old, none are unaware. Su Qin. At the mention of this name, a spark of intrigue ignited in Ouyang Feng's eyes as he seemed to ponder deeply. The news struck him with considerable astonishment. He was well aware of Qiu Qianren, a figure from the same era as himself, and thus understood the latter's formidable capabilities. It was precisely this understanding that rendered Ouyang Feng so taken aback. Who, then, was this Su Qin? How could he stir such turmoil across the martial world? Are there any rumors regarding his lineage? Ouyang Feng's countenance turned even grimmer as he inquired. No word has surfaced, came the hesitant reply. Unknown lineage? Ouyang Feng's confusion deepened as he mentally sifted through all the renowned sects and families within the martial realm. Yet, he found no trace. This Su Qin seemed to have materialized from thin air, akin to the resplendent moon illuminating the night sky upon its birth. At merely 19 years of age, he could suppress Grandmaster-level warriors? Had he commenced his training while still in the womb? While Qiu Qianren had not participated in the Huashan sword debate, his strength could hardly be dismissed. Though Ouyang Feng harbored confidence in his ability to surpass him, it would at least require the exchange of 100 moves. The notion of being subdued by a mere child in a single strike was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that this youth had already touched upon that elusive realm? Ouyang Feng mused, his brow furrowing deeply. With a vigorous shake of his head, he continued, Impossible. I have toiled for years to reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Yet I have not even grazed the threshold of the celestial realm. How could he possibly attain such legendary heights? Observing Ouyang Feng's rambling, his subordinate speculated that he doubted the veracity of the report. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured to add, Master, according to the information I have received, Guijing was also present and attempted to intervene. Oh, Ouyang Feng's interest piqued. Yet for reasons unknown, he did not halt their conflict. Moreover, he later asserted that Su, the alliance leader, indeed possesses remarkable strength, leaving him feeling inferior. Upon hearing this, unease and vigilance crept into Ouyang Feng's heart. Nevertheless, He remained unconvinced that a mere 19-year-old could achieve the realm he had pursued his entire life. Originally, Ouyang Feng had been resolute in his ambition to seize the position of martial alliance leader during this visit to Shenyang, especially given that he had learned of Wang Chongyang's seclusion to strive for the celestial realm, thus absent from the upcoming hero gathering. Among the five absolutes, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension solely towards Wang Chongyang, while he believed he held an advantage over the others. However, upon arriving in Shenyang, he was taken aback by the news of Su Qin's singular technique subduing Qiu Qianren. This revelation left Ouyang Feng feeling exceptionally vexed. It was all due to that old wretch Wang Chongyang. Had he lent me a glimpse of the 9 manual earlier, allowing me to validate it against my own toad technique, I would have already stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Ouyang Feng could not help but curse in frustration. His words bore a kernel of truth. Although this old poisoner possessed an unscrupulous nature, his comprehension was only slightly inferior to Huang Yaoshi among the five absolutes, while the others fell short. Should he manage to acquire the 9 manual, there was a genuine possibility he could surpass the others and ascend to the realm of celestial beings first. Chapter 76. Acquiring the 6 techniques of proud cold. Upon reflecting on this matter, Ouyang Feng was consumed by a surge of indignation, forcefully striking the back of his chair. Yet, in the next moment, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze, as if an idea had struck him. The young lad, Su Qin, possessed such formidable skills at such a tender age. Even if he had yet to step into the realm of the celestials, he was surely not far from it. This youth must harbor immense secrets. Perhaps he wielded martial arts even more formidable than the 9 manual. If I could obtain this extraordinary technique, it would undoubtedly propel me into the celestial realm, and perhaps even beyond. With this thought, a glimmer of ambition flashed in Ouyang Feng's eyes as he began to scheme. Little did he know that his conjectures were remarkably close to the truth. However, he could never fathom that Su Qin's success was not due to any mystical martial arts, but rather a system far superior to any technique. Moreover, he would be utterly astonished to learn that Su Qin's growth in power was reliant upon marrying and starting a family. How would he feel if he were to discover this? Meanwhile, in another modest courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a coarse long robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His hair and beard were as white as snow, yet his complexion was rosy, and in his hand, he held a verdant short flute that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. This individual, though somewhat slender, possessed striking features that exuded an air of rebelliousness. He was none other than Huang Yaoshi, who had traveled from Peach Blossom Island to attend the Heroes' Conference. Su Qin? At this moment, Huang Yaoshi's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his tone was chillingly cold. Upon arriving in Shenyang, he had already heard of Su Qin's feat of subduing Qiu Qianren with a single strike. Although surprised, his feelings were incredibly complex. The reason was simple. His precious daughter had secretly married, and to none other than Su Qin, the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Huang Rong was undoubtedly Huang Yaoshi's beloved daughter, the little princess of Peach Blossom Island. While he did not oppose her marriage and was not particularly fond of societal norms, often acting according to his whims, which earned him the moniker of Eastern Heretic, he harbored a lingering resentment in his heart. He had only just learned of this development, for he had been in secluded meditation on Peach Blossom Island and was unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Upon emerging from his retreat, he discovered that his beloved daughter, along with his cherished disciple, was no longer on the island. Initially, he thought she had ventured out for some mischief due to the dullness of island life, a common occurrence in Huang Rong's childhood that he had grown accustomed to. However, after summoning Feng Mofeng and others to inquire about the situation, he finally grasped the full extent of the matter. Infuriated, Huang Yaoshi contemplated storming Lingbao Villa to teach that audacious young man a lesson. Yet, with the Heroes' Conference approaching, he decided to head to Shenyang first. Once matters in Shenyang were settled, he would journey to Jiangnan to vent his pent-up frustration regarding the so-called Jiangnan Martial Alliance. It is unnecessary to dwell on the inevitability of the situation. The die has been cast, and regardless of his actions, the reality remains unchanged. He is well aware of his daughter's temperament. Although she has always been intelligent and sensible since childhood, once she has made up her mind about something, not even he, her father, could sway her, let alone a deity. Furthermore, in her youth, whenever Huang Rong quarreled with her father, Huang Yaoshi, she would go to her mother's grave and kneel there for an entire day, refusing to accept food or water. No one could persuade her, and in desperation, Huang Yaoshi had to humble himself and apologize to coax her out. Otherwise, Huang Rong would remain kneeling at her mother's grave until death. No one knows their daughter better than her father. Huang Yaoshi understands her nature all too well. Given her character, if she were not genuinely fond of someone, She would not have stayed away for so long. If it were said that she was coerced, Huang Yaoshe would not believe it. With the numerous defenses on Peach Blossom Island and the many disciples present, they could not contain Huang Rong. He could not fathom that any place in the world could confine her, unless she willingly chose to remain. Yet, despite his understanding, he could not shake off his anger. It felt akin to having something precious snatched away, a sentiment that gnawed at him relentlessly. Because of this, he vented his frustrations on his disciples on Peach Blossom Island. Li Xianfeng, Feng Mafeng, and others suffered undeservedly. Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng shared the same temperament as Huang Yaoshe, causing him considerable distress. What could his disciples do in such a predicament? That audacious young man dares to marry my daughter, Huang Yaoshe. He must understand the consequences. I shall ensure that even his mother would not recognize him. I am not his father-in-law. Huang Yaoshe thought fiercely to himself. His journey to Xianyang was not driven by aspirations of becoming the martial arts leader. Huang Yaoshe is guided by his whims, acting according to his preferences, which instills both awe and fear in the martial world. Although he holds a deep admiration for Su Qin's prowess, he cannot believe that this young man would dare to confront the old man. After all, Huang Yaoshe is Su Qin's father-in-law. In truth, Huang Yaoshe recognizes that there is no other young man in the entire Song dynasty who has achieved such accomplishments at Su Qin's age. Only a prodigious talent like Su Qin is worthy of being called his daughter as husband and deserving of the title of son-in-law. Nevertheless, Huang Yaoshe intends to gauge Su Qin's capabilities upon their meeting, serving as a father-in-law assessing his illustrious son-in-law. This inclination also stems from his competitive nature, as the desire for comparison is ingrained in martial practitioners. As the various factions began to plot in secrecy upon hearing of Su Qin's exploits, in a small courtyard of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, Su Qin was contentedly enjoying the attentive service of Gongsun Liu. Their relationship was rapidly blossoming, merely awaiting the final wedding ceremony to be deemed complete. Suddenly, a sudden system prompt echoed through the air. Ding! Congratulations, host Offspring 1. You have obtained the 6 techniques of proud coldness. A glimmer of delight flashed in Su Qin's eyes. He understood that it must be the news of Wang Yuyan from his household successfully giving birth. Indeed, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Liding entered with a joyful expression. Approaching Su Qin, he finally spoke. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. The Lingbao Mountain Villa has just sent word that Madame Yu Yin has safely delivered. Excellent. Splendid. Please reply to the family that I will return immediately after I conclude my affairs here. Su Qin instructed, his face alight with joy. Before departing, Wang Yuyan was already nearing her time, yet Su Qin had not anticipated her giving birth at this moment. Fortunately, everything in the villa had been arranged meticulously. Chapter 77. The character of a martial enthusiast system claimed the reward. Su Qin straightened his posture, his eyes narrowing slightly as a cascade of profound information flooded his mind. His aura underwent a tremendous transformation, and sharp blades of energy surged forth from his being. The Pride of Cold's 6 techniques, a treasured family secret of the Nye clan, is a cultivation method that emphasizes both internal martial arts and swordsmanship. Although the Nye clan possesses few masters, the value of this sword manual is undeniably high. As its name suggests, the Pride of Cold's 6 techniques consists of 6 forms, with the final form, Ice Blade, Cold Heart, being the supreme technique. Its level is comparable to the majestic sword Qi that Su Qin has acquired. The sword master is indeed domineering. Yet, this sword technique diverges from the conventional, embodying a sense of icy clarity rather than blatant ferocity. It is said that this technique can summon the chilling energies of heaven and earth. Truly a secret manual of celestial-level martial arts. As Su Qin contemplated this deeply, a smile of delight danced across his brow. This formidable sword technique, capable of harnessing the forces of the universe, would undeniably bolster his prowess. Who would ever lament having an abundance of ultimate skills? Meanwhile, Gongsun Levayu, seated beside Su Qin, wore an expression of astonishment. The aura Su Qin emitted upon receiving the Pride of Cold 6 techniques inspired within her an impulse to worship him. It seemed that Su Lang's strength far surpassed what she had witnessed in the inn. Gongsun Levayu mused to herself. Although she was unaware of the secrets that lay beyond the Grand Master level, she could not help but make a correct assessment. The power Su Qin had inadvertently revealed resonated with her more profoundly than anyone else. Her gaze softened as she looked at Su Qin, an affection that was nearly overwhelming. Su Qin reveled in the admiration reflected in Gongsun Leva유's eyes. Levayu, let us take a stroll in the city and admire the sights of Xianyang. All right, Su Lang. Wait for me. I shall prepare. Without waiting for Su Qin's response, she joyfully dashed away. Su Qin shook his head with a smile. realizing she was still just a blossoming young maiden. At that moment, outside Xiangyang City, a disheveled old beggar rubbed his hands together, gazing at a clump of mud in the charcoal fire. The aroma of meat wafted from the flames. The old beggar sniffed, chuckled softly, and his eyes sparkled as he unconsciously swallowed. Suddenly, the old beggar's expression shifted. He stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with intensity, shedding his previous demeanor. His aura transformed dramatically as he lifted his gaze toward a certain location in Xiangyang City. The direction he looked was precisely where Su Qin resided. Who would have imagined that such a person would emerge at this Xiangyang assembly? What a chilling blade of energy, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, truly extraordinary. If given the chance, it would be splendid to engage in a friendly exchange. The old beggar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to himself. The old beggar is none other than Hong Qigong, who has come to participate in the heroic assembly. Clearly, when Su Qin comprehended the essence of the sword, the residual waves were captured by this old vagabond. Although Hong Qigong, the old beggar, is indifferent to fame and fortune, he is truly passionate about martial arts. Resolutely, he turned around and, with an outstretched hand, seized a fully cooked beggar's chicken from the charcoal fire. The intense heat seemed imperceptible to him as he began to devour it voraciously. His speed in consuming the chicken is nothing short of extraordinary. In no time, he had finished one, yet he licked his lips, still yearning for more. Evidently, even after consuming a small chicken, Hong Qigong was not satiated, and he sighed softly. Shaking his head, he leaned against a large tree and began to feign sleep with his eyes half closed. At that moment, Su Qin had already left Xiangyang City with Gongsun Lu, strolling through the woods, where Gongsun Lu appeared utterly entranced. It was not that she had never seen the world. Rather, the company she kept had transformed her mood. Breathing in the earthy aroma of the forest, Su Qin felt a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, a rustling from the bushes nearby startled a plump rabbit, which bolted away. Su Qin's eyes brightened at the sight, and with a swift movement, he dashed after it. Moments later, he returned with the rabbit in hand, smiling at Gongsun Lu. Lu, gather some dry twigs to start a fire. We are in for a treat. Gongsun Lu responded with a smile, hopping off to collect firewood, while Su Qin deftly skinned and cleaned the rabbit. Once everything was prepared, Gongsun Lu had kindled the fire, and Su Qin expertly skewered the rabbit and placed it over the flames to roast. Gongsun Lu watched with a sense of curiosity and delight. Observing Su Qin skillfully turning the rabbit meat, she noticed him applying some unknown herbs onto it. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, further astonishing Gongsun Lu. She truly did not expect someone as extraordinary as Su Qin to possess such culinary skills. It is well known that in this era, there is a saying, gentlemen keep their distance from the kitchen. The fact that Su Qin had such prowess at this age was already astonishing. And coupled with his exceptional cooking, he was like a mysterious treasure box, constantly revealing surprises. As she gazed at Su Qin's face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, Gongsun Lu found herself entranced. It smells wonderful. A sudden voice interrupted her reverie. Almost immediately, a slightly aged figure emerged from the woods. Even before the sound had resonated, Su Qin, as if sensing something, had raised his head to look into the depths of the forest. Might I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Su, my boy. As the voice fell again, the figure of the old beggar, Hong Qigong, appeared before Su Qin and Gongsun Lu. Are you here to attend the heroic assembly in Xiangyang too? Old Master Hong? I never expected to encounter you here. Please, have a seat. Su Qin and Hong Qigong were old acquaintances, and upon meeting, they greeted each other warmly. Observing this, Gongsun Levayu gracefully bowed to Hong Qigong, saying, I am Gongsun Levayu, a junior who has the honor of meeting you, Old Master Hong. Ah, a delightful young lady. Hong Qigong replied, squinting his eyes with a smile. Without hesitation, he settled beside Su Qin, his gaze gleaming as he fixated on the golden-hued, aromatic roasted rabbit meat in Su Qin's hands. Young man, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Even from a distance, you have stirred the cravings of this old beggar. Indeed, it is better for the elder to arrive just in time, as the rabbit is nearly ready. Please, if you do not mind, join me in sharing a meal. Su Qin said with a smile. Not at all, not at all. Hong Qigong responded, his face beaming with joy. Chapter 78. Equally matched opponents having concluded his words with a smile, Hong Qigong's expression abruptly stiffened, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as they scanned the figure of Su Qin before him. Su Qin, sensing the shift in atmosphere, raised his gaze inquiringly towards Hong Qigong. Senior, what is? It was evident that Hong Qigong's current demeanor was quite uncharacteristic. Had they not been acquainted for some time and familiar with his temperament, Su Qin might have reacted differently. And no, it's nothing. Upon hearing Su Qin's question, Hong Qigong snapped back to reality, his gaze still fraught with uncertainty. He then fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. Observing this, Su Qin chose not to pry further and instead turned to Gongsun Liu, offering her a gentle smile and a resigned shake of his head. The reason for Hong Qigong's unusual behavior stemmed from his proximity to Su Qin, which allowed him to perceive the chilling aura of blade energy that he had sensed earlier. Although he was aware of Su Qin's extraordinary prowess, having witnessed his decisive victories in previous battles, each executed with lethal precision against formidable foes, he remained oblivious to the depths of Su Qin's mastery in swordsmanship. As Hong Qigong's thoughts churned, Su Qin had already prepared a roasted rabbit. The golden brown meat emitted an enticing aroma. "Senior, please." Su Qin cheerfully offered a leg of the rabbit to Hong Qigong, who, upon seeing it, instantly brightened, taking the meat without hesitation and devouring it in large bites. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills," Hong Qigong exclaimed, his praise hearty. "You flatter me, senior. There is plenty more. I shall offer you all that you desire." Su Qin replied, handing another rabbit leg to Gongsun Liu while smiling at Hong Qigong. Yes, you must eat as well." Hong Qigong, too engrossed in his feast, mumbled through a mouthful of rabbit meat. Not wanting to appear overly refined, Su Qin tore off a piece of the meat and savored it thoughtfully. Gongsun Liu nibbled delicately on her rabbit leg, but her pace was brisk. Before long, the plump rabbit was entirely consumed by the three of them, most of it vanishing into Hong Qigong's belly. After finishing, Hong Qigong wiped the grease from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he turned to Su Qin. "Young lad, I am not one to keep secrets. Earlier, I sensed a chilling blade intent piercing the heavens. I wonder." Su Qin, upon hearing this, broke into a bright smile. "Indeed, nothing escapes your discerning eye, senior. It was I, earlier in the city, who inadvertently released that blade intent during a moment of enlightenment." Upon receiving Su Qin's affirmation, Hong Qigong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Understanding the thoughts swirling in Hong Qigong's mind, Su Qin proposed, "Since we are well fed now, why not engage in some physical exercise? My swordsmanship is still in its infancy. It would be an honor to receive your guidance." At this, Hong Qigong burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, young lad. You truly resonate with the spirit of old beggar. While I cannot claim to provide guidance, the path of martial arts flourishes through mutual verification. How about we keep it at that? Just as you say, senior." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Gongsun Liu promptly retreated a few paces, allowing space for the two combatants. One was a venerable master of martial arts, akin to a guiding star in the realm, while the other was a rising talent of remarkable prowess. The duel between these two was bound to be earth-shattering. With anticipation shimmering in her eyes, Gongsun Liu observed as Su Qin and his opponent stood facing each other. "Young Su, since we are merely exchanging skills, shall we limit ourselves to a single strike?" "Very well, esteemed elder. Your suggestion resonates with my thoughts." "Haha, splendid." With a broad smile, Hong Qigong's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, as his aura surged to an extraordinary height, revealing the mastery of a grand master. The sheer force of his presence caused the surrounding leaves to rustle in response. Meanwhile, Su Qin remained unfazed and composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Noticing this, Hong Qigong felt a flicker of anger. After all, he was a peak grandmaster. How could he tolerate such disregard from Su Qin, especially when he was exerting all his strength? Although he understood, based on Su Qin's past achievements, that he might not gain the upper hand, the essence of martial arts lies in surmounting challenges, not retreating in the face of adversity. With this thought in mind, Hong Qigong ceased to hesitate, letting out a mighty roar as if the roar of a dragon echoed within him. Roar. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, the wrath of the dragon. Hong Qigong unleashed his most formidable strike, clearly regarding Su Qin as an equally matched opponent. Boom. A golden palm shadow, imbued with astonishing momentum, surged towards Su Qin with a roar. A faint golden dragon silhouette flickered around the palm, revealing the formidable power behind it. Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly in astonishment. Hong Qigong's mastery was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of grand mastery. Yet the strength of this strike was akin to that of an ordinary celestial realm practitioner. The subtle dragon silhouette was a testament to this, indicating that this palm indeed possessed the might of the celestial realm. To think that this unassuming elder possessed such refined skill, he truly deserved the title of the Five Absolutes. In comparison, Qiu Qianren seemed rather lacking. As Hong Qigong exerted his full strength, Su Qin's judgment crystallized. While it had been said that Qiu Qianren could rival the Five Absolutes, there was no substantial evidence to support this claim. It now appeared that even among grandmasters, there existed a disparity in strength. Defeating someone like Qiu Qianren should pose little challenge for a master like Hong Qigong. With this realization, Su Qin's previously tranquil demeanor shifted. A sharp and domineering chill emanated from within him. He extended his hand, using it as a blade, and gently raised his right hand to strike down towards Hong Qigong. Seeing Su Qin merely extend his palm, without even drawing a weapon, Hong Qigong felt a sense of being underestimated. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a brilliant light from his palms, channeling his full strength to its utmost. In response, a slight smile graced Su Qin's face. Since this was not a life or death contest, he remained unperturbed. Old Master Hong, this technique is called 1,000 Miles of Frozen Ice. I humbly request your guidance. Upon uttering those words, an ethereal blade of light materialized upon his palm, shimmering with a tangible essence, its edge glistening with a chilling radiance that struck terror into the heart. Su Qin wielded this blade of energy with a formidable presence, as if he possessed an unparalleled weapon of destruction, emanating an overwhelming might. At that moment, both Gongsun Lavayo, who observed from a distance, and Hong Qigong, who faced the blade's luminous threat, were etched with expressions of astonishment. With a sharp crack, the two beams of divine light collided, producing a crisp sound, and in an instant, the fierce golden dragon's silhouette shattered into fragments. Yet, Su Qin's momentum did not wane. It surged relentlessly towards Hong Qigong. Alarmed by the imminent danger, Hong Qigong's face drained of color as he instinctively retreated, his hands moving in a blur as he unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes in rapid succession, but to no avail. Hong Qigong, now gripped by fear, gazed at the menacing blade of light that loomed perilously close and closed his eyes. Chapter 79. The frustration in Hong Qigong's heart, however. The anticipated sensation of the blade's radiance did not manifest. The lethal strike, once exuding a chilling intent, vanished in an instant, mere inches from Hong Qigong's form. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes to behold Su Qin, whose countenance was adorned with a gentle smile, standing nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind him. A refreshing breeze swept by, and Hong Qigong felt a sudden chill enveloping his back. Unbeknownst to him, his back had become drenched in sweat. The cool wind revived him, and he recalled that astonishing strike, a flicker of terror crossing his face. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could scarcely articulate the profound psychological upheaval that strike inflicted upon Hong Qigong. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness he had felt was unprecedented in his journey as a martial artist. After a lengthy silence, he finally exhaled a deep sigh, reflecting. What profound cultivation, what pure internal energy, what tyrannical swordsmanship, what exquisite control. Truly, generations give rise to new talents. Young Su, with your current prowess, you can rightfully claim supremacy in the martial world. Yet, an enigma loomed in Hong Qigong's heart. Might I inquire, have you already ascended to that realm? Su Qin, well aware that Hong Qigong was referring to the celestial realm, refrained from providing a direct answer, merely presenting an ambiguous expression. Understanding dawned upon Hong Qigong. He realized that even if Su Qin had not yet entered the celestial realm, he was perilously close. Such strength was far beyond what a grandmaster like himself could rival. Perhaps only Wang Chongyang, currently in seclusion, could contend with him. Su Qin, oblivious to Hong Qigong's thoughts, would likely only smile if he were aware. Among the known figures in the martial world of the Great Song, Su Qin had long surpassed any adversary. His reticence stemmed from a sense of caution, as outwardly, the martial realm of the Great Song appeared weaker than those of neighboring nations. Yet, tranquility persisted, with no martial artists from other countries stirring unrest. This alone made Su Qin wary, sensing an unknown reason lurking beneath the surface. Having heard countless tales of your remarkable feats, witnessing it firsthand today confirms the veracity of those rumors. With your capabilities, I believe there are scarcely a handful in the martial world who could match you. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Alas, old beggar concedes defeat with full acknowledgement. Hong Qigong, renowned for his 18 dragon-subduing palms, had seldom encountered rivals since his emergence, relying on the formidable and profound nature of his technique. Even Wang Chongyang, acknowledged as the foremost figure in the martial world, had only triumphed over him by sheer luck. Now, confronting the prodigious Su Qin, Hong Qigong found himself utterly vanquished. Reflecting on that previous strike sent a shiver coursing through him. Since his debut, he has encountered countless battles, yet it is this particular encounter that has truly made him feel how perilously close he is to death. Especially in moments when he exerted every ounce of his strength but could not contend with the chilling intent of the blade, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. a sensation he had never experienced since embarking on his journey. Although Gongsun Li could not comprehend the private duel between the two, she was acutely aware of one thing. The North beggar, Hong Qigong, one of the 5 absolutes, had admitted defeat with his own lips. This revelation left Gongsun Li profoundly astonished, for while it might be easy to surpass an individual, to do so and have them concede with genuine respect is an altogether more formidable challenge. Moreover, this man had previously stood among the pinnacle of martial arts. Sensing the disappointment within Hong Qigong's heart, Su Qin smiled warmly. Old Master Hong, though I have fortuitously triumphed in this exchange, there is no need for you to dwell on it. Life is full of opportunities. Why should you cling so tightly to this moment? Haha. It seems you see things clearly, young man. I, an old fellow, am not as perceptive as you. Hong Qigong replied with a carefree demeanor, taking Su Qin's words in stride. But I wonder how you have cultivated your skills. Even if you had begun your training in the womb, it would be impossible to advance so swiftly. You truly are an enigma. Su Qin merely smiled at this remark, for he understood Hong Qigong's character and held a deep respect for the elder's integrity. Suddenly, Hong Qigong shifted his tone, stepping closer and grinning as he addressed Su Qin. That said, Su, your culinary skills are quite remarkable. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to visit your Lingbao villa for a drink. Should the elder come, I would naturally extend a warm welcome. Su Qin replied, eliciting a hearty laugh from Hong Qigong, whose gaze now held a hint of camaraderie towards him. The current Hong Qigong found Su Qin increasingly agreeable, not only for having triumphed over him at such a young age, but also for his exquisite culinary prowess. The mere fact that Su Qin had crafted such delicious roasted meat from random ingredients demonstrated his expertise in this realm. Hong Qigong's passions lay in exploring picturesque landscapes, seeking out the finest delicacies, and pursuing the zenith of martial arts. Very well. With your words, I, the old beggar, can rest easy. By the way, I happened to notice you and wanted to bring something to your attention. Please, go ahead, elder. Su Qin replied. Hong Qigong instinctively glanced at Gongsun Li before leaning closer to Su Qin, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Young Su, do not say that old beggar did not warn you. Your father-in-law, Huang Rong, has already entered the city ahead of me. I know his temperament. Be cautious. Upon hearing Hong Qigong's words, Su Qin's expression stiffened, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his smile. Elder, what do you mean by that? Hearing Su Qin's response, Hong Qigong's eyes widened in surprise. Su Xiaozu, your actions are rather unprincipled. I had heard whispers during your wedding, yet I never contemplated it in such a manner. However, I recently learned that following Huang Rong's return from seclusion, he was furious over his daughter's clandestine departure from the island. Remarkably, the old beggar truly admires you. You managed to tame that mischievous girl, Huang Rong, which is no small feat. As for you, senior. Su Qin found himself at a loss for words, his face betraying a deep sense of embarrassment. While it was true that Huang Rong reciprocated his affections, ultimately, it was Su Qin's oversight for not informing her father, Huang Yaoshi. Observing Su Qin's discomposure, Hong Qigong felt his previous gloom dissipate. His interest peaked as he watched the shifting expressions on Su Qin's face. Chapter 80. The Hero's Assembly. Why are you so afraid? Hong Qigong said with a hint of mockery. Not at all. Su Qin replied earnestly. He was indeed unafraid, yet he felt the situation was quite complicated. Su Qin had some understanding of Huang Yaoshi's temperament, and the more he understood, the more daunting it seemed. However, when Su Qin casually glanced at Hong Qigong's expression, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Senior, I have a few exquisite dishes I would like you to sample. Oh, Hong Qigong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. To be honest, he had not quite finished relishing the roasted rabbit he had eaten earlier. The mention of delightful delicacies piqued his interest. Noticing this, Su Qin smiled slightly. 8 treasure fat duck, roasted bear paw, lotus carp. Each dish name illuminated the eyes of the old beggar, who yearned to taste these mouth-watering dishes immediately. Su Kid, can you really prepare all these? Of course. Seeing that Hong Qigong had taken the bait and was thoroughly captivated, Su Qin couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, senior, regarding the matter we discussed earlier, Hong Qigong immediately understood. Su Qin sought to extract strategies on how to deal with his father-in-law. Although this task was not particularly easy, for the sake of delectable food, Hong Qigong was willing to make an effort. After all, he and Huang Yaoshi had shared decades of camaraderie. Understanding Huang Yaoshi's temperament was something Hong Qigong was indeed more adept at. He proceeded to share his thoughts and offer Su Qin guidance on how to navigate the situation. As Hong Qigong spoke, a knowing smile gradually appeared on Su Qin's face. Finally, Hong Qigong's expression turned serious as he addressed Su Qin. Su Qin, you must be aware of the purpose of this hero's assembly, but the position of Wuling Alliance leader is not easily attained. If you truly ascend to this role, the responsibilities will be substantial and the burdens upon you will grow heavier. Have you considered this? Well, senior, I wish to give it my all. Good. Since you hold this determination, the old beggar will support you. My motives are not solely for your culinary delights, but for the sake of our fellow martial artists and the common people of the world. Your strength is beyond question, and I have heard of your deeds. Your character and virtues speak volumes, and your integrity is commendable. Most importantly, you are still so young. Your potential for future accomplishments is limitless. Taking all this into account, you are indeed the best candidate for this position. Hong Qigong's heartfelt words moved Su Qin deeply. It was not merely the praise from Hong Qigong that touched him, but rather the understanding that Hong Qigong shared a mentor-student bond with Guojing. Although they did not refer to each other as such, Guojing's achievements were significantly tied to the teachings of the dragon-subduing palm that Hong Qigong had imparted. In Hong Qigong, Su Qin saw the image of an upright elder. For the sake of the martial world, for the honor of the rivers and lakes, and for the greater good, one must select the capable, without showing favoritism towards Guojing due to personal ties. This is what Su Qin found remarkable. He held a profound respect for Hong Qigong's stance. As a junior, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and should I become the leader, I shall do my utmost to serve. Please rest assured, Su Qin stated earnestly. Although naturally free-spirited and averse to lectures, he spoke with solemnity in response to Hong Qigong's earnest counsel. After all, the Song dynasty is his home base, and in order to ensure his continued growth, he must solidify his foundation. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong burst into hearty laughter. Good. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Su Qin, equally cheerful, then invited Hong Qigong to accompany him to a small courtyard. There, Su Qin personally prepared several dishes and presented his own handcrafted wine as a treat for Hong Qigong. This allowed Hong Qigong to indulge his palate thoroughly, the fiery huiyun xiao and delectable delicacies made for a delightful feast. As he dined, he lamented the half-life he had squandered. Hong Qigong increasingly felt that his greatest gain from this visit to Xianyang was his acquaintance with Su Qin. Though he had attended Su Qin's wedding previously, their interactions had been rather superficial. At that event, Hong Qigong merely happened to be present. Unlike this occasion where they had engaged in a contest of skills. Most importantly, Hong Qigong was utterly captivated by Su Qin's culinary prowess. While eating, Hong Qigong pondered deeply. This lad is truly extraordinary. Previously, rumors circulated about his unmatched martial skills, and now he has mastered such exquisite knife techniques. Furthermore, I noticed the sword at his waist was no ordinary weapon, suggesting his swordsmanship has reached remarkable heights. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he even brews wine. I wonder if there is anything this young man cannot do. The huiyun xiao that Su Qin crafted was indeed extraordinary. It surpassed the palace's finest wines by more than a fold. From the first sip, Hong Qigong was completely enchanted. Upon inquiring further, he discovered it was brewed by Su Qin himself, which left him in a state of wonder. Su Qin, noticing his delight, readily promised that Hong Qigong could come to Lingbao Mountain Villa any time he wished for more. This brought a twinkle of joy to Hong Qigong's eyes. The meal was a joyous occasion, and the gathering extended into the depths of the night. After dining, Hong Qigong quietly departed without alarming anyone. Only Su Qin and Gongsun Lavayu were aware of the legendary master's visit to the small courtyard, where they had exchanged skills outside Xianyang City. 2 days later, the heroic assembly commenced as scheduled. The members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance had already prepared themselves for the event. With a command from Su Qin, they marched in grand procession towards the massive martial arts platform within Xianyang City. After 2 days of reconnaissance, Su Qin and all present had learned that this heroic assembly was convened to select a remarkably skilled master to assume the role of Martial Alliance leader. The purpose is to resist the invasion of the great Mongol Empire against the Song dynasty. In the past, Guojing was merely able to hold the fort at Xianyang. Recently, it is said that the Mongol Empire has made a sudden and resolute decision to gather talented individuals and righteous warriors from across the land to serve the court, all with the intention of capturing Xianyang in one fell swoop. The urgency behind Guojing's convening of this hero assembly lies in the need to confront this imminent threat. The Golden Wheel Law King, the 2 elders of Xianming, and the formidable Ba Shi Ba are all exceptional masters, which only adds to Guojing's mounting pressure. The strength of the Mongol Empire is undeniable. Despite facing numerous dynastic constraints, they have nonetheless imposed tremendous pressure on the Song dynasty. Chapter 81. The Ultimate Dream of the Jianghu People. At present, the only course of action for the Song dynasty is to unify the strength of the martial arts community. selecting a leader to rally behind. When the alliance leader calls out, numerous righteous heroes of the Jianghu will respond, ensuring the safety of the Song's territories. This is a necessary measure, aimed at preventing the fragmented martial arts world from being picked off one by one. The martial arts arena in Xianyang City is already bustling with a throng of spectators, most of whom have come to witness this grand event. Upon seeing Su Qin and his companions, sharp-eyed individuals gasped in excitement. Look, it's members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. That strikingly handsome youth at the forefront is Su Qin, the alliance leader. Is this Su alliance leader? He truly is a remarkable figure. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the finest in the Song dynasty. Indeed. Moreover, I have heard that this hero convention is to select the leader of the martial arts community to collectively strategize against the Mongol threat. This Su alliance leader is undoubtedly the strongest contender for the position. I'm not so sure. Until the final moment, who can say who will prevail? Let us not forget the West Poison Ouyang Feng's frog skill. I believe it rivals Su Qin's prowess. Exactly. And there's also the illustrious Huang Yaoshi with his Bihai Chaoxing palm and the finger-flicking divine skill, both of which are unparalleled techniques. Thus, the question of who will ultimately secure the position of the martial arts leader remains uncertain. Surrounding martial artists murmured among themselves, their chatter ceasing as Su Qin and his party approached, parting to create a pathway for their passage. The arena was already adorned with rows of mahogany tables and chairs, awaiting the arrival of guests. Su Qin's entrance naturally drew the eager attention of the crowd. Guojing, as the host, had arrived early and greeted Su Qin with a broad smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they ascended the high platform and settled into the prepared mahogany chairs. Once seated, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Figures of legendary masters emerged into view, all of whom had previously existed only in tales. Their gathering sent waves of excitement through the onlookers. Figures like Hong Qigong, Zhou Badong, and Huang Yaoshi, who once roamed the Jianghu, were now rare sights, akin to dragons whose appearances are fleeting. At this moment, however, the spotlight remained firmly on Su Qin. It is no wonder, for his illustrious achievements cast a brilliant light upon him. After 10 years of obscurity, he had risen to fame overnight. Those who pondered his past would find that his ascent was nothing short of astonishing. In just 1 year, his reputation soared to unprecedented heights, and his strength left others in awe. Regardless of whom they supported, all present acknowledged Su Qin's formidable prowess, their gazes towards him filled with reverence. Even the seasoned martial arts luminaries regarded him with a mix of respect and apprehension. The disparity in strength among individuals is often imperceptible to those beneath a certain level. It is only when one reaches the realm of figures like Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng that the subtle pressure emanating from Su Qin becomes palpable. However, there exists one individual whose malevolent gaze towards Su Qin, despite the distance, is keenly felt. Following this ominous aura, Su Qin turns and internally sighs in resignation. This individual is none other than his father-in-law, Huang Yaoshi. Su Qin had long contemplated visiting, but was deterred by Hong Qigong's intervention. According to Hong Qigong, if Su Qin were to approach Huang Yaoshi at this juncture, he would not only fail to earn Huang's forgiveness, but would likely incur his disdain. Huang Yaoshi is known for his unpredictable nature and is not one to easily relent. As per Hong Qigong's counsel, Su Qin must first earn his respect through a legitimate victory before seeking his favor. Only with such acknowledgement would Huang Yaoshi regard Su Qin as an equal. Initially, Su Qin harbored doubts regarding Hong Qigong's advice, yet the latter's hearty assurances ultimately dissuaded him from making an untimely visit. Now, as he prepares for this first encounter, Su Qin cannot help but feel a twinge of awkwardness, yet he musters the courage to smile and nod at Huang Yaoshi. In response, Huang Yaoshi merely snorts disdainfully and turns to engage in quiet conversation with Hong Qigong, completely ignoring Su Qin's overture. Faced with this rebuff, Su Qin awkwardly smiles, instinctively touching his nose to mask his embarrassment. Ouyang Feng, with narrowed eyes akin to a venomous serpent, silently plots his next move. As these significant figures make their entrance, Guojing approaches the forefront with deliberate steps, channeling his inner strength to quell the cacophony of voices below. Today, I am deeply grateful to all of you, esteemed martial artists, for gathering here in Xianyang, he declares. Guodashia, you are too modest. The crowd responds in unison. Seeing this, Guojing feels a sense of comfort and continues, my friends, the Mongols are formidable and relentless, aiming to trample our Song dynasty beneath their heels. If this occurs, our nation will be in peril and countless families will be displaced. Is this what you desire? Absolutely not. Those Mongol brutes are utterly intolerable. With Guojing's impassioned words, The audience erupts with fervor, many in the crowd expressing their righteous indignation. Though they may dwell in the fringes of society and lack profound philosophical understanding, they grasp the basic tenet. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be unscathed eggs? Beneath the Mongols' iron hooves, not only the common folk, but even seasoned masters and grandmasters must tread carefully. Recognizing the moment is ripe, Guojing presses on, at such a critical juncture. If our song martial world continues to remain fragmented as before, it will be tantamount to self-destruction. Today, I convene this heroic conference in the city of Shenyang to select an individual of both virtue and talent to assume the esteemed position of the martial arts alliance leader of our great song. In doing so, we shall unite our strengths as one formidable force to resist the impending invasion from the Mongols. Although all are already aware of the ultimate purpose of this gathering, hearing it articulated by Guojing stirs a profound excitement within the hearts of those present. To be the martial arts alliance leader is undoubtedly a prestigious honor, a mark of profound respect. It transcends mere nomenclature. It embodies the call to arms that inspires countless heroes to rally in unison. It is akin to being the sovereign of the martial realm, with a decree that none would dare to defy. Such an honor is a dream cherished by every wanderer of the Jianghu, representing the ultimate aspiration for those who dwell in this world. Chapter 82. No deception allowed. Guojing's fervent words resonated powerfully, stirring the hearts of the audience. Their eyes ablaze and breaths quickened. Observing this fervor, Guojing smiled with satisfaction. In the presence of the esteemed assembly, the selection of the Wulin alliance leader was imminent. Should anyone in the future act in defiance of the leader's commands, they would face the collective wrath of the realm. The crowd erupted in spirited agreement, their voices rising like waves, each cresting higher than the last, reverberating far and wide. After a moment, Guojing raised his hand to quell the tumult. He expressed gratitude on behalf of the people of Song for the enthusiastic participation of his fellow heroes. Another wave of cheers and affirmations echoed from the audience. I hereby declare the heroic assembly officially commenced. All esteemed comrades are invited to take the stage for a contest. But I urge you to remember to keep your exchanges measured, lest we disturb the harmony among us. No sooner had Guojing's words settled than a towering figure leaped onto the high platform. The newcomer, a robust man with piercing eyes, clasped his fists in salute to Guojing before turning to the audience. Today marks this grand occasion. I, Du Jun, shall take the lead. If any fellow hero wishes to spar, please step forward and enlighten me. Guojing smiled slightly at this display and took his seat upon the rosewood chair. This self-proclaimed Du Jun possessed considerable strength, at least at the peak of innate prowess. Many like him were present, aware that the coveted position of Wulin alliance leader was beyond their reach. Yet, showcasing their abilities at such a grand event could significantly benefit their future endeavors in the martial world. At that moment, a lanky middle-aged man in the audience chuckled and called out, I, Shinhe, have come to meet you. Shinhe? Was he not the one known as the Desert Eagle? Indeed, it was he, whose claw-like hands had claimed countless lives. Rumor had it that Shinhe, relying on his innate strength, had once escaped from the grasp of a peak master. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Shinhe wielded such might? Excitement brewed as the spectators whispered among themselves. For Shun, he had already leaped onto the high platform. The two adversaries stood facing each other, their eyes ablaze with martial intent. After exchanging formalities, they commenced their duel. The clash of their strengths was evenly matched, eliciting continuous cheers from the audience. However, Su Qin and his companions, after casting a few disinterested glances, soon lost interest and began to meditate, preparing themselves for their turn in the spotlight. Other grandmasters remained on high alert, but Su Qin, upon closing his eyes, gradually succumbed to slumber. For him, this level of contest was akin to children quarreling, utterly failing to ignite his interest. As for the forthcoming contest for Wulin alliance leader, Su Qin felt no pressure whatsoever. In his eyes, all beneath the heavens were but mere ants, a sentiment far from mere words. It is not that Su Qin is arrogant, rather, he perceives none among the gathering as worthy of his serious attention. This reflects his self-awareness of his own strength, not a disdain for others. However, some do not share this sentiment. At this moment, Ouyang Feng gazes coldly at the drowsy Su Qin, his eyes glinting with a serpent-like malice. Su Qin undoubtedly represents the greatest obstacle in Ouyang Feng's pursuit of the position of leader. Most of the attendees from the five greats of the Song dynasty are disinterested in fame and fortune, unwilling to engage in fierce disputes over such an empty title. Yet Su Qin is different. Ouyang Feng is acutely aware of this. It is precisely this understanding that fuels his animosity towards Su Qin. Hong Qigong also notices Su Qin's demeanor and cannot help but smile wryly to himself. This young man is perhaps a bit too boastful. Such confidence may lead to. Just as he is about to caution Su Qin to be vigilant, he seems to recall something, abandoning the thought of discreetly warning him. Huang Yaoshi's gaze towards Su Qin is complex, tinged with confusion, surprise, and an unmistakable anger. Huang Yaoshi's feelings stem from the immense impact Su Qin's prowess has on him. Masters can generally sense the strength of their opponents, yet to Huang Yaoshi, Su Qin appears to be an ordinary person devoid of any martial skill. In response to Huang Yaoshi's probing, Su Qin seems utterly oblivious. This situation presents two possibilities. Either Su Qin is genuinely an unskilled individual, or his strength has reached a level beyond Huang Yaoshi's comprehension. The former was quickly dismissed by Huang Yaoshi at that moment. Su Qin had already annihilated the Kang villa, subdued Xiao Feng with a mere cup of wine, and swiftly defeated Jimozi, all while the four evils lingered behind. Upon entering Xiangyang, he clashed with Zhou Qianren, compelling the Grandmaster to kneel and admit defeat with a single move. Each of these encounters had witnesses present, leaving no room for fabrication. Therefore, only one possibility remains. His opponent possesses strength far superior to his own. As this thought emerged, Huang Yaoshi was startled by the realization. This young man, so tender in years, possesses such remarkable cultivation. It is known that even the current foremost figure of the Song dynasty, Wang Chongyang, cannot elude Huang Yaoshi's perception entirely. No, he must have cultivated a secret technique akin to the turtle breathing skill, allowing him to conceal his aura so effectively. This possibility suddenly flickered in Huang Yaoshi's mind, and he gradually began to convince himself of its validity. This explanation was the only one he could accept. The notion that a mere youth could achieve what he himself could not in a lifetime was difficult for Huang Yaoshi to accept. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, the elderly gentlemen around him are forming their own thoughts about him. Even if he were aware, it would not perturb him greatly. After all, he is on a different plane than the many heroes present. As the esteemed figures ponder their thoughts, the competition on stage continues to unfold with fervor. The contestants on stage, valiant heroes of the realm, engaged in a spirited display, each experiencing victories and defeats. The emotions of the spectators were fervently stirred, embodying the essence of what a heroic assembly should represent. Witnessing this spectacle, Guojing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Such fervor could awaken the passionate hearts of the Song dynasty's martial world. Only through collective resolve could the Song hope to safeguard itself against the impending onslaught of the Mongol forces. Thus, the heroic gathering unfolded amidst a lively atmosphere, continuing from the early morning until the afternoon. Gradually, the enthusiasm of the audience and the multitude of martial artists began to wane. Although the preceding contests were captivating, they lacked the gravitas of true masters clashing. The gaze of the crowd began to unconsciously drift towards the esteemed figures seated upon their wooden chairs, for everyone understood that the main event still resided with these illustrious leaders. Chapter 83. Am I qualified to compete with you all? Upon perceiving the gazes of the crowd, the esteemed masters seated around the hall immediately straightened their expressions. Observing this, Guojing promptly rose to his feet, ready to speak, when a figure suddenly flashed onto the stage. As the onlookers focused their attention, they recognized the previously drowsy Su Qin. In stark contrast to his earlier lethargy, Su Qin now radiated an intense energy, his eyes gleaming like lightning, imbued with a fervor akin to a roaring blaze. His aura surged with an undeniable momentum, and after surveying the surroundings, he proclaimed loudly, "I, Su, humbly request all esteemed masters to join me on the stage." At that moment, Su Qin's fighting spirit reached an unparalleled height. His declaration echoed like a thunderclap in the hearts of the myriad heroes present. While everyone understood that the competition for the leadership would be a fierce contest, they were taken aback by the explosive nature of this initial encounter. Witnessing Su Qin's fervent spirit ignited an overwhelming enthusiasm among the audience. Was Su Qin mad? How could he openly challenge the venerable masters? Indeed, even if Su Qin possessed commendable strength, the masters present were not to be trifled with. What audacity he displayed! In response to the crowd's skepticism, Su Qin merely smiled nonchalantly, his eyes fixed intently upon the masters on stage. It must be noted that those worthy of occupying the wooden chairs were the pinnacle of the Jianghu of the Song dynasty. Their displeasure was evident at Su Qin's somewhat disdainful demeanor, yet their noble status restrained them from voicing their discontent. However, the factions they represented were less reserved. Erupting in angry outbursts, Su Qin remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the assembly. At this juncture, the individual who might harbor the greatest regret was undoubtedly Hong Qigong. He believed that Su Qin's imprudent actions stemmed directly from his earlier remarks. Previously, upon learning of Su Qin's association with Huang Yaoshi, Hong Qigong had advised him to boldly demonstrate his prowess in such a setting. The intention was to later visit Huang Yaoshi, ensuring that even if anger lingered, Su Qin would remain unharmed. Ultimately, upon returning to Lingbao Mountain Villa, he hoped to bring Huang Yaoshi along, for it is the one who ties the knot that must untie it. If Huang Yaoshi wished to see his daughter, all conflicts would dissolve. Despite Huang Yaoshi's often ruthless demeanor, he was deeply affectionate towards his own flesh and blood. Witnessing his daughter thrive at Lingbao Mountain Villa, free from harm and basking in joy, would surely soften even the hardest of hearts. This encapsulated Hong Qigong's thoughts. He understood Huang Yaoshi well. The prideful master would only relent upon receiving acknowledgement in such a context. Otherwise, regardless of his daughter's happiness, the relationship with Su Qin would remain strained. As for whether he could attain Huang Yaoshi's approval, Hong Qigong harbored no doubts, for he was well aware of Su Qin's formidable capabilities. The prowess of the 5 masters of the Song dynasty is relatively comparable, and it is indeed effortless for Su Qin to be defeated in a single move. To gain the approval of Huang Yaoshi, in the eyes of Hong Qigong, would be a task of little difficulty. When it comes to the rightful heir to the position of the leader, Hong Qigong's inclination leans towards Su Qin. He is filled with confidence, especially since the old bull-headed Wang Chongyang is absent. Thus, Su Qin's quest for the title of Wulian Alliance leader seems quite attainable. Essentially, Hong Qigong believes that if Su Qin successfully secures this position, he would undoubtedly earn Huang Yaoshi's endorsement. After all, who would not favor the son-in-law of the Wulian Alliance leader? To that end, Hong Qigong even contemplates lending Su Qin a helping hand by eliminating a few formidable adversaries, thereby solidifying Su Qin's claim to leadership. This would also ensure that Su Qin remembers his kindness, and when he eventually ascends to the position of alliance leader, he might extend his favor towards the beggars sect due to their connection. However, Hong Qigong did not anticipate Su Qin's current course of action. This completely caught him off guard, leaving him as restless as an ant on a hot pan, eager to rush onto the stage and pull Su Qin down. Jing, as the person in charge, was equally taken aback. Although he had witnessed Su Qin's prowess before and acknowledged that Su Qin far surpassed him in skill, he questioned the appropriateness of the occasion. With heroes from all corners of the world gathered in Xianyang, such a grand event occurs only once in a century. How could it be treated so frivolously? Contemplating this, he prepared to speak up in Su Qin's defense, at the very least to prevent inciting the ire of the crowd. However, before he could utter a word, the sinister voice of Ouyang Feng cut through the air. "Young man, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak so recklessly? Disregarding the heroes of the world?" Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's remarks, Jing and Hong Qigong sensed impending doom. Ouyang Feng had positioned Su Qin in direct opposition to the world's heroes, effectively obstructing Su Qin's path to becoming the Wulian Alliance leader. Should this provoke discord among the heroes, even if Su Qin were to ultimately outshine them all, his claim to leadership would remain precarious. Meanwhile, Su Qin's thoughts were quite straightforward. If matters continued on this trajectory, the hero conference would require at least 2 more days, if not longer. He had already been away for quite some time, and his wives at home must be growing anxious. Moreover, he was eager to return and marry Gongsun Luo. It is worth noting that although Gongsun Luo could already be considered his, without the formal wedding, he would not receive the system's rewards. This was indeed a significant factor. Fortunately, the others were unaware of Su Qin's intentions. Otherwise, they might have had much to say about him. Old poison, cease your alarmist rhetoric. Does Su Xiaozi harbor any intention of opposing the heroes of the world? Rather, it is you who harbors sinister motives. Your White Camel Mountain is far in the west, yet you traverse thousands of miles to Xianyang. Is it not for the position of alliance leader? If someone like you were to assume leadership, it would spell disaster for the Song dynasty. Come now, words are futile. Let me, the old beggar, have a word with you. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in combat. With the esteemed reputation and status of Hong Qigong in the martial world, his words instantly resonated with the audience, affirming their sentiments. Ouyang Feng, however, wore a grim expression and retorted, "Old beggar, do not rush. Soon you shall witness my formidable prowess." Before Hong Qigong could retort, Su Qin offered a subtle smile, casting a peculiar glance at him. Just as the old beggar pondered Su Qin's intentions, he suddenly sensed a shift, and the anger on his face was replaced by profound astonishment. At that moment, Su Qin, standing upon the elevated platform, underwent a remarkable transformation. He began to ascend slowly, seemingly without any external support. His aura appeared to intertwine with the very fabric of the heavens, emanating an enigmatic and profound energy that radiated from Su Qin's being. Subsequently, his calm voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Do I now possess the qualification to compete with all of you? Chapter 84. The heart of a child. As Su Qin's voice fell, the crowd distinctly felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. Su Qin appeared as a divine being within this space, evoking an instinctive impulse of reverence among the onlookers. Indeed, at this moment, Su Qin fully unveiled his celestial domain prowess before their eyes. This marked the first instance since his ascension to the celestial realm that he demonstrated his mastery of the cosmic force without restraint. The atmosphere darkened, and as Su Qin spoke, his words resonated in their ears like the rumble of thunder. Although many were unfamiliar with the celestial realm, it did not hinder their appreciation of its formidable nature. Those who had arrived in Xiangyang were at least adept in the innate realm and possessed a rudimentary understanding of the cosmic force. Despite the superficiality of their comprehension, it was more than sufficient at this moment. Martial cultivation is, at its core, the understanding and application of the cosmic force. Only upon reaching the Grandmaster level can one barely harness the cosmic force for personal use. It is only upon attaining the celestial realm that one can be said to have gained primary mastery. Thus, the distinction between mere borrowing and true control is profound beyond measure. Hong Qigong gazed in a daze at Su Qin, who was unreservedly displaying his formidable aura, murmuring to himself, the celestial realm. He had indeed reached that pinnacle. It was simply unfathomable. This was the very realm he had pursued throughout his life. At this moment, not only he but even Huang Yaoshi, who had been seated in contemplation, stood in astonishment. He had envisioned Su Qin's strength to be considerable, yet he never anticipated that this 19-year-old youth had already surpassed him. Huang Yaoshi had also endeavored tirelessly in pursuit of the celestial realm. His frequent retreats for breakthroughs had inadvertently led to Huang Rong escaping from Peach Blossom Island. Observing Su Qin, now suspended in midair with a haughty gaze, Huang Yaoshi felt a tumult of emotions within: admiration, gratification, approval, pride. But absent were his previous feelings of discontent and anger towards Su Qin. Ouyang Feng, overwhelmed, found his previously furious expression replaced with profound shock. The abruptness of this development left his mind utterly blank. As a peak grandmaster, he understood precisely what the cosmic force emanating from Su Qin signified. The crowd seemed to gradually realize the implications as well. Instantly, the gazes directed at Su Qin transformed. Those who once thought he was merely seeking to attract attention now reconsidered their views. After all, Su Qin's strength was evident. He possessed genuine power, contrary to their earlier assumptions. It is curious how, when individuals believe you lack the capability to achieve certain feats, they often resort to mockery and scorn. However, once you prove your worth, they swiftly alter their perspectives. No matter how arrogant you may appear, they come to view it as entirely justified. Observing the transformation of expressions among the crowd, Su Qin realized that he had successfully achieved the scene he desired. The first to respond was none other than Hong Qigong, who, having previously battled Su Qin, had some inkling of his prowess. The earlier astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. Su lad, who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would have the opportunity to engage in battle with a prodigy such as yourself? Regardless of the outcome, whether victory or defeat, life or death, I, the old beggar, harbor no regrets. With these words, he swiftly positioned himself in the arena. Upon witnessing Su Qin's display of power, Hong Qigong was filled with delight. He was not merely stepping forth as an adversary, but genuinely wished to engage in combat. At this moment, Hong Qigong held no ulterior motives. All he desired was a fierce contest. For those at their level, advancing further was no trivial matter. They were all navigating uncharted waters, uncertain of the true nature of the celestial realm. Hence, it was only natural for the likes of Hong Qigong and Huang Yaoshi to convene at Mount Hua to discuss their martial arts. Rankings were secondary. The paramount goal was to exchange insights, with the hope of stepping into the celestial realm within their lifetimes. This was certainly preferable to solitary cultivation, confined to one's own thoughts. Now that Su Qin had revealed his strength within the celestial realm, was this not an extraordinary opportunity? To have the fortune of engaging in a fierce battle with a powerful being of the celestial realm was a benefit beyond imagination, especially for those like Hong Qigong, Huang Yaoshi, and Ouyang Feng, who had long been trapped at the pinnacle of Grandmaster. If they could glean the nuances of the celestial realm from this battle, perhaps they too could ascend to that level. This was the aspiration of every Grandmaster. Upon realizing Su Qin's status as a formidable being of the celestial realm, Hong Qigong felt no reservations and understood that the position of the martial alliance leader rightfully belonged to Su Qin. With a strong figure like Su Qin at the helm, it was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Following Hong Qigong, Xiao Feng and Guijing exchanged glances, simultaneously rising and exclaiming, with such strength displayed by alliance leader Su. This opportunity is rare indeed. We too wish to test ourselves against it, and we hope alliance leader Su will graciously impart your wisdom. As they spoke, an unparalleled fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. They both leaped forward to stand beside Hong Qigong. Clearly, they recognized the rarity of this opportunity, and they were acutely aware that even if all the grandmasters present joined forces, they could not hope to defeat Su Qin. Instead, it was far more beneficial to seize this moment to glimpse the true essence of the celestial realm. It was evident that Hong Qigong and the others were not alone in this sentiment. With a resounding cry, Huang Yaoshi descended gracefully, taking his place beside Su Qin. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Let us engage in battle with all our might. And I too. How could I be absent from this clash? Zhou Guodong's voice, usually lighthearted, carried an unusual gravity as he swiftly approached Su Qin, scrutinizing him closely, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Though he possessed a childlike heart and reveled in life, he remained, at his core, a warrior. How could he possibly let such a chance slip by? Moreover, with his remarkable intellect, should he experience an epiphany and step into the realm of the celestial beings, would he not surpass his senior brother Wang Chongyang by a considerable margin? This would also spare him from the incessant lectures that Wang Chongyang imparts on this matter. Wang Chongyang and Zhou Guodong are indeed two contrasting extremes. While Wang Chongyang may lack exceptional talent, he compensates with unparalleled diligence. On the other hand, Zhou Guodong possesses prodigious innate abilities, yet is often distracted by frivolities and shows little determination in transcending his current state. Consequently, his cultivation has stagnated for many years without progress. Otherwise, with Zhou Guodong's gifts, he could easily overshadow Wang Chongyang. However, it is precisely due to Zhou Guodong's playful nature that he retains a heart of innocence, which is the key to his current prowess. Chapter 85. The words of Su Qin are not mere empty talk as the five great masters successively ascended the high platform. The celestial aura manifested by Su Qin was gradually bolstered by their presence. The combined might of the five formed a formidable counterforce against Su Qin, their eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. Ouyang Feng, having regained his composure, let out a cold snort, unwilling to be outdone. Even if you have fortuitously entered the realm of the celestial, it is merely a novice's grasp. I cannot believe you will emerge unscathed from our united might as 6 grandmasters. With this declaration, Ouyang Feng also took his place on the field. Thus, Su Qin stood alone against the 6 grandmasters. The multitude of martial artists below trembled with exhilaration, their hearts racing at the prospect of witnessing this unprecedented moment. The thought of Su Qin facing 6 grandmasters ignited a fervor within the crowd. The 6 grandmasters positioned themselves at 6 points, encircling Su Qin, each radiating a fierce brilliance from their eyes. At this moment, the audience seemed to forget the purpose of this heroic assembly, wholly consumed by the impending epic confrontation. The 7 individuals on the field were the pinnacle of martial prowess, and the tension between them was palpable, as if the very heavens had changed color. Yet, amidst this tempest, Su Qin appeared remarkably at ease, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of divine superiority. Among the onlookers were numerous young women, captivated by Su Qin's demeanor, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Observing the 6 adversaries, a surge of pride welled up within Su Qin. Just a year prior, these 6 figures were the very ones he had looked up to with reverence. Now, they could only muster their combined strength to challenge him. With this thought, Su Qin erupted into hearty laughter. Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate the true extent of my abilities. As his voice resonated, the atmosphere noticeably darkened, the previously bright sky shifting to tumultuous clouds. A waning moon appeared above, creating an extraordinary spectacle of dual illumination from sun and moon. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura emanated from within Su Qin, descending upon the 6 masters like an insurmountable mountain. The expressions of the 6 masters shifted dramatically. Fear etched across their faces. Is the might of the celestial truly this terrifying? This thought arose simultaneously in their minds. Faced with this overwhelming presence, their expressions grew grave, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The spectators below were similarly shaken, though Su Qin adeptly managed this force, directing it toward the 6. The residual waves emanating from him struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Some of the less formidable individuals nearly faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. The sheer intensity of the residual energy illustrated the immense pressure endured by the likes of Hong Qigong and the other masters. Nevertheless, the audience remained riveted, eyes wide open, fearful of missing even the slightest detail of the confrontation unfolding before them. Initially, they had anticipated witnessing the renowned grandmasters of the martial world in action. Unbeknownst to all, a dark horse of celestial prowess, Su Qin, emerged unexpectedly. This development resulted in a singular confrontation where Su Qin stood alone against 6 grandmasters. The initial clash of wills had already escalated to an extraordinary intensity, leaving one to ponder the monumental spectacle that would unfold once the true battle commenced. Merely witnessing this historic moment would suffice for the myriad of wandering heroes present to boast about it for a lifetime. Amidst the fervent excitement of the crowd, Su Qin, with a smile, began to recite, 300,000 celestial sword immortals, even they must bow low before me. The sword comes. As Su Qin's voice resonated, the audience beheld a scene of unparalleled awe. First, the 7 stars dragon abyss, perched beside Su Qin, emitted a soft hum, followed by a sudden flash of cold light. With his right hand raised, palm facing upward, the 7 stars dragon abyss seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, soaring into Su Qin's palm accompanied by a resounding cry of the sword. As the 7 stars dragon abyss settled into Su Qin's grasp, his aura underwent a profound transformation. The previous air of nonchalance dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming brilliance, akin to a legendary sword poised to rend the heavens asunder. Simultaneously, within the city of Xianyang, a symphony of swords resonated, reminiscent of a pilgrimage. All present were astonished to discover that their own swords, sheathed at their waists, responded to the rising sound, trembling uncontrollably. This extraordinary phenomenon stemmed from the mere utterance of 2 words by Su Qin. The sword intent emanating from him was magnificent. Imbued with a majestic aura that subtly conveyed the righteousness of heaven and earth, magnifying infinitely. Coupled with the unparalleled divine sword, the 7 stars dragon abyss, Su Qin's sword energy soared to unprecedented heights. Su Qin, intent on thoroughly conquering all present and ascending to the throne of the martial arts alliance, sought to engrave his invincible image deeply within their hearts. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of the onlookers nearly bulged in disbelief. Could this mastery of martial arts truly belong to a mere mortal? Su Qin's display had shattered their previous understanding of martial arts. Even though he had not yet unleashed his full power, the shockwaves he created left the crowd utterly bewildered. At that moment, anyone within Xianyang felt the shift in the cosmic forces. Furthermore, whether wielded or unclaimed, swords continuously rang out. The city echoed with the sounds of swords, rising and falling like a hymn of veneration. The chorus of swallowed breaths was drowned out by the clamor of the swords. With a resounding clang, the first treasured sword slipped from its sheath, breaking free from its owner's grasp. In that instant, countless treasured swords within the city seemed to receive a signal simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, streaks of light tore through the sky, as thousands of swords formed a magnificent river of blades in the air. These swords appeared to be summoned by an unseen force, converging towards the center of Xianyang, gathering around Su Qin. In that moment, Su Qin hovered amidst the myriad blades, resembling a sovereign of swords. The sheer strength of his sword intent was nothing short of astounding. The 6 grandmasters were already filled with astonishment. They understood the meaning behind the words that Su Qin had just chanted, yet their hearts still harbored a semblance of disbelief. However, upon witnessing Su Qin's formidable presence, they realized that his earlier declarations were not mere empty words. Such mightiness would indeed cause even a sword immortal to feel ashamed and retreat in trepidation. At that moment, even Ouyang Feng, who had consistently been at odds with Su Qin, was filled with a sense of admiration. Su Qin observed the expressions of those around him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in his triumph. All the effort he had expended to create such a grand spectacle was finally vindicated, allowing him to bask in the glory of his achievement. Chapter 86. Crushing all resistance. Merely the gesture of initiation had already overwhelmed the entire arena. Under such terrifying pressure, the 6 grandmasters struggled to maintain their composure. I possess a sword capable of slaying celestial beings, Su Qin remarked with a faint smile, evoking an illusion of a divine presence. He then flicked his fingers lightly, effortlessly crafting a scene reminiscent of inkwash painting. In an instant, the immense sword energy emanating from him split into 6, sweeping forth with astonishing might towards the 6 grandmasters. The grandmasters, witnessing this, were filled with astonishment, for they had not anticipated that the division of sword energy would possess such formidable force. Confronted with Su Qin's fierce assault, their hearts tightened, yet a spark of competitiveness ignited within them. These 6 individuals were the pinnacle of the martial world in the Song dynasty. Although they recognized Su Qin's superiority over them, they still harbored a measure of confidence in facing merely a sixth of his might. After all, they had dwelled at the peak of Grandmaster level for many years, gaining at least some understanding of the great principles of the universe. Moreover, they were unwilling to lose face in front of the heroes of the world, while defeating Su Qin was beyond their reach. How they chose to lose was still within their control. With this thought in mind, the 6 Grandmasters hesitated no longer. They channeled their inner strength, their collective aura surging dramatically. The first to act were Hong Qigong, Xiaofeng, and Guojing. United by a common origin, their combined efforts produced an awe-inspiring momentum. Resonating through the heavens, the sound of dragon roars echoed across the sky, as golden dragon-shaped energy formed an extravagant vortex. Under the pressure exerted by Su Qin, the 3 of them appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation. Suddenly, a colossal dragon head materialized before them, letting out a resounding roar before charging towards Su Qin. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, known for their ferocity and dominance, showcased an astonishing might when executed in unison by the trio. This was not a mere case of 1 + 1 = 2. The 18 dragon-subduing palms had undergone a significant metamorphosis through their combined power. One glance at the vividly lifelike dragon head was enough to reveal this change. Meanwhile, the other 3 grandmasters unveiled their signature techniques. Ouyang Feng crouched on all fours, head raised and cheeks puffed, terrifying currents of energy swirling between his mouth and nose. With a resounding croak, he resembled a colossal toad, embodying the formidable frog technique that had earned him fame. This skill, once unleashed, displayed a raw power that could even surpass the 18 dragon-subduing palms. It was through this extraordinary technique that Ouyang Feng secured his place among the 5 greats of the Song dynasty. Zhou Batong, meanwhile, bore a serious expression, his hands tracing circles before him, forming a Taiji symbol of yin and yang. This was his original creation, the dual-handed combat technique, an amalgamation of various martial arts. Though its power may not rival the sheer ferocity of the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the frog technique, its profound intricacies far exceeded those 2 methods, representing a pinnacle of martial arts that enabled one to wield both hands with singular focus. Once unleashed, it was as though 2 individuals were exerting their combined strength, resulting in an extraordinary display of might. Although Zhou Batong lacked the cultivation of a celestial being, his lifelong dedication to the orthodox practices of the Chuanjin sect endowed him with remarkably pure internal energy. His innocent heart further refined his power. This full-force manifestation not only altered the very colors of the heavens and earth, but also subtly overshadowed Ouyang Feng's frog skill. Even the combined efforts of Hong Qigong and his companions in executing the 18 dragon-subduing palms failed to eclipse Zhou Batong's overwhelming display of strength. Meanwhile, Huang Yaoshe raised his jade flute to his lips, and a melodious tune resonated in the air. The melody, the rising tide of the Azure Sea, was Huang Yaoshe's signature technique, enchanting all who heard it. Under the influence of Huang Yaoshe's unique mastery, the power of the piece intensified. The multitude of martial artists in attendance found their imaginations ignited by the beautiful imagery conjured by the music. As the melody played, astonishment washed over the crowd, and their bewildered expressions quickly regained clarity. This was solely due to Huang Yaoshe's control, which concentrated the full force of the music upon Su Qin. Only the residual waves of sound momentarily captivated the audience. Even Su Qin, a being of celestial stature, momentarily paused at the initial strains of the melody. This fleeting suspension provided the others with newfound confidence to confront Su Qin. Huang Yaoshe, true to his title as a grandmaster, seized this rare opportunity and flicked his fingers. A gust of powerful wind surged forth, embodying his renowned technique, the finger-flicking divine power, which specialized in penetrating protective auras with remarkable efficacy. Thus, the encirclement of 6 great masters was complete. The spectators below could not help but marvel. Indeed, these 6 were worthy of their titles as grandmasters. As they made their move, the impact was nothing short of earth-shattering. In this moment of oversight, Su Qin found himself momentarily distracted, allowing the others to establish an encirclement around him. Yet, did Su Qin fear? The answer was an emphatic no. Were his opponents peerless masters of comparable prowess? Perhaps they could pose a modicum of challenge to him. However, it would only be a minor inconvenience, as Su Qin had not exerted his full strength. After all, they were not mortal enemies, and he was not compelled to unleash his utmost power. With a faint smile, Su Qin softly uttered a single word, break. The The sword energy, now divided into 6, seemed to receive a command, its speed suddenly multiplying several times as it surged towards the 6 adversaries. The eyes of all the martial heroes widened in astonishment. Such a magnificent battle was simply too captivating to blink at. It was known that the 6 great masters on stage, faced with Su Qin's solitary challenge, were each capable of dominating their own realms of the martial world. Now, under the immense pressure exerted by Su Qin, they had no choice but to join forces against him. This was unprecedented. In the depths of their hearts, everyone shared a singular thought. What would be the outcome of this confrontation? In the next instant, an overwhelmingly thunderous roar erupted. An invisible shockwave surged forth from the high platform's center. Boom! The massive sword energy rampaged across the stage, shattering everything in its path. The golden dragon head, a manifestation of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, was instantly obliterated, vanishing into the sky. Zhou Batong and Ouyang Feng were left utterly disheveled, retreating in disarray. The only one who could be deemed relatively normal might be Huang Yaoshi. However, only he himself is aware that when Su Qin shattered the Bihai Chaoxing melody, his inner sanctum had already experienced a tremor. As the mist dissipated, the figures of those present became visible. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Although the outcome could have been anticipated, the swiftness of it took them by surprise. Su Qin maintained his nonchalant demeanor, slowly waving his hand, causing all the swords to emit a chorus of resonant chimes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he retraced his steps, and even the 7-star Long Yuan in Su Qin's grasp returned to its sheath. In contrast, the expressions of the other 6 were exceedingly varied. Chapter 87. This is a virtuous cycle. Su Qin, clad in immaculate white garments, stood gracefully upon the high platform, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed respectfully to the 6 individuals before him. I am deeply grateful for your graciousness, esteemed seniors. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. With a single sword, he had vanquished 6 grandmasters. Su Qin had risen to fame in a single battle. The prowess of the otherworldly realm was indeed formidable. At that moment, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words, as if a multitude of emotions had lodged in their throats, rendering them speechless. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, with some faces turning a deep shade of crimson. After a prolonged pause, Qiao Feng cleared his throat, his eyes brimming with admiration, and bowed to Su Qin. Brother Su, may I inquire the name of this sword? It possesses such remarkable might. Upon hearing this, pride illuminated Su Qin's countenance as he slightly raised his chin and declared, the sword's aura is boundless, devoid of form or technique, relying solely on the righteous spirit that resides within my heart. Qiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then began to repeatedly utter the words, boundless righteousness. What a magnificent sword aura! I, the old beggar, am truly in awe. Young Su, you are endowed with virtue and talent, unparalleled martial prowess, and a celestial demeanor. The position of Wulin Supreme is indeed yours by right. I, Hong Qigong, along with the numerous disciples of the beggar's sect, willingly acknowledge you as the supreme leader of the martial world. Should you issue a command, we shall devote our lives to your service. Hong Qigong, despite his humble disposition and indifference to fame, was not a fool. In this moment, Su Qin's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, rendering him unassailable in his position as the Wulin Supreme, recognized by all present. Hong Qigong's declaration was not merely for show. He aimed to ensure that Su Qin would harbor a sense of gratitude towards the beggar's sect, for with Su Qin's support, the foremost sect in the realm would undoubtedly flourish in the days to come. Qiao Feng and Guijing stepped forward in unison, bowing to Su Qin. We both concur. We implore Brother Su to ascend to the throne of Wulin Supreme. Ouyang Feng, despite harboring some reservations in his heart, could not deny the undeniable truth. None of them had managed to land even a single blow against Su Qin. His strength was undeniably recognized. Salutations to the supreme leader. Huang Yaoshi's expression was inscrutable, yet he too bowed respectfully to Su Qin. As the multitude of chivalrous heroes below began to regain their senses, someone in the crowd was the first to cry out, Wulin Supreme. This ignited a fervent chorus as all joined in, their voices resounding with shouts of Wulin Supreme, echoing into the heavens. Each individual poured their previously pent-up excitement into these exclamations, their voices hoarse from the fervor. At that moment, the 6 grandmasters bowed in submission, and the hearts of the masses converged. Su Qin's figure loomed larger than life in the eyes of the crowd, akin to a deity. He embodied the faith of the people, deserving of the utmost reverence. Observing the fervent gazes directed at him, Su Qin allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his white robes billowing in the wind. Truly, He was like a jade figure amidst the throng, unmatched in the world. There is no need for such formalities, my friends. Please rise. Today, I am deeply honored by the trust placed in me by all of you, allowing me, Su Qin, to assume the position of leader. At this moment, we face the formidable threat of the day Hmong invading our borders, and I, Su Qin, have been summoned in this time of crisis. In the face of the day Hmong's menacing gaze, our esteemed Song dynasty cannot remain idle. Though I may lack profound knowledge and skill, I am not one to grovel before the invaders. I implore you all to join me in resisting the day Hmong and driving them back. With a resounding agreement from the crowd, my humble words, though simple, were imbued with undeniable conviction. Observing the eager warriors below, who yearned to engage the day Hmong in battle at that very moment, I nodded in satisfaction. After a slight smile, I adopted a serious demeanor and continued. However, without rules, there can be no order. I wish to establish a Qilin pavilion. Within this pavilion, we shall house the various martial arts manuals collected by my Lingbao Mountain Manor over the years. In the future, those who make outstanding contributions in the fight against the day Hmong will be granted access to these precious texts. Furthermore, those who achieve remarkable feats shall receive personal guidance from me on the path of the celestial beings. This announcement undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell. Martial arts manuals are treasures of the martial world, and the opportunity to reference numerous texts for mutual enlightenment is a dream for many. Moreover, the promise of personal instruction from Su Qin on the path of the celestial beings is something that would drive even the mightiest grandmasters to madness. As my words concluded, even the 6 grandmasters, who had recently faced defeat, exhibited a glimmer of greed in their eyes. Such rewards come with obligations. Should anyone or any faction dare to act treacherously in the face of this conflict with the day Hmong. At this point, my gaze swept across the assembly. Fierce as lightning, and not a single person dared to meet my eyes. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I slowly spoke again. Do not blame me, Su Qin, for lacking compassion. When the time comes, I shall personally eliminate such scourges. I urge all of you to relay this message to one another. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned resolute. The intervention of a celestial being? The might of even a major faction like the Beggars sect would likely crumble under the wrath of such a powerful entity. With a renewed sense of duty, they echoed, "We shall heed the leader's orders." Seeing their response, I could not help but smile broadly and continue to unveil yet another significant proposal. As the leader, I must lead by example. I once eradicated the Sanha Manor and acquired countless secret texts in the process. I intend to incorporate the North Mysterious Divine Skill, the Celestial Shift, the Indestructible Diamond Skill, and many other techniques into the Qilin Pavilion. Anyone meeting the requirements shall be granted access to these revered manuals. This proclamation left the hall in astonishment. In the martial world, few are willing to share their treasured manuals. However, with my example set before them, I trust that many will gradually bring forth their own cherished texts. Such contributions will also encompass the sharing of knowledge. My intention is clear: to elevate the overall strength of the martial community in the Song dynasty to unprecedented heights. The Song is the foundation of my existence, and only by enhancing its power can I continue my pursuit of marital aspirations. Certainly, there are several crucial details that require formulation. At present, Su Qin has merely put forth this notion. As for the subsequent matters, naturally, there will be others to take over. This cyclical process will undoubtedly invigorate the martial world of the Song dynasty, establishing a virtuous cycle. Leader, I am willing to surrender my techniques, such as the Toad skill and the Spirit Serpent combat method, in exchange for contributions. Might I receive guidance on the path to transcendence? Ouyang Feng, a lifelong devotee of martial arts, upon hearing that the opportunity to ascend to transcendence is within reach, would not let it slip away so easily. He laid bare all his possessions, his gaze intense as it turned towards Su Qin. In his eyes, these martial arts manuals paled in comparison to the tangible prospect of reaching the realm of transcendence. After all, the manuals merely lay there, having no bearing on him. The notion that all beneath the transcendent are mere ants is not to be taken lightly. Chapter 88. Indeed, you have struck a fortunate deal upon hearing Ouyang Feng's words. Hong Qigong's expression tightened, his anxiety palpable as he tugged at his hair in distress. Being a man of integrity, he was acutely aware that his resources could not compare to Ouyang Feng's dominion in the western regions over the years. The only weapon he could muster was his renowned martial art, the 18 dragon subduing palms. Yet, could this martial secret procure the personal guidance from Su Qin? The answer was all too obvious. As he observed the increasingly envious gazes of the 6 grandmasters, Su Qin offered a serene smile and waved his hand gently. Gentlemen, there is no need for haste. The detailed regulations will be announced once finalized, at which point you may exchange as per your needs. Moreover, within the Qilin Pavilion, I will personally forge 10 divine weapons and numerous treasures for your redemption, merit, and contribution. In the eyes of the assembled crowd, these two concepts eclipsed all else. The denizens of the martial world held little regard for mere wealth. However, martial arts manuals and formidable weapons were essential for their journeys. Each item Su Qin mentioned was a coveted treasure for which they would willingly deplete their fortunes. Remarkably, Su Qin was offering these without charge, requiring only sufficient contribution points for possession. This was something none had dared to envision before. Su Qin understood that to compel such unruly figures of the martial world to submit, mere prestige and martial prowess would not suffice in the long run. The age-old truth of wealth's sway over hearts was clearer to him than to anyone else. Only by presenting them with what they desired, laying it before their eyes, could they be persuaded to serve willingly. He harbored no worries that anyone might surpass him, setting aside the few who could possibly possess the aptitude of a celestial being. The immense internal energy required for each rank beyond that was terrifying, even to someone like Su Qin, who did not require cultivation. It was daunting enough to deter others. He would forever remain an insurmountable legend to them. Su Qin had never doubted this. With the system's extraordinary presence at his disposal, if he could not outpace these individuals, he might as well find a tofu block to end it all. I have one more announcement to make, Su Qin said with a smile, directing his gaze towards Gongsun Levayu. Upon meeting Su Qin's gaze, Gongsun Levayu seemed to recall something, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of excitement. As anticipated, he continued, I share a deep bond with Miss Gongsun and wish to hold our wedding soon. However, I cannot return to Lingbao Mountain Villa immediately. Fortunately, there is no day better than tomorrow, so we shall set the wedding date for tomorrow. I hope all of you esteemed friends can grace us with your presence. This was truly a double delight, and the crowd of martial artists erupted in applause. Their eager gazes fell upon Gongsun Levayu, showering her with praises that rang in the air. The overwhelming attention brought tears to her eyes, a testament to emotions she could scarcely contain. Su Qin's declaration was entirely unexpected for her. Serving Su Qin in any capacity was already a stroke of fortune. Yet he had chosen this moment to announce their wedding, an honor unparalleled by any other. It is hardly surprising that Gongsun Lu was moved to tears on the spot. Congratulations to the leader for finding such a remarkable match. Today, as the leader ascends to the pinnacle of the martial world and celebrates their wedding, it is truly a double delight. Indeed, it is an immense honor for us to partake in the leader's joyous feast. The leader, with a celestial presence, and Miss Lu, possessing an innate beauty, are undeniably a match made in heaven. Compliments resounded endlessly. Although Su Qin was newly seated upon the leader's throne, his exhibited prowess and strategies left everyone in awe. It is foreseeable that as long as Su Qin endures, the entire martial realm of the Song dynasty will bow before him. With a smile, Su Qin entrusted the wedding arrangements to Lu Liding and Guojing, who accepted their duties with delight. This was indeed a great honor. Subsequently, Su Qin appointed Guojing and Xiao Feng as protectors, while the other 4 grandmasters were designated as venerable elders. The remaining positions were to be drafted into a list by these individuals for Su Qin's review. Naturally, Su Qin could not oversee every detail personally. He understood the importance of delegation. Much like the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, the 6 grandmasters, motivated by celestial guidance, eagerly set forth to execute Su Qin's commands. As Su Qin issued his directives, many took their leave. He returned to his residence amidst the adoration of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Guojing wished to invite him to reside in the Lord's mansion of Shanyang, but Su Qin graciously declined. This was a reasonable decision. Despite Su Qin's formidable martial prowess, he was not particularly adept at military maneuvers. Such laborious tasks were best left to Guojing, a man of vast experience. Guojing, understanding this, did not insist further. Meanwhile, preparations for Su Qin's wedding progressed rapidly. On the following morning, the entire city of Shanyang was adorned in festive decorations, with crimson lanterns illuminating the streets. Drums and horns announced the arrival of a splendid bridal procession. The grand wedding of the Martial Alliance leader was indeed a day worthy of celebration for all. Within Shanyang, the news spread like wildfire, prompting throngs of people to flood the streets and join the jubilant festivities. Gongsun Lu, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, sat within a magnificent sedan chair. At this moment, she felt as though she were in a dream. Naturally, Gongsun Ji would not make an appearance here. With the collective efforts of many, the wedding unfolded seamlessly. In the Lord's mansion of Xiangyang, a multitude of heroic figures from the martial world gathered. Whispers filled the air. The leader is indeed fortunate to have secured such a splendid partner. Little do you know, the leader's home is filled with numerous wives, each one a paragon of beauty and noble lineage. Just as one was about to speak further, another nearby discreetly nudged him. Only then did he realize and glance towards the distant figure of Huang Yaoshi, who remained impassive. This was because Su Qin had, upon returning to his residence yesterday, sought a private audience with Huang Yaoshi. Their conversation was known only to them, yet it was certain that Huang Yaoshi had accepted Su Qin as his son-in-law. Moreover, there exists a complete lack of opinion regarding Su Qin's actions of taking concubines. While these wandering knights dare not voice their thoughts, Ouyang Feng brazenly approached Huang Yaoshi. Old demon Huang, you have indeed fathered a remarkable daughter. A talent like the alliance leader has become your son-in-law. You truly are fortunate. Huang Yaoshi cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Feng, a hint of smugness gleaming in his eyes as he responded, Ouyang Feng, there is no need for veiled threats. Ronger possesses her own thoughts. I shall not interfere, and like you, I extend no preferential treatment. Although Huang Yaoshi felt a sense of pride within, he refrained from outwardly displaying it. Ouyang Feng, well aware of Huang Yaoshi's intentions, chose not to contest them. This was indeed the outcome Huang Yaoshi desired. Chapter 89. A leisurely journey amidst nature. Observing the self-satisfied demeanor of Huang Yaoshi, Ouyang Feng's mind began to stir with thoughts. The leader's profound fondness for beauty made Ouyang wonder if he could exploit this aspect. After all, this was Ouyang Feng's forte, and the western regions have long been renowned for their enchanting women. Having operated in the West for many years, this was certainly well within his capabilities. As the clear voice of the officiant rang out, the once lively wedding banquet fell into an immediate hush. The ceremonial proceedings commenced. First, a bow to heaven and earth. Second, a bow to the ancestors. Finally, the couple bowed to each other, ceremony complete. With each step of the wedding unfolding seamlessly, Su Qin entered the bridal chamber under the gaze of well-wishing attendees. Now, as the supreme figure of the martial world, Su Qin found himself amidst subordinates, and thus refrained from offering toasts. Inside the chamber, Gongsun Liu Ao donned a resplendent red wedding gown, her hands nervously twisting together. Although they had spent considerable time together, Su Qin maintained his decorum, never crossing the line. This was the least he could do to respect Gongsun Liu Ao. Her alabaster skin glowed like jade against the vivid red of her gown, creating an almost dizzying allure. Liu Ao, are you afraid? He inquired softly. And no. Sensing her apprehension, he chose not to tease her further. He gently lifted her veil, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the room was enveloped in darkness. Before Gongsun Liu Ao could comprehend, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It's late. We should rest, he suggested. Inside the chamber, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow, spring's vitality lingering in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Gongsun Liu Ao. Acquired 30 years of cultivation and the Tai Xian scripture. A subtle smile graced Su Qin's lips as he glanced at the now exhausted Gongsun Liu Ao, who had succumbed to slumber. Tenderly pulling the covers over her exposed beauty, he quietly rose and exited. Beneath the moonlit sky, with the banquet long since dispersed, Su Qin wandered to a secluded spot, where he silently addressed the system. Claim my cultivation. A surge of immense inner strength welled up within him. Unhurried, Su Qin practiced the Northern Darkness divine art, completely refining the energy and returning it to his dantian. Upon the last vestige of power settling in the dantian, Su Qin's realm shifted dramatically. With a crisp sound akin to shattering glass, he successfully broke through to the 5th rank of the celestial realm. Ecstasy filled Su Qin's heart. While many might spend their entire lives striving for such a breakthrough, he found it remarkably effortless. At this rate, achieving the pinnacle of the celestial realm today seemed entirely feasible. He was even confident about ascending beyond the celestial level, especially considering that all the ladies of Lingbao Villa were currently with child. According to the system's reward rules, a special reward awaited him when his offspring reached 10 in number. This filled Su Qin with immense anticipation. Furthermore, with the prospect of continuously taking concubines, his strength would undoubtedly soar as if propelled by a rocket. To Su Qin, this was a commonplace matter, yet if it were to be disseminated, it would surely astonish the world. Suppressing his thoughts, a glimmer of fervor emerged in Su Qin's eyes. In comparison to his 30 years of cultivation, he placed greater significance on the supreme secret tome, the Tai Xian Jing. System continued to claim rewards. In an instant, a series of profound murals materialized in Su Qin's mind. The Tai Xian Jing was not merely a martial art. It encompassed myriad disciplines: fist techniques, swordplay, palm methods, Lightness skills. Each martial art, when considered in isolation, could incite bloodshed across the martial world. They could be deemed unparalleled martial arts. Yet these were not what Su Qin valued most. Now, having reached the celestial realm, each punch and palm strike naturally resonated with the forces of heaven and earth. Regardless of how exquisite the martial arts were, their significance to him was minimal. Rather, it was the internal cultivation techniques recorded within the Tai Xian Jing that Su Qin truly esteemed. From what he understood, this martial art far surpassed the North mysterious divine art by several leagues. He even suspected that the Tai Xian Jing might be a tome on transcending into immortality. Upon this realization, Su Qin hesitated no longer and began to slowly circulate the content recorded in the Tai Xian Jing. Originally, he feared that his actions would not proceed smoothly, but upon initiation, he discovered that the inclusivity of the Tai Xian Jing surpassed any internal arts he had previously encountered. Even his North mysterious true qi encountered no resistance, as it sensed the flow of major meridians recorded within the Tai Xian Jing. With an effortless operation, Su Qin saw this situation unfold and, without further hesitation, devoted all his internal energy to the task. The Tai Xian Jing was akin to a furnace of heaven and earth, embracing all and integrating the strengths of various schools into itself. As he perceived the profundity of the Tai Xian Jing, Su Qin was utterly astonished. He felt distinctly that the combination of his North mysterious true qi with the Tai Xian Jing would exponentially amplify his power. Just imagine, if in the future Su Qin were to gather the world's most extraordinary martial arts into one, the terror it would unleash would be unfathomable. However, after meticulously investigating the characteristics of the Tai Xian Jing, Su Qin was once again taken aback. He was astonished to discover that the Tai Xian Jing could actually amplify the forces of heaven and earth. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Since stepping into the celestial realm, the enhancement provided by the North mysterious divine art to his strength had become almost negligible. Su Qin had assumed he would continue on this path indefinitely. Yet, unexpectedly, the system remained as considerate as ever, seemingly aware of what Su Qin lacked. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Only after circulating his internal energy along the unique pathways of the Tai Xian Jing for a full 49 cycles did Su Qin gradually withdraw his power. With a radiant smile, he felt immense satisfaction from this reward. After stretching lazily, Su Qin returned to Gongsun Lu's chamber with a light and buoyant step. The subsequent days returned to tranquility. During this time, Su Qin focused on examining the lists submitted by others and the specific allocation of contribution points. Although Su Qin had delegated various tasks to his subordinates, his esteemed position rendered it impossible for anyone to act without his explicit approval. Nonetheless, he often found himself in the company of Gongsun Lu, leisurely exploring the picturesque landscapes of Xianyang, relishing the tranquility of their surroundings. During these moments, his subordinates harbored no grievances. Each was imbued with a spirited enthusiasm, for it was impossible to remain indifferent under Su Qin's generous patronage. While Xianyang boasted its own charm, Su Qin yearned for the comfort of his Lingbao mountain manor. Furthermore, having been away for some time, he began to miss his esteemed wives dearly. Sensing his sentiments, Gongsun Lu stood beside him and inquired, "My husband, when shall we return to Lingbao Mountain Manor?" Chapter 90. Vanquishing the invaders. Gongsun Lu had long been informed of her numerous sisters through Su Qin's words. It was precisely for this reason that she felt an overwhelming urge to return to Lingbao Mountain Manor. During her conversations with Su Qin, she learned of the immense affection he held for those sisters. Yet, a flicker of anxiety lingered in her heart as she wondered whether her family of sisters would accept her. Although Su Qin had confidently assured her that they would certainly take a liking to her, the absence of a face-to-face meeting left Gongsun Lu feeling uneasy. However, this was only part of her concern. More importantly, she found herself utterly incapable of withstanding Su Qin's astonishing constitution. Only by becoming one of Su Qin's women could one truly grasp the terrifying nature of his physique and comprehend the reasons behind his incessant pursuit of concubines. Without such qualities, the discourse would be meaningless. Su Qin's dominance left Gongsun Lu in a state of both agony and delight. Fortunately, with the aid of the joyous divine art, her prowess soared like a rocket, increasing at a velocity that far exceeded her previous capabilities. Gongsun Lu even contemplated that if this continued, she might very well attain the status of an innate realm practitioner. Upon hearing Gongsun Lu's inquiry, Su Qin also felt a tinge of impatience, yet he reassured her, there is no need for haste. In a few days, once everything is on the right track, we shall set forth and return to Lingbao Mountain Manor. I must tell you, Lingbao Mountain Manor is far more fascinating than here. Su Qin enthusiastically recounted various aspects of Lingbao Mountain Manor to Gongsun Liu Ao, who listened with an expression of eager anticipation. Thus, time passed day by day. Su Qin, having defeated the 6 foremost experts, established the Qilin Pavilion, rallying all martial artists in the realm to collectively resist the invasion of the Mongols. This explosive news emanated from Xiangyang and swiftly spread throughout the entire Song dynasty. Notably, the establishment of the Qilin Pavilion, alongside the details of contribution points being disseminated, sparked fervent discussions within the martial world. A multitude of individuals began to submit their treasured tomes to the Qilin Pavilion, hoping to earn contribution points in exchange for the items they desired. This mindset was not uncommon. Some wandering heroes, lacking martial arts skills, even risked their lives to venture to the Mongolian border and slay Mongolian martial experts, all in pursuit of contribution points. It must be said that Su Qin played this hand exceptionally well. Without making significant sacrifices, he managed to have numerous martial artists labor joyfully on his behalf, while simultaneously acquiring thousands of martial arts manuscripts. Although these manuscripts were not technically his personal belongings, they were close enough. As more individuals reaped the benefits under Su Qin's declared terms, his reputation and status grew exponentially, surpassing even that of the previously esteemed Wang Chongyang of the Song dynasty. Lingbao Mountain Manor became renowned as the foremost manor in the land, a sacred haven in the hearts of countless martial heroes and heroines who flocked to Jiaxing in droves, not for any other reason, but merely for the chance to be chosen by Su Qin and welcomed into his residence. The flamboyance of the newly appointed leader of the martial arts world is well known, having become a celebrated tale among the rivers and lakes. Countless noble families within the martial community aspire to marry their daughters into the Lingbao Mountain Manor, hoping to secure a close alliance with Su Qin. Nowadays, becoming a concubine of Su Qin seems to be regarded as a supreme honor. This phenomenon has gradually evolved into a trend. However, most individuals are destined for futility. After all, such matters cannot be based solely on desire. The crux still lies in Su Qin's approval. Yet, despite this, there remains a throng of admirers eager to pursue him. Su Qin is well aware of this situation and finds delight in it. Ultimately, his ambition to contend for the title of leader of the martial arts world was driven by the desire to take more concubines. In Xiangyang, Su Qin and Gongsun Luxiao have been living an exceedingly leisurely life. Although he cannot immediately depart from Xiangyang to return to Lingbao Mountain Manor, Su Qin's days are still quite pleasant, exploring the mountains and rivers by day, fulfilling his responsibilities as leader by returning in the evenings, and indulging in heartfelt moments at night. After nights of labor, his efforts have finally borne fruit. Gongsun Luxiao has become pregnant, and with twins no less. As he withdrew his hand from checking her pulse, a joyous expression danced upon Su Qin's face. "Luxiao, you are truly remarkable. It is twins." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Luxiao's face lit up with joy as she gently caressed her flat abdomen, radiating maternal brilliance. Though the fetus has yet to fully develop, she seems to feel the heartbeat within her. "Husband, Luxiao is deeply grateful for your acceptance of me into your household. Now, carrying your blood, how fortunate I am. Even if I were to die now, I would do so with peace." Gongsun Luxiao exclaimed with fervor. "Luxiao, how can you speak of such joyous news in such a manner? If you were to die, what would become of our baby? Moreover, with you by my side, even if you were to take just one breath, you would never perish." Su Qin feigned annoyance as he responded. Upon witnessing Su Qin's mock anger, Gongsun Luxiao grew flustered and hurriedly said, "Husband, that's not what I meant. It is my clumsy tongue that has upset you." Seeing her anxious expression, Su Qin smiled warmly, pulling her into an embrace, gently stroking her hair as he spoke softly. "Silly girl, how could I possibly be angry with you? Just remember, you must never speak of such things again. Since you have married me, your life shall only be filled with happiness. Do you understand?" Gongsun Luxiao melted in Su Qin's arms, akin to a little kitten, and nodded vigorously in response to his words. Satisfied with her reaction, Su Qin smiled. On this day, a multitude of skilled warriors gathered outside Xiangyang City to bid farewell to Su Qin. It had been over half a month since the contest for the leadership had concluded. Seeing that everything had fallen into place, Su Qin prepared to part ways with the crowd and return to Lingbao Mountain Manor. In this return party, there is also Huang Yaoshi, the father-in-law of Su Qin. Before departing, Su Qin sought out Huang Yaoshi, hoping he would accompany him to visit Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng. After all, the two women had been away from home for quite some time, and although they did not voice it, Su Qin was acutely aware of their longing. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yaoshi agreed to the request. ever since Su Qin took on the mantle of the Wulin Alliance leader. This old devil Huang seems to have undergone a transformation. Had it been in the past, Huang Yaoshe would undoubtedly have dismissed Su Qin's plea. This time, however, after a brief consideration, he readily consented to join him. There is no need for further farewells. I leave the city of Xiangyang in your capable hands. Should the formidable Mongol forces advance, simply send word ahead, and I shall hasten to quell the invading foes. Chapter 91. Rong, I have a surprise for you at this moment. Su Qin's authority was steadily rising, and his words prompted the assembly to bow in respect. We shall obey the leader's command. Su Qin then turned to Guojing, saying, I shall rely on your protection here. Guojing quickly replied, You flatter me, leader. This is merely my duty. Su Qin nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the dedication of his companions. You are all pillars of our great Song dynasty. If the situation becomes untenable, do not hesitate to withdraw. Preserving our strength is the rightful path. Understood. Very well, I shall take my leave. We shall send you off, leader. With that, Su Qin mounted his horse and waved goodbye to the crowd. He cracked the whip, and with a resounding neigh, his steed galloped forth, while the members of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance followed closely behind. Initially, there was no sense of urgency, but as the decision to return to Lingbao Mountain Manor was made, a wave of nostalgia surged within Su Qin. It had been over half a month since he last saw the ladies. He wondered how they fared. This return was also an opportune moment to accompany Lin Huachong in addressing Lin Qiaoying's affliction. Meanwhile, the news of Su Qin's impending return ignited a flurry of activity at Lingbao Mountain Manor. The ladies, except for a few who were near their time, began directing their servants busily. However, Lin Huachong stood apart, gazing blankly at the bustling scene. She had been plagued by uncertainty lately, feeling as though an invisible barrier separated her from Su Qin. Additionally, thoughts of Lin Qiaoying's plight weighed heavily on her heart. After hastily marrying Su Qin, he had departed shortly thereafter. With his return, her feelings of confusion only deepened. The other ladies, perceptive as they were, quickly discerned Lin Huachong's distress. A few astute ones understood the underlying cause without needing to say much. They knew that once Su Qin returned, everything would naturally resolve itself. As noon approached, at the entrance of Lingbao Mountain Manor, Lin Huachong, Huang Rong, and the other ladies eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on the spacious avenue ahead. Among them, Zhongling, with her lively spirit, pouted and murmured, According to the news from my husband, he should have arrived by now. Doesn't he realize we are here waiting for him? Unbeknownst to Huang Rong, her father was indeed among Su Qin's entourage, a surprise that Su Qin had intentionally orchestrated. Upon hearing Zhongling's words, Huang Rong's face lit up with a radiant smile, her beauty enchanting, making the other ladies appear dim in comparison. Do not fret, Linger, since he promised. He will surely arrive before noon. Huang Rong reassured her. Just as Huang Rong finished speaking, a sudden exclamation from Zhongling broke the air. Look, is that not my husband? Huang Rong turned abruptly towards the distance and beheld a figure approaching swiftly, clad in white, with a noble demeanor. Who else could it be but Su Qin? Upon the arrival of the ladies, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. In contrast, Su Qin, noticing the assembly, let out a gentle whistle. With a light touch of his toes on the horse's back, he propelled himself towards the gathering like an arrow, addressing the ladies mid-air. My esteemed ladies, your husband has returned. Have you missed me at home? As his final word fell, Su Qin smiled, standing before the group of women. My husband, you have returned, exclaimed one. Husband, Linger has missed you dearly. In an instant, he was enveloped by a flurry of affection, surrounded by the ladies. Su Qin beamed with delight, soothing each one in turn before finally releasing them. However, a sudden realization dawned upon him. One was absent. Indeed, it was Lin Huachong, who stood at the back, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Upon this sight, Su Qin smiled knowingly, aware that Lin Huachong was likely lost in her thoughts. He subtly gestured, prompting the ladies to part and create a pathway. With purposeful strides, Su Qin approached Lin Huachong, embracing her warmly and whispering, Huachong, I have returned. These simple yet tender words shattered the barriers within Lin Huachong's heart. She dared not lift her gaze, surrendering into Su Qin's embrace. The other ladies looked on, their eyes filled with joy. They felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Huachong's state, yet could do little until Su Qin's return naturally resolved everything. Rest assured, I have never forgotten that matter. He reassured her. Really? When have I ever deceived you? Once Lin Huachong regained her composure, Su Qin released her and turned to Huang Rong, saying, Rong, I have a surprise for you. What is it? Huang Rong asked, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at Su Qin, whose smile only deepened her intrigue. The other ladies, overhearing, were quick to voice their discontent. Husband is biased. Only Sister Rong gets a surprise. What about us? Indeed, husband must not be so partial. Seeing their reaction, Su Qin hastily waved his hands. How could I possibly forget you all? Each of you has a gift. Then bring it forth. They urged. Patience, I merely hurried here to see you first. The main party shall arrive shortly. As he spoke, he pointed towards the horizon where a group of figures was approaching. Look, they are coming. Though Huang Rong was puzzled, she refrained from questioning him further, turning her gaze in the direction he indicated. As if realizing something, she hurried a few steps forward for a clearer view. Mei Chaofeng, standing beside her, sensed the change and joined her side. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual surprise and concern. At that moment, Su Qin approached them, drawing both women into his embrace, murmuring softly, Do not worry, I have taken care of everything. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed the eyes of the two women, yet an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within their hearts. Given their familiarity with Huang Yaoshi, a mere glance was sufficient for them to ascertain that the figure seated upon the majestic steed before them, clad in a blue robe, was none other than their father and master, Huang Yaoshi himself. Despite Su Qin's unwavering assertion that she had resolved all matters, the two women understood that earning Huang Yaoshi's forgiveness would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Little did they realize that, at that moment, Huang Yaoshi had already granted them forgiveness and felt a sense of relief, holding a profound appreciation for Huang Rong's discerning eye. In the vast realm of the Song dynasty, how many could match Su Qin's capabilities, and how many possessed greater prowess than hers? Moreover, Su Qin's celestial-level strength had garnered Huang Yaoshi's admiration, far exceeding the two women's expectations. Chapter 92. A virtuous cycle. This young lady is Gongsun Levayu, who has recently joined our family. Su Qin, with a smile, introduced Gongsun Levayu to the various ladies present. Gongsun Levayu, displaying her graceful demeanor, stepped forward to bow respectfully to the esteemed ladies. I have met all my sisters. Since we are all sisters, Levayu, do not be formal. Come, let us return to the manor together. You must be exhausted from your journey. Wang Yuyan said with a warm smile as she took Gongsun Levayu's arm. The initial apprehension that Gongsun Levayu felt vanished in an instant upon encountering the warmth and kindness of the ladies. Their affectionate words enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of warmth. Although she had previously held the title of the young master of the Heartless Valley, she had never experienced such a harmonious and welcoming atmosphere. This was precisely what Gongsun Levayu yearned for in her heart. As she was encircled by the ladies, exchanging pleasantries, they made their way into Lingbao Manor. Meanwhile, Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng approached Huang Yaoshi, heads bowed like children who had misstepped, whispering, Father, Master, Huang Yaoshi. Observing Huang Rong and the increasingly radiant Mei Chaofeng, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Seeing the harmonious interactions among the ladies reassured him that his beloved daughter and disciple were indeed content here, bringing peace to his heart. Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng exchanged glances, both astonished and wide-eyed, recognizing the surprise mirrored in each other's expressions. While others may not fully grasp Huang Yaoshi's temperament, as his daughter and disciple, they were acutely aware of it. This understanding intensified their astonishment. Despite Huang Yaoshi's merely casual acknowledgement, it was evident to the two young women that he bore no intention of reproaching them. This realization left them both in a state of disbelief. Noticing their expressions, Su Qin smiled warmly and gestured to Huang Yaoshi, saying, Elder, please, do enter the manor. Yes, leader. Huang Yaoshi nodded in agreement, then turned to the two ladies, instructing, Do not linger here, lead the way. The two women, as if awakening from a dream, nodded mechanically and prepared to guide them. Su Qin interjected, Elder, please follow me. How could I trouble the leader? Huang Yaoshi replied, feeling a sense of gratitude. Such modesty is unwarranted, Su Qin remarked, not allowing Huang Yaoshi to say more as she turned and proceeded into Lingbao Manor. Huang Yaoshi, seeing this, hastened to follow, while Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng exchanged glances before trailing behind. Once inside the manor, Su Qin personally arranged accommodations for Huang Yaoshi before taking her leave, allowing Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng to converse with him. After all, it had been a long time since the three had last met. Only at this moment did the two women fully believe Su Qin's words. He had indeed resolved their issues. They felt deeply moved, as this matter had been like a thorn in their hearts for quite some time. Despite having prepared for the worst, when the moment finally arrived, there was still a sense of helplessness. Thus, the two women were immensely grateful to Su Qin for resolving the matter on their behalf. That evening, Su Qin hosted a grand banquet for Huang Yaoshi, and the meal was filled with merriment for both host and guests. After an afternoon of conversation with Huang Yaoshi, Huang Rong and Mei Chaofeng had their misunderstandings completely resolved. Their smiles were brighter than ever, and Huang Yaoshi also took the opportunity to visit his granddaughter. Regardless of his esteemed reputation outside, he was still a father, and upon seeing the descendants of his bloodline, he could not help but beam with joy. Early the next morning, Huang Yaoshi bid farewell to Su Qin. His agreement to return with Su Qin was solely to reunite with his daughter and beloved disciple. Now that he had accomplished this, it was time to return to Xianyang. He was still preoccupied with the prospect of earning merits to request Su Qin to impart the methods for advancing to the celestial realm. Su Qin, understanding this, did not hinder him, and accompanied by the two women, saw Huang Yaoshi off. The two women naturally wished for Huang Yaoshi to stay a few more days at Lingbao Villa, but with the ever-changing tempest of war looming over Xianyang, it was imperative for him, as a senior elder of the Song martial world, to return promptly to maintain vigilance against the Mongol invasion. After bidding farewell to Huang Yaoshi, Su Qin's life fell back into a tranquil routine. The only difference was that whenever he had leisure time, he would impart cultivation techniques to his many wives. He eagerly anticipated their breakthrough into the celestial realm. Although aided by the joyful divine art, their progress was steady. The attainment of the celestial realm was not an easy feat. Fortunately, all his wives were exceptionally gifted, often requiring only a slight nudge from Su Qin to grasp the concepts. In this manner, they each entered the master realm, with hopes of challenging the grandmaster realm within the year. If news of such advancement were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a great stir. For grandmasters are as rare as they are esteemed, not something one encounters casually. It is crucial to note that previously, the entire Song martial world had only a handful of grandmasters. Thus, it is clear how formidable the path to becoming a grandmaster is. However, with Su Qin, such concerns were rendered trivial. The joyful divine art was akin to an extraordinary boon. Su Qin was like a magical talisman for his wives. And with the aid of the joyful divine art, combined with his own insights into the celestial realm, their powers surged rapidly. As time passed, Gongsun Levayu also assimilated into the familial atmosphere of Lingbao Villa. The life here was beyond her wildest dreams, surrounded by so many gentle and intelligent sisters, learning martial arts and encountering wonders she had never seen before. Naturally, at night, she could not escape the fate of sharing a bed with the others. Initially, Gongsun Levayu might have felt a bit uncomfortable, but seeing her sisters take it all in stride, she soon embraced it as well. Harmony reigned within Lingbao Villa, and the Song martial world thrived, especially since the implementation of Su Qin's system of rewards and punishments had begun to spread. Various factions and wanderers of the martial world have responded in unison. Although the structure within the martial alliance is somewhat loose, allowing for freedom and spontaneity, the meritocratic system established by Su Qin effectively binds the entire Jianghu of the Great Song together. There are even whispers within Jianghu that one day, someone may surpass Su Qin in strength. However, in terms of prestige and authority, Su Qin remains unsurpassed. With his celestial path and unparalleled martial arts drawing people in, coupled with the guidance of esteemed grandmasters, each facet holds an irresistible allure for the denizens of Jianghu. Thus, the entire Jianghu of the Great Song, as envisioned by Su Qin, has entered a virtuous cycle. Chapter 93. Receiving rewards. Although Su Qin had promised Lin Huachang to return with her to Zhonginshan, the imminent childbirth of Zhongling made him reluctant to miss the occasion. During Wang Yuyan's delivery, he had been in Xianyang and unable to accompany her. This time, he was determined to be present for Zhongling. Lin Huachang understood the circumstances and displayed no signs of discontent. From this perspective, it was evident that Su Qin had gradually supplanted Lin Chaoying in Lin Huachang's affections. On this day, outside the delivery room, Su Qin and several ladies awaited anxiously. Occasionally, the voices of the midwife and Zhongling could be heard from within. A dozen maidservants bustled about outside the room, their hurried steps betraying no hint of chaos. Everything was in perfect order, and even Zhongling's cries resonated with vigor. Under Su Qin's guidance, the women had made remarkable progress during this time. Zhongling's transformation was particularly significant, and with the assistance of Su Qin's medicinal cuisine, the women's physical conditions had vastly improved. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, under Su Qin's meticulous care, they were now a world apart from their former selves. With a resounding cry from Zhongling, the piercing wail of a newborn followed suit. The expressions of those outside the room shifted to relief. Though none were strangers to this experience, worry lingered in their hearts. Congratulations to the young master on the birth of a daughter. Both mother and child are safe. Excellent. Bring the midwife to collect her reward. The midwife's face lit up with joy. Su Qin was generous, with numerous wives and a steady stream of offspring. The midwife had indeed amassed considerable wealth through her services to the ladies of Lingbao Mountain Villa, diligently attending to their deliveries. After expressing her gratitude to Su Qin, the midwife followed the servants to claim her reward. The child was promptly taken away by a designated wet nurse. Su Qin, however, paid little mind to these matters and quickly approached Zhongling's bedside. Observing her exhausted state, he spoke tenderly. "Linga, you have endured much. To bring forth an heir for your husband is the pinnacle of happiness. What hardship is there in that?" Seeing the joy radiating from Zhongling's face, Su Qin affectionately arranged the disheveled strands of her hair. Zhongling, resembling a contented kitten, squinted her beautiful eyes. "You, too, are weary. Rest well. I shall take my leave for now." Indeed, Zhongling was utterly fatigued. Even though her constitution had greatly improved, childbirth still took its toll. With her mind now at ease, weariness washed over her. Noticing this, Su Qin quietly rose and departed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of an heir. Gained 30 years of power, top-tier alchemy skills. As Su Qin stood up, a somewhat mechanical notification echoed in his mind. He briefly instructed the women and sent Ah Zhu and Ah Bai back to their respective quarters, for they too were nearing their own deliveries in just over a month. He did not wish for them to overexert themselves and risk disturbing their pregnancies. Finally, he proceeded alone to his martial arts training ground. The system, rewards received. In an instant, 30 years of cultivation transformed into a torrent of inner strength coursing through Su Qin's body. As he channeled the Taishan Sutra, a colossal vortex emerged within him. In merely 2 breaths, he depleted this 30 years' worth of power. Su Qin's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed, the Taishan Sutra was truly extraordinary. The 30 years of effort had been utterly refined in just 3 breaths. Although this was partly due to Su Qin's formidable prowess, the might of the Taishan Sutra was undeniably remarkable. Su Qin couldn't help but reflect on his current status within the martial world of the Song dynasty. He should be considered an invincible presence. Apart from some reclusive old masters, he was arguably the foremost figure in the open circles of the Song. Nevertheless, even if those ancient beings emerged, Su Qin felt no trepidation. He held a degree of confidence in his current combat capabilities. The Taishan Sutra, the majestic sword energy, the heavenly intent 4 symbols technique. Each martial art mastered by others could serve as a formidable weapon against superior foes. Moreover, the martial texts he acquired from the system were already at a consummate level, sparing him considerable effort and allowing these unparalleled arts to unleash unprecedented power. Thus far, Su Qin had not fully exerted himself even once. He simply had not encountered the opportunity, as his ascent in strength had been astonishingly rapid. Despite this, he had never considered challenging higher tiers. There was no necessity for such a course. Given his current rate of advancement, achieving invincibility was merely a matter of time. Why engage in life and death struggles? Su Qin relished the sensation of exerting pressure on his opponents. Watching them struggle helplessly beneath his might was immensely satisfying. However, after ascending to the position of martial alliance leader, those ancient beings had shown no signs of action. It seemed to confirm previous speculations that these old masters were constrained by equal forces. Perhaps they were engaged in a mutual game of strategy, with the outcomes determining the rise and fall of dynasties. In this light, the fate of the Song dynasty was not yet exhausted. Though it faced turmoil, there was little immediate concern. This situation would become even more pronounced in a year or 2. As long as the overall strength of the Song's martial world increased, the Mongols would find victory hard to achieve. Yet, the number of eligible candidates for concubinage in the Song had dwindled significantly. However, according to intelligence gathered from the 4 great masters, the Ming dynasty still boasted many suitable heroines. Yet, the martial prowess of the Ming and the Sui far surpassed that of the Song. Grandmasters were as numerous as the stars in the heavens, and notable figures in the heavenly realm were not few. Though Su Qin could be considered a standout among them, the path of sustained development was paramount. He remained remarkably prudent, waiting until he reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm or transcended it before indulging in extravagance would yield far greater results with less effort. Given his current pace of growth, within a year, Su Qin could easily afford the wait. It would also provide an opportune moment to officially step into the martial worlds of other dynasties. After Su Qin contemplated the forthcoming direction of his development, he inwardly resolved, system, proceed to collect. In an instant, a torrent of profound information surged into Su Qin's mind. Knowledge regarding the identification of medicinal herbs, the extraction of elixirs, the removal of impurities, shaping, and the formation of pills, among a plethora of other topics, flooded his consciousness. Once he absorbed all the information, A look of astonishment emerged in Su Qin's eyes. Although the art of alchemy did not possess the otherworldly allure depicted in the novels of his previous life, its efficacy was undeniably exceptional. This alchemical practice primarily focused on the purification of medicinal properties, merging them into a singular essence, thereby maximizing their potency. Among the various astonishing elixirs, several captivated Su Qin's interest: the rejuvenation pill, the centenary pill, the muscle and bone transformation pill, and the life extension pill. Chapter 94. The aspirations of all in the Jianghu. A glimmer of longing flickered in Su Qin's eyes. This was merely the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. If it were divine level or beyond, could he perhaps concoct the elixirs described in previous life tales of cultivation? Such wondrous potions could allow one to ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Nevertheless, Su Qin merely entertained this thought, remaining grounded and pragmatic, preferring the straightforward path of taking concubines and siring offspring. As long as he maintained stability, achieving immortality and sanctity was certainly not a mere fantasy. Deep in his heart, Su Qin held unwavering conviction regarding this matter. After savoring this delightful notion, Su Qin finally turned and exited the martial arts arena. It was time to pay a visit to Zhongnan Mountain. The following morning, Su Qin sought out Lin Huachong and conveyed his intention to journey to Zhongnan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Huachong's face lit up with surprise, and she inquired, "Are you truly serious?" It was no wonder she was so thrilled. Having followed Lin Xiaoying since childhood, their bond was forged through countless life and death encounters, with Lin Xiaoying often shielding her from peril. Their friendship transcended that of ordinary acquaintances. Had it not been for such a profound connection, Lin Huachong would not have gone to such lengths concerning Lin Xiaoying's chilling affliction. Reflecting on Lin Xiaoying's current state, enduring immense solitude within a millennia-old ice coffin, tears welled in Lin Huachong's eyes. Observing her expression, Su Qin approached and embraced her, reassuringly stating, "Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you?" A fleeting joy illuminated Lin Huachong's countenance before she seemed to recollect something and replied, "Now that my sister Ling has just given birth, you should spend more time with her. There is no need to rush." At her words, a broader smile graced Su Qin's face. Sensing the shift in Lin Huachong's demeanor filled him with great happiness. It was worth noting that had this been in the past, Lin Huachong would never have expressed such sentiments. "No worries. Ling's health is no longer a significant concern, and we have remedies at home. Let us set off early," he encouraged. "Yes, indeed." With a beaming expression, Lin Huachong struggled to rise from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she planted a kiss on his face. Like a playful young woman, she dashed into the inner chamber to gather the essentials for their departure. Su Qin stood momentarily astonished by this sudden display of affection. Though they had long since consummated their marriage, Lin Huachong had never behaved in such a manner towards him before. Seeing this, Su Qin smiled and called out to her, "I shall wait for you outside." He then turned and stepped out. Su Qin had already arranged for all necessary items for their journey, yet witnessing Lin Huachong's slight excitement, he refrained from mentioning it. He understood that this matter had long weighed heavily on her heart. Although he had previously transcended the mindset associated with the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, this boulder had prevented Lin Huachong from returning to her true self. Only now did she seem to regain her completeness. Lin Huachong quickly finished her preparations and mounted her steed alongside Su Qin as they departed from Lingbao Mountain Manor. The little dragon girl and Li Macho naturally remained behind at the manor. This journey was solely intended for treating Lin Xiaoying's injuries, not for leisure. Thus, Su Qin and Lin Huachong set off with minimal baggage. Under Su Qin's guidance, and with the assistance of various elixirs and medicinal dishes, Lin Huachong had already ascended to the realm of a Grand Master. With their formidable strengths, they could confidently traverse the vast expanse of the Song dynasty's martial world, where even the most audacious of rogues would think twice before challenging them. Moreover, Su Qin's name served as a golden emblem, and his likeness was widely recognized. Few within the realm remained oblivious to his renown. As Su Qin and Lin Huachong made their way toward Zhongnan Mountain, at the Chuanjin sect, outside the Chongyang Palace, nearly all disciples had gathered, their faces alight with excitement. Today marked the day of their leader, Wang Chongyang, emerging from seclusion. Moments ago, the gatekeeper disciples sensed an extraordinary surge of cosmic energy enveloping the palace. Although they were unaware of its significance, they instinctively recognized its profound nature. Startled, one disciple rushed to inform the current overseer, Qiu Chuji. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the fervent Qiu Chuji had already soared to the front of the main hall. Just as the disciple was about to deliver his report, Qiu Chuji raised a hand, signaling silence. The disciple retreated, uncertain. While Qiu Chuji understood that this potent cosmic energy heralded a momentous event, Wang Chongyang had not only successfully emerged from his seclusion, but had also ascended to the celestial realm. This was undeniably exhilarating news. Presently, Su Qin was the only known celestial in the Song dynasty's martial circles, and his prowess had subdued the entire realm. Thus, the emergence of another celestial within the Chuanjian sect would undoubtedly elevate its standing within the martial world. Qiu Chuji recalled vividly how, within Xiangyang City, Su Qin had effortlessly subdued 6 Grand Masters with a single stroke of his sword. The celestial realm was the aspiration of every martial artist. With a thunderous sound, the gates of Chongyang Palace swung open amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. A slender figure, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, stepped forth with grace. "Welcome, Master, from your seclusion." Wang Chongyang laughed heartily, waving his hand, causing an invisible pressure to lift all present. In that moment, Qiu Chuji and the others were unequivocally convinced that their master had indeed taken the final step to attain the celestial realm, rather than merely reaching the half-step threshold. A flicker of joy crossed their faces as they proclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on stepping into the celestial realm. May you roam freely in the world henceforth." Wang Chongyang smiled, his expression brimming with satisfaction, having struggled for many days against the bottleneck of the celestial realm. Now, having attained enlightenment, the world before him seemed transformed. With a gentle wave to the crowd, he declared, "You may disperse now. Qiu, come with me." The assembly dispersed in response, though many remained unclear about the true significance of Wang Chongyang's newfound realm. However, merely observing the performance of Qiu Chuji and his companions reveals that Wang Chongyang has undoubtedly emerged from his seclusion substantially stronger than before. This enhancement is not a trivial matter. The realization of this fact instantly invigorates the hearts of the onlookers, especially considering that the Chuanjian sect currently finds itself in a transitional phase. The number of truly formidable individuals within the sect is exceedingly limited. Only Qiu Chuji and his 6 fellow disciples, known as the 7 Sons of Chuanjian, still possess a modicum of reputation in the martial world. As for their disciples and grandchildren, none can be deemed noteworthy, with Wang Chongyang's prowess having ascended to new heights. The overall strength of the Chuanjian sect is certain to see a significant enhancement. Upon contemplating this, the faces of the Chuanjian disciples are adorned with an unmistakable smile. Once the gathering disperses, Wang Chongyang turns to return to Chongyang Palace, with Qiu Chuji respectfully trailing behind him. Chapter 95. One sword suppresses 6 masters. As Qiu Chuji followed Wang Chongyang, he found himself pondering whether had his master emerged from seclusion earlier, the position of the supreme martial artist would have rightfully belonged to Wang Chongyang. Seated upon the mat, Wang Chongyang inquired, "Pray tell, what significant events have transpired in the martial world of late? Additionally, what was the outcome of the heroic assembly in Xiangyang?" Prompted by Wang's words, Qiu Chuji promptly recounted the recent major occurrences along with the results of the assembly. As he narrated, an unmistakable look of astonishment flickered in Wang Chongyang's eyes. One sword suppressing 6 masters? Even those esteemed individuals were no match for him. Just as I suspected, Leader Su has indeed stepped into the realm of the celestial. At merely 19 years of age, possessing the strength of a celestial is nothing short of extraordinary. To call him a prodigy would be an understatement. Truly, I am left in awe. Wang Chongyang sighed deeply, the joy of breaking through to the celestial realm somewhat diminished by this revelation. Drawing upon years of diligent cultivation and the support of innate techniques, he had not only entered the celestial realm, but had ascended beyond the first tier, now firmly established as a second-tier celestial. Despite his remarkable skills, a hint of pride lingered in his heart. Upon emerging from seclusion, he was met with such astonishing news, leaving him momentarily speechless. According to your description, Leader Su should possess the strength of a first-tier celestial. However, with such youthful prowess, it is not inconceivable that he may attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm, or even higher in the future. This is indeed a blessing for the martial world of the Song dynasty. My path is not solitary. Wang Chongyang's tone was laden with complex emotions, embodying a blend of despair, solace, and a touch of melancholy. Yet, Qiu Chuji soon found solace in his thoughts. To exist in the same era as a prodigy like Su Qin was undoubtedly a daunting reality. While his own feelings were not acutely pronounced, the sense of despair was palpable among other gifted individuals. However, Leader Su is also a remarkable figure. What prompts my master to express such thoughts? The contribution he has made is a brilliant stratagem. While the implications may not be immediately apparent in the long run, the strength of our Song dynasty's martial community is destined to undergo a qualitative leap. Wang Chongyang did not hesitate to express his admiration and astonishment, his previous melancholy giving way to a gentle smile. After all, he too was now a celestial, and moreover, a second-tier celestial. In his mind, the feat of one sword suppressing 6 masters represented the utmost limit of Su Qin's capabilities, unaware that during the assembly in Xiangyang, although Su Qin's display was indeed grand, he had not exerted his full strength. This illustrates a disparity in mindset. Wang Chongyang harbored no doubts that Su Qin would eventually surpass him. He was utterly certain of this, yet that was a matter for the future, certainly not for the present. Upon stepping into the celestial realm, Wang Chongyang understood that advancing one's strength in this domain was not comparable to the ascension of a Grand Master. Regardless of how exceptional an individual might be, they must follow a disciplined path of cultivation. Yet, does Su Qin need to cultivate? The answer is, of course, negative. What would Wang Chongyang feel if he knew that Su Qin's rise in power required no cultivation? Wang Chongyang bore no grievances regarding the reward and punishment measures instituted by Su Qin, despite the potential threat to the sect's interests. In truth, his initial decision to establish the Chuanjian sect on Zhongnan Mountain stemmed from intentions akin to those of Su Qin. However, their methods diverged, though their goals were largely similar. I intend to transfer the numerous martial arts texts of the Chuanjian sect to the Qilin Pavilion, and I can also elucidate the path of the celestial beings to my fellow practitioners of the martial world. Qiu Chuji, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying hesitance. Ultimately, he merely sighed lightly and nodded in agreement. Qiu Chuji understood that Wang Chongyang's actions were a response to the inevitable tides of fate. Only by taking action at this juncture could one maximize personal interests and enhance one's own power. In this way, perhaps the issue of succession within the Chuanjian sect would find resolution. Additionally, I instructed that I would engage in fasting and bathing, dedicating 3 days to tranquility. Yes, very well, you may leave now. With that, Qiu Chuji bowed respectfully to Wang Chongyang before departing with due reverence. Wang Chongyang's intention to meditate for 3 days arose from the instability of his realm following his breakthrough into the celestial being stage. Typically, one does not recklessly pursue power after transcending such significant boundaries. Wang Chongyang's leap over both a major and a minor realm is indeed a rarity. His audacity to act thus stemmed from his profound foundation. There was also a deeper reason known only to him, his enduring obsession with Lin Xiaoying. When Wang Chongyang first ventured into the martial world, he encountered Lin Xiaoying, who had just begun her own journey, and was instantly captivated. They traveled together, sharing splendid moments that Wang cherished dearly. Yet, at that time, Lin Xiaoying held no such sentiment, viewing Wang merely as a commendable friend. Truly, it was a case of the prince's affection being unreciprocated by the goddess. Their affair became the talk of the martial world, yet both were reluctant to clarify the rumors, allowing the tales to solidify as truth. Later, when Wang Chongyang established his sect on Zhongnan Mountain, he used a wager to bind Lin Xiaoying there, merely wishing for her to reside closer to him. At that time, he had already advised Lin Xiaoying, who was afflicted by the cold poison, to extricate herself from its grasp. However, she did not heed his counsel, leading to the poison permeating her very bones, necessitating her eternal slumber within a 1,000-year ice coffin. During this period, Lin Huachong approached Wang Chongyang on multiple occasions, imploring him to rescue Lin Xiaoying. Yet, Lin Huachong was unaware that, despite Wang Chongyang's status as the foremost figure of the Song dynasty, treating Lin Xiaoying would require at least the power of a second-grade celestial being. Wang Chongyang refrained from explaining this, which left Lin Huachong with no choice but to seek renowned physicians elsewhere. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to the second-grade celestial being realm through years of accumulation, Wang Chongyang was determined to save Lin Xiaoying. He intended to meditate for 3 days, stabilize his realm, and then set about rescuing her. In truth, Wang Chongyang had contemplated on numerous occasions that perhaps if he could cure Lin Xiaoying, they might become Tao partners, jointly exploring the profound mysteries of the world. It must be said, however, that Wang Chongyang's aspirations were rather unrealistic. Lin Xiaoying had never consented to his advances in the past, and it was even less likely now. This was not merely a matter of healing her from the cold toxin. Within the Rejuvenation Palace, Wang Chongyang wore an expression of hopeful anticipation as he slowly closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Su Qin was already not far from Zhonginshan. This was still due to the fact that he and Lin Huachong had not exerted themselves fully in their journey. Otherwise, they would have already arrived at Zhonginshan by now. Chapter 96. The Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra. On this day, a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, rode their horses into the enchanting realm of Zhongnan Mountain. The man possessed an imposing stature, with sharply defined features akin to those sculpted by the finest artisans, his visage strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being. The woman, her face partially veiled by a delicate gauze, donned a simple long dress that accentuated her graceful form. Her eyes and brows were like strokes of a masterful painting, and though her full countenance remained obscured, her exquisite beauty was undeniable. What further captivated was the ethereal aura that surrounded her, a subtle chill that seemed to emanate from her very being. These two were Su Qin and Lin Huachong, who had journeyed from Lingbao Mountain Manor to Zhongnan Mountain. As they beheld the breathtaking scenery, shrouded in mist, a fleeting look of enchantment crossed Su Qin's eyes. He inhaled the slightly damp air deeply and smiled, exclaiming, "Indeed, Zhongnan Mountain boasts refreshing air and splendid views. Your esteemed lady truly has an eye for choosing locations. Yet, why did she opt for the ancient tomb? A place perpetually deprived of sunlight? Were it not for my presence, you would all still be as cold as ice." At this, Lin Huachong pouted, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied, "Isn't it all due to that old Taoist Wang Chongyang? He manipulated circumstances to ensure Our Lady resides here in Zhongnan Mountain. The ancient tomb was thrust upon her by him, leaving her no choice but to make it her abode. Of course, it is also to cultivate the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra, for within this tomb lies a piece of thousand-year-old ice, ideal for such practice. Wang Chongyang has certainly gone to great lengths to keep Our Lady here. The thousand-year-old ice is no ordinary matter. Any practitioner of the martial arts would greatly benefit from even a small fragment, as it wards off the disturbances of demonic forces and significantly reduces the risk of falling into madness during cultivation. This is the primary reason Our Lady chose to stay." "Oh, so it seems that Wang Chongyang is indeed a passionate soul?" Lin Huachong scoffed. "How could Our Lady be a mere fantasy for someone like him? Her destined husband must be a paragon among men, distinguished in both appearance and demeanor." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Qin. In her eyes, there were indeed few men who could fulfill such criteria. Yet, within the entire Song dynasty, it appeared that only Su Qin fit that description. Noticing that Su Qin remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, she quickly curtailed her thoughts, though a sense of bewildering ideas began to stir within her. Under Lin Huachong's guidance, the duo soon arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Lin Huachong halted before a stone door, deftly approaching a concealed mechanism. After a moment of exploration, she exerted a gentle twist of her wrist. Accompanied by the sound of click, click, the stone door before them slowly creaked open. This door was forged from a single slab of blue stone, reinforced with molten iron, known as the dragon-slaying stone. Once sealed, it was impossible for anyone to breach it. Lin Huachong spoke with a hint of pride as she explained, while Su Qin simply smiled in response, nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, even without her explanation, Su Qin was already aware of these details. It is merely that Lin Huachong possesses knowledge that is far more extensive than one might expect. After Lin Huachong lifted the stone door to allow both individuals to pass with ease, she ceased her efforts. With a smile, she turned to Su Qin, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Husband, welcome to the ancient tomb." Influenced by Lin Huachong's charming demeanor, Su Qin couldn't help but smile back, allowing himself to be drawn into the tomb. As the two vanished within, the stone door slowly descended. With their entrance into the tomb, the oil lamps affixed to the walls of the passageway ignited, illuminating the once dim surroundings. Su Qin, filled with curiosity, gazed around, aware that 3 of his wives hailed from this very place. Though he had long been well acquainted with the tomb's history, he had never laid eyes upon it in person. Lin Huachong, slightly agitated, led the way ahead, her grip on Su Qin's hand betraying a hint of perspiration. Her excitement was understandable. Today marked the fulfillment of a long-held aspiration. The thought of Lin Qiaoying finally escaping the torment of her icy affliction quickened Lin Huachong's pace. She held firm faith in Su Qin's abilities, of which she was well aware. Sensing Lin Huachong's fervor, Su Qin offered a gentle smile, applying a reassuring pressure to her hand. Indeed, the moment Lin Huachong felt his comforting gesture, her excitement began to wane. "Husband, we are almost there," she announced, prompting Su Qin to look up. A spacious burial chamber unfolded before him, its center occupied by a millennia-old ice coffin radiating an ethereal glow. Upon seeing the ice coffin, Lin Huachong could no longer suppress her emotions. She released Su Qin's hand and hurried forward, her expression filled with sorrow. "Miss, I have returned. You need not worry. I have found someone who can cure your icy affliction." As she spoke, Su Qin approached with measured steps. Peering into the ice coffin, he was instantly struck by astonishment. Within lay a youthful maiden, her eyes closed in pain, adorned in a flowing white gown, her hands crossed over her chest, lying serenely within the coffin. This maiden was undoubtedly Lin Huachang's nominal teacher and true mistress, Lin Xiaoying. Despite her pained expression, Lin Xiaoying's beauty and ethereal grace remained undeniable. A hint of heroic spirit lingered in her brows, adding to her allure. Su Qin was not taken aback by her breathtaking appearance, but rather by the fact that Lin Xiaoying appeared as a vibrant young woman in the bloom of her youth. While he was aware that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra could preserve one's youth, enhanced by the effects of the ice coffin, he had not anticipated Lin Xiaoying would look so remarkably youthful. This revelation caught Su Qin entirely off guard. Husband, Lin Huachang, noticing Su Qin's momentary daze, gently tugged at his sleeve, softly calling to him. Only then did Su Qin regain his senses. He hastily retrieved silver needles from his person, and with Lin Huachang's assistance, he opened the ice coffin. As the coffin creaked open, a waft of exotic fragrance mingled with a chilling aura escaped into the air. Even Su Qin, with his formidable prowess, could perceive a shiver run through him. A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Qin's eyes as he murmured, "What a domineering, cold poison." Just as Lin Huachang was about to inquire further, she noticed Su Qin's intense focus, which compelled her to suppress her curiosity. Su Qin's hands danced as phantoms of silver needles fell upon the vital points of Lin Xiaoying within the ice coffin. His celestial perception also settled on the needles, allowing him to fully comprehend Lin Xiaoying's condition as time flowed slowly by. Observing Su Qin's furrowed brow and the troubled expression upon his face, Lin Huachang felt her heart leap once more, her earlier calmness now replaced by apprehension. Chapter 97. Risking everything. What is the matter with the young lady? Is there truly no way to save her? Or, Lin Huachang's face was etched with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. She dared not speak further, nor could she bear to contemplate the outcome, fearing that she might not withstand such a result. However, Su Qin looked at Lin Huachang with a hint of amusement. Who told you that she is beyond salvation? If I intervene, even if she has crossed the Niha Bridge, I am confident I can bring her back. His expression radiated unwavering confidence. Indeed, Su Qin spoke the truth. He possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat with his current abilities and medical expertise. He was certain he could snatch a life back from the brink, as long as there remained even a faint breath. His assurance stemmed from this very capability. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Lin Huachang was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Then why did you appear so troubled just now?" Su Qin scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before finally responding. "It is simply because eradicating the cold poison within Lin Xiaoying requires a rather unique treatment method." Upon hearing this, Lin Huachang realized her earlier display of anxiety had stemmed from concern leading to confusion. She immediately pressed on, "What method? Is it particularly difficult?" Su Qin gently shook his head. "It is not difficult per se, but it depends on the individual." "What do you mean?" Lin Huachang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Qin hesitated slightly, but chose to reveal the truth. It turned out that Lin Xiaoying's cold poison had penetrated deep into her bones, rendering conventional methods ineffectual. Furthermore, as Lin Xiaoying had fallen into a state resembling death, she could not actively cooperate with Su Qin's treatment, necessitating extraordinary measures. The first step required removing Lin Xiaoying's garments, utilizing silver needles to stimulate acupoints, thereby allowing her internal energy to circulate fully. This was essential to mobilize the cold poison within her body, which would then be extracted using the silver needles. However, merely extracting the poison was not sufficient. A medium was needed to refine the expelled cold poison. Only through meticulous and gradual processes could the deeply entrenched cold poison be eradicated from Lin Xiaoying's system. Su Qin was confident in his approach and certain of success, yet the challenge lay in the necessity for Lin Xiaoying to be entirely unclothed during the treatment. Lin Huachang was taken aback, astonished that treating the cold poison required a medium and that it necessitated complete nudity. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Husband, you're not infatuated with the young lady's beauty, are you?" Su Qin reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. "What are you saying?" It was not entirely unjustified for Lin Huachang to jump to such conclusions, considering how effortlessly Su Qin had treated her cold poison previously, without mentioning the need for a medium or the requirement of nudity. "Is this how you perceive me? I am not that kind of person. If it comes to that, it would be better not to treat the cold poison at all, rather than tarnish your young lady's reputation." "Husband, that is not my intention. I must inform you that the severity of the cold poison that afflicted you, Long Heir, and the others was not as grave previously. Moreover, at that time, you all retained consciousness and could govern the functioning of your bodies, facilitating a much smoother treatment. Now, however, Lin Xiaoying lies in a state of apparent death. Can we truly expect her to mobilize her inner strength? As Su Qin spoke with mounting fervor, he ultimately cast aside his sleeves and turned to leave. His agitation was not devoid of a hint of embarrassment at being perceived by others. Lin Xiaoying, possessing unparalleled beauty and a spirited demeanor, stirred more than mere thoughts in Su Qin's heart. He would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. However, this was not the principal reason for his distress. The treatment for the cold poison necessitated the opening of every pore to expel the toxin. Should even a strand of cold poison remain trapped beneath layers of clothing, the entire endeavor would be rendered futile, and if the cold poison retaliated, Lin Xiaoying could perish on the spot. Su Qin's fervor stemmed largely from a sense of distrust emanating from Lin Huachong. It appeared Lin Huachong, too, recognized her misstep, for she hurried forward, seizing the hem of Su Qin's garment, her expression one of poignant pleading. "Husband, I spoke thoughtlessly before. Please do not take it to heart. What will happen to the young lady if you leave?" When Su Qin remained unmoved, Lin Huachong's countenance hardened with resolve. "If my husband cannot quell his anger, I shall accept any punishment without protest." With that, she prepared to kneel. Observing this, Su Qin quickly supported Lin Huachong, for though he felt vexed, he could not genuinely abandon her. The realization that Lin Huachong acknowledged her error softened his ire considerably. It must be said, Su Qin exhibited remarkable tolerance and affection towards his beloved, especially considering that she now carried his child. With Su Qin's support, Lin Huachong looked up in surprise. Her eyes slightly reddened. "Husband, are you no longer angry with me?" Su Qin, feeling a mix of exasperation and tenderness, gently stroked her head and replied, "As your husband, how could I truly be angry with you? That is wonderful. However, your earlier lack of trust warrants some punishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Huachong's expression shifted from excitement to one of dismay as she softly uttered, "Oh." Regardless, as long as Su Qin was no longer upset, she deemed some reprimand acceptable. Yet, Su Qin continued, "Your punishment shall be to attend to me nightly and bear me more children." Lin Huachong's face transformed from surprise to profound bashfulness. "Husband." Su Qin merely smiled gently and added, "Now, let us focus on the matter at hand." "Very well. I shall prepare at once." "What will you prepare? Did you not say a vessel was required?" "Since I share the same source of origin as the young lady, it would be most fitting for me to serve as this vessel." "No, that will not do." To Su Qin's surprise, upon Lin Huachong's final word, he shook his head with a serious expression, firmly negating her proposition. "Though you both share a common technique, it is far more appropriate for me to be the vessel. Lin Xiaoying's internal cold poison is indeed formidable. Once it enters your body, it will undoubtedly inflict incalculable harm upon you. When the cold poison retaliates, even a celestial being would find it impossible to intervene. How could I allow my husband to take such a risk? This assertion is misguided. Introducing it into my own body is the most complete solution. With my celestial disposition, how could a mere cold poison pose any threat to me? Furthermore, only by experiencing it firsthand can I effectively eliminate the cold poison, thereby preventing future repercussions." Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Lin Huachong finally nodded in agreement. Yet her heart was increasingly moved. Lin Huachong was no fool. Having endured the cold poison for many years, she naturally understood the inherent dangers. Su Qin, in a bid to protect her, was willing to put himself in jeopardy. How could Lin Huachong not be touched by such devotion? Chapter 98. Did you not hear clearly? The two resolved their intentions without further hesitation, as Lin Huachong proceeded to move Lin Xiaoying onto the stone bed. After a brief internal struggle, she slowly extended her hand to untie Lin Xiaoying's garment. It is essential to understand that in this era, chastity was held in the highest regard. Such an act of unveiling could only occur after marriage. However, given the urgency of the situation and the need to save Lin Xiaoying's life, Lin Huachong cast her reservations aside. At worst, she would apologize to Lin Xiaoying upon her awakening. If all else failed, she could simply marry her own husband. In fact, Lin Huachong had contemplated this scenario. With her unmatched beauty and innate talent, there were only a handful of suitors worthy of Lin Xiaoying. Her husband, Su Qin, undoubtedly belonged to that select group. Lin Huachong believed that only a genius like Su Qin was deserving of Lin Xiaoying. With this thought, her concerns dissipated and her movements quickened. Just then, a voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, echoed from beyond the broken dragon wall. "Wang Chongyang of the Chuanjin sect seeks an audience with the martial arts alliance leader, Su Qin. I hope alliance leader Su can step outside for a meeting." The booming voice caused Su Qin's brow to furrow slightly, his expression turning serious. To outsiders, Wang Chongyang's actions seemed entirely unreasonable. Startled by the sudden voice, Lin Huachong paused her actions. However, upon realizing it was Wang Chongyang, her face immediately displayed a look of displeasure as she coldly remarked, "Humph, what business does this old bull-nose have here? There is no need for my husband to pay him any mind. I once visited him at the Chongyang Palace, and he was evasive then. Now he dares to come here to obstruct our treatment of Miss Chaoying. Allow me to send him away." With that, Lin Huachong strode toward the ancient tomb, her expression frosty. Su Qin, seemingly struck by a thought, smiled and said, "Huachong, do not waste your effort. Wang Chongyang has already stepped into the realm of transcendent beings. He likely comes with ill intentions." No sooner had Su Qin spoken than Wang Chongyang's voice rang out again. Wang Chongyang of the Chongyang Palace requests Alliance leader Su to step outside for a discussion. The tone was tinged with urgency and hostility. Taken aback by Su Qin's words, Lin Huachong regarded him with incredulity. She had no doubt about Su Qin's judgment, yet she had not anticipated that Wang Chongyang would silently ascend to the realm of transcendent beings. Despite Su Qin's status, Lin Huachong felt a twinge of concern when faced with the well-known Wang Chongyang. "Then let us refrain from going out for now. Husband, you focus on treating Miss Chaoying. I highly doubt he would dare intrude upon our ancient tomb. Besides, we have the broken dragon wall as a barrier." Lin Huachong's confidence stemmed from the prior agreement between Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang, where the Chuanjin sect had sworn that no one would set foot in the ancient tomb. This was a promise made by Wang Chongyang himself, which had not been broken over the years. Su Qin merely smiled and shook his head gently. "Huachong, today is not like any other day. Furthermore, that broken dragon wall may not deter even a grandmaster-level opponent. However, for a formidable being of the celestial realm, it is hardly a challenge. It merely requires a bit more effort. Do not fret. Accompany me to discover the true prowess of this founder of the Chuanjin sect." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of unparalleled confidence emanated from him. Upon witnessing Su Qin's demeanor, Lin Huachong felt a jolt of realization, given Su Qin's assurance. He undoubtedly possessed unwavering confidence. From her understanding of Su Qin, he was certainly not one to boast without merit. Nodding in agreement, the two turned to exit. Outside the dragon's severing wall, Wang Chongyang stood with an anxious expression, flanked by Qiu Chuji and the other 7 disciples of the Chuanjin sect. Noticing the continued silence from within the ancient tomb, he was about to speak again when the dragon's severing wall slowly lifted with a resounding noise. A pair of ethereal, celestial-like figures appeared before them. Even the experienced Wang Chongyang was momentarily taken aback by Su Qin's extraordinary presence, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within his heart. Qiu Chuji and the others, upon seeing Su Qin, awkwardly bowed in greeting. They understood all too well why their master exhibited such unusual behavior, hastening to the ancient tomb even before the 3-day deadline had elapsed. Was it not due to the presence of Wang Chongyang's beloved within? Although they had heard whispers of the love-hate relationship between Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying, the details remained vague. Nonetheless, it was no secret that Lin Chaoying had long been secluded within the tomb, and coupled with Su Qin's medical expertise, their intentions were all too clear. Despite their understanding, Qiu Chuji and the others felt helpless. Their master only exhibited such fervor in matters concerning Lin Chaoying. As Wang Chongyang scrutinized Su Qin, the latter maintained an air of composure. "Junior, Su Qin pays his respects to the esteemed Wang Chongyang. I was unaware that you had ascended to the celestial realm and did not bring a gift to the mountain. I shall ensure one is sent to Zhongnan Mountain in due course. You flatter me, but I am curious about the purpose of your unexpected visit to Zhongnan Mountain." Su Qin began, engaging in formal pleasantries that were evidently mere niceties. Wang Chongyang, disregarding the formalities, directly inquired. His tone bore an accusatory edge, which even Qiu Chuji and the others found inappropriate. Yet, Wang Chongyang seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qin. Nevertheless, Su Qin maintained a smile. It was Lin Huachong who could no longer contain herself, stepping forward to admonish, "Old Taoist, whom are you shouting at? The sect leader is here at my behest to tend to my lady's injuries. What right do you have to act so rudely at the entrance of my Gumu sect? Have you forgotten our agreement from years past?" As Lin Huachong, a close maid to Lin Chaoying, held a sisterly bond with her mistress, she had never thought highly of Wang Chongyang during their previous travels together, and his earlier reluctance to assist had further diminished her opinion of him to an all-time low. As Su Qin tended to Lin Chaoying's injuries, Wang Chongyang unexpectedly arrived with his entourage. The fury within Lin Huachong was palpable. Although Wang Chongyang held the esteemed position of a sect leader, his demeanor faltered in the face of Lin Huachong's wrath. "Lin Zhangjiao, I am well aware of my master's condition. I have devised a method for treatment, and I implore you to trust me." trust you? When I visited Chongyang Palace, you were evasive and uncooperative. Now that I have summoned Alliance Master Su, you obstruct my efforts yet again. Regardless of whether you possess a remedy for my lady's ailments, I cannot place my faith in you. I kindly ask you to leave. My lady's injuries do not require your concern. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chongyang was about to offer a rebuttal when Su Qin interjected with a slightly frosty tone. Has the esteemed Zhongren not comprehended my wife's words? Chapter 99. The death sentence may be avoided, but the living crime is unescapable. Su Qin's expression turned slightly cold as he cast a glance at Wang Chongyang and continued, Master Chongyang, the matters at hand have already been addressed by this alliance's leader. There is no need for you to trouble yourself further. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Once this situation is resolved, I shall seek an auspicious occasion to pay you a visit atop the mountain. Without waiting for Wang Chongyang's response, he grasped Lin Huachang's hand and turned, striding into the ancient tomb. Observing Su Qin's vanishing silhouette, Wang Chongyang's countenance shifted between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately taking a step forward and calling out softly, Alliance Leader Su, please wait. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's demeanor hardened as he slowly turned, his eyes piercing like lightning as they fixed upon Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang, I hold you in esteem as a senior of the martial world, which is why I have shown forbearance. Do you presume I, Su Qin, am afraid of you? I advise you to exercise caution and not forsake the decades of foundation built by the Chuanjian sect for your own selfish desires. Wang Chongyang, momentarily taken aback by Su Qin's words, soon responded with a cold laugh. Alliance Leader Su, what grandiose words you speak. Surely, when I was renowned throughout the world, you had yet to be born. How dare a mere junior speak so brazenly before me? Do you truly believe you can threaten the foundation of the Chuanjian sect merely because you have just entered the second rank of the Heavenly Man realm? Perhaps my recent seclusion at the peak of Central South has led to your audacity. Su Qin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of understanding. Initially, he had held some respect for Wang Chongyang, which had tempered his response during the latter's aggressive posture. However, it appeared that the old master was resolutely intent on intervening, and Su Qin was not one to tolerate such insolence. Did Wang Chongyang truly believe that his nascent strength could easily overpower him? Such a notion was undoubtedly delusional. With this thought, a cold sneer formed within Su Qin. It seemed Wang Chongyang possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess. If that were the case, further words were futile. It was time to demonstrate their true capabilities in action. As he spoke, Su Qin's aura shifted dramatically, the formidable energy of the Heavenly Man realm instantly overwhelming the surroundings. Even Qiu Chuqi, who stood behind Wang Chongyang and intended to interject, found himself paralyzed by this terrifying force. In contrast, Wang Chongyang, clad in a dark robe, felt his expression twist in response, his eyes turning crimson as he clenched his fists, veins bulging. An unstable and violent energy radiated from him. Noticing this change, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, but upon deeper contemplation, a look of comprehension spread across his face. Meanwhile, Lin Huachang sensed the ominous shift in Wang Chongyang and gently tugged at Su Qin's sleeve. Su Qin merely turned his head back, offering her a reassuring smile. At that moment, Wang Chongyang let out a low roar, his breath heavy like thunder, and suddenly the heavens darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. A powerful inner force coalesced around him, forming a crimson vortex. Clenching his fists, he struck towards Su Qin with tremendous force. The unparalleled inner strength transformed into two roaring black dragons, soaring fiercely towards Su Qin. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged, while the disciples of the Chuanjian sect behind Wang Chongyang were visibly shocked. It seemed to be their first encounter with such a terrifying visage of Wang Chongyang. In this perilous moment, Su Qin unexpectedly waved gently at Qiu Chuji and the others. A surge of internal force shot forth, propelling Qiu Chuji and the others backward. They heard Su Qin's voice echoing in their ears. Wang Chongyang has already lost his mind. Retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Having accomplished this, Su Qin disregarded the astonished expressions of Qiu Chuji and the others, his gaze fixated indifferently upon the two approaching dragons. The glow of fireflies dared to shine. The wrath of the thunder god. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, and an extraordinary phenomenon took shape. Countless purple lightning bolts converged in the sky. As Su Qin brought his fingers together, they gradually coalesced at his fingertips, which became suffused with a deep purple hue. He extended his fingers toward the two roaring black dragons. At this moment, Wang Chongyang appeared deranged, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Witnessing the formidable strike from Su Qin, he showed no inclination to evade, barreling straight ahead. Boom! In the deafening roar, even those outside the fray, including Qiu Chuji, felt the tremors of Zhongnan Mountain. Each face reflected terror. Su Qin felt a surge of exhilaration. This was his first unrestrained strike since breaking through to the celestial realm. It was also the first time he employed the profound technique of the four symbols of heavenly intent in this state. The might and momentum indeed did not disappoint him. The deep purple fingers unhesitatingly collided with the heads of the two black dragons, which had just a moment ago been thrashing and roaring under Wang Chongyang's influence. In the next heartbeat, they seemed to be crushed, exploding into nothingness, dissipating into the air. As the energy surged, Wang Chongyang let out a miserable scream, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. Su Qin's thunderous fingers retained their unyielding force, aiming directly at Wang Chongyang, poised to strike him down with a single gesture. This scene was witnessed by the swiftly arriving Qiu Chuji, who felt a surge of dread. In a flash, he positioned himself before Wang Chongyang, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground, urgently beseeching Su Qin, "Please, spare the life of our leader." Behind Qiu Chuji, the 7 disciples of Quanjin also fell to their knees, their expressions filled with sorrow as they cried out, "We implore you to spare our master's life." Seeing this, Su Qin's deep purple finger halted, firmly poised at Qiu Chuji's brow. The pressure of the celestial realm was beyond what a mere master could withstand. Beads of cold sweat poured down Qiu Chuji's forehead. Only then did he truly grasp the overwhelming fear and dread that washed over him. Without facing the might of the celestial realm directly, one could not comprehend the feelings churning within Qiu Chuji at that moment. In the fleeting instant prior, he felt as though he had encountered the ghostly emissaries of the underworld. Upon witnessing Su Qin's pause, Qiu Chuji and the others exhaled a long, relieved breath. Not only Qiu Chuji, but even his few senior brothers behind him were not in a much better condition. Although Su Qin had ceased his onslaught, his expression remained exceedingly grave. Coldly addressing Qiu Chuji and the already weakened Wang Chongyang, who was bleeding profusely, he commenced his remarks. "Wang Chongyang, considering the arduous path of your cultivation and the numerous disciples pleading on your behalf, I shall spare you the death penalty for now." Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji and the others displayed expressions of relief, eager to express their gratitude, only to be interrupted by Su Qin's continuation. "However, given your prior actions and your audacity to strike against the leader of this alliance, while the death penalty may be evaded, the punishment for your transgressions cannot be escaped." Wang Chongyang lay half reclined, incessantly bleeding, unable to utter a single word. Yet, the previous redness in his eyes had faded, replaced by clarity. Chapter 100. With the utterance of Su's title as the leader, the old Taoist felt a sense of contentment. Observing Wang Chongyang's dire state, Su Qin harbored not a shred of sympathy. Had it been in the past, Wang Chongyang would have long since met his demise. Yet, the current Su Qin spared Wang Chongyang's life, for his status had transformed drastically from before. Although now revered as the supreme of the martial world, Su Qin must tread carefully amidst the whispers of the masses. To directly slay Wang Chongyang would undoubtedly provoke a chain reaction that Su Qin wished to avoid. Thus, when Qiu Chuji and others intervened, he relinquished the intent to strike down Wang Chongyang on the spot. After speaking, Su Qin regarded Wang Chongyang with an impassive expression, extending a finger to point at him from afar. A wave of transparent energy forcefully collided with Wang Chongyang's chest, propelling him backward once again. "Master," as Qiu Chuji and the others, hearts heavy with sorrow, prepared to rush forward to catch Wang Chongyang, they heard Su Qin's voice resonate once more. "Wang Chongyang, I hereby command you to return to Zhongnan Mountain and reflect in solitude. You are forbidden to leave without my explicit order. Do you have anything to say?" Wang Chongyang crashed heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of black blood, yet his expression transformed into one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Qin. The reason for his shock was that Su Qin's earlier gesture was not meant to harm him. Rather, it sealed his vital meridians, completely suppressing the chaotic internal energy that had overwhelmed him. Wang Chongyang's recent descent into madness was entirely of his own making. He could have stabilized his second-tier celestial realm by meditating for 3 days to dispel his inner demons. Instead, he ventured out prematurely and acted rashly, causing his mind to falter. Initially, Wang Chongyang believed he would perish in despair. However, with Su Qin's fingers sealing his cultivation, he found that it aided in calming the tempest within him. His predicament stemmed from an overwhelming fixation, a fixation not on another, but rather on Lin Qiaoying, who now lay within the ice coffin. Throughout history, matters of the heart have proven difficult to navigate, and even an enlightened figure like Wang Chongyang is not immune to such human frailties. Yet, this confrontation with Su Qin seemed to awaken him. His expression softened, and he struggled to rise, bowing respectfully to Su Qin. The old Taoist tribulations are wholly deserved. The leader's magnanimity in sparing my life is greatly appreciated, and I express my gratitude. The Chuanjian sect shall obey your commands. From this day forth, the Chongyang Palace shall be sealed, and I will contemplate the path within. All matters within the sect will be entrusted to Qiu Chuji, and all texts shall be sent to Qilin Pavilion. All disciples will heed the orders of Su, the leader. Qiu Chuji and the others were struck with shock, their faces filled with urgency as they attempted to dissuade Wang Chongyang. But he silenced their protests with a wave of his hand. Is the arrangement made by Su, the leader, to your satisfaction? Indeed. Upon receiving Su Qin's approval, Wang Chongyang nodded with satisfaction. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his face as he deliberated before finally speaking. Su, the leader, I have one humble request. Speak. I am aware of your profound medical skills. I beseech you to devote your efforts to healing Miss Lin. I would be eternally grateful. You need not worry. Reviving Lin Chaoying is well within my capabilities. With the words of the alliance leader, the old man felt a profound sense of contentment. After speaking, he turned and strode toward the Zhongnan mountain. Facing the puzzled expressions of Qiu Chuji and the others, Su Qin smiled gently and remarked, I understand your thoughts. Should your master achieve enlightenment this time, ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial realm in the future is certainly within reach. There is no need for your concern. But do remember this. Without my express command, should anyone dare to release him from the mountain or disturb his contemplation, I shall know of it. And the consequences will be dire. As Su Qin's words echoed, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing Qiu Chuji and the others to feel as if a great mountain bore down upon them. Their expressions turned to one of alarm, and they hastily waved their hands in submission, repeatedly exclaiming, We dare not! We dare not! Satisfied with their reaction, Su Qin turned once more, waving to Qiu Chuji and the others. Very well, you may return now. With that, he took Lin Huashang's hand and walked into the ancient tomb, leaving Qiu Chuji and the others exchanging glances, their minds swirling with speculation. Although they remained unaware of the earlier events, they could only return and seek answers from their master. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Chongyang Palace, Qiu Chuji and the others found that Wang Chongyang did not appear to meet them. He merely offered a few words of instruction before lapsing into silence. This brevity revealed to them that their master's current state was quite enigmatic. Su Qin had subdued the turbulent internal energy within Wang Chongyang, sparing him from a potentially fatal fate, and returning to the Chongyang Palace for contemplation would be beneficial for him. Hearing Wang Chongyang's words, Qiu Chuji and the others finally quelled their doubts and turned to fulfill the tasks previously assigned by their master. This, of course, was a deliberate act on Su Qin's part. His decision to spare Wang Chongyang and extend his benevolence was rooted in his own intentions. In the future, Su Qin would undoubtedly traverse the realms of other dynasties. The Song dynasty remained his stronghold. His departure would significantly weaken its strength. However, with Wang Chongyang, a second-tier celestial being, stationed there, the situation would improve considerably. After all, it would take time for the masters of the Song's martial world to reach the celestial realm. Thus, Su Qin employed both grace and authority to thoroughly subjugate Wang Chongyang and the Chuanjian sect. Returning to the ancient tomb with Lin Huashang, Su Qin found Lin Chaoying still lying with her eyes closed upon the stone bed, her brows occasionally furrowed, evoking a sense of compassion. The previous interruption had not disturbed Su Qin's composure. He maintained a serene expression as he gently assisted Lin Chaoying into an upright position, sitting across from her with solemnity, nodding toward Lin Huashang. Seeing this, Lin Huashang ceased her hesitation, extending her hands to continue loosening Lin Chaoying's garments. As the layers of clothing diminished, a flawless figure emerged before Su Qin. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but be momentarily captivated by the sight of such perfection. Quickly dispelling any wandering thoughts, he focused entirely, suppressing the unusual feelings within him. As Lin Huashang observed Su Qin's solemn expression, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, they resembled a clear pool of water. The tumultuous thoughts within her heart gradually subsided. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a series of silver needles, drawn by Su Qin's profound inner strength, danced gracefully around him. With a mere gesture of his finger, the needles, seemingly endowed with sentience, accurately descended upon Lin Chaoying's flawless form. The tips of the needles quivered incessantly, and in an instant, they adorned her entire body, covering every vital point. Lin Chaoying's slightly narrowed eyes flickered, as if she sensed an unusual change within her. Noticing this, Su Qin smiled faintly, aware that the moment had arrived. Without further hesitation, he directed the needles into the air, and a chilling aura gradually manifested around Lin Qiaoying's body. Chapter 101. Who are you? Under the stimulation of Su Qin's silver needles, the cold energy within Lin Qiaoying was abruptly mobilized. Pain etched itself upon her visage as the cold poison had seeped deeply into her very bones. Now, under Su Qin's manipulation, it was entirely stirred up, akin to scraping bones to cure poison. Fortunately, Lin Qiaoying was in a state of apparent death. Otherwise, the boundless agony would have been unbearable. Noticing her condition, a flash of determination ignited in Su Qin's eyes, and he internally roared. A surge of immense inner strength coursed through him, causing the silver needles to begin reversing their course. As the needles turned, visible tendrils of cold mist surged forth from Lin Qiaoying's body, forming delicate threads reminiscent of spider silk at the tips of the needles. The temperature in the tomb plummeted, leaving Lin Huachong astonished. Such divine techniques were unprecedented in her experience, instilling her with renewed confidence in Su Qin's ability to heal Lin Qiaoying. As the temperature continued to drop, Lin Huachong was compelled to harness her inner strength for resistance. Beads of crystalline sweat began to form on the brows of both Lin Qiaoying and Su Qin. The spider silk-like cold energy accumulated increasingly, gradually coalescing just in front of Lin Qiaoying. Once formed, the mass of cold energy radiated a faint blue halo, mesmerizing to behold. Yet, Su Qin understood the insidious nature of this cold poison. While it was relatively easy to neutralize, its pervasive and elusive characteristics posed a significant challenge. Had it not been for his divine medical skills and the backing of his fifth-tier celestial cultivation, he would not have dared to attempt this healing. As the cold poison continued to be drawn forth by Su Qin, Lin Qiaoying's expression gradually softened, a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Huachong felt an overwhelming joy. These signs undoubtedly indicated the efficacy of Su Qin's treatment. Seeing the opportune moment, Su Qin's hands danced as if weaving through flowers, and the cold poison before Lin Qiaoying seemed to be drawn towards him, slowly moving in his direction. Subsequently, much to Lin Huachong's slight concern, it merged into Su Qin's body. Although this treatment plan was Su Qin's proposition, and he had confidently assured its success, Lin Huachong could not suppress her anxiety. Fully aware of the cold poison's formidable traits, once the poison entered his body, a layer of frost immediately enveloped Su Qin's surface, rendering him akin to a snowman. Sitting upon the stone bed, although Lin Huachong had been forewarned by Su Qin about the potential consequences, witnessing it firsthand tightened her heart. Yet, she dared not move, as Su Qin had explicitly instructed her prior to the treatment. Suppressing her shock and concern, Lin Huachong gently laid Lin Qiaoying back upon the stone bed. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar seemed to erupt from within Su Qin, as the cold poison surged uncontrollably into him. Observing this, Su Qin scoffed internally. How dare this mere cold poison act so brazenly? As the profound scripture began to circulate within him, it commenced the obliteration of the cold poison residing in his body. To his astonishment, as the cold poison was eradicated, Su Qin discovered that his internal energy was gradually increasing. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the underlying reason. This cold poison had long been dormant within Lin Qiaoying, and although it had tormented her to the brink of despair, it was also an exceptionally pure form of energy. Coupled with Lin Qiaoying's formidable strength, once refined, the cold poison transformed into pure internal energy that Su Qin could harness for himself. Understanding this, Su Qin gazed at the substantial mass of cold poison within, as if he were beholding a treasure being diluted. This was indeed the first instance in which Su Qin had acquired such a significant amount of internal power without any system rewards. He surmised that the cold poison drawn from Lin Qiaoying's body could equate to 30 years of cultivation rewards from the system. A grin spread across Su Qin's face. This was truly an unexpected delight. Let me refine all of it, he proclaimed inwardly, and the profound scripture surged into a more frenzied operation, akin to a colossal millstone, dissolving and absorbing every trace of the cold poison. What further elated Su Qin was that this frigid essence had manifested a unique characteristic, enhancing the potency of his future applications of the proud cold six techniques. A subtle smile graced Su Qin's lips. This was undoubtedly a guaranteed gain. The sudden arrival of such unexpected fortune left Su Qin feeling somewhat bewildered. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, he relentlessly operated the profound scripture, refining all the cold poison drawn from Lin Qiaoying's body. His own strength ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th-grade celestial realm, merely a step away from the 6th-grade celestial realm. With this thought, a satisfied smile illuminated Su Qin's face. As the cold poison was refined, he gradually opened his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Huachong hurriedly approached with concern etched on her face. "My lord, how do you feel? Fear not. How could such a trivial cold poison possibly harm me? My lord, it is entirely my fault for putting you in danger. If anything were to happen to you, I would be utterly to blame." With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Su Qin gently ruffled Lin Huachong's hair and replied, "Why do you lack faith in me? I assured you that I was fully confident in my ability to handle this. Besides, with you all by my side, I would never take unnecessary risks. Now stop worrying. Allow me to show you something intriguing." As he spoke, Su Qin spread his palm before Lin Huachong, and before her astonished gaze, an ice lotus began to bloom gracefully in his hand. Lin Huachong was taken aback. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from the ice lotus. It was unmistakably the very essence of the cold poison, yet transformed. The cold poison now appeared to have been purified and refined, entirely devoid of its corrosive properties, emanating an extraordinary purity. Observing Lin Huachong's astonishment, Su Qin smiled gently and explained, "This is the result of the cold poison I just refined. It is the ultimate ice born from the purification of that poison. Remarkably, it has bestowed upon me numerous benefits." Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Lin Huachong felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. Previously, she had feared that Su Qin had also fallen victim to the chilling poison. If that were the case, she would have been at a complete loss for what to do. After the initial surprise, Lin Huachong gazed at Lin Xiaoying, who lay still on the bed, yet to awaken, and asked with a hint of concern, "Miss, the poison has been completely purged. Why has she not yet awakened?" Su Qin, prompted by Lin Huachong's inquiry, also realized the strangeness of the situation. Indeed, with the poison eradicated, Lin Xiaoying ought to have regained consciousness by now. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying, who had been utterly motionless, seemed to have sensed Su Qin's doubt. Her fingers twitched slightly, followed by a fluttering of her eyelids. Slowly, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, opened, revealing a gaze filled with confusion. She looked at the two and innocently asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 102. No longer any attachment. Su Qin and Lin Huachong exchanged a glance, both perceiving the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. It seemed that Lin Xiaoying's awakening script was somewhat amiss. A quarter of an hour later, they finally comprehended the situation. "My husband, are you suggesting that the young lady has lost her memory?" Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying, with an expression of innocent curiosity, was savoring the provisions brought by Su Qin and Lin Huachong. Su Qin gently cradled his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Indeed, that appears to be the case. It seems that Lin Xiaoying lingered in a state of false death for too prolonged a period, which has resulted in some lapses in her memory. "But the young lady?" Lin Huachong inquired, her face etched with concern. "There's no need for excessive worry. From my assessment, Lin Xiaoying merely needs to transcend to the celestial realm for her lost memories to resurface. Her current amnesia is merely temporary." Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Lin Huachong's expression oscillated between joy and anxiety. She rejoiced that Lin Xiaoying was not gravely harmed, but fretted over the requirement of reaching the celestial realm to recover her memories. It is known that the gap between a Grand Master and the celestial realm, though only one level apart, is as vast as a chasm. Otherwise, the entire martial world of the Great Song would not have produced but a single celestial master, Wang Chongyang. Seemingly aware of Lin Huachong's apprehensions, Su Qin tenderly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, speaking softly, "You need not be concerned. Given Lin Xiaoying's innate talent and strength, her breakthrough to the celestial realm is merely a matter of time. Now that the cold poison within her has dissipated, although she has experienced a setback, her foundation remains intact. With my assistance, it will not be long before she steps into the celestial realm." In fact, had it not been for the need to suppress the cold poison, Lin Xiaoying would have likely already entered the celestial realm. Once Su Qin finished, Lin Huachong's complexion brightened, and she nestled against him, softly nodding in agreement. As long as recovery is possible, the duration is of little significance now. Lin Huachong gazed somewhat wistfully at the seemingly innocent Lin Xiaoying. "Young lady, you used to take care of me. Now it is my turn to care for you." "I don't want your care. I want to be with Brother Su." Lin Xiaoying pouted, expressing her discontent. The amnesiac Lin Xiaoying now resembled a child of 8 or 9 years in temperament. Lin Huachong, taken aback by her words, looked at Su Qin in confusion. Su Qin, momentarily stunned, contemplated for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it was due to our exchange of internal energy while I was healing her. Our hearts resonated. And she instinctively feels close to me because she knows I saved her." Lin Huachong felt relieved upon understanding, yet an unusual sentiment arose within her. Lin Xiaoying finished the last morsel of her treat, wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with her hand, and in a flash, appeared beside Su Qin. Without hesitation, she embraced his arm, pressing her entire being against him, and innocently declared, "Brother Su, let us leave at once. This place is so frightening. I do not wish to stay here any longer." Su Qin's face flushed unexpectedly, feeling the softness radiating from his arm, instinctively attempting to withdraw it. However, despite several attempts, he was unable to succeed, as Lin Xiaoying clung to him as if fearing abandonment. With a resigned smile, Su Qin shook his head and casually remarked, "All right, let us set off." Lin Huachong observed the peculiar exchange between Lin Xiaoying and Su Qin, expressing her own resignation. "Very well, you may have your way, as long as you are happy." Yet, a sense of disappointment lingered within Lin Huachong, for the two had once relied on each other entirely. Now that Lin Xiaoying had regained consciousness, she seemed to regard Lin Huachong as a stranger, showing a heightened affection towards Su Qin instead. Nevertheless, the fact that Lin Xiaoying was awake and had the potential to recover her memories overshadowed any concerns about their closeness. With this thought, Lin Huachong felt her spirits lift somewhat, casting a pleading glance towards Su Qin, which he returned with an expression of helplessness. Seeing the situation, Su Qin momentarily abandoned the idea of extricating himself, and the two proceeded towards the ancient tomb's exit in a rather intimate manner. "Let us go home," Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, her expression turning quizzical. "Home? What is that?" Su Qin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaoying's question, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Huachong stifled a laugh. Su Qin shot her an annoyed glare before turning back to Lin Xiaoying with a smile. "Home is where I live. Would you like to see it? There are many enjoyable things, delicious foods, and lovely older sisters to play with you." "Really? That sounds wonderful. Let us hurry." "That is fine, but first, you must promise me something." Su Qin had seemingly resigned himself to the role of brother. "All right, what is it?" "You must let go of my arm first." "Why?" Su Qin felt overwhelmed, a dark cloud of frustration casting over him. Returning to Lingbao Mountain Manor in such a manner would tarnish his image. Their current appearance resembled that of a dubious uncle luring an unsuspecting young girl. After much effort and sacrifice, Lin Xiaoying reluctantly accepted Su Qin's suggestion to hold hands instead, marking her greatest concession at that moment. Yet, this arrangement was certainly preferable to before. At that instant, Su Qin resolved that once they exited the ancient tomb, he would head to the market at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain to procure a carriage back to Lingbao Mountain Manor. Though he did not mind Lin Xiaoying's affectionate demeanor, it was only acceptable in the absence of others, at the very least, without any outsiders present. As Lin Xiaoying, whose mindset resembled that of a young girl, emerged from the tomb, everything appeared refreshingly new to her. Despite her exuberance, her delicate hand remained firmly clasped around Su Qin's. Observing this, Su Qin could only shake his head and smile, a flicker of tenderness blossoming within his heart. The gaze directed towards Lin Xiaoying grew increasingly gentle, as if she was gradually embracing this enigmatic master, whose tenure as her sister remained uncertain. Lin Huachong, however, cast a wistful glance back at the ancient tomb's entrance. With her departure this time, she was left in uncertainty about when she might return. This tomb held an abundance of cherished memories for both master and servant. Yet, she could scarcely foresee that this departure would mark a time of profound change. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoying was unharmed, and she felt no lingering attachment to the tomb. The only bond that remained was that Lin Xiaoying was now by her side. Lin Huachong smiled gracefully, turned, and swiftly caught up with Su Qin and Lin Xiaoying as they descended towards the foot of Mount Zhongnan. Chapter 103. A night together. As Lin Huachong hurried to catch up with the two, she reached out to grasp Lin Xiaoying's hand, only to have it elude her grasp. Lin Huachong's expression faltered momentarily, and she cast a somewhat awkward glance at Su Qin, whose face bore a look of helplessness. Upon witnessing Su Qin's expression, Lin Huachong felt a surge of frustration but found herself at an impasse. She could only pout in a feigned display of anger. It must be said that Lin Xiaoying's awakening had lifted an immense weight from her heart, instilling her with a newfound vitality and spirit. Seeing this, Su Qin, with a hint of resignation, extended his other hand to take hold of Lin Huachong's, leading them down the mountain. With their striking appearances, the trio attracted attention wherever they went. Even Su Qin, despite his thick skin, could not escape the curious gazes of onlookers. Upon reaching the marketplace at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain, their first order of business was to procure a carriage, after which the three of them climbed inside. On their way, Su Qin and Lin Huachong had arrived on swift steeds, their minds preoccupied with Lin Xiaoying's treatment, leaving little room for leisure. However, They seized the opportunity to appreciate the scenic beauty during their return journey, planning to savor the local delicacies along the way. When Su Qin shared this idea, Lin Qiaoying readily concurred, her hands clasping in agreement. Observing her sister's enthusiasm, Lin Huachong also nodded to support Su Qin's suggestion. Just as they exited the marketplace, Lin Qiaoying had already acquired 2 candied hawthorns, relishing them with delight. Su Qin, for once, withdrew his hands to enjoy a moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Huachong lifted the carriage curtain to show Lin Qiaoying the world outside. With a beaming smile, Lin Qiaoying savored her treats, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the passing scenery and the array of people. Witnessing Lin Qiaoying's innocent, genuine laughter brought a few joyful tears to Lin Huachong's eyes. It had been years since she had seen her sister smile in such a carefree manner. At that moment, Lin Huachong couldn't help but muse that perhaps Lin Qiaoying's amnesia was not entirely a curse. After all, Lin Qiaoying had always held herself to lofty standards, often depriving herself of life's simple pleasures in her relentless pursuit of excellence. That night, however, Su Qin found himself in a quandary. Lin Qiaoying was adamant about not wanting to sleep apart from him. "Sister Inger, it's getting late. You need to rest," he urged. "I'll sleep right here." Lin Qiaoying pouted defiantly, her expression resolute. "If you sleep here, then I'll go to another room," he countered. "No, I want to sleep with Brother Su," she insisted. "Sister Inger, be a good girl. Sister Huachong will keep you company," he suggested. "I don't want that. I don't want Sister Huachong to accompany me," she protested vehemently. "Inger, listen to me. You cannot sleep with me," he reiterated. "Why not?" she queried innocently. Because. Su Qin stumbled over his words, unsure how to respond, but Lin Huachong interjected softly. "Because only husband and wife can sleep together, dear Inger. So you must listen, understand? Then does that mean as long as I become Brother Su's wife, we can sleep together?" she inquired, her eyes wide with innocence. Lin Qiaoying tilted her head, gazing at Su Qin and the other with a look of innocent bewilderment. Hearing such naïve words from Lin Qiaoying, Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Huachong, too, wore an expression of defeat, raising her hand to her forehead in a moment of speechlessness. At this moment, Lin Qiaoying had no comprehension of what it meant to be married, nor did she possess any concept of the relationship between spouses. In her mind, the only thing that mattered was sleeping alongside Su Qin. Everything else was beyond her consideration. Observing the expressions of the two, Lin Qiaoying seemed to have an epiphany and promptly exclaimed, "Are you two trying to enjoy something fun without me? I knew it. You've been discovered. No, I want to marry Brother Su too. Little Ing, marriage is not a child's play. No, I insist." Seeing Lin Qiaoying's stubbornness, Lin Huachong felt as if she were witnessing the return of a once obstinate young lady. Her gaze softened considerably. "All right, fine, we shall do as you wish. Huachong." Lin Huachong silenced Su Qin with a glance before continuing to Lin Qiaoying. "This matter will be arranged once we return to Lingbao Mountain Manor." "Really?" "Yes. Yay. That's wonderful. I can sleep with Brother Su now." Su Qin and Lin Huachong exchanged looks of helplessness. The two of them then exerted tremendous effort to finally lull Lin Qiaoying to sleep. In her slumber, Lin Qiaoying clung tightly to Su Qin's hand, mumbling indistinct dreams. Lin Huachong gently tucked a strand of hair behind Lin Qiaoying's ear, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. "Husband, I entrust the young lady to you from now on." "What? Were you serious just now?" "Yes, she is a person of misfortune. With your love, I believe she will find happiness. I have forgotten how long it has been since I saw her so joyful. Moreover, given her talents, only someone of your caliber among the dragons of men in the entire Song dynasty would be worthy of her. Her marrying you is certainly not a disgrace." Although Su Qin understood Lin Huachong's intentions, the words sounded somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, these concerns paled in comparison to the fact that this was Lin Qiaoying. To claim she was the foremost heroine of the Song dynasty would be no exaggeration, and coupled with her unparalleled beauty, it would be a falsehood to say Su Qin harbored no thoughts. Yet, at present, Lin Qiaoying's mentality was akin to that of a child, which inevitably stirred a sense of guilt within Su Qin. Perhaps it would be better to wait until she entered the celestial realm and regained her memories before discussing this matter. Su Qin thought this way, feeling that marrying her at this moment might imply taking advantage of her vulnerability, especially since Lin Qiaoying's intellect was not yet fully developed. However, Lin Huachong gently shook her head in response. "Husband, there is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. Let us settle the marriage upon returning to Lingbao Mountain Manor. Once the young lady regains her senses, I will naturally explain everything to her." Seeing Lin Huachong's insistence, Su Qin chose to refrain from further discussion. At this moment, Lin Qiaoying's mind resembled that of a child, and Lin Huashang was undoubtedly her only relative in this world. Although marriage is a significant affair, with Lin Huashang by her side, it naturally became a matter of course. Thus, the three of them ambled their way back to Lingbao Mountain Villa. The ladies had long been awaiting their return at the entrance of the estate. Upon seeing such a crowd, Lin Xiaoying felt a surge of fear and instinctively nestled behind Su Qin. Observing this, Su Qin offered a gentle smile, softly comforting Lin Xiaoying. The likes of Xiao Long, Li Macho, and Huang Rong promptly approached, speaking tenderly to reassure the startled Lin Xiaoying, who resembled a frightened fawn. Although Lin Xiaoying's mentality was that of a child, she could still discern between good and evil. Sensing the kindness emanating from the women, she gradually began to lower her defenses. Chapter 104. Enumerating the various merits of Su Qin the following day. The city of Jiaxing was once again engulfed in a fervor due to the news that emerged from Lingbao Mountain Manor. This particular revelation proved to be rather sensational. The young master was to take a concubine, and the chosen one was none other than the revered founder of the ancient tomb sect, Lin Xiaoying. With this union, the entire ancient tomb sect had fallen under Su Qin's influence. Despite his exalted position as the leader of the martial arts world, the citizens of Jiaxing continued to affectionately refer to him as the young master. This title resonated warmly with the people, who found it endearing. In the contemporary era of the Song dynasty, the denizens of Jiaxing alone chose to address Su Qin in this manner. "The young master is taking another concubine," they exclaimed. "How many is this for the year?" The entire ancient tomb sect has been claimed by the young master. Indeed, the young master now stood as the supreme figure in the martial arts realm, his status far surpassing that of the past. If he desired, he could easily have a multitude of beauties at his beck and call. This was certainly true, yet the young master possessed remarkably discerning taste. Countless female heroes from the martial world had offered themselves, yet he had paid them no heed. Naturally, the townsfolk mused. How could such a paragon of virtue and heroism be attracted to mere painted women? Within Lingbao Mountain Manor, preparations were being made with great urgency. Meanwhile, far away in Xiangyang, renowned figures such as Huang Yaoshi and Hong Qigong received the news of Su Qin's impending marriage, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Their surprise deepened upon learning that the bride-to-be was none other than the illustrious heroine Lin, who had once made waves in the martial world. "The leader is indeed extraordinary," Hong Qigong remarked, his tone laden with complexity as he turned to Huang Yaoshi. "Even the legendary Lin Xiaoying has been welcomed into his household." It was no wonder that Hong Qigong held such sentiments. Lin Xiaoying's reputation had earned even his admiration. Though they had once engaged in a legendary contest atop Mount Hua, where they were deemed among the five greats, had Lin Xiaoying been involved, the outcome would surely have been different. To call Lin Xiaoying the goddess of her generation would not be an overstatement. Her extraordinary talents left many in the martial world in awe, and the reason for her obscurity in contemporary times lay in her years of seclusion within the ancient tomb. As this thought crossed his mind, Hong Qigong felt an unusual sensation arise within him. He turned to Huang Yaoshi, his gaze enigmatic. Ever since Huang Yaoshi returned from Lingbao Mountain Manor, Hong Qigong had sensed a subtle change in him. The aura surrounding Huang seemed to be suffused with a grand cosmic force. Of course, Hong Qigong understood this well. It was evident that Huang Yaoshi had received considerable benefits from Su Qin. At that moment, the lifelong seeker of martial perfection, Hong Qigong, found himself contemplating the idea of marriage and family. Yet this notion was fleeting, even if he entertained such thoughts. By the time he found a wife and had a daughter to marry off to Su Qin, who knew how many years would have passed, it would be far more prudent to focus on accumulating tangible contributions. Nevertheless, he could not help but inwardly lament Huang Yaoshi's good fortune. Finding such a remarkable son-in-law as Su Qin undoubtedly secures his position within the realm of celestial beings, and the possibility of surpassing even that is not entirely out of reach. It would be disingenuous to assert that he harbors no envy. After years of camaraderie, their strengths are indeed comparable. Presently, Huang Yaoshi, being Su Qin's father-in-law, undoubtedly stands ahead of the others. The news of Su Qin taking a concubine swiftly reverberated throughout the Jianghu of the Song dynasty, stirring a significant commotion among the various sections. After all, Su Qin's status has evolved dramatically. As the supreme leader of the martial world and the husband of the founder of the ancient tomb sect, he has garnered immense respect. The fact that the leader has taken Lin Xiaoying into his household is noteworthy, considering she is a figure from the same era as the five greats. But what significance does that hold? At the leader's level, age is merely a trivial concern. Such discussions, of course, remain unknown to Su Qin. At this moment, Within the Lingbao villa, Lin Huachong is bustling about with the little dragon girl and Li Macho, diligently preparing for their wedding. The other ladies are also engaged in tasks within their capabilities. As time has passed, the many wives have grown accustomed to Su Qin's decision to take a concubine, actively assisting in the arrangements. Previously, when Su Qin first took a concubine, many of the wives would shyly distance themselves. Now, there is no need for such avoidance. With Su Qin's current stature, who would dare to gossip? At this time, the Lingbao villa is filled with guests. Martial artists are carefully toasting Su Qin with smiles, congratulating him on his new beautiful concubine. The leader and Lin Zhangjiao are truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, only a woman of such beauty and talent deserves our leader. Compliments flow freely from the mouths of the guests as if they cost nothing. Su Qin, with a smile, raises his glass, taking only a modest sip. It is not arrogance on his part. Given his current status, there are indeed few who warrant his personal attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, a young maiden draped in light gauze gazes at Su Qin with a complex expression. Beside her, Zhongling whispers something softly, accompanied by a gentle laugh. This stunningly beautiful maiden is Mu Wanqing, who has come to Lingbao Villa to visit Zhongling. She has arrived just in time to witness Su Qin's taking of a concubine. From her perspective, with so many beautiful women already in his life, why is he still not satisfied? Simultaneously, her curiosity about this formidable leader of the martial world intensifies. Linger, is the leader truly as wonderful as you say? Of course. My husband is a rare gem, exceptional in every way. Zhongling's face beams with pride and infatuation as she begins to enumerate Su Qin's numerous virtues, her sense of satisfaction evident. Observing Zhongling's smug expression, Mu Wanqing feels a headache coming on. Stop. You're painting an overly rosy picture here. If the leader were truly as remarkable as you claim, why would he continually take wives? The leader possesses unparalleled talent and martial prowess, truly a rarity in this world. However, it seems he possesses a certain penchant for infidelity. Is it not enough for him to have you and the esteemed sisters? Speaking solely of the sisters, each one is exceptional in both talent and lineage, with extraordinary martial skills. Alas, Sister Mu, you may be unaware of this. The decision to take concubines was made with the unanimous consent of the esteemed sisters. What? The decision for him to take concubines was indeed at our behest. How can this be possible? Why is it impossible? How could I deceive you in such matters? Why? Zhongling was momentarily taken aback by Mu Wanqing's probing questions. As she contemplated her response, a rather embarrassing scene flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Her fingers intertwined anxiously, rendering her utterly speechless. Chapter 105. System Reward. Upon witnessing the expression on Zhongling's face, Mu Wanqing grew increasingly curious and hurriedly pressed for more information. The more she inquired, the more flustered Zhongling became. Such matters were difficult for her to articulate. It was one thing to jest with her sisters, as they were all kindred spirits and had shared similar experiences. However, to put Zhongling in a position to speak of these things in front of Mu Wanqing, a young lady still in her prime, was indeed a bit daunting. Oh dear, Sister Mu, please refrain from asking further. The merits of my husband are known not only to me, but also to the other sisters. You will come to learn about it in due time. Zhongling swiftly diverted the topic. Mu Wanqing regarded her with a puzzled expression, observing the flush on Zhongling's cheeks, her thoughts deepening with curiosity. Upon hearing Zhongling's words, she chose not to press further, yet her intrigue only intensified. With a commanding shout from the ceremonial officer, Su Qin and his companion entered the bridal chamber. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Chaoying, who had been pent up with anticipation, promptly lifted her crimson veil, exclaiming, "This wedding ceremony is hardly enjoyable." Thankfully, during the ceremony, Lin Huachong and the others had vigorously dissuaded her, enabling the youthful Lin Chaoying to endure until the rites were complete. In truth, Lin Chaoying had been quite impatient. The rituals were laden with tedious formalities, and the heavy robes and adornments were burdensome. Even though Su Qin had foreseen her dissatisfaction and had streamlined many of the procedures and ornaments, she remained exceedingly displeased. It was only because the other women had assured her that enduring these rites was essential to becoming Su Qin's wife and sharing his bed each night that she reluctantly consented. I am absolutely famished. Lin Chaoying's eyes sparkled as she beheld the exquisite pastries and fruits laid out before her. Yet, the thought that from this day forth, she would be Su Gij's wife and could sleep beside him each night made her grievances dissipate like mist. At that moment, after bidding farewell to the numerous guests, Su Qin entered the room and immediately spotted Lin Chaoying at the table, her chin resting on her hands. Seeing her in such a state brought a broader smile to his face. He quietly approached her side, only to be astonished to find that Lin Chaoying had fallen asleep. What a restless child she is. Su Qin shook his head in exasperation, then gently scooped her up, placing her tenderly on the bed. Su Gij, you're here. I'm so sleepy. Come and hold me as I sleep. All right. Su Gij is on his way. With a wave of his hand, the flames of the candles in the room extinguished in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Lin Chaoying. Gained a century's worth of power, and the great wilderness prisoner's finger. The following morning, Su Qin gently shifted Lin Chaoying, who was still deep in slumber, from his side, and carefully tucked her in with a blanket. Sensing a change, she murmured dreamily. Su Qin smiled softly at her, tenderly smoothing her hair before placing a gentle kiss on her forehead and quietly exiting the room. Lin Chaoying, however, merely turned over and continued her slumber. After instructing the maid to watch over her attentively, he made his way alone to the backyard. At this moment, Su Qin felt a flicker of excitement within him. For the rewards of marrying Lin Chaoying far exceeded his expectations. This was perhaps due to Lin Chaoying's unparalleled talent, reputation, and strength, which justified such a generous reward. A full century of cultivation was among the rarest boons Su Qin had received since acquiring the system. Yet, what he anticipated most was the Grand De Huang prison heaven technique. Based on the previous reward mechanisms of the system, it was not difficult for Su Qin to deduce that this technique would undoubtedly be a celestial martial art, or perhaps even a higher-level skill. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su Qin mentally commanded, "System, claim my cultivation." In an instant, the century's worth of power transformed into a torrent of inner strength within him, unleashing a colossal wave. Faced with this scenario, Su Qin merely smiled faintly. Although a century of power was indeed formidable, he was no longer the Su Qin of the past. With his celestial realm strength, coupled with the profundities of the Taishan classic, this mere century of power was trivial. Even if he received another century's worth, refining it would merely be a matter of time. The Taishan classic, sensing the surging inner strength within Su Qin, began to whirl frantically. Observing this, Su Qin smiled slightly, and with a shift of thought, the Taishan classic transformed into a vast vortex. A tremendous suction emanated from the vortex's center, and the torrent of power could not withstand this ferocious pull, willingly being drawn into its depths. As Su Qin assimilated this century's power into his essence, his strength visibly surged. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the threshold of the 5th rank of the celestial realm, reaching the 6th rank. However, he did not halt there. With a ferocious momentum, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th rank, barely pausing just shy of the 7th rank. Feeling the significant boost in his power, Su Qin's lips curled into a broad smile, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The reason Su Qin could achieve such explosive growth in the celestial realm was largely due to the fact that his proficiency in the joyous divine art had elevated him to the peak of the 5th rank during this period. Although the initial effects of this art were not particularly pronounced, as the strength of his numerous wives increased, the benefits he reaped grew ever more substantial. Though it could not compare to the immediate results of system rewards, the cumulative benefits proved far superior to relentless training. Now, with the strength of a pinnacle 6th rank celestial warrior, Su Qin's combat prowess soared to a terrifying level. Bolstered by his extraordinary martial arts, such as the Haoran sword Qi and the celestial intent 4 symbols technique. Based on his estimations, he believed he had no rivals within the celestial realm. However, he remained hesitant to assert dominance over realms beyond the celestial, as he had yet to encounter any beyond that threshold. The root of Su Qin's confidence in his invincibility within the celestial realm lay in the mastery of these exceptional techniques. Each of these arts, when taken individually, could allow one to battle beyond their rank with formidable efficacy. In regards to this martial art, Su Qin had mastered more than just one form. With this thought, a fleeting glimmer of eagerness shone in Su Qin's eyes, as he felt an increased anticipation for the Da Huang Qiutianji he had just acquired. Su Qin had heard of the Da Huang Qiutianji in his previous life. Its power was indeed a rarity in this world, an unparalleled existence. Suppressing the excitement within, Su Qin mentally declared, "System, continue to claim rewards." In an instant, countless profound martial arts imprints surged into Su Qin's mind. Like a torrent, this vast influx of information made his mind feel almost swollen, as if it were on the brink of overflowing. Chapter 106. The joyous divine art. With a mere flick of his finger, the heavens tremble. With a second, they are ensnared. A third shatters the mountains and rivers. A fourth extinguishes the living. A fifth rends the firmament. The brilliance in Su Qin's eyes surged exponentially. Indeed, as I had anticipated, it is the great wilderness ensnaring heaven finger. The profound intricacies of this technique reverberated within his mind, leaving Su Qin in a state of astonishment that lingered interminably. For this great wilderness ensnaring heaven finger possesses the extraordinary ability to confine an entire realm. Once unleashed, no matter the caliber of celestial beings before him, they cannot summon even a whisper of the cosmic energies for their own advantage. At that moment, Su Qin could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Although he had previously held high expectations for this technique, the true manifestation of its might left him profoundly shaken. It is known that celestial beings regard grand masters as inconsequential precisely because they can manipulate the forces of nature for their own benefit. Without the cosmic energies at their disposal, celestial beings are merely grandmasters with slightly more robust internal power. This further accentuates the terrifying nature of the great wilderness ensnaring heaven finger. Imagine a celestial being harnessing the forces of nature in battle, only for Su Qin to point a finger and render those forces null and void. Thus, regardless of whether they have attained the pinnacle of celestial mastery, before Su Qin, they are but mere trifles. Nevertheless, a tinge of regret lingered in Su Qin's heart. The version of the great wilderness ensnaring heaven finger he currently possessed was not the complete form. It lacked the ultimate finger that synergized all five, which undoubtedly surpassed the martial arts of celestial beings. However, Su Qin remained undeterred. As long as he maintained his momentum in cultivating his prowess, it would not be long before the system rewarded him with that final technique. Through his recent union with Lin Xiaoying, Su Qin's suspicions were validated. The quality of rewards provided by the system is directly correlated with the cultivation, aptitude, and fortune of one's chosen spouse. Yet, who would forego a morsel so close at hand? To wait until they have achieved a certain level of mastery before marrying would be to forsake the essential for the trivial. Su Qin chuckled softly, reining in his aura as he strolled out of the rear courtyard. It is worth noting that the amnesiac Lin Xiaoying was quite reliant on him. Although her condition had improved somewhat since their return to Lingbao Villa, it remained limited to a specific time frame. Once that time elapsed, regardless of how entertaining or delectable her surroundings were, she would immediately abandon them in search of Su Qin's presence. However, Lin Xiaoying had made considerable progress since their first encounter. After all, she could tolerate Su Qin's absence for a brief period. He recognized that this situation would gradually improve with the passage of time. After all, Lin Xiaoying was newly arrived at Lingbao Villa, a place entirely foreign to her. Fortunately, the other women possessed kind hearts, enabling her to adapt swiftly. Additionally, with Lin Huashang by her side, even though Lin Xiaoying did not know her, the two had shared many years of companionship. Naturally, Lin Xiaoying felt a certain closeness to her in the depths of her heart. However, this only occurred in the absence of Su Qin. Once he made his appearance, even Lin Xiaoying's parents would likely be dismissed with a mere glance. Lin Huachang felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter, yet there was nothing she could do. Upon Su Qin's return to the room, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Xiaoying, her face twisted in a pout of grievance. Yet, upon seeing Su Qin, her expression transformed as if turning the pages of a book, now radiating delight. Like the wind, she rushed to his side, enveloping his arm in an embrace. Her lips jutting out in discontent as she exclaimed, "Brother Su, where have you been? I woke up and you vanished." In response, Su Qin affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoying's hair and replied, "Be good, Xiaoying. I was merely preparing breakfast for you." With a wave of his hand, the maid, who had been waiting in anticipation, promptly brought forth the exquisite meal that had been prepared. Lin Xiaoying's spirits lifted at the sight of Su Qin's return and the delectable feast he presented. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she released his arm and hurried to the table, indulging heartily in the food before her. The chefs at Lingbao Mountain Villa were unmatched compared to those elsewhere. With Su Qin, a culinary maestro, even the most ordinary ingredients were transformed into extraordinary dishes. Lin Xiaoying was thoroughly satisfied with this. Su Qin, too, brimmed with confidence, knowing that the cuisine from Lingbao Mountain Villa could undoubtedly rival that of the imperial kitchens. As Lin Xiaoying savored her meal with gusto, Su Qin wore a broad smile. In no time, she had devoured most of the food laid out before her. Observing this, Su Qin chuckled softly and addressed her, "Xiaoying, would you like me to teach you a set of martial arts?" "What martial arts?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "This technique is called the Joyous Divine Art, which is immensely beneficial for enhancing one's strength. Once you master it, breaking through to the celestial realm will be much easier. At that time, the memories you have lost will return." "Will I still remember Brother Su once my memories are restored?" she asked, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Of course, you will. So, shall we begin your training?" Seeing Lin Xiaoying's earnest demeanor, Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle. She was genuinely concerned about forgetting him after regaining her memories. He pondered what she would be like on that day. Su Qin had previously discussed this matter with Lin Huachong, but he remained confident that even after Lin Xiaoying's memories returned, he would still capture her heart. As Lin Xiaoying settled cross-legged on the bed, Su Qin smiled warmly and began to impart the teachings of the joyous divine art, which included practices specifically for women. He had already instructed his other wives in this art. Only through their cooperation could its full potential be realized, allowing both partners to reap great benefits from their intimate union. As he observed Lin Xiaoying's innocent expression, a peculiar sense of guilt washed over Su Qin. At this moment, I felt akin to a morally dubious uncle, imparting knowledge to a young girl. Shaking my head vigorously, I suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind and began to teach earnestly. As I shared my insights, I was astounded by Lin Xiaoying's remarkable talent. Truly, she embodied the essence of the goddess from the era of Wang Chongyang and his contemporaries. Although the joyous skill is not an esoteric technique, its content is profoundly intricate. Even the exceptionally intelligent women like Huang Rong, Xiao Long, and Wang Yuyin had to study it thrice before they could barely grasp it. In contrast, Lin Xiaoying managed to memorize it after just one reading, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to comprehend and integrate the knowledge. With such innate talent, were it not for the assistance of my system, I would likely never surpass Lin Xiaoying in 10 lifetimes. Chapter 107. A delightful life with the entrance of Lin Xiaoying. Lingbao Mountain Villa has become even more vibrant with joy. Although Lin Xiaoying is the eldest among the women and has lost her memory, they all regard her as a younger sister. Her innocent and carefree demeanor often elicits laughter from everyone, making her the source of amusement among the group. Consequently, she quickly integrated herself into their midst. As she bonded with the others, her reliance on Su Qin, as anticipated by him, diminished significantly. While she remained closer to him than to anyone else, the improvement was evident. Lin Xiaoying especially favored Huang Rong, spending most of her time by her side in Su Qin's absence. This left Lin Huachong somewhat exasperated, yet secretly pleased. It was worth noting that previously, Lin Xiaoying had devoted herself solely to cultivation, with no one but Lin Huachong to converse with. One day, the women were admiring the blossoms in the garden, while Su Qin reclined comfortably in a wicker chair, savoring the tranquility of life, especially with his beloved wife by his side. Just as he was relishing the moment, a figure leaped onto him, accompanied by a waft of fragrance and Lin Xiaoying's innocent voice. Su Gij, will our children also come from here in the future? Su Qin, possessing formidable skills, deftly avoided the risk of being squashed by Lin Xiaoying. He ruffled her hair and replied with feigned annoyance, Xiaoying, if it weren't for my protective abilities, I would have surely succumbed to your antics. Su Gij, please tell me, will our children also emerge from here? Lin Xiaoying, undeterred by his tone, pointed to her flat abdomen. Only then did Su Qin smile and nod. But why are my sisters, a Zhu and a Bai, so large, while mine is so small? Lin Xiaoying persistently probed, gesturing exaggeratedly with her hands. This elicited muffled laughter from the surrounding women, and even Su Qin couldn't help but smile. Thanks to Su Qin's tireless efforts, many of the wives were already expecting, with a Zhu and a Bai nearing their delivery, hence their noticeably larger bellies. It was no wonder that the childlike Lin Xiaoying would harbor such curiosities. Go ask your sister Rong. Su Qin readily tossed this tricky question to Huang Rong, prompting a roll of her eyes, though she still responded, Xiaoying, come here, and I will explain it to you. All right. Lin Xiaoying's face lit up with joy as she made a playful face at Su Qin and swiftly moved to Huang Rong's side. Huang Rong smiled, taking Lin Xiaoying's small hand and whispering the explanation in her ear. Observing Lin Xiaoying's demeanor and the slightly exasperated Su Qin, the other women couldn't help but smile. Lin Huachong appeared beside Su Qin at an unknown time, observing the innocent Lin Xiaoying listening earnestly to Huang Rong's explanations, a hint of melancholy emerging on her face. I truly wonder if my actions are right or wrong. At times, I ponder that if the young lady could continue like this, it might be quite well, for at least she is happy now. It should be noted that in my memories, the young lady has never smiled like this before. During this period, her laughter seems to exceed the sum of all those years prior. Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately understood Lin Huachong's thoughts and spoke with a smile. Why must you be entangled in notions of right and wrong? In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. The difference lies solely in the perspective from which one views matters. Moreover, I believe that the current Lin Xiaoying is the true Lin Xiaoying. The previous version was merely a wretched soul confined within self-imposed boundaries. Even should she one day regain her lost memories, I am confident she will not blame you. After all, you have acted with her best interests at heart, and she is most aware of how she has fared here. Gradually, Lin Huachan's furrowed brow relaxed, and she nodded slowly. You need not worry. As I mentioned before, when she regains her memories, I am also capable of ensuring she remains here. With Su Qin's assurance, Lin Huachan's worries dissipated significantly. Observing her surroundings, a smile began to grace her lips, and she secretly mused, indeed, as my husband stated, perhaps this place is truly her home. The few of them hailed from the ancient tomb. Although they are now married, they continue to live together as before. The only difference is that they once resided in the ancient tomb, whereas now they are in Lingbao Villa, accompanied by many sisters. Furthermore, with a husband who cherishes her and all, what is there to feel melancholy about? Thus, Su Qin returned to her previous leisurely life. Each day, she accompanied the ladies in the villa, enjoying a blissful existence. All the women were filled with joy, save for one, who could not find happiness. This individual was Mu Wanqing, invited to Lingbao Villa by Zhongling. Since her arrival, Mu Wanqing had been arranged to live in the same courtyard as the other ladies. Day after day, witnessing Su Qin and the ladies in their affectionate and sweet interactions, she experienced a tumult of emotions. Initially, she perceived Su Qin as a man of fickle nature, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, constantly taking new brides, embodying the essence of novelty-seeking. However, after a period of observation, Mu Wanqing was astonished to discover that Su Qin cherished each lady sincerely. There was no favoritism. He showed equal affection to all, which undoubtedly left Mu Wanqing in disbelief. Such a man truly exists in this world, both a romantic at heart and yet so devoted. It is no surprise that Mu Wanqing felt a shift in her own sentiments, influenced by this revelation. This indescribable feeling left Mu Wanqing somewhat agitated. However, during this period, she truly comprehended the meaning behind Zhongling's words spoken on the day of the wedding, just as Zhongling had indicated. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Mu Wanqing's cheeks. Living in the same small courtyard, the nightly shared bedding with Su Qin and the penetrating sounds made it nearly impossible for her to ignore. Consequently, Mu Wanqing found herself torn. She yearned to leave this place, yet felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, if she chose to remain, the torment within her heart became suffocating. Her inner turmoil was something she could not share with anyone, leaving her to bottle it up inside. If only I could be fortunate enough. A few unconventional thoughts flitted through Mu Wanqing's mind, only to be swiftly quelled as she offered herself a self-mocking smile. With a soft sigh, she turned and walked toward the lake in the garden. Chapter 108. Su Qin's medical skills. As Mu Wanqing stood by the lakeside, her heart was heavy with melancholy. Her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the myriad moments since her arrival at Lingbao Villa. She recalled Su Qin's gentle demeanor and refined manners, each of his gestures deftly tugging at her heartstrings. Yet, despite his kindness, there lingered an air of deliberate detachment, which left Mu Wanqing feeling somewhat disheartened. To claim she harbored no affection for Su Qin would be an utter falsehood. It was precisely this complexity of emotions that left her so conflicted. At this moment, it seemed as though two voices were engaged in a relentless debate within her. One voice, calm and reasoned, urged her to leave this place, lest she become ensnared deeper in her feelings. The other, resplendent with temptation, encouraged her to cast aside her reservations and pursue the life she truly desired. During her time at Lingbao Villa, she had experienced the happiest days of her life. Mu Wanqing was a girl of outward strength yet inner softness. In her heart, she yearned for the life she had found at the villa. It felt like a sanctuary on earth, where she could frolic and play with numerous sisters, savor exquisite delicacies, and experience a familial warmth she had never known before. The smiles of both the master, Su Qin, and the servants were filled with genuine happiness. Their relationships resembled those of a close-knit family rather than mere master and servant. Upon reflection, she found herself inexplicably attached to this place, her feelings towards Su Qin occupying a significant space in her heart. Leaning against the railing by the lake, her gaze unfocused, her thoughts swirling, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Miss Mu, why are you here all alone? Why not join Ling, and the others for a game? Have you been poorly attended to at the manor? Ah, master, I haven tea. Mu Wanqing's lips, hidden beneath her black veil, appeared particularly alluring. Su Qin's inquiry shattered her reverie, akin to having her innermost thoughts laid bare, leaving her flustered, her typically cool voice wavering. A faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks, and a flurry of speculation arose in her heart. Could it be that the master had come to seek her out for? As this thought crossed her mind, the flush on her face deepened. Su Qin, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, perceived her feelings but chose not to address them directly. Instead, he smiled gently and said, My dear lady, Do you seem troubled? Might you share your concerns with me? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's anxiety intensified, her heart racing as if it were lodged in her throat. It was their first time in such close proximity. And no. I don't, she stammered, her words tumbling out incoherently. Not taking offense at her response, Su Qin continued with a warm smile. Oh, if that is the case, I shall rest easy. You and Ling share a sisterly bond. If you are not enjoying yourself here, that would indeed be a fault of mine. The leader is overly concerned. The young lady feels immensely grateful for the leader's warm hospitality. She shall not disturb the leader's elegant lakeside excursion and will take her leave for now. Although Mu Wanqing's heart raced, she feigned composure. Bowing respectfully to Su Qin before turning to depart, Su Qin merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. It is not that Su Qin feels indifferent towards her. Rather, the moment is simply not ripe yet. With his current prowess, winning over Mu Wanqing would be but a trifling endeavor, a clear demonstration of positional superiority. Though Mu Wanqing possesses a cool demeanor, she is at an age where her heart begins to flutter. What girl does not dream of love, especially when faced with the renowned hero Su Qin? Often dubbed the romantic ideal of female martial artists, the saying, beautiful women love heroes, rings true. Su Qin's initiative to engage with Mu Wanqing is primarily a strategic preparation for the future. This ebb and flow of emotions, this tantalizing dance of closeness and distance, is the most challenging to relinquish. Mu Wanqing is acutely aware of the torment of being caught in indecision. Meanwhile, Su Qin, akin to a seasoned hunter, exhibits remarkable patience. His occasional displays of concern only deepen Mu Wanqing's self-doubt. When the time is ripe, she will inevitably yield to his advances. One cannot deny that after enduring numerous trials, Su Qin's finesse in courtship has developed significantly. Mu Wanqing now finds herself firmly under Su Qin's influence. On this particular day, Su Qin was in his study perusing various martial arts texts when a servant announced, "Young master, Ding Chuanxiu from the Xingxiu sect requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Su Qin set down his book, a frown knitting his brow. Ding Chuanxiu? Su Qin was no stranger to this individual. Indeed, he was quite familiar with him. However, familiarity did not breed fondness. Su Qin harbored no goodwill towards this man. Ding Chuanxiu was akin to an ungrateful wolf, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Though Su Qin did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he certainly felt no affection for Ding Chuanxiu. What could Ding Chuanxiu want? He claimed to seek medical assistance, his words earnest and urgent. Medical assistance? Su Qin was somewhat taken aback. How did Ding Chuanxiu, so far away in the Xingxiu Sea, come to know of his medical skills? The story traces back a few days, when Ouyang Feng, a martial enthusiast, having learned of Su Qin's offer to exchange contributions for the path of heaven, had exhausted his resources. After bravely slaying several formidable foes from the Mongol ranks in Xiangyang, he finally accumulated enough contributions to seek Su Qin's guidance on the path of heaven. Su Qin honored his promise and imparted the teachings. However, the old man, in his eagerness, hastily secluded himself to break through, only to meet with failure and nearly lose his life. Fortunately, Su Qin learned of this and, recognizing Ouyang Feng as a valuable asset, intervened to save him. His medical expertise, deemed miraculous, left Hong Qigong and others in awe. Despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, Ouyang Feng was able to rise and move about the following day, his vitality seemingly restored. This astonishing recovery left onlookers in a state of disbelief. Consequently, Su Qin's medical prowess rapidly spread throughout the martial arts community of the Song dynasty. Although Su Qin had previously offered his skills on a few occasions, such instances had only circulated within a limited sphere, and none of the individuals he had treated possessed the formidable prowess of a grandmaster like Ouyang Feng. Furthermore, Su Qin included his healing endeavors and his role as a protector in the pursuit of transcending the human realm within his contributions for exchange. As a result, the martial artists of the Song dynasty were invigorated, zealously accumulating contributions with the sole intent of securing Su Qin's assistance in the future. With Su Qin's medical expertise at their disposal, it could be said that their chances of survival had dramatically increased, granting them a second lease on life. Chapter 109. Speak without reservation. Speak without restraint. I recall that Ding Chuanxiu has not contributed much, has he? According to Ding Chuanxiu, he has a grand gift to present to the young lord, hoping that the young lord might take action once. The servant, sensing the displeasure on Su Qin's face, felt a twinge of regret. Initially, he had no intention of coming to report. However, unable to resist Ding Chuanxiu's earnest words, he decided to relay the message. Had he known the young lord's current state, he would have refrained from coming at all. Young lord, I shall go out and drive him away, lest you feel vexed. The servant offered. Yet, Su Qin lightly waved his hand and replied, Take him to the conference hall and wait for me. I shall come shortly. The servant's face flickered with a hint of surprise, but he said nothing further and departed upon receiving the command. Watching the servant's vanishing figure, a smile crept onto Su Qin's face. Ding Chuanxiu is indeed intriguing. A grand gift? He likely intends to offer a Z in exchange for an opportunity for me to heal him. With just a moment's contemplation, Su Qin had already surmised what Ding Chuanxiu's so-called grand gift entailed. Given Su Qin's current strength and financial resources, no martial arts manuals or rare treasures would be deemed significant gifts in his eyes. The only thing that could be considered a grand gift is taking a concubine. After all, within this brief span of just over a year since Su Qin rose to prominence, he has already taken more than 10 concubines. This undoubtedly sends a signal to others that Su Qin has a profound appreciation for beauty. However, while others may know, they dare not speak of it openly. This has become an unspoken secret within the martial world of the Song dynasty. Yet, this was also Su Qin's deliberate intention. By leaving this impression on others, he could stir their thoughts. This strategy is evidently beneficial to Su Qin's endeavors in taking concubines. Ding Chuanxiu has seized this opportunity to present a Z before him. Su Qin harbors a keen interest in a Z. Though she acts erratically and fiercely, she is quite devoted. With proper taming, keeping her at Lingbao Mountain Villa to bear children would not be a bad idea. A smile curved Su Qin's lips as he contemplated his plans. Then he stepped forward toward the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, Ding Chuanxiu, with his flowing silver hair, was anxiously waiting. His demeanor was devoid of the usual arrogance, appearing somewhat restrained, with his head bowed and demeanor submissive. Currently, Su Qin's reputation was at its zenith. Not only he, but even the elite of the Song Jianghu would approach Su Qin with utmost respect. This was the reason why Ding Chuanxiu seemed like a changed man upon arriving at Lingbao Mountain Villa. It would be exceedingly easy for Su Qin to deal with him. Moreover, Ding Chuanxiu was now eager to seek Su Qin's assistance in alleviating the poison afflicting him, naturally making him even more cautious. He was aware of the recent events in Xiangyang City, where Qiu Qianren met an unclear demise. What chance did he have? If he were to offend Su Qin, it would likely require no one else to intervene. A single person from the Jianghu could easily overwhelm him. As Ding Chuanxiu anxiously awaited, Su Qin entered slowly from the back hall. Upon encountering Su Qin, Ding Chuanxiu's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile. I have met the leader. Su Qin, with an expression devoid of emotion, waved his hand dismissively and took a seat in the prominent chair, his demeanor indifferent as he spoke. Ding Chuanxiu, what brings you before me? Ding Chuanxiu was thoroughly intimidated by Su Qin's impassive countenance. He was acutely aware that the man before him, who resembled an ordinary neighborly youth, was the one who commanded authority over the entire Jianghu of the Great Song. Gazing upon Su Qin's strikingly handsome yet infuriating visage, a chill unexpectedly crept into Ding Chuanxiu's heart. I have come to implore the leader to intervene and cure me of a peculiar poison afflicting my body. Peculiar poison? What gives you the confidence that I will assist you? I have specifically selected a grand gift for the leader, hoping that you might, out of consideration for my earnestness, reluctantly extend your aid to save me. Overwhelmed by the subtle yet potent pressure emanating from Su Qin, Ding Chuanxiu's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Su Qin observed with amusement the sight of Ding Chuanxiu, prostrate and quaking like a leaf. He had not anticipated that this infamous figure would possess such a timid disposition. However, Su Qin did not realize that Ding Chuanxiu was merely a novice in the realm of grandmasters. With his current prowess, even the likes of Hong Qigong would dare not breathe in his presence. The fact that Ding Chuanxiu had not succumbed to sheer terror at Su Qin's presence was already a testament to his character. His trepidation stemmed from an awareness of his notorious reputation within the Jianghu of the Great Song, which was scarcely better than that of the deceased 4 great evildoers. When Su Qin first emerged on the scene, he had decisively vanquished the 4 great evildoers, and had Ding Chuanxiu not exercised caution, his fate would likely have mirrored theirs. Were it not for the peculiar nature of his poison, which was beyond the ken of ordinary healers, he would never have dared to disturb Su Qin. After all, there was still time before the poison's effects manifested. Should Su Qin become enraged, he could very well meet his demise in an instant. I presume the grand gift you speak of is a Z? At this, Ding Chuanxiu's heart sank further, realizing that Su Qin was already aware of the matter. He hastily replied, Indeed, the leader possesses divine insight. It is undoubtedly a Z. But rest assured, she has grown up in the Starry Sea. And though her temperament may be a bit wild, her heart is pure. During her time in the Starry Sea, I have treated her with utmost care, ensuring she has never endured a moment of distress. Very well, there is no need to be so anxious while speaking, Su Qin chuckled, observing Ding Chuanqiu's somewhat nonsensical ramblings. As he noted Su Qin's apparent lack of hostility and the emergence of a faint smile, Ding Chuanqiu dared to slowly rise, bowing his head as he stood to the side. I have a few inquiries to make of you. Please, leader, speak freely. I shall leave nothing unsaid. Then I shall proceed. Do you know the whereabouts of your sect's founder, Zaiyozi? In Su Qin's estimation, among the reclusive masters in the Jianghu of the great song capable of ascending to the realm of transcendent beings, this inquiry was of paramount significance. It is primarily about the carefree master Xianzi of the carefree sect, Huang Rong, the founder of the Nining Manual, the humble monk sweeping the floors at Shaolin, and the legendary swordsman known as the Sword Demon, Dugu Qiubai. This is a summary derived from Su Qin's reflections on his past life, and he is presently uncertain if there are others. To be candid, Su Qin has long been intrigued by these figures. He yearns to learn of their current whereabouts and the extent of their accomplishments. Upon observing Su Qin's inquisitive demeanor, Ding Chuanqiu felt a sense of reassurance. In his youth, he had the privilege of meeting the Grandmaster once, after which he devoted himself to studying martial arts under his master, Huiyazi. Since that encounter, he has not laid eyes upon his Grandmaster again, and his whereabouts remain a mystery to him. Chapter 110. The plump meat delivered to one's lips. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's face momentarily betrayed a pensive expression. Observing this, Ding Chuanqiu cautiously interjected, I suspect that our esteemed master may have passed away. His conjecture was not without merit. Years ago, he had poisoned his mentor, Wu Yizi, casting him into an abyss, thereby rendering him a living corpse. Such a heinous act would not have gone unnoticed had Xiao Yaozi still been among the living. Yet, as the years have elapsed and Ding Chuanqiu remains in good health, it implies that Xiao Yaozi has likely attained enlightenment. Su Qin, however, remained unconvinced. According to his assumptions and Ding Chuanqiu's descriptions, Wu Yizi should have long ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Such powerful entities possess ample lifespans, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they ought to still dwell among mortals. The reason for his prolonged absence, however, eluded Su Qin's contemplation. Noticing Su Qin's skepticism, Ding Chuanqiu continued, If the leader seeks information about our master, perhaps you could consult my esteemed senior uncles. My senior uncle, Wu Xingyun, is currently the head of the Lingzhou Palace in Tianshan, while my third uncle, Li Qiushui, and my fourth uncle, Li Songhai, may also provide insight. Should the leader wish, I could offer my humble assistance. Ding Chuanqiu regarded Su Qin with an obsequious gaze, while Su Qin frowned at the prostrate figure before him. In all honesty, he harbored a profound dislike for Ding Chuanqiu, bordering on disdain. Yet, such a scheming individual, if utilized wisely, could indeed prove beneficial. Where are Li Songhai and Li Qiushui residing? Su Qin inquired. They are in seclusion in the western regions, Ding Chuanqiu replied. You lie? Su Qin's eyes widened in fury, and he struck the back of his chair, unleashing his formidable celestial pressure upon Ding Chuanqiu. The latter's countenance shifted dramatically under the weight of such immense force, prompting him to bow repeatedly, exclaiming, I dare not deceive the leader. Dare not. Su Qin retorted, As far as I am aware, your two uncles have completely severed ties with your master, Wu Yizi. How could they possibly be living together in the western regions? Please, esteemed leader, allow me to clarify, Ding Chuanqiu pleaded. Since our master's disappearance, initially, my master and a few uncles maintained a cordial relationship. However, as time passed, their differences became apparent. Disagreements over martial philosophies escalated into violent confrontations, ultimately fracturing their camaraderie. My third uncle did not marry my master. Rather, my master harbored feelings for my fourth uncle. But alas, the prince's affections were unreciprocated. My master attempted to replace my third uncle with my fourth uncle, a revelation that led to a fierce confrontation, resulting in my master's severe injuries. Wu Yizi, who outwardly appeared virtuous, displayed extreme favoritism. Upon my entry into his tutelage, I was subjected to differential treatment. In a fit of rage, I cast him down the cliff and renounced my allegiance. In his desperate state, Ding Chuanqiu divulged the long-buried truths of the past. Su Qin, taken aback, was astonished to uncover such hidden intricacies. However, Ding Chuanqiu did not fully trust the words spoken. Individuals of his ilk often lack credibility. Nevertheless, one might concede that a degree of belief, perhaps 70 to 80%, could be warranted. Originally, the three women of the Xiaoyao sect were embroiled in rivalry over Huiyazi, which led to their fierce confrontations. Yet, it appears that the reality in this world diverges from that notion. Su Qin gradually retracted his own imposing aura and hesitated for a moment before speaking. So, is it true that Li Qiushui and Li Songhai share a strong bond? Indeed. The two are twin sisters, and their relationship is naturally close. Ever since our third master uncovered Weiyazi's sinister intentions and engaged him in battle, they have retreated to the western regions to live in seclusion. Su Qin mused after a brief moment of contemplation. I entrust you with a task. Locate the hidden abode of Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. Is this feasible? Certainly. I shall not disappoint the leader's expectations, Ding Chunxiu replied, nodding fervently and patting his chest in assurance. Seeing this, Su Qin nodded in satisfaction and then flicked his fingers. A flurry of silver needles shot forth from his body. Ding Chunxiu's eyes widened in shock, yet he dared not move. In the blink of an eye, the needles landed precisely at the acupoints on Ding Chunxiu's body. As the needles settled, he felt the toxins that had accumulated within him for years rapidly dissipating, accompanied by an extraordinarily pure inner strength coursing through him via the needles. Such divine techniques were unprecedented in his experience. However, just as the toxins had diminished by half, the needles suddenly withdrew, returning to Su Qin. Ding Chunxiu looked at Su Qin in confusion. Su Qin calmly stated, I have confined the toxins within you. They will not hinder your cultivation. You need only to accomplish the task I have assigned, and the remaining toxins will be a trivial matter. Su Qin was acutely aware of Ding Chunxiu's character. His avarice was notorious. Without a sweet incentive, he would scarcely exert himself. Yet, one must not overindulge a hound. Su Qin understood this principle well, which is why he approached the matter this way. Consequently, Ding Chunxiu was thoroughly under Su Qin's control. Rest assured, I shall execute this task splendidly. Very well. You may go, Su Qin replied with a serene nod, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Ding Chunxiu, sensing the cue, rose to take his leave. It was not until he exited Lingbao Villa that he exhaled a long sigh, his back drenched in cold sweat. Su Qin's earlier fury had made him feel as though death itself beckoned. The sense of powerlessness in the face of Su Qin's overwhelming presence left no room for ulterior motives. The oppressive aura he exuded was even more terrifying than that of his master from years past. Perhaps Su Qin's actions were merely a diversion. After all, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai were rare beauties. As Ding Chunxiu had mentioned, these two had yet to marry, which inevitably stirred Su Qin's imagination. After all, they were a pair of enchanting twin sisters. Should they succeed, given their strength and reputation, the rewards from the system would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Conversely, if they were to fail, Su Qin would not incur any significant loss. He considered the toxin afflicting Ding Chunxiu to be a trivial matter, merely a flick of the wrist. After sending Ding Chunxiu away, Su Qin proceeded to seek out a Z. After all, this was a delectable opportunity presented right before him. At that moment, a Z was idly toying with blades of grass, her striking purple attire rendering her particularly conspicuous. Her fair complexion, ruby lips, and pearly teeth complemented her pair of bright, dark eyes, which sparkled with cleverness and vitality. Noticing this, Su Qin smiled gently. A Z, unaware of his presence behind her, remained oblivious. You must be Miss AZ, he remarked. Startled by his words, a Z turned to glance over her shoulder. In an instant, astonishment flooded her eyes. Chapter 111. I am your brother-in-law. Before me stood a youth of unparalleled beauty, leaving a Z momentarily entranced. The vast lexicon of the world seemed utterly inadequate to encapsulate the exquisite elegance of this young man. Aziz's cheeks flushed slightly as she timidly bowed to Su Qin. I have met the alliance leader, she exclaimed. Good. Rise and speak, he replied. Yes. Ding Chunxiu has conveyed his intentions to you? Indeed. It is my fortune to serve at the alliance leader's side. Well then, that is satisfactory. Yet, at that moment, a sly smile flickered across Aziz's face. A black poison needle, glinting ominously, shot forth from her mouth with remarkable stealth. Given the distance between them, an unsuspecting individual would surely fall prey to her ploy. However, to Su Qin, this act appeared no more than the antics of a mischievous child. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unmoved, as the needle hovered a mere foot in front of him. You've been deceived. Old Ding intends to offer me to you, you lecherous fiend, to curry your favor. Not a chance. Aziz laughed heartily. If Ding Chunxiu were to discover Aziz's actions, he would likely be terrified beyond measure. Though she outwardly professed a willingness to surrender, internally, she harbored different intentions. Being young, she was oblivious to the significance of a grandmaster or a celestial being. She merely believed that her unexpected assault would surely disadvantage her opponent. Such audacity was beyond the imagination of most. From a young age, she had acted with peculiar boldness. unwilling to sacrifice herself for a man she hardly knew. Although she had been captivated by Su Qin's appearance upon their initial meeting, that did not deter her from executing her prior scheme. Do you truly believe such trivial tricks can harm me? Su Qin remarked with a gentle smile. The tiny needle, in response to his words, fell lightly to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Aziz's expression shifted to one of dismay, clearly astonished by Su Qin's formidable prowess. Even if I were to stand here and allow your every whim, your petty antics would not breach my protective aura, he declared. Su Qin had long anticipated that this thorny rose would not yield easily. Yet, he remained unconcerned. From his current vantage point, her behavior was akin to observing a mere child at play. With a smile gracing his face, he began to approach. Aziz, upon seeing this, was instantly struck with terror, stammering, "Why you? Don't come any closer. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you," he replied, unleashing the oppressive force of a celestial being. Aziz was immediately rendered motionless, as if ensnared by an invisible power. As she screamed, Su Qin had already reached her side, unhesitatingly embracing her in a decidedly intimate posture, his hand descending with resolute force. A crisp sound echoed as his large hand made contact with her delicate form. Soon, a crisp sound fell like raindrops. On Aziz's fair face, a rosy hue spread. Her body began to twist and struggle incessantly, accompanied by furious curses. Su Qin remained unfazed, his palm descending without hesitation. However, Aziz's initially angry words gradually faded. Her body began to tremble slightly, piquing Su Qin's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Aziz's delicate face had turned a vivid red, appearing luscious and exquisite. Her eyes were tightly shut, with her eyelashes fluttering delicately. Her lips parted slightly, exhaling softly, revealing no trace of resistance, but rather a hint of enjoyment on her countenance. Surprised, Su Qin felt an unusual emotion arise within him. He hadn't anticipated that this little girl possessed such a peculiar inclination. Given this revelation, he thought it only fitting to educate this thorny rose. "You scoundrel! Big bad wolf!" With Su Qin's cessation, Aziz's angry curses resurfaced. Yet, upon seeing Su Qin raise his hand again, as though to strike, she promptly fell silent in fear. Su Qin smiled faintly, sealing her internal energy with a gentle touch, before speaking slowly. "It seems you have not been adequately disciplined. However, this works well for me. I find myself with nothing to do and shall entertain you." With that, he waved his hand to summon a maid. "Take this young lady to the east courtyard and attend to her well. Do not let her slack off. However, she is not to leave the room without my command." "Yes," the maid replied respectfully, then gestured to Az, saying, "Please follow me, Miss Az." "On what grounds?" "I refuse to go. Why should I be confined?" "Simply because I am your brother-in-law." "What? Brother-in-law?" Az's face exhibited a look of astonishment. "Hey, wait. Clarify what you mean by brother-in-law," she shouted at Su Qin's retreating figure. It was no wonder she was so agitated. She had been brought to the Starry Sea by Ding Chuanqiu since childhood, living a solitary and desolate life, accustomed to her isolation. Now, hearing Su Qin's implication that she had family in this world stirred her emotions profoundly. Moreover, a sister of her own, married to this big bad wolf. Az's mind began to piece together the implications within Su Qin's words. "If you wish to know what is truly happening, you must obediently stay put. If you behave well, I may just reveal it to you when I feel pleased." Su Qin's voice drifted lightly into Az's ears, and as his words faded, he vanished from her sight. No matter how much Az called out, he did not respond. Exhausted from her shouting, Az pouted in despair and sat down on the ground, her eyes beginning to whirl with thoughts. If you won't speak, so be it. I shall eventually pry the truth from your lips." With a mischievous grin, she made a grand face in the direction where Su Qin had departed, as if that was the only way to alleviate the anger brewing within her. Gradually, she rose and addressed the maid, commanding her to lead the way to her quarters. The maid, observing Aziz's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Upon hearing Aziz's request, she promptly complied, turning to escort her away. "What? My husband? Are you saying I have a sister?" Azhu exclaimed, filled with excitement as she sprang to her feet after listening to Su Qin's words. Seeing her reaction, Su Qin hurried to support her, offering gentle consolation. It was crucial to keep Azhu's emotions in check, especially as she was on the brink of childbirth. "Zhu, do not fret. Allow me to explain everything in detail." He then recounted the entire incident regarding Ding Chuanqiu's visit to seek medical attention, alongside the matters concerning Az. Chapter 112. System Rewards. Is my husband intending to temper Az's character? Indeed. Su Qin nodded with a smile. Az grew up in the Starry Sea. Although her nature is not malevolent, she is imbued with a certain ferocity and eccentricity. If she is not strictly guided, she may well stray onto a misguided path. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Aizhu also nodded in agreement. What my husband says is indeed true. However, you need not worry. I am fully aware and will not harm Az. Su Qin smiled, clearly harboring his own plans. Aizhu, sensing the situation, contemplated and discerned Su Qin's intentions. It seems her husband is again contemplating taking a concubine. However, this may not be a bad thing. She knows her husband's character well. Having this sister join their household would indeed be a blessing for her. She understands that it is exceedingly rare to find a man like Su Qin in this world. Aizhu also looked forward to meeting her sister, having been raised by the Rong family since childhood. The revelation of having a biological sister is a sentiment that requires no further elaboration. Yet, she knows that this is not the best time for an introduction, understanding that Su Qin's actions are in Az's best interest. In the days that followed, Su Qin found himself quite occupied. Apart from spending time with the various ladies or assisting them in their cultivation, he devoted the remainder of his time to tempering Az's disposition. Occasionally, he would visit Mu Wanqing. When it came to Mu Wanqing, Su Qin adopted a methodical approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. He was not in a hurry, maintaining an ambiguous distance that left Mu Wanqing's emotions in a state of flux. After these days of tempering, Su Qin became increasingly convinced that Az possessed a rather unique quirk. Az's attitude towards Su Qin gradually began to shift as well. When he was absent, she found herself harboring a flicker of anticipation. These changes were so subtle that even she was unaware of them. Dear mischievous brother-in-law, when will you take me to meet my sister? I'm about to suffocate from boredom here. Unbeknownst to her, Az's address to Su Qin had transformed from mischievous rascal to mischievous brother-in-law, indicating her acceptance of his role and her new identity. Even she did not realize that deep within her heart, she had ceased to resist living in this place. Upon hearing her words, Su Qin merely chuckled, unconcerned. Soon, if you behave well, I shall lift your house arrest, and then you can enjoy all the delightful experiences and delicacies at Lingbao Mountain Manor. Really? Indeed. Su Qin responded softly before exiting the room, disregarding Az. Frustrated, Az stamped her foot and pouted, I've been very well behaved. Though Su Qin had not strayed far, Az's words certainly reached his ears. A knowing smile graced his face. At that moment, a striking figure, emanating a delightful woody fragrance, collided directly into Su Qin's embrace. Su Qin's face displayed a trace of astonishment, yet his reaction was remarkably swift. He extended his arm and caught the delicate figure that had begun to fall backward due to weightlessness. With a startled exclamation, Mu Wanqing's visage, adorned with a sheer black veil, came into view before Su Qin. Their gazes locked, and an indescribable sentiment flickered in their eyes. Recently, Mu Wanqing had been so captivated by Su Qin that she found herself in a daze. She had merely been lost in thought when she unexpectedly collided with him as he emerged from Az's chamber. Caught off guard, she tumbled straight into Su Qin's embrace. A hint of fluster crossed her expression, and a rosy hue swiftly crept onto her cheeks. She hastily struggled to rise, retreating 2 steps and clasping her fists in apology. Please forgive me, Alliance Leader. It was my carelessness that led to this collision. Such words are unnecessary, Miss Mu. I had just stepped out and was momentarily inattentive. I owe you an apology, he replied with a gentle voice and a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, exuding the grace of a modest gentleman. Mu Wanqing acutely sensed that Su Qin was deliberately maintaining a certain distance from her. A shadow of disappointment flitted across her eyes. It was precisely this demeanor of his that drove her to the brink of frustration. Did the Alliance Leader just come from Az's room? She inquired. Su Qin nodded lightly in response. Az's residence had been arranged in close proximity to Mu Wanqing's, so she was aware of his presence there. Each time she passed by, she could vaguely hear Az's voice within. Over time, one could not help but entertain peculiar thoughts. Although Su Qin could surmise Mu Wanqing's inner turmoil, he refrained from elaborating further, offering her a fist salute before turning to leave. Inside, Az had witnessed the entire exchange through the window. Gradually, she retracted her hopeful gaze, murmuring to herself, my brother-in-law is so gentle. I wish I were that person just now. Her voice faded to a barely audible whisper. Little did she know that Mu Wanqing harbored a tinge of bitterness regarding Su Qin's frequent visits to Az's quarters. The Alliance Leader certainly cares deeply for Miss Az. In fact, Su Qin had appeared countless times in Mu Wanqing's dreams. Recalling the intimate scenes from her dreams, her delicate face beneath the veil flushed a deep crimson. As time passed quietly, Lingbao Manor became bustling once more. This was due to the simultaneous childbirth of the 2 ladies, a Zhu and a Bai. Under Su Qin's attentive care, Their health had long since surpassed previous levels, rendering childbirth a safe endeavor. After all, with Su Qin's medical expertise and the assistance of numerous potent elixirs, it was exceedingly difficult for the ladies to encounter any peril. Within the delivery room, Su Qin's eyes radiated warmth as he gently held the hands of a Zhu and a Bai. You have both worked hard, my dear ladies. It is our heartfelt wish to bear offspring for our husband. There is no hardship in that. Although the two had just given birth and appeared somewhat frail, their spirits were remarkably high. Observing their condition, Su Qin felt a sense of relief, reaching out to smooth the stray locks of hair from their foreheads before continuing to speak. I shall refrain from disturbing you for the moment. You two have just given birth, and it is imperative that you take ample rest. Shortly, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare some medicinal dishes to replenish your vitality. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded gently, their faces adorned with smiles, and gradually succumbed to sleep. After all, childbirth can be taxing, and despite the significant enhancement of their physiques due to Su Qin's efforts, they still felt a measure of fatigue. Now, under the gentle nurturing of the internal energy transmitted by Su Qin, they swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. Observing this, Su Qin could not help but smile. And soon thereafter, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your offspring. You have gained 30 years of martial prowess. Top-tier mechanical arts. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your offspring. You have gained 30 years of martial prowess. Golden silk armor. Chapter 113. The mechanized beings comparable to grandmasters. As per his usual routine, Su Qin arrived at the training ground alone. A smile crept across his lips as he beheld the system's rewards. System, claim my cultivation. In an instant, a century's worth of power surged into Su Qin's body like a torrent of inner strength. The Tai Jing within him began to operate frantically, refining this immense energy back into his Qi Si within mere breaths. Boom! As the power settled into the Qi Si, the once tranquil surface erupted into towering waves, reaching heights of 70 zhong, obscuring the sky and sun. Su Qin's strength surged dramatically, elevating him to the 7th rank of the celestial realm. A formidable aura radiated from him, extending nearly 80 zhong in all directions, signifying that his cultivation was now perilously close to the 8th rank. Su Qin grinned, feeling quite content with his current rate of advancement. The 9th rank was now within reach, and a sense of eager anticipation stirred within him. Surpassing the 9th rank equated to transcending the celestial realm. It would be impossible for him not to feel excitement, especially considering that he had traversed a path in mere months that most could only dream of accomplishing in a lifetime. Although Su Qin modestly acknowledged that he might not be the pinnacle of power in this world, his rate of ascension was undoubtedly unparalleled. While others toiled away in arduous training, he advanced through the acquisition of concubines and offspring, achieving levels of progression that others could scarcely imagine. His journey of advancement resembled a broad highway, marked by a continuous, triumphant march forward. He believed that if this positive cycle continued, his strength would eventually reach the zenith of this world, gazing down upon all beneath him. Once he welcomed Zi and Wan Qing into his household, he anticipated a breakthrough to the 9th rank. Su Qin could not help but strategize in his mind, envisioning the possibility of attempting to transcend the celestial realm thereafter. He understood that while his cultivation in the celestial realm was steadily advancing, transcending it would not be an easy feat if it were that simple. The realm of celestial beings would not be so sparsely populated. The inner strength required for such a breakthrough was no trivial amount. Yet Su Qin possessed unwavering confidence in himself and in the system, which was nothing short of miraculous. As time flowed on, his progeny and wives would only increase in number, bringing with them a corresponding rise in system rewards. This was inherently a process that would only become easier. Presently, Su Qin's offspring were one step closer to reaching 10, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. However, the arrival of his next offspring was likely still several months away. Su Qin felt no urgency. With such swift progress while reclining, what was there to rush? His forthcoming tasks were simply to win over a Zi and Mu Wanqing. After formulating his plans in silence, he continued to claim rewards. In an instant, a torrent of obscure and complex information flooded Su Qin's mind. These esoteric pieces of information seamlessly integrated into Su Qin's mind, igniting a flicker of enlightenment in his eyes. The art of mechanisms is a veritable cornucopia of ingenuity, truly a marvel of creation. The intricacies of various mechanisms are merely the foundation. Even automata and puppets reminiscent of ancient robots exist within this realm. Su Qin regarded these wonders with astonishment. Even more astounding was the realization that these contraptions could rival the prowess of martial arts masters. Although their agility and adaptability could not match that of a human, their immunity to pain and fear of death rendered them exceptionally useful in specific situations. It is said that the distant Mo family excels in this art, shrouded in mystery with few successors in each generation, seldom traversing the martial world. One wonders how their mechanism techniques compare to his own. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Su Qin's eyes. This world is vast and boundless, with numerous dynasties standing tall. The Song dynasty is but a small corner of it. While some aspects resonate with Su Qin's previous life, many differences abound. He currently possesses only a limited understanding of the neighboring dynasties, and his knowledge of those further afield is scant. Each dynasty has its familiar elements, but to navigate solely by the perceptions of his former existence would likely lead to his own demise. Fortunately, Su Qin had recognized this early on and prepared accordingly, dispatching his 4 deadly subordinates to infiltrate the martial world and expand their influence, not for any other reason than to gather information and intelligence, laying the groundwork for the future, and thus safeguarding against unforeseen circumstances. It seems that preparations for crafting automata and puppets can commence. It is known that the pinnacle of mechanism techniques can produce automatons or puppets that rival grandmasters. However, this is merely a comparison. Even a novice grandmaster or a distinguished master could potentially shatter these mechanical creations. Yet, the greatest advantage of these constructs lies in their capacity for mass production. Should opportunity arise in the future, leading an army of thousands of grandmaster-level automatons or puppets would be an exhilarating prospect for Su Qin. As for the substantial funds required to manufacture such creations, that concern is far from Su Qin's mind. He can confidently declare, "My brother is so poor that he is left with nothing but money." Wealth, aside from the rewards from the system, is now the easiest resource for Su Qin to acquire. His current fortune is a mystery even to him. Previously, he may have paid attention to such trifles, but as the number of his consorts has grown, he has entrusted these matters to them, allowing them to find purpose in their responsibilities. Should he advance to the god-level mechanism techniques, the results are sure to be even more formidable. Through the system's rewards, Su Qin has come to understand that these current rewards are of the highest caliber. Above the pinnacle lies the divine realm, just as his medical skills have ascended to this divine echelon. Of course, this extraordinary proficiency in medicine was only attained after Su Qin received numerous accolades. After all, disciplines such as alchemy and pharmacology share a profound connection with the art of healing. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the mechanical beings crafted through divine engineering can achieve the realm of transcendent beings. This is not a mere whimsy on Su Qin's part, given that even the highest level of mechanical artistry can produce constructs rivaling grandmasters. It is not far-fetched to imagine that divine mechanical arts could create beings comparable to those of the transcendent realm. The mere thought fills Su Qin with exhilaration. One could say that he would need not lift a finger, merely venturing forth accompanied by several transcendent mechanical beings. Any ordinary person fortunate enough to encounter them would surely take a wide detour. Chapter 114. Different realms, varied perspective system. Continue collecting. As Su Qin's voice faded, a piece of armor, as delicate as a cicada's wing, materialized in his hand. Gazing at the soft armor that shimmered with a subtle, gem-like radiance, Su Qin felt a surge of delight. The armor, held effortlessly in his grasp, soon prompted a detailed introduction to materialize within his mind. 1-year ice silkworm silk, infused with the essence of 5 mountains, complemented by 12 types of soft gold, meticulously crafted to perfection. This armor is as thin as a cicada's wing, impervious to water and fire, unyielding to both cold and heat, and resistant to blades and swords. Su Qin marveled at the treasure in his hand, his heart brimming with astonishment. From just this brief description, it was clear that this armor was anything but ordinary. It was of the same caliber as the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword he wielded. While the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss was primarily an offensive weapon, the golden silk armor excelled in defense. What an exhilarating combination. The 1-year ice silkworm silk was a rare spiritual material, a divine treasure that one might encounter but could scarcely hope to possess. The very habitat of this silkworm was a forbidden realm, inaccessible to mere beings of the celestial realm. Furthermore, the preservation of this silk was an arduous task. It required special techniques immediately upon retrieval. Such unique characteristics contributed to the extraordinary value of this golden silk armor. This was a creation of the system. Had Su Qin attempted to gather the materials himself, he might have left this world without even a scrap of armor, let alone a pair of trousers. Without further hesitation, Su Qin donned the golden silk armor. In an instant, he felt invigorated, as though his connection with the forces of the universe had deepened. This golden silk armor not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but also exhibited a significant enhancement effect. A look of joy illuminated Su Qin's eyes. A product of the system was undoubtedly a masterpiece. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. The rewards for the birth of his 2 offspring had left him utterly elated. With a smile gracing his lips, he made his way to the front courtyard. Yet, a thought ignited within Su Qin's mind. He envisioned finding a substitute for the ice silkworm silk to craft a similar piece of armor for each of his beloved wives. For someone with mastery in the highest echelons of forging, this was not an insurmountable challenge. As long as he could acquire those rare materials, replicating the armor would not be overly difficult. However, the materials required were indeed formidable, and even Su Qin found them challenging to obtain. It was not that he did not wish to gift this armor to his wives. After all, good things should be bestowed upon those in need. However, with so many wives, it was simply impractical to ensure equitable distribution of such a treasure. Thus, Su Qin contemplated creating a simplified version of the golden silk armor for their protection. There was no immediate rush, as his wives were currently under his vigilant protection, and their safety was not an urgent concern for the time being. Time flowed on. Su Qin continued to indulge in his leisurely life, yet an amusing predicament arose. Ever since he revealed his exceptional winemaking skills, the venerable Huang Rong frequently visited Su Qin to procure his exquisite wine. After savoring the delightful brews crafted by Su Qin, Huang Rong found himself unable to enjoy any other mundane beverages. He even proposed that Su Qin include these wines in the contribution exchange offerings. Upon hearing this, Su Qin readily consented, recognizing that producing a few casks of wine would be a trivial task given his talents. Utilizing these fine wines as leverage to secure the loyalty of such esteemed masters was undeniably advantageous for Su Qin, and he welcomed the opportunity. With the passage of time, the 5 greats of the Song dynasty, along with figures like Gui Jing and Xiao Feng, had also sought Su Qin's insights regarding the pivotal breakthroughs in the path to transcendence. Following Su Qin's enlightening discussions, these prominent figures of the Song's martial world were all smiles, returning with renewed determination to prepare themselves. Having witnessed the misfortune that befell Ouyang Feng, they understood the necessity of thorough preparation. Should a mishap occur and Su Qin be unable to arrive in time, their lives could be at stake. Consequently, after exchanging for knowledge of the transcendent path, these individuals did not rush to make their breakthroughs, though it was likely they would not delay for long. After all, they had been mired in the realm of grandmasters for over a year, their yearning for transcendence more fervent than that of any other. At this juncture, Su Qin felt increasingly assured of his earlier conjectures. The weakness of the Song dynasty did not stem from the inadequacies of its people, but rather from the absence of a clear path to transcendence. It appeared that the teachings for ascending to the transcendent realm had been deliberately obliterated, with only fragments of knowledge lingering in long-established sects or unparalleled legacies. Without such teachings, it was akin to a small vessel adrift at sea without the guiding light of a lighthouse, making the journey to the other shore a formidable challenge. Throughout the vast realm of the Song dynasty's martial world, many prodigies existed, yet only Wang Chongyang had managed to ascend to the transcendent realm through his own prowess. Unfortunately, he succumbed to a moment of mental lapse, which birthed inner demons and led to his tragic demise. Was this perhaps an unspoken agreement among the great figures? In truth, Su Qin had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter, and now, with some validation, he felt even more resolute in his beliefs. Nevertheless, he did not fear that these individuals would turn against him once they achieved transcendence. Firstly, his strength overwhelmingly eclipsed theirs. Secondly, Su Qin possessed the transcendent martial arts, divine weapons, and miraculous elixirs. Each of these would attract their fervent interest. These items were invaluable currencies on the warrior's path to cultivation. To attain greater strength, obedience was essential. This was the essence of Su Qin's strategy. It must be noted, however, that since Su Qin assumed the role of the alliance leader and instituted these regulations, a notable unity had emerged within the Song dynasty's martial world. The assembly of numerous skilled martial artists in Xianyang had thwarted several attempts by the Mongol forces to invade, resulting in a more peaceful atmosphere within the Song's territories. Certainly, the martial artists stationed in the city of Xianyang, within the realm of the Great Song, predominantly seek to accumulate contributions to exchange for the items they desire. The stability of the Great Song has granted Su Qin a newfound sense of freedom and ease. Occasionally, he indulges in the art of alchemy or forges extraordinary weapons. However, these creations are deemed mere rubbish in Su Qin's discerning eyes, serving merely as practice for his skill. Yet, What he perceives as rubbish is regarded as a rare treasure by many in the martial world, with countless individuals willing to part with vast sums of money and deplete their fortunes to acquire an object of their desire. It is not that Su Qin lacks skill. Rather, his elevated perspective renders him somewhat jaded. He compares all forged weapons to his own 7-star Long Yuan, believing that only those of such caliber can truly be deemed exceptional. This illustrates the disparity in realms and the variance in perception. Chapter 115. The Supreme of the Jianghu in the Great Song in the Room of Az. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation upon seeing Su Qin once more. Brother-in-law, you have finally come. When will you allow me to go out and see my sister? I promise. I have been very well behaved. Az was clad in a purple garment, her face free of makeup yet adorned with exquisite features, fair skin, and hair neatly tucked behind her ears, exuding a touch of elegance reminiscent of a refined young lady. However, the mischievous glimmer in her deep, dark eyes revealed her true nature. Su Qin was acutely aware of this. What he sought to temper was not her innate disposition, but rather the detrimental habits and eccentricities cultivated during her years in the Starry Sea. Yet, when Az affectionately wrapped her arms around his, sweetly begging, Su Qin discerned that his efforts had borne fruit. With a smile, he glanced at Az and gently nodded, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, he had invested considerable time and care into her development. Since you have expressed such a desire, how could I refuse? Su Qin replied. Az, taken aback by his unexpected acquiescence, had not anticipated such a response. In the past, whenever she pleaded with him, he remained unmoved. The sudden change left her momentarily speechless. However, as the realization dawned upon her, she stared at Su Qin in disbelief, her mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment. Brother-in-law, do you truly agree to let me go? I can see my sister now? Her face radiated with excitement and hope, as if fearing it was a mere figment of her imagination. Su Qin, amused, simply nodded in affirmation. Upon confirming that her request had indeed been granted, Az was overwhelmed with joy, leaping into the air and dancing with glee. Hooray! I can finally go out. Brother-in-law, you are the best in the world. In that moment, Az entirely forgot that her confinement was a consequence of the very command issued by her best brother-in-law. Yet, at that instant, such details paled in significance. As long as she could venture outside, free from her restrictions, Az was immensely grateful. The accommodations here were splendid, the food was delightful, and the living conditions were comfortable. To alleviate Az's boredom, Su Qin had even instructed the servants to bring her various entertaining items from outside. However, this could not quell her desire for freedom. Only by experiencing confinement could one truly appreciate the value of liberty. Seeing Az in her joyous exuberance, Su Qin couldn't help but smile. Though he quickly adopted a serious demeanor to impart a crucial lesson. The reason for your confinement is to temper your temperament. Growing up in the Starry Sea has imbued you with a fierce and unruly nature. The Lingbao Manor is filled with my dear ones. Should you act recklessly and harm any of them, it would be a sight I do not wish to witness. Thus, I have sealed your martial prowess and confined you to this place. Now, you carry no trace of animosity within you. If you wish to leave, it is not impossible. However, I must forewarn you, should you step outside and disregard my counsel, behaving recklessly and returning to your previous ways from the Starry Sea, you should be wary, for I shall confine you here for eternity. Upon hearing Su Qin's admonition, Az seemed to recall the dark days of her confinement, her body involuntarily trembling, and she nodded vigorously, affirming, rest assured, brother-in-law, I was foolish before, and I have caused you concern. I have now come to understand. I realize that my previous behavior was indeed inappropriate. Well, that is good. Su Qin observed Az's obedient demeanor and nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. In truth, even without Su Qin's words, Az's intelligence allowed her to discern his intentions, recognizing that he acted for her own benefit. She had long resisted acknowledgement, hindered by her own meager pride. Az, by nature pure-hearted, had to disguise herself amidst the murky depths of the Starry Sea to survive, which was the primary reason for her swift transformation. The Starry sect was rife with intrigue and treachery among its disciples. Had Az not exhibited a semblance of eccentricity, she might have met an untimely demise in some foul gutter. This exemplifies the survival of the fittest. Su Qin understood this well, which is why he merely confined Az, gradually correcting her ingrained habits. Had Az been like those disciples within the Starry Sea, Su Qin would never have allowed her to remain in his residence for so long. He cared not for her familial ties. Were she to mirror the treacherous nature of Ding Chuanqiu, keeping her close would only jeopardize his own kin and, indirectly, himself. With a cheerful smile, Su Qin took Az's hand, channeling his internal energy, which he had previously sealed, back into her. Az, now filled with exuberance, skipped joyously behind Su Qin as they exited the room. The moment they stepped outside, Az exaggeratedly spread her arms wide and inhaled deeply, her face alight with joy. "Ah, this is the taste of freedom," she exclaimed, soon finding herself laughing at her own theatrical display. During her time at Lingbao Mountain Villa, Az had been captivated by the atmosphere, gradually shedding her disguise and revealing her truest self. Seeing Az in this state, Su Qin could not help but smile knowingly, recognizing this as her authentic essence. Just then, Mu Wanqing, having heard the commotion, emerged from her chamber. Upon seeing Su Qin's smiling countenance directed at the exuberant Az, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Her feelings towards Su Qin were exceedingly complex. Though she found it difficult to part with him, she was uncertain of her affections. Su Qin regarded her with a calm demeanor, offering a distant salute. In response, Mu Wanqing hurriedly returned the gesture, aware that regardless of her feelings, she dared not act frivolously in his presence. After all, Su Qin's status is quite significant. She is the supreme martial artist of the Song dynasty's underworld. How could a mere young girl like her disregard such a figure? However, it is precisely this status that fills Mu Wanqing with a sense of inferiority, making her feel unworthy of the supreme martial artist renowned in the world of martial arts. "Brother-in-law, I sense that this beautiful sister seems to have feelings for you. Just look at the way she gazes at you." Su Qin shook her head with a light laugh. "Oh, little girl, what do you know?" "Humph, I am not little." Az pouted in dissatisfaction, slightly puffing out her chest as she looked at Su Qin. Hearing this, Su Qin quickly responded with a smile. Yes, you are already a young lady." After offering a slight bow to Mu Wanqing, she turned and left with Az. Chapter 116, Truly a Great Fortune Indeed. Mu Wanqing observed everything with keen insight, her eyes reflecting boundless melancholy and sorrow. Su Qin possessed an intimate understanding of Mu Wanqing's sentiments. This was an essential step in his strategy to win her over, and it appeared that the opportune moment had arrived to reel her in. However, he was not in haste, for Azhu was eagerly awaiting a reunion with her sister. Az. The two sisters had been separated since childhood, and previously, Az had been under Su Qin's house arrest, which weighed heavily on Azhu's heart. Su Qin was fully aware of this. At that moment, Az shared similar thoughts, yearning to meet her sister, with whom she shared blood ties but had never encountered. Azhu remained oblivious to Su Qin's intentions to release Az for their reunion. Su Qin merely hinted at a surprise, leading her to believe he had concocted something novel to gift her. Little did she expect that Su Qin would introduce her sister to her. The two women embraced in excitement, sharing tales of the years gone by. As they conversed, their glances frequently drifted towards Su Qin, and a faint blush would occasionally grace their cheeks. Su Qin was well acquainted with this scene, fully aware of the implications behind their words. He simply smiled gently, pouring himself a drink, allowing the sisters to converse freely. After a lengthy exchange, Azhu approached Su Qin with a radiant smile, saying, "Husband, I understand Az's intentions. I believe we should hasten to arrange the wedding." Su Qin was momentarily taken aback by her words, while Azhu continued with a playful tone, "What? Is this not your desire, husband? Would you truly part with Az to marry her off to another?" Su Qin shook his head vigorously and turned to Az, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, a stark contrast to her previous mischievous demeanor. "In that case, let us settle this matter," declared Azhu, elated for her sister. It is indeed a tremendous blessing for any woman to marry Su Qin. Soon, news spread again from Lingbao Mountain Manor. The young master was to take another concubine. The entire Jiangnan region buzzed with excitement. Who could possibly be the fortunate maiden to be favored by the young master and invited into his home? Little did they know, this lady was none other than Azhu's own sister. Naturally a case of proximity breeding affection. Yet, it was rumored that this Lady Az had been raised by the infamous Xingxiu Leiguai. Just days prior, this old wretch had sought medical attention, accompanied by Lady Az. Indeed, it was said that when Ding Leiguai departed, he wore a beaming smile, leaving behind the young lady at Lingbao Mountain Manor. Thus, the townsfolk exchanged narratives, piecing together the unfolding tale. Some began to envy Ding Chuanxiu's fortunate fate, particularly since he had garnered the assistance of Su Qin. However, such rumors only proliferated due to Su Qin's own machinations, allowing outsiders to glean so much information. Had Su Qin wished to keep it concealed, the common folk would have remained blissfully ignorant of such intricate details. In essence, Su Qin was subtly conveying to the world that should one present a beauty that met his standards, he would be most generous with his rewards. As for notions of good and evil, Su Qin held no such preoccupations. At his current stature, such matters fell well beyond his contemplation. As long as Ding Chuanqiu did not provoke the wrath of the masses, Su Qin was disinclined to concern himself with trifles. He had no desire to parade under the banner of punishing evil and promoting good, aspiring to be a revered sage. Such an endeavor was far removed from his nature. The existence of individuals like Ding Chuanqiu served its own purpose. Could a world devoid of conflict truly be called a world? Within Lingbao Villa, a festive atmosphere prevailed, with vibrant red lanterns adorning the space and auspicious symbols of joy displayed prominently. Although the wedding did not rival the previous spectacle in terms of grandeur, its opulence was certainly on par with any other. To Su Qin, the expenditure was but a trifling sum. Zhu observed from the side, her face aglow with contentment. As a sister who had taken on a maternal role, she felt immense joy for Aziz's marriage into the household. The thought of her sister remaining close by, having found a man as exceptional as Su Qin, filled Zhu's heart with elation. The other ladies of Su Qin also shared in this sentiment. Aziz's quirky charm and Zhongling's ethereal grace were distinct, yet it did not diminish the affection they all held for her. Amidst the jubilant crowd, one individual stood apart, Mu Wanqing. Her expression was one of sorrow, her gaze unfocused, and she remained shrouded in black veils. Her hollow eyes observed the newlyweds exchanging vows, filled with envy and lamentation. Previously, at Su Qin and Lin Chaoying's wedding, she had not felt such anguish. However, now her heart was heavy with discomfort. It seemed the time had come for her to depart. Mu Wanqing's despondency did not go unnoticed by Zhongling, who inquired softly, "Sister Mu, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" The gentle voice of Zhongling brought Mu Wanqing back to reality, and she mustered a faint smile in response. "I am fine. Just feeling a bit under the weather. Don't worry, Linger. I shall rest for a while and be all right." Though Zhongling remained puzzled, she offered her concern briefly before lapsing into silence. Seizing an opportunity, Mu Wanqing quietly turned to leave. In the bridal chamber, Aziz smiled radiantly as she lifted her veil to gaze at Su Qin. "My husband, I can finally stop calling you brother-in-law. So you are this joyful? Yet. You previously." Before Su Qin could finish his teasing remark, Aziz playfully pounced upon him, effectively silencing all further words. "Do not speak, do not speak." Aziz pouted, clinging to Su Qin. Su Qin, with a resigned smile, replied, all right, I shall not speak. Yet, will you not come down first?" "No. I wish for my husband to carry me down," Aziz playfully insisted. Observing her, Su Qin smiled gently. He wrapped one arm around Aziz's delicate waist while the other waved lightly, causing the candlelight in the room to dim instantly. "Very well, I shall carry you down." As the drapes of the warm bed adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs fell, an enveloping silence ensued. Only the faint sounds of soft moans remained. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Aziz. You have gained 30 years of cultivation and the sacred spirit sword technique. Chapter 117. The mechanized bird Su Qin stood alone amidst the chaos, summoned by the system to receive his cultivation. Boom! The power amassed over 30 years surged within him instantaneously. In the face of such triviality, Su Qin's expression remained utterly unfazed. The Tai Xian Jing operated with fervor, forming a colossal vortex of energy that devoured the entirety of his 30 years of cultivation. With the sound of shattering glass echoing, Su Qin's aura ascended at a visibly rapid pace. The 8th grade celestial realm. As expected, Su Qin transcended from the 7th to the 8th grade with merely 30 years of effort. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, a subtle smile graced Su Qin's lips. The 9th grade celestial realm. Each step in ascent to the heavens only intensified his yearning for the realms beyond. In just over a year, Su Qin had evolved from a mere mortal to an extraordinary figure, perilously close to the perfection of the celestial realm, wielding various supreme techniques. This realization left him in a dreamlike state. Yet, sensing the overwhelming energy coursing through him, Su Qin chuckled softly, shaking his head to dispel any distracting thoughts. He then mentally commanded, "System, continue the acquisition." Instantly, a torrent of sword techniques flooded his mind. The sacred spirit sword technique could be regarded as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In his mind's eye, vivid images unfolded. He witnessed a swordsman's journey from weakness to strength, including the rigorous practice of simple sword moves, repeated countless times. As he watched, Su Qin felt as though he had become that swordsman, experiencing his life and ultimately culminating in the creation of the sacred spirit sword technique. The swordsman, absorbed in his craft, had not even considered naming the techniques, merely referring to them sequentially as Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 23. culminating in the sixth annihilation, Sword 23. This sacred spirit sword technique differed from the previously acquired Howren sword chi. While the Howren sword chi represented the zenith of sword energy, the sacred spirit sword technique epitomized the pinnacle of sword moves. Both arose from the same essence, yet diverged in form. The significance of sword moves was equally paramount. With no hierarchy of superiority, they merely manifested differently. The sacred spirit sword technique emphasized the moves, particularly the final six annihilation Sword 23, which undoubtedly belonged to the celestial realm, perhaps even surpassing it. Such techniques were truly celestial in nature, rarely heard of in the mortal realm. Su Qin couldn't help but express his awe. With these techniques, his combat prowess undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Although the contemporary Jianghu of the Song dynasty lacked worthy adversaries to challenge him, the enhancement of his abilities brought him immense satisfaction. The exhilaration of growing stronger each day enchanted Su Qin. Stretching lazily, he exited the training grounds with a smile gracing his lips. With a ZS entrance, Lingbao Mountain Manor became more vibrant than ever. Lin Xiaoying, a Z, Zhong Ling, and Lu Wushuang. These four women shared an uncanny bond, gathering daily to revel in playful camaraderie. The other ladies merely smiled as they watched the carefree frolicking of the children. The courtyard was filled with laughter and joy each day, and Su Qin found delight in it. Sister Xiaoying, come quickly and see. I've discovered something fun. I'm coming. Ever since a Z had arrived, Lin Xiaoying had ceased to cling to Huang Rong and Su Qin, spending her days inseparably with a Z, and the two could amuse themselves with even a mere insect for an entire afternoon. Their lilting laughter rang out continuously. Observing Lin Xiaoying scampering towards a Z, Lin Huachong couldn't help but gently rub her forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was truly difficult to reconcile the image of this innocent girl with the formidable heroine who had once vanquished the world's most skilled fighters. Now, she no longer fretted over whether Lin Xiaoying could regain her memories. As long as Lin Xiaoying was happy, that was enough for her. Su Qin beamed as he gazed upon this heartwarming scene, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. This was the life he had longed for. Such simple, unadorned happiness was the pursuit of most people throughout their lives. His nature was thus, though he may seem lacking in ambition. The strife of the martial world was indeed ill-suited for him. Essentially, Su Qin was not truly a man of the martial realm. He was merely ensnared by circumstances. However, to withdraw from the martial world now seemed improbable. My lord, a servant has come to report that a portion of the materials for the mechanisms you instructed have been gathered, while another part is en route to the manor. They would like to invite you to take a look. Huang Rong remained as she always had, managing the estate with meticulous order, leaving Su Qin free from any concerns. With her remarkable intellect, managing these affairs was a mere trifle for Huang Rong. Among Su Qin's many wives, only Wang Yuyan could stand on par with her in this regard. The others simply paled in comparison, yet they were content in their own ways. Their admiration for Huang Rong was genuine, not merely stemming from her capabilities, but also from her adeptness in social matters. In a modern context, Huang Rong would epitomize the quintessential career woman. Of course, all that Huang Rong accomplished was for Su Qin, who provided unwavering support from behind the scenes. Upon hearing her words, Su Qin's spirits lifted. Since acquiring this advanced mechanism art, he had begun preparing the necessary materials. Yet he had not anticipated that his subordinates would work with such efficiency, gathering nearly all the materials in such a short time. It was not particularly surprising. Given his current stature and wealth, anything available within the Song dynasty that he desired was within his reach. Indeed, their efficiency is commendable, he mused, feeling a surge of satisfaction and not hesitating to express his praise. Let us go and take a look together, he declared, rising with a smile directed at Huang Rong. His eagerness palpable. The myriad of extraordinary techniques documented within this masterful treatise on mechanisms has ignited an insatiable curiosity and desire within Su Qin. Among these wonders, none captivates his heart more than the mechanical bird. This mechanical marvel transcends mere utility as a messenger. It resembles a modern aircraft in its grandeur. Such an invention is truly revolutionary. In a world where transportation is limited to horseback riding, sailing, and walking, the prospect of soaring through the skies is nothing short of magnificent. Although Su Qin possesses the ability to briefly traverse the air with his current prowess, such feats demand formidable strength and inner energy as their foundation. However, with the mechanical bird, everything changes. It not only saves time and effort, but also offers an unparalleled spectacle. One can only imagine the uproar that such a mechanical bird would generate in this technologically stagnant era. Chapter 118. Everything seems to come naturally. The two swiftly arrived at the warehouse, greeted by neatly arranged piles of materials. Su Qin rubbed his hands together, the corners of his mouth curving into a broader smile. According to the records of mechanical arts, crafting a mechanical bird necessitated a remarkably special material. It must possess not only exceptional resilience, but also remarkable lightness, enabling it to soar into the sky through the intricate fusion of mechanical techniques. Upon seeing Su Qin and his companion, the servant managing the warehouse hurriedly approached and bowed. "Greetings, young master and Madame Rong." Su Qin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. You have done well. I appreciate your hard work." The servant, feeling flattered by the praise, quickly replied, "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to alleviate young master's burdens." Su Qin simply nodded with a smile, instructing the servant to return to his duties. It was no surprise that the servants of Lingbao Manor revered Su Qin like a deity. Those employed at Lingbao Manor were undeniably superior to servants from any other household. Su Qin showed remarkable generosity toward his own staff. Any servant who passed the rigorous selection process to join the manor would be provided with whatever they lacked, be it martial arts manuals, gold and jewels, or divine weapons. Such rare treasures, seldom seen by outsiders, were easily bestowed upon them by Su Qin. Consequently, the entire manor, from top to bottom, could be said to be unwaveringly loyal to Su Qin. Furthermore, with the multitude of extraordinary rewards he acquired through various systems, he could easily transform ordinary individuals into martial artists with a mere touch. Those with a modicum of talent could even ascend to the ranks of masters, with prospects of reaching the pinnacle of grandmasters in the future, an astonishing feat indeed. Imagine, within the vast expanse of Lingbao Manor, countless servants and guards, each one a congenital expert or a master in their own right. While they may not possess profound powers individually, their sheer numbers were formidable. 1,000-strong assembly of congenital and master-level warriors was a rarity in the entire Song dynasty, even across the realms. It could be said that Lingbao Manor had already laid the groundwork to become a superpower. With time, the prospect of dominating the world was not mere idle talk. "Rong, do you know what kind of extraordinary treasures can be crafted from these materials?" After dismissing others, Su Qin turned to Huang Rong, his face alight with joy. Seeing Su Qin's expression, Huang Rong's curiosity was piqued. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a look on her husband's face. "Rong, I do not know." "Then you shall wait and see, as I prepare a grand surprise for you. Then I shall eagerly anticipate it." Huang Rong replied with a smile, gazing at Su Qin. Su Qin nodded gently in response. He took a step forward, positioning himself before the pile of materials. Closing his eyes in deep contemplation, images flashed through his mind. Ultimately, a vision of a gigantic, light-as-air bird took shape in his thoughts. As the image crystallized, Su Qin's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, a fleeting gleam of divine light flashing within. A mysterious aura emanated from him, leaving even Huang Rong, who stood beside him, utterly astonished by Su Qin's transformation. Huang Rong seemed to sense something, and as she slowly turned her head, she was taken aback to discover that the neatly arranged materials were now levitating in midair, propelled by Su Qin's inner strength. The look of awe in Huang Rong's eyes could no longer be contained. She knew better than anyone what Su Qin engaged in daily, possessing the most authority to comment on it. This realization only deepened her surprise, for it was evident that Su Qin's primary occupation each day revolved around accompanying her and their many sisters. To outsiders, this might appear as a frivolous waste of time, a sign of lost ambition. Yet, despite this, Su Qin's prowess was akin to a plant breaking through the soil, undergoing remarkable transformations each day. His strength surged relentlessly, often dabbling in the arts of Qi Huang, crafting weapons, and concocting elixirs. At times, Huang Rong found herself curious enough to wish she could peer into Su Qin's mind, eager to uncover the peculiar and unknown wonders that resided within. However, such thoughts remained mere musings, for she could never bring herself to act on them. This was also the wisdom shared among Huang Rong and the other ladies. Although they recognized Su Qin's uniqueness, none dared to inquire about it, for they understood that if he wished to share, he would do so in his own time. Conversely, if he chose silence, there was likely no need for them to know. Of course, Su Qin rarely revealed his true abilities in the presence of the ladies. They all acknowledged that their husbands were powerful, especially now, as the foremost figures in the Song dynasty's martial world. However, the precise extent of Su Qin's strength remained a mystery to them. In this moment, Huang Rong was astounded by merely a fraction of his power, for Su Qin had undoubtedly reached the 8th tier celestial realm. Even a hint of his pressure was beyond what someone like Huang Rong, who was not even a grandmaster, could withstand. This was all the more remarkable considering Su Qin was not directing his strength at her in a confrontation. Even this slight pressure could potentially crush a master-level warrior. Su Qin meticulously examined the intricate patterns of the various materials, and with a flick of his wrist, the seven-star dragon roar sword was unsheathed in an instant, radiating a brilliant cold light. As the blade shimmered, the materials before him were swiftly reshaped into the desired forms. In the presence of the seven-star dragon abyss, all materials were as malleable as tofu. A typical mechanism craftsman would require considerable time to complete such initial cutting tasks, ranging from several months to several years, due to their lack of Su Qin's profound cultivation and the extraordinary weapon at his disposal. Coupled with Su Qin's meticulous swordsmanship, executing this initial phase of cutting was remarkably effortless. In just half an hour, he had cut all the components he needed. Such astonishing skill, if revealed, would surely leave many in awe, as evidenced by the gaping mouth of Huang Rong. Upon the completion of material cutting, Su Qin did not pause. With a swift utterance, intricate components assembled themselves as if imbued with life. As each part came together and evolved, what was once a mere heap of inanimate materials seemed to undergo a wondrous transformation under Su Qin's mastery. This encapsulates the essence of mechanism artistry. Through the exquisite and meticulous assembly, each component is enabled to fulfill its purpose, culminating in a remarkable metamorphosis. For an ordinary craftsman of mechanisms, this step undoubtedly represents the most intricate process. The sheer multitude of hundreds, if not thousands, of parts could easily overwhelm the uninitiated, let alone the task of assembling them. Yet, in Su Qin's hands, this endeavor appeared effortless, as if he were merely grasping at the air. Chapter 119. An exquisite delight at the 8th tier of the celestial realm. The mastery of intricate details has reached a staggering level. One could assert that even if Su Qin were to blindfold himself, he would not misplace a single-minute component. For an ordinary craftsman, assembling these parts involves utmost caution, fearful of errors and the potential damage to the delicate pieces. Yet, what appears to be a monumental challenge to a typical artisan seems non-existent for Su Qin. With a series of crisp clicks, the components interlinked, culminating in the emergence of a vividly lifelike mechanical beast, much to Huang Rong's astonishment. Following closely behind was a second, then a third. Su Qin managed to create 3 mechanical beasts in a single breath. The first beast was resplendent in crimson, adorned with intricate, lifelike patterns. Were it not for the absence of any glimmer of intelligence in its eyes, Huang Rong might have believed that a phoenix from myth had materialized before her. The other 2 beasts were cloaked in deep azure, emanating an air of profound mystery. Each of the 3 mechanical creatures stood over 5 zhang tall, ample enough to accommodate a dozen riders. Huang Rong faintly heard the sound of birdsong. "Husband, what is this?" She could not restrain herself from asking. The spectacle before her was utterly fantastical. A collection of what seemed like scrap metal had been transformed into such magnificent forms by Su Qin's deft hands. These mechanical beasts appeared as if they were the most exquisite of artworks. However, Huang Rong understood that Su Qin's Herculean efforts were not merely for aesthetic pleasure. With a proud smile, Su Qin embraced Huang Rong, his expression brimming with satisfaction. "This is a mechanical bird," he declared. "What is that? What purpose does it serve?" she inquired. "Well, its purpose isn't grand," Su Qin replied with a chuckle. "It merely allows us to soar into the skies." Huang Rong's astonishment deepened at his words. Soaring through the air? This was an idea that was entirely beyond her imagination. While she was aware that those with sufficient power could briefly traverse the skies, it was predicated on immense strength. According to Su Qin, this mechanical bird required no such formidable prowess to elevate its passengers. Were these words spoken by anyone else, Huang Rong would have dismissed them as preposterous. Yet, coming from Su Qin, she could not help but believe, for he was an omnipotent figure in her eyes. Moreover, she knew with absolute certainty that Su Qin would never deceive her. At that moment, excitement coursed through Huang Rong, causing her frame to tremble ever so slightly. Ascending into the heavens was a dream ardently yearned for by everyone in this world. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and it would be disingenuous to claim she was not thrilled. "Husband, may I give it a try?" Huang Rong asked, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Su Qin erupted into hearty laughter. "Silly Ronger, the very reason for creating them is for our use. If you wish to ride, there is absolutely no issue. However, do call for Yuyan and Longer to join us. Today, my husband shall take you all on an aerial adventure." Upon hearing this, Huang Rong nodded repeatedly, her face alight with delight. As soon as Su Qin's words fell, she could barely contain her excitement, and dashed outside. The thought of soaring through the skies filled her with exhilaration. Huang Rong's eagerness was palpable, and Su Qin couldn't help but smile at her impatient demeanor. Witnessing Huang Rong's joy brought him immense happiness. Simply feeling his wife's delight was enough to elevate his spirits. Soon, the other ladies, alerted by the news, gathered in the courtyard. Their eyes widened in awe at the sight of the three remarkably crafted mechanical birds before them. To say they were breathtaking was an understatement. Initially, when Huang Rong had informed them, most were skeptical. Yet, upon beholding the stunning mechanical birds, disbelief was no longer an option. What solidified their faith was Su Qin's unwavering assurance that these mechanical wonders could indeed lift them into the sky. The ladies shared Huang Rong's sentiments. Whatever Su Qin proclaimed, they would believe without hesitation, for they knew he would never deceive them. Their husband, a genius beyond compare, had crafted such extraordinary creations. Yin had heard whispers of this remarkable mechanism and its astonishing capabilities. Now, witnessing it firsthand, the rumors were undeniably true. The art of mechanics was indeed profoundly enigmatic. It was said that such craftsmanship had roots in the Qin dynasty, yet she never imagined she would witness such a marvel with her own eyes. Wang Yuyan exclaimed in amazement. As an erudite individual, she was well acquainted with various historical accounts. Su Qin merely smiled at her words, choosing not to elaborate further. The other ladies, however, were left in sheer admiration of Su Qin, their reverence for him reaching unparalleled heights. Ladies, do not linger in astonishment. Today, my husband will guide you to explore the wonders of these mechanical birds. With their eager gazes fixed upon him, Su Qin promptly encouraged them. The ladies erupted in joyful cheers, each hastening towards the mechanical birds in anticipation. Once everyone was securely seated, Su Qin animatedly commanded the mechanical bird. Up we go. The previously closed wings of the mechanical bird unfurled under his control, fluttering with the grace of a real bird. In an instant, the mechanical bird soared into the sky amidst the astonished gazes and excited exclamations of the ladies. Ah, we are truly flying. Wow, how marvelous. Yay, this is such fun. The ladies gasped in wonder, watching as Lingbao Manor gradually shrank beneath them, their admiration for Su Qin soaring to new heights. This mechanical bird was an extraordinary spectacle, unmatched in its brilliance. Come, let us visit Zeton Mountain. Zeton Mountain was neither too far nor too near from Lingbao Manor, even on a swift horse. It would take half a day. However, now, the journey would be shortened by several fold. This does not imply that the speed of the mechanical bird is extraordinary. Rather, it is simply the fact that the mechanical bird travels in a perfectly straight line. Steering the mechanical bird, Su Qin smiled as he surged towards Zeton Mountain. Observing the scenery swiftly retreating behind him until it vanished completely, the group of women was filled with unparalleled excitement and joy. At this pace, a journey that would ordinarily take half a day could be accomplished in merely half an hour. As Su Qin skillfully maneuvered the mechanical bird, he felt immense delight at this substitute for an aircraft. Watching the women beside him chattering animatedly, Su Qin's smile widened, his hands resting on his head, exuding an air of comfort and self-satisfaction. Although he could now traverse the skies briefly, with this tool, anyone, regardless of their strength, could soar into the heavens. Su Qin reveled in this experience. Chapter 120. Lianxing. As the crowd reveled in the joy of flight, Lin Chaoying suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. Look, below, there seems to be a beautiful lady being chased. The others, startled by her exclamation, quickly turned to follow the direction of her finger. There, amidst the dense forest, a group of cloaked assassins surrounded a distressed figure, resembling seasoned hunters closing in on their prey. The woman, garbed in a pale yellow palace dress, had a face that, though not entirely visible, radiated an undeniable beauty that could rival any of Su Qin's esteemed wives. Despite the distance, Su Qin, the strongest among them, observed the scene with clarity. Upon catching sight of the beleaguered maiden, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up. Astonishment etched on his face. The second master of Yihua Palace, Lianxing? It is indeed her. Su Qin's surprise stemmed from the sheer improbability of such a coincidence. He had merely indulged a whim to take his wives on an outing, seeking scenic vistas and a break from their routine. Additionally, he wished to assess the capabilities of the mechanical bird he had brought along, never anticipating an encounter with Lianxing. Su Qin recognized Lianxing not from personal acquaintance, but from a portrait he had seen, a depiction provided by the four formidable assassins of Tianyi. He had long been strategizing for the future, aware that suitable female heroes were scarce in the current era of the Song dynasty, if not entirely non-existent. This necessity for expansion had led him to possess Lianxing's likeness. Furthermore, he had a rudimentary understanding of certain powers and figures within the Ming dynasty, including Lianxing, the illustrious second master of Yihua Palace, renowned alongside the Grand Master Yaiyue for their extraordinary beauty and formidable skills. At that moment, Lianxing bore the marks of her struggle. Crimson streaks stained her lips, and her breath came in ragged gasps, indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Even her pale yellow attire was marred with splattered blood. Hearing Su Qin's astonishment, the women in the group looked on with concern. "My lord, do you know this lady?" they inquired. Su Qin chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I do not know her personally, but I am aware of her background." Lin Chaoying, with a sympathetic glint in her eyes, spoke up. "My lord, that beautiful sister seems so pitiful. Shall we go to her aid?" A slight smile graced Su Qin's lips at her words, for they echoed his own thoughts. Just moments before, he had been contemplating a pretext for intervention, and now Lin Chaoying had unwittingly provided him with the perfect opportunity. This was undoubtedly a chance to infiltrate the Ming underworld. With swift agility, Lianxing navigated through the thick foliage, the rush of wind accompanying her every move. At this moment, she appeared utterly disheveled, her countenance as bleak as water. Who could it be that sought her demise? It must be noted that these individuals had pursued her from the realm of the Ming dynasty into the territory of the Song dynasty. After traversing 1,000 miles, there were several instances when she believed her end was nigh, yet she managed to escape by virtue of her indomitable will to survive. However, at this juncture, her strength had waned, and she was nearing the brink of exhaustion. A sense of melancholy engulfed her. This journey was initially undertaken on behalf of her sister, Yao Yu, to attend to a matter. Little did she anticipate an ambush along the way, with the figures clad in black clearly being a cadre of highly trained assassins. Upon their first encounter, they offered her no opportunity for dialogue, striking with ruthless decisiveness. Although her martial prowess slightly surpassed theirs, these individuals seemed to embody the very essence of killing machines. Engaging in battle, they exhibited no fear of death, adopting a strategy of trading lives. Initially, she could evade them using the unparalleled techniques of the Yihua Palace. Yet, these foes appeared inexhaustible. As time passed, even she found herself faltering under their relentless assault. Thus, she was pursued by this band of assassins into the heart of the Song dynasty. Frankly, she was now uncertain of her whereabouts, having lost her way in the frantic flight for survival. Throughout her escape, she had tested the resolve and intentions of her pursuers more than once, but was met with silence regarding the answers she sought. Her heart was heavy with confusion. The Yihua Palace seldom entangled itself with the affairs of the martial world. Even if there were adversaries, they would not possess the clout to enlist such formidable assassins. Suddenly, in a tumult of emotions, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson droplets fell upon the floor below, producing wisps of white smoke. A sickly sweet odor wafted into her nostrils. The plants tainted by her blood withered instantly, corroded by the toxicity. Alarmed, she narrowed her eyes. It dawned on her that she had been struck by an unseen dart. Although she had expelled the projectile, she had not anticipated the venom contained within it would be so potent. This was a degree of toxicity she had never before encountered. No wonder she had previously wondered why these black-clad figures, despite their evident strength, had not pressed their advantage. They were biding their time, waiting for the effects of the poison to take hold before striking, likely to minimize their own casualties, fearing her desperate retaliation. Such cunning tactics. Resolute. A determined expression crossed her face. Fortunately, she ceased her frantic flight, gradually coming to a halt. She focused her internal energy to stabilize the tumultuous flow of her blood and qi. She was waiting for an opportunity. As the second master of the Yihua Palace, she had navigated the martial world for many years. Now, having resigned herself to her fate, she found a semblance of calm. If her adversaries wished to see her dead, then she would ensure that she took a piece of them with her, even in death. With this resolve, she slowly settled into a meditative posture, preparing to recuperate as she awaited the advance of the figures in black behind her. With a heart weighed down by despair, Lianxing surveyed her surroundings with a flicker of interest. After all, as one who stood on the precipice of death, it was only fitting to ascertain the location of her final resting place. As her gaze swept across the scene, an emotion both foreign and familiar washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, the realization dawned upon her. She had inadvertently fled into the territory of the Song dynasty. Lianxing couldn't help but shake her head in bitter amusement. Raising her eyes, she beheld shadows moving cautiously in the vicinity. These individuals, despite the gravity of the moment, exhibited utmost vigilance. Each person formed a protective barrier with their comrades, ensuring that should any one of them come under attack, 3 or 4 allies would rush to their aid. creating a formidable encirclement. Chapter 121. A nonchalant annihilation. Observing the demeanor of her adversaries, Lianqing felt a flicker of admiration stir within her. The lengths to which they had gone to eliminate her were truly remarkable. These cloaked figures could be deemed the elite among any faction. Lianqing was increasingly convinced of her suspicions. She was no fool. The forces that had cornered her to such an extent were few and far between. Moreover, her current venture was initially intended for the Sun and Moon sect, delivering items entrusted by her sister to the Eastern Lord. Should she meet her demise here, it would undoubtedly incite a violent clash between the Yihua Palace and the Sun and Moon sect. In such a scenario, the greatest beneficiary would be. The answer was all too clear. Contemplating this, a cold smile graced Lianqing's lips, her eyes gleaming with scorn. What is this? Are the esteemed masters of the Mingjiao merely lurking in the shadows? Even on the brink of death, they dare not unleash their full potential in a desperate struggle? Despite her internal energy being entirely depleted and several vital meridians obstructed, rendering her strength diminished, Lianqing betrayed no hint of her suffering. With an icy tone, she addressed the encroaching figures in black. The leading black-clad man, upon hearing her words, displayed a flicker of surprise in his otherwise impassive gaze. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Lianqing would discern his identity. His expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, the sound of a bird's call pierced the air, and a massive shadow loomed overhead. The black-clad figures turned their gazes skyward, witnessing a colossal, flame-like avian creature soaring directly towards them. What is that? Even Lianqing, who had resigned herself to her fate, gazed in astonishment at the approaching entity, murmuring to herself. As the creature drew closer, she recognized it as an enormous mechanical puppet, crafted with such exquisite precision that it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. The black-clad figures were momentarily stunned at the sight of the flying automaton. It was the leading figure who first regained his composure. This is bad, move quickly. This was the first time Lianqing had heard the voice of her opponents since their encounter. In his tone, she detected urgency and trepidation. However, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, the multitude of black-clad figures surged forward without hesitation, launching a barrage of concealed weapons at Lianqing like a torrential downpour. In response, Lianqing summoned her remaining energy, feeling an excruciating pain surge through her body. Resolutely, she charged towards the encroaching assailants, disregarding the onslaught of projectiles. It was evident that she aimed to take a few of them down with her before she fell. Her reasoning was simple. Since escape was impossible, she might as well fight with abandon. The nature of the suddenly appearing mechanical puppet, whether friend or foe, was no longer a consideration. Even if she were to be rescued at this moment, death was an inescapable fate. Lianqing was acutely aware of her dire predicament. Even the legendary physician Hua Tuo would find it challenging to pull her back from the brink of death. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed an utterly astonishing scene. It seemed as though a myriad of concealed weapons had been suspended in midair, as if time itself had been arrested. A commanding voice then resonated through the atmosphere. Are you so audacious as to believe that my Song dynasty possesses no defenders? As the last syllable echoed, a figure clad in white materialized atop the enormous mechanical puppet. The leader of the black-clad assailants experienced a profound transformation in expression, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure in white pointed a finger, declaring, "Heaven's prison." In that instant, the entire realm seemed to freeze. A look of sheer terror flickered across the black-clad leader's face as he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as that finger loomed larger in his vision. Ultimately, it transformed into a pillar as immense as the heavens themselves, descending upon him and his comrades. At that moment, Lianqing could hardly believe her eyes. She recognized the voice's owner as Su Qin, the leader of the Jiangnan alliance, whom she had glimpsed upon her arrival in the Song dynasty. The black-clad leader, possessing formidable strength and on the verge of transcending to the Grand Master level, was momentarily daunted by Su Qin's overwhelming presence. Yet, he was far from resigned. The multitude of black-clad figures appeared to have mastered a particular combined attack technique. In this perilous moment, they began to reverse their meridians, unleashing powers far beyond their usual capabilities. Crimson threads of internal energy coalesced, connecting back to their leader. With a fierce roar, he forcefully created a sliver of space against the encroaching might of Su Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch towards Su Qin's finger. But the colossal force of his strike proved utterly futile. The immense finger descended like a mountain upon the black-clad leader, creating a spectacle akin to the tilting of a celestial pillar. With a series of resounding impacts, As the shadow of the punch shattered, clouds of blood mist erupted. One by one, the black-clad assassins were transformed into mere sprays of crimson without uttering a single sound. Lianqing was left in a state of shock, grappling with the surreal nature of what she had just witnessed. Were these highly trained, fearsome assassins truly dispatched with such ease? The rumors were indeed true. Su Qin had ascended to the realm of celestial beings in just a year. Although Lianqing felt herself nearing her limits, her mind raced with astonishment. Ever since witnessing Su Qin's prowess, her curiosity about this young man had grown immensely. Upon returning to the Yihua Palace, she had kept a keen eye on the affairs of the Jianghu in the Song dynasty. With her status as the second mistress of Yihua Palace, acquiring information about Su Qin was not a daunting task. Moreover, Su Qin's exploits in the Jianghu had created ripples of commotion from the moment he emerged. Every event he was involved in had reverberated throughout the entire realm. After Su Qin dealt with those dark-clad individuals, he gently lowered the flying mechanical puppet and walked towards the now-dazed Master Lianqing. "I trust you have been well, Master Lianqing," Su Qin said with a warm smile. It turned out that when Su Qin had slain Murong Fu, he had sensed Lianqing's presence. However, at that time, Lianqing did not harbor any ill intentions towards him, so Su Qin did not dwell on it. He was merely aware of a formidable grandmaster observing from a distance, yet the identity remained unknown. It was only upon encountering Lianqing just now that he realized the onlooker was indeed the Master Lianqing before him. Thus, he spoke with courtesy. Upon hearing this, Lianqing was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, she understood that her earlier presence during the observation had likely been perceived by Su Qin. Chapter 122. Saving a life. Lianqing smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "Master Su, you jest." As soon as the words left her lips, a trickle of dark crimson blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Wiping away the bloodstain, Lianqing beamed at Su Qin and expressed her gratitude for his chivalrous intervention. However, given her severe poisoning and the destruction of her heart veins, she lamented that she could not repay his immense kindness. Yet, Lianqing had one final request and earnestly hoped that Master Su would grant it. Suppressing her discomfort through sheer will, Lianqing spoke in a calm tone. "Please, do not hesitate, Palace Master Lianqing." As she gazed upon the remarkably handsome youth before her, a rare blush graced her cheeks. The allure of Su Qin, combined with his unique constitution, proved to be irresistible, even for someone as formidable as Lianqing. Su Qin observed Lianqing's reaction but chose to remain silent. Realizing her own lapse in composure, Lianqing quickly regained her focus and continued. "On my sister's orders, I ventured out on a mission, only to be ambushed along the way. I fled here in desperation and am grateful to you, Master Su, for saving me from humiliation. I only ask that you send word to my sister to remain vigilant and not fall prey to treacherous schemes." As she finished speaking, a flush rose on her face, and she suddenly coughed up blood, collapsing backward. Su Qin's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted to her side. Lianqing felt the world spinning around her. Her words left unspoken as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness entirely, she sensed herself falling into a warm embrace, and in the next instant, all consciousness faded. Watching the unconscious Lianqing, Su Qin murmured, "Perhaps these words are best conveyed by you to your sister." With that, he reached for Lianqing's pulse. His brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated the severity of her injuries. Not only had her meridians been severely damaged, leading to the ruin of her heart veins, but a potent poison had also infiltrated her body, penetrating to the very marrow. Until she encountered Su Qin, she had been clinging to life by sheer will. At this moment, Lianqing's condition was akin to that of a corpse. Had she met anyone else, her fate would have been sealed. However, for Su Qin, this level of injury was not insurmountable. It merely required considerable effort. With a series of hand gestures, Su Qin summoned his internal energy, and the silver needles he carried sprang forth, precisely landing on the vital acupoints surrounding Lianqing. A surge of pure internal energy coursed through her, stabilizing her heart veins and firmly securing the last remnants of her vitality within her body. Meanwhile, the numerous ladies within the mechanized puppets gathered around Su Qin. Upon seeing Lianqing in a state of unconsciousness, their expressions shifted with concern, and they anxiously inquired, "Husband, how is she?" Su Qin slowly shook his head in response. She had been pursued by these assassins for quite some time, and the repeated disruption of her meridians had caused damage to her heart vessels. Furthermore, a potent poison had already infiltrated her very bones. For now, I can only stabilize her heart vessels. I am prepared to take her back to the manor for treatment. This is only natural. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong and the others recognized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly came forward to assist. transporting Lianxing into the body of the mechanical puppet. Su Qin, with a grave expression, skillfully maneuvered the puppet towards Lingbao Manor at a swift pace. Although Su Qin and the others had initially set out for leisurely exploration, no one had anticipated such a turn of events. The numerous ladies present were acutely aware of the dire circumstances and silently tended to Lianxing, harboring no hint of discontent. After examining Lianxing's injuries, Huang Rong approached Su Qin with a serious expression and whispered, "Husband, I observe that Sister Lianxing's wounds are severe, many of which appear to be old injuries. It is evident that the assailant is highly skilled in assassination." Su Qin understood her implication without difficulty. He could discern the gravity of Lianxing's injuries with his own capabilities. The existence of such formidable assassins undoubtedly indicated that their backing was far from insignificant. Yet what of it? With Su Qin's current strength, he was unmatched among those beneath the celestial realm and could contend with those above it on equal footing. This confidence was well-founded. Having considered previous speculations, Su Qin was increasingly convinced that even if there were hidden powers at play, they would not act recklessly. Thus, he had little to fear. Even if, hypothetically, someone were to intervene in this matter, would Su Qin cower? The answer was, of course, in the negative. It could be said that Su Qin currently possessed the capability to overpower all beings within the celestial realm. As for those beyond, while he had yet to encounter them, he was confident in matching them blow for blow with all his might. It was even conceivable that, with his two divine weapons, he could eliminate several adversaries. This was the source of Su Qin's assurance. He adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble but never fearing it. He merely preferred to act discreetly. Recognizing Su Qin's resolute demeanor, Huang Rong understood that he possessed a plan and refrained from further discussion. Soon, Lingbao Manor came into view. Su Qin skillfully guided the mechanical puppet to a steady landing in the courtyard of the manor. He then lifted Lianxing and addressed the women behind him, instructing, "You each take action to prepare for the Millennium Ginseng." As the names of various rare medicinal herbs flowed from Su Qin's lips, the women nodded gravely and departed. Upon returning to Lingbao Manor, Su Qin's mood lightened somewhat. Within the manor lay an array of treasured spiritual herbs, coupled with his own medical expertise. Only then did Lianxing's life seem to hang in the balance of salvation. Although Su Qin had held some assurance prior, the prospect of healing her within the manor brought a sense of ease. Su Qin placed Lianxing upon the ancient bed of cold jade, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Saving her life would not be a formidable task. However, the condition of her cultivation was quite troubling. Alas, it was not that Su Qin lacked medical skill, but had she encountered him earlier, her injuries would have been easily remedied. In her current state, Lianxing resembled a delicate porcelain doll, fragile enough to shatter with the slightest pressure. This predicament posed a challenge even for the divinely skilled Su Qin. Before long, the 1,000-year-old ginseng was presented to Su Qin by a servant. Subsequently, various spiritual herbs were delivered one after another. Observing this, Su Qin wasted no time and instructed everyone to refrain from disturbing him before commencing the treatment. He first placed the ancient ginseng beneath Lianxing's tongue, stabilizing her heart pulse and preserving her final breath of life. Chapter 123, A Sigh of Relief in an Instant. The silver needles that were originally embedded in Lianxing's body danced gracefully in midair under Su Qin's control, thanks to the 1,000-year-old ginseng sustaining her vital veins. Su Qin was able to unleash his needle technique with abandon, gazing upon Lianxing, who appeared as delicate as a wisp of smoke. A rare expression of solemnity crossed Su Qin's face. The silver needles swirled and formed enigmatic afterimages in the air. A spark ignited in Su Qin's eyes as he uttered a soft command. 13 ghostly needles, reversing yin and yang. 13 silver needles shot forth and instantaneously embedded themselves into Lianxing's form, leaving mere inches of their tails quivering incessantly. Simultaneously, Su Qin's pure inner energy transformed into fine threads, coursing through the needles and into Lianxing's being. Concurrently, various spiritual herbs were instantaneously distilled into medicinal liquid by Su Qin's refined inner power, which he delivered into Lianxing's mouth. As soon as the potent medicinal essence entered her body, it was invigorated by Su Qin's inner strength, wrapping around her vital veins and reconnecting them. With Su Qin's relentless efforts, Lianxing's vital veins gradually began to rejoin. The life force within her seemed to awaken, springing forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, revitalized by the rich medicinal energy. Observing this, Su Qin exhibited an expression of profound relief. With a gentle smile, he finally withdrew the silver needles from Lianxing. The remainder of her recovery now lay in her own hands. Su Qin had done all that he could. In this endeavor to save Lianxing, Su Qin had truly revealed his most formidable skills, employing the reversal of yin and yang from the 13 ghostly needles to snatch her life back from the clutches of death. With her vital veins restored, her life was secured. However, just as Su Qin had anticipated, Lianxing's cultivation might be irreparably damaged. After reconnecting her vital veins, Su Qin had attempted to mend her extraordinary meridians, but alas, Lianxing was gravely wounded. After several fruitless attempts, Su Qin decisively abandoned the endeavor, realizing that restoring her cultivation would not be a task accomplished in a day. Noticing the faint color returning to Lianxing's pale visage, Su Qin turned and opened the door. His many wives were anxiously awaiting outside, their expressions mirroring those of family members waiting outside a modern operating room. The moment Su Qin opened the door, they immediately inquired, "Husband, how is she? Has she been saved?" Su Qin beamed at their concern and replied, "Fortunately, we returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's just that I couldn't accompany you ladies on your outing." Upon hearing this, Huang Rong promptly interjected, "We can go out any time. We have plenty of time at the manor." But Lianxing's life is singular. Furthermore, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Indeed, what Ronger says is true. Su Qin nodded with a smile. He was fully aware that his wives would not mind, yet he spoke thusly to reassure them. "As I gaze upon the exquisite Lianxing, I cannot help but ponder the thoughts that may have crossed her husband's mind." Huang Rong initially did not grasp the situation, but now that she is aware that Lianxing is unharmed, her intelligence swiftly returns. With a face full of suspicion, she gazes at Su Qin and asserts with conviction. Beside her, Zhongling speaks up with an air of inevitability. What of it? Had it not been for her husband's intervention, she would not have survived. In the realm of medicine within the current Song dynasty, her husband undoubtedly reigns supreme. Indeed, adds Gongsun Levayu, should I ever be saved by my husband, I would certainly pledge myself to him. At this moment, Huang Rong seems to reminisce about her first encounter with Su Qin. A hint of blush rises to her cheeks as she recalls that it was indeed his rescue that led her to vow her lifelong commitment. This memory is indelibly etched in her heart, impossible to forget. Su Qin gazes helplessly at the ladies before him, their chatter suggesting that Lianxing's reluctance to pledge herself is a grievous sin. Just then, a faint cough breaks the air. Instantly, the women fall silent, their attention turning towards Lianxing, who lies upon the cold ice bed. Her fingers tremble slightly, her eyelashes flutter, and she gradually opens her eyes, displaying a semblance of confusion and astonishment. Where am I?" Lianxing weakly inquires. The chill emanating from the ice bed soothes the fiery heat of her internal injuries, hastening her awakening. Upon witnessing Lianxing's revival, Huang Rong discreetly gestures to the other women behind her. They understand immediately and quietly withdraw, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Su Qin, drawn back to reality by Lianxing's movement, turns to find that Huang Rong and the others have already vanished. In light of the situation, he can only shake his head with a wry smile before approaching Lianxing's side, gently speaking. "You are in Lingbao Mountain Manor. Do not worry. Your injuries have healed, and your life is secure." But Su Qin's voice trails off, pausing momentarily. Lianxing seems to sense his unspeakable concern and breaks into a smile. Struggling to sit up, Su Qin hurriedly steps forward to assist her. She does not refuse his help, yet a blush spreads across her face. "I am deeply grateful for the leader's timely rescue. Should the leader not mind, you may simply address me by my name," she declares. "Speak freely, for I have already faced death once." Upon hearing this, Su Qin finally responds, "It is a pity that I could not preserve your cultivation." Lianxing's expression stiffens momentarily at his words, and as she senses the emptiness of her internal energy, a bittersweet smile appears. "To have retained my life is already a great fortune. Such a profound grace, I cannot repay, nor do I dare to seek anything more. Dear Su, you need not feel burdened. If you do not allow me to call you Palace Master, why then do you insist on addressing me as leader? Is that not rather distant?" Su Qin replies with a smile. Hearing this, a deeper shade of crimson graces Lianxing's cheeks. Su Qin had twice rescued her life, and such profound kindness was something Lianxing would always remember. However, she felt a touch of embarrassment at Su Qin's words. Observing her reaction, Su Qin refrained from jesting further and continued, "As for your cultivation, it is not entirely devoid of hope for restoration." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Lianxing's eyes. Noticing her reaction, Su Qin did not prolong the suspense and spoke with a smile. "If you are willing to wait, once I advance my cultivation further, I may be able to reconnect your meridians. At that time, combined with my medical skills, Restoring your cultivation should not be a formidable task. Su Qin's assertion was not mere bravado. With his current prowess at the 8th rank of the Celestial Realm, advancing to a level beyond the Celestial Realm to reconnect Lian Xing's meridians should be quite feasible. Lian Xing's eyes sparkled at his words. As a wanderer of the martial world, the complete loss of her cultivation was undoubtedly a fate more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 124. The profound depths of the heart and the vastness of ambition, however, Li Xing's gaze soon dimmed once more. For she was acutely aware of Su Qin's current prowess. To advance beyond the realm of the celestial being, must one not wait until Su Qin transcends that very level? Yet, upon reflection, Li Xing found solace in her thoughts. Su Qin, with his exceptional talent, had already attained the status of a celestial being at such a tender age. Given time, it was not inconceivable that he could progress further. It was merely a matter of time. As this notion crossed her mind, Li Xing gently shook her head, as if attempting to dispel certain thoughts. In her heart, she chastised herself for being overly greedy. Her life had already been spared, and now there was hope for the restoration of her strength. What more could she possibly desire? Observing the expression on Li Xing's face, Su Qin seemed to discern her thoughts and instinctively spoke. In fact, there is another method that could aid in your recovery. Instantly, Li Xing's countenance transformed into one of astonishment, mingled with delight. Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Qin felt a twinge of regret. His words had been uttered impulsively, without much consideration. Yet, seeing Li Xing's expression, he realized he may have misspoken. The reason was simple. The method Su Qin mentioned involved the joyous dual cultivation technique. With the assistance of this technique, Su Qin was confident he could help Li Xing regain her peak strength in a short span. However, the peculiar nature of this cultivation method posed a dilemma. Should Li Xing become aware of it, the carefully cultivated image Su Qin had would undoubtedly crumble in an instant. Although he was certain that Li Xing harbored feelings for him, those feelings had not yet blossomed into affection. Revealing the joyous dual cultivation technique at this juncture would likely have the opposite effect. It was vital that Su Qin maintained his esteemed standing with the second leader of the Yihua Palace, who was also the prime candidate for his future consort. He could not allow trivial matters to jeopardize his grand designs. Pray, enlighten me, esteemed leader. With this thought racing through his mind, Su Qin swiftly replied, "This method is not quite suitable for you at present." Seeing Su Qin's hesitant expression, Li Xing mistakenly assumed he sought some form of recompense. She promptly placed her hand upon her chest and assured him, "Rest assured, Su Alliance leader, though I am but a woman of lesser strength compared to you, I am resolute in my intent. Should you assist me in regaining my former prowess, I vow to express my gratitude. At that time, I would willingly offer half of the Yihua Palace as a token of my appreciation," Li Xing declared with unwavering determination. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback by her words. Observing her expression, he realized she had misconstrued his intentions. "The reason I saved you was not for your gratitude. I simply could not abide the sight of those individuals ganging up on a woman. Moreover, the second method I mentioned is not suitable for you. Not because I wish to withhold it. Nonetheless, rest assured, within a year, I shall reach a new pinnacle of strength." Despite Su Qin's assurances, Li Xing remained unconvinced. Su Qin ultimately could not withstand Lian Xing's persistent inquiries, and he promptly spoke. "It is not that I am unwilling to heal your wounds. Rather, this final method of mine can only be applied to my wife." Upon hearing this, Lian Xing was momentarily taken aback, and it seemed a realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush as she softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. In an instant, the atmosphere grew exceedingly ambiguous, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Observing this, Su Qin hastily shifted the subject and asked, "Lian Xing, do you know which faction is pursuing you?" By tending to Lian Xing's injuries, Su Qin might potentially forge a closer bond with her, which would undoubtedly entangle him in her conflict with that faction. His inquiry stemmed not from fear, for while a direct attack may be evaded, the hidden dangers are far more insidious. Thus, acquiring more knowledge is always prudent. Lian Xing, caught off guard by his question, paused for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I do not know." Noticing the astonishment in Su Qin's gaze, Lian Xing recounted all that had transpired during her journey. Invited by Yao Yu, she had set out to meet the Eastern sect leader at the Blackwood Cliff, only to be ambushed along the way, which forced her to flee desperately to her current location. She also shared some of her previous speculations. Upon hearing her, Su Qin furrowed his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, it seems that the Yihua Palace is rather unsettled. How could someone have leaked your whereabouts?" Lian Xing nodded vehemently, her expression filled with resentment. "It is undeniably true that there are spies within Yihua Palace. When I return, I shall ensure a thorough purge." although Lian Xing currently possessed no martial prowess. Her words imbued Su Qin with a palpable chill. The glint in her eyes was fierce. Betrayal was her most profound hatred. She even felt no animosity towards the black-clad assassins pursuing her, for each served their own master, and she too would show no mercy were their positions reversed. Having long prepared herself for the harsh realities of the martial world, what she could not tolerate was the blatant treachery within Yihua Palace. Unlike Yao Yu, Lian Xing was kind-hearted, treating her fellow disciples with warmth and never once resorting to reproach. This was a stark contrast to Yao Yu, whose innate desire for control left no room for dissent, instilling fear among the ranks of Yihua Palace. In contrast, Lian Xing was cherished by her peers, yet, under such circumstances, she had been betrayed. Such a betrayal is unbearable for anyone, though Lian Xing's temperament diverged from Yao Yu's. Having co-managed Yihua Palace with her sister for many years, she had undoubtedly gained a formidable reputation in the martial realm. She possessed a decisiveness unparalleled by ordinary women. This very quality garnered Su Qin's increased admiration, as he silently mused. Indeed, she is a supreme leader who has emerged from the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. She is truly exceptional. Nevertheless, her suspicion that the Ming sect was behind the ambush raised doubts. Could this be possible? The current leader of the Ming sect, Zhang Wuji, was, in Su Qin's mind, a paragon of virtue, indecisive and exceedingly traditional, who would never act against Lian Xing's interests. Although the characters and events in this world differ somewhat from what Su Qin comprehended in his previous life, he still believes that the likelihood of the Ming sect's involvement is rather slim. He posits that the spy within the Huahua Palace may indeed hold some significance. Perhaps this infiltrator was strategically placed among them to observe their every action. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Lian Xing found herself deeply contemplative, her thoughts spiraling downward. Each revelation more alarming than the last. The more she pondered, the colder her heart grew, and beads of icy sweat began to form on her back and palms. If Su Qin's conjecture were accurate, the depths of the adversary's scheming and their grand designs were almost unfathomable. Lian Xing could no longer bear to think further. Her gaze, filled with astonishment, turned towards Su Qin. Chapter 125. The suffocating allure of the opposite sex upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Su Qin maintained a composed demeanor and slowly began to speak. Have you come to a realization? Lian Xing merely shook her head gently, refraining from vocalizing her thoughts. It seems you have indeed pondered this matter. Yet, you are reluctant to delve into that particular line of reasoning. One must recognize that the cultivation of such a cunning spy, who has remained by your sister's sides for so many years, is not an endeavor achievable by mere ordinary forces. Moreover, the black-clad assassins exuded a battle-hardened aura that far surpassed that of typical martial factions. Furthermore, these individuals exhibited remarkable discipline and restraint, suggesting that their previous encirclement of you was deliberate, sparing your life for a reason. All of this indicates that these people are far from ordinary. If you truly believe this is the work of the Ming cult or another faction, you may have unwittingly fallen into their trap, unwittingly donning the garments of another. What a masterful ploy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. However, if we entertain your assertion, what advantage would the adversary gain? In the struggle between the clam and the heron, it is the fisherman who benefits. Even if they incite conflict between the two factions, resulting in mutual destruction, what purpose would it serve? Perhaps the architect of this scheme is not of the martial world at all. A smile graced Su Qin's lips as she spoke slowly. Not of the martial world? You mean the court? Lian Xing initially regarded Su Qin with some confusion, but upon witnessing the enigmatic smile on Su Qin's face, a sudden clarity illuminated her mind, prompting her to exclaim. Yet, once the words left her lips, Lian Xing's brow furrowed once more as she murmured, "But wait. Although the court has always harbored reservations toward martial figures, and the possibility of heroes breaking the law exists, it has not yet reached the depths of employing such treacherous schemes." Lian Xing's analysis was indeed astute. Had Su Qin not possessed insights from a previous life, she might not have arrived at such conclusions. Nonetheless, even if Su Qin's conjecture was merely speculative, it was likely not far from the truth. The reason for Su Qin's speculation stemmed entirely from one individual, the princess of the Great Mongol, Minmin Timur. It is crucial to understand that, according to Su Qin's past knowledge, this woman, known by the Han name Zhao Min, had once wielded such tactics to unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon the martial world. Leveraging the influence of figures like Concubine, the events Lian Xing currently faced bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Min's modus operandi. Of course, this remained merely a conjecture on Su Qin's part. Thus, after absorbing Lian Xing's analysis, Su Qin finally articulated, what if it is not the Ming court? For instance, the Great Mongol. Prompted by Su Qin's insights, Lianxing suddenly grasped much more, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Su Qin. In truth, Su Qin's hypothesis was not without merit, lacking any foundation. The great Mongol dynasty, with its insatiable ambitions, waged wars on multiple fronts, revealing its predatory nature. Although Lianxing, as a member of the martial world, refrained from engaging in the struggles of dynasties, it did not imply she was oblivious to the underlying significance. Should the great Mongol schemes come to fruition, the Ming martial world would descend into chaos, and under the iron heel of the great Mongol, the lands of the Ming would swiftly be reduced to ashes. The fate of the Song dynasty is inextricably entwined with these events. Once the Ming dynasty is dealt with, the Mongols will have the opportunity to encroach upon the Song. Given the current strength of the Song's martial world, it is evident that they would be no match for the formidable Mongol experts. Fortunately, it is Su Qin who now occupies the esteemed position of the supreme martial artist, stabilizing the precarious situation of the Song. Had the Song's martial realm remained as it once was, it is certain that without any strategic maneuvering, the Mongols would have easily subdued the entire Song dynasty. The might of the Mongols is indisputable, their cavalry is renowned across the land, and the martial world is replete with extraordinary talents. In contrast, the strength of the Song pales in comparison. Thus, when approaching the Song, the Mongols might not even bother to employ any schemes. Observing the astonished expression on Lianxing's face, Su Qin smiled gently and continued, "There is no need for excessive concern. These are merely my conjectures, and the exact circumstances remain uncertain. For now, focus on your recovery at Lingbao Mountain Villa. I believe that should the adversary fail to achieve their intended outcome, they will inevitably take further action. I shall instruct my associates to closely monitor movements from the Ming side. Should they make a move, we will be able to trace the source of the machinations. In due course, we shall uncover whether it is indeed the Mongols at play, or if some other faction within the martial world seeks to benefit from the turmoil and dominate the scene." Upon hearing this, Lianxing nodded fervently, her gaze towards Su Qin brimming with admiration, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. It is worth noting that Su Qin, though not of the Ming martial world, spoke with such clarity and insight regarding the intricate relationships involved. His thoughts were agile, his reasoning lucid, and his analysis of the situation remarkably composed and substantiated. The ability to deduce so much from mere hints speaks to an intelligence bordering on the extraordinary. Such a paragon of both beauty and wisdom, a hero endowed with martial prowess. What woman could remain indifferent? How could such an astonishingly gifted man exist in this world? Lianxing mused quietly, her gaze becoming somewhat entranced as she looked at Su Qin. Upon their first meeting, she had already learned of his numerous concubines, and at that time, she had dismissed him as a frivolous man with a penchant for beauty. Even if all men in the world were to perish, she vowed never to submit to such a shallow individual. Yet now, as she found herself in close proximity to Su Qin, she realized how naive her previous judgments had been. The intoxicating allure he exuded was akin to a potent drug, ensnaring one with the slightest touch and rendering them unable to escape its grasp. Such a remarkably intelligent individual had rescued her from peril on 2 occasions, commanding mechanical puppets to descend from the heavens, vanquishing numerous assassins with a mere gesture, and employing divine medical skills to reclaim her life from the clutches of death itself. What woman could remain unaffected by such a figure? Reflecting on her initial awakening and the conversation between the other women and Su Qin outside her door, a blush crept upon her cheeks. The notion of offering herself in devotion no longer seemed so unthinkable. Lianxing. Upon encountering Lianxing, Su Qin found her staring intently at him, motionless. He promptly waved his hand before her eyes and softly called her name in a tone laced with curiosity. At the sound of Su Qin's voice, Lianxing abruptly regained her composure, realizing with embarrassment that she had been lost in thought while gazing at him. The awkwardness was palpable, and she wished fervently for a crevice to disappear into. What had the leader just said? Lianxing hastily composed herself and inquired, attempting to mask her inner discomfort. "What I mean is, you should remain here to recuperate. And as for the matters concerning the Ming dynasty, we can quietly await developments." Upon hearing this, Lianxing nodded eagerly. "That sounds excellent. I apologize for the trouble it may cause you, Su Leader." Chapter 126. The young master is seeking a concubine again. Upon hearing Lianxing's consent, Su Qin slowly nodded, gently reminding her of several matters to pay attention to before turning to instruct the servant to attend to her with care. As he prepared to take his leave, Lianxing, resembling a dutiful young bride, eagerly nodded in agreement to Su Qin's various arrangements and instructions, her heart brimming with sweetness. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, She found herself somewhat fatigued after their lengthy conversation and gradually reclined upon the cold jade bed, which Su Qin had arranged for her recovery. As Su Qin stepped out of the room, he unexpectedly encountered the hurriedly approaching Zhongling. The girl, preoccupied with her urgent journey, failed to notice her surroundings. Observing this, Su Qin chuckled softly. My dear Ling, where are you rushing off to in such haste? Have you forgotten to watch where you're going? Startled by his voice, Zhongling looked up at Su Qin, her face tinged with anxiety. Husband, Sister Wanqing is packing her things and intends to leave our Lingbao mountain manor. No matter how I persuade her, it is to no avail. Taken aback by her words, Su Qin felt a surge of disbelief. How could he allow such a prized opportunity to slip away? Mu Wanqing was the concubine he had earmarked for himself. If he let her depart without a fight, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Yet, Su Qin chose not to panic. Her desire to leave only indicated that his prior endeavors had borne fruit. It could be deemed a successful strategy, with only the final push remaining. Noticing the smile curving Su Qin's lips, Zhongling felt inexplicably relieved, recognizing that he already had a plan in mind. Nonetheless, she cautioned him, Husband, Sister Wanqing is quite resolute in her decisions. Do not take it lightly. If you fail to win her heart, be wary of regretting it later. As Su Qin's confidant, Zhongling was well aware of his intentions. Her invitation to Mu Wanqing was made with this very outcome in mind. Su Qin laughed heartily, playfully brushing his fingers against Zhongling's petite nose. Rest assured, how could I let my dear Linger's goodwill go unreciprocated? Seeing that Su Qin understood her thoughts, Zhongling felt a wave of comfort wash over her and playfully shot him a glance filled with affection. In that moment, her charm was captivating, her gaze enchanting. Unfazed, Su Qin turned and strode away. In Mu Wanqing's chamber, she was clad in a fitted black outfit, diligently organizing her belongings. Her alluring figure was accentuated by the contours of her attire. Upon hearing the door creak open, she assumed it was Zhongling returning to persuade her and, without turning, declared, You need not try to change my mind. My decision is resolute. Where is Miss Mu planning to go? Su Qin's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Mu Wanqing's movements faltered momentarily. Slowly, she turned, disbelief washing over her features as she beheld the man she had longed for. A flicker of reluctance and yearning danced in her eyes, mingled with a touch of infatuation and confusion. In an unexpected moment, as Mu Wanqing faced Su Qin, a sense of panic washed over her. Mu Wanqing stammered, at a loss for words. Gathering her courage, she gazed directly at Su Qin and resolutely declared, This is not my home. I have lingered here long enough. It is time for me to depart. I sincerely appreciate the care you have shown me, Leader Su. Little did anyone know the immense bravery it took for her to utter these words. Once she spoke, a heavy burden seemed to lift from her heart, and she exhaled deeply. Following her declaration, an uncanny silence enveloped the space. Lowering her head, Mu Wanqing dared not meet Su Qin's gaze, fearing that if she did, she might falter and find it impossible to leave. After a prolonged pause without a response from Su Qin, confusion stirred within her, prompting an instinctive urge to look up. Suddenly, she felt a tightening of her body, and before she knew it, she found herself enveloped in an immensely warm embrace. A gentle voice, laced with tenderness, resonated. Where do you think you are going? I will not permit you to leave. This is your home. Do you not sense my feelings for you? At these words, Mu Wanqing's resolve crumbled, the courage she had mustered dissipating into nothingness. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. Perhaps the sudden arrival of happiness was overwhelming, causing her to forget her intent to resist. Dazed, she lifted her gaze to the proximity of Su Qin and asked, What did you just say? She could hardly fathom that Su Qin would express such sentiments at this moment, nor had she ever anticipated him speaking to her with such depth of feeling. His demeanor rendered her momentarily incredulous. Am I not being clear enough? I said you cannot leave. This is your home. If you were to depart, who would take the place of the young mistress of Lingbao Mountain Manor? At Su Qin's affirmative response, Mu Wanqing stood there in shock. Her fair complexion visibly flushed beneath the veil. What young mistress? When did I agree to be your bride? Besides, you already have so many wives. How could? Before she could finish her thought, she was abruptly enveloped by the warmth of his lips. The distinct aura of masculinity that belonged solely to Su Qin surrounded her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to a whirlwind of emotions. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, and Mu Wanqing's face was now flushed with vivid color, the veil having vanished without a trace. Su Qin gazed at her with profound affection, speaking with utmost gentleness, Do not leave. Marry me and be my bride. Yes. Mu Wanqing found herself utterly overwhelmed by Su Qin's fervent advance, leaving her no room for rebuttal. Her demeanor, often perceived as cold and unapproachable, belied a nature that was fiercely strong yet tender within. Once one has firmly set their heart on a person, they will undoubtedly remain utterly devoted. Previously, Mu Wanqing's desire to leave was genuine. Her current agreement with Su Qin is equally sincere. The distinction lies solely in Su Qin's demeanor towards her. In her earlier contemplation of departure, she believed it had always been a one-sided affection. However, Su Qin's forceful presence compelled her to stay, accompanied by a heartfelt confession that rendered her completely entranced. At this moment, all prior intentions have dissipated, and her heart is now filled with sweetness. It is important to note that her feelings for Su Qin have long since taken root. Had Su Qin not spoken those words, she would have departed without the intention of returning, nor would she have allowed Su Qin to find her. Yet, all of that vanished upon encountering Su Qin. Soon, joyous tidings spread throughout Lingbao Manor. The young master is to take another concubine. Chapter 127. A reluctant measure upon the dissemination of the news. The commotion was far less pronounced than before. This was largely due to Su Qin's exceedingly frequent marriages. It was not just the townsfolk who had grown accustomed to this. Even the servants and attendants within Lingbao Manor regarded it as a common occurrence. To them, the idea of the young master taking a concubine was utterly mundane. Conversely, should Su Qin refrain from acquiring a new concubine for over a month or two, the ensuing uproar would undoubtedly be considerable. One could not help but wonder which fortunate heroine had captured the young master's attention. It was indeed curious that numerous valiant women of the rivers and lakes had offered themselves, yet the young master had scarcely acknowledged them. One could only speculate who this new mistress was to have garnered such favor from him. The citizens of Jiaxing City engaged in fervent discussions about the origins of the new mistress, marveling at her fortuitous fate. To marry into Lingbao Manor was akin to securing a lifetime of prosperity. Within the manor, the atmosphere was alive with jubilant celebration, as all gathered to commemorate Su Qin's grand wedding. With a warm smile illuminating his face, Su Qin raised his cup in toast to the assembly, creating a moment of shared joy. Amidst the festivities, Lian Xing observed Su Qin's beaming countenance and felt a pang of solitude within her heart. Though she prided herself on her exceptional beauty and formidable prowess, these attributes seemed utterly commonplace in the presence of Su Qin. A mere glance at his stunningly radiant and powerful wives was enough to reveal this stark reality. Compounded by her current loss of cultivation, feelings of despondency and inadequacy welled up within her. It appears that even the prospect of offering myself has become a distant dream, Lian Xing thought to herself, sighing inwardly before turning to retreat to her chamber. The wedding continued unabated, unaffected by Lian Xing's participation or departure, proceeding in its customary manner. In the bridal chamber, Mu Wanqing's hands nervously fidgeted with her gown, betraying her inner turmoil and anxiety. Even now, she grappled with an almost surreal sense of her circumstances. Reflecting on her interactions with Su Qin, she felt as if she were caught in a dream. Just as her emotions surged, Su Qin entered the room. In that instant, Mu Wanqing felt a rush of brightness as Su Qin lifted her crimson veil. With eyes glistening, she softly called out to him, "Su Lang." Su Qin was momentarily captivated by the sight of Mu Wanqing, adorned in her wedding finery. Her fair, delicate visage, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, radiated an exquisite beauty that was simply breathtaking. "Wanqing, you are truly beautiful." Su Qin's compliment elicited a delightful warmth within Mu Wanqing, causing her to shyly lower her gaze and softly respond with a gentle Her voice was tender and melodious, stirring within Su Qin a primal urge. Stepping closer, he enveloped Mu Wanqing in his embrace and extinguished the candles that filled the room with light. As the flames flickered out, the two figures melted into the embrace of the fragrant red canopy bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Mu Wanqing. You have gained 30 years of cultivation and the celestial mirror-breaking elixir. The following day, Su Qin awoke early, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Mu Wanqing, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then quietly rose and exited the room, instructing the servants to attend to her with care before making his way to the training grounds alone. "System, grant me my cultivation." A resounding boom echoed as 30 years of cultivation surged within Su Qin. A subtle smile graced his features as the Tai Xian scripture circulated within him, swiftly devouring the 30 years of cultivation and assimilating it as his own. Instantly, his aura intensified, reaching the 9th rank of the celestial realm. A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Su Qin's eyes, and a hint of joy illuminated his face. Under normal circumstances, 30 years of cultivation would be insufficient for Su Qin to advance. His rapid ascension was solely attributable to the assistance of the joyous divine art. Prior to marrying Mu Wanqing, Su Qin had already cultivated to the pinnacle of the 8th rank through the art's remarkable efficacy and his diligent efforts. Now, upon marrying Mu Wanqing and acquiring 30 years of cultivation, his breakthrough seemed only natural. The realm of the earthly immortal? Upon successfully breaking through to the 9th rank, the system provided details about the next stage. As Su Qin perused the explanation, a knowing smile graced his lips. He had previously speculated about the realms beyond the celestial realm, and indeed, the next tier was the earthly immortal, also known as the immortal realm. The 9th rank of the celestial realm represented a step toward the celestial ladder of immortality. However, the path to becoming an earthly immortal was far from simple. A millennium of cultivation to attain the immortal realm. The information displayed by the system sparked a glint of determination in Su Qin's eyes. The very title indicated the arduous nature of this ascent. Yet, the notion of a millennium of cultivation did not imply a literal necessity of 1,000 years. Rather, it suggested a requirement for 3 cycles of 60 years of refined power to reach the earthly immortal realm. For others, 3 cycles might seem daunting, but for Su Qin, it merely entailed marrying additional consorts and siring more offspring. This thought deepened the smile upon his face. The earthly immortal, as the name suggests, represents the pinnacle of terrestrial might. It could be said that once Su Qin entered the earthly immortal realm, he would join the ranks of the elite few at the zenith of the world. He would become an invincible presence among mortals, and at this level, even death would be a challenge to confront. This realm embodies the essence of creation, transforming one's concentrated internal energy into a radiant golden elixir suspended within the body. As long as the elixir endures, the earthly immortal remains an immortal being. Thus, the terrifying nature of the earthly immortal becomes evident. The earthly immortal represents the pinnacle of martial arts, and should one desire to progress further, they must transcend the void and ascend to the heavens. Ascending to the heavens could grant one the status of a celestial being, enjoying boundless freedom throughout the universe. The mere thought is tantalizing. Yet, this is merely a future consideration. Even within the realm of the earthly immortal, there exist numerous distinct paths of cultivation. As Su Qin examined the system's explanations, an enigmatic expression appeared on his face. The terrestrial immortals do not possess distinct realms. Rather, they embody varying methods of cultivation. Some ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals through the righteous path of martial arts, akin to the existence of a martial sage. Others attain this state via the righteous path of swordsmanship, thus becoming sword immortals, often referred to as sword saints. There are those who reach the realm of terrestrial immortals through the righteous path of spear mastery, earning the title of spear immortals. Additionally, a group of individuals, who would otherwise have no connection to the realm of terrestrial immortals, forge an alternate path, gaining entry through the auspices of their nation's fortune, thereby entering the realm. These individuals typically serve as guardians of their nation, wielding unrestrained power within their homeland, yet their strength diminishes significantly beyond their borders. Such self-imposed confinement and localized methods of cultivation are often the result of certain individuals' inevitable circumstances. Chapter 128. Strategize before action. However, this method of cultivation ignited a flurry of thoughts in Su Qin's mind. He could not help but reflect on the present frailty of the Song dynasty. Could the fundamental reason for the Song's weakness be the existence of such earthly immortals within its borders? Although the cultivation techniques may appear superficially similar, there are indeed subtle distinctions. For instance, a martial artist who reaches the pinnacle of martial arts and becomes an earthly immortal exists on an entirely different plane compared to those who achieve the same through other paths. Such an individual would embody the essence of a humanoid weapon, brimming with the vigor of martial arts. In contrast, while sword immortals, for example, may possess slightly superior offensive capabilities, they lack the formidable physical prowess inherent in those who have perfected their martial path. In essence, these minor variations delineate the realm of earthly immortals. Nevertheless, this does not alter the undeniable fact that earthly immortals can be likened to terrestrial nuclear weapons. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Su Qin's eyes. Given his current circumstances, pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts seemed most fitting. This path is regarded as the most arduous among various disciplines, with many individuals failing to amass sufficient cultivation even as their lifetimes draw to a close. This daunting challenge, which deters countless prodigies, poses no obstacle for Su Qin. As long as he follows a steady course, taking a wife and bearing children, his cultivation will undoubtedly deepen, leading to a day when he shatters his constraints. Regardless of the cultivation method, the ultimate aim remains the same: to break through the void. The thought of one day being able to obliterate the void with a single punch stirred a tempest of excitement within Su Qin. Yet, the foremost task remains to stay grounded. With this thought, Su Qin gradually calmed his mind and inwardly resolved. System, continue to receive rewards. As soon as his words fell, a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing a translucent pill. A faint aroma of herbs wafted from it, instantly invigorating Su Qin's spirit. The Tianren Pajing Dan could assist one in breaking through to the Tianren realm. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Su Qin's eyes sparkled with wonder. It is noteworthy that this marked the first time the system had rewarded him with such a precious elixir. The effects of this pill are indeed astonishing. If other grandmasters of the song were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly prostrate themselves before Su Qin, eager to serve him. After all, it boasts a 100% success rate. How could such a small pill, with such miraculous effects, not drive one to madness? Contemplating the small pill in his hand, Su Qin felt a wave of emotion wash over him. If he possessed 10 or 8 of these Pajing Dan, would it not imply that he could command 10 or 8 Tianren realm cultivators to serve him? This elixir is undoubtedly a coveted treasure in the eyes of most martial experts. Since there exists the Tianren Pajing Dan, could there also be the Lu Di Shinxian Pajing Dan, or even higher tier, immortal pills? A flicker of anticipation ignited in Su Qin's heart at this thought. The mere prospect of such treasures stirred within him a renewed sense of vigor. The sole path to obtaining such invaluable treasures lies in continuing to take concubines and extending his lineage. On this particular day, Su Qin had no intention of using the broken mirror Dan for himself, nor did he contemplate bestowing it upon others. For it is said that one should not let precious resources flow to outsiders. Naturally, his first thoughts turned to his cherished wives. In the future, when he transcended the void, he would need to have all his beloved consorts by his side. Otherwise, what joy would there be in departing into the unknown? Yet, the question of whom to bestow this treasure upon troubled Su Qin's mind. Huang Rong had been with him the longest and had already attained the status of a grandmaster. Then there were Lin Huachong, Lin Xiaoying, and several others who were not far from that level themselves. After much contemplation, Su Qin ultimately decided to present the broken mirror Dan to Lin Xiaoying. Although she had found joy after her amnesia and had fewer burdens on her mind, a part of her was still incomplete due to those lost memories. Moreover, with the effects of the joyous divine art, given time, she would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. The difference was that Su Qin was merely hastening that timeline. With his decision made, he stored the Dan away and proceeded towards Mu Wanqing's chamber. As newlyweds, he could not afford to neglect his beloved. In the Ming dynasty, at the Dragon Guard Mountain Manor, within a secret chamber, the iron-willed god, Zhu Wushi, was gazing grimly at the black-clad figure kneeling before him. Useless wretches. Despite deploying such a multitude of, you still managed to botch the mission. What purpose do you serve? The black-clad man spoke in a calm tone, resembling a soulless automaton. Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow and waved his hand lightly. How could a mere master-level individual like Lianqing fail? Report, my lord, none of the dispatch survived, and I cannot ascertain the exact circumstances. However, I did send someone to investigate afterward. It appears Lianqing was rescued by someone. Who? A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhu Wushi's eyes as he inquired. The young master of Lingbao Mountain Manor, Su Qin. Upon hearing this, a strange expression crossed Zhu Wushi's face. Narrowing his eyes, he mused for a moment before slowly responding. Su Qin? Is he not the martial arts supreme of the great Song who has recently been in the limelight? Indeed, at merely 19 years of age, he has already reached the transcendent realm. Quite a remarkable individual, though alas, he hails from the great Song. Zhu Wushi murmured, then continued. Let us set Lianqing's matters aside for now. We should temper our actions in the near future to avoid detection and becoming the target of public scrutiny. Understood. Ensure that those captured from the martial world are kept under strict surveillance. No further mistakes must occur. Rest assured, my lord, these individuals shall never see the light of day again. The black-clad man grinned silently. Satisfied, Zhu Wushi nodded approvingly. Had Su Qin been privy to this conversation, he would have realized that his earlier conjectures were merely fragments of a larger truth. The martial world of the Ming dynasty was indeed, as he had suspected, not solely a scheme against the Huaflower Palace. Yet, the true instigator was someone entirely unexpected. Upon seeing Zhu Wushi's demeanor soften, the figure in black continued, my lord, recently a person has stirred quite a commotion in the martial world. Oh, it is said that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Lihani, has departed from Snow Moon City and has been traversing the martial realm, now appearing at the borders of the Great Song. It seems he has heard of the sword Aura Master from Lingbao Mountain and wishes to seek his sword skills. Furthermore, Lihani has journeyed south from Bailey, passing through Liang and the Great Sui, inquiring about swordsmanship with few defeats, his prowess already at the realm of celestial beings. At these words, a flicker of light flashed in Zhu Wushi's eyes. This is fortuitous. Let this snow moon sword immortal test the depths of the martial supremacy of the great song. And we shall observe from the sidelines, plotting our next move. Ensure that you closely monitor this matter. Yes, I shall obey your orders. Chapter 129. The potent power of medicine. After issuing his commands, Zhu Wusher's lips curled into a faint smile. The cloaked figure, upon receiving Zhu Wusher's orders, silently melted into the shadows. In a dimly lit dungeon, a collection of martial artists found themselves imprisoned within cages forged from steel. The air was thick with curses and wails. Zhu Wusher, you despicable wretch, how dare you conspire against me? Zhu Wusher, do you not fear the consequences of slaying your fellow martial artists, becoming the target of collective wrath? You scoundrel, do you not dread the retribution of the heavens? Once valiant heroes of the martial world, now these illustrious figures appeared disheveled and utterly destitute. Any familiar observer would be astounded by this scene. Mount Hua, Mount Hung, Kunlun, Shaolin. This steel prison encompassed nearly every faction of the martial realm. Zhu Wusher strolled leisurely, dismissing the profanities hurled at him. With a cold smile, he extended his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that pulled a burly man into his grasp. His fingers curled like claws, resting ominously upon the man's crown. A cruel and sinister grin gracing his face. Employing the art of absorption, waves of pure internal energy surged into his being. Witnessing the struggle of the man in his grip, the eyes of the other martial artists widened in horror. Energy surged from the ground, racing to the pinnacle of his being. The exhilarating rush of this internal power made Zhu Wusher erupt in laughter, reveling in the fearful gazes directed at him by the once mighty heroes. His heart swelled with satisfaction, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Viewing these martial experts as mere lambs ready for slaughter, Zhu Wusher exerted such effort to imprison these illustrious figures solely to nourish his own ascent. Mastering the art of absorption, a nefarious technique that allowed him to convert others' power for his own use, he gazed upon the now withered figure of the burly man. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he felt the gratifying fullness within him, finally ceasing his actions. As he released his hold, the man, bereft of life, crumpled to the ground like a limp noodle. You should feel immensely honored to serve as the sustenance for my ascension to terrestrial divinity. At that moment, the eyes of the imprisoned heroes brimmed with terror and dread, each one rendered mute, unwilling to meet his gaze. Zhu Wusher smirked disdainfully before turning to leave. As his figure faded from sight, the captives gradually regained their composure, only to be met with a chorus of curses reverberating through the dungeon. Yet, despite their outbursts, they could not escape their grim fate. Though the art of absorption allowed the siphoning of another's power, it bore significant drawbacks. The energy acquired was marred and impure, necessitating continuous refinement before it could be utilized. This was precisely why Zhu Wusher required the cultivation of these martial artists. This method starkly contrasted with the internal energy rewards received by Su Qin. The inner strength awarded by the system requires no refinement. It merely needs to be cultivated through one's practice. Nevertheless, Zhu Wusher felt quite content. In his mind, as long as he could ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals, all his efforts would be worthwhile. Being of the Ming royal lineage, he could effortlessly merge with the destiny of the Ming dynasty. At that point, with this advantage, breaking through the void to ascend to the heavens would be an achievable endeavor. All that transpired within the Ming dynasty was unknown to Su Qin. Within the confines of Lingbao Mountain Villa, in Lin Xiaoying's chamber, Su Qin and his numerous beloved wives gathered before her. Xiaoying, this is the heaven person breaking mirror pill. With your current strength, consuming this pill will enable you to step into the heaven person realm, at which point your memories will be restored. The choice to consume it or not lies entirely with you. As he spoke, Su Qin extended the breaking mirror pill towards Lin Xiaoying. The gazes of the others were imbued with complex emotions as they looked at Lin Xiaoying. On one hand, they all hoped for her to regain her lost memories. On the other, they feared that once she did, she would no longer be the Xiaoying they had come to know and love. This conflicted sentiment tormented them all, which was precisely why Su Qin entrusted the decision to Lin Xiaoying herself. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoying hesitated. She was not foolish due to her amnesia. Rather, she had reverted to a childlike innocence. However, this did not hinder her ability to make sound judgments. Brother Su, will I still remember all of you if I regain my memories? Of course, you will remember, Su Qin reassured her. You will merely recover the portion of your memory that was lost, not completely forget the memories you currently hold. Theoretically, you should retain all your recollections. Su Qin was confident in this assertion. Although the brain is the most intricate organ of the human body, Lin Xiaoying's amnesia was not the result of any trauma. It was merely a protective mechanism triggered by her prolonged state of suspended animation. With Su Qin's affirming response, Lin Xiaoying relaxed her heart, reached for the pill, placed it in her mouth, and slowly closed her eyes. Boom. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from within Lin Xiaoying. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin swiftly waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier to shield everyone from the overwhelming pressure. The potent medicinal energy surged within her, and waves of fragrant aroma emanated from her being, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The mere scent of the medicine invigorated the women, conveying the terrifying potency of the pill. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying's aura soared like a rocket, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. It is worth noting that after Su Qin's healing, although her strength had diminished, she had since married Su Qin and practiced the joyful divine skill, successfully restoring her previous power. Now, with the aid of the breaking mirror pill, stepping into the heaven-person realm was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. As a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed in the ears of the assembly, they all sensed the momentous change taking place. Lin Xiaoying's body trembled as a tremendous force of nature surged within her. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin's face illuminated with surprise. She had ascended the realm of the celestial being. With the aid of the mirror-breaking pill, Lin Xiaoying effortlessly advanced to the celestial being realm. Although Su Qin held an unwavering belief in the efficacy of this elixir, witnessing Lin Xiaoying's seamless breakthrough before his very eyes still left him profoundly astonished. Su Qin had somewhat underestimated the formidable nature of the mirror-breaking pill. The swiftness of this transformation and the potency of the medicine truly merited the title of divine pill. It was not until the overwhelming force of nature emanating from Lin Xiaoying gradually subsided that she showed no signs of awakening. Chapter 130. A head full of questions. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Qin felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart, conjuring images of Wang Chongyang, who succumbed to his inner demons after transcending to the realm of the celestial. Could it truly be? An anxious turmoil gripped Su Qin. Crossing the threshold into the celestial realm was not a trivial feat. Although Su Qin had experienced a seamless ascension without any turbulence during her own breakthrough, the daunting nature of the celestial threshold could not be overlooked. The most formidable obstacle was undoubtedly the tribulation of inner demons. At the moment one steps across the threshold, the obsessions within their heart magnify infinitely, transforming into inner demons. Those with resolute minds might withstand this trial through sheer willpower. Yet this is an arduous endeavor fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of cultivation or, in dire cases, death itself. It was precisely this concern that caused Su Qin's heart to race with urgency. However, after observing Lin Xiaoying's demeanor for a moment, Su Qin gradually felt her anxiety ease. Lin Xiaoying's countenance radiated tranquility, devoid of any signs of demonic intrusion. Su Qin's worry was perhaps a reflection of her deep concern. After all, the celestial mirror-breaking pill was a product of the system. How could it possibly falter before such a minor inner demon? If it could not subdue them, how could it rightfully be called a breaking of the mirror? At this moment, not only Su Qin but also the hearts of the other women tightened within their chests. Although they were oblivious to Lin Xiaoying's current state, their concern for her was unmitigated. They were all entwined in a shared dilemma, hoping Lin Xiaoying would reclaim her memories while simultaneously wishing to preserve the innocent and carefree sister Xiaoying they cherished. Since Lin Xiaoying entered the manor, they had grown fond of her through their daily interactions. Now that she had transcended to the celestial realm and was on the verge of recovering her memories, they could only wonder if she would still be the same as before. Just as these thoughts swirled in their minds, Lin Xiaoying slowly opened her eyes. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. The coldness reflected in her gaze sent a jolt of apprehension through the others. Their worst fears were manifesting. Lin Xiaoying's aura underwent a monumental transformation, radiating the distinct essence of the celestial realm. Her eyes were filled with a chilling indifference. Observing this, Su Qin swiftly raised her hand, attempting to quell the overwhelming surge of energy. In a voice the group had never heard before, Lin Xiaoying spoke with a frigid clarity. "Where is this place, and who are you? What is your intent in imprisoning me here?" As her aura surged violently, the expressions of the women shifted dramatically. Even Su Qin's visage darkened with concern. Lin Xiaoying had undeniably stepped into the celestial realm. Yet it seemed a deviation had occurred during her ascension, resulting in a profound alteration of her character. Unable to contain her anxiety, Lin Huachong immediately addressed Lin Xiaoying. "Miss, have you forgotten everything? It is I, Huachong. We are at Lingbao Villa. This is Longer, Ronger, Linger." In a state of urgency, Lin Huachong spoke fervently, her body instinctively leaning closer to Lin Xiaoying. However, upon witnessing the scene, Su Qin extended his hand to halt her, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Xiaoying, embodying a posture of utmost vigilance. Although he possessed the confidence to subdue her should Lin Xiaoying, recently ascended to the celestial realm, exhibit any reckless behavior. He found such an action utterly inconceivable. As a man of ambition, he could never bring himself to act against his own wife. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Qin's eyes, for according to his analysis, such a situation was entirely implausible. Either Lin Qiaoying would remain devoid of her memories, perpetuating her former state, or she would recover her memories, resulting in a drastic change in temperament. However, it was inconceivable that none of the assembled individuals would be recognized by her. Su Qin contemplated countless scenarios, even envisioning a Lin Qiaoying, upon regaining her memories, reacting with fury, shame, or indignation towards him. Alternatively, she might storm away, or harbor resentment towards Lin Huachong and himself. Yet, he never anticipated this particular outcome. Su Qin held an unwavering confidence in his medical expertise. With his current skills, a misdiagnosis was simply out of the question. Thus, where did the problem lie? This conundrum left Su Qin utterly perplexed. The women around him gazed at him helplessly, each voicing their concern. "Husband, what shall we do now?" Their apprehension did not stem from fear for their own safety, but rather from the dread of losing a cherished sister. This remark left Su Qin at a loss, as he too was unsure of how to proceed. However, he was not one to waver indecisively. Given Lin Qiaoying's unexpected predicament upon her ascension, he resolved to take matters into his own hands to subdue her before devising a plan. With a slight sigh, Su Qin stepped forward, his right hand sweeping outwards, a gentle force emanating to safely extricate the women from harm. His left hand formed a blade-like gesture directed at Lin Qiaoying, his voice laced with deep resignation. "Qiaoying, rest for a while. You are merely unwell. I assure you, all will be well." A force, incomparably more profound than the natural energies surrounding Lin Qiaoying, descended upon her as Su Qin enacted his will. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiaoying's previously composed demeanor vanished, replaced by profound trepidation. A sharp cry pierced the air as her figure shimmered, and she retaliated with a pointed finger towards Su Qin. A stream of frost-laden, sword energy shot forth from her fingertip, aimed directly at his. Su Qin remained outwardly impassive, though a sense of astonishment brewed within him. It is essential to note that Lin Qiaoying, at this moment, had only recently entered the celestial realm, while he had already attained the 9th rank. This disparity was akin to a contest between an adult and a child. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Qiaoying would be unable to break free from the binding forces of his celestial energy. Yet, not only did she escape, but she also countered with a strike of her own. This revelation left Su Qin astounded, as he had not anticipated the depth of her foundation. To possess such prowess upon merely entering the celestial realm promised a future where she would undoubtedly reclaim the unparalleled grace of the legendary heroine who once subdued the Jianghu of the Song dynasty. However, for now, it would be best for her to comply. Though surprised, Su Qin's actions were devoid of hesitation. With his current grasp of the cosmic forces, capturing Lin Qiaoying without inflicting the slightest harm is hardly a formidable challenge. To an outsider, that fierce sword energy appears daunting. However, to Su Qin, it is akin to a child's play. Indeed, the reality aligns perfectly with Su Qin's perception. The chilling and formidable sword energy unleashed by Lin Qiaoying dissipated effortlessly upon encountering Su Qin's fingertip, much like snow succumbing to the blazing sun, vanishing into thin air in an instant. As she beheld this seemingly magnified fingertip, Lin Qiaoying's demeanor abruptly shifted. She pouted and playfully exclaimed to Su Qin, "Brother Su, this is not fun at all." Su Qin's expression stiffened, his finger poised steadily before Lin Qiaoying's forehead. Observing her, unchanged from her usual self, he was momentarily perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 131. You have finally returned. The women gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated Lin Qiaoying, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing their reactions, Lin Qiaoying pouted and spoke up. "It's not amusing at all. Even after entering the celestial realm, I am no match for Brother Su." At that moment, Su Qin wore a look of exasperation. So this little girl had feigned her earlier demeanor to gauge his strength? Noticing the expression on Su Qin's face, a triumphant smile spread across Lin Qiaoying's features as she playfully pointed at him. "Ha! Brother Su has fallen for my trick as well. This is such fun. Ah, you little rascal, even I was deceived by you." Su Qin confirmed with a chuckle, lightly flicking Lin Qiaoying's smooth forehead. "Indeed, little Qiaoying has learned some mischief. We were genuinely worried about you. Right? Let us see how your husband deals with you. No one is allowed to assist her." The other women chimed in with mock indignation, their faces illuminated by relieved smiles. Regardless of the scolding, their words were laced with affection, and their familiar little Qiaoying had returned, bringing them joy. As they expressed their playful grievances, Lin Qiaoying shrank back, sticking out her tongue, and then sweetly pleaded for mercy. "Sisters, it was my mistake. I merely wanted to see how powerful I could become after breaking through to the celestial realm. Her eyes glistened with feigned innocence. Su Qin couldn't help but smile, gently stroking Lin Xiaoying's hair as he said softly, "All right, no one truly blames you. Stop fishing for sympathy and tell us what really happened. Have you recovered the missing memories?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were straining to recall something. The other women cast concerned glances toward her. They had evidently developed a degree of immunity to Lin Xiaoying's theatrics, no longer assuming she would act recklessly as before. This had been a tactic she employed with them. Whenever she erred, she would don that pitiful expression, and in the end, all would be forgiven. However, it was clear that the focus of the group was no longer on her previous antics, but rather on her condition following the breakthrough. They were much more concerned about her health. After all, who didn't indulge in a bit of mischief? If she were not playful, would Lin Xiaoying still be the girl they cherished? Breaking through to the celestial realm posed no obstacles. However, it appeared that, contrary to Brother Su's assertions, she had not regained all her memories instantly. Perhaps she was unaware of what memories were missing, but indeed, there were new recollections and martial arts knowledge lingering in her mind. Just as the techniques employed in my recent confrontation with Brother Su manifested in my mind after breaking through to the human realm. How remarkable, I assent it, Lin Xiaoying declared, her chin instinctively lifted in pride. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin furrowed his brow slightly, resting his chin in contemplation. According to his assessment, such a phenomenon should not have occurred. Yet, it had indeed transpired. After a moment of reflection, Su Qin extended his hand towards Lin Xiaoying and said, "Come here. Let me ascertain your current condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying obediently nodded and extended her delicate wrist. Only then did Su Qin gently place his fingertip on her pulse point. With Su Qin's medical expertise, he could diagnose most ailments through pulse diagnosis alone. The necessity to check her pulse in this manner underscored the significance he placed on Lin Xiaoying's well-being. It is worth noting that his meticulousness extended not only to her, but also to any other lady who might exhibit signs of discomfort, as he exercised utmost caution to ensure their safety. In Su Qin's view, every matter concerning the ladies, no matter how trivial, was of paramount importance, warranting his undivided attention. After a brief interval, under the expectant gazes of the other ladies, Su Qin gradually withdrew his hand and spoke softly, "Rest assured, her health is intact. However, the specifics of this memory issue remain elusive. We shall need to observe closely in the days to come." Upon hearing his words, the ladies collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. With Su Qin's assurance, they felt reassured about Lin Xiaoying's health. As for the matter of her memory, it was far from their primary concern. In their eyes, as long as their Xiaoying retained her joyful and carefree spirit, all was well. The earlier antics of Lin Xiaoying had indeed startled them, and now, hearing Su Qin confirm her well-being allowed them to relax. They soon gathered around her, laughing and playing together. While Su Qin wore a smile, a sense of perplexity lingered within him. Observing Lin Xiaoying, who appeared unchanged, he slowly shook his head, suppressing the doubts that troubled his mind. In the deep of night, a figure clad in elegant white sat quietly in the courtyard, bathed in moonlight. Reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the moon palace. This figure was Lin Xiaoying, who had long lost her childhood innocence, her brow furrowed with unspoken sorrow. Her eyes, clear as water, gazed up at the myriad stars in the night sky, as though lost in contemplation. Suddenly, footsteps broke the silence, and Lin Huachang's voice followed. "Little Xiaoying, are you unable to sleep because your husband is away?" Upon hearing the voice from behind, Lin Xiaoying's body trembled slightly, her expression shifting rapidly, transforming back into that innocent visage. "Sister Huachang, why are you still awake?" Lin Xiaoying replied, her face adorned with a smile, yet she met Lin Huachang's gaze, which was laden with complexity. Lin Xiaoying maintained her composure, but internally, she felt an inexplicable pang, as if anticipating something. As expected, Lin Huachang, with a face full of complexity, began to speak. "Miss, you may deceive everyone else, but you cannot fool me." Lin Xiaoying's expression froze momentarily, and she cautiously inquired, "Sister Huachang, what are you talking about? I do not understand." Did she intend to continue this charade? Lin Huachang's eyes rapidly filled with a glistening mist. Observing this, Lin Xiaoying realized her facade had been discerned by the sister she had once shared countless days and nights with, and she couldn't help but emit a soft sigh. Her entire demeanor transformed, embodying the elegance of a moonlit beauty. Upon witnessing this, Lin Huachang could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. In a flurry of steps, she rushed to Lin Xiaoying, embracing her tightly. "Miss, you have finally returned." Chapter 132. Counterproductive. Although Lin Xiaoying's performance during the day could be described as flawless, Lin Huashang had been by her side since childhood. Her familiarity with Lin Xiaoying was etched deep within her being. While others seemed oblivious to Lin Xiaoying's peculiarities, they did not escape the discerning gaze of Lin Huashang. With a gentle sigh, Lin Xiaoying embraced Lin Huashang, expressing her gratitude. Huashang, you have endured much over the years. The two women, who had shared countless moments together, found themselves enveloped in a swirl of emotions as they reunited, now amid a world that had changed around them. Tears flowed freely as they held each other, their bond transcending that of mere mistress and servant. They were akin to sisters, their affection deeper than that of blood relations. After a long while, they finally parted, and Lin Huashang voiced her lingering confusion. Miss, you have clearly regained your memories. Why have you not confided in the other sisters and your husband? Though Lin Huashang had discerned Lin Xiaoying's transformation during the day, she refrained from confronting her directly, choosing instead to inquire quietly in the late hours of the night. Upon hearing Lin Huashang's words, Lin Xiaoying appeared to recall a particular scene, her face flushed with a rosy hue. This topic made her feel somewhat bashful. After all, she had previously been in seclusion within the ancient tomb, striving to reach the transcendent realm, but hindered by the affliction of cold poison. Now awakened, not only had she successfully ascended to that realm, but she had also eradicated the cold poison that had plagued her for so long. Most astonishingly, she had married and was expecting a child, an eventuality she had never envisioned. Fortunately, Su Qin, with his unparalleled talents in both martial and literary pursuits, was indeed a remarkable match for Lin Xiaoying. Their time spent together had fostered a deep affection within her, now reignited with the return of her memories. Leaving her feeling somewhat shy, it felt as though two identities were merging. To expect her to confront this reality with ease was somewhat unrealistic. It is essential to remember that Lin Xiaoying, once a celebrated beauty of her time, was renowned for her icy demeanor and haughty disposition. Regardless of the genius before her, they would pale in comparison. It was only thanks to Su Qin's extraordinary prowess that he could firmly hold his ground against her. Moreover, the disparity in their ages felt like an insurmountable chasm, as she had unwittingly married the man who was, in name, her disciple and the descendant of her students. This revelation was undeniably challenging for the Lin Xiaoying, who had just regained her memories, to accept. Yet, unable to articulate her feelings, she could only feign ignorance of her restored memories for the time being. Observing the shifting expressions on Lin Xiaoying's face, Lin Huashang, well acquainted with her thoughts, quickly understood her turmoil. Miss, you need not dwell on it. I have already publicly declared the dissolution of the ancient tomb sect. Although Longer and Mo Cho are my nominal disciples, they have not undergone any formal initiation. Furthermore, with my husband's assistance, many messages have been disseminated. Though it may be somewhat contrary to established customs, as children of the rivers and lakes, why should we be bound by societal norms? Were it not for your husband's timely rescue, it is unlikely we would ever have the opportunity to meet again. He is indeed a dragon among men, unparalleled in both martial prowess and virtue, a fact you are already well aware of, even without my saying so. Hence, it was during that extraordinary moment that I made this decision. Dear Miss, if you harbor any dissatisfaction, feel free to place all blame upon me. Remember, do not chastise yourself, nor hold any resentment towards your husband. However, even if you choose to reproach me, I stand firm in the belief that my decision was justified. In truth, I have long wished to express these sentiments to you. You have lived far too burdensomely, perhaps unaware of how long it has been since you last smiled genuinely. Yet ever since your amnesia and subsequent marriage into the manor, each day has brought you joy. And witnessing your happiness brings me heartfelt delight. As Lin Huachang spoke, her emotions intensified, tears welling in her eyes once more. Lin Xiaoying silently observed her, refraining from interrupting her words. Noticing Lin Huachang's fervent expression, she gently took her hand and spoke softly. Huachang, I am well aware of your feelings. The years I spent tormented by the cold poison have indeed caused you much suffering. How could Lin Xiaoying be oblivious to Lin Huachang's sentiments? Though she had been in seclusion within the ancient tomb, her awareness remained intact, despite years of lethargy that occasionally clouded her mind, rendering it difficult to discern dreams from reality. This did not hinder her understanding of the hardships Lin Huachang endured while independently supporting the ancient tomb sect and tirelessly seeking a remedy for her affliction. Regarding marriage, from Lin Huachang's perspective, her choices were not misplaced. Lin Xiaoying had to concede that her time spent in Lingbao Manor was the happiest of her life. It was only within the manor that she felt truly alive, realizing that existence is not solely about asceticism, but also encompasses emotions and much more. As the saying goes, to temper one's heart in the mundane world, How can one attain transcendence without entering it? Without experiencing such trials, how could one hope to grasp the true path? This understanding was one Lin Xiaoying gained after assimilating her memories. It was precisely because she had come to comprehend these truths that she experienced a sense of anxiety. Only by obtaining something do we learn to cherish it, while simultaneously fearing its loss. She dreaded that once she revealed her memories, others would perceive her in an entirely different light. Am I not aware of what you say? She mused. Yet now that I have just regained my memories, I truly do not know how to confront this reality. Lin Huachong recognized Lin Xiaoying's concerns, but refrained from offering advice. She understood that Lin Xiaoying grappled with an internal struggle that only she could resolve. No outsider could assist her. Speaking more might even yield counterproductive results. The only certainty for Lin Huachong at present is that Lin Xiaoying, having regained her memory, harbors no resentment or animosity towards herself or Su Qin, and that is sufficient. However, I am also aware that this is not a long-term solution. Rest assured, I shall seek an appropriate moment to discuss this matter with my husband. Indeed, that is reassuring. Upon hearing this, Lin Huachong's face instantly brightened with joy. Observing her delight, Lin Xiaoying could only shake her head helplessly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After conversing for a while longer in the courtyard, the two women turned and returned to their room. Unbeknownst to them, a tall figure stood in the shadows not far away, eavesdropping on their conversation. Once the two women had entered their room, this figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Bathed in moonlight, a handsome visage was revealed. It was Su Qin. Chapter 133. An unparalleled elegance at present. Su Qin's prowess has ascended to the 9th grade celestial realm, allowing him to perceive the entirety of Lingbao Mountain Manor. With his discerning eye, he had long detected the anomalies in Lin Xiaoying. However, he had not the leisure to contemplate the matter during the day. Upon returning and reflecting in earnest, he discerned that Lin Xiaoying was indeed extraordinary. Thus, under the cover of night, he ventured to her residence, intent on uncovering the truth. By chance, he encountered Lin Huachong's arrival, prompting him to conceal himself and eavesdrop on the conversation between the two women. Pondering intently, Su Qin observed their departing figures, eventually letting out a resigned smile before vanishing from sight. His concern for Lin Xiaoying's health had prompted his actions. Now that he found no sign of ailment, he felt a sense of relief. As for the matter of her regained memories, which she had not disclosed to him, he chose not to dwell upon it excessively. After all, such an adjustment period is a natural process for anyone, a notion he readily comprehended. As Lin Xiaoying's situation gradually settled, she continued to engage in playful banter with the other women, displaying no signs of peculiarity. Meanwhile, Su Qin set his sights on his next objective, lianxing. Based on his understanding of the system rewards, integrating lianxing into his fold would equate to a decade's worth of cultivation. News of lianxing recuperating at Lingbao Mountain Manor had also reached Yiwa Palace. This was merely to reassure Yaoyue while he patiently awaited the shadowy puppeteer to reveal themselves. However, a significant event was unfolding within the martial world of the Great Song. The legendary sword master, Li Hani, known as the Snow Moon Sword Fairy, embarked on a quest to challenge the world. Journeying southward, she sought to confront the greatest swordsman, encountering few equals within the Great Song's borders. Upon her arrival, she ascended the gates of the Dali Tianlong Temple. The renowned six-meridian sword of the Duan family was not to be overlooked by Li Hani. After an exchange of blows, the encounter concluded with Duan's defeat, even as the southern emperor, Duan Zhixing, took the field and could not best her. In this manner, the Snow Moon Sword Fairy garnered unparalleled acclaim. Yet even more astonishing was the fact that Huang Yaoshi, who had recently entered the celestial realm under Su Qin's tutelage, also fell to her blade. It could be said that the martial realm of the Great Song was now dominated by a singular female swordsman, leaving many in the martial community feeling both shamed and helpless. Nevertheless, the actions of Li Hani soon ignited the entire Great Song martial world. 7 days hence, she issued a challenge to Lingbao Mountain Manor. At last, she extended an invitation to duel Su Qin. Observers could readily discern that he was the only contender in the Great Song capable of facing her. It was likely that her quest for the sword was ultimately aimed at the foremost figure in the Great Song, Su Qin. Her previous endeavors at the Tianlong Temple and her clash with Huang Yaoshi were but preparations for this moment. As the 7 days slipped away amidst the anticipation of numerous martial artists, the dawn of the final day arrived. A striking figure clad in white descended gracefully upon the scene. Her cool voice resonated across the land, proclaiming, Li Hani of the Snow Moon City in the Bailey Kingdom has come to challenge the Lingbao Mountain Manor. May the esteemed Su Qin, the leader of the alliance, make his presence known, echoed a cold voice, reverberating through the air and leaving those who heard it in a state of astonishment. Had Li Hani truly dared to challenge the sword spirit of Lingbao Mountain Manor? It is well known that the Lingbao Mountain Manor holds a position of dominance in the martial world of the Song dynasty. Su Qin's reputation as the supreme martial artist, the unrivaled champion, is not merely a title. It is a testament to his formidable prowess. Now, with Li Hani targeting Su Qin, it has ignited the hopes of many in the martial community of the Song dynasty. This inquiry into the swordsmanship of the Jianghu has, in essence, brought shame upon the entire realm. Even the recently rejuvenated spirits of the martial artists have been effectively suppressed by Li Hani, leading to a collective sense of disgrace that is inescapable. Not even the formidable Huang Yaoshi, who has ascended to the realm of celestial beings, could thwart her advance and ultimately succumbed. At this juncture, if there exists any glimmer of hope for the martial world of the Song dynasty to triumph over Li Hani, it rests solely on Su Qin. Surrounding the Lingbao Mountain Manor, throngs of spectators have gathered, some having traveled great distances upon hearing the news, eager to witness what promises to be a legendary confrontation. The audacity of Li Hani is staggering. Does she truly believe that the Song dynasty lacks capable warriors? Once, the martial world of the Song was teeming with talent, with celestial beings in abundance. However, a century ago, the legacy of celestial inheritance vanished overnight, leaving the powerful masters similarly lost to history. It was only with the emergence of the alliance leader that this stagnation was finally broken, allowing for a flicker of revival in the martial arts community. As an elderly man with hair as white as snow recounted this hidden history, the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the past. Indeed, there once existed formidable celestial beings within the Song dynasty's martial realm. If it were not for Su Qin, many would still hold the misconception that the Grand Master represents the pinnacle of human achievement. In recent years, only Wang Chongyang has managed to ascend to the celestial realm through sheer determination. The Song dynasty's martial world is not devoid of extraordinary talent. Yet the severance of the inheritance has hindered their ascent to the celestial level. In this moment of revitalization, the sudden emergence of Li Hani threatens to revert the Song dynasty's martial world to its former state of despair. Now, Su Qin stands as the solitary beacon of hope in the hearts of the people. All eyes are fixated upon Lingbao Mountain Manor, where Su Qin is revered as a godlike figure. At the tender age of 19, without the advantage of celestial inheritance, he has nonetheless achieved the celestial realm through his extraordinary genius, embodying unparalleled grace. Li Hani's actions have effectively ground the pride of the entire Song dynasty's martial world into the dust. Yet, she remains unfazed. Ever since awakening to the essence of the sword, her heart has been singularly devoted to it. Her visit is motivated by the desire to learn from Su Qin, whose sword aura is said to dominate the world. She remains oblivious to the intricate, anger-laden expressions of those from the Song dynasty surrounding her. Regardless of their resentment, what change could it bring? Having long heard of the alliance leader Su Qin and his divine sword aura, she hopes that Su Qin will graciously impart his wisdom. A gentle admonition resonated, akin to the reverberation of a sword's song in the ears of the onlookers. The gathered crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their understanding limited. Yet this subtle utterance revealed the speaker's profound and refined martial prowess. At the moment of their astonishment, the grand gates of Lingbao Manor slowly swung open. Su Qin, clad in flowing white garments and adorned with a white jade pendant, exuded an ethereal grace that, coupled with his striking appearance, commanded an aura of both elegance and authority, compelling all who beheld him to bow in reverence. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Su Qin's lips, and upon encountering Li Hani, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. His piercing, cold gaze resembled two sharp blades, piercing through the depths of one's soul. His well-proportioned form, enveloped in white, rendered him all the more captivating. Chapter 134. Unrestrained majesty. Upon encountering Su Qin, Li Hani's eyes shimmered with a sudden brilliance. The ethereal aura radiating from Su Qin, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, left Li Hani, who was perpetually absorbed in the sword path, utterly captivated. The subtle pressure emanating from Su Qin instilled a flicker of trepidation even in the heart of the renowned Xue, sword immortal, who stood at the third rank of the celestial realm. How formidable! A look of astonishment crossed Li Hani's face, accompanied by an unprecedented seriousness, as she silently pondered. However, this was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming combat spirit. To refine her sword heart, Li Hani had ventured from Bailey to seek the world's finest swordsman, not to prey upon the weak. It was only through incessant challenges against masters that she could truly hone her sword heart. As a celebrated swordswoman, Li Hani's sword heart was extraordinarily pure. Her mind was solely fixated on the blade, indifferent to the strength of her opponents. Regardless of who stood before her, Her singular focus remained upon the 3-foot azure blade in her grasp. To sever all that exists with her sword was the lifelong aspiration of a true sword cultivator. At this moment, clad in flowing white attire that billowed without wind, Li Hani radiated a fierce battle intent, her eyes ablaze with resplendent light. Although she was acutely aware that the young man before her was likely her superior in strength, she remained undeterred. The iron steed bound to her waist seemed to sense its master's formidable battle spirit, emitting a low, resonant hum, vibrating with anticipation. This was undoubtedly a mark of respect for a worthy adversary and a thrill at the prospect of confrontation. Li Hani's aura shifted dramatically, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers from the martial world, who turned to gaze in astonishment. Yet, Su Qin maintained an air of composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with measured calm. Li Hani, you have journeyed southward from Bailey to challenge the world, claiming victory throughout the Great Song without a single defeat. Now, you stand before the gates of Lingbao Mountain, boldly provoking us. Do you presume that there is no one in the Great Song who can match you, belittling our heroes? While Li Hani had traversed this path to enhance her skills and temper her sword heart, her ostentatious conduct, particularly in the aftermath of her victories in the Great Song, had indeed been somewhat presumptuous, leaving no room for her opponents. Such behavior could easily be construed as underestimating the prowess of the heroes of the world. Li Hani, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the ultimate sword path, had not considered these social nuances. Su Qin's inquiry made her acutely aware of her recent indiscretions. Promptly, she sought to clarify her intentions. I have never harbored such thoughts. My journey from Bailey to seek the world's swords has not been with the intent to belittle anyone. It is solely to validate my learning and refine my sword heart. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize to all the heroes present. I hope for your understanding. However, my quest for swordsmanship remains unchanged. I have heard of the unparalleled sword aura of Alliance Leader Su. I am but an unworthy disciple and humbly seek your guidance. Her words, delivered with neither arrogance nor subservience, garnered admiration from the gathered martial artists, softening their initial ire. Such is the nature of the martial world. As the saying goes, one cannot truly know a person until they have sparred. Li Hani's inquiry about the sword undoubtedly requires immense willpower, courage, and determination, qualities that are essential for any martial artist. Upon hearing this, Su Qin silently nodded in agreement. Hani's demeanor clearly marked her as a genuine warrior, not one to seek fame or acclaim. Previously, Su Qin had assumed that this young lady was merely attempting to enhance her own reputation with such actions. However, upon meeting her today, it became evident that this enchanting Snow Moon sword immortal transcended the typical figures of the martial world. She embodied the essence of a true martial artist. Though Su Qin acknowledged Hani's intentions, she understood that to engage with her in a sword duel, Hani must be prepared to pay a price. Resolutely, Su Qin took a step forward, a movement that instantly altered the atmosphere around them. Her entire presence transformed, shedding the previous air of nonchalance. As if in that moment, she became an unparalleled divine sword. The sword intent surged from her being. Even the air in front of her seemed to be cleaved into minuscule fragments by the sheer force of her aura. Witnessing this transformation, Hani's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the iron horse and ice river sword at her waist resonated with a powerful hum. At that moment, Su Qin's voice rang out, echoing as if from the heavens above. Li Hani, regardless of your intentions, do you truly believe you have the qualifications to challenge me? Despite the formidable prowess of the Su Alliance leader, which was unparalleled in Hani's experience, she resolutely declared, yet for the sake of honing my sword heart, I shall not waver. Such resolve, then I shall oblige you. I will not deceive you. I will restrain my strength to match yours. Moreover, I shall only strike once. If you can withstand it, you may depart in peace. If not, I am in need of a sword attendant to bear my sword. You shall remain at Lingbao Manor as my sword attendant for half a year. Do you dare accept? The onlookers, comprised mainly of martial practitioners, were stirred by Su Qin's proclamation, their blood boiling with excitement. Indeed, the Su Alliance leader's commanding presence was undeniable. Her audacity was unmatched. Hani's quest for a sword duel had attracted countless challengers, yet none had dared to make such a bold declaration. To have the Snow Moon sword immortal serve as one sword attendant for 6 months? What confidence and charisma! While Hani had previously faced defeat, those who bested her did so only by virtue of their overwhelming strength. As a sword cultivator, Hani's offensive power was indisputable. Sword practitioners typically exhibit combat capabilities far exceeding their peers. This was precisely why others, even those far stronger than Hani, refrained from making grandiose claims. Yet Su Qin was different. Possessing 2 supreme sword manuals and aided by a divine sword, his sword heart was already refined and transparent. It was not merely that Hani or even her master, Li Changsheng, might not surpass Su Qin in swordsmanship. It was a testament to Su Qin's self-assuredness, grounded in a profound understanding of his own abilities. Su Qin recognized that to truly impress the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, he needed to engage her in her area of utmost confidence, her comprehension of the sword path. Fortunately, this was precisely the domain in which Su Qin excelled. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Li Hani felt a flicker of indignation rise within her. It is not mere boastfulness on her part. Since achieving mastery in her swordsmanship, she has been an invincible presence among her peers. No one has dared to confront her formidable prowess. Yet here stands Su Qin, audaciously proclaiming an intention to defeat her in a realm where she excels. This is truly preposterous. Li Hani sensed an immense condescension directed toward her by Su Qin. Previously, she may have been wary of Su Qin's vastly superior strength, but such arrogance could not go unchallenged. With so many witnesses present, it was unlikely that Su Qin would react with anger and unleash her frustration upon her in the event of a loss. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Li Hani's eyes. Very well, I accept your challenge. Chapter 135, The Sword of the Holy Spirit, Sword 23. As Li Hani's voice fell, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. It was unexpected that Li Hani would exude such confidence. Although she was merely a sword attendant bound by the sword, with a time limit imposed upon her, she was nonetheless constrained, akin to losing her freedom. This was undoubtedly more unbearable for the people of the martial world than death itself. However, what would happen if you were to be defeated? Li Hani's cold, slightly irate voice rang out once more. Su Qin was taken aback at first, but then smiled unrestrainedly. If I were to be defeated, you may dispose of me as you wish. Very well, it is settled. Su Qin, upon witnessing this, smiled faintly and continued, You have traveled from afar as a guest. I shall allow you half a move. You may strike first. Upon hearing this, Li Hani's expression darkened further. As Su Qin's words seemed to strike at her vulnerable spot, her delicate face was shrouded in fury, the thin veil she wore unable to conceal her rage. If I allow you to strike first, you may find that you won't even have the opportunity to draw your sword. Arrogant, Li Hani could no longer restrain her emotions. The sword at her waist, Iron Horse and Ice River, seemed to sense its master's ire. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn in an instant. Li Hani moved with the sword, her right hand gripping the hilt fiercely as she lunged towards Su Qin. Still water. In that fleeting moment, frost swirled through the air, reminiscent of the sound of an iron horse traversing a frozen river. The sword, Iron Horse and Ice River, was renowned as the coldest sword in the realm, and the frost-laden sword aura was exceedingly domineering. In Li Hani's hands, it radiated even greater might, and with her fury fueling her strike, the power surged, creating an atmosphere that seemed to challenge Su Qin directly. Su Qin's eyes flickered momentarily with a hint of surprise. This Li Hani truly deserved the title of Snow Moon Sword Immortal. The force of her strike was enough to make countless sword cultivators feel a twinge of shame. It was no wonder she had the audacity to challenge the world with her sword. Just this one execution of the still water sword technique was enough to suggest that even a formidable fifth-grade celestial being would hesitate to receive her blade unscathed. Yet, what astounded everyone was merely a prelude in Su Qin's eyes. With a swift motion, he summoned the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss, which erupted from its sheath with a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the world shifted in hue. Su Qin's initial move wielded such power that it left Li Hani deeply shaken. Nonetheless, Li Hani was resolute in spirit. Even though Su Qin's strength surpassed her expectations, she still believed that her 3-foot azure blade could cut through any obstacle. Li Hani's eyes glimmered with determination as she cried out, Divine serenity, spiritual resonance. This was the mightiest strike she currently commanded, integrating the 3 levels of the still water sword technique. With this sword unleashed, the heavens dimmed momentarily. Under the immense pressure exerted by Su Qin, Li Hani once again broke through her limits, harmonizing her knowledge and skill to manifest this ultimate strike. Su Qin, witnessing this, maintained his smile. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss descended with an effortless yet formidable force, starkly contrasting with the grandiosity of Li Hani's swordplay. To the untrained eye, Su Qin's strike might have appeared devoid of any might. However, to Li Hani, it was anything but ordinary. A terrifying aura of impending doom radiated from the blade, causing her hair to stand on end. This sword seemed to be a harbinger from the depths of the abyss, a weapon from hell itself. Li Hani's eyes widened in horror, a chilling sensation enveloping her, as if the sword could obliterate heaven and earth. The technique wielded by Su Qin surpassed the limits of her comprehension, creating an impression that life itself had been extinguished beneath its arc. In a moment of dazed confusion, the sword, seemingly born from the void, met the tip of her iron horse glacier with an unadorned precision. At that instant, the formidable frost giant sword, forged by Lihani with all her might, shattered like fragile glass. The iron horse glacier in her grasp emitted mournful cries, unable to withstand the onslaught of the terrifying sword energy. A tremendous pressure surged from the blade itself, revealing the true nature of the iron horse glacier as the coldest sword known to man. It remained unbroken under the weight of the 7 stars dragon abyss. Yet it bent into a menacing arc. A profound shock flickered in Lihani's eyes, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, an incredibly sharp sword energy surged forth. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hastily withdrew, though it was already too late. The fierce sword energy, while not inflicting any physical harm upon her, swept away the veil that adorned her face, disintegrating it into fine dust before it could touch the ground. Beneath that veil, her breathtaking beauty was laid bare for all to behold, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Onlookers marveled at the ethereal visage of the snow moon sword immortal, Lihani, a paragon of invincibility among her peers. Yet, to their astonishment, she had failed to withstand even a single strike from Su Qin. Observant spectators could discern that. In the final moments, Su Qin had reined in much of his power, merely dismantling her sword style without unleashing his full might. Nevertheless, Lihani was acutely aware of this fact, and it only deepened the bitterness within her heart. The man before her had truly fulfilled his promises. Wielding merely the strength of a third-tier celestial being, yet with a single stroke, he had shattered everything she held dear. The incredulity of the situation weighed heavily on her. After a protracted silence, Lihani roused from her stupor and spoke, her voice tinged with bitterness. What manner of sword is this? In that moment, the world around them fell into silence, resonating solely with Lihani's voice, laced with a hint of despair. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the sword, the iron horse glacier quivering in response, emitting a series of mournful wails. Only by confronting that devastating strike did she truly grasp its terrifying nature. Even now, a sense of dread lingered within her, and only in this moment did she fully comprehend the truth behind Su Qin's earlier words, far from being mere bravado. Upon introspection, had she not drawn her sword first, in the face of that cataclysmic strike, she would have lacked even the courage to unsheath her blade. What does this signify? It denotes an utter domination, an overwhelming superiority in power. Lihani was acutely aware that in a life-and-death struggle, she would have already succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Within her heart, a flicker of admiration and respect for Su Qin began to emerge. Such decisive sword intent and techniques. It was evident that Su Qin had long surpassed her in the realm of swordsmanship. Similarly, from Su Qin emanated an unparalleled sense of oppression. Upon hearing Lihani's inquiry and observing the fervor for the sword path in her gaze, Su Qin could not help but nod slightly in acknowledgement. To maintain one's core under such immense pressure is truly remarkable. The Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 23. Chapter 136. The Reincarnation of a Great Being, the Sword of Annihilation. Lihani murmured to herself, her expression complex. Yet, the brilliance in her eyes did not wane. Instead, it shone even brighter, gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was only at this moment that the onlookers emerged from their earlier astonishment. This sword was nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Indeed, it seemed as though this sword hailed from the depths of the underworld, akin to a hellish blade. The prowess exhibited in the path of the sword was a testament to the extraordinary talent of the leader. Even the renowned Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Lihani, found herself vanquished by the leader's astonishing strike, revealing the sheer might of the leader's swordsmanship. It was truly terrifying. When the leader's sword descended, I felt as though I were on the brink of being torn asunder. Now that the victor had been determined, would this Snow Moon Sword Immortal uphold her promise? I believe she would surely agree. The swordsmanship demonstrated by the leader would undoubtedly be advantageous for her, so why would she refuse? Moreover, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, with her exquisite beauty, and the leader, with his striking handsomeness, would indeed make a remarkable couple. In my view, it would be prudent for her to marry our leader. After the initial shock, the discourse among the gathered martial artists began to meander into absurdity. As a powerful being of the celestial realm, Lihani was keenly aware of their whispers. Hearing such audacious remarks made her cheeks flush with indignation, and a sharp sword aura emanated from her being. Observing her reaction, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, daunted by her presence. It is worth noting that aside from the leader, Su Qin, none could rival this stunning beauty in either appearance or strength. She commanded reverence from all present. Seeing this, Su Qin smiled slightly and graciously spoke, Lihani, the outcome has been decided. You may depart at your leisure. Su Qin, what do you mean? Although I am merely a woman, I disdain to associate with those who lack integrity. Miss Li, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My previous words were merely jest. I implore you not to take them to heart. Su Qin professed, though inwardly he was elated. How could he allow Li Hani to slip away so easily? Provocation was simple, but persuasion was challenging. To secure Li Hani's allegiance, Su Qin had to resort to his most cunning strategies. Indeed, the more Su Qin spoke, the more Li Hani felt her dignity was being gravely insulted. How could I, Li Hani, retract my words so easily? What harm is there in bestowing you a sword? It does not diminish my essence. With an unwilling demeanor, Li Hani, unbeknownst to herself, felt a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Are you serious? Of course. I am serious. A loss is a loss. Very well, then, Miss Li, please proceed. With a smile, Su Qin handed over the 7 stars dragon abyss to Li Hani, then turned and walked back toward the estate. Li Hani, a master of swordsmanship, was undoubtedly a paragon of her craft, possessing exceptional discernment. During their previous duel, she had already discerned that the sword wielded by Su Qin was undoubtedly a peerless divine weapon. To her astonishment, Su Qin actually entrusted this magnificent sword into her hands. As she sensed the faint, chilling aura emanating from the 7 stars Lan Yuan, even a cultivator of Li Hani's caliber could not suppress a slight shiver. The iron horse and frozen river at her waist trembled uncontrollably, as if both wary and submissive. Divine artifacts possess a spirit, and weapons like the iron horse and frozen river, alongside the 7 stars Lan Yuan, exemplify this truth. Perceiving the emotions conveyed by her sword, Li Hani's gaze narrowed slightly. Intuitively realizing that this sword must surpass her own iron horse and frozen river by a considerable margin, Su Qin paid no heed to the tumultuous emotions swirling within Li Hani and gradually vanished through the gates of Lingbao Mountain Manor. Observing the 2 figures disappearing within the gates, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy. In an instant, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, excitement etched on everyone's face. Although this battle had drawn to a close, its reverberations would undoubtedly shock the world. Not only would the Jianghu of the Great Song dynasty be aware, but other dynasties would also come to know the details of this confrontation. Li Hani's challenge to the world had already garnered the attention of many. With time's passage, Su Qin's name would once again resound across the great dynasties. Suppressing the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li Hani, with a single stroke, had elevated her to the status of his sword attendant. What an imposing display of power. As time flowed onward, the news of Li Hani being subdued and made a sword attendant by Su Qin spread rapidly throughout the various dynasties. In the Ming dynasty, within the Dragon Guard Manor, in a secluded chamber, Zhu Wushi listened impassively to his subordinate's report. Are you saying that Li Hani was defeated by Su Qin without even exchanging a single move? Indeed, it is said that Su Qin employed an exceedingly profound sword technique to vanquish Li Hani. Furthermore, scouts reported that even from a distance of nearly 100 paces from the epicenter of the battle, they could faintly perceive that suffocating sword intent. Though Zhu Wushi maintained a stoic expression, his heart was filled with astonishment. His gaze was deep and contemplative as he paced the room. According to investigations, Li Hani's strength was estimated to be around the 3rd rank of the celestial realm. Observing Zhu Wushi's demeanor, the cloaked figure continued to report. A flicker of brilliance passed through Zhu Wushi's eyes. Li Hani, trained under Li Changsheng, is renowned for her unparalleled swordsmanship, deemed invincible within her realm. How could such an extraordinary individual fail to withstand even a single strike from Su Qin? Just how formidable must Su Qin's prowess be? 5th rank, or perhaps 6th rank, or even higher. It is remarkable that this Su Qin is merely 19 years of age. Can one truly believe that such strength is self-acquired, without any formal instruction? Even if he, Su Qin, had cultivated since the womb, it would be impossible for him to possess such extraordinary prowess. What does the master imply? Surely, he must be backed by an unparalleled powerhouse. Or perhaps those ancient figures of the Song dynasty's martial world wish to disrupt the established order. The more he spoke, the more profound the gaze of Zhu Wushi became. Master, I have heard that those supreme beings possess a method of reincarnation cultivation, which not only allows them to retain their previous memories, but also to carry forward their understanding of martial arts. Could it be that this Su Qin? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wushi's eyes narrowed slightly. How did I not consider this before? With his subordinate's reminder, Zhu Wushi seemingly discovered the answer, immediately concluding that Su Qin must indeed be the reincarnation of some formidable entity. Chapter 137. Breaking this cage is not an easy task in the depths of Zhu Wushi's heart. There seemed to be only one plausible explanation for Su Qin's terrifying prowess at such a young age. Suddenly, Zhu Wushi appeared to recall something. Hastily inquiring of the cloaked figure, following our failed pursuit of Lingxing, have you ensured that all loose ends have been tidied up? Rest assured, master. I have dealt with everything thoroughly, and there will be no evidence pointing back to us. Upon receiving the affirmative response from the cloaked figure, Zhu Wushi felt a slight sense of relief. He then continued to advise, "That is good. Let the matter of lynching rest here. Furthermore, during this period, maintain a low profile. Issue a command for all operations to cease. Regardless of whether Su Qin is indeed a reincarnation, we ought to avoid provoking him." "Understood. I shall comply." The cloaked figure acknowledged the order and slowly withdrew. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Northern Li dynasty in Shuiyue City, the grand city lord by Li Dongjun hurriedly arrived at a secluded location. This was indeed a forbidden area within the city, and it served as the retreat of his esteemed master. Disciple seeks an audience with the master. There are matters of great importance to report. Enter. A somewhat ethereal voice resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Li Dongjun's expression grew solemn as he adjusted his attire before stepping cautiously into the forbidden domain. Although he held the esteemed title of Grand City Lord and had attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he still felt a measure of trepidation in the presence of his master, the Kunlun sword immortal Li Changxing, whose martial arts mastery had reached an unparalleled zenith. "What is it?" The voice conveyed a sense of otherworldliness and tranquility. "Master, my junior sister has challenged the sword world and was defeated by a young master in the Great Song, who has promised to make her his sword attendant." Li Dongjun relayed the crucial information from his spies to the figure clad in white, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, the Kunlun sword immortal. Li Changxing listened intently to the unfolding events. Once Li Dongjun had conveyed all he knew, he slowly opened his eyes, which were deep and profound, causing one to feel momentarily lost within them. Sword Dao? Holy Spirit sword technique? Hell's sword? A series of familiar yet unfamiliar terms brought a peculiar expression to the Kunlun sword immortal's face. Could this be the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal? Otherwise, in the current Great Song, it would be nearly impossible to find a cultivator of the celestial realm, especially one so young, merely 19, yet possessing such extraordinary prowess. Such a prodigious talent surely cannot be an ordinary figure in their past life. His words, devoid of any fluctuation, seemed like a soliloquy, yet could also be interpreted as a question directed at Li Dongjun. "Is it possible that my junior sister?" Li Dongjun interjected with an urgent tone. Hearing this, Li Changxing emerged from his reverie, noticing the anxious expression on his beloved disciple's face. He offered a gentle smile. "You need not worry. Before she departed, I left a trace of my original sword energy with her, which will undoubtedly aid her in times of peril. Moreover, should she encounter peril, the primal sword energy would be triggered, and I would naturally sense it, at which point I would intervene to assist her." Upon hearing this, Li Dongjun felt a measure of reassurance, only to hear Li Changxing continue speaking. "Your junior sister possesses an extraordinary talent and comprehension seldom seen in this world, with the potential to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, her temperament leaves something to be desired. This defeat might not be a misfortune for her. Furthermore, as you previously mentioned, the young talents of the Great Song engage in fair competition with Han Yi, without relying on their superior strength to dominate others, which indicates that this individual possesses a noble heart, not a petty thief. What is even more remarkable is that at such a young age, he has attained such proficiency in the sword arts. Even if he were a reincarnation, achieving this level at his age would not be an easy feat thus. For Han Yi to remain in the company of such a person is indeed a case of fortune disguised as misfortune. It is far better than being confined in a well, blinded by a single leaf. If she can glean insights into swordsmanship from that young man, then the path to greatness is promising. Hearing her master speak thus, Li Dongjun felt completely at ease. He was aware of his junior sister's talent, and if she could truly gain something from being near that individual, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Very well, you need only assign someone to keep a vigilant watch. As for Han Yi's safety, there is no need for excessive concern. Should there be any news, report back to me. Yes, master, I understand. You may leave. Yes, I take my leave. With that, Li Dongjun respectfully bowed to Li Changxing before slowly retreating. It is worth noting that at this moment, Li Dongjun had already become a prominent figure in his realm, his authority undeniable, yet he displayed utmost reverence in the presence of his master. Only after Li Dongjun's figure vanished did a soft sigh escape from Li Changxing's lips. He gazed into the distance, his eyes deep, as if he could see through all the illusions before him. The world is a cage. To shatter the void and break free from this confinement is no easy task. As his words fell, another soft sigh followed. Meanwhile, in another faction of the North Li dynasty, within Qingqing Mountain, a purple-robed Taoist sat upright on the main meditation cushion. The well-tailored purple robe accentuated his handsome features. This man was none other than Zhao Yuzhen, the current head of Qingqing Mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yuzhen had cast aside his usual calm demeanor, his face filled with fury. What did you say? Han Yi was defeated and has become that man's sword attendant. Serving him closely? Indeed. A disciple of Qingqing Mountain, drenched in sweat, responded. Zhao Yuzhen typically appeared serene and ethereal. Yet there was one matter that could provoke such a loss of composure. That matter was Li Hani. It is well known that when Li Hani challenged Qingqing Mountain, this seemingly enlightened Zhao Yuzhen was smitten at first sight. Although ultimately it was a case of unrequited love, it did not diminish Zhao Yuzhen's feelings for Li Hani. At this moment, Zhao Yuzhen was struck by the sudden realization that his heart's goddess had not only been defeated, but had also been relegated to serve as another sword attendant. The fury and indignation swelling within him were unimaginable. His eyes burned a deep crimson, and he gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of collapse. Was he being coerced? This disciple truly did not know, yet he believed that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, hailing from Snow Moon City, would surely be cautious of the influential figure residing there, regardless of the adversary's strength. Therefore, the matter of coercion seemed dubious. However, the disciple had heard whispers that this incident was somehow linked to a wager. Upon hearing these words from the disciple below, Zhao Yuzhen's expression softened slightly. Lingbao Mountain Manor? Su Qin? Very well, just wait for me. Chapter 138, An Unusual Flavor. As Zhao Yuzhen's voice faded, he vanished from the grand hall. The disciple instinctively called out, the master. Just then, Zhao Yuzhen's voice echoed back, commanding, dispatch the order. I shall make a trip to the Song Dynasty. What hellish sword and sacred spirit sword technique. I am eager to experience the true weight of this swordplay. It is no wonder that Zhao Yuzhen dared to venture forth alone, as a peerless powerhouse at the 6th rank of the celestial realm. He believed that even against a fully realized celestial, he possessed the strength to fight. A mere young lad from the Song Dynasty's martial world should pose no challenge. As the head of Qingqing Mountain, Zhao Yuzhen was well aware of some of the secrets within the Song Dynasty's martial community, which bolstered his confidence. Meanwhile, news of Li Hani being subdued by Su Qin rapidly spread across the various dynasties. Each faction held differing opinions on Su Qin, yet one consensus prevailed. They all recognized his formidable strength. Consequently, the waning influence of the Song Dynasty's martial world resurfaced in the eyes of many royal families. After all, Li Hani's lineage and prowess were formidable. Anyone capable of defeating Li Hani must possess considerable strength, thus allowing Su Qin's name to re-emerge within numerous factions. However, Su Qin himself paid little heed to these matters, continuing to lead his idyllic life at Lingbao Mountain Villa. In stark contrast, Li Hani suffered greatly as the sword servant. He was unable to part from Su Qin's side for even a moment. This proximity granted him a first-hand glimpse into Su Qin's extravagant lifestyle. Yet, this very observation left Li Hani perplexed. For a swordsmanship prodigy like Li Hani, one would expect him to devote most of his time to rigorous training, akin to that of a diligent practitioner. Yet, in Su Qin's presence, the dynamic seemed entirely altered, as Su Qin appeared to indulge in idleness. It could be said that Su Qin engaged in everything except training. Despite this, Li Hani couldn't help but notice that Su Qin's strength seemed to progress daily, which filled him with a sense of frustration. What further exacerbated Li Hani's discontent was the presence of numerous concubines surrounding Su Qin, each one a paragon of beauty and strength, with the least among them possessing the prowess of a master. Were these women to be placed within the martial world, they would undoubtedly stand as formidable heroines. Yet, these exceptionally gifted, beautiful, and powerful women were utterly devoted to Su Qin. This only deepened Li Hani's curiosity about Su Qin. In her perspective, a swordsmanship expert should forsake all distractions, immersing oneself in the art of the sword, wholly devoted to its pursuit. Only then could one achieve greatness in the realm of swordsmanship. However, Su Qin seemed to embody the opposite, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, showing not a hint of the typical swordsman's demeanor. Could this possibly be a unique form of cultivation? Li Hani, for the first time, questioned the profound insights and beliefs she had harbored regarding the sword for many years. Possessing an exceptional intuition, she felt as though a gateway to a new world had swung open before her. In a fleeting moment, it seemed that she grasped something significant. Her decision to remain at Lingbao Mountain Villa, while partially driven by a wager, was predominantly motivated by her desire to engage closely with Su Qin, to comprehend his swordsmanship, and to validate her own understanding of the sword. Only through this interaction could she hope to progress swiftly. The divine swordsmanship Su Qin exhibited during their recent duel lingered in her memory, an indelible impression that she could not shake. Indeed, she believed that Su Qin's singular grasp of the sword's essence and his mastery of techniques could rival that of her own esteemed master, the Kunlun sword immortal, Li Changsheng. This realization startled her. After all, her master, Li Changsheng, was a renowned terrestrial immortal who had dedicated countless days to the arduous practice of swordsmanship to achieve such heights. In light of this comparison, her curiosity about Su Qin intensified. Noticing the perpetual intrigue in Li Hani's gaze, Su Qin, after some contemplation, discerned her unvoiced thoughts. "Are you wondering why I have attained such accomplishments in swordsmanship?" Li Hani was momentarily taken aback. The smile on Su Qin's face revealed that he had indeed penetrated her thoughts. Accepting this, she chose to candidly acknowledge it, as she did not refute his assertion. Su Qin nodded with a smile and remarked, "All things possess a spirit, and the sword is no exception. Those who are affectionate wield a seemingly indifferent sword. Yet it is not truly devoid of sentiment." A few succinct words caused Li Hani to tremble slightly, as if she had grasped something of great importance. Yet upon further reflection, it felt as though she had seized nothing at all. This sensation was undeniably maddening, and she yearned to inquire further, only to observe that Su Qin, having spoken those words, exhibited no intent to elaborate, instead turning away. Li Hani understood then that Su Qin had conveyed all he could. Whether she could comprehend, it was contingent upon her own insight. As time languidly passed, Su Qin continued to exude his usual nonchalance. Occasionally, he would offer Li Hani brief guidance, which would send the Snow Moon Sword Immortal into deep contemplation. At that moment, Li Hani remained oblivious to the fact that her swordsmanship had advanced to an unparalleled level compared to her previous self, a transformation entirely attributable to Su Qin's mere words. Su Qin's actions were undoubtedly intentional. Now that she had entered Lingbao Mountain Villa, he had no intention of allowing her to exit through its gates. This was, without question, the most effective strategy to win over Li Hani. Simultaneously, Su Qin's pursuit of Lian Xing had not waned. Their relationship was rapidly deepening, yet they had yet to break through the final barrier, awaiting just the right opportunity. It is worth noting that Su Qin was not merely idling away his time. He was deeply engaged in mastering top-tier brewing techniques, exceptional mechanisms, and advanced alchemy. Among other pursuits, his curiosity regarding the extraordinary effects of these system-generated skills was insatiable. However, in recent days, Su Qin found himself preoccupied with another matter altogether. The matter of Lianxing being pursued indeed aroused a peculiar scent of intrigue in Su Qin. It was precisely for this reason that he dispatched his 4 elite assassins to investigate the affair discreetly, under the luminescence of the moon at its zenith. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the starry expanse. At that moment, a shadow silently materialized behind him. A cold, mechanical voice reverberated, "Heavenly rank, at your service, my lord." Although the 4 elite assassins originally stood at the pinnacle of mastery, who is Su Qin? He possesses within his grasp elements capable of enhancing one's strength. Elevating the prowess of his subordinates is an endeavor of utmost ease for him. The quartet has since undergone a remarkable transformation, each having ascended to the Grandmaster level, and they now stand on the precipice of the celestial realm. Chapter 139. Still concerned about me? Get up. Have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you? Su Qin spoke in a tone that was devoid of emotion. My subordinate has conducted extensive investigations and discovered that this affair is indeed as the master surmised. It is not merely a simple vendetta born from the world of martial arts, but rather a premeditated, organized, and purposeful operation. Furthermore, I have visited several locations where the attacks occurred, and found that the methods employed by these individuals are strikingly uniform. It is certain that this is the work of a singular force. Noting Su Qin's furrowed brow in silence, the elite warrior continued to divulge the information he had gathered and his conjectures. Moreover, my subordinate has discovered that the missing martial artist seemed to have been taken alive, with not a single casualty occurring on the spot. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's expression momentarily froze, as if a realization struck him, and a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. Alive and unaccounted for? Could it be that they are imprisoned somewhere? Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Su Qin possessed knowledge that surpassed that of the people of this era, much like in his previous life, where abductions occurred. This unknown force's decision to capture these martial experts without executing them must surely be driven by some ulterior motive. The very essence of kidnapping lies in this. For in an age where lives are as expendable as grass, capturing a martial artist alive is far more challenging than simply killing one. Given the considerable effort expended by the adversary to seize these martial experts, their ambitions must be significant. Su Qin's mind raced, and after dismissing some implausible ideas, the answer began to take shape. What do those in the martial world desire most? It is nothing less than the strength to surpass others. With this thought, several titles of ancient texts emerged in Su Qin's mind. Excellent work. Next, I need you to closely monitor the Sun and Moon sect, the Guardian Dragon Villa, the Duan clan of Dali, as well as certain nefarious figures within the demonic path. Cast your gaze wide. Do not limit yourself to the Ming dynasty. Yet do not become negligent either. What I require is a comprehensive overview. Understood, my subordinate acknowledges. The elite warrior bowed, and then gradually vanished from sight. After the warrior's departure, Su Qin remained motionless, resembling a statue, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Although this matter was not directly related to him, the fact that Lian Xing had been rescued and returned to Lingbao Villa indicated that the mysterious force had set its sights on his establishment. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Su Qin sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, and thus, taking extra precautions could only be prudent. With this thought, a fleeting cold glimmer ignited in his eyes as he murmured, I hope you do not provoke my wrath. For if you do, humph. Now armed with numerous means at his disposal, Su Qin was no longer the naive Wu Xia, a Meng of the past. One could say that Su Qin has now fully matured, possessing the confidence to engage even a terrestrial deity. Since his debut, he has never exerted himself to the fullest, nor has he experienced the life and death struggles of combat. However, this does not hinder his awareness of his own strength. Presently, Su Qin harbors a flicker of eagerness within, a desire to ascertain the limits of his capabilities. Yet, such thoughts are merely fleeting. Su Qin is not a belligerent individual, and if he can avoid conflict, he would prefer to do so. His aspirations lie in continuing his path of taking concubines, envisioning a future where he shatters the void and roams freely across the heavens with his wives. What a delightful prospect. With his resolve firmly established, Su Qin smiled faintly before turning to exit the courtyard. Having recently acquired pertinent information, Su Qin intended to inform Ling Xing, as the matter concerned her. Moreover, she was currently at Lingbao Mountain Villa, and Su Qin discerned that she remained preoccupied with the events unfolding within the Ming dynasty. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Qin's nostrils flared slightly, a look of surprise gracing his features. The air was thick with the rich aroma of wine, a fragrance most likely crafted by his own hands. He immediately recognized the delightful scent as that of Red Beauty's intoxication. Upon identifying the intoxicating aroma, Su Qin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. As he rounded the front courtyard, the soft moonlight illuminated a charming lady clad in palace attire. Reclining gracefully on a blue stone table, her delicate arms propping up her alluring form. Bathed in moonlight, Su Qin could discern the subtle blush on her exquisite face, exuding an enchanting, languorous aura. In this moment, Su Qin found himself momentarily entranced. Ling Xing, sensing his presence, half opened her intoxicated eyes and turned to look at him. Upon realizing it was Su Qin, her usual restraint seemed to dissipate, replaced by a smile and a dreamy gaze as she called out, Young master, you've come. Seeing this, Su Qin's lips curled into a gentle smile as he approached the bluestone table and took a seat opposite her, the atmosphere instantly thickening with an intimate tension. It was noteworthy that since her rescue to Lingbao Mountain Villa, Ling Xing had maintained her propriety. Although she had slightly changed under Su Qin's persistent advances, she had never indulged in wine as she did today. Observing the empty wine jars at their feet, Su Qin inquired with a smile, Palace Master Ling Xing, do you have something weighing on your mind? It's not that I lament the loss of this wine, but drowning one's sorrows in drink is hardly a wise choice. However, Ling Xing appeared unfazed by his words, seemingly oblivious to his presence. With a breath that carried the fragrance of orchids, tinged with the rich aroma of wine, she replied, Is the young master here to join me for a drink? That would be delightful. Come, let us share a cup. As she spoke, she extended her wine cup towards Su Qin, gazing at the slightly tipsy Ling Xing. Su Qin beamed and accepted the cup. Since the palace master Ling Xing has such refined tastes, I shall gladly oblige. With that, he tilted his head back and drank the contents of the cup in one swift motion. Upon witnessing this, Lian Xing's smile grew even more radiant. She raised her wine cup and filled it to the brim with the last remaining bottle of Hanyan Zue, downing it in one swift motion. Su Qin could clearly see that the blush on Lian Xing's face deepened slightly. The two remained silent for a moment, continuing to drink cup after cup, until the wine jug in Lian Xing's hand began to run low. It was only then that she slowly spoke up. Do you know? My sister and I grew up together. She continued, although my sister can be rather headstrong and stubborn, I know she still cares for me deeply. But, at this point, Lian Xing's gaze darkened, and her voice carried a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it is because I have become a useless person now, though Lian Xing did not explicitly state it. Su Qin understood all too well the profound reason behind her sorrow. Chapter 140. The second mistress of the Flower Palace. Not long ago, Lian Xing had entrusted Su Qin with a message to the Flower Palace, yet the days passed without a reply, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Although she had been striving to restore her cultivation, her efforts yielded little success, compounded by the emotional turmoil stirred by Su Qin and the other ladies. Today marked an outpouring of her pent-up feelings. At this moment, she was no longer the formidable second mistress of the Flower Palace, having shed all her facades. She transformed into an ordinary girl. Today's revelry served as Lianqing's farewell toast. Where do you intend to go? In this vast world, where could Lianqing not find a place to call home? I plan to wander the earth. When I grow weary, I shall seek a serene mountain retreat to conclude my remaining days. Observing Lianqing, curled up in a posture of vulnerability, evoked a surge of compassion within Su Qin. Why must you feel this way? In this expansive world, where indeed is home. If you do not mind, Lingbao Villa can be your sanctuary. Your sister may have forsaken you, but I have not. Should you wish, you may reside here for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Lianqing trembled, her expression a blend of surprise and joy. At that moment, she felt enveloped in an infinite warmth, as if caught in a dream. However, a shadow seemed to cross her face as she contemplated something. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, but I am now but a useless being. How can I possibly be worthy of your celestial grace? Su Qin, upon hearing this, rose and, with a hint of possessiveness, drew Lianqing into his embrace. His voice firm yet gentle. Your worthiness is not for you to judge. Set your mind at ease and stay here. But what of others? Lianqing found herself momentarily at a loss with Su Qin's sudden action, instinctively attempting to pull away. Yet, even at her peak, escaping from Su Qin's grasp would have been impossible. Her struggle was not one of defiance, but a reflexive response. Who cares what others think? This is the great song. Who dares to speak ill? As for what lies beyond, let it be. Should I learn of it, I will personally silence them. My woman shall not be subject to the opinions of others. Su Qin declared, his demeanor commanding and fierce. Furthermore, who has deemed you a useless being? You merely suffer from venous damage, resulting in temporary loss of power. Recovery is certainly within reach. Tomorrow we shall wed, and I shall impart to you a method of cultivation. Trust in your innate talent. It will not be long before you reclaim your former glory, and perhaps even surpass it. Listening to Su Qin's words, Lianqing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. One might say that Lianqing has already harbored unspoken affections for Su Qin during her time at Lingbao Villa. However, the loss of her cultivation feels like a thorn embedded in her heart, rendering her hesitant to express her feelings. It is precisely because of her emotions that she fears losing them even more. She is apprehensive that should she confess, if Su Qin were to reject her, she would find herself with no avenues of retreat. Additionally, the complete loss of her powers has stripped her of her former confidence and grace. The silence of Yaoyue further exacerbates Lianqing's sensitivity. Having experienced the abandonment of her kin, she has grown despondent. Yet, upon hearing Su Qin's words, her heart swells with gratitude. Perhaps it is only after enduring certain trials that one can discern who genuinely wishes them well. At this moment, Lianqing embodies this realization. In the realm of martial arts, individuals often regard strength as more vital than life itself. When Lianqing refers to herself as a waste, it is not without reason. A woman of the martial world understands that strength is the foundation of survival. Her current state has indeed reached a nadir, although she considers herself somewhat attractive. Among Su Qin's wives and concubines, there are no ordinary beauties. Each possesses captivating charm, unique in their allure and formidable in their prowess. It is precisely for this reason that she feels utterly inadequate. In such circumstances, Su Qin not only saved her life on 2 occasions, but also brought her back to Lingbao Villa to recuperate. He has devoted considerable effort to her recovery and now dares to challenge the world for her sake. To miss out on a man of such caliber would be an irretrievable loss. Thus, after Su Qin's words, Lianqing is suddenly enveloped in joy and surprise. Observing Lianqing's prolonged silence, Su Qin raises an eyebrow and inquires, "What is this? Are you still intent on leaving?" No, Lianqing replies, a hint of panic crossing her face as she shakes her head. Her eyes dart towards Su Qin in alarm, and upon seeing the slight upward curve of his lips, she realizes he is teasing her, seeking to witness her flustered reaction. In truth, Lianqing is not mistaken. Su Qin indeed spoke intentionally, but it was not to revel in her embarrassment, rather to alleviate her state of insecurity. At that moment, the smiling Su Qin radiates an inexplicable aura in Lianqing's eyes. The following day, news once again echoed from Lingbao Villa. The young master, Su Qin, is to take another concubine. This announcement immediately stirred the entire Song dynasty. The reason is simple. The identity of the chosen concubine is particularly noteworthy. She hails not from within the Song dynasty, but is the renowned second princess of the Yihua Palace from the Ming dynasty. Lianxing's status and beauty are undoubtedly unimpeachable in the Ming dynasty. Even several neighboring dynasties have heard whispers of her. Consequently, the uproar caused by this upcoming union surpasses previous occurrences. Truly, the Lord of the Alliance is formidable. First, he defeated the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li. And now he is to wed the second princess of the Yihua Palace, Lianxing. Truly, his prowess is remarkable. Indeed, it is said that this second princess of the Yihua Palace is an exceptionally rare beauty. Not only that, but her prowess is also among the very best. What you are referring to is outdated news. It is said that this second princess fled here due to being pursued by enemies, coincidentally encountering our young lord during his travels. Our young lord, with his noble heart, rescued her, tended to her wounds, and brought her back to Lingbao Mountain Manor for recuperation. Deeply grateful and unable to repay his kindness, she pledged herself to him. My friend, is what you say true? Absolutely, without a doubt. How wonderful. The young lord descended like a hero from the heavens, saving the damsel in distress. Her gratitude manifesting in such a pledge undoubtedly creates a beautiful tale. Chapter 141. What does it have to do with you? Amidst fervent discussions, the wedding at Lingbao Mountain Villa unfolded with great splendor. As Lianxing descended from the bridal sedan, the assembled guests collectively inhaled sharply. Dressed in resplendent phoenix attire, her beauty was unmistakable, and a gentle breeze lifted the edge of her red veil, revealing a glimpse of her extraordinary visage. Everything about her evoked a profound envy towards Su Qin. Setting aside Lianxing's noble status, her appearance alone could rival the more than 10 previous wives of Su Qin, each possessing their unique allure. They were all breathtakingly beautiful, and for an ordinary person, merely catching a glimpse of them would be a luxury. Yet, Su Qin had taken several as his wives, indulging in the blessings of a harmonious life. Despite the envy, none within the Song dynasty harbored even a hint of jealousy. Instead, they regarded this as entirely appropriate. It was believed that should anyone dare to utter a single disparaging word about Su Qin, they would not need him to intervene. His loyal supporters alone could drown the offender in a tidal wave of disdain. At that moment, perhaps the only individual present with a different sentiment was Li, who stood apart from the crowd, cradling Su Qin's treasured sword. Observing the radiant smile on Su Qin's face, adorned in a vibrant red ceremonial robe, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Although Li held no romantic inclinations towards Su Qin, her curiosity about him was unparalleled. What puzzled her even more was Su Qin's discourse on swordsmanship, what he termed the worldly sword. In Li understanding, mastering the path of the sword required an unwavering devotion to it, devoid of any romantic entanglements. This belief had been a constant throughout her sword training journey, leading her master, Li Changxing, to remark that something essential seemed to be missing from her swordsmanship, preventing it from achieving completeness. This quest for the elusive element was precisely why she sought to challenge the swordsmanship of the world. However, after her defeat at Lingbao Mountain Villa, her initial fervor to fulfill the bet and continue her pursuit of this missing element began to wane. She sensed that within Su Qin lay the very essence she had long sought, that which her master had indicated was absent from her own sword path. A flicker of confusion and clarity crossed Li face, as if she were on the verge of grasping something elusive yet vital. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the air. From the Northern Li dynasty, Qinxing Mountain, Zhao Yuzhen has come to inquire about the sword at Lingbao Mountain Villa. I humbly request the guidance of Alliance Leader Su. Initially faint, the voice grew progressively louder until it resonated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. The officiant's words halted abruptly at the mention of husband and wife, leaving his expression one of astonishment and bewilderment, his gaze fixed in confusion upon Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin's countenance turned exceedingly grim. Who could remain unperturbed when subjected to such impudent treatment on their wedding day? Even Li, who had been lost in thought, wore an expression of astonishment upon hearing the commotion. The assembled guests at the wedding were thrown into a state of uproar. It is worth noting that given Su Qin's esteemed reputation, no one within the Song dynasty would dare to behave so audaciously at his nuptials. What grudge could Zhao Yuzhen of the Northern Li dynasty possibly harbor against Su Qin, prompting him to disrupt this momentous occasion? Who is this Zhao Yuzhen, daring enough to intrude on the Lord's day of joy? Does he not realize that today marks the union of the leader? To brazenly arrive and challenge us is to underestimate the might of the Song dynasty. How infuriating! I shall confront this insolent fool and tear him to shreds for daring to disrupt the wedding. But hold your horses. I have heard of this individual. He is one of the 5 great sword immortals of the Northern Li dynasty, having already reached the realm of transcendent beings. His arrival at this juncture surely bodes ill. I care not for his so-called sword immortal status. To cause turmoil here is tantamount to declaring war against the entire martial world of the Song dynasty, a path leading to his own demise. I refuse to believe that even if his strength is formidable, he can eradicate us all. Indeed, with so many martial brothers and sisters present, we shall stand united and vanquish this intruder. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, each individual brandishing their weapons and marching fiercely toward the entrance of Lingbao Villa. It must be said that since Su Qin ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world, the entire martial community of the Song dynasty has seemingly garnered unprecedented vigor and cohesion, as evidenced by the fury etched on the faces of these warriors. At that moment, Su Qin's voice resonated behind them. Brother Zhao, having traveled from the northernly, you arrive on this auspicious day of my wedding. I invite you to enter the villa and partake in the celebratory feast. As for martial exchanges, I shall gladly oblige after today. Though Su Qin felt a twinge of displeasure, he recognized the necessity of maintaining composure in such circumstances. However, Zhao Yuzhen appeared unimpressed by Su Qin's words. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, a cold snort echoed from afar. Then, the onlookers beheld a youth clad in a Taoist robe, his countenance strikingly handsome, soaring through the air with a peachwood sword in hand, embodying the very essence of a sword immortal. Upon sighting this young man, the crowd was taken aback. Zhao Yuzhen, indeed, lived up to his reputation as one of the 5 renowned sword immortals of the Northernly dynasty. His visage and remarkable prowess in flight were worthy of the title. With a frosty expression, Zhao Yuzhen advanced with an imposing aura, his piercing gaze locking on Su Qin, who was adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown. Let us forego the celebratory wine. I am an outsider and cannot partake. Furthermore, I have come today with a singular objective. Should I emerge victorious, you shall release Hani and annul your wager with her. Zhao Yuzhen's presence was formidable, his voice resonating like thunderclaps. Su Qin's expression gradually transformed into one of eerie calmness, akin to the stillness preceding a tempest. Do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? Su Qin's expression remained impassive, revealing not a trace of emotion. It was Li Hani who reacted swiftly, stepping forward and addressing Zhao Yuzhen with a raised voice. Zhao Yuzhen, have you lost your mind? We are not related. Your interference in my affairs is unwarranted. Honey, this individual has shamelessly used the pretext of a sword inquiry to impose such a humiliating bet upon you, which clearly reveals their insidious intentions. But fear not. As long as I am here, I shall ensure that you do not endure this indignity and will seek justice on your behalf. There is no need. Li Hani replied emphatically, her tone imbued with unwavering resolve. Moreover, this matter is of my own volition. It is none of your concern. Chapter 142. Fierce momentum. At this moment, Li Hani's fury had reached an unprecedented level. When she previously inquired about Jian King Chengshan, although she had been defeated by Zhao Yuzhen, her impression of him had been relatively positive. She believed him to be unlike many in the martial world, who were often more concerned with reputation than substance. Zhao Yuzhen truly deserved the title of a genius swordsman. However, his actions today filled Li Hani with disdain and anger. What infuriated her further was Zhao Yuzhen's audacity to invoke her name under the guise of acting in her best interest, which only deepened her ire. Just as she was about to retort, the voice of Su Qin resonated. Draw your sword. The sharp command snapped Li Hani back to reality. She felt a slight tremor in her body and turned to see Su Qin slowly shedding his ceremonial robe, revealing a white long shirt underneath. Before Li Hani could react, the 7 stars long yuan in her arms had already unsheathed itself with a harmonious clang, echoing with the sound of the sword. Hold onto my robe. Do not let it be sullied. With that, Su Qin grasped the 7 stars long yuan firmly, stepping into the void as if ascending heavenly steps, his momentum becoming increasingly formidable. Since it has come to this, words are futile. You have chosen this moment to come forth, so you must be prepared for death. Allow me to grant you that. Li Hani had never witnessed Su Qin in such a state. In her memory, he was always the epitome of calmness and composure. Yet now, there was an eerie and terrifying aura about him. Although Su Qin's words remained tranquil as water, Li Hani could sense an underlying chill within them. Impudent. Hearing Su Qin's words, Zhao Yuzhen raised an eyebrow, rebuking him. However, maintaining his composure, Zhao Yuzhen did not rush to attack. He regarded the martial supremacy of the Song dynasty as a mere trifling obstacle. Unbeknownst to him, in Su Qin's eyes, he was no different than a common fowl. Moreover, in Su Qin's mind, Zhao Yuzhen had become synonymous with a sycophant. With Su Qin's acumen, he quickly deduced the reason behind Zhao Yuzhen's demeanor. Had he come at a different time, Su Qin might not have felt such intense murderous intent. However, Zhao Yuzhen had chosen this particular day to confront him, a clear indication that he held Su Qin in disdain. Not killing him would not only fail to quell Su Qin's rage, but would also fail to establish authority. As Zhao Yuzhen's words hung in the air, Su Qin had already positioned himself directly opposite him. Just as Zhao Yuzhen was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed. He felt an overwhelming force of the heavens and earth pressing down upon him. Boom! An invisible wave of energy radiated outward. Zhao Yuzhen seemed to hear the agonizing creaks of his bones under the immense pressure, accompanied by the sound of fractures. Simultaneously, cracks began to manifest within his very organs. As Zhao Yuzhen attempted to resist, he was ruthlessly dispersed by the overwhelming force of the heavens and earth surrounding him. His own aura appeared as fragile as that of an infant in the face of this might, utterly unable to withstand it. A thunderous explosion echoed once more. Zhao Yuzhen's knees buckled before crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. His face contorted with struggle and anguish. Blood vessels burst in his eyes as he fought desperately to break free from the terrifying pressure. At this moment, a deep sense of dread engulfed Zhao Yuzhen. As the unfolding scene completely shattered his perception of Su Qin, the force exerted upon him was unprecedented in his lifetime. A chasm lay between them that seemed insurmountable. Su Qin had not even lifted a finger. Merely by virtue of his own immense presence, he rendered Zhao Yuzhen incapable of bearing the burden. Zhao Yuzhen's eyes blazed with fury, his body thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to escape. The peachwood sword in his hand shattered into 2 pieces as it struck the ground. Su Qin remained unperturbed, gazing intently at the kneeling Zhao Yuzhen. With a mere flicker of his mind, Su Qin's figure manifested before Zhao Yuzhen in an instant. He raised a foot and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Yuzhen's chest. A resounding blast echoed, and Zhao Yuzhen's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, retreating with blood spraying from his mouth as if it were free of cost. The onlookers were struck with an inexplicable horror. A renowned sword immortal, a master of the celestial realm, now resembled a beggar. Zhao Yuzhen had already fallen to his knees. His meticulously tailored robes in tatters, and his headband had vanished without a trace, leaving his long hair disheveled around him. Just as the crowd remained in stunned silence, Su Qin had no intention of sparing Zhao Yuzhen. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a sword chant from the heavens resonated, followed by the buzzing of countless long swords. Clang, clang, clang. The 7 stars dragon abyss emanated an overwhelming sword intent, as if it could slice through the very sky. The united chorus of swords resembled a tribute to a sovereign. Even Li Hani's Iron Horse of the Ice River and Zhao Yuzhen's Azure Sky sword were not exempt from this symphony. The sounds of the swords rang out like a sacred pilgrimage, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. Li Hani stood frozen, utterly transfixed, staring at the radiant sword energy that shone like the sun. This sword energy differed from the previous sacred spirit sword technique, exhibiting a distinct form. It is known that the path to greatness is simple, leading to the same conclusion by different means. It cannot be said which is superior or inferior. Rather, they are simply different expressions of power. Both the overwhelming sword energy and the sacred spirit sword technique possess their respective strengths, yet they are not entirely alike. This very point left Li Hani in a state of profound shock, as the overwhelming sword energy resonated more closely with his own sword path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming sword energy surged forth like a torrent of 1,000 swords, the howling sound sending shivers down the spines of all present. At this juncture, Zhao Yuzhen was consumed by relentless fear. He had once believed that his mastery of the 6th-rank celestial realm would easily crush Su Qin. Yet, he never anticipated that the situation would reverse, leaving him utterly powerless before Su Qin. The true fool, it seemed, was himself. This stirred a tinge of sorrow within the already proud Zhao Yuzhen. Had he been aware of Su Qin's formidable prowess, would he have approached Lingbao Mountain Manor with such fervor? The answer perhaps lay solely in the depths of his own heart. Suddenly, the words of his master, Su Qin, echoed in his mind. Until one attains the status of an earthly immortal, one must not leave Qingqing Mountain. Otherwise, calamity will surely befall them. With life and death hanging by a thread. So it was. He strained to open his eyes wide, yearning for one last glimpse of the enchanting woman who had captured his heart at first sight. Yet, his vision was engulfed by a torrent of sword energy, and in his final moments, his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chapter 143. The Realm of Land Immortals. Before Zhao Yuzhen could entertain many thoughts, he was utterly engulfed in the torrent of myriad swords. Zhao Yuzhen, merely a humble figure, was obliterated by the onslaught of swords, vanishing as if he had never existed. This epitomized true annihilation, with not even a trace of blood remaining, all evaporated by Su Qin's formidable energy. All gazes turned towards Su Qin, their faces frozen in astonishment. One of the 5 great sword immortals of the North Li dynasty had perished in such a manner. He had been slain without the slightest chance of resistance, leaving not even a remnant behind. A collective gasp of reverence filled the hearts of the spectators towards Su Qin. At that moment, Li Hani stood rooted in place, the tumult within his heart refusing to subside. Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Su Qin surveyed the crowd, the coldness on his face dissipating as he offered a slight smile. Esteemed guests, let not such trifles dampen our spirits. With that, he addressed the still-dazed master of ceremonies behind him, commanding, continue the wedding. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, the attendees, who had been overwhelmed by his decisive ruthlessness, finally exhaled in relief. Smiles gradually returned to their faces, though the awe in their eyes remained undiminished. Su Qin's status within the realm of the great song had long been unassailable. Following this incident, the onlookers gained a renewed understanding of Su Qin's prowess. Zhao Yuzhen was no nameless individual. He was among the elite in the northly martial world. Yet, under Su Qin's hand, he had been rendered utterly powerless, not even having the opportunity to draw his sword. Su Qin was not inherently bloodthirsty. However, Zhao Yuzhen had inadvertently touched upon Su Qin's forbidden scale. A dragon possesses a scale that, when touched, brings certain death. This was the principal reason behind Su Qin's merciless action. As Su Qin donned his ceremonial attire once more, the wedding resumed, while Zhao Yuzhen, now transformed into a mist of blood, was disregarded by all. Li Hani observed Su Qin, who continued the wedding with a sense of awe. The overwhelming sword energy radiated like a great sun, commanding the submission of countless swords. Li Hani pondered how such a lecherous man could fathom such extraordinary sword energy. Was everything merely superficial? Did the sword reside solely within the heart? As long as one harbored the sword within, could one comprehend the supreme sword path? Li Hani incessantly questioned himself. The wedding ceremony proceeded as usual for all present. The earlier spectacle was but a fleeting interlude, particularly for the bride, Lianxing, who was no mere ornamental figure, having presided over the Yihua Palace for many years. Ultimately, under the blessings of all, the couple completed the necessary wedding rituals and gradually disappeared from view. In the bridal chamber, Su Qin gently lifted the red veil from Lianxing's head. A breathtakingly beautiful face came into view, adorned with a plum blossom mark upon her brow, adding an enchanting allure. Even Su Qin was momentarily mesmerized, his eyes filled with a look of infatuation. Seeing the adoration reflected in her beloved's gaze, Lianxing's heart swelled with sweetness. "Xinger, you are truly beautiful," Su Qin exclaimed with genuine admiration. At that moment, Lianxing was breathtakingly exquisite. Her porcelain-white skin appeared even more alluring under the flickering candlelight. "My dear husband, the night has grown late. Perhaps we should retire early," Lianxing said, her face adorned with a bashful expression. Hearing this, Su Qin smiled softly, then waved his hand to extinguish the candle, instantly transforming the atmosphere within the room into one laden with intimacy. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Lianxing. Gained a century's worth of cultivation and a divine brewing technique. The following morning, Su Qin awoke early, as was his custom, gazing at the still sleeping Lianxing. A tender glimmer passed through his eyes. He gently kissed her forehead before quietly rising and leaving the room. In the training grounds, Su Qin stood in the center, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. "System, I wish to receive my cultivation." In an instant, a colossal torrent of internal energy surged within Su Qin. The Tai Xian Jing within him reacted as if it had caught a whiff of something enticing, operating fervently to envelop and devour the century's worth of cultivation. Though the energy was immense, it paled in comparison to the Tai Xian Jing. Within mere breaths, the century's worth of internal power was refined and transformed into Su Qin's strength, settling within his energy sea. With the acquisition of this cultivation, Su Qin's energy sea seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. He introspected calmly, observing the changes within him, feeling an awakening. With 2 more centuries of cultivation, I shall ascend to the realm of earthly immortals. Is it not accurate to say that my strength is now a half step into that realm? Su Qin possessed a clear understanding of his own power. Although the outside world did not define this realm in such a manner, the addition of a century's worth of cultivation undeniably enhanced Su Qin's abilities significantly. Su Qin understood that only by truly breaking through to the realm of earthly immortals would he experience the freedom to soar as high as the heavens. Suppressing his excitement, he murmured, "System, continue to receive." In comparison to a century's worth of cultivation, Su Qin held great anticipation for the divine brewing technique. Given the extraordinary nature of his previous top-tier brewing skills, one could only imagine how wondrous the divine level would be. As soon as Su Qin's words fell, an overwhelming influx of information surged into his mind. With the foundation of his top-tier brewing skills, Su Qin absorbed the divine brewing technique with remarkable swiftness. Various precious recipes, brewing secrets, and an abundance of techniques related to brewing flooded his consciousness, intensifying the joy on Su Qin's face. Indeed, there exists a divine wine capable of enhancing the qualities of a fetus. With his extensive familiarity with brewing, Su Qin had long speculated that reaching the divine level might yield such miraculous wines. As expected, upon assimilating all the information, Su Qin discovered the brewing formula he sought, the Yijin Huangguo wine. The efficacy of this elixir closely aligns with one's expectations. It is said that at the moment of conception, if the mother consumes this wine, its miraculous properties can alter the innate qualities of the fetus. Su Qin's fervent anticipation of the elixir's formula is primarily tied to the rewards bestowed by the system. 4. Should the offspring possess superior qualities, the rewards he receives will be exponentially greater than before. A fiery passion ignites within Su Qin, for this enhancement promises an infinite future. Undoubtedly, this will significantly bolster Su Qin's future capabilities. It is noteworthy that Su Qin's offspring cultivation plan has gradually gained momentum. With the imminent arrival of Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's child, the timing of this transformative elixir could not be more fortuitous. With it, Su Qin stands a remarkable chance of attaining the terrestrial immortal realm within 2 months. The mere contemplation of this prospect quickens Su Qin's breath. Chapter 144. Such humiliation. We shall remember it well certainly. Within this divine brewing technique, there exists not merely this one astonishing concoction. There are also lethal poisons capable of slaying celestial beings, as well as mesmerizing elixirs that ensnare the mind. The myriad miraculous effects left Su Qin utterly astounded, eliciting exclamations of wonder. To be evaluated by the system as possessing divine-level skills is indeed impressive. It can be said that this reward has firmly established a solid foundation for Su Qin's long-term development. Stretching leisurely, a look of satisfaction adorned Su Qin's visage. Having united in matrimony with Lianxing, his next endeavor was to assist her in restoring her innate powers. He held confidence in this, for with the joyous divine arts at his disposal, even in her current state of complete powerlessness, she could regain her strength in a short span of time. Such dual cultivation techniques are notably benevolent towards the weaker party, while Su Qin diligently toiled within the confines of his estate, relishing life. The external world had already become a tempest of turmoil. Zhao Yuzhen, the esteemed leader of the Qingqing Mountain and one of the 5 sword immortals of the Northern Li dynasty, had been slain by an obscure youth. The news, once disseminated, sparked considerable commotion. It is worth noting that Su Qin's rise was remarkably swift, such that many factions within the dynasties had yet to hear his name. This explains why the tidings of Zhao Yuzhen's demise caused such an uproar. Particularly within the Northern Li dynasty, many found the news incredulous. However, upon further verification, they were astonished to discover that Qingqing Mountain had peculiarly closed its gates, leading the martial world of Northern Li to recognize the gravity of the situation. As the instigator of this incident, Qingqing Mountain's decision to shut its gates at such a crucial moment was undoubtedly a harbinger. In an instant, the various factions within the Northern Li dynasty were left in a state of profound shock. Su Qin's name had indeed spread throughout Northern Li and beyond to other dynasties. It is significant to note that not only Zhao Yuzhen, but even Li Hani, who had previously sought to challenge the world with his sword, had succumbed to Su Qin and become his sword attendant. What did this signify? 2 of the 5 sword immortals from the Northern Li dynasty had already fallen to Su Qin. Such achievements are nothing short of magnificent. Who exactly is this Su Qin? This is the question that occupies the minds of all in the martial world across the various dynasties. For one must recognize that the renowned martial artists of yore, the masters of the Jianghu, were all seasoned veterans, having devoted their lives to combat. Yet, Su Qin's ascent seems to have materialized in an instant, emerging at the pinnacle from the very outset. Moreover, influential figures with far-reaching connections have scrutinized Su Qin's accomplishments since his debut, only to be astounded to discover that he has faced not a single defeat. Although Su Qin has encountered few battles, they have all been with individuals of extraordinary prowess within the Song dynasty. Furthermore, while the strength of those who opposed Su Qin varied, the outcome remained consistent. They all became stepping stones upon his path to the summit. Even so, this alone does not account for the widespread astonishment. To this day, the news has spread that 2 of the 5 great sword immortals from the Northern Li have been defeated by Su Qin, one killed on the spot and the other taken as a sword attendant. This revelation has left the crowd in utter astonishment, particularly in the cities of Shuiyue and Qingqing Mountain of the Northern Li dynasty. Seated across from each other were the elder brother, by Li Dongjun, and the 3rd disciple, Xikong Changfeng. Beside them was a bright and lively young woman, pouring wine for the 2. She was Sikong Qianluo, the daughter of Sikong Changfeng. At this moment, Sikong Changfeng gazed at his elder brother with disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that Su Qin could possibly be the reincarnation of a sword immortal?" Baili Dongjun gently shook his head, taking a sip from his cup before responding slowly, "It is not my assertion, but rather a hypothesis put forth by our master." Upon hearing this, the astonishment on Sikong Changfeng's face deepened. Renowned as the spear immortal, his prowess was unquestionable. However, he doubted his ability to strike down Zhao Yuzhen in a mere instant. The shock on Sikong Changfeng's face lingered, mingled with a trace of envy and melancholy. This explanation was the only plausible one. At such a young age, possessing such astonishing cultivation, how could it be otherwise? In fact, I suspect his current strength is not far from that of our master's realm. Hiss. At the elder brother's conjecture, the astonishment in Sikong Changfeng's eyes intensified. Meanwhile, Sikong Qianluo, curious, inquired, "What realm does our ancestor occupy?" "You need only to know that it is a realm infinitely close to invincibility. You are not yet qualified to grasp such matters. Knowing them too early would be detrimental to your cultivation. Do you understand?" Sikong Changfeng's expression became serious as he addressed Sikong Qianluo. Afterward, he turned back to Baili Dongjun and continued, "Regardless, with Zhao Yuzhen's demise, Qingqing Mountain will undoubtedly seek retribution." Unbeknownst to him, Sikong Qianluo was sticking out her tongue and making a small face at his back. Baili Dongjun shook his head slightly and remarked, "Zhao Yuzhen's master, the previous head of Qingqing Mountain, had once stated that Zhao Yuzhen was not to descend the mountain until he attained the earthly immortal realm. Yet, when our junior sister inquired after him, he fell head over heels, and upon learning that she had been taken as Su Qin's sword attendant, he recklessly descended the mountain to the Great Song. It is said that he arrived on the very day of Su Qin's wedding, where Su Qin kindly advised him. But Zhao Yuzhen lost his composure over matters concerning our junior sister. His inappropriate words during the wedding led to his tragic demise. Alas, the affliction of love can be deadly. However, I have heard that Qingqing Mountain has closed its gates. Indeed, they have shut their gates. But it remains unknown what they are scheming. After their conversation, both fell into a prolonged silence, while Sikong Qianluo's eyes darted around, lost in thought. At this moment on Qingqing Mountain, many disciples wore mourning attire, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Before them lay a coffin, containing only some garments that Zhao Yuzhen had worn in life. Zhao Yuzhen had long since turned to ash. And now Qingqing Mountain could only prepare a ceremonial burial mound in his honor. With the death of the sect leader, Qingqing Mountain found itself leaderless. A situation that filled us with deep shame, a sentiment we shall forever hold in our hearts. By unanimous decision of the Elder Council, the mountain gates shall be closed from this day forth, awaiting the return of our venerable leader to restore order. All disciples of Qingqing Mountain are strictly forbidden from venturing outside. An elderly man, clad in a Taoist robe and exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, spoke solemnly. The disciples complied with a resolute response, their demeanor grave. Chapter 145, Shackles and Burdens. The venerable master Su Qin, the mentor of Zhao Yuzhen, had commenced his seclusion after leaving behind a critical remark regarding Zhao. Prior to entering this retreat, his prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. This period of seclusion served the purpose of transcending the final barrier, aiming to attain the status of a terrestrial immortal. This was indeed the true ace up the sleeve of Qingqing Mountain. Once he achieved the state of a terrestrial immortal, no matter how extraordinary Su Qin may be, he would appear as inconsequential as a mere chicken or dog before the might of a terrestrial immortal. Consequently, the repercussions stemming from Zhao Yuzhen's demise would be entirely eradicated. It could be said that Su Qin represented the last glimmer of hope for the people of Qingqing Mountain, who collectively placed their faith in him, wishing for him to successfully break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals and redeem their past disgrace. Meanwhile, the winds of change stirred within the Baili dynasty. While Su Qin, situated far away at the Lingbao mountain villa of the Great Song, remained blissfully unaware. The death of Zhao Yuzhen held no weight in Su Qin's heart. After all, one who wanders the martial world must inevitably face blades of adversity. This is a truth well known to all who navigate the complexities of the Jianghu. Yet, even with this understanding, Su Qin could not help but scoff at the notion. Would he fear being remembered by others? The answer was a resounding no. His sole focus was on relentlessly enhancing his strength, trampling upon all adversaries who dared to challenge him. Ultimately, he envisioned shattering the void amid their anguished wails, ascending to the heavens in broad daylight, relishing their helplessness and disdain towards him. At present, Su Qin's aspirations were simple. He did not yearn for dominance over the entire Zhongwu continent, but rather desired the companionship of his beloved wives, exploring the vastness of the world together. What a delightful sensation that would be. However, Su Qin still found himself some distance from achieving that state. Thus he continued to toil diligently within the confines of the Lingbao mountain villa. At this moment, Su Qin gazed at the obstinate Li Han before him, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Please step aside. I still need to continue my cultivation with my wives. Upon hearing this, Li Han's face flushed crimson, fully aware of the implications behind Su Qin's mention of cultivation. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, yet she stubbornly remained in his path, refusing to budge. Regardless of whether Su Qin attempted to move left or right, she stood her ground. What is it that you truly desire? Su Qin asked helplessly, looking at Li Han. She pursed her lips, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on him, and spoke. I merely wish to understand what you mean by the sword path of affection. Taken aback by her inquiry, Su Qin's heart leaped with joy. He had indeed mentioned this concept before, but whether it held true was a matter of personal interpretation. The principle that myriad paths converge toward a singular truth was well understood by him. Yet, it appeared that Li Han had fallen into a conundrum. Su Qin's statement had certainly been made with ulterior motives. This stunning beauty before him was none other than the renowned Snow Moon Sword Fairy of Bailey. How could he possibly wish for her to merely serve as his sword attendant? His true desire was for this illustrious Snow Moon Sword Fairy to become a cherished member among his many wives. This statement is merely intended to evoke curiosity, thereby shattering her merciless swordsmanship. In this manner, Su Qin can seize the opportunity to strategize against her. Observing Li Han gradually stepping into her own trap, Su Qin's heart swelled with joy. The essence of the emotional swordsmanship lies, naturally, in the sentiment itself. One must ponder, is the ultimate detachment truly devoid of emotion? That is merely your interpretation. Lack of emotion stems from your limited perspective. Let me pose a question. Do you care about the existence of ants? Li Han, deep in thought, responded in accordance with Su Qin's lead. No. Then, in the eyes of those ants, you are indeed an emotionless being. Another question. Do you care about the well-being of your closest kin? Of course. And if your master or senior brother were to be slain, what would you do? I would seek vengeance. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Han's eyes as she spoke resolutely. So, are you truly devoid of emotion? No. In this exchange of questions and answers, Li Han seemed to grasp something, yet simultaneously felt as though she had gained nothing at all. This left her in a state of emotional turmoil akin to the claws of a cat. Can you clarify your thoughts? How much clearer could it be? To harbor compassion. To aid the world, while acting mercilessly and regarding life as mere grass. This is the path to achieving unparalleled swordsmanship. Remember, even the Buddha possesses the wrath of a diamond, yet harbors a heart of compassion. Do you comprehend this principle? Li Han's expression transformed in surprise, as she stepped forward and grasped Su Qin's sleeve, exclaiming with fervor, are you suggesting that one can wield a merciless sword with a heart full of emotion? Su Qin, upon hearing this, merely smiled enigmatically, leaving Li Han standing there, puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, Li Han seemed to transcend time and space, returning to the inception of her swordsmanship journey. Memories of her initial enchantment with the sword flooded her mind. From that moment on, she became inseparable from her sword, cherishing it as if it were her very life. Yet, at some point, she had inexplicably lost that genuine joy she once felt. Her practice had turned mechanical. Although her innate talent, strength, and insights into the sword had enabled her to progress rapidly, she felt she had lost the most vital essence. She recalled that in the beginning, each breakthrough in her sword technique would ignite her excitement. At that time, she could perceive the joy emanating from the sword, resonating with her own emotions. This connection had made her sword a lifelong companion. Each practice session brought forth new insights, allowing her to feel the sword's empathy, sharing in her happiness and sorrow. However, as time elapsed, that sensation gradually faded. Although Li Han could still sense the feelings conveyed by her sword, the richness of those earlier experiences had diminished. It was only at this moment that Li Han experienced a profound realization. Why was it that, as her prowess increased, her comprehension of swordsmanship seemed to lag? It turned out that I had lost the tranquil state of mind I once possessed. Now, I find myself excessively pursuing a state of calmness akin to still waters. A mind free of distractions is indeed a realm of enlightenment. Yet it does not equate to being devoid of emotions. At this moment, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon Li Han. What Su Qin referred to as the emotional swordsmanship was precisely this. Li Han stood rooted in place, the nostalgia in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a joy born of newfound clarity. As he gazed at Su Qin's receding silhouette, Li Han murmured to himself, I comprehend your meaning now. The emotional sword is not truly emotional, and the emotionless sword is not genuinely devoid of emotion. The essence of swordsmanship and the heart of the sword should not be dictated by the sword itself, but by oneself. though the sword is indeed a lifelong companion. It should not serve as a shackle or burden. With each word, the brilliance in Li Hani's eyes grew ever more dazzling. Chapter 146, Standing Heron, and it was only at this moment that Li Hani recalled the words of his master, Li Changsheng, who had once imparted similar wisdom to him. At this juncture, Su Qin's realm surpassed that of Li Hani by several degrees. Although his dedication to the sword was not as profound as Li Hani's, his perception was exceptionally keen, allowing him to discern the issues that plagued Li Hani. Though Su Qin merely hinted at these matters, Li Hani, endowed with innate talent and intelligence, effortlessly extracted deeper meanings from his words. Coupled with his master's teachings, Li Hani felt as though he had received a sudden enlightenment. Despite this newfound clarity, Li Hani's understanding remained incomplete. He hastily rose to pursue Su Qin's retreating figure. Just as Su Qin arrived at the back courtyard, Li Hani intercepted him once more. Observing the subtle transformation in Li Hani's demeanor, Su Qin's expression shifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young lady possesses an extraordinary understanding. To glean such insight from mere words is remarkable. Please, master, teach me, Li Hani implored upon encountering Su Qin, discarding any hesitation as she bowed respectfully. Her perception of Su Qin had undergone a significant transformation, and now he appeared to her imbued with an aura of mystery that captivated her. However, Li Hani's thoughts were singularly focused on the pursuit of the highest realm of swordsmanship. My path may not be suitable for you, Su Qin replied. I bear the weight of many aspirations. The more I am tethered by concerns, the more fervent and pure my convictions become. I believe that the essence of the sword is to protect, to safeguard those and that which one cherishes, while also preserving the initial intention behind one's sword practice. Only then can one attain the supreme path of the sword. The brilliance in Li Hani's eyes intensified, shining ever more brightly. Protect? Indeed. When she first began her sword practice, her thoughts were driven by a desire to traverse the world, cutting through all injustices. She aimed to defend what she held dear from being easily taken away by others. Having realized this, she pondered what was truly worth protecting now. Was it Shuyu city? No. Her fellow disciples? Not that either. A multitude of individuals and matters closely related to her flashed through her mind, only to be swiftly filtered out. Suddenly, a figure appeared vividly in her heart, a figure clad in white, with a smile gracing his lips, handsome and charismatic, his prowess unmatched. It was Su Qin. The moment this image surfaced in Li Hani's heart, an inexplicable sentiment blossomed within her. Unbeknownst to her, the seed that Su Qin had sown in her heart began to sprout and flourish at that moment. Su Qin, having noticed the change in Li Hani's expression, realized that she was likely to succumb to his influence. From that day forth, Li Hani began to deliberately avoid Su Qin. Su Qin paid little heed to this, no longer insisting that she remain by his side as before. Now that the seed had taken root, it was best to allow it ample time to grow. Li Hani's perspective on Su Qin was gradually shifting. Meanwhile, Su Qin continued to leisurely spend her days at the estate with the various ladies. Notably, the joyous divine art proved effective in alleviating Lian Xing's injuries, which moved Lian Xing to tears. Regardless of the circumstances, the restoration of her cultivation was of utmost importance, and upon realizing the benefits of the joyous divine art, she became utterly engrossed in it. Her obsession elicited soft giggles from the ladies. Although they teased Lian Xing, they secretly felt delighted that she was regaining her strength. However, this process of recovery was accompanied by endless allure. One day, Su Qin approached Lian Xing with a smile playing on her lips. Xinger, I have wonderful news to share. Lian Xing, puzzled, inquired, what is this good news? Is it that my husband will not play tricks on me like last time, leading to my sister's mockery? In response, Su Qin affectionately pinched Lian Xing's cheek and said, it pertains to your sister. At this, Lian Xing trembled slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Ever since Lian Xing had confided her feelings to Su Qin, Su Qin sensed that matters were not as Lian Xing had presumed. Thus, he sent someone to the Jianghu of the Ming dynasty to gather information regarding the Yihua Palace. Now that news had returned, Su Qin was elated to find Lian Xing and relay the message. The reason you have not received a response from your sister is primarily because she has entered seclusion. According to my inquiries, it seems she has made a breakthrough in her strength and secluded herself shortly after your departure, issuing strict orders against any disturbances. Indeed, Su Qin's efforts were twofold: to help alleviate Lian Xing's emotional turmoil and, perhaps, to harbor some personal intentions. Naturally, Lian Xing was unaware of this. Upon hearing the news, Lian Xing wept tears of joy. Is it true? Although my sister is strict with me, she is my only kin in this world. Her sister's significance in her heart was beyond measure. Absolutely, would I ever deceive you? Su Qin gazed tenderly at Lian Xing, whose face was stained with tears, and gently embraced her. In that moment, Lian Xing was no longer the fearsome demoness of the Ming dynasty's Jianghu, but merely a delicate woman cradled in Su Qin's arms. As time passed, Su Qin's life returned to tranquility. His primary concern now was to quietly await the birth of Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's child. Additionally, Su Qin discreetly ordered the 4 elite assassins to closely monitor every movement within the Ming dynasty's Jianghu, investigating prior anomalies and narrowing down the scope of their inquiries. During this time, Li Hani seemed to have fallen into a certain state, shutting herself away in pursuit of a breakthrough. Su Qin remained unconcerned, for it was said that one must endure trials to achieve stability. He understood that Li Hani's current state was precarious, crossing through would lead to a broad path ahead, while failure would plunge her into an abyss. Su Qin's calm demeanor stemmed from his confidence. He knew that as long as he was present, Li Hani would be safe from any peril. Just as Su Qin believed that life would continue until the birth of his 2 offspring, an unexpected visitor appeared. Su Qin sat regally upon his high chair, casting a disdainful gaze upon the individual kneeling before him. This person was Ding Chuanqiu, whom Su Qin had dispatched to seek out Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. "Have you news of your 3rd and 4th master?" Su Qin inquired. Ding Chuanqiu buried his head deeply into the ground, his body trembling slightly. The reason was simple. The pressure exerted by Su Qin was overwhelming. Particularly during his recent return to the Song dynasty, he had heard numerous astonishing tales of Su Qin's exploits. He had vanquished the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, even taking him as a sword attendant, and had slain Zhao Yuzhen, one of the 5 great sword immortals, leaving no trace of his remains. Each of these deeds sent shivers down Ding Chuanqiu's spine. Chapter 147. Tianshan. Upon hearing Su Qin's inquiry, Ding Chuanqiu hurriedly responded, "Respected alliance leader, I am but a mere fool and have failed to locate the 3rd and 4th masters." Su Qin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure as he uttered a soft hum. Ding Chuanqiu instantly felt a chill creeping up from his core. "Allow me to finish, alliance leader," he continued. "Though I have not found the 3rd and 4th masters, I bring news of my senior martial uncle." At this, Su Qin's demeanor softened somewhat. Ding Chuanqiu sensed a release of tension and, without hesitation, elaborated, "My senior martial uncle wishes to invite you to Tianshan. He has even promised to offer the entirety of Lingzhou Palace in exchange for your assistance in treating his injuries." Su Qin's eyebrows arched with intrigue upon hearing this. He was well aware of Wu Xingyun's cultivation of the unparalleled technique, the 6 harmonies and 8 desolations, and understood the particularities of this art. It was evident that something had gone awry during Wu Xingyun's practice, prompting Ding Chuanqiu to deliver this message. "Did Wu Xingyun send you?" Su Qin inquired. "Yes, alliance leader." Ding Chuanqiu replied rapidly. "The situation is complex. He cannot come in person and has sent me to beseech you to visit Tianshan." Recognizing the validity of Ding Chuanqiu's words, Su Qin nodded slightly, confirming his earlier suspicions. He then fell into a contemplative state. It was crucial to note that the woman known as the Tianshan Tong Lao was not a trivial character. However, it would be disingenuous to claim that Su Qin harbored no interest in her. Furthermore, the 4 maidens of Wu Xingyun were renowned for their extraordinary beauty, making the venture appear worthwhile. Su Qin, having a firm grip on the entire Jianghu of the Great Song, found himself less interested in the bargaining power of the Lingzhou Palace and more captivated by Wu Xingyun herself. Nevertheless, he resolved to first assess the situation before making any decisions. With his current standing, he could have his pick of any woman he desired. With this thought in mind, Su Qin finally spoke. "Very well, I shall make the trip to Tianshan." As soon as the words left his lips, a silver light emanated from him, swiftly darting towards Ding Chuanqiu, piercing his body before he could react. Ding Chuanqiu felt a sudden numbness wash over him, and he observed the insidious toxins within him dissolving at a visible pace. Just as joy began to surface on his face, he heard Su Qin's cold voice resume. "This is what I promised you. You may retrieve the silver needle in 3 days. Now be gone." Su Qin waved his hand dismissively at Ding Chuanqiu, as if shooing away a fly. Despite his disdain for Ding Chuanqiu, Su Qin would not renege on this matter. After all, the latter's betrayal of his own masters was of no concern to him. From his current position, such trivial matters were beneath his notice. He merely wished for the development of the Song dynasty's martial world to be positive, beneficial, and uplifting. Upon hearing this, Ding Chuanqiu's expression brightened with delight, revealing a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be harmless. Just as he was about to utter some sycophantic words, he noticed Su Qin's gentle wave of the hand, which startled him to the point where he dared not release even a sound, retreating with his tail tucked between his legs. It was not until he had exited Lingbao Mountain Manor that Ding Chunxiu finally exhaled a long breath. A gentle breeze swept by, and he felt an immediate chill on his back. At that moment, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his back had already been drenched in cold sweat. A singular thought dominated his mind. This place was truly unfit for human habitation, and unless absolutely necessary, he resolved never to return. Ding Chunxiu had been thoroughly intimidated by Su Qin. The overwhelming sense of pressure and suffocating sensation had left him exceedingly uncomfortable. However, this was hardly surprising. For although Su Qin did not specifically direct his oppressive aura at Ding Chunxiu, the latter's attitude towards him had already instilled an unbearable weight. Little did Ding Chunxiu know, he had already resolved in his heart to return and inform the group at the Starry Sea to mind their own affairs, lest they inadvertently provoke the ill favor of Lingbao Mountain Manor and incur Su Qin's wrath, thereby bringing about unwarranted misfortune upon themselves. Su Qin, of course, was oblivious to Ding Chunxiu's thoughts, and even if he were aware, it would bear no consequence upon him. Seated in the main hall, Su Qin did not rise immediately after Ding Chunxiu's departure. Instead, he remained in contemplation for a moment before making his way to the back courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries with the various ladies, he prepared to personally pilot the mechanical bird towards Tianshan. The distance between Lingbao Mountain Manor and the Lingjiu Palace in Tianshan was considerable, and even the swiftest steed would require a significant amount of time for a round trip, not to mention the exhaustion it would bring. With the mechanical bird at his disposal, it became as convenient and swift as a private jet of the past. The ladies bid farewell to Su Qin as they saw him off, waving with reluctance as the mechanical bird ascended into the sky, shrinking into a distant black. Among those who shared in this bittersweet farewell was Li Hani, who had long secluded herself from the world. Upon learning of Su Qin's impending departure, the feelings of longing and melancholy within her were undeniable. In a fleeting moment, Li Hani seemed to grasp the truest sentiments of her heart. Su Qin piloted the mechanical bird into the heavens, quickly orienting himself towards Tianshan and setting off at great speed. Although the mechanical bird could not be compared to airplanes of the past, it was indeed far more efficient than any contemporary means of travel. Su Qin soon arrived at Tianshan, gazing upon the vast mountain range that stretched between the Song and Ming dynasties, and could not help but exclaim in awe. The breathtaking view of Tianshan from above left even someone as seasoned as Su Qin momentarily speechless. I seem to recall that Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong acquired their respective martial arts legacies here, did they not? The absorbing skills technique? According to the intelligence relayed by the four great assassins, the suspicions surrounding Zhu Taidan are indeed considerable. The moment Su Qin beheld the Tianshan Mountains, he was reminded of the reports from the four great assassins. After inwardly cautioning himself, he did not dwell on it further. Once he had determined the direction of Lingjiu Palace, Su Qin guided his puppet bird in a swift descent. Although it was Su Qin's first visit, he was aware that Lingjiu Palace was situated atop the ethereal peaks of Tianshan, perpetually shrouded in mist, and it firmly held sway over the martial factions in the southeastern region. Contemplating this, Su Qin couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity towards Wu Xingyun. Chapter 148. Victory is within reach. As the mist dissipated, a luxurious palace emerged before Su Qin atop the ethereal peak. A hint of awe welled up within him. Yet, at that very moment, flames erupted from within the palace, and the cacophony of battle cries echoed deafeningly, reaching even Su Qin, ensconced within the puppet bird, with unsettling clarity. Charge the spirit vulture palace. Capture Wu Xingyun alive. The fervent shouts reverberated, urging everyone forward to seize Wu Xingyun, procure the antidote to the life and death talisman, and claim the spirit vulture palace. The palace was ablaze, and throngs of martial arts masters surged towards it. The sounds of clashing swords, shouts, and anguished wails filled the air. Among these assailants were the many adept warriors from the 36 caves and 72 islands, once subservient to the might of Wu Xingyun within the spirit vulture palace. The palace held absolute power over their lives and deaths, a power rooted in Wu Xingyun's unparalleled strength and the life and death talisman he wielded. For those who dared to defy him, death was but a distant luxury. These martial artists, though courageous and unafraid of death, were ultimately haunted by the terror of the life and death talisman. Once implanted, its activation brought an unbearable itch, rendering life a torment worse than death, an agony that sent chills down one's spine at mere thought. Thus, as rumors circulated that Wu Xingyun's strength had been severely diminished due to a backlash during his cultivation, the idea of overthrowing the spirit vulture palace began to take root. The fervent calls of the warriors echoed across the skies. The formidable presence of the 36 caves and 72 islands surged forth, driving the palace's maidens into retreat, their faces pale with fear. While the Spirit Vulture Palace was a formidable entity, its strength relied heavily on Wu Xingyun's prowess. With his absence, the palace's power waned by over 90%, leaving it vulnerable against such a multitude of skilled adversaries. Within the palace, the gravity of Wu Xingyun's condition was apparent. Morale plummeted. Conversely, the warriors from the 36 caves and 72 islands pressed forward with unyielding fervor. As the balance of strength shifted, the palace found itself precariously close to collapse. At the forefront of the palace's defense stood the four sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Wu Xingyun's loyal handmaidens. Their once vibrant faces were now pallid, devoid of their usual luster. Though their resolve remained steadfast, they were clearly at their limits, struggling to hold the line. Were it not for the sisters' valiant efforts to fend off the onslaught of martial artists, the Spirit Vulture Palace would have already fallen. As more figures succumbed to the fray, the four sisters, along with the few remaining palace maidens, retreated to the last great hall. Each bore injuries, yet their expressions were resolute. Behind them lay the sanctuary where Wu Xingyun recuperated, the pinnacle of the Spirit Vulture Palace. As the throngs of martial arts masters drew near, the sisters exchanged determined glances with the remaining maidens, their eyes reflecting a resolve to face their fate. What is the necessity of this? If you surrender the old mistress, we shall not trouble you. If the old mistress emerges to lift the death symbols from us, we vow to retreat and maintain peace henceforth. A menacing figure gazed upon the four sisters and the maids, coldly declaring his intent. This was undoubtedly a psychological tactic. The man appeared fearsome, lacking any subtlety. Yet his words and actions displayed remarkable cunning. No wonder he held the position of a leader among the 36 caves and 72 islands. Old Wu, your assault on Lingzhou Palace today is a grave offense. If you withdraw now, we can inform the old mistress to pardon you. Should you persist in your folly, beware the wrath of the old mistress, for she shall annihilate your entire clan. Having followed Wu Xingyun for many years, the four sisters were not easily intimidated and swiftly retorted against old Wu's threats. Upon hearing their response, a cruel smile crept across old Wu's face as he spoke. It seems you are unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even if the old mistress were to arrive in person, it would be futile. There is no need for further bravado on your part. We have come solely for the antidote to the death symbols. Surrender the antidote, and perhaps you may keep your lives, otherwise, humph. Preposterous. How dare you, in this sacred Lingzhou Palace, speak so arrogantly? Do you truly fear not the wrath of the old mistress? When she activates the death symbols, you shall find your existence a living hell, reduced to mere dogs. Begging for mercy, you insolent maid, do you still consider yourselves esteemed envoys? In my eyes, you are less than courtesans, akin to lost dogs, daring to utter such words? Upon hearing the mention of the death symbols, old Wu and his followers involuntarily trembled, aware that if they allowed this girl to continue, their resolve would soon falter. Old Wu understood that the deep-seated fear of the death symbols was the primary cause of their unease. The mere mention by this girl had revived their clarity of thought. After all, having been subservient to Lingzhou Palace for years, they had developed an instinctual dread of it. Thus, old Wu spoke to rekindle their fighting spirit. Victory was within reach, and if this girl's words shattered their alliance, instilling fear within them, their efforts would be in vain. Given the temper of Tianshan Tonglao and Wu Xingyun, none would escape unscathed. Although she would not indiscriminately slay everyone in her fury, the power of the death symbols was more terrifying than death itself. As the two sides engaged in a war of words, their expressions varied. Since you refuse to heed wise counsel, let us settle this with action. If you wish to breach the Great Hall today, you must step over our dead bodies. But old Wu, consider this. If we all perish, there shall be no one to lift the death symbols. The temperament of the venerable matriarch is something we understand all too well. Although she currently bears injuries, she is not someone you can easily intimidate. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric here. Simply capture that woman, and I possess myriad means to compel her compliance. At this moment, as the two factions stand in confrontation, within the grand hall behind the four sisters, a young girl, whose petite stature belies her striking presence, sits cross-legged upon a mat. Her face bears a weariness that is incongruous with her years. At this juncture, Wu Xingyun is overwhelmed with anguish, her heart racing with anxiety. Having made repeated attempts to forcibly channel her cultivation, all of which have proven futile, leaving her to collapse to the ground. Chapter 149. A true aesthetic connoisseur. The divine skill of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies is an exceedingly profound and remarkably arduous technique to cultivate. Even with Wu Xingyun's exceptional grace, Attaining its pinnacle remains an elusive endeavor. Previously, a momentary lapse during her training led to a misstep, confining her physical form to that of a young girl. Furthermore, her cultivation would inevitably dissipate entirely after a period of time. Presently, Wu Xingyun finds herself amidst this period of decline. No matter how fervently she strives, the once surging currents of her power yield no response. Could it be that today marks my downfall? Nevertheless, if that is the case, engaging in such futile endeavors bears no significance. Yet, Wu Xingyun murmurs to herself, her eyes betraying a flicker of resolve and ferocity. As the leader of the Lingjiu Palace atop the Miao Miao Peak, Wu Xingyun has navigated the turbulent waters of the martial world for many years. She has encountered storms of all kinds. Now, cornered by former subordinates, she harbors thoughts of mutual destruction. She is acutely aware that should she fall into the hands of these martial experts outside, the outcome would be more tormenting than death itself. With great effort, Wu Xingyun struggles to rise, her slender form appearing remarkably frail, yet exuding an unwavering aura of determination. This embodies the pride of a true warrior, preferable to die in battle than to languish in despair. After adjusting her somewhat oversized attire, she strides towards the Grand Hall's exit. Outside, the two factions, having endured a prolonged standoff, are gradually losing their patience. Coupled with the resolute stance of the four sisters, the individuals from the 36 caves and 72 islands grow increasingly agitated. Just as tensions mount and the maidens of the Lingjiu Palace prepare for a desperate confrontation, the Grand Hall's doors begin to open slowly. In an instant, all gazes converge upon the entrance. The frail and diminutive figure of Wu Xingyun emerges before them. Upon sighting her, the once menacing experts from the 36 caves and 72 islands exhibit expressions of alarm, instinctively retreating a step. Observing this reaction, a trace of disdain flickers across Wu Xingyun's youthful visage. Upon witnessing this smile, the leader, Wu Laoda, and his companions inexplicably flush with embarrassment. They recall Wu Xingyun's current predicament, feeling a surge of confidence as they bolster their spirits. Their earlier fears stemmed from years of genuine reverence for this Tianshan child empress. However, they now comprehend that Wu Xingyun, devoid of her former prowess, is akin to a toothless tiger. Moreover, with the situation reaching a critical juncture, there is no turning back. Resolute, Wu Laoda steps forward, ready to speak, when Wu Xingyun's icy voice pierces the air. Wu Laoda, have you contemplated the consequences of your presence here? Though the fierce tiger has grown weak, its remaining ferocity lingers. Upon hearing Wu Xingyun's youthful yet chilling tone, Wu Laoda and his companions are momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances, Wu Laoda steps forward once more, clasping his fists in respect. We pay our respects to the child empress. Today, we have come forth solely to lift the death curse upon us. We harbor no desire to irrevocably sever ties with Lingjiu Palace. Should Tong Lao agree to our request, we shall immediately descend the mountain with our companions. And in the future, we shall maintain a harmonious distance from Lingjiu Palace. How could Wu Xingyun, who has navigated the martial world for many years, possibly believe his deceitful words? Do you think me a mere child of 3? Wu Laoda, further words are futile. Today this affair is a matter of life and death. Do you still dare to hope for the antidote to the death curse? A foolish dream, Wu Xingyun proclaimed fiercely. Where do the loyalties of Lingjiu Palace lie? Here, my lord. A chorus of maidens responded sweetly. At this moment, Wu Xingyun no longer bore the sickly visage of before, her countenance now radiating an air of disdain. Annihilate all foes. Should you find yourselves outmatched, retreat at will. Fear not, for after your departure, I shall find my own means of escape. Grandma. Upon hearing this, the maidens understood that Wu Xingyun had resolved to face death. Their expressions turned sorrowful, their eyes misting with unshed tears. Just as the crowd contemplated further words, Wu Laoda's voice rang out. Today, none from Lingjiu Palace shall escape. Attack. With that, he charged forward, a fierce glint in his eyes as he advanced upon the women of Lingjiu Palace. Though comprised solely of women, Lingjiu Palace was not without its dignity. Despite Wu Xingyun's past strictness, she was fiercely protective of them. It was precisely this trait that compelled the women of Lingjiu Palace to fight to the death rather than abandon her. Seeing the resolute determination in their eyes, a flicker of comfort crossed Wu Xingyun's gaze. She then raised her head, unflinching, as numerous masters surged toward her. Tightly grasping a finely crafted dagger, she pondered the noble manner in which the powerful met their demise. How could she rely on another's hand? Slowly closing her eyes, she plunged the dagger toward her own delicate neck. At that perilous moment, a bird's cry resonated from the heavens above. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, all gazing skyward. A magnificent azure bird pierced through the clouds, hurtling toward them. Confusion spread among the crowd. The Tian Shan Mountains were seldom traversed by man. So how could such a fierce bird be present? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the next scene rendered them speechless. There stood a figure atop the bird's back, hands clasped behind, upright and exuding an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Legends of immortals in the Tian Shan Mountains were abundant, and many mistook this figure for a deity, stepping back in reverence. The expressions among the crowd varied. Shock, confusion, joy, and disbelief filled the air. The figure, clad in white, hovered gracefully, hands behind, descending toward the assembly. Wu Xingyun, a person of considerable discernment, recognized that this was no immortal. Nevertheless, astonishment flickered in her eyes. It was solely due to the dark blue bird beneath Su Qin's feet that she, with her knowledge and discernment, failed to identify its species. Moreover, the extraordinary agility and unparalleled cultivation of this figure were nothing short of astonishing. In truth, she had already formed some conjectures regarding the identity of the newcomer. That scoundrel, Ding Chuanxiu, had managed quite well this time. Indeed, the person approaching was none other than Su Qin. As she beheld the figure drawing closer, along with the increasingly distinct and handsome visage, Wu Xingyun felt as if something within her heart had been struck, causing an involuntary flutter. As a direct disciple of Wuyazi, adhering to the principle of the Shaoyao sect to only accept those of striking appearance, she was, to put it plainly, a confirmed aesthetic enthusiast. Now, upon encountering someone as extraordinarily attractive as Su Qin, an unusual sensation inevitably arose within her. Chapter 150. Indeed, as the rumors suggest. Lecherous as Su Qin's figure drew nearer, the crowd gradually recognized him. Given Su Qin's profound influence in the Song dynasty, it was nearly impossible not to know him. He descended gracefully from the sky, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lifted, exuding an air of compelling authority. Greetings, Alliance Leader. The martial artists from the 36 Caves and 72 Islands bowed in unison to Su Qin. Rise, Su Qin said slowly after surveying the gathering. Upon hearing his words, the attendees felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they gradually stood up. We were unaware of the Alliance Leader's visit and failed to offer a proper welcome. We hope for your understanding. Not at all, Su Qin replied, his expression remaining impassive upon hearing Wu Laoda's words. Wu Laoda, unsure of Su Qin's thoughts, tentatively inquired, might I ask if there is a particular matter regarding your sudden arrival at Tianshan? If I have matters to discuss, do I need to inform you? Su Qin's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp as he addressed Wu Laoda and the others. Although his tone was flat, the chilling aura emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of all present. You exaggerate, my lord. I dare not. Since you dare not, why do you not take your leave? Do you wait for me to request your departure? Su Qin swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes filled with disdain, speaking in a dispassionate tone. The many masters from the 36 Caves and 72 Islands were momentarily at a loss, a profound sense of helplessness rising within them. They were acutely aware of their own limitations in Su Qin's presence. They had no standing to refute him, though they felt reluctant. They could only swallow their grievances in silence. They were all too familiar with Su Qin's prowess and methods, instilling both fear and respect for such a formidable figure. We shall obey the Alliance Leader's command. Despite their reluctance to miss this opportunity, they understood that with Su Qin standing before them, any further action was out of the question. The maidens of Lingzhou Palace gazed at Su Qin with a hint of inexplicable admiration. Just a single utterance had sent numerous martial artists away in defeat. Such grandeur and charisma were remarkable indeed. It was hardly their fault. Having resided atop Tianshan for so long, they were not well acquainted with the martial world. Although they were not strangers to Su Qin, they lacked the extensive knowledge that the people from the 36 Caves and 72 Islands possessed. The more they knew, the greater their reverence for Su Qin became. The upheaval of Lingzhou Palace unfolded in mere moments, yet Su Qin effortlessly dispelled it with a single phrase. Such strength and prestige were unparalleled in their lifetime. Even Wu Xingyun looked at Su Qin with astonishment. A mere casual remark had compelled these brash martial artists to bow in submission, an occurrence that was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the many masters from the 36 Caves and 72 Islands retreating, Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction regarding their awareness, which indeed spared him considerable trouble. Although Wu Laoda and the others harbored feelings of discontent, they dared not reveal even the slightest hint of it. At that moment, they heard Su Qin's calm voice resonating once more. You need only to return and wait patiently. Once this matter is concluded, the issue of the life and death talisman will naturally be resolved for you. Employing both kindness and severity is a hallmark of Su Qin's strategy. Furthermore, should he succeed in curing Wu Xingyun, these individuals would become his subordinates. Su Qin held no desire to manipulate others through means such as the life and death talisman. Initially believing that vengeance was unattainable, Wu Laoda and the others were instantly filled with joy upon hearing his words, promptly turning to kneel before Su Qin, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your benevolence. We vow to serve your command in the future." With just a few words, Su Qin earned their loyalty, prompting a contemplative expression from Wu Xingyun, who stood not far behind. Unfazed, Su Qin waved his hand, signaling that they could depart. Wu Laoda and the others then rose and slowly made their way down the mountain, their faces adorned with expressions of relief. They held great faith in Su Qin's words, having never witnessed him break a promise since his emergence in the world. Moreover, given Su Qin's remarkable medical skills and various extraordinary abilities, it was inconceivable that he would be incapable of handling something as trivial as the life and death talisman. The answer was, of course, negative. As Wu Laoda and the others departed, Su Qin turned to face the numerous maidens of Lingzhou Palace behind him. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your righteous intervention." Su Qin, already breathtakingly handsome, appeared even more extraordinary against the backdrop of his white attire, exuding an ethereal aura. The four sisters, captivated by Su Qin's striking presence, felt their hearts race, shyly bowing before him and expressing their gratitude. "Please rise. I merely acted on behalf of others, coming to Tianshan at an opportune moment. There is no need for you to feel burdened." As Su Qin regarded the maidens before him, his previous indifference faded, and a smile graced his lips. This caused the maidens to blush, and they hesitated to speak, stepping aside. At this moment, Wu Xingyun, originally shielded by the maidens, stepped forward. Wu Xingyun of Tianshan Lingzhou Palace respectfully welcomes the esteemed Alliance Leader. "Thank you for your great kindness." Although Wu Xingyun's face remained pale as paper, she maintained her composure and promptly bowed upon seeing Su Qin. While Su Qin had previously noted this divine child of Tianshan, he had not observed her closely. Now, standing so near, he examined Wu Xingyun in detail. Though she appeared as a young girl, slightly frail, her proportions were strikingly exaggerated. In the places that mattered, she was astonishingly ample, and where she should be curvaceous, she was exceptionally so. This physique presented an alluring shape, combined with her somewhat innocent visage, creating a surprising and unique temptation. Moreover, Wu Xingyun was undeniably more beautiful than any image Su Qin had encountered in his past life. Her beauty could be deemed exquisite. This seemingly incongruous amalgamation of traits manifested in Wu Xingyun, endowing her with an intriguing charm and contrast. Even someone as accustomed to beauty as Su Qin could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Conversely, Wxing found herself blushing under Su Qin's gaze, silently reflecting on his reputed lecherous nature. Su Qin was indeed the first to audaciously scrutinize her in such a manner. Apart from her family, disciples, and master, he stood as the first individual to dare such an indiscreet examination. Had anyone else dared to look upon her thus, they would have long since departed this mortal coil. Just as Wxing and Su Qin were engaged in their mutual appraisal, she suddenly experienced an overwhelming wave of dizziness. In the previous tense situation, her senses had not been as acute. Now, with the crisis averted and her mind at ease, the backlash from the supreme art of dominance surged upon her with even greater ferocity. Chapter 151. A realization yet to be understood at this moment. Wu Xingyun could no longer endure. Exhausted from prolonged exertion, she found her strength utterly depleted. In a moment of weakness, her vision blurred, and she began to collapse to the side. However, as she descended into weightlessness, she felt no contact with the ground. Instead, she was enveloped in a remarkably warm embrace that caught her gently. Wu Xingyun, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly regained her clarity. Her body stiffened involuntarily. Although she had embarked on her journey early, her domineering nature had prevented her from engaging in such intimate gestures with any man. This left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet she harbored no resistance. What is the leader doing? She wondered. Naturally, it is to heal your wounds. Feeling Su Qin's firm embrace, Wu Xingyun couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly, thinking, I see this as an opportunity to take advantage. By the way, is the price you mentioned through Ding Chunqiu still valid? She asked, instinctively pausing before recalling something, and without hesitation, she responded, though I am but a woman, I am a person of my word. As long as leader Su can tend to my injuries, I shall be entirely at your service. Not just for the sake of Lingzhou Palace, but for you as well. Entirely at my service, you say? Then, would you consider being my wife? I have stated that if you heal my injuries, I can promise you anything, Wu Xingyun replied, her face flushing deeper. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she spoke to Su Qin. Su Qin, who was not typically of such a nature, had initially approached with a mindset of observation. However, upon meeting Wu Xingyun, he found himself altering his perspective. Despite her fierce disposition, she resonated well with him, revealing her genuine character. Coupled with her striking qualities, Su Qin felt an undeniable attraction. Thus, he had ventured to test the waters with words, not anticipating her forthrightness, which surprised him. Yet, since Wu Xingyun had spoken so boldly, Su Qin found no further words necessary. He lifted her into his arms and proceeded toward the grand hall behind them. As the doors slowly closed, a group of palace maids outside stared in astonishment, their faces painted with disbelief. Although Wu Xingyun's consciousness remained relatively clear, her body was immobile, allowing Su Qin to carry her in such an embarrassing manner into the hall. She felt a mix of shyness and an exhilarating flutter in her heart. Wu Xingyun was a woman of passion, unafraid of love or hatred. While she was aware that Su Qin had many wives, this was not a concern for her. A man as rare as Su Qin, if he were to have but one wife, that would pique her curiosity. As for age, it was a consideration far removed from the thoughts of either party. There is no need to elaborate on Su Qin, having reached the realm of transcendent beings. Her lifespan extends to 200 years, while those known as terrestrial immortals may live up to 500. As for the extent of lifespan gained by shattering the void, that remains a mystery to all. Both Su Qin and Wu Xingyun are well aware of these matters. Wu Xingyun, after all, hails from a prestigious lineage. Although her master has long vanished from sight, he was indeed a grandmaster of his time. Thus, she had already been acquainted with these truths during her training. The reason she invited Su Qin to the mountain and staked her entire fortune as a wager is quite simple. This time, her backlash is more severe than any she has previously encountered. Although she has faced backlash on numerous occasions, this particular instance is unlike any other. One moment of carelessness could lead her soul to the underworld. It is precisely this peril that compels Wu Xingyun to gamble everything. Haha, since you say so, I shall not hold back. Su Qin responded with a smile upon hearing Wu Xingyun's words. Yet, as she gazed at Su Qin's smiling face, Wu Xingyun felt a flutter of anxiety and, with a hint of vulnerability, inquired, What do you intend to do? Despite her formidable reputation and domineering nature, Wu Xingyun is still a young maiden, and Su Qin's demeanor unnerved her. Seeing this, Su Qin could not help but chuckle inwardly. Just moments ago, she had exuded confidence. Yet now she appeared flustered. How could I possibly be afraid? Do not worry. Steady your breath and focus. I am preparing to heal you. With that, Su Qin gently positioned Wu Xingyun's delicate form upon the jade platform and took her seat opposite. Wu Xingyun began to calm her mind, attuning herself to her inner spirit. Observing this, Su Qin nodded to herself, recognizing this Wu Xingyun is indeed extraordinary. Although she presented herself as a mere girl, she possessed an innate poise that Su Qin greatly admired. In truth, Wu Xingyun had little choice. Her condition was dire, and Su Qin represented her final hope. Given her current state, seeking other medical assistance was no longer an option. Moreover, Su Qin's reputation as a miraculous healer is widely acknowledged, capable of reviving the dead and mending the broken. What need was there for hesitation? Despite their initial meeting, Su Qin's unparalleled grace had left an indelible impression on Wu Xingyun, fostering a sense of trust amidst their singular encounter. Once Wu Xingyun had adjusted her state, Su Qin ceased her hesitation and began to close her eyes, regulating her breath. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, clarity illuminating her gaze. With a flick of her fingers, streams of silver light surged forth, revealing fine silver needles, as delicate as hair. In an instant, these needles found their way to the key acupoints surrounding Wu Xingyun. At that moment, it seemed as though a peculiar connection was established between Su Qin and Wu Xingyun. The condition within Wu Xingyun manifested in Su Qin's mind like a holographic projection, vivid and detailed. It can be said that Su Qin's understanding of Wu Xingyun's internal condition has now surpassed that of Wu Xingyun himself. At this moment, Su Qin has discerned the reason behind Wu Xingyun's backlash from his own cultivation technique. It turns out that a crucial meridian in his dantian has been obstructed. This is merely the primary issue, compounded by years of cultivation and the latent dangers left by repeated backlashes. All of it has accumulated within Wu Xingyun's body, resulting in an explosive situation that is now utterly uncontrollable. In truth, healing Wu Xingyun's condition is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires an extraordinary master to realign his meridians using their own profound cultivation. by aiding him in restoring order to his chaotic energies. The flow of true qi would become smooth, thus alleviating the risk of further backlash. However, the challenge lies in the hidden injuries accumulated over the years by Wu Xingyun. Although the supreme skill of the 6 harmonies and 8 wastelands is indeed profound, it lacks the pathways to transcendence. Wu Xingyun still vividly remembers the words of his master, Xian Yaozi, filled with sighs. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but this technique does not possess the means to reach the celestial realm. Should you wish to transcend, it is essential that you comprehend it on your own. Chapter 152, The Woman Exclusively Belonging to Su Qin. Wu Xingyun, inherently proud and ambitious, devoted herself to arduous study following her previous setbacks, yearning for the day when she might grasp the opportunity to transcend the realm of mortals. However, fate proved unkind. Despite her unwavering confidence, she was left to navigate her path without guidance, ultimately leading to her efforts being in vain and her cultivation turning against her. Fortunately, her exceptional talent and strength allowed her to endure for many years. It was precisely for this reason that her cultivation remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage for an extended period. Had it not been for the flaws in her technique, she would have undoubtedly already ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Su Qin had fully comprehended Wu Xingyun's predicament and immediately ceased to hesitate. He focused his mind on the spiritual platform, instructing her to circulate her internal energy according to his guidance. He cautioned her, emphasizing the critical importance of maintaining her focus, for even the mightiest celestial beings would find it impossible to save her if she faltered. Upon hearing Su Qin's reminder, Wu Xingyun nodded slightly, observing her response. Su Qin issued a sharp command, and strands of silver light danced through the air, inscribing an intricate and profound pattern upon her. Utilizing the Ghost Gate 13 Needles technique to reverse the flow of yin and yang, Su Qin's pure internal energy surged into Wu Xingyun's body. Under his meticulous control, this refined energy charged toward the obstruction within her. In a state of introspection, Wu Xingyun recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly began to channel her energy according to the supreme technique of the 6 harmonies and 8 desolations. With Su Qin's precise guidance and formidable internal power bolstering her efforts, the blockage was swiftly cleared. Wu Xingyun instantly sensed the transformation within her. Her previously stagnant internal energy began to flow freely, surging with newfound vigor. Before she could fully revel in her relief, Su Qin's voice rang out with authority, reminding her that it was premature to celebrate, urging her to maintain her focus and resolve, as her willpower would be tested in the moments to come. Wu Xingyun was momentarily taken aback by his words, but Su Qin wasted no time, unleashing his profound cultivation to treat the hidden afflictions resulting from years of backlash. At this juncture, Wu Xingyun understood the reason behind Su Qin's repeated warnings. She could distinctly feel an escalating tingling sensation coursing through her body, initially faint but rapidly intensifying. In response, she steadfastly focused on her spiritual platform, maintaining her composure as her internal energy surged like a tidal wave. At that moment, she seemed to lose control over her own body, as waves of excruciating pain enveloped her. It felt as though half of her was scorched by fire while the other half languished in unyielding ice. The relentless agony assailed Wu Xingyun. Yet her years of experience in the martial world had cultivated an extraordinary resilience within her. Despite the torment, her delicate features bore the marks of suffering, yet she refrained from uttering a sound. Su Qin, witnessing her struggle, silently nodded in approval. It was not his intention to subject Wu Xingyun to such torment. Rather, he was considering the foundation of her future cultivation. Her potential was substantial, but the absence of guidance had hindered her progress. If the old ailments afflicting her are not eradicated at this moment, even if she is healed, she will remain forever unable to attain the celestial realm. Thus, Su Qin resorted to the extraordinary technique of the Ghostly Gate 13 Needles to treat her injuries. To ascend to the celestial realm, what are a few moments of suffering? As Su Qin's vital energy flowed continuously into Wu Xingyun's body, in conjunction with the miraculous effects of the Ghostly Gate 13 Needles, the long-standing ailments within her were gradually healed. After enduring the initial torment, Wu Xingyun suddenly felt a gentle warmth radiating from all parts of her body. This warmth gradually dispelled the pain that had plagued her for years. The sensation of complete relief caused Wu Xingyun to involuntarily emit a melodious and alluring moan, which brought an almost palpable silence to the room, as if a pin drop could be heard. It was only at this moment that Wu Xingyun became aware. Hastily opening her eyes to meet Su Qin's gaze, filled with mirth. Overcome with embarrassment, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Su Qin, understanding her discomfort, refrained from saying much and simply smiled as he encouraged her to sense the changes within her body. Prompted by his words, Wu Xingyun quickly settled into a meditative posture and turned her focus inward. Upon examining her inner state, she was astonished to perceive the profound depth of her internal strength and the broad, resilient meridians. Such medical skill is indeed rare in this world, almost divine. Wu Xingyun contemplated this marvel, feeling as though she were in a dream. Her gaze towards Su Qin was imbued with a complex mix of emotions: shock, admiration, gratitude, and an indescribable sentiment intertwined. At this moment, with her internal injuries healed and her strength restored to its zenith, her appearance had also undergone a notable transformation. Though she still resembled a young girl, she seemed to have grown taller, her complexion radiant once more. Suddenly, a flush of crimson graced her cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Even Su Qin found himself momentarily entranced by her allure. At this juncture, Wu Xingyun appeared to blend the purity of youth with a unique charm, evoking an irresistible allure in anyone who beheld her. Sensing Su Qin's gaze upon her, Wu Xingyun felt a rush of shyness and awkwardly spoke. "Why do you keep staring at me? I am merely admiring my own wife. Is there anything amiss?" Su Qin replied with a chuckle. At his words, Wu Xingyun blushed even deeper, fidgeting with the hem of her garment as she softly protested. "Who is your wife?" "You, of course. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? We had a pact. Once I healed your injuries, the entire Lingzhou Palace would belong to me, including you." "How annoying. Who said I would go back on my word?" Wu Xingyun began to retort, but was interrupted by Su Qin. "Since you admit it, then let us return to Lingbao Mountain Villa to wed. Shouldn't you inform your family first?" Although Wu Xingyun is indifferent to worldly customs and holds a certain affection for Su Qin, she harbors some concerns regarding the opinions of Su Qin's previous wives. Su Qin, well aware of Wu Xingyun's apprehensions, offered a gentle smile and reassured her, "You need not worry about this matter. They are all very kind, and I am certain you will get along splendidly with them. Moreover, with your charming and enchanting demeanor, they will surely take a liking to you." "Is that truly the case?" Wu Xingyun inquired. "Indeed it is." With Su Qin's affirmation, Wu Xingyun felt a sweetness in her heart, transforming her from the fearsome Tianshan child into a woman exclusively belonging to Su Qin. Chapter 153. The golden elixir is achieved, and the celestial beings emerge. Subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. According to Su Qin's wishes, they were to return to Lingbao Mountain Villa to consummate their marriage. However, the affairs of the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace still required Wu Xingyun's oversight. After much deliberation, it was decided that their wedding ceremony would take place atop the Tianshan Mountains. Despite the absence of well-wishers and grand festivities, both were indifferent to such trivialities. Once the arrangements were finalized, the couple exited the grand hall hand in hand. The numerous palace maids stationed at the entrance were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It was noteworthy that these maids had been by Wu Xingyun's side since childhood, and they had never witnessed anyone with extraordinary abilities approach her, let alone accompany her in such a manner. Previously, Su Qin had carried her into the hall solely due to Wu Xingyun's severe injuries. Now, however, with her complexion radiant and her aura profound, it was evident that she had regained her peak strength. Though they could not comprehend the situation, the maids spontaneously knelt and exclaimed in unison, "Congratulations, Palace Master, on your return to peak form." Wu Xingyun surveyed the kneeling maids with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips as she proclaimed, "Listen well, from this day forth, all of Lingzhou Palace shall address me differently." The maids exchanged puzzled glances. But Wu Xingyun continued unabated, "From now on, when you see me, you shall refer to me as Madame Yun. This esteemed individual beside me is the future master of Lingzhou Palace, my husband, Su Qin." Observing the maids rendered speechless by shock, Wu Xingyun raised an eyebrow and admonished, "Did you not hear my words clearly? Hurry and pay your respects to the master." The maids, snapping back to reality, quickly bowed once more in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to the master." Su Qin nodded slightly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Wu Xingyun, satisfied by this, nodded approvingly. "Very well. The official handover ceremony will occur after my wedding. For now, you are to begin preparations. Today, I shall wed my husband atop these Tianshan peaks." With that, she turned to her four handmaidens and inquired, "On this momentous day of my wedding, what do you think should be done?" The four sisters, Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu, exchanged shy glances before nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Wu Xingyun smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, Su Qin's heart was brimming with joy. He had harbored intentions regarding the four sisters even before arriving at Tianshan. He had been pondering how to include them, and now, with a mere utterance from Wu Xingyun. His dilemma was resolved. He understood the implications of her words. The four sisters had long been Wu Xingyun's attendants, devotedly serving her daily life. It was customary for the attendants to marry into the family of their master upon her wedding. Thus, Wu Xingyun's four handmaidens were bound by this fate, and it was evident they were fully aware of their destinies. Although it was not a mutual affection, the prospect of marrying Su Qin alongside Wu Xingyun was a desire shared by all four in their hearts. Su Qin's name resonated throughout the Song dynasty, and one could scarcely find a maiden untouched by his charm. With a decree from Wu Xingyun, the Lingzhou Palace became a hive of activity. Despite having recently endured a fierce battle, Su Qin and his companion remained indifferent to such concerns. Soon, the palace was adorned with red candles, warm drapes, and festooned with crimson paper. The palace maids wore smiles that illuminated their faces, for the celebration of the palace master's wedding was a joyous occasion indeed. The ceremony was refreshingly simple, as neither of the couple valued ostentation. Though modest, the effort put into the event was evident. The attendees, comprised solely of the palace maids, were filled with delight. As the officiating maid proclaimed, "Let us escort them to the bridal chamber." The couple walked slowly into their new life, under the envious gazes of the maids. At that moment, Wu Xingyun was overwhelmed by an extraordinary sensation. Until now, she had never truly experienced a heartfelt emotion. But the instant Su Qin appeared before her like a celestial being, she realized that her heart had been captivated by this young man she had just met. What followed seemed hasty yet entirely natural. Su Qin stepped forward and gently lifted Wu Xingyun's veil, their eyes locking in a silent understanding. With a subtle motion of his hand, the candles in the room extinguished, and for a fleeting moment, the biting cold winds atop the Tianshan mountains seemed to carry warmth. An infinite warmth enveloped the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host on marrying Wu Xingyun. You have gained a century of cultivation in the Xuanwu divine art. The following morning, observing the still slumbering Wu Xingyun, a smile graced Su Qin's lips. After placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, he rose slowly and stepped outside. The palace maid on duty, upon seeing Su Qin, quickly bowed in respect, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. "Greetings, palace master. There is no need for excessive formalities. Attend to your duties," he replied. "I shall take a stroll. Please take good care of Lady Yun." "Yes, we shall obey the palace master's command." Su Qin acknowledged with a slight nod before vanishing in an instant. Atop the Tianshan mountains, where few tread and mists lingered like a fairyland, Su Qin appeared to stand upon the clouds. Yet, he felt no inclination to admire the breathtaking scenery. "System, I wish to claim my cultivation." As the words left his lips, an immense surge of internal energy erupted within him. Such a violent and vast century of power would overwhelm an ordinary person, yet for Su Qin, it felt insufficient. As the Tai Xian classics circulated, within mere breaths, this monumental energy was absorbed, becoming a part of his cultivation. Boom! With the absorption of this century's worth of cultivation, noticeable changes resonated within Su Qin's dantian, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The aura of Su Qin intensified, transforming into a formidable presence. At this moment, the ocean of inner strength within his dantian was undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. The once turbulent waters began to thicken, acquiring a viscous and almost solidified appearance. A sudden enlightenment washed over Su Qin. He recognized this as the harbinger of his impending breakthrough from the realm of mortals to that of terrestrial immortals. The adage when the golden elixir is formed, the immortals emerge encapsulated the essence of transforming inner energy into the elixir that grants access to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Naturally, Su Qin's heart brimmed with joy. As he realized he had drawn closer to the realm of terrestrial immortals, he gradually focused his mind, feeling a surge of excitement. Since acquiring the system over a year ago, he was finally on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. The mere thought of it filled Su Qin with exhilaration. It is worth noting that even those formidable beings who have reincarnated and recultivated could not advance as rapidly as Su Qin, achieving such heights in such a brief span of time. Chapter 154, The Life and Death Talisman System, continue to receive rewards. In comparison to the power accumulated over a century, Su Qin eagerly anticipated the second reward. In this realm, martial arts are undoubtedly a form of hard currency. Furthermore, as a product of the system, it is certain to be of exceptional quality. Su Qin's expectations for the Xuanwu divine art were, to say the least, monumental. As waves of information surged into his mind, a subtle smile began to grace Su Qin's lips. The Xuanwu divine art truly exceeded his expectations. This art stands on par with the Tai Xian classic, embodying both external and internal mastery to perfection. It can be deemed a transcendent skill. Su Qin gradually began to operate the Taishan Classic, initiating the fusion with the Xuanwu divine art. The Taishan Classic's ability to encompass the world proved to be especially significant at this moment. Time slipped by quietly as the two divine arts melded. To Su Qin's astonishment, after integrating the Xuanwu divine art, the internal energy within him became as substantial as a mountain. This undoubtedly laid a robust foundation for Su Qin to validate his path through sheer strength. The Xuanwu, one of the four saints, is a legendary existence that is said to bear the entire continent upon its back. The naming of this technique after the Xuanwu signifies its formidable nature. Now, the Taishan Classic, having assimilated various divine arts, had undergone a profound transformation. If this continues, it is destined to become the most extraordinary skill of both ancient and modern times. The Xuanwu divine art encompasses 10 ultimate techniques: the unparalleled blade technique, the heaven-shattering spear technique, the destiny sword path, the breaking army halberd, the tiger roaring staff technique, the ocean-covering fist scripture, the Xuanwu divine palm, the earth-rending leg, the annihilation finger, the wind-breaking claw. Each of these is a masterpiece of martial arts. Even more astonishing to Su Qin was the fact that these 10 ultimate techniques could seamlessly merge to create even more terrifying ultimate moves. Even Su Qin, in the face of such a killing technique, felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Su Qin truly recognized the terrifying nature of the Xuanwu divine art. Additionally, within this art lies a complementary extraordinary weapon, the heavenly Dao battle box. This is a box containing 10 distinct weapons, ingeniously combined. Once employed, the required weapon components instantly emerge. Using a unique method, they rapidly assemble into weapons to confront enemies. The intricacy of this mechanism left even Su Qin, who possessed knowledge of mechanical arts, utterly astounded. Su Qin resolved within himself that upon returning to Lingbao Mountain Manor, he would commence preparations to forge this heavenly Dao battle box. With the assistance of this box, the 10 ultimate techniques could unleash their maximum potential. At this moment, a radiant smile illuminated Su Qin's face. His journey to Lingjiu Palace had yielded remarkable rewards, elevating his strength to an astonishing height. Su Qin now felt confident that even if a terrestrial immortal were to descend, they could not harm him in the slightest. This was undoubtedly a monumental enhancement. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Qin gazed at the surging sea of clouds and the nascent dawn, his heart swelling with excitement. In the days that followed, Su Qin remained at Lingjiu Palace, overseeing the post-war efforts. Wu Xingyun relinquished all responsibilities, entrusting everything to Su Qin. Outside the Lingjiu Palace, Su Qin summoned the martial arts masters from the 36 caves and 72 islands. When these martial artists retreated that day, Su Qin had personally promised to resolve their issues regarding the death symbols, and he could not go back on his word. At this moment, the assembly of the 36 caves and 72 islands created an atmosphere that was palpably oppressive. The numerous martial arts masters felt a sense of trepidation, their hearts in disarray. The news of Su Qin's marriage to Wu Xingyun atop Tianshan had undoubtedly reached them, a primary source of their anxiety. Their previous actions had put them at odds with the Lingjiu Palace, yet now it seemed that the palace had aligned itself with Su Qin. Who could guarantee that Su Qin would not use them to establish his authority? Now that Su Qin had taken control of the Lingjiu Palace as its master, he could easily turn against them if he chose to. Despite this, they had no choice but to attend, for with Su Qin's current power in the Song dynasty, one decree from him would leave them no room to refuse, especially as they were merely remnants once dependent on the Lingjiu Palace. As the crowd simmered with unease, Su Qin emerged from the hall, clad in a white robe. The previously restless throng fell silent at the sight of him, each face reflecting apprehension akin to that of prisoners awaiting judgment. After surveying the assembly, Su Qin understood their thoughts and smiled gently before speaking. There is no need for undue concern. The grievances between you and the Lingjiu Palace shall be set aside. I will not make things difficult for you due to this matter. The purpose of gathering you here today is to fulfill my prior promise and to relieve you of the death symbols, restoring your autonomy. However, he continued, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the assembled masters, his tone grave. I wish for you to remember this. If any of you harbors resentment and seeks to harm the Lingjiu Palace, do not blame me, Su Qin, for lacking compassion. Be wary of whether you and your allies can withstand my wrath. Upon hearing these words, the crowd hastily bowed to the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, We dare not. We dare not. At that moment, when Su Qin declared the grievances resolved, it felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. How could they possibly harbor resentment against the Lingjiu Palace? Previously, Wu Xingyun alone had instilled such fear in the martial artists from the 36 caves and 72 islands that they dared not lift their heads. Now, with Su Qin added to the equation, even doubling their numbers would not grant them the audacity to entertain any rebellious thoughts. They understood better than anyone that at a certain level of power, sheer numbers could not compensate for the disparity in strength. In Su Qin's eyes, their numbers were but mere statistics. Satisfied with the sight of the masters prostrated before him, Su Qin nodded approvingly. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. Since these individuals comprehended the gravity of their situation, Su Qin chose to say no more. Although the life and death talisman is intricate, it is of little significance to Su Qin. Undoubtedly, it merely involves leaving a trace of his purest inner strength within another for the purpose of control. Not to mention that Su Qin had previously mastered the North Ming divine art. Even without it, he could effortlessly unravel the life and death talisman. What appears to be a monumental task to the average person is but a mere flick of his wrist for Su Qin. He made no overt movements. Yet an overwhelming surge of inner strength enveloped the entire square before the hall. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle. With a slight raise of his hand, streams of pure inner strength transformed into radiant starlight, vanishing into the bodies of the crowd. They were instantly struck as if by lightning. In the blink of an eye, the shackles formed by the life and death talisman vanished without a trace. Chapter 155. I have long awaited this day. I kneel in profound gratitude for the benevolence of the Alliance leader. Henceforth, I shall serve the Alliance leader with unwavering loyalty, ready to brave any peril. Upon sensing the transformation within themselves, all were overwhelmed with joy and tears, hastily bowing to Su Qin. Having been constrained by the life and death talisman for many years, this moment felt akin to a rebirth. Su Qin, upon hearing their words, smiled and gestured dismissively. If you are sincere, contribute your modest efforts for the benefit of the Song Jianghu. Indeed, we shall faithfully obey the Alliance leader's command. Su Qin smiled and waved at the crowd. Very well, the matters here are concluded. You may return. With that, he took the lead, turning back toward the main hall. As they watched Su Qin's figure gradually recede, reverence filled their eyes. They bowed once more to his departing silhouette before turning to leave. To these martial arts masters, Su Qin was akin to a divine being. Yet, Su Qin remained unperturbed by such admiration. In the days that followed, he resided in Lingzhou Palace. Although he was now the master of Lingzhou Palace, its normal operations still relied on Wu Xingyun and the four maidens. Integrating Lingzhou Palace into Lingbao Mountain Manor was undoubtedly a monumental task. Moreover, Su Qin cherished his freedom and was content to take a hands-off approach. It was not until Wu Xingyun became pregnant with Su Qin's child that he prepared to return to Lingbao Mountain Manor. The offspring were a significant source of rewards from the system, and thus, he could not afford any negligence. On this day, atop the Tianshan Mountains, Wu Xingyun gazed longingly at Su Qin. My husband, must you depart today? Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Su Qin smiled and gently stroked Wu Xingyun's hair. Indeed, I have been away for quite some time, and there are matters at home that require my attention. It is time to return. Do not fret. Once I have resolved these affairs, I will set forth immediately. I shall await you at Lingbao Mountain Manor. Wu Xingyun nodded slightly, understanding that if circumstances permitted, she would have wished to accompany him. Ever since marrying Su Qin, her heart had solely belonged to him. My husband, shall I not send those four maidens with you? Unnecessary. Their presence would only burden you. Very well. It is not as though we cannot meet again. Attend to your matters swiftly. In just over a month, you may depart. At that time, you can command the mechanical beasts I have left for you to soar directly to Lingbao Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingyun pouted slightly, nodding in agreement. Su Qin smiled at her response, then turned and leapt from the peak of the Tianshan Mountains. In midair, he pressed down with his feet and soared away, appearing as if he were a celestial being. Wu Xingyun watched Su Qin's silhouette with deep reluctance. It was not until he had completely vanished that she turned and returned to Lingzhou Palace. Though Su Qin lacked the mechanical bird for transport, his speed was not diminished. He swiftly made his way back to Lingbao Mountain Manor. As the majestic Lingbao Manor drew closer, a wave of joy washed over Su Qin. His return did not go unnoticed. The patrolling guards swiftly turned and exclaimed, "The young master has returned." Instantly, the entire manor erupted into a lively commotion. However, as soon as Su Qin touched the ground, a striking figure appeared before him. Li Hani, with her eyes shimmering with shyness, boldly looked into Su Qin's eyes and asked, "Will you marry me?" During Su Qin's time at Lingzhou Palace, Li Hani was in a state of restless disquiet, her heart in turmoil. Although she had often avoided him in the past, His mere presence brought her an inexplicable sense of tranquility. This time, however, his absence made her acutely aware of her feelings. Indeed, she had developed a profound affection for him, far beyond mere curiosity. It was clear that her intrigue had begun when he had bested her in combat, leading her to acquiesce to his unreasonable request to become his personal sword attendant at Lingbao Manor. As days turned into nights, and she found herself in close proximity to Su Qin, he often teased her, igniting feelings within her that she had never experienced before, despite her outward resistance. Li Hani, known for her icy demeanor and ethereal purity, had never encountered anyone who dared to approach her in such a manner. Su Qin had unequivocally broken new ground, stirring within her a flutter of emotions she could not comprehend. Each night, as she lay alone in her bed, she found herself tossing and turning, her mind consumed by thoughts of Su Qin, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Yet, despite this, she remained oblivious to the true nature of her feelings. Having never before experienced romantic love, it was only after their conversation that she realized the imprint Su Qin had left on her heart. Coupled with Su Qin's theory of the sentient sword path, she felt as if struck by lightning. In her quest for clarity regarding her innermost thoughts, she secluded herself, grappling with her emotions. During this tumultuous period, Su Qin's departure to Lingzhou Palace provided her with the necessary space to reflect, ultimately leading her to a profound understanding of her feelings, culminating in the moment they now shared. Su Qin, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and gazed at the blushing Li Hani, a thrill of joy surging within him. He had never anticipated such a delightful surprise upon his return to Lingbao Manor. Previously, he had assumed he would need to wait for the birth of his two offspring to transcend into the realm of Earth immortals. Yet now, it seemed unnecessary. Li Hani's rapid change of heart had indeed caught Su Qin off guard. "What? Do you wish to entrust your sword path to me?" he inquired with a smile. "No. That's not it. I truly like you," she confessed. Li Hani, fearing that Su Qin might think she was merely speaking about the swordsmanship for the sake of it, hurriedly began to explain in a flustered manner. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you." Su Qin's gentle voice instantly soothed Li Hani's slightly anxious demeanor. "Humph. You only know how to bully me. I won't speak to you anymore." Though she said this, her body melted into Su Qin's arms, showing no inclination to depart. At that moment, Li Hani felt her entire being soften, her heart brimming with sweetness. Her heart raced like a startled deer, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, radiating beauty that left Su Qin's breath quickening. What are you doing?" "It's nothing. Didn't you just ask me if I would marry you? I can answer you now. I am willing. I have waited for this day for a long time." Chapter 156. The City of Snow and Moon. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Li Hani was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her lips enveloped in a fiery warmth. This scene was perfectly witnessed by the arriving ladies, who all stifled their laughter, their eyes brimming with genuine delight. In recent days, Li Hani had established quite a rapport with the women in the household, primarily due to Su Qin's frequent requests of her, which were, of course, part of a strategy to win over Li Hani. The ladies understood all too well that their husband had kept the Snow Moon Sword Fairy in the residence with the intention of claiming her for himself. This thought was as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. Lost in the fervor of the kiss, Li Hani suddenly caught sight of Huang Rong and the others in her peripheral vision, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. Flustered, she promptly pushed Su Qin away and stood there, bashful and shy. Observing this, Su Qin burst into hearty laughter, pulling Li Hani back into his embrace. He addressed the ladies in the distance, saying, "Ladies, it has been many days since we last met. Have you missed your husband?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Qin found himself surrounded by the ladies. Just as he had stated, it was not only Li Hani who longed for him, but also these numerous ladies. The following day, news once again spread from Lingbao Mountain Manor. The young master was to take a concubine. The identity of this new concubine left everyone utterly astonished. It was none other than Li Hani, the Snow Moon Sword Fairy, who had previously sought a duel at Lingbao Mountain Manor but had been bested by Su Qin. This revelation was nothing short of sensational, sending shockwaves throughout Jiangnan and indeed the entire Song dynasty. At that moment, joy and excitement radiated from every face within the martial world of the Song dynasty. Just a short time ago, Li Hani had wielded her sword against the world, single-handedly dominating the entire martial community. It was only when Su Qin intervened that he subdued her and took her as his personal sword attendant. Those who had witnessed the battle at Lingbao Mountain Manor had seen Su Qin's unparalleled prowess and the complete dominance he exerted over Li Hani. Yet, Before the dust had settled on this event, news emerged from Lingbao Mountain Manor that Su Qin intended to take Li Hani as a concubine. How could this not delight the myriad martial experts of the Song dynasty? This news was even more exhilarating than a personal wedding. It was akin to savoring a slice of chilled watermelon on a frigid winter day, bringing unparalleled refreshment from head to toe. Have you heard? Our esteemed leader is taking another concubine. What? Another concubine? Who is this extraordinary beauty? You might not believe it, but the new concubine is none other than the renowned Snow Moon Sword Fairy, Li Hani. No, I suppose she should now be addressed as Lady Hani. Is that true? Of course. I wouldn't dare jest about such matters. Indeed, you wouldn't have the audacity to make light of this. Now, do tell us more. Let me recount the recent events regarding Li Hani's inquiry into the Jianling Baoshan villa, which ultimately resulted in her being subdued by the leader of the alliance, willingly choosing to remain by his side as his devoted sword attendant. It seems that time has indeed fostered a bond between them. One must consider the extraordinary talents of our alliance leader, a paragon of beauty unmatched in this world. Which woman could resist such a lure? Thus, it is hardly surprising that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal harbors admiration for our esteemed leader's unparalleled charm. How delightful it is. I remarked at that moment that our leader ought to simply welcome the Snow Moon Sword Immortal into his abode, and lo and behold, it has come to pass. Previously, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal wielded her sword with such prowess that it left the Jianghu of the Great Song unable to lift its head in pride. Now, she has become the consort of our alliance leader. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Indeed, I find myself wishing for more such enchanting maidens and sorceresses to stir up matters within our great song. How amusing you are. Do you perceive our leader as merely a figure of fun? I dare say our esteemed leader is quite pleased with the turn of events. This time, it is the Snow Moon Sword Immortal from the North Li dynasty. Previously, it was the mistress of the Flower Shifting Palace from the Ming dynasty. Mark my words. It will not be long before our leader gathers all the beauties of the Jianghu from various dynasties within his residence, and then we shall see what heirs they maintain. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their words infused with joy and merriment. They held Su Qin in high esteem, for he had managed to bring a woman as remarkable as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal into his household. This was even more thrilling than the time he subdued Li Hani with a mere strike. The entire Jianghu of the Great Song felt a sense of pride. Naturally, upon hearing this news, countless female heroes in the Jianghu began to envy Li Hani's fortunate fate. Such admiration for Su Qin's charisma is inevitable. It is well known that within the realm of the Great Song, there are numerous women of noble birth and formidable strength who have offered themselves, but found no acceptance. As this news spread with remarkable swiftness, even the North Li dynasty became aware of it. In the North Li dynasty, at Snow Moon City, Bai Li Dongjun and Situ Changfeng gazed in astonishment at the gilded invitation in their hands. For a moment, they stood transfixed, unsure of how to react. Both were incredulous, for they knew Li Hani's character all too well, cold as ice and proud beyond measure. How could such a girl possibly be enamored with a notorious playboy known for his multitude of consorts? Could this be true? Had she truly sacrificed herself after merely a few days as a sword attendant? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment and shock. Yet, the evidence was undeniable, as the elegant handwriting on the invitation was unmistakably that of their disciple, Li Hani. The content of the invitation was straightforward. She wished to invite them to the wedding of Su Qin and Li Hani in the Great Song. Without further ado, the two rushed towards the forbidden grounds of Snow Moon City, where their master, Li Changsheng, was in seclusion. However, as Li Changsheng gazed at the invitation in his hand, he found himself mirroring the expressions of the two others present. His disciple was getting married? The three of them stared at one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Li Changsheng, having weathered many storms, was the first to regain his composure. The child, Han Yi, had always been proud and ambitious. If she did not genuinely harbor affection, it would be impossible for anyone to compel her. Now that she had sent an invitation, it was evident that this esteemed leader of the Song dynasty possessed exceptional qualities. Whether he was a reincarnation of an ancient powerful being was no longer of consequence. What truly mattered was that Han Yi was fond of him. Thus, as I am unable to attend for the time being, you two shall represent me and visit on behalf of Shuiyue City. Chapter 157. Are they here to cause trouble? Upon hearing these words, Bai Li Dongjun and his companion had no choice but to respectfully take their leave. Although a sense of unreality lingered in their hearts, they still felt genuine happiness for Li Hani. Changfeng, I must remain to guard Shuiyue City. It falls to you to undertake this arduous journey. Bai Li Dongjun spoke slowly to Sikong Changfeng. As the foremost city of the Bailey dynasty, Shuiyue City required a formidable guardian to prevent any missteps. As the Grand City Lord, Baili Dongjun bore this responsibility with solemnity. While he regretted missing his junior sister's wedding, duty prevailed above all. Sikong Changfeng understood his elder brother's sentiments and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall convey your heartfelt wishes. Just as his words fell, another voice chimed in. I shall go too. I shall go. Both men exchanged perplexed glances as a graceful figure clad in violet emerged from a distance. It was Yin Luoxia, the fourth-ranking individual of Shuiyue City. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. How could I possibly miss Hani's wedding? Her lips parted, and with each smile and frown, she exuded an enchanting allure. In truth, she harbored her own motives. Attending Li Hani's wedding was a desire she cherished, but she also yearned to meet the illustrious leader of the Song Alliance, Su Qin, who had captured Li Hani's heart. Recently, Su Qin's name had repeatedly resonated in her ears, stirring her curiosity about this renowned figure she had yet to meet. This wedding provided the perfect opportunity to discern whether Su Qin was indeed as remarkably handsome as the legend suggested. Baili Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng exchanged glances, and before they could respond, another small head peeked out from behind Yin Luoxia, timidly exclaiming, I shall go too. This was none other than Sikong Changfeng's daughter, Sikong Qianluo. Raising an eyebrow, Sikong Changfeng was about to decline when Baili Dongjun burst into hearty laughter. Go ahead, go ahead. This is a significant affair for Shuiyue City. It is only fitting we make a grand showing to avoid being seen as trifling. You three shall attend, and remember to select some substantial gifts from the treasury. We cannot let others regard Shuiyue City as impoverished. Seeing his elder brother's insistence, Sikong Changfeng could only acquiesce reluctantly. Yin Luoxia and Sikong Qianluo exchanged excited glances, their faces alight with joy. Soon, the three began their preparations, and once everything was in order, they set forth on their journey to the Great Song. The distance from Shuiyue City to Lingbao Mountain Manor was not insignificant. If they did not set out early, they feared they might miss Li Hani's wedding. Days later, Lingbao Mountain Manor was adorned with festive decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere. The scale of this wedding was indeed grand, for Li Hani was renowned throughout the land, and Su Qin was no less so. The magnitude of their union was clearly beyond imagination. With Su Qin's towering reputation, wealth had become trivial in his eyes. Lingbao Mountain Villa has evolved beyond the confines of the Song dynasty. Numerous branches have been established in the neighboring dynasties, and various businesses are gradually finding their footing. Although Lingbao Mountain Villa is perceived as an external force with unstable foundations in these realms, its momentum is undeniable. Coupled with Su Qin's current influence, its rise is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. In such jubilant circumstances, Su Qin is naturally generous with expenditures. The guests at the banquet are all illustrious figures from the Song dynasty's martial world: the Western poison Ouyang Feng, the Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi, the Northern beggar Hong Qigong, the leader of the beggars sect Qiao Feng, and Prince Duan, among the top martial artists of the Song. Notably, except for Qiao Feng, all have successfully transcended to the celestial realm. Qiao Feng is merely on the cusp of breaking through, his progress hindered only by a slight lack of accumulation. However, the path to the celestial realm has not become facile. The previous inability of these individuals to transcend stemmed fundamentally from the absence of celestial inheritance. With Su Qin's guidance now, their advancement is becoming increasingly seamless. Each of these individuals is a paragon of the Song dynasty's martial community. Although they have yet to break through to the celestial realm, they are remarkably close to that echelon. It is essential to recognize that, while they have remained at the pinnacle of Grandmaster for many years without progression, each setback has been accompanied by significant gains. The years of accumulation have fortified their foundations considerably. It is foreseeable that once they break into the celestial realm, their cultivation will skyrocket, transforming their accumulated depths into formidable strength. Though Qiao Feng currently remains at the pinnacle of Grandmaster, Su Qin holds him in high regard. Given Qiao Feng's innate talent, he may even have the opportunity to aspire to the realm of terrestrial immortals in the future. While others have already depleted their potential over the years, Qiao Feng remains distinct in this regard. Consequently, Su Qin places particular emphasis on nurturing Qiao Feng. Congratulations to the alliance leader on your wedding. The renowned figures of the Song dynasty respectfully saluted Su Qin, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Su Qin smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for formality. We are all comrades here, so feel free." Upon hearing this, the guests laughed heartily, bowing to Su Qin before turning to depart. At that moment, a resounding voice announced, "The third city lord of Snow Moon City, Sikong Changfeng, has arrived." This proclamation immediately captured the attention of many martial artists present. The attendees possessed a certain knowledge of Snow Moon City. Its 3 city lords are powerful beings of the celestial realm, with the Grand City Lord Bailey Donjun being an unparalleled master at the peak of that realm. The arrival of this 3rd city lord, Sikong Changfeng, stirred apprehensions among the crowd. Could he be seeking trouble? Why do the experts from the Northern Li dynasty seem to relish disrupting others' weddings? The martial artists of the Song dynasty could not help but murmur among themselves. However, the crowd remained unperturbed, for they held a profound respect for Su Qin's formidable prowess. It is worth noting that the former leader of the Qingqing Mountain had met his demise at the hands of Su Qin, reduced to dust by a single stroke. The denizens of the Song dynasty's martial world displayed expressions of hostility, as several individuals who had recently transcended to the celestial realm stepped forward, exuding an aura of confidence as they fixed their gazes upon the entrance. Previously, these individuals had lacked the strength to challenge Su Qin and had been compelled to rely on his intervention. Yet, the current circumstances were markedly different. With their ascension to the celestial realm, their confidence surged, and the atmosphere became thick with a chilling aura that dissipated the earlier fervor. Chapter 158. The Casino of the Great Song. In the midst of a vibrant atmosphere that suddenly faltered, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent blue satin robes made his entrance, accompanied by 2 enchanting women. The arrival was none other than Sikong Changfeng, the renowned lord of Shuyue City. Yet, it was not the illustrious figure of Sikong Changfeng that captured the attention of those present, but rather the 2 captivating women at his side. The younger of the 2 bore a striking resemblance to Sikong Changfeng, though her features were more delicately refined. Dressed in a moon-white silk gown, she exuded an air of elegance and poise, remaining remarkably composed under the gaze of the multitude, showcasing the grace of a true lady. Her extraordinary beauty left many female heroes of the martial world feeling overshadowed by her presence. The elder woman, adorned in vibrant purple attire, was as radiant as a blooming flower, her lips perpetually curved into a subtle smile that emanated a beguiling charm. Many young warriors found themselves overwhelmed, their hearts racing and faces flushed, unable to meet her gaze for fear of being entranced. I am Sikong Changfeng of Shuyue City, here at the behest of my master to extend my congratulations to second senior sister and leader Su on their joyous union, he announced grandly. I have brought a humble gift, and I hope leader Su will graciously accept it. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a contingent of skilled practitioners from Shuyue City approached, laboriously carrying several large chests. The sight of these visibly trained experts straining under the weight of the chests made it evident to the discerning eye that their contents were of considerable value. Sikong Changfeng smiled slightly and waved his hand again. Several adept individuals promptly understood the signal and began to open the lacquered red wooden chests. The crowd was taken aback by the opulence displayed before them. Inside the chests lay not only gold and silver jewels, but also an array of rare treasures, secret manuals, miraculous potions, and formidable weapons. Truly a cornucopia of riches. The dowry presented by Shuyue City was nothing short of lavish. The assembled members of the Jianghu of the Great Song collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, simultaneously struck by the grandeur of the spectacle. Just then, a hearty laughter resounded from the back of the crowd, prompting everyone to part and make way. Su Qin, resplendent in a crimson robe, stepped forward. Lord Sikong, I regret not having welcomed you properly upon your arrival. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Sikong Changfeng, upon hearing this, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Leader Su is too kind. As the 2 exchanged pleasantries, Yin Luoxia and Sikong Qianluo, standing behind Sikong Changfeng, finally beheld the remarkable man they had long been curious about. Su Qin's composed demeanor and striking appearance instantly captivated them, igniting a peculiar sensation within their hearts. Indeed, he was as handsome as the legend suggested. It was difficult to imagine anyone in the Great Song or even across the realm who could surpass him. The allure of his presence was palpable, and both women felt an inexplicable attraction towards him. As Su Qin's prowess continued to ascend, his very essence seemed to resonate with an intensified magnetism, rendering him irresistibly compelling. One could say that the smoothness with which Su Qin took concubines, resulting in a harmonious household, is largely attributable to his unique constitution. Without such assistance, neither Wu Xingyun nor Li Hani would have succumbed so swiftly. At this moment, Su Qin also noted the expressions of the 2 women besides Sikong Changfeng, and he could not help but smile faintly, delighting in his own thoughts. Clearly, he had already deduced their identities and mused inwardly, is this not a sumptuous feast delivered right to my doorstep? Regardless of his inner musings, Su Qin maintained a facade of warm smiles, nodding gently at the two women with grace and charm. Sikong Qianluo, being somewhat shy, found it difficult to meet Su Qin's gaze. Upon receiving his nod, she quickly lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer. In contrast, Yin Luoxia was considerably bolder and more uninhibited, returning a slightly provocative, flirtatious glance without a hint of shyness. Sikong Changfeng, a man of considerable experience, naturally sensed the undercurrents swirling among the three. It was well known that this lord of the Song dynasty was notorious for his romantic escapades, maintaining a veritable harem. Yet here he was, brazenly casting glances at his own daughter in such a public setting. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, he did not let it show. Stepping forward, he positioned himself between Su Qin and the two women, smiling as he spoke. It is said that Lingbao Mountain Villa is as wealthy as a nation. Today, I see it is indeed extraordinary. Lord Su, you are a dragon among men, exceptionally talented, and at such a young age, unrivaled in strength throughout history. It is no wonder you have won the heart of my second sister. Lord Sikong is overly generous with his praise. The fact that Hani has chosen to marry me is truly a surprise for Su, he replied. Since Lord Sikong and the two young ladies have traveled from afar, let us not linger here in conversation. We should find our seats. After today's wedding, you are most welcome to stay at Lingbao Mountain Villa for a few days, so I may extend my hospitality. This will also allow Hani to spend more time with you, alleviating her homesickness. On this day of their union, though Li Hani was aware of her family's presence, propriety dictated she could not step out to meet them. Hearing Su Qin's considerate remarks touched her deeply, and warmth blossomed in her eyes. Before Sikong Changfeng could respond, Yin Luoxiao interjected. Oh, wonderful. I am eager to see what the Song dynasty's gambling houses are like. Sikong Changfeng could only sigh in exasperation. Yin Luoxiao's penchant for gambling had inadvertently revealed her intentions. Su Qin laughed heartily. You must be Elder Yin from Shuiyue City. The gambling houses in the Song dynasty are not much different from elsewhere. However, such a chaotic environment hardly suits your esteemed status, Elder Yin. Instead, how about I have the ladies accompany you tomorrow to play a game of mahjong that I invented? I am certain you will find it delightful. Internally, Su Qin rejoiced, knowing that Yin Luoxiao's gambling tendencies would make her unable to resist the allure of mahjong, thus facilitating his future endeavors in winning her over. Consequently, it would not be so easy for Yin Luoxia to depart. Upon hearing this, Yin Luoxiao's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. It could be said that she was a frequent patron of gambling establishments, having traversed the casinos of various dynasties, possessing an intimate knowledge of myriad games. However, she had never encountered the concept of mahjong until now. The mention of it by Su Qin stirred her curiosity immensely. Yin Luoxiao's inquisitive nature was thoroughly ignited by Su Qin's words. This is splendid. Lord City Master, your affairs are undoubtedly demanding. If it proves inconvenient, you may depart. I shall accompany Qianluo to reside at Lingbao Villa for a time. Upon hearing this, Sikong Qianluo's delicate face flushed slightly, yet she did not protest, merely nodding in quiet agreement. Despite Sikong Changfeng's exceptional skill in cultivating his inner energy, he found himself momentarily at a loss, his forehead visibly throbbing with tension. Chapter 159. No words can describe your beauty. At this moment Sikong Changfeng cast a discontented glance at Yin Luoxia, yet chose not to utter further words. Observing this, Su Qin remained silent as well, subsequently directing his gaze toward the mountain of congratulatory gifts piled in the courtyard. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a step forward, unleashing an overwhelming force of nature that surged from his being. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the large red wooden chests, which required 4 external disciples to lift, effortlessly soared into the air. As the onlookers gaped in astonishment, the chests transformed into graceful arcs, descending upon a mysterious location within Lingbao Mountain Villa. At that moment, Su Qin's voice resonated. Since these are the betrothal gifts for Hani, I shall accept them on her behalf. The grandeur of the spectacle left everyone utterly mesmerized. Although many present possessed the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, none could do so with the effortless grace exhibited by Su Qin, which undeniably highlighted the depth of his cultivation and the finesse of his control. The courtyard echoed with gasps of astonishment. Su Qin's display was deliberate, as he discerned the subtle pride underlying Sikong Changfeng's amiable demeanor, which belied a hint of disdain for the heroes of the Song dynasty. Though Su Qin had merely showcased a fraction of his prowess, the gathered individuals, all of considerable strength, recognized that he had achieved a remarkable level of mastery. The one most profoundly affected, aside from Su Qin himself, was the formidable Sikong Changfeng, who wielded the power of a 5th-tier celestial being. Thus, he comprehended the sheer terror of Su Qin's earlier display, particularly the overwhelming force that spanned hundreds of feet, which inspired within him a sense of reverence. This was a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of his master, Li Changsheng. The magnitude of such celestial might was indeed terrifying. He mused that had he faced it directly, he might not have withstood even the initial strike. In that instant, Sikong Changfeng gained a visceral understanding of Su Qin's power. Previously, he had heard tales of Su Qin's formidable strength, how he had effortlessly obliterated the leader of Qingqing Mountain, Zhao Yuzhen, and had regarded them as mere exaggerations. Now, he realized that his own perspective had been woefully limited. Sikong Changfeng recognized Su Qin's intentions and cautiously set aside the pride exclusive to the martial sanctum of the Bailey dynasty, Shuiyue City. He understood that, based on Su Qin's earlier exhibition, he had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of celestial perfection. Perhaps he was but a thread away from the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Was this the terrifying aspect of a reincarnated celestial being? Astonished, Sikong Changfeng regarded Su Qin with the same reverence he held for his own master. It was a profound respect and awe for a formidable individual, for one must acknowledge that, regardless of the circumstances, strength remains the ultimate truth. Su Qin, acutely aware of this reality, decided to showcase his prowess before Sikong Changfeng. The latter was thoroughly astounded, rendering all others speechless. Their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Su Qin. Observing their reactions, Su Qin could not help but chuckle inwardly. Having achieved his objective, he then laughed heartily and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, let us not linger here any longer. Please take your seats, as the wedding is about to commence. With Su Qin's words, the silence was finally shattered. The eyes of the crowd brimmed with reverence, particularly those skilled individuals from Shuiyue City who had accompanied Sikong Changfeng to Lingbao Mountain Villa. They promptly subdued their inherent sense of superiority. Each face bore a smile, and as they sat among the heroes of the Song dynasty's martial world, lively conversations erupted. All present were seasoned figures of the martial realm, fully cognizant of the underlying dynamics. The numerous masters from the Song dynasty felt a wave of exhilaration, a sense of vindication washing over them. It was well known that these experts from other dynasties held the Song dynasty's martial world in disdain, had it not been for Su Qin today. It was inconceivable that this elite group from the Bailey dynasty would be seated alongside them, let alone engage in such spirited dialogue. Naturally, the focus of conversation between the experts of Shuiyue City and the Song dynasty's martial practitioners was remarkably consistent. Su Qin was the sole topic of discussion. They recognized that the Song dynasty's current stature was entirely attributable to Su Qin's contributions. He was indeed a figure of monumental significance, his achievements unparalleled. The gazes directed towards Su Qin radiated profound respect, akin to that of pilgrims venerating a deity, with some already elevating him to a near-mythical status in their hearts. As fellow wanderers of the martial world, the initial barriers were swiftly dismantled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Yin Luoxia and Sikong Qianluo exchanged hushed whispers, their eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue as they observed Su Qin. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestors. The couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete, and they are ushered into the bridal chamber. Watching Li Hani marry, those from Shuiyue City felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Could it be that the icy Li Hani had truly wed? The stark contrast left everyone somewhat dazed, creating a significant psychological impact. However, Sikong Qianluo considered Su Qin and Li Hani to be a perfect match, a celestial pair harmonizing exquisitely. Amidst the myriad blessings and envious gazes, Su Qin and Li Hani gradually made their way to the bridal chamber. Li Hani's heart raced with mounting intensity, each heartbeat echoing in her ears like a drum. Her palms were slick with nervous perspiration. Accustomed to her frigid demeanor, she now faced the prospect of intimate companionship, and to claim she was unperturbed would be disingenuous. Honey, at the gentle call of Su Qin, the veil atop her head was slowly lifted, prompting Li Hani to instinctively open her eyes. The room, illuminated by candlelight, appeared as bright as day. It was then that Li Hani realized Su Qin was gazing at her with an expression of sheer astonishment. It is not entirely surprising that Su Qin is captivated. This is primarily due to Li Hani's innate beauty that could enthrall nations. Adorned in resplendent red attire, complemented by a phoenix crown and flowing silk, she radiates an ethereal charm akin to Chang'e descending from the moon palace or a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. A delicate touch of makeup softens the inherent vigor of Li Hani, revealing a graceful elegance. Such exquisite beauty elicits admiration even from a seasoned connoisseur of feminine allure like Su Qin. Observing this, Li Hani's eyes shimmer with a hint of shyness as she inquires, "Why do you gaze at me so intently? Hani, You are truly breathtaking. It seems there is no word in existence that can adequately encapsulate your beauty at this moment. The heartfelt praise from her beloved stirs a sweet warmth within Lihani's heart, despite her modesty. Chapter 160. The Cataclysmic Divine Thunder Ding. Congratulations to the host on marrying Lihani. Gained a century of cultivation, the Rulai Divine Palm. The next day, Su Qin awoke feeling refreshed, glancing at the still slumbering Lihani beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His eyes sparkled with affection as he leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead before quietly rising. Take good care of Lady Hani. After issuing his instructions to the maids, Su Qin could hardly contain his eagerness as he made his way toward the martial arts arena. At this moment, there was a flicker of fervor in Su Qin's gaze. With a century of power now at his disposal, he was poised to ascend to the realm of earthly immortals. The earthly immortal realm represented the pinnacle of existence in this world. Stepping into this domain would grant Su Qin the freedom to soar high as a bird and swim freely as a fish. At this level, it was nearly impossible to meet one's demise unless the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. Thus, the notion of being casually vanquished was utterly unfathomable. This reality led to a significant reduction in conflicts among earthly immortals, who instead chose to quietly contemplate the principles of the universe, yearning for the day they might shatter the void in search of deeper paths to cultivation. However, this was merely the perspective of the ordinary earthly immortals. Su Qin held great confidence in his strength. Even within the celestial realm, he could look down upon others with his myriad skills. The same would hold true upon entering the earthly immortal realm, for the rewards from the system were far from ordinary, vastly surpassing the arduous explorations of other cultivators at that level. Taking a deep breath, Su Qin gradually calmed his excited heart. He then inwardly commanded, "System, grant me my cultivation." Boom. In an instant, a century of cultivation materialized within Su Qin's body. Despite having undergone this experience numerous times, he remained in awe of the system's wondrous capabilities. While his heart was filled with amazement, his movements were swift. The Taishan Classic began to operate frantically under Su Qin's guidance. After several integrations, the Taishan Classic had become even more formidable, effortlessly absorbing the century's worth of inner strength. In just a few breaths, the entire century of cultivation was devoured. Boom. Once again, a faint rumble resonated within Su Qin's body. The final century of power merged into his dantian like a lit fuse, igniting the tranquility of his dantian in an instant. The vast cultivation within Su Qin commenced a rapid, astonishing circulation. Even his already resilient meridians, having undergone numerous trials, trembled slightly at this moment. The pain originated from within Su Qin's body. Despite being mentally prepared, a flicker of anguish crossed his face. The inner strength surged wildly like a runaway stallion, wreaking havoc within him. Seeing this, Su Qin's eyes widened, his entire aura swelling as he softly commanded, "Merge with me." As his words fell, the Taishan Classic began to operate with even greater fervor. The tempestuous and violent inner energy seemed to possess a lingering unwillingness, struggling slightly in an attempt to break free from Su Qin's grasp. Although Su Qin had not practiced for long, he had encountered numerous trials and tribulations and understood the principle of persistence and exhaustion. He resolutely refused to allow the almost tangible cultivation within him to run rampant. He immediately began to fervently circulate the Taishan Jing, striving to rein in this chaotic inner force. Though these energies were vast and tumultuous, they paled in comparison to the Taishan Jing, which had assimilated many secret texts. At this moment, bolstered by Su Qin's support, the Taishan Jing operated with full force, causing the inner energies to become much more docile. Moreover, they began to merge at a visibly rapid pace, solidifying further. Then, to Su Qin's astonishment, a glimmer of golden light appeared at the very core of his dantian. As this golden light flickered into existence, the once unruly inner energy seemed to find an outlet, surging towards the radiant point without the need for suppression from the Taishan Jing, merging together in fervor. In an instant, the previously tumultuous inner energy vanished entirely, leaving behind a round golden elixir, shining with a resplendent golden hue, suspended within Su Qin's dantian. As this golden elixir began to rotate slowly, a more condensed and potent aura emanated from it. Enormous waves of power coursed through Su Qin's limbs and bones. A moment of enlightenment dawned upon him. The golden elixir had formed, heralding the appearance of immortals. He had successfully achieved a breakthrough. However, before the smile could fully bloom on his face, as if sensing something, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Above him, the sky, which should have been adorned with the hues of dawn, was now dominated by thick, dark clouds. It appeared that something was brewing within the clouds, accumulating tremendous energy. Even Su Qin felt a twinge of trepidation at this sight. In mere moments, the previously clear sky transformed into a mass of ominous clouds, accompanied by rumbling sounds echoing from within, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, sliced through the clouds, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Heavenly tribulation. It seemed that the realm of earthly immortals was unwelcome in this world. Ascending to this state necessitated enduring the trial of heavenly tribulation. Surviving it would grant freedom to roam the heavens and earth, while failing would lead to annihilation, both body and soul. As the dark clouds continued to expand, their grandeur grew increasingly formidable. Not only was Lingbao Mountain Manor affected, but the entirety of Jiaxing City was also stirred. Countless citizens gazed up in terror at the gathering clouds. What is that? It resembles thunder. However, that direction seems to be Lingbao Mountain Manor. Hiss, do not speak foolishly. How could such apocalyptic thunder suddenly descend upon Lingbao Mountain Manor? Could it be? Silence. How could the benevolent young master attract divine punishment? There must be another reason behind this. Countless citizens and martial artists were at a loss, speculating in their minds. An overwhelming sense of fear and dread surged within them, along with concern for Su Qin. Thunder, synonymous with annihilation and emblematic of divine retribution, manifests as an indomitable force. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that the common folk are bewildered. Even the seasoned masters of the martial world are left in a state of confusion. In the presence of such celestial might, no matter one's strength, they appear strikingly insignificant. It has been many years since a formidable being has graced the realm of the great song, thus no one would think to associate it with that domain. Nevertheless, the anxiety surrounding Su Qin is palpable among the people, for it is evident that the epicenter of this ominous storm clouds ominously hovers over Lingbao Mountain Manor. This seemingly cataclysmic thunder appears to be directed towards Lingbao Mountain Manor. Chapter 161. Golden Core. At this moment, the atmosphere within Lingbao Mountain Manor was particularly palpable. When the tribulation first began to coalesce, many mistook it for a sudden downpour of rain. Yet, as the ominous clouds completely enveloped the manor, the resounding thunder echoed clearly in their ears. The inhabitants of Lingbao Mountain Manor were momentarily stunned, soon overtaken by a primal fear that surged from the depths of their souls. Even some bewildered servants began to panic, scurrying to find refuge. The ladies of Su Qin were also stirred by this commotion. Even the slumbering Lihani was roused from her dreams. The women gathered, their gazes fixed upon the ominous clouds above, their faces reflecting horror and confusion, rendered momentarily speechless. That must be where my husband is enduring the tribulation, Huang Rong exclaimed, pointing towards the eye of the storm. It was only then that the others comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their expressions paled, and an overwhelming urgency gripped their hearts as they instinctively began to rush forward. Yet, Li Hani and Lin Qiaoying remained still, their expressions awash with shock. The perspectives of these two women were incomparable to the others. Li Hani, as the beloved disciple of the earthly immortal Li Changsheng, recognized the significance of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Qiaoying, though she had never personally faced such a trial, had gained profound insights following her previous awakening, which included knowledge of the tribulation that accompanied ascension to the realm of earthly immortals. As the others prepared to dash forward, Li Hani's voice rang out unexpectedly. Sisters, do not act rashly. This is a time when our husband is undergoing tribulation. If we recklessly rush in, we will only distract him and put him in peril. The women were taken aback by her words, turning to regard Li Hani and Lin Qiaoying. Upon witnessing the serious nod from Lin Qiaoying, they gradually calmed down. What does it mean to endure tribulation? Li Hani, her expression inscrutable, slowly began to explain. In the world of martial arts, after the Grand Master stage comes the celestial realm, and upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, one may ascend to the earthly immortal state, which grants a lifespan of 500 years. However, stepping into the earthly immortal realm is not a simple feat. It requires the trials of heaven and earth. And this tribulation is precisely that. If one successfully navigates it, one may roam freely through the cosmos. But if one fails, Li Hani's voice trailed off. Yet the other women understood the implication, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had never anticipated the tribulation to be so perilous. What about our husband? The women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern and trepidation, wishing fervently to take his place. Seeing their distress, Li Hani continued. Since my husband has chosen to face the tribulation, he must possess complete confidence in his ability to succeed. Our role now is to wait patiently and to ensure that the manor remains calm, so as not to distract him. Furthermore, we must issue strict orders prohibiting anyone from approaching the training grounds and bolster the guards' vigilance to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing disruption. The women nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of Lihani's words. They understood that only through such measures could they ensure their husband's peace of mind during this critical moment. At this moment, Lingbao Manor had begun to descend into chaos. The women promptly divided their efforts, mobilizing all available resources and instructing everyone to maintain order. Under their meticulous organization, the manor gradually fell into a state of calm. The guards, whom Su Qin had painstakingly trained, began to fulfill their respective duties, ensuring the stability and security of the manor. After expressing her thoughts, Lihani cast a deep gaze toward the training grounds, silently resolving her determination. If her husband were to falter, she would risk her very life to save him. She slowly clenched her fist, mentally bracing herself for the worst. At this time, the crowd from Shuyu City and the many top-tier experts who had not departed from Lingbao Manor had all gathered, gazing at the ominous, world-destroying calamity clouds. A sense of profound dread enveloped their hearts. Shock and fear were etched upon every face. What is that? Sikong Qianluo could not restrain a startled cry, echoed by many masters of the Great Song. The Great Song's martial world lacked even the legacy of the celestial realm, making it impossible for them to comprehend the tribulation faced by an earthly immortal. Only Sikong Changfeng and Yin Luoxia bore expressions of horror. Sikong Changfeng took a deep breath before speaking in a dry tone. This is the heavenly tribulation, the trial for ascending to the realm of earthly immortals. His heart was tumultuous. Just yesterday, when Su Qin had made her move, it had not even approached this magnitude. At best, she had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, which, although close to the earthly immortal level, was still a significant leap away. Yet, he never imagined that today he would witness Su Qin transcending this very tribulation to advance to the earthly immortal realm. He swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling chill in the face of such a disaster. The onlookers of the Great Song were not oblivious. They quickly grasped that the earthly immortal realm was undoubtedly the level following the celestial realm. Their expressions varied, but all felt a mix of disbelief and excitement within their hearts. Look, that is the alliance leader. Xiao Feng's astonished exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. They turned to follow his gaze. In the heart of the calamity clouds stood a figure, hands clasped behind, slowly rising into the air, floating in midair. The spectacle left everyone in awe. At this moment, Su Qin appeared as though she were effortlessly ascending a staircase, exuding an air of tranquility. The terrifying calamity clouds seemed inconsequential to her. She was well aware of the gravity of the heavenly tribulation. If she did not possess absolute confidence, she would not dare to face it so lightly at Lingbao Manor. Inside, her golden core spun with vigor, and as it rotated, her entire being brimmed with an unprecedented strength. The Taishan scripture, having integrated with various supreme texts, had undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving an extraordinary quality. Su Qin understood that she was now capable of surpassing her former self. Is this what it means to be in the realm of earthly immortals? The golden elixir has been perfected. Henceforth, I shall wander freely through the heavens and the earth. How delightful! How marvelous! A subtle smile graced Su Qin's face. Sensing the collective unease among the crowd, Su Qin clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "There is no need for alarm. This minor tribulation does not concern me, the leader of our alliance. Let the esteemed members of Lingbao Mountain fulfill their respective duties. By fortunate coincidence, all esteemed colleagues are present. Let us witness this event together." Though Su Qin's voice was not particularly loud, it rose above the rumbling thunder, reaching the ears of all. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Su Qin's words immediately alleviated much of the anxiety that had gripped their hearts, and even the oppressive weight of the ominous clouds seemed to diminish significantly. Chapter 162. Unparalleled astonishment as Su Qin's words echoed through the air. A profound silence gradually enveloped the gathering. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixated on Su Qin, who hovered effortlessly in midair. A thunderous roar erupted from the storm clouds above, as if to retaliate against Su Qin's dismissive demeanor. The sound intensified, and faintly, one could perceive lightning slithering through the clouds like colossal serpents. With a crackling sound, a fearsome bolt of lightning surged forth from the churning dark clouds, hurtling towards Su Qin with tremendous force. Huang Rong and the others felt their hearts race, as if they might cease beating altogether. Instinctively, they covered their mouths, fearful that their anxiety might disrupt Su Qin's arduous trial. Yet, at that moment, Su Qin merely smiled. He slowly extended his right hand and pointed. A massive, dark finger rapidly coalesced, charging towards the lightning serpent. Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger. With a resounding boom, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the estate, causing the servants to cover their ears and huddle in corners, trembling in fear. Huang Rong and the others fought to suppress their racing hearts, their eyes glued to the spectacle above, desperate not to miss a moment. Then, ecstasy and astonishment ignited in the eyes of the women present. They witnessed that dark, colossal finger rise defiantly, reminiscent of a pillar that upheld the heavens, shattering the terrifying lightning serpent in an instant. The residual force swept over Su Qin's robes, creating a rustling sound that exuded an air of unparalleled elegance and grace. The numerous experts watching Su Qin's tribulation were left utterly astounded by the scene. The sheer terror of the lightning serpent had caused their hearts to flutter, yet it was effortlessly extinguished by a mere finger from Su Qin. This stark contrast in strength was overwhelming, a sheer domination. Was this the true might of the alliance leader? Truly formidable. Xiao Feng gazed at the figure clad in white from afar, unable to suppress his admiration. He reminisced about their first encounter at the tavern in Lingjiang Prefecture, where they had engaged in a brief skirmish. Once, he had viewed that moment as a disgrace. However, in retrospect, it had become one of the highlights of his life. The martial world of the Song dynasty was struck with both shock and joy upon witnessing Su Qin so effortlessly dispel the lightning serpent's attack. They were astounded by his terrifying combat prowess, while joy blossomed at the thought that his success in overcoming the tribulation would surely be a foregone conclusion. Crack, crack. Before the crowd could fully recover from their initial shock, successive terrifying lightning serpents descended in rapid succession, the friction in the air igniting a sense of searing heat. Even from a distance, they could feel the oppressive might of the heavens and a faint, burning sensation. Such celestial power was beyond human resistance. Yet, under Su Qin's casual gesture, it was rendered formless and void. The sheer horror was palpable, leaving the onlookers increasingly awestruck. Sikong Changfeng, with a serious demeanor, could not help but caution the crowd. This tribulation is no trifling matter. We are merely at the first stage. The subsequent phases will be even more terrifying. Only after traversing 3 stages can one truly overcome the tribulation, thus naturally achieving a lifespan of 500 years, wandering freely through the realms. Although he was astonished at heart, his experience far surpassed that of the typical individuals in the Jianghu of the Song dynasty. In the initial stage of this tribulation, any adept of the perfected celestial realm with profound accumulation could essentially succeed. However, to succeed effortlessly, as Su Qin did, is an entirely different matter. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers dimmed. It was clear that they had rejoiced too soon. The current display of power from the tribulation was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle lay ahead. Despite this, the crowd maintained their confidence in Su Qin and continued to observe the process of his tribulation. It is worth noting that such opportunities are rare. One must ask, among the great masters of the celestial realm, who would not prefer to keep their tribulation a secret. Only in this manner can one avoid external disturbances that might lead to failure. Where else could one find someone like Su Qin, who allows others to witness the entirety of his tribulation? For some, witnessing the tribulation of a celestial master at such close proximity would greatly benefit their future martial cultivation. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice from Li Hani broke the tension. The tribulation has entered its second stage. Upon hearing her words, the women felt their hearts race once more. Boom! Dark clouds swirled, and thunder cracked. This time, the thunder was evidently much more formidable. The previous bolts were no thicker than an infant's arm, while now they appeared as thick as 2 men embracing. Su Qin's figure seemed exceptionally diminutive before this bolt of lightning, which resembled a giant serpent, intent on devouring him whole. The onlookers were struck with horror. The power was easily several times greater than before. Even Sikong Changfeng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. The might of the tribulation was indeed terrifying. Sikong Changfeng sensed that were he to face such a powerful bolt of heavenly lightning, he would likely be annihilated in an instant. Yet Su Qin remained unperturbed, even the expression on his face unchanged. A smile graced his lips, and to him, this lightning tribulation was merely trivial. He uttered a soft incantation. Sword, come. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a streak of light ascended from the ground, swiftly flying towards Su Qin. It was his sword, the 7-star dragon abyss. At that moment, the sword emanated a brilliant divine light, akin to a celestial dragon descending from the heavens, rendering it nearly blinding. The resonant sound of the sword echoed, subtly overpowering the deafening thunder. With a casual motion of his right hand, the seven-star dragon abyss appeared as if it possessed a will of its own. Sword in hand, Su Qin's aura transformed dramatically. The sacred spirit sword technique unleashed a flurry of sword curtains, filling the heavens and earth with a terrifying radiance, akin to a judgment sword from the depths of hell. Utterly fearsome. Although Li Hani had witnessed the sacred spirit sword technique before, what Su Qin displayed now was entirely different from the strike that had once defeated her. That day did not signify a struggle between life and death, and Su Qin was merely delivering a casual strike at that time. However, the circumstances have now changed. Although Su Qin did not believe that this calamity could truly harm him, he nonetheless exerted himself to the fullest for the sake of precaution. He understood the principle of a lion's hunt when it comes to confronting even the weakest of foes. Once again, everyone was left in awe by Su Qin's overwhelming presence. As they beheld the terrifyingly brilliant sword light, an icy chill surged from the depths of their being, causing involuntary shivers to run through them. It felt as though their very souls were on the verge of being cleaved away by that radiance. At this moment, Li Hani's gaze had grown completely vacant, and Lin Xiaoying was equally shaken within. This level of swordsmanship was nothing short of breathtaking and unparalleled. Chapter 163. A shocking revelation. The breathtaking brilliance of the sword light surged upward, cutting through the stunned gazes of all present. That apocalyptic thunderous tribulation seemed to lose all its might before this luminous sword light, cleaved effortlessly into two segments, and dissipated into the air amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. At this moment, Sikong Changfeng was utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing the tribulation being traversed with such ease shattered his previous understanding. It was simply astonishing. It must be noted that this was the thunderous tribulation of an earthly immortal, specifically, the second stage, being vanquished by Su Qin's seemingly casual strike. The shock it instilled in him was beyond comprehension, to the extent that Sikong Changfeng struggled to articulate his thoughts. He found himself in a state of bewilderment, as the unfolding events starkly contrasted with the tribulation scenes his master had described. He was absolutely certain that his master would never lie about such matters and knew that the tales recounted were drawn from personal experience. Surely, the tribulation should have been a harrowing ordeal, ultimately endured with great difficulty. Yet, the spectacle before him evoked an unsettling sense of unreality. Just as everyone grappled with their disbelief, Su Qin's boisterous laughter rang out. Haraha! The heavenly tribulation is nothing but this. Bring it on. The commanding tone of Su Qin's words could not conceal the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. Enduring the heavenly tribulation was already terrifying enough. Yet Su Qin seemed to revel in it, as if he were becoming addicted to the experience. Meanwhile, the ominous storm clouds continued to churn above, with flickering lightning more fearsome than before. An aura far more formidable than the previous one was brewing ominously. In the depths of the tribulation clouds, the spectators could faintly discern the emergence of a thunderous dragon. The power of the tribulations increased exponentially with each stage. Although the third stage of the thunderous tribulation had yet to descend, its might already eclipsed that of the second stage entirely, and it was steadily escalating. Witnessing this, the hopeful expressions of the crowd were gradually supplanted by sheer horror. This final tribulation would be the last that Su Qin would face before ascending to the realm of earthly immortals, and it promised to be the most perilous of all. The potency of this final thunderous tribulation far exceeded the combined strength of the first two stages. Just as the crowd absorbed the shocking magnitude of the tribulation, Su Qin let out a fierce roar, launching himself skyward towards the storm clouds above. All who beheld this moment experienced a complete mental blank. None could fathom that Su Qin would confront the final stage of the tribulation in such a manner. The onlookers had entirely lost their capacity for thought, unable to conjure a single adjective to encapsulate their astonishment. My husband. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervent battle intent. In his vision, he transformed into a radiant golden figure, soaring like an arrow straight into the heart of the storm clouds. As he calmly extended a hand toward them, the sky suddenly roiled, and a massive hand materialized before the astonished crowd. In an instant, the ominous clouds of calamity were stirred by Su Qin's palm. At that moment, he unleashed the formidable skill he had just acquired, the Buddha's palm. As the tribulation brewed, Su Qin had already completed his mastery of this extraordinary technique. Now, confronted by the impending disaster, he was perfectly poised to test the terrifying capabilities of this martial art. The Buddha's palm could be deemed the pinnacle of martial prowess. With a single strike, it could suppress the heavens and the earth. At that instant, it appeared as if a Buddha manifested in the sky, donning a fierce visage, with a weighty palm that seemed to merge with Su Qin's hand. His eyes radiated an air of disdain and audacity. The golden hand expanded at a visible pace, boundless in its reach, ultimately crashing down upon the tumultuous clouds of calamity before the bewildered gazes of all. A resounding roar echoed through the air, unprecedented in its horror, rendering the crowd momentarily deafened. Though their ears were incapacitated, the reverberations of the earlier thunderous sound lingered in their minds. A cacophony intermingled with the mournful cries and roars of thunderous dragons. After a considerable pause, the colossal hand that had obscured the sun gradually dissipated into the sky. Rays of sunlight filtered through, and only then did the onlookers realize that the ominous clouds had vanished without a trace. A collective intake of breath ensued, as doubts clouded their vision. Had they misperceived reality or succumbed to hallucination? The terrifying calamity clouds, capable of annihilating even the mightiest of celestial beings, had been effortlessly shattered by Su Qin's hand. At that moment, Xikong Changfeng and Yin Luoxia gazed, entranced, at the elegant white figure suspended in midair, their eyes betraying an unparalleled admiration and reverence. The shock rendered them speechless, obliterating their capacity for rational thought. A mere strike dismantled the heavenly tribulation? Was this truly the formidable trial their master had spoken of? Nonetheless, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the clouds of calamity was unmistakably real. If it was not the tribulation that had weakened, then there remained but one explanation. Su Qin's strength had ascended to a level that demanded the awe of all. This tribulation was traversed as if it were a jest. A single finger, a sword, a palm. He navigated through the formidable tribulation, one that struck fear into the hearts of countless prodigies, with such effortless grace. A sensation of illusion gripped everyone's hearts. Yet, at that moment, the clouds of calamity vanished entirely. Colorful, auspicious clouds began to coalesce, and soon radiant beams of 7 hues converged upon Su Qin. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as if the shackles binding him were dissolving, and an enigmatic force from the cosmos began to resonate with him. It was a peculiar feeling, akin to a profound metamorphosis or a sublime elevation. Under the resplendent light of the celestial hues, Su Qin appeared as a true immortal. As the colorful clouds emerged, a terrestrial immortal was born. At that moment, across the vast expanse of the Song dynasty, several distant and timeless gazes turned towards the land of Jiangnan. Su Qin distinctly sensed that after the auspicious clouds descended, an unprecedented transformation surged within his heart. It seems that I have established a deeper connection with this realm, and the same holds true for the Great Song dynasty. Could it be that the ascension of terrestrial immortals is intertwined with the fortunes of the entire dynasty? Su Qin could not help but ponder this thought. A glimmer of understanding dawned upon Su Qin. If my suspicions are indeed correct, then the continued existence of the Great Song dynasty is undeniably linked to the terrestrial immortals. Only upon ascending to the status of a terrestrial immortal can one truly comprehend the might of this realm. The warriors of this domain are akin to human-shaped nuclear bombs. Once they strike, the impact is bound to be earth-shattering. Chapter 164. The fluctuating essence of thousands of swords. The realm of earthly immortals is incomparably superior to that of celestial beings. Even the Tao itself must descend to bring forth tribulations to hinder the ascension of earthly immortals. However, it seems that the earthly immortal realm is not without its constraints. Should one engage in rampant slaughter of living beings, their lifespan would undoubtedly be significantly affected. After ascending to the realm of earthly immortals, Su Qin found himself in deep contemplation, murmuring to himself, perhaps this is the reason why earthly immortals choose to seclude themselves from the world? No, there must be other reasons. How intriguing. Although he remained unaware of the underlying causes, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Su Qin. His elevation to the earthly immortal realm further solidified his previous convictions. This world undoubtedly harbors numerous hidden earthly immortals. Given the commotion he has caused, there are bound to be those who cannot remain indifferent. Consequently, he might glean some information he yearns to uncover from these individuals. A smile crept upon Su Qin's lips as he gazed into the distance, aware that there were indeed discerning eyes observing him from afar. At the moment of his ascension to the earthly immortal realm, Su Qin distinctly sensed the presence of other earthly immortals through the resonance of their auras. The Great Song dynasty, astonishingly, boasted 4 earthly immortals. From the directions he perceived, Su Qin began to speculate about the identities of these 4 beings. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Great Song Palace, in an exceedingly secluded hall, fragrant incense wafted through the air. The chamber's furnishings were exceedingly simple, comprising only a few plain tables, chairs, and a bed, alongside a somewhat worn mat. At that moment, a figure was seated upon the mat. This individual was none other than the true guardian of the great Song dynasty and the founder of the Nine Manual, Huang Rong. Draped in a somewhat tattered gray-blue Taoist robe, Huang Rong's face was lined with wrinkles, resembling an exceedingly ordinary elder. The once meditative old man astonishingly opened his weary eyes and slowly turned his gaze towards the south. His tranquil eyes now shimmered with astonishment and joy. How marvelous! In Jiangnan, someone has actually broken through to the realm of earthly immortals. I am not alone on this path. Following the old monk from Shaolin, the great Song has finally witnessed another ascension. Now, our dynasty boasts 5 earthly immortals. Huang Rong could not contain his laughter. He was acutely aware of the current state of affairs in the great Song. A century ago, due to a pact, all celestial inheritances within the great Song territory had been eradicated. Under such circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult to even break through to the earthly immortal realm, let alone ascend to the celestial realm. Initially, he had high hopes for Wang Chongyang, but a series of events had led him to realize that Wang Chongyang was now nearly as good as dead. In the present great Song, there was but one person capable of ascending to the earthly immortal realm. It must be that young friend Su, who has broken through the shackles and attained the status of an earthly immortal. One cannot help but wonder whether this Su Qin, the esteemed Su Xiaoyu, is a reincarnated celestial being or an extraordinary prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. Regardless of which, it is undeniably a cause for celebration. In this manner, our Song dynasty has now acquired 5 terrestrial immortals. Henceforth, we shall not suffer losses in the next grand event. The mere thought of the scenes from a century ago prompted Huang Rong to emit a heavy snort. The Nine Manual he had created was originally a secret tome capable of guiding practitioners to the realm of terrestrial immortals. However, due to certain agreements, he was compelled to make reductions, thus limiting its efficacy to merely allowing ascension to the Grandmaster level. Huang Rong's curiosity regarding Su Qin has now reached its zenith, and he silently resolved to seek an opportunity to meet this renowned young talent in the future. Although he has resided within the imperial palace for countless years, no significant events in the world have escaped his notice, and he is well aware of Su Qin's reputation. His fellow Taoist, Zaya Yozi, should personally pay a visit, so I need not be concerned about this matter. With a smile playing upon his lips, he gradually closed his eyes. Nonetheless, the fleeting aura of terror was indeed unsettling. Should Su Qin be present, he would easily discern that Huang Rong appeared to be one with the palace itself, as if the very fortune of the entire dynasty had intertwined with him. In an unknown valley, a wild man, seemingly deranged, brandished a slender bamboo pole as he grappled with a ferocious tiger. This wild man was termed so merely because he was unclothed, save for grass leaves that shielded his modesty. His hands and feet were covered in thick calluses, and his emaciated form suggested frailty, devoid of any visible internal energy. Yet, this seemingly feeble figure wielded the thin bamboo pole with such prowess that the furious tiger, despite its roars, found itself helpless against him. Suddenly, a flicker of clarity ignited in the wild man's bewildered gaze, prompting the tiger to seize the rare opportunity to flee from this nightmarish encounter. However, the wild man turned his attention towards the direction of Jiangnan, making no move to pursue the escaping tiger. Newly ascended terrestrial immortal? The wild man muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with the essence of myriad sword intents rising and falling. Chapter 165. The Emergence of the Land Immortal before the Ancient Temple of Shaolin. At the scripture pavilion, an elderly monk with long brows gradually ceased his sweeping of fallen leaves. Clad in a humble monk's robe, he exuded no discernible aura, resembling an ordinary aged acolyte. Yet, at this moment, he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with mirth, while a profound clarity resided deep within. His gaze turned towards the southern riverlands. Umitba, it appears that an old friend has been reincarnated and is embarking on the path anew. I wonder which past acquaintance it may be. He then shook his head, chuckling lightly. The past is but a fleeting wisp. Why pursue it further? For now, the old monk is merely a humble sweeper. What do the two gentlemen think? Although the monk's eyes twinkled with laughter, the atmosphere within the scripture pavilion was one of profound shock for the two residents, Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo. For decades, they had concealed themselves within the Shaolin scripture pavilion in pursuit of the celestial path. Had it not been for the monk's unexpected revelation of a trace of his formidable aura, they would have remained oblivious to the monk's true terrifying nature. That mere wisp of energy had struck them like a bolt from the blue, sending chills throughout their bodies. He was undoubtedly at the celestial realm, perhaps even beyond. The two men stood rigid, daring not to move an inch. What wisdom does the master impart? A hoarse voice inquired. The old monk smiled gently. I have shared decades of companionship with you two gentlemen. Truly, our bond is profound. Why not abandon the mundane world and take refuge in the Buddha? As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. You two gentlemen are fated to connect with the Buddha. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains of the western regions, in a land where dawn never sets, an elderly man donned in a white Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in visage, directed his gaze towards the southern riverlands. Though clad in white, his complexion was rosy, devoid of any signs of aging. Despite his silver hair, he could not conceal his extraordinary features and ethereal aura. Haraha! Splendid, splendid. Our great song has welcomed its fifth land immortal. If the solitary sword immortal could regain his senses, our great song shall surely redeem its past disgrace at the next grand assembly. At that time, the fortunes of our great song will ascend. And I might even consider the invitation from my friend Huang Rong. This man was none other than the long-missing founder of the carefree sect, Xianyuzi. After a century of arduous cultivation in the mountains, his skills had progressed slowly, filling him with despair. The path of breaking the law with sheer force seemed utterly futile. 500 years were far from sufficient. Even with the blessings of rare treasures, he remained too distant from his goals. Perhaps only by intertwining with the fate of a nation could he truly shatter the shackles of the cosmos. Yet, the current fortunes of the nation were still lacking. If he could unify the various kingdoms of the 9 provinces, leveraging the fortunes of the dynasties, he might finally have the chance to transcend the boundaries of heaven and earth. Xianyuzi seemed to have resolved himself. This time, upon visiting the southern riverlands and meeting this fellow Taoist, he would then join his friend Huang Rong in overseeing the imperial court. From this point forward, it appears that tranquility will be a rare commodity in this realm. He is acutely aware that as an increasing number of terrestrial immortals abandon other paths to align their fates with a single nation, the inevitability of conflict for supremacy in the grand unification dynasty looms. The signs of a great struggle are already beginning to emerge. It remains uncertain how many will ultimately emerge victorious. When that time comes, amidst the clash of countless armies and the shattering of mountains and rivers, the great war among the terrestrial immortals will become an irreversible reality. This is evidenced by the collapse of the Sui dynasty and the subtle movements of the Mongols. At that moment, as the carefree one gazed into the distance with a melancholic expression, 2 stunning maidens clad in elegant white robes gracefully approached. The resemblance between the two was striking, their beauty rivaling that of celestial beings, exuding an ethereal aura as if they were fairies descended from the moon palace. Master, have you finally decided to leave your seclusion? The carefree one looked at his 2 disciples, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Qiu Shui Songhai, your talents are exceptional, yet due to my previous commitments, I am unable to impart the heavenly path to you. You have endured great hardships alongside me in this mountain retreat for many years. I truly feel for you. The 2 maidens shook their heads repeatedly, bowing slightly in respect. Master, please do not think this way. It is a blessing for us to serve at your side. When you took us in despite our lack of talent and shared your profound knowledge, that was already a tremendous favor. As for the heavenly path, it is merely a reflection of our own inadequacies. Otherwise, we would have broken through on our own. Furthermore, did you not say that in just 3 more years, you would be able to teach us the heavenly path? Hearing this, the carefree one chuckled bitterly and slowly shook his head. The emergence of terrestrial immortals in Jiangnan presents an opportunity for you both. Perhaps you will not need to wait 3 years. Come with me, and perhaps, with your years of diligent practice, stepping into the realm of the celestial might not be as daunting as it seems. The 2 maidens' eyes sparkled with excitement, tinged with curiosity. We shall follow your lead, master. Having lived in seclusion for many years, they were filled with intrigue about this newly emerged terrestrial immortal, wondering what kind of prodigy could transcend without a legacy. The carefree one smiled upon hearing their eagerness. Let us descend the mountain and head straight to Jiangnan. The 2 maidens eagerly accepted and soon vanished into the mountains, following their master. These individuals were among the few remaining powerful terrestrial immortals within the Song dynasty. As Su Qin overcame his tribulation, he sensed a subtle shift among the 4. Naturally, Su Qin was aware of their presence, yet he remained oblivious to their intentions. However, there was little he could do in his anxious state. Having created such a significant stir, it would be challenging for them to remain uninvolved. When the time came, he would finally seek answers to the questions that had long occupied his mind. Though Su Qin has recently ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals, he is acutely aware that his strength and combat prowess far exceed that of the average Earth Immortal. As the remnants of his tribulation dissipated into the ether, he gently descended to the ground. A multitude of ladies hurriedly made their way to the training grounds. Upon sighting Su Qin within the arena, they promptly encircled him, showering him with warm inquiries. Their foremost concern was whether Su Qin had sustained any injuries, for his recent ascension was of little consequence to them. Their sole wish was for his well-being. "My dear husband, you embarked on this tribulation without a word of warning to us sisters, leaving us all terribly anxious for your safety." Once the women confirmed that Su Qin was unharmed, they began to chide him playfully. Su Qin, feeling overwhelmed, could only plead for mercy. Chapter 166. Has it deteriorated to this? Su Qin, with a cheerful demeanor, consoled his many beloved wives. Having just successfully transcended to the realm of earthly immortals, he felt a profound joy. Observing the genuine concern reflected in the expressions of his wives warmed his heart. In the journey of life, the presence of companions to share in both joy and sorrow is the truest form of happiness. Otherwise, even the gift of immortality seems rather hollow when experienced in solitude. Meanwhile, in the distance, the astonishment on the faces of Sikong Changfeng and others had yet to fade. The scene where Su Qin effortlessly dispelled the heavenly tribulation with a mere gesture was, to them, utterly unbelievable. The legendary and elusive realm of earthly immortals had seemingly been conquered by Su Qin with a single palm, a flick of his finger, and a stroke of his sword. Regardless of their disbelief, the undeniable reality stood before them, compelling them to accept it. As Su Qin descended, surrounded by his numerous wives, the others, belatedly realizing the significance of the moment, jubilantly proclaimed, "We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Alliance leader for ascending to the realm of earthly immortals, where he shall roam freely through the cosmos and observe the ever-changing tides of the mortal world." Upon hearing this, a radiant joy illuminated Su Qin's features. At that moment, his wives, perceiving his delight, graciously parted to create a pathway. Su Qin stepped forward, offering a gentle wave to the kneeling crowd, and an irresistible force seemed to lift them all. From this day forth, all members of our martial alliance may exchange their contributions for insights and experiences related to transcending into the realm of earthly immortals. Su Qin's decision stemmed from his understanding of the necessity to cultivate loyal subordinates before achieving invincibility. This was essential for securing his position, ensuring that he remained unassailable at all times. Knowing that Su Qin maintained such a formidable momentum of advancement, many challenges became trivial. With the assistance of the system, he could guarantee that those he supported would not easily betray him. The sole drawback he faced was not a concern for him, thus simplifying the remaining issues significantly. The martial artists of the Great Song were ecstatic, nearly frenzied with excitement. No one had anticipated that Su Qin would be so magnanimous, sharing such invaluable experiences immediately after his ascension. It is well understood that in this world, the sense of hierarchy is quite pronounced. Martial arts secrets are typically confined to a select few, rarely shared with others. Hence, Su Qin's actions would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the hearts of the people. It is worth noting that Su Qin had initially established the contribution exchange system to eradicate elitism, aiming to strengthen the Great Song's martial community within a short span of time. His approach proved effective, as numerous individuals had significantly elevated their capabilities within just a year. Even several beings of the celestial realm had emerged. One could only imagine the monumental upheaval and fervor for cultivation that would ensue following Su Qin's declaration. However, such considerations were not within Su Qin's purview. At this moment, he was regarded as a divine figure among the martial experts of the Great Song. The Alliance leader possesses a magnanimous heart. I am in awe. The crowd of the Great Song, led by the likes of Ouyang Feng and Xiao Feng, bowed deeply in reverence. Though the highest among these individuals has only recently ascended to the celestial realm, their fervor remains undiminished. In an instant, everyone is brimming with enthusiasm. Su Qin observes the crowd, invigorated as if they have been infused with new energy, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the residents of Shuyue City were expressions of envy. The only one maintaining composure is Sikong Changfeng, for he possesses a master who is a terrestrial immortal. It is essential to understand that transcending the terrestrial immortal realm is significantly more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The most daunting aspect is the absence of guidance. Thus, Su Qin's mere promise has undoubtedly opened a gateway for everyone towards the terrestrial immortal realm. At this moment, an absurd thought arises in the hearts of many skilled individuals in Shuyue City. How might one join the Desong Martial Alliance? Yin Luoxia's eyes dart around, clearly concocting some scheme. She leans towards Sikong Qianluo, whispering conspiratorially while casting glances in Su Qin's direction, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Observing the varied reactions of those around him, Su Qin smiles softly before dispersing the crowd. At this juncture, the impact of Su Qin's breakthrough into the terrestrial immortal realm begins to ease. However, the martial world of Dasong becomes engulfed in fervor. As time flows steadily on, Su Qin's ascension and the dispersal of tribulation clouds become hot topics among the citizens of Jiaxing City. The populace, unaware of what the terrestrial immortal truly signifies, speculates wildly. Some assert that it is a testament to the young master's virtuous deeds, and that having overcome heavenly trials, he is destined for celestial reward and imminent ascension. Others claim the young master hails from the immortal realm, merely awakening his memories, and that the celestial realm seeks to escort him back, but he has declined, inciting the heavens to unleash their wrath, albeit without affecting him in the slightest. In summary, myriad versions of Su Qin's ascension circulate, each more fantastical than the last. Even Su Qin finds amusement in these tales, admiring the boundless imagination of the people. Only a select few esteemed figures in the martial world possess a semblance of the truth, and they regard their young disciples with astonishment, urging them to show utmost respect and reverence towards Su Qin, warning against any semblance of disrespectful discourse. This need not be emphasized, for Su Qin has undoubtedly become an idol of the new generation within the martial world of Dasong. Like fervent devotees, how could anyone harbor feelings of disrespect towards him? At this moment, Zaiyozi, accompanied by his two disciples, listens to the various rumors along their journey, finding it both amusing and somewhat disheartening. Has the martial world of Dasong truly regressed to such an extent over a century? Have the realms of martial prowess become nearly lost? A resolute glimmer flashes in Zaiyozi's eyes as he hastens towards Lingbao Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, Su Qin is immersed in comprehending the transformations following his ascension to the terrestrial immortal realm. The terrestrial immortal, as the final grand stage of martial arts, stands in stark contrast to the previous realms. If the Grand Master realm epitomizes the peak of mortality, then the celestial realm represents the extraordinary journey. As for the terrestrial immortal, one might say that it signifies the sanctification of the physical form. The transformation brought about by ascending to the terrestrial immortality is truly remarkable. Firstly, there is the profound change within Su Qin. His internal energy, once akin to a flowing river, has been entirely replaced by a golden elixir. With the formation of this elixir, Su Qin's body appears to have undergone a significant transcendence, reaching the state of purity as described in Buddhist teachings. The golden elixir autonomously circulates, effectively purging any impurities from within his body. Consequently, he is able to maintain an enduring state of internal purity. Moreover, at this juncture, Su Qin can sustain prolonged periods without food. Prior to becoming a terrestrial immortal, he relied on sustenance to fulfill his bodily needs. Now, he has attained the ability to exist in such a state without the necessity of nourishment. Chapter 167. Elixirs and Martial Arts Classics. Su Qin could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within his body at every moment. The operation of the golden elixir purged the marrow and refined the essence, an undeniable gift from the heavens. Upon reaching this realm, irrespective of prior aptitude, one would undergo a subtle yet profound metamorphosis. With such innate talent, his cultivation became exponentially more efficient. A year of effort equated to the arduous practice of others over 2 or 3 decades. It is noteworthy that prior to awakening the system, Su Qin's aptitude was merely that of an ordinary individual, destined to remain a weakling in the early stages of innate cultivation despite a lifetime of dedication. However, this drastically changed after the awakening. Through the continuous enhancement of his physique via various esoteric techniques, his innate talent had evolved to an extraordinary level, arguably placing him amongst the most remarkable figures of past and present. In this context, the distinctions among terrestrial immortals became less pronounced, as their innate qualities were fundamentally similar. However, due to divergent paths, certain nuances emerged, yet the ultimate goal remained the same: breaking through the void. Consequently, one could preliminarily assess the strength of a terrestrial immortal by their lifespan. Su Qin pondered deeply. In truth, the realm of terrestrial immortals harbors numerous distinctions. Some ascend by harnessing the fortune of their nation, thus regarded as fortune immortals. The strength of such immortals is contingent upon the vigor of their dynasty's fortune and the degree to which they merge with it. Typically, these fortune immortals are unmatched within their homeland, wielding nearly invincible power, for they can leverage the national fortune. Engaging in conflict with them is akin to waging war against an entire nation's might. Moreover, external challengers often face suppression from the national fortune, rendering it exceedingly challenging to vanquish a fortune immortal on their own territory. Thus, while fortune immortals possess considerable strength. Their path is often the last resort for many formidable practitioners, constrained by numerous limitations. Although they may appear extraordinarily powerful within their homeland, their strength diminishes significantly upon venturing beyond its borders. The farther they stray from their dynasty, the more their power wanes. This encapsulates the essence of fortune immortals, with their advantages and disadvantages glaringly evident. Conversely, other terrestrial immortals do not share the same constraints as fortune immortals. As the name suggests, sword immortals attain their rank through the mastery of the sword, achieving the realm of terrestrial immortals. These individuals typically possess formidable offensive capabilities, albeit with somewhat lacking defenses, often accompanying their swords throughout their lives. Those who enter the path through weapons are collectively referred to as weapon immortals, broadly classified into 9 realms. With the 9th level of sword immortal akin to ascending to the highest heavens, its difficulty is readily apparent. Additionally, there exists a category akin to Su Qin's ascent to the realm of terrestrial immortals, known as strength immortals. They achieve their status through sheer brute force, and in a certain sense, this path represents a more orthodox route, endowing them with greater strength. Crucially, strength immortals do not exhibit pronounced strengths or weaknesses, rendering them less susceptible to being exploited by others. Consequently, the power classification of strength immortals is more straightforward, with millennia of cultivation equating to a singular tier. Certainly, the cultivation of a millennium is calculated based on the aptitude of an ordinary person. Individuals like Su Qin, whose talents border on the extraordinary, can cultivate at a pace 2 to 3 times that of a normal person. Furthermore, with the existence of the system, a miraculous force, the aspect of inner strength is entirely unproblematic. However, to challenge the heavens and shatter the void is no trivial endeavor. It demands an extraordinary effort over time. Throughout history, there has been no shortage of exceptionally gifted individuals, yet many have ultimately succumbed on this arduous path. Some, in desperation, have chosen to undergo reincarnation, hoping to reach the pinnacle and transcend the void. As of now, no one has succeeded in this endeavor. At this moment, as Su Qin contemplates the transformation of earthly immortals, a faint smile graces his face. His greatest reliance remains the system, supplemented by various divine arts it provides. Su Qin harbors a measure of confidence regarding his ability to shatter the void. Just because others have failed does not imply he will. One day, he believes he will attain a level of power beyond the reach of the heavenly laws. This notion has never wavered in his mind. He understands that while the realm of earthly immortals represents the pinnacle of this world, it is far from the conclusion. Rather, it marks the commencement of a new journey. Now, he stands among a select few of extraordinary individuals, vying for the elusive higher realms. After several days of patient contemplation, Su Qin has finally mastered the intricacies of the earthly immortal realm. He now possesses a reclusive aura, with inner strength contained and unexpressed, presenting no distinction from an ordinary person except for his ethereal demeanor. It is akin to a return to simplicity. Notably, with Su Qin's ascension to the realm of earthly immortals, the system has undergone some transformations as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the earthly immortal realm. The achievement system has been activated. Once the host's number of wives and offspring reaches a certain threshold, achievements can be unlocked, yielding rewards. Upon reading this system introduction, Su Qin fell into contemplation. This implies that, in the future, beyond the rewards for each new wife and child, there will be additional rewards upon reaching a certain number. No wonder when he acquired 10 wives, the system rewarded him with the joyous divine art. It is worth noting that the extraordinary nature of this art is unparalleled among the rewards Su Qin has received. Regardless of the realm he attains, the joyous divine art significantly enhances his power. In this regard, it is particularly formidable, applicable to the Grandmaster realm, the celestial realm, and it will continue to be so in the earthly immortal realm. Merely based on this aspect, the joyous divine art fundamentally surpasses many divine arts and secret techniques. With this in mind, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in Su Qin's eyes. It is essential to recognize that his number of offspring and wives is nearing the next milestone. And Su Qin speculates that, at that point, the system's achievement rewards will arrive as expected. Given the precedent set by the joyous divine art, he is particularly curious about the next achievement reward. Without a doubt, the achievement reward will be similar to the previous ones. Although he has ascended to the earthly immortal realm, it will undoubtedly still be of immense benefit to him. After achieving the earthly immortal realm, Su Qin has also grasped the intentions of the great Ming. Undoubtedly, this is a contest between the immortal beings of the land and the fate of a nation. Should the Mongols achieve their ambition of devouring the Song dynasty, the fortunes of their dynasty would undoubtedly be elevated, while the fortunes of the Song would dissipate entirely in the wake of this ascent. Consequently, the enhancement of the martial prowess within the Song's realm becomes not only urgent, but profoundly significant. Although Su Qin does not possess a naive disposition, his roots lie firmly within the Song. He cannot allow another dynasty to utilize this place as a mere stepping stone to ascendancy. He would resolutely refuse to sacrifice himself merely to adorn another's triumph. In response, Su Qin once again unleashed a veritable treasure trove of offerings, an array of potent medicinal wines, elixirs, martial arts manuscripts, and exquisite weaponry, all presented in the contribution pavilion. Anyone may redeem these treasures with their contributions. Chapter 168. My husband is remarkable. Su Qin's actions undoubtedly stirred the hearts of numerous masters from the Song dynasty. In a surge of enthusiasm, a multitude of skilled fighters flocked to the vicinity of Xiangyang, eager to earn their merits at the expense of the formidable warriors from the Mongol martial world. Following Su Qin's maneuver, the previously entrenched divisions within the Song's martial community have been significantly diminished. Everyone began to appreciate Su Qin's innovative model of exchanging contributions for desired goods. Under Su Qin's guidance, the martial realm of the Song dynasty transformed from a state of despondency to one of flourishing vitality, united in purpose and resolute in spirit. Witnessing this transformation, the masters from Shuyue City, as well as those from other dynasties, looked on with envious eyes. Xikong Changfeng resolved to adopt a similar contribution system upon his return to Shuyue City, envisioning a significant reform despite knowing it could not rival Su Qin's system in its sophistication, yet still promising unexpected results. After a few days of celebration post-wedding, Xikong Changfeng prepared to take his leave, only to find himself thwarted by his daughter and Yin Luoxia, who concocted various excuses to prolong their stay. Despite their claims of wanting to accompany Li Hani, Xikong Changfeng sensed that their motivations were far more complex. Ultimately, he found himself powerless to intervene and relented. Before departing, Xikong Changfeng pulled his daughter, Xikong Qianluo, aside for a discreet admonition. Qianluo, your staying here is permissible, but you must keep your distance from Su Qin. Although he is exceptionally powerful and possesses unparalleled talent, he is also a man driven by his desires. You are my only daughter. Remember this well. Spend time with your second uncle and return to Shuyue City promptly. Xikong Qianluo nodded in agreement, refraining from further explanation. Yet Xikong Changfeng could not shake a lingering sense of foreboding. In the end, Xikong Changfeng departed with a contingent of masters from Shuyue City. While Xikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia remained at Lingbao Villa, their wishes fulfilled. With Xikong Changfeng's exit, Yin Luoxia fully embraced her true nature, mingling seamlessly with Su Qin's many wives. After mastering mahjong, she became utterly captivated by this intriguing pastime. Known for her penchant for gambling, the discovery of this new diversion left her eager to remain glued to the mahjong table at all times. It must be said that Yin Luoxia exhibited remarkable talent, dominating the game with ease, proving too formidable a rival for Su Qin's wives, save for Su Qin himself, who could thwart her efforts. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take a moment to rest, Su Qin declared, rising to leave under the fervent gaze of Yin Luoxia. Fishing, he mused, requires one to skillfully manage the line once a fish is hooked, ensuring a firmer grip on the catch. Among his 18 wives, only Wu Xingyun was occupied with her duties in the Tianshan Mountains. Su Qin's Lingbao Villa boasts an impressive 17 wives. And with the addition of Yin Luoxia and Xikong Qianluo, who currently reside there, the number swells to 19. The atmosphere in the villa's rear courtyard is imbued with joy and vitality. A glance reveals a vibrant tapestry of life and beauty, as Su Qin revels in the bountiful affection surrounding him. Sister Su, might you teach me the art of swordsmanship? As soon as Xikong Changfeng departed, Xikong Qianluo completely cast aside his admonitions. Her gaze towards Su Qin was laced with shyness, yet she boldly articulated her desire. A spirited young woman, she understood her own feelings and, having developed an affection for Su Qin, felt no need to conceal it. Upon witnessing her earnestness, Su Qin's face broke into a gentle smile. Of course, which sword technique would you like to learn? I shall teach you. With that, he led Xikong Qianluo to a secluded spot and began to instruct her in the ways of the sword, guiding her hand with his own. Naturally, there were moments of light contact that left Xikong Qianluo blushing, her thoughts wandering, making it difficult for her to focus entirely on the training at hand. Su Qin, however, was wholly immersed in his role, meticulously imparting the intricacies of swordsmanship. It is worth noting that Su Qin, at this time, was a formidable figure of the terrestrial immortal realm, Such an honor to receive tutelage from him was a rare privilege that most martial artists could only dream of. Yet, Sikong Qianluo seemed oblivious to the extraordinary nature of this opportunity. Had Sikong Changfeng witnessed this scene, he would surely have been incensed, choking on his words. For he had repeatedly urged his beloved daughter to steer clear of Su Qin. Ironically, his daughter had grown increasingly intimate with the very man he sought to keep her away from. The other women present observed the interaction with knowing smiles, particularly Mu Wanqing, who reflected wistfully that had she possessed the same courage as Sikong Qianluo, she might have endured far fewer grievances. However, her thoughts soon drifted to the memories she shared with Su Qin prior to her arrival, a smile gracing her lips. These recollections were irreplaceable, uniquely theirs. And even the moments that once felt burdensome now shimmered with a hint of beauty. On this day, Su Qin was in the forge, shirtless and intensely focused on crafting intricate components. The workshop was ablaze with flames, the heat palpable. Since mastering the art of forging, Su Qin occasionally indulged in creating various trinkets. Yet today was exceptional, for he intended to forge a weapon box tailored for the Xuanwu divine art. The Tian Dao battle box he envisioned was no ordinary creation. After much contemplation, he aimed to weave the complexities of the Xuanwu divine art into it, integrating his own 7-star Long Yuan. This foresight meant that he would not need to replace it as his power evolved. In addition to the 7-star Long Yuan, Su Qin planned to forge 9 additional weapons to complement the 10 formidable martial arts he aspired to master. He believed this martial discipline held immense potential, capable of accompanying him for a considerable time. Thus, Su Qin is treated with such solemnity. At this moment, the clanging sounds within the blacksmith's workshop are incessant, as the women watch from a distance, each displaying expressions of astonishment. This is particularly true for Li Hani and Yin Luoxia, who have never witnessed Su Qin forging weapons before. As powerful blades are meticulously crafted, each one stands as a paragon of excellence in the martial world. My husband is truly remarkable, Li Hani could not help but exclaim, eliciting playful teasing from the other ladies. There are many facets to my husband's prowess. Sister Hani, you must take your time to appreciate them. Upon hearing this, Li Hani's face flushed with embarrassment, and beside her, Sikong Qianluo also felt her cheeks grow warm. In contrast, Yin Luoxia cast a curious glance at the bare-chested Su Qin, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 169. The young disciples cannot compare to their elders. The crisp sound of clanking reverberated through the air, drawing expressions of astonishment from the gathered women. Before their eyes, the unparalleled divine weapons forged by Su Qin began to assemble themselves. Eventually, these numerous divine weapons coalesced into a dark, mystical battle chest, precisely as described in the Xuanwu divine art, the celestial battle chest. This chest appeared to be crafted from the very essence of heaven and earth, adorned with ancient yet grand patterns, its obsidian hue exuding an aura of profound weightiness. The strikingly understated yet majestic exterior elicited gasps of admiration from the onlookers. However, the astonishment did not cease there. With a mere turn, Su Qin produced a dozen exquisitely designed, exceptionally sharp daggers, presenting them to the women. Their faces lit up with joy, and one by one, they approached to accept the daggers, each planting a kiss on Su Qin's cheek before eagerly examining their new weapons. His wives were formidable women, embodying the spirit of valiant heroines who preferred arms over adornments. The daggers, remarkable in craftsmanship and material, were perfectly aligned with their aesthetic sensibilities. Though Su Qin had previously crafted weapons for them upon first mastering the art of supreme forging, his recent ascension to the realm of earth immortals empowered him to create even more suitable daggers for their self-defense. With these daggers at their side, even the most formidable of celestial beings would find it a fool's errand to threaten them. Observing the touched and delighted expressions of his wives, Sikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia felt a mixture of envy and despondency. Yet, they were acutely aware of their own standings. Recognizing that they could not expect to receive daggers crafted by Su Qin himself, amused by their expressions, Su Qin noted their changing emotions. In truth, the daggers he had created were far more numerous than those presented. However, he deemed it imprudent to bestow such treasures upon them while they were not yet his wives. He resolved to wait until they formally entered his household. Su Qin was notably indulgent and generous towards his wives. In the days that followed, through his diligent efforts, he succeeded in bringing Li Hani to the threshold of motherhood. It was expected that the next events would revolve around the impending births of Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's children. However, just a few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Lingbao Manor, leaving Su Qin utterly astonished. "What did you say? Zaya Yozi? Are you certain?" Su Qin gazed incredulously at the attendant delivering the news. Rest assured, young master, I heard it distinctly. It is indeed Zayayozi. Very well, you may leave. I shall follow shortly. Although Zayayozi's sudden appearance surprised Su Qin, he could not fathom the purpose of this long-absent figure from the martial world. After the attendant departed, Su Qin pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to investigate. He speculated that this Zayayozi might be one of the 4 Earth Immortals he had sensed earlier. If that were the case, the reason for Zayayozi's visit to Lingbao Manor at this moment certainly warranted further contemplation. Even so, Su Qin remained indifferent to the opponent's realm. Although the earthly immortal stage is formidable, he could not assert that there were no rivals within this domain. However, it was not the case that just anyone could easily subdue him. After pondering certain matters, a faint smile graced Su Qin's lips. He then took a step forward, his form appearing to waver momentarily before gradually vanishing completely from his original position. I am the old master of freedom, visiting Lingbao Mountain Manor uninvited. I hope that Leader Su can be magnanimous. Such words are unnecessary, esteemed elder. It is rare to even have the opportunity to invite someone of your celestial stature. Leader Su, at such a young age, possesses this level of cultivation, truly a prodigy of this generation. Your address of esteemed elder is too much praise for me. Let us regard each other as equals. Upon hearing this, Su Qin understood that the old master of freedom was bestowing upon him significant respect. He smiled broadly and replied, "That is precisely my intention. Excellent. Leader Su is indeed a person of genuine character." Su Qin smiled gently and gestured for the old master of freedom to proceed, saying, "Please, my friend." At this moment, the old master of freedom did not decline, striding confidently into the depths of Lingbao Mountain Manor. When Li Qiushui and Li Songhai beheld Su Qin, they were taken aback in their hearts. Prior to their arrival, they had been informed that their master would be meeting an extraordinary talent who had reached the earthly immortal stage at such a young age. However, they did not expect Su Qin to be so youthful and strikingly handsome, undoubtedly one of the most beautiful men in the world. Su Qin, too, noticed the 2 women, and recognizing their identical appearances, he deduced their identities. He had once sent Ding Chuchio to search for them, and it was no wonder that Ding Chuchio had been unsuccessful. It was improbable for a single earthly immortal to locate 2 disciples in secluded cultivation. The gazes of the 2 women were tinged with curiosity as they regarded Su Qin. Although they were aware that he had nearly 20 wives, they felt no aversion. In this world, strength commanded respect. Being disciples of the old master of freedom, they understood well what it meant to be an earthly immortal. They felt that even having 20 wives, or even twice that number, would be entirely normal. However, it was uncommon for earthly immortals to be entangled in worldly affairs while maintaining such a multitude of spouses. The 2 women were acutely aware that someone like Su Qin was beyond their comprehension. Yet, they were still puzzled, uncertain about the opportunity their master had mentioned regarding Su Qin's early entry into the celestial realm. Meanwhile, the old master of freedom felt a stir of astonishment. Typically, after breaking through to the earthly immortal stage, there exists a lengthy period of acclimatization. This phase is known as the bestowal of the heavenly Tao, during which most individuals undergo a transformative experience. As a result, their power is often difficult to contain. However, at this moment, Su Qin's aura was profound and restrained, akin to a deep abyss, so much so that even another earthly immortal like himself found it challenging to perceive. This was the reason for the old master of freedom's surprise. Strange indeed, that he has only just ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, yet is already capable of such feats. It is truly a rarity. Zayayozi increasingly regarded this young man, who has recently attained the status of a terrestrial immortal, with greater esteem, feeling that he may have previously underestimated him. Su Qin personally invited the 3 of them to take their seats in the pavilion, where a maid promptly served tea and fruits. Zayayozi was the first to speak, saying, "Young friend, your talent surpasses that of both ancient and modern times. To have reached the realm of terrestrial immortals at such a tender age is indeed a source of embarrassment for me. I hope you do not take offense at my bold visit today." Upon hearing this, Su Qin smiled slightly and replied, "You are too modest, my friend. I am merely a latecomer, unworthy to be compared with you. I had intended to pay a visit to my esteemed peers in a few days, yet here you are, visiting me personally today. I must admit, I feel quite ashamed." Chapter 170. Dynasties rise amidst chaos. On the day Su Qin transcended his tribulation, he sensed the presence of several other Earth immortals within the Great Song dynasty. Aware of the connections that must exist among these immortals, Su Qin harbored his own speculations regarding the visit from the illustrious Zayayozi. "Esteemed friend, you are too modest. In the realm of the Tao, the worthy are teachers regardless of their temporal achievements. It is indeed a rarity for one to step into the realm of earth immortals, as you have. Considering your arrival today, it seems the other esteemed friends are currently preoccupied, leaving me to elucidate certain matters pertaining to the earth immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a sense of clarity, confirming his prior thoughts. I am eager to learn more. Despite possessing the formidable advantage of the system, his understanding of the world's intricacies remained limited. While he had entertained numerous hypotheses, they were merely conjectures. Now, with Zayayozi's visit, he had intended to seek out other earth immortal powers to gather intelligence. Zayayozi, not one to withhold information, gazed into the distance. The path of the earth immortal is manifold, all ultimately aiming to shatter the confines of heaven and earth to attain the supreme fruit of existence, achieving unparalleled freedom and liberation. Perhaps every moment sees new paths to ascension being discovered by earth immortals. Should you encounter other formidable earth immortals in the future, exercise utmost caution to avoid misfortune. Unless absolutely necessary, strive not to provoke a powerful earth immortal lightly. Su Qin nodded in agreement, visibly resonating with Zayayozi's counsel. His nature was such that he did not instigate trouble. However, if others perceived him as an easy target, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson. While the paths of the earth immortal are numerous, the predominant ones revolve around strength, weaponry, body, and fortune. After finishing his statement, Zayayozi cast a glance at Su Qin. Noting the lack of any discernible reaction on Su Qin's face, Zayayozi's heart stirred. His suspicions were confirmed. Su Qin was indeed a reincarnated cultivator of remarkable strength. Continuing with composure, Zayayozi remarked, "The other esteemed friends of our great song each tread distinct paths." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had speculated about the identities of the other earth immortals, he remained largely unaware of the paths they had chosen, hence his curiosity. The Shaolin Temple of the Great Song, though considered the weakest among the numerous Shaolin sects, conceals within its walls a humble sweeping monk, one of our 4 earth immortals. This sweeping monk ascended to the earth immortal realm over 60 years ago, yet he had been in secluded cultivation, remaining unknown to even us prior to his ascension. Renowned for his profound Buddhist teachings and lacking a formal title, he is simply referred to as the sweeping monk. His chosen path is that of the body immortal. As the name suggests, the body immortal focuses on refining the physical form, unlocking the utmost potential of the human body, a true pioneer in the development of human capabilities. The reason the sweeping monk chose this path is precisely because it aligns seamlessly with the principles of Buddhism. It is essential to recognize that the process of body refinement is exceedingly arduous. Only those with immense willpower, the diligent practitioners, would embark on such a journey. Among them, the strongest can even regenerate severed limbs. Su Qin felt a tinge of curiosity. How could this sweeping monk, a figure of such prowess, have remained inconspicuous in the martial world until now? After all, there had been no rumors about anyone from Shaolin undergoing tribulation in all these years. Xiao Yaozi hesitated slightly before speaking. This matter is not particularly secretive. In truth, the sweeping monk is a reincarnated cultivator, singularly focused on reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, entirely disinterested in worldly affairs. I trust you are more aware of this than most. Xiao Yaozi cast a knowing glance at Su Qin. Almost everyone, upon learning of Su Qin's extraordinary cultivation journey, believed him to be a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. His early awakening enabled him to ascend to the realm of earth immortals in such a brief span. However, Xiao Yaozi opined that Su Qin and the sweeping monk traversed different paths. One remained detached from the mundane, while the other engaged with the world. Regardless of the path taken, the ultimate goal remains the same. It is merely the journey of cultivation that diverges. Su Qin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter. Since the world perceived him as a reincarnated being, there was no need for him to contest that notion. Coincidentally, Su Qin was contemplating how to conceal the existence of his system. Perhaps this was a more advantageous situation, sparing him the effort of devising a cover. Seeing Su Qin's expression, Xiao Yaozi felt increasingly convinced of his conjecture and continued, "Within the realm of earth immortals, there exists another known as Dugu Qiubai. A century ago, tales of this esteemed predecessor still echoed throughout the martial world, yet now they have vanished without a trace." Su Qin could not help but feel intrigued by Xiao Yaozi's reference to Dugu Qiubai. However, as Xiao Yaozi continued, Su Qin began to comprehend. Dugu Qiubai walked the path of the Sword Immortal. He was among the earliest earth immortals of the Song dynasty. It remains a mystery how long this so-called demon of swords has lived. Dugu Qiubai had attained an unparalleled mastery in the sword arts. Yet due to some aberration in his cultivation, He oscillated between lucidity and madness. The path of the sword immortal excels in offensive prowess, and should one encounter such a being, caution and evasion of their sharp edge are paramount. The third Earth Immortal of the Song dynasty is Huang Rong, the founder of the Nine Manual. The version of the Nine Manual circulating in the martial world today is a truncated edition. A truncated edition? Su Qin's mind stirred with speculation. This might elucidate why the Song dynasty had never seen the path of celestial beings. Indeed, this also pertains to another secret, which I shall elaborate on later with you. Fellow cultivator Huang Rong follows the path of the Fortune Immortal and currently resides within the imperial palace of the Song dynasty. Surely, you have felt the connection to the dynasty's fate during your ascension. The practice of Yunxian serves to further strengthen this connection, merging the fortunes of the dynasty with oneself, thereby attaining various supernatural abilities. Within the dynasty, the method of Yunxian significantly amplifies strength. However, it also carries drawbacks. Should the dynasty face annihilation, one would suffer dire repercussions. Some audacious individuals speculate that if the 9 provinces were unified and one could assimilate the dynasty's fortunes, it might be possible to shatter the shackles of limitation. This notion is currently regarded as the most likely path to success by the majority of Earth Immortals. Upon hearing this, Su Qin was immediately taken aback. In the 9 provinces, where dynasties abound, chaos reigns, and relationships are intricately woven. The quest for unification is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. If indeed someone were to embrace this perspective, it could unleash a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil across the 9 provinces. Chapter 171. A clear path ahead, however, Su Qin quickly reconsidered and found this unlikely. Setting aside the fact that the power of the major dynasties across the 9 provinces is relatively equal, there exists no entity capable of dominating the entire realm. Moreover, the terrestrial immortals supporting these dynasties would certainly not acquiesce to such a notion. This likely explains why these immortals have established certain agreements and rules. Su Qin suppressed his thoughts, recognizing that these matters were beyond his influence at present. He then turned to the carefree master, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Might I ask which path my friend treads?" Upon mentioning himself, a trace of bitter laughter appeared on the carefree master's face. "I have cultivated the path of strength immortals." "However, but what?" Su Qin pressed. "But now I find myself contemplating a transition to the path of fortune immortals." "Why is that?" Su Qin could not help but ask, intrigued. "Simply because it is a dead end." At these words, Su Qin was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. It is important to note that Su Qin himself also followed the path of strength immortals, yet he had never heard of any peril associated with it. He was perplexed as to why the carefree master would label it a dead end. He then heard the carefree master's voice gradually unfold. The path of strength immortals entails cultivating profound inner strength to shatter the heavens, refining that strength into a golden elixir, ultimately manifesting unparalleled power to breach the celestial gates. The might it confers is undeniable. It undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 cultivation methods, perhaps even standing unrivaled among many. In my earlier days, I ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals, brimming with pride, and chose the path of strength immortals, even devising the northern mystic technique, seeking to absorb the essence of heaven and earth for my own use. However, as time passed, I increasingly sensed that this path is, in truth, a dead end. The carefree master's voice wavered slightly, and both Li Qiushui and Li Songhai wore inscrutable expressions. With a sigh, the carefree master continued, "To reach the realm of Earth Immortals, one requires a millennium of cultivation. Yet, as one progresses, the difficulty escalates exponentially, and the inner strength required grows correspondingly. Upon first entering the realm of Earth Immortals, the golden elixir is smooth and unblemished. Should one possess 2,000 years of cultivation, the elixir will bear a mark, becoming a 1-mark golden elixir. This is not particularly difficult. However, what follows is truly despairing. A 2-mark golden elixir demands 4,000 years of cultivation. A 3-mark elixir, 8,000 years. A 4-mark elixir, 16,000 years. According to ancient sages' deductions, the limit of the golden elixir is 10 marks. Only with 10 marks does one have hope of shattering the heavens. Thus, my friend, can you fathom the cultivation required? At this juncture, the carefree master's expression was filled with resignation and bitter laughter. Su Qin fell into a contemplative silence, as though processing the weight of the carefree master's revelations. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai inhaled sharply in unison. A 10-mark golden elixir signifies 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Such an immense requirement would provoke a similar reaction from anyone who heard it. The path of strength immortals appears straightforward and unyielding, devoid of bottlenecks. with strength that rises above peers. It merely requires the continuous accumulation of inner strength, seeming simple, yet in reality, it is indeed a path leading to ruin. In the realm of celestial beings, attaining a lifespan of 500 years, even with the aid of longevity techniques, merely amounts to a millennium. Achieving a cultivation level of 1,000,000 years, even if one dedicates every moment to relentless training, remains an unattainable feat. The suffocating sensation of awaiting death while immersed in cultivation renders this path a desolate one. Even with a millennium of lifespan, one must accumulate 1,000 years of cultivation annually to reach such heights. Is this endeavor even feasible for mortals? Su Qin remained silent, while the carefree Zizi continued with a sigh. According to tales from ancient times, the method of achieving immortality through inner strength was widespread, and there were unparalleled prodigies who carved their own paths, reaching the stage of the 7-pattern golden core. It is said that they could set mountains ablaze and boil the seas, causing the earth to tremble with a mere gesture, yet ultimately, they met their demise with their lifespans exhausted. What you may not know, my friend, is that I have secluded myself for a century in arduous cultivation. Yet I have yet to reach even the 2-pattern golden core realm. The road ahead appears bleak. Brother Huang Rong has repeatedly invited me to the palace to explore the path of celestial cultivation together. I have resolved to enter the palace after our conversation, to join Brother Huang Rong in seeking the great Tao, as this may offer a glimmer of hope. Surely, this is preferable to languishing in the wait for death amidst cultivation. Upon concluding his words, Zizi's expression remained one of bitterness and melancholy. A peculiar feeling stirred within Su Qin. Was this truly it? He had expected the path of celestial strength to be fraught with peril. Nonetheless, this was Su Qin's first encounter with the hierarchical delineation of celestial strength. Although he had some hints from the system and his own deductions, the nuances were not as detailed. 10-pattern golden core, 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Initially, this revelation startled Su Qin, even with his current rate of cultivation. Bolstered by fervent practice of the joyous divine arts, he could only accumulate a century's worth of power in a year. Thus, 500 years of effort would yield a mere 50,000 years of cultivation, still a far cry from the coveted 1,000,000 years. However, Su Qin soon realized that he possessed the system, a remarkable boon that defied the odds. As long as he continued to take concubines and sire offspring, his cultivation would surely flourish. Moreover, with the achievement system in place, each time his wives and progeny reached a certain number, additional rewards would materialize. Thus, while the annual requirement of 1,000 years of cultivation may seem daunting, it was not insurmountable. Su Qin could scarcely contain his mirth. The path to celestial strength appeared tailor-made for him. There were no bottlenecks, no arduous physical trials, nor the need to grasp swordsmanship. Only the straightforward accumulation of power. Could there be a path better suited to him? It is worth noting that Su Qin's number of wives could grow indefinitely. Each new consort would equate to an annual cultivation reward. In time, having over 100 wives and a multitude of offspring would not be extraordinary. Each year would witness the birth of over 100 children, translating into thousands of years of accumulated cultivation. When factoring in the rewards from the achievement system, his cultivation would ascend with the velocity of a rocket. Moreover, should the system bestow rewards such as divine alchemy techniques or other treasures capable of enhancing the innate qualities of one's offspring, the corresponding cultivation rewards would undoubtedly be significantly elevated. Contemplating this, Su Qin's previously furrowed brow gradually unfurled. While these matters may appear insurmountable to others, they are not particularly daunting for Su Qin. In fact, in a certain sense, they are rather effortless. After all, Su Qin does not need to toil excessively in cultivation. He merely needs to continue enjoying life as he always has. The sensation of reaching the pinnacle while reclining is simply exquisite. A smile graced Su Qin's visage, as if he had already envisioned a smooth path ahead. Chapter 172. Why such confidence in the depths of Su Qin's heart? He mused that breaking through the void was not as difficult as it seemed. Little did he know that if these words were to circulate, he would undoubtedly be besieged by numerous terrestrial immortals, while other formidable beings in the realm of land immortals pondered how to ascend to greater heights. He found himself contemplating the most comfortable position to recline in. Yet, this sensation was truly delightful. In this contemporary world, practitioners of the power immortal path had become exceedingly rare. He lamented his youthful impetuosity that had squandered a century of time. Had he cultivated the art of the celestial path with Brother Huang Rong earlier, he might have already reached the pinnacle of his potential. The voice of the carefree one, Zaya Yozi, resonated with a sense of nostalgia. Fortunately, my friend practices the sword path. Although the way of the sword immortal demands immense comprehension with your intellect, It should pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Su Qin, though reluctant to dispel his enthusiasm, slowly shook his head and replied, I do not practice the sword immortal path. The three were momentarily taken aback. Zaya had naturally heard of Su Qin's prowess prior to their meeting. Rumors had it that Su Qin possessed divine understanding in swordsmanship, leading to the assumption that he was a practitioner of the sword immortal path. Could it be that you are a body cultivator? Zaya inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face. Earlier, someone had mentioned that Su Qin had mastered a formidable method of horizontal training, rendering his physique as resilient as bronze. This bore similarities to the techniques of the Shaolin Temple, especially that of the sweeping monk, who radiated with golden light when cultivating. Thus, Zaya arrived at this conjecture. However, Su Qin gently shook his head. Could it be that you wish to cultivate the celestial path together with us? Excitement sparkled in Zaya's eyes. While the fortune of the Song dynasty may pale in comparison to other dynasties, it was still sufficient to support the cultivation of the three in the celestial path. If such a young prodigy, deemed a genius, could embark on this path, their mutual validation would surely lead to smoother cultivation in the future. United, they might even aspire to unify the 9 provinces, rendering the act of breaking through the void a triviality. Nevertheless, Su Qin continued to shake his head resolutely. Zaya's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Seizing the moment, Su Qin smiled and declared, I practice the power immortal path. Power immortal? Zaya nearly doubted his own hearing. His countenance was one of utter shock and disbelief, realizing that all his earnest counsel had been in vain. Although the power immortal path was formidable and devoid of bottlenecks, the cultivation required was simply terrifying. Even without aspiring to reach a 10-pattern golden elixir, achieving a 3-pattern one demanded a staggering 8,000 years of cultivation. This horrifying figure alone was enough to instill dread. It was simply unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. Zaya was immediately alarmed. This feeling was akin to having just painfully clawed his way out of a pit, only to turn around and find an astonishingly gifted genius poised to leap into the abyss. Zaya, possessing a heart of integrity and devoid of malice, swiftly intervened to prevent any potential misfortune. The mere thought of Su Qin traversing a path so fraught with despair, ultimately leading to a futile existence akin to his own, filled him with profound sorrow. Dear friend, do not act impulsively. I am but a cautionary tale. Let us not repeat past mistakes. Though the path of the power immortal appears formidable, it is undeniably a road to ruin. Were it not so, I would not have consented to Brother Huang Rong's invitation to cultivate in the imperial palace. The pursuit of power immortality, despite consuming a lifetime, merely allows one to attain the 4 golden core. Even if you are exceptionally gifted, a rare talent in a millennium, you may only reach the heights of the 7 golden core, which represents the pinnacle of human achievement. Though it may seem that the distance to the 10 is negligible, a vast chasm lies between them. The feeling of helplessness at that juncture will be an indelible memory. Are you not proficient in the sword path? Might you consider pursuing the path of the sword immortal instead? Zaya urged, concern etched upon his face. In truth, his words bordered on overstepping, for he and Su Qin were mere acquaintances, lacking a deep bond. Yet, in that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such considerations. Witnessing a prodigious talent before him embark on a path of no return was unbearable. In Zaya's understanding, Su Qin was a reincarnated sword immortal, now intent on following the path of power immortal. What logic was this? Did he believe the sword immortal path lacked promise? Surely, he would not choose a route he knew to be fatal. Su Qin, not lacking in discernment, recognized that Zaya harbored no ill intentions. He simply wished to prevent a junior from stepping into a path he deemed perilous. However, were Su Qin devoid of a system, he might indeed heed Zaya's counsel and pursue the sword immortal path. Yet, equipped with a system, Su Qin was destined to tread an unconventional journey. For others, the power immortal path might be a nearly insurmountable dead end, but for Su Qin, it unfolded as a broad avenue. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I am fully aware of the merits and flaws of the power immortal path. Nonetheless, I shall choose this route. The reasons behind my decision are personal, and I regret that I cannot disclose them. Su Qin internally added, even if I were to reveal the truth, would you believe it? This thought lingered only briefly, for the system was the greatest secret he possessed, one he could never divulge. Su Qin's calm demeanor gradually assuaged Zaya's anxiety, allowing him to regain his composure. The earlier shock had momentarily overwhelmed him, leading to an inability to control his emotions. Thus, he overlooked a crucial point. How could someone who has ascended to the realm of earth immortals at such a young age amid the backdrop of the Song dynasty's loss of heritage, possibly be a fool? Given that he is already aware of the intricate relationships at play, his unwavering desire to cultivate the path of strength immortals clearly indicates he possesses some form of assurance. If that is the case, Su Qin has likely made extensive preparations, rendering any eloquent discourse on his part utterly futile. Could it be that he truly harbors the confidence to succeed? Perhaps in his previous life, he was not merely a sword immortal, but rather a formidable being with profound mastery in the art of strength immortals? If so, drawing upon the blessings of his past existence, he might indeed stand a chance of shattering the terrifying constraints that render the cultivation of strength immortals seemingly impossible. At this moment, myriad thoughts swirled in the mind of Zayayozi. No matter how hard he speculated, he could not fathom the source of Su Qin's extraordinary confidence. Chapter 173. The Contest Friend. If you do not mind, may I lend a hand? With these words, Zayayozi extended his right hand towards Su Qin, eager to make one last attempt. He could not bear the thought of such extraordinary talent withering away on the path of the strength immortal. Zayayozi's intention in reaching out to Su Qin was to impart the true essence of his inner power in the arduous journey of cultivation. If he could evoke even a flicker of realization in Su Qin, persuading him to abandon the pursuit of strength immortal, it would be the ideal outcome. At that moment, both Li Qiushui and Li Songhai were struck with disbelief. It was well known that the land immortals were a rarity in the world of Jianghu, often seeking secluded places for focused cultivation. Sightings of two land immortals engaging in combat were exceedingly rare when such powerful beings clashed. It was akin to the shifting of clouds and the upheaval of earth. While the two women understood their master's intention to engage in a mere sparring match, the fact remained that these two were among the 5 most formidable land immortals within the Song dynasty. An opportunity such as this was indeed a rare occurrence, causing both women to instinctively hold their breath and focus intently on the scene before them. Su Qin, aware of Zayayozi's intentions, could not help but smile. In that case, I shall not be polite. His willingness to participate stemmed from a burgeoning eagerness within him. After all, he was but a novice who had just ascended to the realm of land immortal, unlike Zayayozi, who had basked in this level of power for nearly a century. Given this opportunity, it was a moment he had longed for. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand, clasping it firmly with Zayayozi's. As their palms met, a palpable tension filled the air, igniting excitement in the eyes of Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. They believed that their master would undoubtedly prevail. Given that Zayayozi had nearly a century's worth of advancement over Su Qin in the realm of land immortal. Although Zayayozi had yet to enter the realm of the two-patterned golden core, his strength was unquestionable, far superior to that of Su Qin, the fledgling land immortal. Despite being aware of the likely outcome, the two women remained eager to witness the clash of inner powers. While the competition of inner strength may seem straightforward and direct, it was inherently perilous and profoundly revealing. After all, opportunities to witness a contest between two land immortals were few and far between. With a resounding crash, as their hands intertwined, an invisible wave of energy surged outward from the two figures, rippling through the surroundings. The expressions of Li Songhai and Li Qiushui shifted dramatically. Most of the inner power wielded by Su Qin and Zayayozi had been contained, with only a trace of energy escaping into the atmosphere. Yet, even this minuscule release was enough to overwhelm the two women, leaving them with the sensation of being shattered by the very essence of that energy. Retreat. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Almost in synchrony, they activated their movement techniques, swiftly withdrawing from the pavilion. They did not dare to pause until they had distanced themselves by 10 zhang, at which point they finally felt a sense of relief. The two exchanged silent glances. Yet in each other's eyes, they beheld an overwhelming expression of astonishment. Although the two women had long followed their master in seclusion to cultivate their skills, they had never witnessed their master truly unleash his power. Previously, they had only known of the realm of the earth immortal, aware that it represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. However, they had never anticipated the sheer ferocity of this realm. It is worth noting that these two are not to be trifled with, having accompanied the carefree master for many years. Their own strength had already reached the apex of the grandmaster level. Although they had yet to break into the realm of the celestial being, their foundation was remarkably solid. Once they overcame the bottleneck, they could potentially ascend directly into the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm, owing to their profound cultivation. Despite this, they found themselves unable to withstand even a trace of the aura emanating from the clash between the two powerful earth immortals. With lingering trepidation, they gazed towards the pavilion. where the carefree master and Su Qin were caught in a standoff, their eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, Li Qiushui could not contain herself and inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Li Songhai furrowed his brow slightly and replied slowly, "Naturally, it will be our master." Although he would never resort to bullying the weak, he has spent nearly a century in the Earth Immortal realm. Thus, his understanding of this level should surpass that of Su Mengzhu. Though the two appeared evenly matched, it was likely that the master was deliberately holding back for the sake of Su Mengzhu's dignity. Li Qiushui nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments. Nonetheless, Su Mengzhu is indeed a prodigy, managing to endure against our master for so long with his newly attained Earth Immortal prowess." The two spoke softly, their gazes directed at the contesting figures in the pavilion, their expressions brimming with admiration. It seems to be nearing its conclusion. Indeed, as Li Songhai's words echoed, both Su Qin and the carefree master subtly altered their expressions. In the next instant, the expressions of Li Qiushui and her companion shifted from admiration to sheer astonishment. As if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle, they beheld the two figures in the pavilion slightly tremble before abruptly separating, and to their astonishment, the carefree master staggered back several steps before barely coming to a halt. The carefree master has been defeated. At that moment, disbelief filled not only the eyes of Li Qiushui and her companion, but also the expression of the carefree master, which was now laden with shock. Just moments ago, as the two had clashed in an exchange of inner strength, they had seemed evenly matched at the outset. The carefree master had harbored a degree of astonishment, pondering how Su Qin could possess such confidence in pursuing the path of the strength immortal. It appeared there was indeed a basis for this confidence. Nevertheless, despite this realization, the carefree master remained skeptical of this path. He resolved that he only needed to gain a slight upper hand, after which he could reason with Su Qin and perhaps persuade him to abandon the path of the strength immortal. However, the gap between aspiration and reality often proves vast. As time passed, the carefree master gradually increased the output of his inner power, only to be horrified to discover that he could not overcome Su Qin. This realization sparked a competitive spirit within him, prompting him to exert even greater force. However, he was utterly incapable of troubling Su Qin, and the internal energy emanating from Su Qin unexpectedly imposed considerable pressure upon him. Just as Zayayozi was filled with astonishment and prepared to stake everything, he suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of internal energy flowing from Su Qin, its ferocity far surpassing his expectations. In a moment of oversight, he was forcefully repelled several steps by the sheer force of Su Qin's power. Although Zayayozi had not employed his full strength, he had already attained the level of a first pattern golden core. Despite this, he was still unable to contend with Su Qin, which only deepened his astonishment. Chapter 174. An unwelcome request. At this moment, Zayayozi was profoundly astonished, his heart shaken in a manner that a century of self-cultivation could not suppress. "Esteemed senior, I am grateful for your guidance," Su Qin said, slightly bowing his hands in respect. Having personally experienced the internal power of a one-pattern golden core, Su Qin felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. His Taishan scripture had already integrated various divine arts, and in terms of quality, it was undoubtedly on par with, or perhaps even superior to, a one-pattern golden core. This further convinced Su Qin that the path of force immortal was indeed tailor-made for him. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Zayayozi finally regained his composure and let out a long sigh. "Talents emerge from generation to generation. Your innate gifts are truly unparalleled in my lifetime. To possess such immense internal power so early in the Earth Immortal realm, I find myself humbled." He continued, "Since you are resolute in your pursuit of the path of force immortal, I shall refrain from further persuasion. With your potential, I may indeed witness the pinnacle of force immortal's grandeur one day." Having genuinely felt Su Qin's extraordinary internal power and unique techniques, Zayayozi's astonishment deepened. "I have one final piece of advice for you. Take several years to contemplate the path of force immortal. If it proves insurmountable, do not hesitate to change course. There will still be time to pursue other paths." Su Qin, filled with reverence, bowed deeply to Zayayozi. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, if it truly becomes unfeasible, I shall not cling to this path." Su Qin could sense Zayayozi's sincerity and heartfelt admonitions, which only deepened his respect for the elder. Zayayozi, feeling reassured by Su Qin's response, continued, "That is as it should be. When the Earth Immortal Grand Assembly arrives, you may find your perspective altered after encountering many Earth Immortals." Su Qin immediately seized upon this key information. "Earth Immortal Grand Assembly?" Zayayozi chuckled, stroking his beard. "Indeed. This is one of the reasons I have come to your esteemed abode, as well as the other matter I previously mentioned. Su Qin adopted an attentive demeanor, his intuition already hinting at the nature of the event. Xiaozi took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting as if transported back a century. The Earth Immortal Grand Assembly is a gathering held once every 100 years among the Earth Immortals of this world, a tradition passed down through the ages. It continues to this day, allowing Earth Immortals to exchange martial insights, trade treasures, and negotiate the distribution of benefits. Indeed, the distribution of benefits, Xiaozi reiterated, observing Su Qin's contemplative expression. For Earth Immortals, ascending to the pinnacle is inevitably reliant on the support of resources. With precious resources, cultivation progresses more swiftly. For instance, the path of the immortal requires the fortune of a dynasty. The path of Force Immortal can devour spiritual herbs to hasten internal power accumulation. And the path of Physical Immortal equally necessitates spiritual herbs to bolster the corporeal form. In the past, there have been instances of large-scale battles among Earth Immortals, resulting in chaos. Consequently, several powerful beings united to establish the rule of the Earth Immortal Grand Assembly to prevent such large-scale conflicts, determining the distribution of benefits for the next century based on success and failure. As he spoke, he sighed, "Surely, my friend, you have long been curious as to why the martial world of the Great Song is so feeble. Despite having 4 terrestrial immortals, the lineage of celestial beings has been severed, allowing even grand masters to ascend to the pinnacle." Su Qin's gaze flickered with realization. This indeed had been a lingering question for him. It appears that this is closely tied to the upcoming assembly of terrestrial immortals. Xiaozi responded bitterly. Because in the last assembly of terrestrial immortals, the Great Song dynasty ranked second to last. Su Qin was momentarily speechless. It was as he suspected. Behind the mundane imperial courts, the emperor merely wielded control over the mortal realm, while the true arbiters of fate remained the terrestrial immortals. With numerous dynasties across the land of the 9 provinces, the fact that our Great Song ranked second to last time meant, according to the established rules, that we must actively sever the lineage of celestial beings. From that moment onward, neither terrestrial immortals nor celestial beings are permitted to pass on their teachings of the celestial lineage unless one possesses the strength to ascend back to the celestial realm on their own. This is a vow to the heavenly path. Even for Qiu Shui and Song Hai, I cannot impart the methods of celestial beings to them. They must comprehend it themselves. Suddenly, Su Qin understood. This was a soft blade. Without the celestial lineage, the path to the celestial realm becomes exceedingly arduous. If no celestial beings can emerge, the ascension of new terrestrial immortals becomes a distant dream. Thus, a century later, the Great Song would inevitably find itself at the bottom once more. In a sense, this also serves as a means for the terrestrial immortals to demarcate their territories and vie for interests. Xiaozi felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, the Great Song has been fortunate this time, with 2 reincarnated terrestrial immortals emerging in its midst. Otherwise, the next assembly would be even more disastrous. Curious, Su Qin inquired. Who then ranked last? The Great Sui dynasty. Xiaozi sighed. Should a dynasty rank last in the assembly, terrestrial immortals are forbidden from intervening in its affairs, allowing it to operate autonomously. Even if it is overrun by other dynasties, they must merely observe, lest they provoke the wrath of the terrestrial immortals. This marks the true demise of a dynasty. Unlike other dynasties, which merely contend for territory, the Great Sui now faces an imminent collapse, likely unable to endure until the next assembly. The assembly of terrestrial immortals is intended to prevent widespread discord. The current handling of affairs aligns with the interests of the vast majority of terrestrial immortals, thus no one voices dissent. Su Qin finally comprehended the entire situation. No wonder the martial world of the Great Song is so frail. It was only upon his own breakthrough to the celestial realm that he gained access to the celestial lineage. Was the Great Sui indeed on the verge of upheaval? Is this the elimination system among terrestrial immortals? Su Qin could not help but ponder in disbelief. How could the Great Sui dynasty be so weak? He inquired, logically. The Great Sui should have many martial experts and a fair share of terrestrial immortals. Xiaozi explained, in the past, the domineering nature of old ancestor Yang of the Great Sui led to conflict with other terrestrial immortals, as he relied on his status as a member of the imperial family. In the last assembly, the other terrestrial immortals from the Great Sui merely observed coldly, and he was the only one to participate, which naturally resulted in a last-place finish. Old ancestor Yang's lifespan is nearing its end. The Great Sui is now facing a calamity rooted in misdeeds committed centuries ago. He slowly recounted a tale, continuing, originally, Our Song dynasty should not have ranked second to last. However, during the last immortal gathering, the esteemed Dugu elder, who was supposed to attend, suddenly fell into madness. Ultimately, only Huang Rong and I took to the battlefield, our efforts insufficient, leading to the decline of the Song dynasty. Fortunately, now we have the monks sweeping the grounds and you, my friend, who have both ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals. If the Dugu elder could regain his clarity, we would have 5 Earth Immortals participating in the next gathering. While we may not claim victory, we certainly would not finish at the bottom. Yaozi expressed his delight. Over the past century, the Song dynasty had weakened considerably, resulting in a significant loss of resources. Otherwise, he would have already attained the realm of the 2-patterned golden core. Thankfully, this sense of frustration was finally coming to an end. Su Qin felt a surge of curiosity. How long until the next immortal gathering? 5 years. The next immortal gathering will be held in 5 years. At that time, I will inform you in advance, hoping you will lend your support. Yaozi said earnestly. The resources that belong to you should already be arranged by Brother Huang Rong and will arrive shortly. Su Qin nodded slowly, both in sentiment and reason. He ought to participate. Moreover, witnessing the grandeur of the immortal gathering would be beneficial for him. 5 years was ample time for personal growth, and what level he could achieve by then remained to be seen. I shall not shy away from this duty. Su Qin smiled, effectively accepting the invitation. Yaozi could not restrain his laughter, stroking his beard. Today's gathering serves 2 purposes: to forge new friendships and to extend this invitation to the immortal gathering. With your assistance, our Song dynasty shall have no worries. After so many years of hardship, we shall surely reclaim what is rightfully ours. Su Qin felt the joy radiating from Yaozi and could not help but smile. After all, there was no loss to him, and he would gain resources while also expanding his horizons. Yaozi turned his gaze and suddenly bowed, saying, I have a humble request. He then beckoned to the distant Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, who approached with utmost respect. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Please, senior, go on. Yaozi replied with a smile. These 2 disciples of mine have diligently cultivated in the mountains, their minds pure and focused. Due to an agreement from years past, they cannot receive the teachings of the celestial beings. If you are willing, how about taking them into your household? Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai's faces flushed with embarrassment, their heads lowered shyly. Meanwhile, Su Qin was taken aback. Was this an offer to marry Li Qiushui and Li Songhai to himself? Chapter 175. Increase in power. However, it soon dawned upon Su Qin that Yaozi's actions were likely a dual benefit. Ascending to the realm of earthly immortals at merely 19 years of age, even Yaozi, who himself was an earthly immortal, could not help but marvel at such innate talent, prompting him to cultivate a rapport with Su Qin. The other reason was rather straightforward. Due to the heavenly Tao oath from the immortal gathering in his earlier years, Yaozi was unable to impart the teachings of the celestial beings. Yet, Su Qin was free from such restrictions. By inviting the 2 maidens into his residence, Yaozi undoubtedly harbored the intention of having Su Qin bestow upon them the celestial teachings. Su Qin's heart was suddenly illuminated, a smile gracing his face, even stirring a sense of excitement within him. This opportunity presented no detriment to him. Rather, it was an invaluable boon. Initially, he had sent Ding Chuanqiu to seek out the whereabouts of Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, drawn to the allure of the 2 maidens. Unexpectedly, Ding Chuanqiu had been unsuccessful, yet fate had brought them into his fold in this manner. Once Li Qiushui and Li Songhai were welcomed into his abode, Su Qin would have precisely 20 wives. The thought of the recently unlocked achievement rewards ignited a fervent desire within him. These 2 celestial beings, breathtakingly beautiful, were a delight he willingly embraced. He merely pondered how they felt about it. Su Qin chuckled softly. Though he was inclined to welcome them, he still felt the need to utter polite phrases, lest they misunderstand his intentions. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai had long since lowered their heads in shyness, at a loss for words, completely unprepared for the opportunity their master had alluded to. If they were to claim reluctance, it would not be true. They were well aware of Su Qin's inclination towards taking concubines and were not averse to it. Moreover, the prospect of ascending to the realm of earthly immortals at such a young age promised boundless potential. He was undoubtedly more formidable than their master, and there were scarcely any men in the world who could surpass him. Given this, what would it matter if they were to marry him together? With this thought in mind, the 2 maidens ceased their hesitations, gently bowing as they said, Qiushui, Songhai, shall abide by Master's decision. They felt a twinge of embarrassment in meeting Su Qin's gaze. Though not particularly young, Their years spent in rigorous training with Xian Yaozi had kept their hearts remarkably pure. Xian Yaozi burst into hearty laughter, feeling greatly reassured. In every respect, Su Qin was indeed a commendable match. Back when he had them secluded on the mountain, he had sensed that he was delaying his beloved disciples. Now, having found them a suitable home, he was filled with joy. He had previously worried about how to manage his disciples should he enter the imperial palace, but now, it all seemed fortuitous. Su Qin also smiled. Let us choose an auspicious day to welcome the two celestial maidens into my home. And I would like to invite Senior Xian Yaozi to stay for a few more days, as there are many matters I wish to consult with you. This was not mere politeness. After all, Xian Yaozi had been an earthly immortal for over a century, possessing knowledge far beyond Su Qin's understanding. Gaining insights from him would undoubtedly aid Su Qin in comprehending the intricacies of this world more clearly. Xian Yaozi nodded with a smile. Engaging in exchange with a fellow earthly immortal of equal standing was indeed a rare opportunity, and it was rightly so. The news quickly spread from Lingbao Villa. The young master was set to take concubines once more. This time, he was to welcome two enchanting beauties, whose stunning looks resembled celestial maidens descending from the heavens. The tidings rapidly swept through Jiangnan and the entirety of the Song dynasty, leaving countless individuals in awe at the young master's ever-increasing frequency of acquiring concubines. Indeed, it had barely been long since, and this year marked the 13th wife, if memory serves. At this rate, it seemed quite possible that the number might surpass 20. Yet, who were these two new ladies, Madame Qiushui and Madame Songhai? It appeared that their origins were shrouded in mystery, as no one seemed to possess knowledge of them. Nevertheless, one could surmise that given the young master's discerning taste, they were surely no ordinary heroines. Many noble women had sought to present themselves as potential partners, only to be rebuffed by the young master. I even heard that the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Southern Town was among those turned away. Ah, how capricious the young master is. Were one to possess his influence and stature, the daughter of the prince would hardly warrant a second glance, let alone the emperor's own daughter. However, it seems that nearly every renowned female warrior in the Song dynasty has found her way into the young master's abode. Conversations in the martial world abounded, with everyone recounting the current count of Su Qin's wives. Among the 20, an astonishing 18 were recognized as unparalleled beauties of the Song dynasty. A quick calculation revealed that every famous beauty in the realm had already entered Su Qin's household. Furthermore, numerous illustrious female warriors had sworn oaths of lifelong devotion to Su Qin, causing many to lament their own fates. Had anyone else achieved what Su Qin has, they would have undoubtedly become the target of resentment in the martial community, a figure loathed by all men. Yet who is Su Qin, the leader of the Song dynasty? Setting aside his unparalleled martial prowess, his character and reputation have garnered the respect and admiration of all, leaving them in a state of reverent sighs. As the excitement surrounding the inclusion of Li Qiushui and Li Songhai grew, Su Qin continued his pursuit of new wives, and the incident of his ascension to terrestrial immortality, which had once drawn a thunderous tribulation, gradually faded from public memory. After all, such extraordinary occurrences are often difficult to believe without first-hand experience. Aside from the many exceptional masters present at that time, few knew of Su Qin's elevation to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Meanwhile, the common folk were simply thrilled at the prospect of enjoying another lavish banquet hosted by the young master. And this time, with two new wives, the feast would be doubly splendid. At Lingbao Villa, vibrant decorations adorned the surroundings, and the faces of servants and maids radiated joy and excitement. The atmosphere was one of celebration, as hundreds of guests flowed in and out, creating a slight congestion at the grand entrance of Lingbao Villa. Thankfully, the villa was spacious enough to accommodate the throngs. Otherwise, it would be a challenge to fit them all. However, this gathering was noticeably different from past events, as it featured many venerable figures from the martial world, each over a century old. Ah, Elder Jiang, what a delightful surprise to see you here in person. And you too, Elders Wang and Li. It seems you have all arranged to gather together. Elder Zhao, please tread carefully, do not risk a fall. The hosts, Lu Lighting and others, were filled with trepidation as they hurried to greet them. Regardless of their current cultivation levels, these venerable figures from the martial world were once titans, holding high esteem in the realm. Now, in their twilight years, each relied on a cane for support, yet they chose to attend this wedding in person. The elders wore cheerful smiles, their faces radiating humility. The reason was quite simple. When Su Qin faced the tribulation of thunder, the extraordinary phenomenon rippled through the martial world. While the common folk remained oblivious, these seasoned veterans understood it all too well. it was highly likely to be the heavenly tribulation of a terrestrial immortal. Even after the demise of the oldest celestial beings, remnants of their essence lingered. Naturally, these elders comprehended the significance of this, prompting them to make the arduous journey to pay their respects. Are you the esteemed Xie Yaozi? During the banquet, the silver-haired, youthful-looking Xie Yaozi was recognized. A frail, haggard elder, his face lined with age, trembled with excitement, his murky eyes seemingly alight with fervor. Noticing a hint of confusion in Xie Yaozi's gaze, the elder hastily added, I am Xiao Jiang. In my youth, I had the privilege of meeting you through my father. A century has passed, and though you remain unchanged, I have become this way. Your unassuming act once saved our Jiang family, and we have held it dear in our hearts ever since. As he spoke, the elder was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly kneeling in reverence. Xie Yaozi pondered for a moment, and a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Indeed, during his wanderings in the martial world, he often intervened in times of injustice. He gently supported the elder, smiling as he said, there is no need for such formalities. Today, as we gather to celebrate a wedding, we are all guests. One by one, the elders recognized Xie Yaozi's identity and approached him in excitement for a greeting. Elder Xie Yaozi, your presence at the grand wedding of the alliance leader suggests that. The elder's eyes glistened with exhilaration. To have Xie Yaozi, a fellow terrestrial immortal, attend the wedding undoubtedly affirmed their earlier conjectures. Su Qin, he must have ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Xie Yaozi smiled and nodded, saying, Qiu Shui and Song Hai are my disciples. While he did not speak directly, his meaning was undeniably clear. The emergence of a terrestrial immortal and the marriage of his two disciples to Su Qin were implications that could not be misinterpreted. The elders from the martial world were moved to tears. Xie Yaozi too felt a wave of nostalgia. After a century, the changes in the Song dynasty were indeed monumental. And these individuals had endured considerable hardship. Take for instance the five absolutes. Had they benefited from a complete transmission, they might have already reached the sixth or even higher realms by now, instead of being confined to the grandmaster level. The elders from the martial world were overwhelmingly stirred. While the somewhat younger martial heroes could not fully grasp the significance, instinctively feeling a sense of reverence towards Xie Yaozi. Simultaneously, they realized the remarkable origins of Su Qin's newly acquired wives. Originally, he was the disciple of a reclusive master, which only deepened the admiration and reverence for Su Qin. The attitude of Xiao Yaozi clearly indicated that Su Qin was of the same caliber. As the ceremony commenced, they bowed to heaven and earth, then to the parents, followed by the couple's mutual bow. With a smile, Su Qin exchanged bows with the stunning brides, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, eliciting waves of warm laughter. Su Qin had experienced such situations several times before and was already accustomed to it. As the officiant's chants faded, Su Qin, accompanied by his two beautiful brides, stepped into the bridal chamber amidst envious glances and blessings. Inside, Li Qiushui felt a twinge of nervousness. Their acquaintance had only spanned less than 10 days, and although they had grown more familiar during the wedding preparations, the thought of what was to come still made her anxious. Suddenly, she felt her red veil being lifted, revealing a flawless, handsome face before her, his warm smile seemingly piercing her heart. Qiu Shui, do not be anxious, Su Qin whispered softly as he held her delicate hand. Without her realizing it, her nervousness dissipated, replaced by a fluttering heart, prompting her to stammer, husband, cherished Qiu Shui. At the right moment, Su Qin was no longer hesitant. Meanwhile, Li Songhai was already growing restless, though she held no objections. After all, the sequence had been previously agreed upon. Her thoughts were more innocent than Li Qiushui's, and her gentle demeanor made her endearing. Finally, footsteps were heard outside the door, causing Li Songhai to startle. Almost instantly, she sensed the familiar presence beside her, and then her veil was gently lifted. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, her cheeks flushing. Su Qin's gentle voice echoed in her ear. Songhai, look at me. As she opened her eyes, she was met with Su Qin's commanding kiss. Different approaches were required for different individuals, and Su Qin was now exceptionally skilled. With a swift motion, he extinguished the lights and proceeded seamlessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Li Qiushui. Reward: 100 years of inner strength, the return of 10,000 swords. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Li Songhai. Reward: 100 years of inner strength, the great Brahmin's sacred palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of having 20 concubines. Reward: 500 years of cultivation. The next day, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, gazing affectionately at the slumbering Li Songhai beside him. After placing a gentle kiss on her, he quietly rose to leave. Take good care of both my ladies. If anything arises, come find me in the eastern courtyard." He instructed the maids, ensuring they looked after the two brides well. In an instant, Su Qin could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed toward the eastern courtyard, each stride covering several tens of feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the maids. The reason for his urgency was the exceptionally generous reward. Even Su Qin found it challenging to restrain his exhilaration. Upon entering, the two matriarchs had provided a staggering 340 years of internal energy, coupled with the reward for taking on 20 concubines, amounting to 500 years of cultivation. That totaled an astounding 620 years of internal power, not to mention the acquisition of two formidable martial arts techniques. Such bountiful rewards nearly led Su Qin to question whether he had misheard. It was indeed an achievement reward unlocked only after ascending to the realm of Earth Immortals. How exhilarating! Su Qin felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria coursing through every pore of his being. With a current reservoir of 1,000 years of internal energy, the addition of this 620 years would bring him merely 380 years away from achieving the first pattern of the Golden Core. Such speed, if spoken of, would surely evoke astonishment from his fellow Earth Immortals, who might deem him a monster. He took several deep breaths to quell his excitement. "System, claim my cultivation." Su Qin's gaze turned earnest as he adjusted his state to its optimal condition before commencing the claim of his internal power. This was his first time receiving such a vast amount of cultivation, and thus he proceeded with utmost caution. Boom! As his words fell, an inaudible roar erupted from within Su Qin's being. 620 years of internal energy. What a formidable force. It was nearly equivalent to half an Earth Immortal. An unprecedented torrent of internal energy surged forth from Su Qin, reminiscent of a mighty river or ocean. He sensed his meridians tremble slightly. Fortunately, as an Earth Immortal, he possessed a golden core to stabilize his dantian, alleviating any concerns. With a mental command, Su Qin activated the Taishin technique he had long prepared, and the terrifying force of absorption manifested. The vast internal energy, akin to the relentless tides of the sea, swiftly converged towards the golden core. To Su Qin's astonishment, the energy fervently melded into the golden core, and he perceived a subtle transformation beginning to unfold within it. Gradually, a faint, mysterious pattern began to emerge upon the golden core, though still exceedingly delicate. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Su Qin. This was the one-patterned golden core spoken of by the celestial wanderer. However, the pattern was still incomplete, thus it could not be deemed a true one-patterned golden core. If it were whole, this pattern would significantly enhance the quality of his internal energy. It implied that with each emerging pattern, not only did the quantity multiply, but the quality underwent a continuous elevation. Ultimately, would it not transform entirely into celestial power? A myriad of conjectures swirled in Su Qin's mind. He sensed that the path of the immortal force was undoubtedly the most orthodox method. Other paths might merely be shortcuts. Yet, he could also understand, apart from himself, others traversing this route were indeed in a state of despair. As time flowed on, once all the internal energy had been absorbed, the patterns on the golden core became subtly discernible. Just 380 more years of internal energy were needed for this one-patterned golden core to be complete. Even so, Su Qin felt an immediate surge in his strength, amplifying significantly. A joyful smile involuntarily emerged on his face. Once Inger and Wushuang's children are born, unlocking the achievement of having 10 offspring, he should be able to attain a golden elixir. He silently contemplated. Meanwhile, at the secluded estate of Lingbao Mountain Manor, Zaiyozi suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing toward the direction of the martial academy, filled with astonishment. Chapter 176. The emergence of battle intent. Xiao Yaozi gazed towards the distant courtyard, sensing the remarkable surge of internal power even from this far away. His pupils instinctively quivered. This internal force. A sense of disbelief washed over him. At Lingbao Mountain Manor, aside from himself, only Su Qin had attained the status of a terrestrial immortal, making it evident who was the source of this profound energy fluctuation. Yet, what baffled him was that Su Qin had only recently ascended to the rank of terrestrial immortal. How could he have suddenly made such significant progress? Even after decades of arduous cultivation, he himself had not amassed such immense internal power. Could it be the result of prior accumulation? Or perhaps a unique cultivation method? Xiao Yaozi was filled with uncertainty, recalling the calm and confident demeanor Su Qin exhibited after he had imparted the secrets of the power immortal technique. A myriad of speculations began to arise in his mind. It was rumored that in ancient times, powerful beings who practiced the power immortal technique could reincarnate, transforming their past life's prowess into treasures akin to relics to be absorbed in their next life. Could Su Qin be one of them? He found himself increasingly restless. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to slowly make his way towards Su Qin, seeking to confirm whether his perception had been mistaken. Meanwhile, Su Qin remained oblivious to Xiao Yaozi's thoughts. Having gathered his internal power, he gazed at the faint patterns on his golden core, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. With a calm breath, he proceeded to claim his rewards. System, claim the great Brahma's sacred palm. In an instant, a torrent of profound Buddhist teachings flooded into Su Qin's mind. The martial arts of the Buddhist sect typically necessitated profound philosophical support. Terrestrial immortals of the Buddhist sect could rightly be referred to as living Buddhas. Much like the previously awarded Tathagata palm, this knowledge was imbued with profound Buddhist principles. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Su Qin were to masquerade as a Buddhist monk now, he would be more than capable. However, given his long-standing disdain for the followers of Buddhism, he had no intention of doing so. As he absorbed the intricate palm techniques surging into his consciousness, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. The great Brahma's sacred palm, in comparison to the Tathagata palm, was equally formidable, though with a distinct focus. The Tathagata palm emphasized grandeur and dominance, obliterating all with a single strike, while the great Brahma's sacred palm prized subtlety and mystique, making it unavoidable. Su Qin was immensely pleased. His repertoire of abilities was expanding, which boded well for his safety. An abundance of hidden cards would ensure that others could never accurately gauge his strength. With a deep exhale, he continued to claim his rewards. System, claim the return of 10,000 swords. In that moment, a rich and formidable sword intent surged from Su Qin, piercing the heavens and splitting the earth. Unparalleled in its sharpness. Within his mind, intricate insights began to emerge, and Su Qin felt an extraordinary sensation, as though he embodied the sword itself. And the sword was him. Multiple sword intents intertwined around him, encompassing the majestic sword intent, the merciless sword intent of the Holy Spirit sword technique, and now, the sword intent of the return of 10,000 swords. Su Qin felt, under the influence of various sword intents, my comprehension of the sword has reached an unprecedented height. How marvelous! Su Qin opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He pointed with his hand, and with a resonant clang, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword was instantly assembled, swirling around Su Qin like a playful dragon. Such a miraculous scene, akin to sword control, was something Su Qin could achieve prior. However, now, he was not utilizing any internal power. Indeed, Su Qin was entirely manipulating the divine sword solely through his understanding of the blade. This revelation would astound the world. It was as if Su Qin had become one with the sword. Could this be the fabled unity of man and sword? A smile crept upon Su Qin's lips. Although he did not cultivate the path of the sword immortal, it did not imply he was incapable of employing the techniques of one. On the contrary, a terrestrial deity armed with multiple methods is the most formidable. The recently acquired 10,000 swords returning to the origin instantly augmented Su Qin's combat prowess significantly. Furthermore, he discovered that when the 10,000 swords returning to the origin was combined with the Howren sword intent, it became truly terrifying. There seemed to be an innate harmony between the two. He smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zaiyozi, who had just approached the martial academy, was utterly bewildered. He stared in shock towards the direction of the courtyard. This is the unity of man and sword. The second realm of sword immortal? In an instant, he felt utterly disoriented. Having just broken through to the terrestrial deity realm, he now faced the second realm of the sword immortal. Was he not a reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal? Zaiyozi was completely perplexed by Su Qin's actions. He had previously built such a profound foundation in swordsmanship, yet he chose to pursue the path of the Force Immortal instead. Could this be the caprice of a great master? However, he gradually began to understand Su Qin's intentions. To cultivate both paths, the Force Immortal as the principle and the Sword Immortal as the method, Zaiyozi couldn't help but gasp in awe. Those daring enough to pursue dual cultivation are indeed fierce individuals among terrestrial deities. He took a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart and called out, "Dao friend Su, I humbly come to pay my respects." He realized that, in his fervor, he had unknowingly entered the sacred grounds of Su Qin's training, which was somewhat inappropriate, so he spoke up to avoid any misunderstandings regarding his intentions. Su Qin was taken aback, then smiled, "Senior Zaiyozi, please feel free to enter." He surmised that Zaiyozi had likely been drawn by the fluctuations of his absorbed internal power. Su Qin welcomed him in, and immediately saw the lingering astonishment on Zaiyozi's face, which he understood well. Zayaozi could not help but tentatively inquire. Could it be that you have made further progress, Dao friend? Su Qin laughed heartily, saying, a small realization. Just a small realization. Zayaozi nearly gasped for breath, feeling an overwhelming urge to voice his frustration. Internal power had surged dramatically. The sword path had ascended to the second realm. If this was merely a small realization, then his century of arduous cultivation in the mountains had truly been in vain. Zayaozi's gaze turned somewhat resentful. It appears that I have spoken too freely in the past, esteemed friend, with such innate talent. You undoubtedly have your own plans, so please do not take offense. Zayaozi suddenly performed a bow. This referred to his earlier counsel to Su Qin against pursuing the path of the immortal of strength. Su Qin promptly assisted him to his feet. Senior, you have only expressed your goodwill. There is no need for such words, as it only serves to make me seem ungrateful. The two exchanged a smile, deepening their understanding of one another's character. Suddenly, Zayaozi, brimming with eagerness, proposed, why not engage in a friendly contest? This time, he spoke not of lending a hand, but of sparring, signifying that he truly regarded Su Qin as an equal. Zayaozi felt a stirring within. Having cultivated in the mountains for a century, opportunities for combat had been rare. Initially hesitant to overpower someone newly ascended to the realm of earth immortals, he was now invigorated by Su Qin's remarkable progress and felt a surge of excitement. A thought emerged in his mind. If he did not seize this opportunity, the next meeting might find Su Qin far ahead, leaving him behind. Su Qin's eyes sparkled. Having recently experienced a substantial enhancement in his strength, he was eager to test his abilities, and Zayaozi's suggestion resonated perfectly with him. Thus, it would be more respectful to acquiesce to his proposal. The two were in perfect accord, and a shared spirit of combat surged within them. Chapter 177. The Grandmaster's Fury in the next moment. The two figures soared into the heavens, ascending towards the sky. The battle of terrestrial immortals was no trifling matter within the confines of this modest martial academy. They could hardly unleash their full prowess. As they shot towards the firmament, they drew numerous astonished gazes. The mere hint of the terrestrial immortal's aura sent waves of terror through the onlookers. Indeed, only those at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, or even the celestial realm, could discern the true nature of their power. Suddenly, Li Hani, who had been practicing her swordplay in solitude, glanced skyward and beheld two silhouettes racing towards the heavens, soon diminishing into mere specks in the distance. A jolt of realization struck her. Was this her husband engaged in combat with the esteemed Xianyaozi? The realm of terrestrial immortals was immensely coveted. She halted her training, straining her eyes towards the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Chaoying, who was playfully frolicking with Lin Huachong, abruptly adopted a serious expression, turning her gaze skyward. With a look of curiosity, she informed her companion, my husband is sparring with Xianyaozi. Within her eyes flickered an unusual glimmer, revealing a clarity that surpassed even Li Hani's perception. Since awakening the memories of her past life as the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, Lin Chaoying's progress had been remarkable. She had now reached the third tier of the celestial realm, leaving Su Qin in awe on several occasions. Lin Chaoying contemplated revealing her true identity to Su Qin once she ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Yet, a peculiar thought lingered in her mind. Her husband's rapid advancement and extraordinary abilities. Could he too be a reincarnation? It was no wonder she entertained such notions, for Su Qin's proficiencies were so manifold that they astonished her. At that moment, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai, who had just completed their morning rituals, also sensed the familiar fluctuations and swiftly stepped outside. Meeting each other's gaze, they momentarily forgot the shyness of the previous night and exclaimed in unison, "Isn't my husband and master sparring?" In recent days, the two women had witnessed a brief contest of inner strength between Su Qin and Xianyaozi, where Su Qin had prevailed, showcasing remarkable potential, even though Xianyaozi had not exerted his full strength. Observing the current intensity, it was clear that both were now wholly committed, as evidenced by their ascent into the sky. Instinctively, a sense of concern for Su Qin arose within them. Following the events of the previous night, the two women had begun to lean towards Su Qin. It must be said that this was indeed the swiftest way to win a woman's heart. Under the watchful eyes of the ladies, the two figures in the sky commenced their intricate dance. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air, even from a considerable distance. The astonishing fluctuations could be faintly perceived, marking a stark contrast to the celestial realm. Should ordinary folk hear such sounds, they might mistake them for thunder. Aside from Lin Chaoying, whose expression remained composed, the others displayed varying degrees of astonishment, gaining a deeper understanding of the terrestrial immortal realm. The speed at which the two figures intertwined increased exponentially. In the presence of such mastery, all forms of lightness and agility seemed trivial. Under the impetus of golden elixir inner strength, even the most rudimentary martial arts could unleash extraordinary power, wielding the capacity to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Lin Xiaoying's expression shifted into one of bewilderment as shock gradually enveloped her delicate features. For, in her observation, Su Qin had somehow gained the upper hand. What an astonishing occurrence this is. It is truly somewhat disruptive to her understanding. In her previous life as the celestial maiden of the nine heavens, she had encountered countless prodigies and extraordinary beings, of which she was one. Yet, someone as unique as Su Qin is indeed a first for her. Whether it be the exquisite martial arts of the Buddhist school, the profound mastery of swordsmanship, or the various distinct and peculiar techniques, each revelation left her utterly captivated. My husband. What exactly was his background in his past life? The curiosity in Lin Xiaoying's eyes reached its zenith. Conversely, Su Qin felt increasingly exhilarated. The advantage of the carefree master lay in his greater reservoir of internal energy, accumulated over 3 millennia, nearly double that of Su Qin's. However, the quality of Su Qin's internal strength was by no means inferior. Coupled with his swordsmanship at the second realm of the sword immortal, and an array of enigmatic martial arts, he rendered the carefree master visibly shaken. The carefree master unleashed his North Shadow divine art and various other profound techniques, conjuring a vortex of energy. Yet, Su Qin remained steadfast and unmoved. The Buddha's palm, the sacred spirit sword technique, the great wilderness prison heaven finger, each strike came forth, and the carefree master's countenance changed dramatically. He instantly retreated, waving his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "No more, no more. If we continue, it shall surely harm our camaraderie." Su Qin inwardly chuckled, yet feigned agreement, saying, "Senior's prowess is truly unfathomable. If we continue for but a moment longer, I fear I shall be unable to endure." In truth, Su Qin was far from his limit. He felt that defeating the carefree master was within reach, yet slaying him would prove somewhat challenging. Earthly immortals were no ordinary individuals. Having lived long lives, they possessed numerous stratagems. To vanquish them was no simple task. The carefree master could only smile bitterly, realizing that Su Qin was merely sparing his dignity. Internally, he was both astonished and disheartened, feeling that the past century had been akin to training a dog. However, the notion that Su Qin might very well be the reincarnation of an ancient being brought him some solace. "Your talent, my friend, truly leaves me feeling inadequate." The carefree master sighed. The two soared back to the manor, and upon witnessing the banter between the two, particularly the carefree master's disheveled appearance, Li Qiushui and her companion were left in utter shock. Could it be that their master had been defeated? Observing the once meticulously groomed beard of the carefree master now in disarray, the two women realized that he had certainly not held back. They felt a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. The carefree master had ascended to the realm of earthly immortals 100 years prior to Su Qin, and yet, he had not gained the upper hand against him. They were astounded beyond measure. Soon thereafter, waves of pride surged within them. "My husband, so formidable." Li Hani shared this sentiment, sensing the lingering sword intent emanating from Su Qin, and she could not help but compare it to that of her master, Li Chongqing. "My husband, truly remarkable." Li Hani's eyes brimmed with affection, her heart swelling with an incomparable motivation. "I must diligently cultivate, so that I may be worthy of my husband." The carefree master lingered at the manor for several more days. After enduring numerous blows from Su Qin, the carefree one could no longer remain composed. "My friend, I must take my leave. I shall venture to the imperial palace to pursue the path of celestial transcendence. And it is quite likely that we shall meet again at the Earth Immortal Grand Assembly in 5 years," he declared. "I entrust the care of Qiushui and Song Hai to you." Su Qin smiled and nodded. "Qiushui and Song Hai are my wives. I shall treat them with the utmost equality. There is no need for you to worry. When the time for the Earth Immortal Grand Assembly arrives in 5 years, simply inform me. I wish you a successful transition in your celestial pursuits." With that, they bid each other farewell, and the carefree one departed with a hearty laugh. Although he faced many setbacks at Lingbao Mountain Villa, casting shadows of doubt upon his existence, his heart remained largely joyful. Firstly, he had entrusted his beloved disciples to a reliable guardian. Secondly, he felt more assured about the upcoming Earth Immortal Grand Assembly in 5 years. Once the carefree one had left, Su Qin's life returned to its usual rhythm, filled with diligent toil and rich experiences. Meanwhile, far away in the Ming Dynasty at Yihua Palace, before an opulent and resplendent palace entrance, dozens of beautiful palace maids awaited quietly. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open, and a breathtaking beauty clad in white imperial attire gracefully stepped out. Her visage was strikingly elegant, with thin lips and an air of formidable authority in her eyes. It was Yao Yu, who had secluded herself to break through to a new realm. Upon hearing the commotion, the palace maids turned to see their grand palace master emerging. And they trembled with fear, for Yao Yu was known for her cold and unyielding demeanor, and none within Yihua Palace were unafraid of her. The palace maids quickly bowed and exclaimed, "We congratulate the grand palace master on her emergence." Yao Yu lifted her gaze, exuding an astonishing aura. Her voice ethereal like that of a mountain stream. "Where is Lian Xing? Why do I not see her?" One maid promptly stepped forward, presenting several letters. Bowing her head respectfully, "Recently, Master Lian Xing sent several urgent letters. We dared not open them." Yao Yu raised an eyebrow, took the letters, and read them with remarkable speed. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill enveloped her, and her already frigid countenance transformed, becoming as cold as ice. "Good, quite good indeed. Lian Xing has dared to marry behind my back. Such audacity." The palace maids quivered in terror, immediately prostrating themselves on the ground, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon them. "Please, Grand Palace Master, temper your wrath." Chapter 178. Ascending to the Immortal Realm. Gaining the power of self-defense, suppress your anger? Yao Yu scoffed coldly, sweeping her water sleeves, causing the palace maids to immediately kneel, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. "Is this how you regard Ling Xing?" The maids, their faces pallid, hurriedly bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Great Palace Master, spare us. Great Palace Master, have mercy." They dared not argue, only pleading in desperation. Yao Yu's fury slightly abated. "When was this letter delivered?" One maid promptly replied, "Great Palace Master, you had just entered seclusion not long ago. After Palace Master Ling Xing descended the mountain, it was delivered a few days later." As Yao Yu perused the contents of the letter, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. This wrath was not directed at Ling Xing, but rather stemmed from the previous letters where Ling Xing had written about being pursued and rendered powerless. Contemplating this, Yao Yu's gaze turned even more frigid. Though she was infuriated by Ling Xing's secret marriage, the fact that she was being hunted down incensed her further. That was during Ling Xing's recuperation at Lingbao Mountain Manor, when the news had leaked out. And it was precisely because Yao Yu had been in seclusion that Ling Xing's mental state had collapsed that day, coincidentally revealing her true feelings to Su Qin. "To dare pursue my sister, Ling Xing, is tantamount to seeking death. Investigate this matter." Yao Yu commanded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with dominance and severity. While she would naturally address Ling Xing's clandestine marriage, she would not allow the puppet master behind the assassination to escape unscathed. To be fair, Yao Yu indeed possessed a protective nature. The palace maids responded in unison. Yao Yu then began to ponder Ling Xing's marriage. The leader of the Great Song Martial Alliance. Lingbao Mountain Manor, Su Qin? I must see what kind of man is worthy of such praise from Ling Xing. Yao Yu felt a hint of disdain. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. A woman in love tends to shower her beloved with extravagant praises. Presently, Yao Yu, although not yet having encountered Jiang Feng as before, was devoid of the hatred that made her wish to eradicate all men. However, her standards were exceptionally high. Ordinary men would not catch her eye. The man who could match Yao Yu must possess unparalleled martial prowess, capable of subduing her, and must be extraordinarily handsome, rare in the world. After arranging for personnel to investigate the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Ling Xing, she resolved to personally journey to the Great Song to discern the nature of Ling Xing's husband. She speculated that Ling Xing's marriage was likely connected to the pursuit, yet the specifics could only be unveiled through her own observation. Having just broken through to the celestial realm, it was an opportune moment for her visit. At that moment, a clear voice from outside the palace called out, reporting to the Great Palace Master, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Dongfang Bai, has come to pay a visit. Yao Yu's figure momentarily stiffened. Dongfang Bai? What brings this fellow here? Was it not he who previously invited Ling Xing? Could it be that he is connected to her pursuit? A thought flickered in her mind. Although she had previously shared a mutual respect with Dongfang Bai without animosity, should he dare to engage in such deeds, Yao Yu would not let him off lightly. As the thoughts rose within Yao Yu's heart, she immediately shook her head, pondering for a moment, before calling for paper and ink. With swift strokes, she composed a letter, then coldly instructed, "Deliver this to Ling Xing and ask her to return to see me, with Dongfang Bai visiting." It was evident that she would be unavailable for a while. Thus, sending Ling Xing back to the palace was the most prudent course of action. Having arranged all this, Yao Yu slowly turned her gaze towards the palace entrance. "What? Am I not welcomed?" A voice, laced with enchantment, echoed as a figure clad in stunning red gracefully approached the gates. Her beauty was unparalleled, with captivating phoenix eyes that exuded both allure and authority, a presence that was not inferior to Yao Yu's own. A rare smile graced Yao Yu's face as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Dong Fangbai languidly stretched her legs and settled into a chair with an allure that could captivate the world. Raising her gaze, she replied with a slow smile, "I have come to seek you for an important matter." Meanwhile, at Lingbao Mountain Manor, Su Qin remained oblivious to Yao Yu's recent emergence from seclusion. Even if he were aware, it would hardly pique his interest. He had ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, and matters capable of stirring his emotions were exceedingly rare. Unless Yao Yu were to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals herself, it might leave him astounded for a moment. However, as far as he knew, Yao Yu had only just entered the celestial realm, far from his own level, and even his own wife surpassed her in prowess. At this moment, Su Qin was engrossed in merriment with his numerous wives. After accepting Li Qiushui and Li Songhai into his fold, he now had a total of 20 wives. Plus the two extraordinary women, Xikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia, who remained at Lingbao Mountain Manor, making 22 breathtaking beauties in total. It is said that 3 women create a drama. With 22 women gathered together, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly joyous. The eastern courtyard was a lively hub, filled with laughter and cheer at all hours. Initially, upon hearing of Su Qin's numerous wives, Li Qiushui and Li Songhai had assumed there might be discord in the household. But to their astonishment, everyone coexisted harmoniously, treating one another like sisters. This realization brought them immense relief, as it spared them from unnecessary concerns. However, after days of cultivating the joyous divine art, they had come to understand the underlying reason for the remarkable harmony among the women. Su Qin's strength was simply unparalleled. Sisters in the same trench could not help but cherish one another. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai exchanged glances, each reflecting the satisfaction and joy they felt. This life, compared to the arduous solitary cultivation in the mountains, was infinitely better. Not only did they have a husband, but they also enjoyed the company of so many sisters, which was truly splendid. Moreover, their cultivation had seen tremendous advancements. Just yesterday, both women, leveraging the effects of the joyous divine art and the celestial techniques imparted by Su Qin, had each broken through to the celestial realm. Thanks to the solid foundation from their arduous training in the mountains, they had reached the 3rd level of the celestial realm immediately upon their breakthrough, becoming the 2nd highest in cultivation among Su Qin's wives. As for the most prominent figure, it is undoubtedly Li Hani. Initially, Li Hani had already attained the 3rd level of the celestial realm, but under Su Qin's guidance, he has recently advanced to the 4th level. Moreover, he has grasped the 3rd realm of the still water sword technique and is steadily progressing towards its 4th realm. Su Qin has also imparted the sacred spirit sword technique to Li Hani. However, mastering this swordsmanship requires considerable time and dedication. Nevertheless, Su Qin is not in a hurry and will teach it gradually, for Li Hani's talent in swordsmanship is indisputable. It is merely a matter of time before he breaks through to the true sword immortal realm. In fact, it is only a matter of time before Su Qin's wives also reach the earthly immortal realm, as the enhancement effects of the Phoenix Dragon divine art are extraordinarily formidable. With Su Qin's growing repertoire of martial arts, he has meticulously selected appropriate teachings for his wives, aiming for them to ascend to the earthly immortal realm together, ensuring they possess the means of self-defense. Chapter 179. I listen to Brother Su Qin. As of now, all of Su Qin's wives have achieved mastery at the Grandmaster level, with the more formidable among them, such as Huang Rong and Lin Huachong, already beginning to accumulate strength in preparation for their breakthrough to the celestial realm. This rapid advancement is largely attributable to Su Qin's unparalleled cultivation level, which has significantly benefited his wives. Furthermore, the extraordinary nature of the dragon and phoenix transformation technique has accelerated their progress to an astonishing degree, prompting even Su Qin to feel a twinge of envy. He often jestingly claims to be the golden finger of his wives. Li Hani is regarded as the foremost expert among them. However, this assessment does not take into account Lin Qiaoying. Although Lin Qiaoying is currently at the 2nd level of the celestial realm, her combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Considering she is the reincarnation of the 9 heavens Xian Nu, having traversed great distances in her previous life as a terrestrial immortal. Nevertheless, even Lin Qiaoying, with her profound insights, often marvels at the miraculous nature of the divine joy technique, which has led her to suspect that Su Qin might also be a reincarnation with a renewed cultivation path. Such a technique is simply astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that even individuals with the most mediocre talents, given sufficient time to practice this method, could elevate their capabilities to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Various thoughts swirl in Lin Chaoying's mind, yet her unwavering affection for Su Qin remains constant. The reason she conceals her identity is, in part, to protect Su Qin. In her previous life, she had formidable adversaries, and if they were to discover her successful reincarnation and confront her, it could pose a grave danger. She resolves to wait until she possesses sufficient strength before revealing her identity. After all, should her husband be implicated, not even the dissolution of her soul would suffice to atone for it. Curled up in Su Qin's embrace, Lin Chaoying's eyes reflect a hint of remorse. She has already devised various ways to compensate Su Qin, and a blush unknowingly creeps onto her face. As the days pass, Su Qin diligently accumulates inner strength, drawing ever closer to the realm of the one-pattern golden core. The steady enhancement of his abilities is utterly captivating, especially as it is accompanied by a delightful process. On this particular day, Su Qin finds himself at the Martial Arts Academy, listening to the report from the 4 esteemed assassins, the 4 great killers. My lord, after thorough investigation during this period, we can conclusively rule out any forces beyond the Ming dynasty as the masterminds behind the assassination attempt on Lady Lianxing. The assassin Tian kneels respectfully before him. The 4 great killers, having received ample resources, have now become formidable figures among the Grand Masters, earning widespread renown in the martial world. Who stands as the primary suspect? Zhu Wushi from Hulong Villa. My subordinates have already dispatched individuals to Hulong Villa for reconnaissance, but Zhu Wushi remains vigilant, and we currently lack definitive evidence. Su Qin nods slowly. Zhu Wushi? Humph. A cold sneer forms within him. He is aware of Zhu Wushi's prowess in the absorption technique, which provides ample motive and suspicion. However, he requires sufficient evidence. After all, Hulong Villa is, to some extent, an official force of the Ming dynasty. Though he is a terrestrial immortal, he is not invincible. The terrestrial immortals of the Ming will not idly stand by as he slaughters at will. Yet, possessing evidence would change the dynamics entirely. Well done, continue to investigate. And do not overlook any other suspects. Su Qin commanded, and the 4 assassins acknowledged him before gradually vanishing into the shadows. His gaze was resolute. He had not forgotten the incident when Lianxing was pursued. Although the motives behind the chase remained unclear, now that Lianxing was his wife, it was imperative to uncover the truth. Otherwise, if this unknown force were to resurface one day, it would be too late for regret. However, Su Qin was not in a hurry. He preferred to take his time. Collecting his thoughts, he smiled and made his way towards the eastern courtyard. Just as he reached the halfway point, a delicate and charming figure obstructed his path. It was Sikong Qianluo. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed and her heart raced uncontrollably. Brother Su Qin, may we take a walk together? The young girl proposed, her voice tinged with shyness. Su Qin smiled inwardly, naturally not refusing her invitation. Over the past few days, as he had been teaching Sikong Qianluo the sword techniques, their frequent physical contact had brought their relationship to a critical juncture. Is Qianluo troubled by swordsmanship? Why aren't you playing with your sisters in the eastern courtyard, but instead came to me alone? Su Qin inquired with a smile. Sikong Qianluo fidgeted with her fingers, overwhelmed with anxiety, her mind a blank slate. The words she had meticulously prepared had completely escaped her. I. The brave girl was on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with unshed moisture, desperate for the right words. Gently, Su Qin leaned down and tenderly pinched her soft cheek, smiling as he said, "Do not be anxious, Qianluo. Is there something you wish to discuss with Brother Su Qin? You're not planning to return to Shuiyue City, are you?" Sikong Qianluo shook her head vigorously. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her face, her tension eased slightly. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to suppress her nervousness and said, "Brother Su Qin, I envy Sister Han Yi, Sister Ronger, and Sister Yu Yan, every single one of them." Summoning her courage, she gazed directly into Su Qin's eyes. He affectionately ruffled her hair and invited her to sit by the lakeside. "What do you envy about them?" he asked. I envy how they can be by Brother Su Qin's side without hesitation. Every time I see them in your embrace, I feel a deep yearning. Even in my dreams, I envy them. From the moment I first heard your name in Shuiyue City, I was curious about the kind of man who could effortlessly defeat Sister Han Yi and win her loyalty to become a maid. After all, she is such a proud woman. Sikong Qianluo seemed to have completely opened up, her words flowing freely. Initially, I thought that was the only news I would hear about you, but then the news of the Sword Immortal's demise reached Shuiyue City, and everyone was abuzz with discussion. I knew I had to see you for myself. When I first laid eyes on you at Sister Han Yi's wedding, I thought, how could someone be so remarkably handsome? The gaze of Sikong Qianluo had utterly transformed into that of twinkling stars. Su Qin listened with a smile, refraining from interruption. Subsequently, as they settled at Lingbao Villa, frequent interactions with her elder brother Su Qin brought immense joy to Qianluo, especially during the moments when he taught her swordsmanship. This was the most cherished period of her life. Previously, she had little fondness for practicing the sword, but during this time, she suddenly found the art of swordplay to be captivating. However, gradually, Qianluo became increasingly discontented, yearning to be more than just Su Qin's little sister. She desired the closeness shared by her sister Han Yi and others, the ability to embrace and kiss her brother at any moment. Am I being too greedy, Su Qin? Upon uttering this confession, Sikong Qianluo felt as though she had exhausted all her courage. Her face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of blood, and she dared not meet Su Qin's gaze. This was an unmistakably candid declaration of affection. One must admit that, in this era, reaching such a level of boldness required tremendous courage from a woman, a feat not easily accomplished. Su Qin gazed tenderly at Sikong Qianluo's shy profile, his heart stirred. Although there were many ladies, few had the audacity to express their feelings so openly before becoming his fiancée. After Qianluo spoke, her heart raced violently, a mix of relief and anticipation flooding her being. Yet, as Su Qin remained silent for what felt like an eternity, her face gradually paled, and a mist of tears began to gather in her eyes, her spirits sinking to a new low. At that moment, she suddenly gasped in astonishment, feeling herself enveloped in an incredibly warm embrace. A gentle, soothing voice whispered in her ear, "From now on, you need not envy Han Yi and the others. You can hug and kiss as you wish." In an instant, Sikong Qianluo burst into tears of joy, her heart brimming with exhilaration, and she could only nod frantically. Rendered speechless, Su Qin slowly lowered his head and kissed her. The atmosphere was nothing short of enchanting. After a long while, Su Qin gently spoke, "Qianluo, I shall send someone to Shuiyue City to deliver the betrothal gifts and invite your father over. How about we hold the wedding then?" Sikong Qianluo happily leaned against Su Qin's chest, obediently nodding, "I will do as you say, brother Su Qin." Su Qin caressed her silky hair, a smile gracing his lips. In his perception, a sly and enchanting figure lurked in the distance, enviously observing them. It was Yin Luoxia. Chapter 180. A monstrous emergence. Yin Luoxia gazed at the distant scene of Sikong Qianluo and Su Qin entwined in an embrace, her heart suddenly restless. Within the confines of Lingbao Villa, she had previously been one of the few, alongside Sikong Qianluo, who were not Su Qin's wives. Fortunately, there had been companionship, and she could brazenly continue to play along. However, now it seemed that Sikong Qianluo was on the verge of becoming Su Qin's wife, leaving her utterly alone. Yin Luoxia could no longer remain composed. This simply would not do. Observing the happiness radiating from Sikong Qianluo, an unbidden feeling of envy crept onto her delicate features. That little girl, Qianluo, had unexpectedly taken the lead, displaying remarkable boldness. She huffed softly to herself and clenched her fists, rallying her own spirits. "No, Yin Luoxia, you must strive harder. You cannot fall behind Qianluo." Her enchanting eyes sparkled with determination, and a plan began to form in her mind. She quietly retreated to the east courtyard to seek assistance from her sisters. As night fell, Su Qin wore a slightly sullen expression. With 20 wives at his side, it seemed that today was filled with discomfort and unexpected visitors. It felt as though fate had conspired against him, rendering his luck utterly dismal. He was playfully chased out of his own pavilion by the laughter of the ladies, each finding various excuses to prevent him from spending the night indoors. It appeared he would be alone tonight. With the ladies preoccupied and Sikong Qianluo, who had just revealed her feelings, also unavailable, Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Stretching lazily, he bore no resentment. After all, his wives were not mere tools, and their wishes deserved respect. Otherwise, such harmonious days would be a rarity. A night off, it seemed, was just what he needed. Su Qin laughed heartily, unable to resist pouring himself a drink of the fiery Jiao Fun, relishing in the pleasure it brought. This exquisite liquor, a product of divine brewing techniques, was exceptionally potent. Even a grandmaster would be rendered intoxicated by merely a sip. It was a spirit reserved for the truly gifted, and even they struggled not to indulge. Currently, it was Su Qin's favorite. Delightful. He laughed boisterously as he strolled towards the courtyard. However, as he approached, an unusual smile crept onto his face. Piecing together the lady's peculiar behavior, he suddenly understood everything. What a remarkable coincidence. He chuckled to himself, feigning ignorance as he slowly pushed open the door. In an instant, the dim room was illuminated. Before him appeared an enchanting beauty, adorned in a resplendent crimson palace gown, her flowing sleeves dancing like clouds. Her captivating gaze held an astonishing allure, and soon, she began to dance gracefully. Her soft voice rang out melodiously like a lark's song, crisp and enchanting. Su Qin found himself entranced, realizing that drinking alone was rather dull. To dance in harmony with a beautiful partner was indeed the true joy of life. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as he immersed himself in the breathtaking performance, savoring the delight akin to that of King Zhou, a splendid display of song and dance. As the melody concluded, Su Qin could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that Elder Yin possessed such exquisite skills in song and dance. Marvelous, simply marvelous." This enchanting beauty was none other than Yin Luoxia, who had been stirred by Sikong Qianluo during the day. Naturally, Su Qin's wives were not genuinely preoccupied. Rather, they were orchestrating opportunities for Yin Luoxia. The numerous unequal treaties signed in the interim need not be elaborated upon. With her eyes shimmering like rippling water, Yin Luoxia gracefully approached Su Qin, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Having mingled in the rivers and lakes for years, she had once assisted a courtesan who had imparted her knowledge to Yin Luoxia. With a hint of sorrow, Yin Luoxia asked, "Why does the young master refer to me as Elder Yin and not simply call me Luoxia?" Her alluring demeanor left Su Qin utterly captivated. He had not expected this gambling enthusiast to possess such a side. With a smile, Su Qin retorted, "But does Luoxia not address me as the young master?" Yin Luoxia paused, her delicate hand brushing against Su Qin's cheek as she murmured, "Then Su Lang, do you find Luoxia beautiful?" Su Qin felt his breath quicken. Beautiful. Luoxia's beauty today surpassed that of the celestial maidens of the Moon Palace. Then Su Lang, would you consider marrying me? At that moment, the blend of shyness and seduction in Yin Luoxia's eyes compelled Su Qin to burst into laughter. "Let us go to Shuiyue City tomorrow to arrange the betrothal gifts." With Sikong Qianluo revealing her affections during the day and Yin Luoxia presenting herself in the evening, it was indeed a double celebration. Su Qin's heart blossomed with joy. Laughing heartily, he swept Yin Luoxia into his arms, carrying her toward the chamber. The following day, news spread once again from Lingbao Mountain Villa. The young master had taken yet another concubine. This time, remarkably, he had taken two. The entire Jiangnan region erupted with excitement. The wanderers of the martial world buzzed with chatter. "Have you heard? The leader has taken another concubine. This marks his 22nd wife, the 15th of this year. Surely you have heard, and she is a stunning beauty from the northern Li dynasty, hailing from Shuiyue City." Ha ha, I knew it. The leader's ambitions would surely extend beyond. First the Shuiyue Sword Fairy, and now both Madame Qianluo and Madame Luoxia are unparalleled beauties. Oh, how enviable. Enviable. If you could reach the leader's heights, you'd likely wish to acquire all the beauties of the world. I dare say, with only 22 wives, the leader is rather conservative. Indeed, if it were me, I would have surpassed 100 by now. Ah, you have finally revealed your true colors, but I must admit, it makes sense. Let us support the leader in seeking out beauties from other dynasties. Countless individuals laughed and discussed, both envious and admiring. In a certain sense, Su Qin's successive acquisitions of extraordinary beauties from other dynasties also brought glory to the great song. Everyone reveled in joyous laughter. In the heart of Snow Moon City, a solitary figure, Sikong Changfeng, was engulfed in discontent as he gazed upon the mountain of betrothal gifts that had been delivered. His countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. How long had it been? His cherished little cabbage had already been snatched away by someone else. Sikong Changfeng felt an overwhelming urge to storm into Lingbao Mountain Manor and deliver a sound thrashing to Su Qin. However, upon contemplating the disparity in their strengths, he reluctantly retracted that thought. The memory of that fateful day when Su Qin effortlessly dissipated the thunderous tribulation with a mere palm strike lingered ominously in his mind. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. If such a terrifying heavenly tribulation could be dispelled so easily, one could only imagine the fate that awaited him if that palm were to strike him. Being reduced to mere fragments would be a merciful outcome, while the likelihood of an unrecognizable demise loomed large. He recalled returning to Snow Moon City and sharing his harrowing experience with his elder brother, Bailey Dongjun, and his master, Li Changsheng. The look of shock and disbelief on Bailey Dongjun's face was a sight to behold. Even his master, renowned as a sword immortal of the land, fell silent for an extended period before finally uttering the words of prodigy. Chapter 181. Rewarding a century of cultivation, however, the high regard bestowed upon a young man has stirred a tempest within Sikong Changfeng, deepening his perception of Su Qin's prodigious talents. Alas, the adage rings true, a daughter grows independent of her father. Sikong Changfeng gazes skyward, rendered speechless. Despite his countless admonitions before departing, He never anticipated that his dear daughter would so naively fall prey to another. If he were to discover that his little cabbage had approached willingly, his heart would surely ache even more. Nevertheless, Su Qin, despite his slight moral flaws, particularly regarding his affection for the fairer sex, appears to be a commendable choice. It is said that he treats each of his wives with great care, and entrusting Qianluo to him may well prove to be a judicious decision. With a sigh, Xikong Changfeng begins to prepare the dowry. To be fair, Su Qin is indeed a fine candidate. However, any father witnessing his daughter being courted would likely experience a similar reaction. In Xianyue City, news of Xikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia's impending marriages to Su Qin has spread like wildfire among the residents and disciples. Heartbroken admirers lament their misfortune. How could this scoundrel, having already wed the second city lord, further deceive and claim both Miss Qianluo and Eldarine? I shall find a way to confront him. Are you certain you can prevail in such a confrontation? You do not believe that the thunderstorm of that day was mere illusion, do you? Regardless, I am utterly dissatisfied. How can the blossoms of Xianyue City be plucked by others, and not just one, but three at once? I cannot shake the feeling that this is merely the beginning for our city. I have heard that he intends to court all the beauties of the great song. Could he already have set his sights on our northernly? The young heroes of Xianyue City are filled with indignation. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere among the warriors of the great song, they feel a profound sense of loss, lamenting that their own beauties have been taken by outsiders. It pains the heart. The news of the three beauties of Xianyue City being taken into the fold of the great song's leader has gradually spread throughout the northernly dynasty. Countless voices curse Su Qin, yet they find themselves powerless against him. The recent tale of him slaying the sword immortal still lingers. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, curiosity regarding Su Qin burgeons among many, particularly among the female warriors. Rumors from the great song paint Su Qin as exceptionally handsome, a paragon of beauty, coupled with unparalleled martial prowess that eclipses even the sword immortal. How could one not be intrigued? In no time, Su Qin's renown within the northernly dynasty has begun to flourish. A singular thought emerges among the populace. This fellow may indeed be on the verge of claiming more wives from northern Li. At Lingbao Mountain Villa, lanterns and decorations abound, suffusing the atmosphere with festivity. The occasion marks the simultaneous marriages of Xikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia, drawing an even greater crowd from Xianyue City than before, with representatives from various factions across the northernly dynasty in attendance. Is that truly the legendary leader of the great song? Indeed, he is endowed with an ethereal grace and beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being, which explains how he has managed to attract illustrious figures such as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Baiwen's first encounter was truly worthwhile. I have heard that he is also skilled in medicine and metallurgy. I wonder how he compares to the esteemed Medicine King Valley and the Sword Heart Tomb. A myriad of gazes were directed towards Su Qin. Today, he donned a resplendent red wedding robe adorned with gold trim, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Beside him, a delicate girl with a slightly pallid complexion was persistently coughing, casting hopeful glances in Su Qin's direction. Next to her was an even younger, charming girl. Jeaner, do you believe that this Master Su possesses such remarkable medical prowess? The delicate girl coughed softly, her heart seemingly affected, causing her brows to furrow in discomfort, evoking sympathy in others. She was none other than Yi Ruoyi, the only daughter of General Yi Xiaoying of Bailey. Her congenital heart condition left her frail and ailing, resembling the symptoms of Wang Yuyan, albeit more severe. The smaller girl was Hua Jin, the heir of the Medicine King Valley. Sister Ruoyi, trust me, I have encountered the formidable Xuan Muhua of the great song, whose medical skills rival my own, and he holds this elder brother in the highest esteem. Regarding him as a mentor, those who walk the path of medicine value their reputation greatly. Such matters are not trifled with. This elder brother's expertise must surely surpass mine. Hua Jin supported Yi Ruoyi, hastily offering words of solace. Rest assured, Sister Ruoyi, if elder brother is willing to assist, there is surely hope for your ailment. Yi Ruoyi managed a faint smile. Her journey to the great song was entirely at Hua Jin's urging. In truth, she harbored little hope. Years of enduring a feeble constitution had left even the esteemed Qi Tianshan of Bailey at a loss, merely able to alleviate her condition. Her purpose for coming here was more for a change of scenery than anything else. Perhaps she might find some relief. As she gazed at Su Qin in the distance, a myriad of inexplicable thoughts surfaced in her mind. He was indeed as striking as the rumors suggested, extraordinarily handsome, yet she pondered his apparent penchant for beauty. She had heard he was already on his 22nd wife. She wondered what qualities had drawn Qianluo and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal to him. Yi Ruoyi's thoughts wandered, struggling to comprehend. While she acknowledged Su Qin's undeniable attractiveness, she mused that one should not solely judge by appearance. Could he truly manage such a multitude of wives? Nevertheless, the wedding ceremony proceeded unabated. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. The couple exchanged vows. Enter the bridal chamber. The officiant's chants rang out continuously. The newlyweds stepped into the bridal chamber amidst the blessings and envious gazes of the crowd. Observing Su Qin and the two women from behind, Sikong Changfeng felt as though he might shatter his teeth in frustration. After years of nurturing his beloved cabbage, it had been taken by another. He could only sulkily sip his fine wine, especially when he recalled Su Qin's earlier beaming smile directed at him. His discontent deepened. Yet he could not adopt the demeanor of a disgruntled father-in-law. Xiao Feng merely laughed heartily, pulling Sikong Changfeng into a raucous drinking spree. As the two found an unexpected camaraderie inside the bridal chamber, Sikong Qianluo sat anxiously on the edge of the bed, barely allowing herself to settle. Her heart raced wildly, beating like a drum. What should I do? Should I take the initiative, or if I am too forward? Will Brother Su Qin think I'm too frivolous? The thoughts of a young girl are indeed difficult to decipher. Footsteps echoed. Su Qin slowly approached Sikong Qianluo, gently lifting the red veil. He found her nervously closing her eyes, and could not help but tease, "My dear Qianluo, weren't you quite bold a few days ago? Why do you shy away from your husband now?" At his words, Sikong Qianluo blushed even more and instantly fell into Su Qin's embrace. She was uncertain why, that day, she had dared to speak so boldly, but she had no regrets. "Brother Su Qin, do you think I am too shameless?" Sikong Qianluo looked up at him, a hint of nervousness in her gaze. Su Qin affectionately pinched her delicate nose, smiling. "Brother Su Qin loves you dearly." As he spoke, he quietly extinguished the lamp, and the moonlight enveloped them in a captivating glow. Meanwhile, Yin Luoxiao waited in her room, feeling quite bored. How long will this take? A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. After a while, familiar footsteps echoed outside the door, and joy surged within her. As Su Qin stepped into the room, he was met with a figure who flew towards him, warmth radiating from her being, intoxicating him. "My dear Luoxiao, have you been waiting eagerly?" Su Qin laughed heartily. Yin Luoxiao, with a face full of enchanting allure, lifted her red veil herself. This alluring woman possessed a mind unlike any other. Without uttering a word, she gazed intently at Su Qin. He could hardly withstand such provocation and swiftly lifted her, entering the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Sikong Qianluo. Reward of 40 years of cultivation and a heavenly human mirror-breaking pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying Yin Luoxia. Reward of 100 years of cultivation and divine alchemy skills. In the darkness, Su Qin heard the system's notifications, a wave of ecstasy flooding his heart, and a singular thought emerged. I have struck gold. Chapter 182. A moment of turmoil the following day, Su Qin awoke with a heart brimming with excitement. Having spent the entire night in a state of exhilaration, it was inevitable. The rewards this time were exceedingly generous. Setting aside the matter of his martial prowess, the crux of his elation lay in the divine alchemical skills bestowed upon him. This was what truly captivated his heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his fervor and rose slowly from his slumber. Beside him, Yin Luoxiao, with a languid and dreamy demeanor, unknowingly grasped Su Qin's arm, prompting a gentle smile from him. "My dear husband, where are you off to so early in the morning?" Su Qin tenderly pressed a soft kiss upon her jade forehead and replied, "I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. You should rest well." Yin Luoxiao nodded sleepily, her eyes barely open. "Do hurry back," she murmured, curling up like a little lazy cat, which only served to deepen Su Qin's affection for her. She was indeed a rare beauty. Rising to dress, he quietly closed the door behind him and instructed the maidservants, "Take good care of Madame Qianluo and Madame Luoxia. I shall be at the martial academy." "Understood, young master," the maidservants replied, their hearts filled with immense admiration. Each morning following his wedding night, the young master maintained his routine of training at the academy, a testament to his diligence, which undoubtedly contributed to his remarkable cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Su Qin strode forth with purpose. Almost as if traversing the very fabric of space, he quickly arrived at the martial academy. After taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he addressed the system, "Claim my cultivation rewards." This time, the total reward amounted to a century of internal energy. While this was less than the 620 years received previously, it was still a significant boon, sufficient to rival the arduous efforts of an ordinary earthly immortal over several years. Boom! In an instant, a series of thunderous sounds resonated from within Su Qin's body. Despite the surging energy of this century's worth of internal strength, Su Qin, already possessing over 1,600 years of internal energy, found it easy to assimilate. Rumbling. The Tai Xian Jing flowed through him, resembling a millstone that voraciously consumed the internal energy. Remarkably, the centuries' worth of internal strength was devoured in an instant. Su Qin felt his cultivation soar, reaching an astonishing level exceeding 1,700 years. The first faintly discernible pattern on his golden core became increasingly pronounced. During this period, through his relentless efforts, his internal energy had also made considerable progress. With just over 200 more years of internal energy, he would attain 2,000 years, sufficient to elevate to a one-patterned golden core. Joy radiated from Su Qin's eyes. Xian Yaozi, after a century of arduous cultivation, had only attained a one-patterned golden core. Although he was perilously close to reaching the two-patterned level, he ultimately did not succeed. Yet, here was Su Qin, having only recently ascended to the earthly immortal realm, on the cusp of achieving a one-patterned golden core. If Xian Yaozi were to learn of this, he would surely be left speechless, perhaps even wishing to find a rock to strike himself. During their last contest, although Su Qin had emerged victorious, it was by a narrow margin. Once he attained the one-patterned golden core, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand. A smile graced Su Qin's lips. The sensation of steadily advancing in cultivation was utterly delightful. Sensing a significant surge of power within him, Su Qin calmed his emotions. System, claim the celestial mirror breaking pill. In an instant, a crystalline elixir appeared in the palm of Su Qin's hand. The celestial mirror breaking pill, as its name suggests, enables one to directly ascend to the celestial realm. If it were to circulate in the martial world, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce scramble among countless practitioners. This was the second such pill Su Qin had obtained. He had given the first to Lin Xiaoying, and he decided to keep this one for himself, temporarily withholding it from his wives. The reason was simple. Su Qin's wives were all cultivating the joyous divine art, their progress astonishingly rapid, making a breakthrough to the celestial realm, or even the earthly immortal realm, merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the Lingbao villa was currently quite secure, and his wives did not have an urgent need to enhance their cultivation. Conversely, the 8 great assassins of heaven and earth, despite having reached the grandmaster level, still felt somewhat lacking in the martial world. Su Qin planned to reward one of them with this pill. By promoting their ascension to the celestial realm, they would be better equipped to assist him in his endeavors. Having decided the fate of the elixir, Su Qin took a deep breath and claimed his final reward, the divine alchemy technique. His excitement was palpable, for within this supreme alchemical skill lay the means to enhance the potential of his offspring, even surpassing the quality of the elixirs derived from the divine brewing technique. System, claim the divine alchemy technique. In that moment, a torrent of information surged into Su Qin's mind, an overwhelming deluge that was categorically superior to the master-level alchemy technique. While the master level was largely confined to the realm of martial arts, the divine alchemy technique had already begun to brush against the essence of immortal fantasy. As he perused the myriad of formulas recorded within, Su Qin's pupils dilated in awe. There were enlightenment elixirs, inner energy enhancement pills, and even the celestial mirror breaking pill. Moreover, there were even earthly immortal pills that could increase the chances of breaking through to the earthly immortal realm. Su Qin's breath quickened involuntarily. This was undoubtedly the most formidable skill he had acquired thus far, aside from the innate fetal spirit pill that could enhance the potential of unborn offspring. Every other elixir opened his eyes to new possibilities. If he could successfully concoct a sufficient quantity of celestial mirror-breaking pills and earthly immortal pills, could he not produce earthly immortals en masse? The thought astonished Su Qin. If he were to have 1,000 or so earthly immortals at his command, the spectacle would be simply unbelievable. At the very least, he would have no trouble asserting his dominance. However, these two types of pills were not so easily manufactured. The celestial mirror-breaking pill was relatively manageable. Although the materials were challenging to gather, they were not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet the earthly immortal pill required materials that were often rare spiritual herbs, aged for hundreds of years, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. Su Qin couldn't help but reflect on this. However, having connections was a boon. According to Zai Yaozi, if he were to rank among the top at the Earthly Immortal Conference, the resources available would be at least tenfold or even more than what he currently possessed. It seemed that if he wished to mass-produce earthly immortals, he would need to intensify his efforts for the Earthly Immortal Conference 5 years hence. The celestial mirror-breaking pill can indeed be temporarily crafted in a few instances. Su Qin contemplated first promoting his 8 elite assassins to the celestial rank. These 8 assassins were rewards from the system, their loyalty beyond reproach. For now, he set aside the matters regarding the celestial mirror-breaking pill and the earth immortal pill. Instead, Su Qin began to scrutinize the effects of the primal fetal spirit pill. Upon his examination, he was instantly taken aback. Astonishing. Su Qin could not suppress his exclamation, completely losing his usual composure. Although he had anticipated that a recipe derived from divine-level alchemy would significantly enhance the aptitude of offspring, he had not expected the results to be this extraordinary. The primal fetal spirit pill, when administered to a pregnant woman, could elevate the child's innate qualities. According to the system's comparison, this meant that if each of his offspring utilized the primal fetal spirit pill to enhance their aptitude, their cultivation rewards would reach an astonishing 100 years. Su Qin's breath quickened in excitement. Chapter 183. The acquisition of cultivation. Most importantly, while the raw materials for the innate fetal spirit pill are indeed precious, it remains feasible to produce dozens or even hundreds annually. This implies that it can adequately cover every one of Su Qin's offspring. Presently, with 22 wives. This translates to at least 22 children born each year, resulting in a formidable 2,200 years of cultivation. Su Qin could not help but widen his eyes, and this does not even account for the achievement rewards. The speed of this is simply astounding. A smile of unrestrained joy crept across his lips. By these calculations, even if he were to cease taking concubines in the future, he could steadily ascend to the 10th pattern golden core by the time his lifespan draws to an end. Not to mention, how could Su Qin possibly refrain from taking more concubines? If, by any chance, his wives and concubines were to surpass 100, the annual cultivation rewards from just the offspring's births would exceed 10,000. How exhilarating. This was the greatest surprise. Su Qin had never anticipated such a delightful revelation awaiting him. He initially thought that the effect of divine-level alchemy would only exceed that of divine-level brewing by a mere 20%. To his astonishment, it doubled. The reward transitioned from 50 years to an entire century. Now, it was time to gather the materials. Su Qin, brimming with eagerness, immediately instructed his trusted aides to retrieve the necessary supplies from the storeroom. With Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang's children due to be born soon, Su Qin was determined to concoct the first batch of elixirs before their arrival to reap the latest wave of benefits. After giving his orders, Su Qin joyfully made his way toward the chambers of Sikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia, his spirits high and celebratory. In the days that followed, tranquility was restored. Sikong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia had already spent considerable time at Lingbao Mountain Manor, growing intimately familiar with the other wives, even developing sisterly bonds. Now, the only difference was the formal recognition of their status. Their interactions remained unchanged. Su Qin, however, found himself somewhat busier. Each day, he not only engaged in joyful practice with his wives, but also managed to carve out time for crafting mechanisms. Additionally, he dedicated himself to the newly constructed alchemy room for pill refinement. Upon acquiring divine-level alchemy techniques, Su Qin promptly established an independent alchemy chamber to prevent any disturbances. Unlike the previous master-level techniques, divine-level alchemy did not involve hand-rolling pills. It required the utilization of ground fire and a pill furnace. Su Qin even speculated whether he might eventually attain true alchemical mastery. As the flames of the pill furnace licked eagerly, anticipation filled Su Qin's eyes. Suddenly, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted forth. An overwhelming sense of joy surged across Su Qin's face. The innate fetal spirit pill was successfully crafted. Observing the 6 round pills, each the size of a longan, Su Qin hurriedly made his way towards his wives. With utmost care, he administered the pills to Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang. The eyes of the women sparkled with curiosity. Su Qin merely smiled and remarked, "This is a wonderful boon for our children." Su Qin has already fathered 8 offspring, the eldest being the twins born to the little dragon girl, who are still under a year old. These progeny, if they inherit Su Qin's martial arts and various legacies, are destined to dominate the martial world. Particularly, the younger offspring exhibit remarkable enhancements in their innate abilities even while in the womb. Each one a paragon of talent in the worldly sense. Should they mature successfully, Lingbao Manor will undoubtedly flourish. It is likely that these offspring alone could sweep through the martial realm. On this day, the atmosphere at Lingbao Manor grew bustling with activity. Remarkably, Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang gave birth on the same day. This meant that Su Qin would soon have 10 children, thus receiving new rewards for his accomplishments. Chapter 180. Outside the delivery room. Numerous maidservants were busily entering and exiting, and the finest midwives had long been preparing inside the delivery room. With the increasing number of Su Qin's wives, the manor had already trained a dozen professional midwives specifically to assist in the childbirth of his spouses. Su Qin, unusually anxious, paced back and forth, Although he already had 8 children and should have been accustomed to such occurrences, the imminent arrival of his 10th child made him restless. "My husband, please have some calming tea. Both Inger and Wu Shuang are surely fine," Huang Rong gently offered, providing him with a cup of tea for comfort. The little dragon girl and the others also chimed in with words of reassurance. "Indeed, husband, both sisters are now at the grandmaster level. They are no ordinary fragile women. With the best midwives and conditions, they will be perfectly fine." It had been quite some time since Su Qin exhibited such agitation. Observing the concerned gazes of his wives, he realized he might have become overly anxious about the reward, losing sight of his true nature in the process. Suddenly, he recognized this, accepted the calming tea, and felt a refreshing wave wash over him, easing his spirit significantly. Looking at Huang Rong and the others, his gaze softened further. At times, he mused that the greatest treasure of acquiring this flourishing family system was not the system itself, but rather his wives. "They are born. Congratulations, young master. 1 daughter and 1 son. Both ladies are safe." The ecstatic voice of the midwife echoed from the delivery room. Joy illuminated the faces of all present. A son and a daughter were, of course, the most delightful outcome. Su Qin burst into hearty laughter and rushed into the delivery room. There he found Qing Ying and Lu Wushuang smiling back at him. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped their hands, soothing them with tender words. Though the women's complexions were slightly pale, their condition surpassed that of ordinary women by leaps and bounds. After exchanging a few words, they peacefully drifted into slumber. At this moment, Su Qin finally had the opportunity to check the rewards from the system. Beep. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 offspring. Reward, 200 years of cultivation and 2 Tianren Pujing Dan. Congratulations to the host for achieving a new milestone, 10 offspring. A reward of 500 years of cultivation and the true dragon body." In an instant, an overwhelming joy surged within Su Qin's eyes. This reward was indeed extraordinarily generous. The cultivation alone represented a bounty of 700 years, not to mention the 2 heavenly human-breaking mirror pills, along with the enigmatic true dragon body. Su Qin harbored a sense that the so-called true dragon body might very well be the most significant reward. It was no wonder that this was the first time he had received a reward related to offspring. The family prosperity system indeed made offspring rewards the predominant benefit. Su Qin felt that his system was about to embark on a gratifying journey. After all, he had only recently awakened the system for just over a year. The initial phase had primarily focused on amassing concubines. Now, with 22 wives, the birth of offspring would accelerate, and the rewards from the system would become increasingly abundant. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated the formidable power of the system. His advancement to the 10-pattern golden core would undoubtedly surpass previous projections. Just achieving the milestone of 10 offspring had granted him 500 years of cultivation, leaving Su Qin utterly astonished. He took a deep breath to steady his mindset. Today, he would ascend to the 1-pattern golden core. After giving a few instructions to the maidservants, Su Qin proceeded towards the eastern courtyard. Upon arriving, he stood still and began to quietly recite in his heart, "System, claim the cultivation." In an instant, an immense force of 700 years of internal energy surged into Su Qin's body, akin to a tempest. Even greater than the previous surge he had experienced upon reaching 20 concubines. Chapter 184. Truly strange, the torrent of inner strength relentlessly surged against the meridians, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. Su Qin could not help but change countenance. He hastily activated the Tai-Xian Gong. As the golden elixir transformed into a black hole, continuously drawing in streams of inner energy at a visibly accelerating rate. A resonant hum emanated from within Su Qin, signaling the golden elixir's ceaseless vibration. To Su Qin's astonished gaze, the previously faint and incomplete patterns upon the elixir began to coalesce with astonishing rapidity. In a moment of breakthrough, as Su Qin's power surpassed 2,000 years, the golden elixir erupted in a resplendent brilliance, revealing an intricate and profound pattern upon its surface. This was the Tao pattern, the 10 patterns of heaven, potent enough to rend the heavens. This was the ancient adage imparted by Zaiyozi to Su Qin. The power of the Tao pattern radiated outward, akin to a filter press, thoroughly refining Su Qin's inner strength. In an instant, the quality of his inner power surged dramatically. With each new pattern on the golden elixir, it was not merely an accumulation of quantity, but also a significant enhancement in quality. 1 pattern on the golden elixir was achieved. Su Qin could not suppress a hearty laugh. It had not been long since he ascended to the realm of earthly immortals, and he had already attained a 1-pattern golden elixir. In contrast, Zaiyozi, after a century of arduous cultivation, had only reached a similar level. With the achievement of a one-pattern golden elixir, Su Qin felt the speed of absorbing inner energy multiply several times, swiftly cleansing any remaining inner power. His total inner strength had now reached over 2,400 years, drawing him ever closer to Zayayozi. However, should a confrontation arise, he was certain of a decisive victory, though whether he could subdue him remained uncertain. Should Zayayozi be privy to Su Qin's thoughts, he would likely flee to a considerable distance. This man was exceedingly dangerous. With his cultivation breakthrough, an exuberant joy illuminated Su Qin's face. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, he proceeded to claim his rewards. System, claim 2 heaven-piercing pills. Instantly, 2 crystalline heaven-piercing pills materialized in Su Qin's hands. He was quite familiar with such elixirs. The last time, he had received one as a reward from Sikong Qianluo, and through the collection of materials, he had obtained another, perfectly suited for the 2 assassins, Tian and Di, who had successfully ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Now, with 2 more at hand, they were ideal for Xian and Huang. Casually tossing the coveted pills that would incite envy among countless wanderers, Su Qin nonchalantly stored them away, then turned his attention to the final reward. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what the so-called true dragon body entailed. Could it be a unique constitution akin to the Yellow Emperor's body? The Yellow Emperor's body had afforded him immense advantages, igniting his anticipation for this true dragon body. System, claim the true dragon body. Boom. In the next instant, as Su Qin stood in astonishment, a profound innate true dragon imprint gradually emerged from deep within him, as if it were an inherent trait. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming essence of golden dragon energy surged into the sky, becoming strikingly prominent against the night. Lingbao Mountain Manor. A multitude of onlookers gazed in awe at the scene before them, unable to suppress their instinct to bow in reverence towards the golden pillar of light. What is that? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to kneel and worship? Is the young master practicing some astonishing martial arts once more? In Jiaxing City, many citizens, still awake, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, almost questioning their own vision. Upon confirming that the source was indeed Lingbao Mountain Manor, they were somewhat less surprised. Having recently witnessed the phenomenon of the thunderclouds enveloping the area, the golden pillar appeared less extraordinary in comparison. Could it be a divine blessing from the heavens? Numerous wanderers climbed to the rooftops, their eyes wide with astonishment. In the imperial palace of the Song dynasty, Huang Chang and Zayayozi were engaged in profound discourse. Both esteemed earth immortals of the Song, their faces alight with joy. If Brother Xiaoyao were to take command of the palace soon, one might fear he would have traveled far along the path of celestial fortune. Your innate talent surpasses mine, yet in such a short time, you have successfully transitioned to the realm of celestial fortune. I am truly in admiration. Huang Chang remarked with a smile. Zayayozi naturally refrained from revealing that he had been spurred by the presence of an otherworldly being and was about to express some modesty. At nearly the same moment, they turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with shock. What? Is this the dragon aura of the Son of Heaven? Such a dense dragon aura. How could that be possible? The Song Dynasty South Imperial Court still exists. How could a new true dragon emerge? Huang Chang's words faltered, his gaze vacant. Zayayozi was similarly affected. Having shifted his focus to celestial fortune, he understood what this true dragon represented. At the very least, the current emperor of the Song does not possess such a profound dragon aura. However, he soon sensed something amiss. That direction seems to be Lingbao Mountain Manor, where Su Xiaoyu resides. The two, sensing the flow of fortune, quickly discerned a clue. Could it be the offspring of Su Xiaoyu has given birth to a true dragon? Huang Chang couldn't help but speculate. Given the location, it must indeed be Lingbao Mountain Manor. Exchanging a contemplative glance, Huang Chang finally spoke. Very well, since it is the progeny of Su Xiaoyu, let us allow nature to take its course. If one day, Su Xiaoyu's offspring wishes to usurp the Song dynasty, it would not be an impossibility. Zayayozi nodded slowly. Having protected the Song for so many years, they had done their part. In the hierarchy of Earth Immortals, there would always be only Earth Immortals. Abandoning the Song for the sake of a prodigy like Su Qin would be entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, far away in the Sui dynasty, several factions were equally stirred. At the peak of the imperial steps, within the Compassionate Tranquility Sanctuary, several extraordinarily beautiful nuns were engaged in silent prayer. Among them, one who sat at the center was not clad in nun's robes, but donned a flowing white garment, resembling a pure white lotus in a secluded valley, exuding an air of sanctity. She was indeed the disciple of the Compassionate Tranquility Sanctuary, Shi Feishuan. At the moment Su Qin awakened the true dragon body, The ancient bell hanging at the front of the compassionate hall suddenly resounded with a thunderous clang. Dong, dong, dong. It rang out 9 times in succession, deafening all who heard it. All the nuns instantaneously awakened, their eyes widening with disbelief. The leading master, Fan Qinghui, exclaimed in astonishment, "The birth of a true dragon body? How can this be?" 20 years ago, when the heir Li Shimin of the Li clan was born, it was merely the sound of 6 chimes. Now it has reached 9 chimes? An overwhelming silence enveloped everyone as they stood in shock. Chapter 181, 9 Chimes of the Dragon Bell. According to the records of Zihang Jingjai, it seems that only the sovereign of the Great Qin dynasty held such a distinction. Though the number of chimes does not entirely dictate future accomplishments, it certainly signifies the richness of dragon energy. The atmosphere within Zihang Jingjai became increasingly tense. Quickly, where is it pointing? Fan Qinghui urged. Immediately, someone stepped forward to discern the direction indicated by the dragon bell, only to exclaim in astonishment that is the direction of the Song dynasty. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Song dynasty? How can this be? The Song dynasty has always been frail. Even if a true dragon body were to be born, such a profound dragon energy would be impossible. This is truly perplexing. Chapter 185. Establishing a dynasty. Whispers filled the air as Fan Qinghui furrowed her brow, eventually relaxing as she spoke. Currently, every major dynasty is supported by terrestrial immortals. Yet the Sui dynasty stands precariously, with its immortal ancestor nearing the end of life. Though the true dragon body originated in the Song dynasty, it has yet to find an opportunity to manifest. Its rightful destiny lies within the Sui. Presently, alongside the true dragon body of the Li clan, there exist several with dragon-like destinies within the Sui territory, inevitably leading to future conflicts. Initially, I intended to collaborate with the Li clan, but with the emergence of a new true dragon body, we can wholly support one ourselves. If we can establish a new dynasty, our Zihang Jingjai might finally become a true sanctuary for martial arts. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fan Qinghui then turned to the holy maiden behind her, saying, "Fei Xuan, as the heir of Zihang Jingjai, this significant task should rightfully fall to you. You must descend the mountain and venture to the Song dynasty to retrieve this true dragon body. When the true dragon body appears, it will surely be accompanied by a surge of dragon energy. You can use this phenomenon to discern its exact location and inquire about any newborns during this period. You are bound to find him. Remember, time is of the essence. I fear others may also seek him out." With a calm demeanor, Shifijuan respectfully nodded, "Disciple obeys." With that, the ethereal maiden rose and departed. Once she had left, a voice of concern arose among the others. If the Li clan discovers our intention to breach the agreement, they surely will not let it go lightly. A glint of coldness flashed in Fan Qinghui's eyes. They have only themselves to blame for their insatiable greed. The Li clan relies solely on the support of Yuan Tiangang. While Yuan is indeed a terrestrial immortal, our Zihang Jingjai has a legacy of its own. As long as we possess the true dragon body, we can contend for our rightful place without being shackled by others. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the leader's command. Meanwhile, as Shifijuan descended towards the Song dynasty, within the Li clan study, a strikingly handsome young man sat across from a masked, enigmatic figure. The young man spoke slowly. "Master, in your view, how long until the Sui court collapses completely?" This young man was Li Shimin, the second son of the Li clan, possessing the true dragon body. The mysterious figure opposite him was none other than Yuan Tiangang, who had lived for 3 centuries. Yuan Tiangang replied thoughtfully, "Shimin, there is no need for haste. Old Yang's lifespan is drawing to a close. Within the next year or two, a dying terrestrial immortal can act unpredictably. Our best course of action is to remain still. When Yang passes, that will be our moment to strike." At this, Li Shimin felt a surge of excitement and was about to respond when he noticed Yuan Tiangang suddenly pause, instinctively turning his gaze towards a specific direction. "Master, what is it?" Li Shimin's heart tightened. It was exceedingly rare for his master to exhibit such a reaction. After a long silence, Yuan Tiangang slowly turned his head and remarked, "Another true dragon body has been born." Being proficient in astrological arts, he immediately sensed the fluctuations in the cosmos. "What?" Li Shimin's face turned pale with astonishment, and he stammered, How? How is that possible? Master, did you not say that I was the only true dragon body for a century?" Panic engulfed him. He understood that his ability to study under this enigmatic terrestrial immortal was solely due to his status as the true dragon body. The emergence of another true dragon body heightened his sense of crisis. "Is it also within the Great Sui?" he asked anxiously. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yuan Tiangong's eyes as he retorted, "What are you panicking for? Given this direction, It should be from the Great Song or the Great Ming. Li Shimin breathed a slight sigh of relief. But before he could gather his thoughts, Yuan Tiangang shook his head, cautioning, "Do not let your guard down. Others may seek to exploit this true dragon body to vie for power against you." Li Shimin's heart tightened at once. Should we not send someone to investigate? Perhaps eliminate him? He made a gesture across his throat, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang rose slowly. "For now, do not rush. Let us first send someone to scout the situation." Li Shimin could only nod, feeling a sense of defeat in the presence of his terrestrial, immortal master. He sensed the subtle disappointment in Yuan Tiangang, realizing that his master did not hold him in high regard. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired once more, "Master, why did you choose me?" The emergence of a new true dragon body diminished his uniqueness, and his unease reached its peak. Yuan Tiangang paused, perhaps sensing Li Shimin's turmoil. His tone softened slightly. "Do not worry. I will assist you in ascending to the throne and establishing a new dynasty." His words brimmed with resolve. Though he did not regard Li Shimin highly, the bloodline of the Li family was tied to a benefactor of his, and thus he felt compelled to repay that debt with his life. In the Great Sui Palace, an elderly emperor, clad in royal robes and nearly immobile, gazed at the heavens and sighed, "Another true dragon body. How unjust the heavens are to the Great Sui. In a century, not a single true dragon has been born. Unlike the Yang clan, true dragons appeared one after another." He coughed twice, the blood on his pristine handkerchief starkly red. This prompted a nearby old eunuch to anxiously exclaim, "Old ancestor, your health. We must hurry inside to avoid the cold." The elderly patriarch waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not." He gazed into the distant sky, a fierce determination rising in his eyes. "Even if I allow this Sui court to be taken advantage of by outsiders, I will not permit you treacherous ministers to succeed. Dispatch orders for Yang Guang to send men to the Great Song to secretly seek out the true dragon body." In the eyes of the venerable Yang, a tempest of rage brewed. The mere recollection of the celestial gathering a century prior, where he stood alone and helpless, ignited a fury within him that bordered on madness. How could the Sui court have fallen to such depths? "You scoundrels, do not think you can escape. Before I descend to the underworld, I shall ensure that you accompany me." The malevolence in his gaze intensified. Yet it was not solely the Sui dynasty that sensed the upheaval. The terrestrial immortals from various great dynasties became acutely aware, their attention swiftly directed towards the Song dynasty. This was due to Su Qin awakening the true dragon physique. The world was abuzz with turmoil, and myriad factions clandestinely dispatched emissaries to the Song to seek out the source of this phenomenon. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Qin, found himself somewhat bewildered. At the moment when the dragon aura surged skyward, he nearly believed he would truly transform into a dragon. Only as the dragon energy gradually dissipated did a wealth of information regarding the true dragon physique begin to coalesce in his mind. If the true dragon physique were to establish a dynasty, would its fortunes in the path of the celestial be 10 or even 100 times greater than others? Su Qin could not help but draw a sharp breath. If indeed there existed such a 100-fold speed, perhaps pursuing the path of celestial fortune might be a worthy endeavor. However, as per the words of the carefree master, to reach the realm of transcending the void, it seemed that unifying the 9 provinces would be imperative. The thought of such troublesome prospects made Su Qin's head ache. It might be more prudent to dutifully take concubines and sire offspring, ultimately striving for the 10th tier golden elixir. Nonetheless, should his strength grow formidable in the future, he could entertain the idea of establishing a dynasty, allowing his consorts to embark on the path of celestial fortune alongside him, paving the way for them to shatter the void together. A glimmer of hope ignited in Su Qin's eyes. Chapter 186. A subtle transformation. The true dragon body, capable of bearing the weight of a nation's fortune, is essential for establishing a unified dynasty. For others, even if they ascend to the throne, their reign is unlikely to endure. Furthermore, becoming the sovereign of a dynasty and acquiring consorts is hardly a daunting task. Thoughts began to stir within Su Qin's mind. While other dynasties may seem temporarily stable, the situation in the Sui dynasty is tumultuous, perhaps presenting an opportunity. However, the prerequisite is that I must possess sufficient strength, lest the local deities consume me entirely. There is no need for haste. I shall proceed slowly. In a brief span, Su Qin had already reached the realm of the 1st tier golden elixir. He felt that if he nurtured his abilities well, he might partake in the upheaval of the Sui dynasty. Pondering this, a surge of excitement welled within him. Besides the enhancement from the path of fortune, the greatest boon of the true dragon body must be this. Su Qin slowly raised his hand. witnessing a mass of golden energy coalescing in his palm, faintly resonating with the sounds of dragon roars. It seemed that my inner strength had undergone a transformation, imbued with dragon energy, elevating its quality significantly. Now, the quality of my internal power likely surpasses that of the second-tier golden elixir. It should lie somewhere between the second-tier and the third-tier golden elixir. A smile crept across Su Qin's lips as he felt empowered. With this strength, even two carefree masters would be no match for him. It appears that there are still more latent functionalities yet to be discovered. The true dragon body is indeed remarkable. Su Qin was immensely satisfied with this achievement. Stretching lazily, he made his way toward the eastern courtyard. After the birth of two offspring, having tasted the sweetness of parenthood, Su Qin now eagerly anticipated the arrival of subsequent children. He looked forward to the generous rewards that would accompany the birth of his 20th child. However, he remained patient, spending leisurely moments with his wives, occasionally tending to the fields. Thanks to Su Qin's efforts, the recently arrived Si Kong Qianluo and Yin Luoxia, along with Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang, who had just given birth, soon found themselves pregnant. Su Qin spent his days in joyous delight, living a life of bliss that even deities would envy. Until one day, maidens from the Yihua Palace arrived to seek an audience, bearing a letter from Yao Yu. Respectful greetings to the second palace mistress. The Grand Palace Mistress has just emerged from seclusion a few days ago. This is a personal letter for you. Several young ladies clad in light-colored palace attire knelt respectfully before Lianqing, igniting a surge of excitement within her. Her sister had finally emerged from seclusion. Lianqing hastily accepted the letter and, after a brief glance, her eyes revealed a hint of panic. The message from Yao Yu was straightforward. She had initially intended to come in person, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she requested Lianqing to return to Yihua Palace. Lianqing felt a rush of anxiety. Although her cultivation had significantly improved, reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Master level and nearing the realm of transcendent beings, the long-standing fear she harbored towards her sister was deeply ingrained. With their parents absent, her elder sister had assumed a maternal role. And during her sister's prolonged seclusion from marriage and childbirth, Lianqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity. What should I do? Should I return? Lianqing gazed at the palace maid kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with a tinge of conflict. Should she choose not to return, her sister Yao Yu, with her assertive nature, would likely come seeking her once she finished her tasks. The mere thought of offending her husband sent shivers down Lianqing's spine. Her husband was a transcendent master, a veritable immortal among mortals, while even if her sister were to successfully break through during her seclusion, she would only attain the realm of celestial beings, rendering her little more than a child in comparison. Perhaps it would be prudent to return for a visit. It had been quite some time since she had last seen her sister, and a heartfelt explanation would surely be met with understanding. Although Yao Yu could be harsh and cold, she still cared deeply for her only sister, often masking her affection with tough words. Resolute in her decision, Lianqing sought out Su Qin. Su Qin, gently caressing Lianqing's increasingly prominent belly, frowned and said, "Xinger, you are with child now. How could your husband rest easy with you venturing out alone, especially since the assailants who sought your life remain at large? Should they return, the consequences would be dire. Let us do this. I will accompany you back to Yihua Palace. After all, Yao Yu is your only sister, and it is only right that I meet her as your husband. You need not worry about any conflict between us. I understand her temperament quite well." He silently added, should she provoke him, he would not hesitate to discipline her, the manner of which would depend on his mood. However, given that Yao Yu had been in seclusion during their wedding, it was only fitting to pay her a visit, as the eldest sister often takes on a maternal role. Upon hearing this, Lianqing's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. She felt that marrying Su Qin was a stroke of fortune earned from her past life as virtues. Although Su Qin consistently displayed such thoughtfulness, each manifestation of his affection never failed to touch her heart. Darling caught in the moment, she could not resist bestowing a tender kiss upon him. Su Qin smiled and replied, "You are my wife. It is only natural for your husband to act thus. Allow the people of Yihua Palace to return first. Once I have arranged matters within the estate, I shall take you there." Lianqing nodded eagerly. Su Qin then turned to the side, offering an apologetic smile to Yi Ruoi and Hua Jin. "Miss Yi, little Dr. Hua, it seems there will be a delay. I must ask Miss Yi to stay with us for a while longer. Once I return from Yihua Palace, I will attend to your ailment." During this time, Yi Ruoi and Hua Jin settled into Lingbao Villa. After being introduced by Si Kong Qianluo, Su Qin finally had the opportunity to diagnose Yi Ruoi's congenital heart ailment. With his divine medical skills, he was confident in addressing her condition, though it would require some time. Naturally, The most expedient method would be to cultivate the joyous divine technique, but that would not be suitable just yet. After securing Yi Ruoyi's health, he could then utilize the technique as needed. At that moment, both Yi Ruoyi and Hua Jin felt their cheeks flush, having witnessed Lianqing's bold kiss, their hearts racing in surprise at her audacity. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Yi Ruoyi gracefully bowed in response, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Alliance Master Su. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist me. This ailment has plagued me for many years. There is no rush to remedy it. When you return, you may treat my illness then." Initially, during Sikong Qianluo's wedding, she found it difficult to comprehend Su Qin's penchant for taking concubines, pondering why such exquisite and exceptional women would willingly accept such a fate. However, after spending time at Lingbao Villa and witnessing Su Qin's willingness to accompany Lianqing back to Yihua Palace, her understanding began to shift. Her perception of Su Qin subtly transformed. Su Qin, too, held a favorable impression of this refined young lady, and with a smile, he reassured her, "Fear not, Miss Yi. Your condition stems from a congenital deficiency of the heart meridian, which bears some resemblance to Yu Yan's previous condition. Once I return and allocate some time, I shall ensure your complete recovery." Chapter 187. A series of accusations. Yi Ruoyi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. It was her first time receiving such a definitive response. Beside her, Hua Jin, equally astonished, eagerly inquired, "Is it true, big brother?" Su Qin smiled and nodded. Yi Ruoyi's heart surged with emotion. What began as a desperate gamble now seemed to hold genuine promise. A person of Su Qin's caliber would never jest about such matters. Given his words, it was highly likely to be true. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. The gentle and graceful young woman sincerely bowed once more, exclaiming, "The immense favor of Lord Su, I shall never forget. I will certainly ensure my father prepares a generous gift of thanks." Su Qin merely waved his hand with a smile. "What need is there for a lavish gift? Consider yourself as the reward, since you have entered my Lingbao mountain manor. There is no escaping." He chuckled to himself, amused by the thought. "Let us set aside the matter of gifts for now. Miss Yi and the little divine doctor may stay at the manor for a while. I will return shortly." He aimed to keep Yi Ruoyi and Hua Jin at ease for the time being. After instructing Huang Rong and the other ladies regarding the affairs of the manor, Su Qin departed with Lianqing. He chose not to utilize the mechanical bird. As a terrestrial immortal, he could soar through the skies with remarkable speed. With his cultivation now at the one-pattern golden elixir stage and possessing internal energy exceeding 2,400 years, flying alongside Lianqing posed no difficulty. "Wow, husband! Is this what it's like to fly?" Lianqing nestled in Su Qin's embrace, gazing down at the earth with eyes full of exhilaration, her childlike wonder manifesting in continuous gasps of awe. The sensation of flying in her physical form was entirely different from the experience aboard the mechanical bird, igniting her spirit with fervor. Su Qin laughed heartily, suddenly accelerating, which elicited startled cries of excitement from Lianqing. "This is exhilarating. Husband, this way." Lianqing pointed towards the direction of the Yihua Palace, guiding him enthusiastically. Cradling Lianqing, Su Qin felt an immense sense of contentment. He regarded this journey to Yihua Palace as a leisurely escape. Yet, curiosity lingered within him regarding the legendary master of the moon invitation. Should the opportunity arise to invite her into his household, it would be most splendid. Besides the moon invitation and Xinger, it seems there are several others at Yihua Palace who meet the system's requirements for concubines. Huaiwenu, Taipinggu, and Hilu. Although Su Qin currently had 22 wives, the desire for progeny necessitated the acquisition of more concubines. He would consider any suitable candidates. After all, having ascended to the status of a terrestrial immortal, his capacity had significantly expanded. Whether it be 22, 30, or even 40 wives, he could manage it all. We are nearing Yihua Palace. Lianqing felt an inexplicable sense of tension. This place, so familiar to her, bore a distinct aura upon her return. Yihua Palace, nestled in the Xiuyu Valley, blossomed with a myriad of flowers, resembling a celestial realm, yet its intricate pathways could easily confuse those unfamiliar. Lianqing's lovely face reflected a blend of joy and inner turmoil. Su Qin furrowed his brow slightly. "Xinger, something is amiss. There is the scent of blood." Lianqing's complexion changed instantly. Could it be that someone had attacked the Yihua Palace? She inexplicably connected this to her own previous ordeal of being hunted. Although Yihua Palace was a formidable force within the Ming dynasty, it was not without its stronger adversaries. If her husband had detected the smell of blood, it could not be a mere illusion. "My husband, we must hasten to rescue my sister," Lianqing implored. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin surged forward. his speed escalating to its utmost. A chill coursed through his heart. It was fortunate he had chosen to accompany Lian Xing this time, as the consequences of inaction would have been dire. As they drew closer to Yihua Palace, the stench of blood became increasingly pronounced. In the distance, amidst the clusters of palaces, the faint sounds of battle could be discerned. With her keen eyesight, Lian Xing could already make out the corpses strewn across the ground. Some were Yihua Palace maidens, while others were martial artists in various garbs. It appeared that their assailants were not from a single faction. Growing more anxious, Lian Xing and Su Qin descended, swiftly employing their techniques to race towards the depths of the palace. Before the Mingyue Palace, the remaining maidens of Yihua Palace were locked in a standoff against a group of fierce and menacing martial artists. Each maiden wore a grave expression. Although they possessed formidable martial skills, their opponents were no mere pushovers. Evil Valley, the 12 Constellations, and several other factions with grudges against Yihua Palace had all converged for an assault. At that moment, Wei Waya, the leader of the 12 Constellations, bared his disgusting yellowed teeth in a sinister grin and cackled. Huai Wennu, step aside. Where is your palace master? Why not summon the lofty Yao Yu Palace Master and Lian Xing Palace Master to meet me? I still remember their haughty and cold demeanor when they rejected me. When did I, Wei Waya, ever endure such humiliation? Today, I shall trample these two contemptible women underfoot. The maidens erupted in fury, particularly the three strikingly beautiful and icy maidens at the forefront. He Lu coldly retorted, Wei Waya, have you looked in the mirror to see your own repulsive appearance? Our two palace masters are extraordinary figures. It is not just that they look down on you. Even the most ordinary maid of Yihua Palace is beyond your worth. Tai Pinggu also chastised him. Indeed, you sought their affection in the past, and, out of jealousy, now take this opportunity to strike while they are absent. When they return, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance for us. You, a loathsome toad, have nothing but this shallow ambition. Your twisted psyche and dwarfish form are nothing but a source of amusement. Huai Wennu's final remark utterly shattered Wei Waya's composure. The aura of a grandmaster erupted from him without reservation. After being relentlessly berated by the three maidens, he could no longer contain his rage. His vulnerabilities and ugliness laid bare. He shrieked, kill, slay these wretches. I intend to keep them, to ruthlessly trample upon their dignity, and sell them into the most sordid brothels, allowing them to experience the taste of the vile and twisted humiliation I inflict. The malevolent voice reverberated before the moonlit palace. The numerous adept masters among the 12 zodiac signs revealed malice in their eyes, unleashing their prowess as they charged towards Huai Wennu and Tai Pinggu, among others. The women's countenances shifted with fear, a surge of despair flooding their hearts, and they had already nurtured the resolve of death. Before them stood a multitude of grandmasters, even some great masters, far beyond what the women could withstand. They prepared themselves to take their own lives at any moment, preferring death over humiliation. Wei Wuyi's voice continued to echo. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die easily. I intend to use you to capture the likes of Yao Yue and Lian Xing. Those wretches. Yet before he could utter the word wretches, a sudden surge of terror gripped Wei Wuyi, compelling him to turn abruptly. He beheld a terrifying force of finger strength aimed directly at him. Seeking death. The icy chill of those two words plunged Wei Wuyi into a frozen abyss. Chapter 188. Unfathomable envy. Wei Wuyi turned in horror, his gaze drawn to an inky black finger of power that seemed to take on a tangible form, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Initially, he sensed it from a great distance, but it swiftly manifested before him, rendering him almost unable to believe his own eyes. As if he were witnessing a ghostly apparition. Who could it be? A tempest of dread surged within Wei Wuyi, yet he found himself utterly speechless. His grandmaster-level cultivation rendered impotent. A celestial realm expert? How could this be? Was it not said that Yao Yu had departed from the Yihua Palace? From where then did this celestial realm powerhouse emerge? Had that person deceived him? Fury surged within Wei Wuyi's heart. Had he not learned that Yao Yu and Lian Xing were absent from the palace, he would never have dared to lead his numerous subordinates to assault the Yihua Palace. His eyes, resembling yellow beans, widened in terror as the specter of death loomed over him. A crimson hue began to coalesce in his gaze, veins bulging on his forehead as he frantically summoned his strength, desperate to break free from the unknown constraint. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. The colossal black finger descended with unwavering ease, as if crushing an ant beneath its weight. Boom! With a resounding crash, a fearsome imprint appeared upon the ground in front of the Mingyue Palace. As for Wei Wuyi, he was reduced to dust, silenced before even a cry could escape his lips, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, The other experts from the Evil Man Valley and the 12 Celestial Guardians had just begun to mobilize towards the remaining palace maids of the Yihua Palace. Startled by the chilling shout and the thunderous sound, they turned back only to find that the place where Wei Wuyo had stood was now a vast pit. Gulping sounds echoed as disbelief washed over them. They could hardly fathom what had transpired, an entire life extinguished before their eyes. And not just any life, but that of the renowned Wei Wuyo, the Grand Master of the 12 Celestial Guardians. To be so swiftly vanquished was simply beyond comprehension. Who could it be? A collective shudder rippled through them, compelling their gazes toward the source of the icy voice. Two figures approached, one male and one female, swiftly drawing near. The young man, seemingly no older than 20, donned white attire, exuding an otherworldly elegance, his every gesture imbued with an ethereal grace. The woman, clad in a pale yellow palace gown, was a vision of exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Even the slightest trace of anxiety upon her brow could not detract from her transcendent aura. As the duo advanced, an involuntary sense of inadequacy surged within the onlookers. They appeared as a pair of divine companions. Yet, soon after, the faces of the 12 Celestial Guardians and the denizens of the Evil Man Valley turned pale in unison. Some recognized the identity of the stunningly beautiful woman in the palace attire, Lian Xing. Expressions of despair transformed into overwhelming joy for Hua Yunu, Tai Pinggu, and others. The second palace mistress. The second palace mistress has returned. Second palace mistress, please stand for us. The numerous palace maids, unable to contain their overwhelming joy, burst into tears, their pent-up grievances finally surfacing. Lianxing, observing the dire plight of her companions, was already ablaze with fury in her eyes. Addressing the wicked denizens of Evil Valley, who found themselves ensnared with no clear path forward, she coldly declared, "Dare to wreak havoc in Yihua Palace in the absence of my sister and me? You seek death." Her anger surged, revealing her mastery at the Grandmaster level without reservation. Although Lianxing had once suffered a setback in her cultivation, her arduous training in the joyous divine art had propelled her back to her zenith, even surpassing it. As she now stood at the mid-tier of the Grandmaster realm, among Su Qin's many wives, she was far from being the least formidable. For Lianxing's dedication to the joyous divine art was so intense that it astonished her peers. After the initial shock, the remaining members of Evil Valley and the 12 constellations exchanged resolute glances. At this juncture, there was no room for retreat. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Although the sudden demise of Wei Wuyo had momentarily unnerved them, the sheer number of their ranks provided a flicker of confidence. The enigmatic man who had remained silent thus far, despite his unfathomable prowess, would not compel them to surrender. Altogether, do not hold back. Surround Lianxing and target her weak points. They were all seasoned veterans of the martial world, their malicious thoughts aligning as they recognized the complexity of the relationship between Lianxing and the inscrutable man. While Lianxing was indeed powerful as a grandmaster, she paled in comparison to him. With a unified resolve, they launched their ultimate techniques toward Lianxing. Among them were over a dozen masters and even a grandmaster. Their combined might causing the maids of Yihua Palace to turn pale with dread. Fist strikes, sword energies, and blade lights intertwined, forming a web of lethal intent. Lianxing's delicate visage shifted, and before she could counter, Su Qin grasped her arm. With a serene smile, he said, "Let me handle this, Xing." He then extended his right palm forward, unleashing an unparalleled wave of palm energy. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this seemingly tranquil force instantly transformed into a cataclysmic force that blotted out the sky. The adversaries, akin to specters, found their sword energies and blade lights obliterated before them. A series of thunderous impacts resonated, reminiscent of fists striking against wooden stakes. Blood mist erupted as the once advancing attackers found themselves utterly defenseless. What grandmasters? What great grandmasters? All were annihilated. In a single strike, they were reduced to mere blood mist, unable to utter a sound before being extinguished. As the blood mist swirled around them, Huai Nu, Helu, and the others were left dumbfounded, standing as if turned to stone. Soon, the sound of swallowed breaths echoed in the air. When Wei Wuyo had been slain, their focus had been diverted by the immediate threat, merely stunned by the imprint left behind. But now, the reality of the situation unfolded before their very eyes. Good heavens! This is a masterful figure renowned throughout the martial world. Whether it be the nefarious denizens of the Valley of Evil or the 12 zodiac signs, they are entities that instill profound dread across the realm. Yet now, astonishingly, he has been dispatched with the ease of crushing an ant. The women stand in a daze, gazing at Su Qin, whose elegance resembles that of an ethereal being. filling them with an almost divine awe. His martial prowess transcends that of mere mortals. They scarcely dare to meet his gaze, their hearts swelling with an involuntary admiration. Who is this man beside the second princess, possessing such formidable abilities? Could it be he is indeed the husband rumored to be associated with her? Observing the affectionate demeanor between the second princess and this esteemed individual, it seems likely. With such unparalleled skills and extraordinary beauty, it is no wonder the second princess has found her heart captivated. A myriad of emotions sparkles in the eyes of the women, as an overwhelming envy rises within them. Chapter 189. Securing the moonlight. If one could capture the heart of such a man, what harm would there be in sharing him with others? We are eternally grateful to the second princess for saving our lives. We extend our heartfelt thanks to this esteemed gentleman for his assistance. After a moment of astonishment, the women collectively knelt on the ground, their voices sweetly exclaiming. Lianxing, embraced in Su Qin's arms, felt a tinge of shyness but did not pull away. After enduring numerous trials alongside her sisters, she had grown bolder. This is my husband, the leader of the Song Alliance, Su Qin. What has transpired? How could the Yihua Palace be so suddenly besieged? Lianxing first introduced Su Qin's identity. Then her expression turned serious as she inquired, "Where has my sister gone? Why is she not in the palace?" The maidens exchanged glances, and finally, Huai Nu stepped forward to respond, reporting to the second princess, "Not long ago, the palace master just emerged from seclusion and intended to seek you out personally. However, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Dongfang Bai, visited us unexpectedly." The great palace master then left with several sisters, citing urgent matters but did not disclose the specifics. Ping Gu and Lu Er, along with myself, remained here under the great palace master's orders, yet we did not anticipate that today, the vile Wei Wui would learn of our situation. Not only did the 12-star constellations mobilize, but they also allied with the scoundrels of the Evil Man Valley, leading to the calamity we face today. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the second princess and Lord Su, our sisters would have surely perished. Huai Nu gritted her teeth, stating, "I suspect this incident is likely connected to the Sun and Moon sect." The moment the great palace master departed Yihua Palace, Wei Wui launched his attack. The connection between these events cannot be simple. If my conjecture holds true, the great palace master's situation may not be any better. This is a conspiracy targeting our Yihua Palace. The maidens implored in unison, "Please, second princess, seek justice for our fallen sisters." Lianxing's eyes turned icy as she recalled her own perilous encounter when descending the mountain to the Sun and Moon sect. Her jade hand clenched tightly within her palace gown, and an involuntary surge of murderous intent rose within her. Yet, doubts lingered in her heart. Her sister had once mentioned a deep bond with Dongfang Bai, sworn to each other's lives. It would be inconceivable for him to plot against her. Could it be that the Sun and Moon sect had undergone some turmoil, leading to a traitorous betrayal? Just as Lianxing was about to speak, she noticed Su Qin slowly shake his head. His gaze swept over the gathered maidens as he said, "This matter should not involve the Sun and Moon sect. Both the Sun and Moon sect and Yihua Palace are victims in this affair." The maidens were momentarily taken aback, their attention fixed upon Su Qin. He Luo and Tai Ping Gu gently urged, "We beseech Lord Su to clarify our doubts." Su Qin replied thoughtfully, "Recently, when Xing'er was being pursued, I investigated the matter and discovered that during the same period, numerous experts from various sects within the Ming dynasty were ambushed. You must have heard the rumors circulating during this time." The maidens nodded in understanding. There are primarily two factions behind these ambushes. One comprises warriors from the Mongol Yuan, and the other consists of factions within the Ming dynasty seeking to stir chaos. Who is the other group? The Dragon Guardian Manor. After the four formidable assassins ascended to the celestial realm, they infiltrated the Dragon Guardian Manor and discovered some clues. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, even Lianxing was taken aback. She never expected that her husband, stationed at Lingbao Manor, was so well informed about the situation in the Ming dynasty. Yet, what moved her most was Su Qin's genuine concern for her matters. The Dragon Guardian Manor? This was a force established by the indomitable General Zhu Wushi, which not only recruited numerous martial arts experts, but also commanded the Imperial Guards, possessing such formidable power that even the Shaolin and Wudong schools had to tread carefully. This mastermind is actually him. Could it be that the court is beginning to take action against the Jianghu? The women were utterly astonished. However, they held no doubts about Su Qin's judgment. A person of such caliber would not make frivolous remarks. Since he spoke of it, there must be confidence and evidence backing it. Su Qin cast an approving glance at Huang Nu and the others, who reacted swiftly. The Ming dynasty's court was distinct from the Song dynasty, with a significantly stronger influence. Whether it was the Dragon Guardian Manor, the Six Doors, or the eastern and western factories, there were countless experts jointly overseeing the Jianghu. Should the Jianghu forces overstep their bounds, they would inevitably face suppression. However, Su Qin speculated that Zhu Wusher's actions were more self-serving than righteous. Most likely, he was seeking personal advancement in his cultivation, while others might be unaware. He knew that this man possessed a nefarious technique that could absorb others' energy, even more sinister than the northern darkness skill of the carefree one, capable of drawing not only martial prowess, but also vitality and flesh. If it truly were the Dragon Guardian Manor, then wouldn't his sister be in even greater peril? A flicker of anxiety passed through Lian Xing's eyes. She had no doubts about Yao Yu's martial prowess, yet what she feared most was being caught off guard by a covert attack. Su Qin nodded, stating, "Time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Sun and Moon sect." Yao Yu and Dongfang Bai were both breathtakingly beautiful women, and with Su Qin's expansive heart, he would certainly not overlook them. To elevate his cultivation, he understood the need to take more concubines and bear offspring. The simple truth remained, without accumulating small steps, one could not reach great distances. He grasped this principle well. Every eligible candidate for concubinage would not be disregarded. As for them, given that the Huahua Palace was essentially defunct, why not let them move to Lingbao Manor? This would prevent them from being attacked after their departure. I will send someone to escort them, and once your sister returns, we shall consider the reconstruction of the Huahua Palace. Su Qin glanced at Hua Yunu and the other women, slowly proposing his suggestion. A mere few dozen palace maids were well within Lingbao Manor's means to support. Lian Xing's eyes brightened, and she nodded repeatedly. With no time to attend to Hua Yunu and her companions, this decision was indeed a win-win. Otherwise, if the two of them rushed to the Sun and Moon sect, and then found the Huahua Palace attacked upon their return, their efforts would have been in vain. As for Su Qin's subtle intentions, she could certainly surmise them. Yet, at this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude, and she would not refuse. On the contrary, she was in full agreement, even contemplating that Su Qin should simply bring Yao Yu into the household as well. Xinger will follow her husband's lead. Hua Yunu and Tai Pinggu, along with the other women, also brightened at the prospect. I am deeply grateful to Lord Su for his hospitality. Su Qin nodded with a smile. This essentially meant that the three ladies were now in his grasp. How delightful! Upon arriving at Lingbao Mountain Manor, there would be no escape. Soon, he would also secure Yao Yu, effectively capturing the entire Yihua Palace in one fell swoop. A smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. This journey to the Ming dynasty might very well allow him to acquire beautiful concubines. After issuing a few simple instructions for the ladies to pack the belongings of Yihua Palace, Su Qin took to the skies with Lian Xing currently. He was unaware of Yao Yu's circumstances and needed to act swiftly. Chapter 190. Utterly absurd. The members of Yihua Palace gazed at the receding figures of Su Qin and his companion, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Although their encounter with Su Qin had been fleeting, he had indelibly etched his presence in their minds. As a sanctuary for women, Yihua Palace seldom interacted with men. And when they did, it was often in the context of conflict and strife. Thus, Su Qin's sudden appearance, descending like a savior, left a profound impact. Coupled with his unparalleled beauty, the effect was nothing short of captivating. How enviable for the second palace master to have such a remarkable husband, thought Hua Yunu, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Beside her, Tai Pinggu chuckled. You little lass, surely you are not infatuated? After all, he is the husband of the second palace master. Hua Yunu retorted, her voice laced with a hint of defiance. Of course I am aware. It is impossible not to feel envy. Don't pretend you are unaffected. Our Yihua Palace has always prohibited matters of the heart. Yet now, with the second palace master breaking the mold, many sisters are stirred with desire. Su Mengzhu is truly a paragon of beauty, added He Lu suddenly. I once laid eyes on Jiang Feng, the most handsome man of our Ming dynasty. But he pales in comparison to Su Mengzhu, especially with that transcendent aura of his. It's a chasm of difference. Instantly, the other women nodded in enthusiastic agreement, their hearts resonating with genuine admiration. What do you think Su Mengzhu's invitation to Lingbao Mountain means? Tai Pinggu mused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Murmurs of speculation wafted through the group, their imaginations ignited. However, Hua Yunu doused their fantasies with cold reality. Do not entertain such thoughts. If the Grand Palace Master does not consent, we shall have no chance. You all know her disposition too well. A hushed silence enveloped the room as the weight of her words settled in. He Lu suddenly sighed. If only Su Mengzhu were to wed the Grand Palace Master as well, we might have a glimmer of hope. At this, their eyes sparkled with newfound possibility. Indeed, if I were to serve as a concubine to Su Mengzhu, or even as a handmaiden, I would willingly accept. Enough of this daydreaming. It ultimately depends on whether Su Mengzhu deems us worthy. Let us gather our belongings swiftly, lest we delay our rendezvous with Su Mengzhu's subordinates. The women nodded in unison, beginning to collect the precious tomes and treasures of Yihua Palace. Meanwhile, as Su Qin escorted Lianxing towards the Heimu Cliff of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, the cliff had transformed into a convergence point for the major sects of the Ming dynasty. The Ming sect, the Five Peaks Sword sect, the Amei sect, Shaolin Temple, and Wudong sect had all fortified their positions, rendering Heimu Cliff a veritable fortress from which none could escape. Two extraordinary beauties stood side by side. Observing the assembly of sect members gathering below, their expressions tinged with concern. Clad in crimson, Dongfang Bai sighed. Yao Yu, I never anticipated that I would bring you harm. I had thought only the Five Peaks Sword sect and the Ming sect would be present, yet so many have gathered. Should they launch an assault? Take your Yihua Palace sisters and flee. I shall hold them off. A sense of frustration washed over Dongfang Bai. In the realm of martial arts, whispers of ominous winds have emerged, hinting that Ren Wuxing of the Sun Moon Holy Cult has employed the star absorption technique to capture practitioners from various sects and absorb their inner strength. During this tumultuous period in the Ming dynasty's martial world, the masterminds behind the chaos are none other than the Sun Moon Holy Cult, which has now become the target of public ire. The swiftness and peculiarity of these rumors are striking, as if all the sects received the news simultaneously. Catching Dongfang Bai completely off guard, Yao Yu furrowed her brow and declared coldly, Am I, Yao Yu, one to cower in fear for my life? Since I have pledged to assist you, there is no reason for me to abandon you midway. There are evidently hidden hands at play. Some foolish individuals are being manipulated without even realizing it. I, Yao Yu, am not afraid of them. Dongfang Bai felt a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated that this former rival would stand by him until the end. Truly, she was someone he held in high regard. They both understood that some had been unwittingly used as pawns while others likely sought to exploit this opportunity to eradicate the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Dongfang Bai's gaze grew increasingly frosty. To eliminate the Sun Moon Holy Cult was an impossibility. Although Ren Wuxing had once contended with her for the position of leader, now that she served under him, she would not easily betray her fellow cult members. Moreover, Ren Wuxing was completely innocent of the accusations against her. Even if she were to be surrendered, others would still find excuses. This was a calamity for the Sun Moon Holy Cult. They could only rise from death through battle. If I survive today, I shall regard you as my own sister in the future, Dongfang Bai said, casting a deep glance at Yao Yu. She was momentarily taken aback, a breathtaking smile gracing her lips. Let it be. Having one sister is already troublesome enough. I do not wish for another. Dongfang Bai's interest was piqued. Isn't Lianxing always obedient to you? Yao Yu retorted with irritation, obedient? While I was in seclusion, she brazenly married someone without my knowledge. She truly does not regard me as her sister. How could she marry without waiting for me to emerge from my retreat? It infuriates me just to think about it. Lianxing's temper was not to be underestimated. The man she chose must surely be remarkable. Do you know who he is? Dongfang Bai inquired with a smile, his attire billowing elegantly, exuding an air of stunning beauty. It seems to be the young master of Lingbao Mountain in the Great Song, named Su Qin. What extraordinary person could possibly come from such a weak place as the Great Song martial world? This was also one of Yao Yu's grievances. Not only had Lianxing failed to inform her, but she had also chosen a suitor from the Great Song? Was she rummaging through a garbage heap for a husband? The so-called five masters of the Great Song were merely at the Grandmaster level, and many were even inferior to her own accomplishments after 20 years of cultivation. The youth's abilities were all too predictable. Why did Lianxing choose such a person? Had she completely lost hope due to his diminished cultivation? The very thought left Yao Yu feeling exasperated. However, this was merely her initial reaction upon emerging from her retreat. Now, ensnared in a predicament, she has come to terms with her fate. Perhaps it is indeed a commendable choice for Lianxing to spend her life in the Song dynasty. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar expression flickering in her eyes. Yao Yu, you are unaware, having just emerged from seclusion, that the Song dynasty has undergone significant transformations. I have heard of this Su alliance leader, and it seems she possesses considerable prowess. Before she could finish her words, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from the mountains below. Dongfang leader, I am Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming sect. The Sun and Moon Holy Cult and the Ming sect share a common lineage. I implore you to step forth and meet. The commanding voice resonated, reverberating across 10 miles, showcasing an extraordinarily profound cultivation. Zhang Wuji of the Ming sect is a rising star in the contemporary martial arts world of the Ming dynasty. having ascended to the realm of celestial beings at a remarkably young age, and has garnered the admiration of numerous Ming sect masters, thereby becoming the new leader of the sect. He is also determined to guide the Ming sect back to the right path, earning him a lofty reputation. Dongfang Bai's gaze turned icy. This upstart, who claims to lead the Ming sect, has turned what was once a revered organization into something laughable, devoid of righteousness or evil. Chapter 191. The dread of numerous swordsmen. The two women, having lost their interest in continuing the conversation, leapt forward. The many masters of the Sun and Moon sect wore grim expressions as they gazed upon the stout-browed youth clad in coarse linen from afar. Dongfang Bai coldly declared, "Zhang Wuji, I have already stated that the capture of individuals from various sects is orchestrated by hidden hands, not by brainwashing. You, with your facade of righteousness, merely seek to usurp my sect. Those with courage should come forth." Zhang Wuji, with a bitter smile, replied, "Leader Dongfang, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to transform hostility into harmony, to avert a senseless slaughter." Yu Yao lightly mocked. "If that were truly your intent, you ought to persuade those behind you, rather than indulging in idle chatter. Do you wish for Vice Leader Rin to commit suicide before the world to prove his innocence?" Zhang Wuji furrowed his brow. "Let everyone search within your sect. If no masters from the various factions are found to be missing, the truth will naturally be revealed. This is the most prudent course of action." Dongfang Bai laughed in fury. "Well done, Zhang Wuji. Your insatiable ambition is truly repugnant. Why don't you suggest that they visit your Ming sect and inspect your treasury? Ask your companions, Zhuo Lengchan and the nun Nieju, if they would be content to simply walk away should they enter. Your naivety is astounding. It baffles how you attained the position of leader in the Ming sect. The current state of your sect is utterly disappointing. Let us fight, rather than waste time with words." Zhang Wuji, caught between the two women's relentless provocations, turned pale with rage. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard the cold reprimand of Nieju from behind him. "Zhang, what are you hesitating for? Do not waste words with these two enchantresses. We have come to vanquish the demon sect. My disciple, Min Jun, is currently unaccounted for, perhaps suffering various torments in the demon sect's dungeons. Stand aside. I shall be the vanguard." With that, she drew the heavenly sword, its brilliance fierce and its murderous aura palpable. Zhuo Lengchan's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Leader Zhang, your kindness is commendable, but this is no time for generosity. My Wuyue sword sect has also had many disciples abducted. We are in dire need of action." Many righteous masters echoed in agreement. "Indeed, the time has come to launch a full-scale assault. We must not grant the demon sect any respite. Let us eradicate the demon sect and rescue our fellow martial artists today. Kill, annihilate the fiends of the Sun and Moon demon sect. Enough of idle talk. Let us charge forth. Even if the individuals from the various sects were not captured by the demon sect, they are not virtuous. Slaying them would be a service to the people." In an instant, countless battle cries amalgamated into a singular roar, a momentum so formidable that even the masters at the celestial realm felt a tremor of fear. The celestial realm governs the forces of nature. Yet the collective murderous intent of the assembled masters rivaled the very essence of the heavens. The tide had turned. Yu Yao and Dongfang Bai exchanged a glance, each perceiving the resolve in the other's eyes. After days of surrounding the various sects, the time for the final assault had come. Whether life or death, it would be revealed in battle. The two individuals soared into the heavens with unabashed fervor. The forces of heaven and earth converged, evoking a sensation akin to 1 + 1 equating to 2. Together, the two women proved to be formidable opponents, even for the most skilled practitioners of the celestial realm. The formidable Master Miju scoffed, declaring, "If this is the extent of your prowess, it seems today will mark your demise." Empowered by the heaven-defying sword and infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, she stood undaunted before the celestial beings. Numerous other masters surged forward, each showcasing their unique skills. Kill. The cacophony of battle cries erupted as the myriad sects and alliances charged toward the Blackwood Cliff, their eyes alight with bloodlust. The disciples of the Sun Moon God sect similarly advanced, their shouts echoing the fervor of war. A colossal clash was imminent. In but a fleeting moment, rivers of blood would flow. In the skies above, the recently arrived Su Qin and Lian Xing beheld this scene, their expressions shifting with concern. Lian Xing exclaimed anxiously, "What shall we do, my husband? Such a rare conflict among martial artists is perilous. Even those of the celestial realm may not escape unscathed. Even you lacked confidence in preserving her safety amidst such an earth-shattering battle." Su Qin composed himself, gently patting Lian Xing's delicate hand in reassurance. "Fear not, watch closely," he replied, his gaze sharpening as an overwhelming sword intent gradually emanated from him. Clang! The sound of swords resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Su Qin's heart resonated with a powerful declaration. All swords return to their origin. Chapter 185. As Su Qin's voice echoed, the sound of the swords intensified, becoming a blazing chorus. Clang, clang, clang. Initially faint, the resonance rapidly swelled into a formidable wave. The two opposing forces, recently engaged in fierce combat, momentarily paused, their eyes wide with astonishment. Both the alliance of sects and the Sun Moon God sect were struck with disbelief. Suddenly, countless swords in the hands of martial artists quivered and trembled, as if yearning to break free from their wielder's grasp. In the martial world, those who wield swords constituted over 50%. If they could not steady their weapons, how could the battle continue? This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in a state of shock, bewildered by the inexplicable phenomenon. Why did the sword, which had sung like a divine dragon, slip from their control? Master Miju wore a face of astonishment. The heaven-defying sword in her grasp quivered incessantly, as if gripped by fear of a higher power. The members of the Five Mountain Sword sect erupted in uproar, being predominantly sword practitioners. Their prowess largely hinged upon their blades. Now, with their swords unresponsive, their strength seemed to vanish entirely. This disconcerting phenomenon was not limited to the Righteous Alliance. Even the skilled swordsmen within the Sun Moon God sect found themselves powerless. This unsettling scene unfolded for every swordsman, from the Grand Masters to the novices. What could this possibly be? Why did my treasured sword defy my command? This overwhelming force is intensifying. I can scarcely maintain my grip. How sinister. Could it be that this Blackwood Cliff is haunted? I shall not continue. I must depart from this accursed place. One by one, the swordsmen were gripped by fear, contemplating escape. Yet, some adept martial artists discerned the truth behind the symphony of swords. It was the sword intent. An extraordinarily formidable sword intent, invoked by an unparalleled swordsman, commanding the blades of all present. Left Cold Zen cried out in terror. He relinquished his sword, fortunate that he was also proficient in the ice god palm. Otherwise, he would have been utterly blinded. Sword intent. To be able to sway the blades of countless swordsmen, what a terrifying force it must be. All gazes were shaken, desperately seeking the figure of this legendary swordsman. However, those who had not wielded swords felt far less influence in this moment of close combat. Witnessing the adversary's sword go awry was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Faces contorted with ferocity, inner strength surged as knives, spears, clubs, fists, and claws unleashed a flurry of lethal techniques. Eager to strike a decisive blow, the multitude of swordsmen turned pale with horror, exclaiming that their lives were forfeit. Chapter 192. A cutting remark, however. How could Su Qin allow such a situation to unfold? He had no desire to bear such a heavy burden of karma. If his lifespan were to be diminished as a result, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. At this moment, before the battle commenced, his arrival was perfectly timed. Primarily, it was due to the presence of Yao Yu. Otherwise, the quarrels of these individuals would have been of no concern to him. Cease at once. Su Qin's calm voice resonated through the skies, devoid of urgency. The sword intent was already prepared, and everything was firmly within his control. He extended a finger, and the previously quivering long swords emitted a thunderous clang, rising together into the air, charging toward their adversaries. The convergence of 10,000 swords. Coupled with the magnificent sword intent, Su Qin's mastery of the blade was nothing short of extraordinary. Even an ordinary long sword in his hands could unleash astonishing power. While he could previously command myriad swords, the finesse and precision he exhibited now were unparalleled. At this moment, under the astonished gaze of Lian Xing, the swords seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, launching themselves toward their foes. One individual commanding a myriad of swords was akin to facing a legion. Such a terrifying spectacle unfolded before them. The countless swords, imbued with formidable might, devastated their opponents without the need for a master's guidance, sending them reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Their movements were synchronized, as if choreographed. All present were left in awe, their hearts tumultuous. Even the proud and formidable women, Yao Yu and Dongfang Bubi, felt a sense of reverence toward the newcomer. Such martial prowess was indeed otherworldly, bordering on the divine. In this instant, whether they were swordsmen or the bloodied martial artists on the ground, none dared to continue the fight. They speculated about the identity of this enigmatic figure. The aura he exuded seemed to neither align with the Righteous Alliance nor the Sun Moon Holy Cult, appearing rather as a passerby intervening in matters that did not concern him. All eyes turned toward the source of the previously unassuming voice. In the distance, a dashing young man clad in white, exuding an ethereal charm, was seen embracing a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in palace attire as they soared through the air. His graceful demeanor and unparalleled beauty struck a chord in the hearts of all the female warriors present, causing them to tremble with admiration. How remarkably youthful! Meanwhile, the men couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Zhang Wuji gazed at the white-clad youth, a twinge of bitterness swelling within him. This individual truly commanded an impressive presence. Zhou Zhuo, amidst the various sects of Amei, stared at Su Qin in a daze, captivated. What a dashing young man! What a pair of celestial lovers unbeknownst to her. She felt a twinge of envy toward the girl nestled in the young man's embrace. At the same time, Yu Lingshan, tending to her father's wounds, looked upon Su Qin with admiration, her heart swelling at the thought. How splendid it would be if my senior brother were like this extraordinary youth. Countless renowned female warriors found their imaginations ignited. As Su Qin approached Lianxing, he effortlessly captured the attention of all, his innate aura elevating him to the center of the gathering. Oriental Bai gazed at Su Qin, completely disregarding the delicate Lingxing in his arms. Unable to suppress a lick of her lips, she inwardly mused, what a domineering man. I am enamored. Only a figure of such unparalleled martial prowess could conquer me. Oriental Bai. The thoughts of Yao Yu, whose temperament mirrored that of Oriental Bai, were strikingly similar. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, and a peculiar sensation blossomed within her. With an appearance of unmatched beauty, unparalleled in the world, and martial skills that could be likened to those of deities, a single sword capable of suppressing thousands. How magnificent! Only such an extraordinary man deserves to be my husband. Yao Yu thought to herself. A faint blush graced her cheeks, dissipating her usual icy demeanor. Yet, suddenly, she was taken aback, her enchanting eyes widening in disbelief as they finally fell upon Lingxing in Su Qin's embrace. Lingxing? Yao Yu nearly doubted her own eyesight. However, that was her own younger sister, whom she had raised since childhood. Despite Lingxing's transformation, appearing as if reborn, how could Yao Yu possibly mistake her? Shocked and speechless, she stood frozen, her mouth agape. She then saw Lingxing rushing towards her like the wind. Sister. Upon seeing her sister safe and sound, Lingxing's heart finally settled. Lingxing? What brings you here? Yao Yu was filled with confusion. Wasn't Lingxing supposed to be getting married in the Song dynasty? How could she suddenly appear here? And who was this man? Lingxing succinctly explained, Sister, didn't you send me a letter asking me to return to Yihua Palace? I was meant to come back alone. But my husband was worried about me and accompanied me to Yihua Palace. The Huaiwei girls informed me that you had been invited by the Eastern Sect Master to assist at Haima Cliff, so I hurried over, thankfully arriving just in time. Lingxing refrained from mentioning the siege on Yihua Palace. It was not the moment for such discussions. Yao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. She lost her usual aloofness and pointed dazedly at Su Qin, exclaiming, You mean, he is the husband mentioned in your letter? The leader of the Song dynasty, Su Qin? She was utterly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with Oriental Bai about how the Song dynasty was a realm of weakness, questioning the caliber of men found there. Who would have imagined the slap of reality would come so swiftly? If a peerless powerhouse like Su Qin were to be deemed weak, what did that make them? Were they less than worthless? Lingxing blinked innocently and smiled. Yes, that's him. Nearby, Oriental Bai also found herself momentarily entranced. She had heard of Su Qin's exploits, albeit limited to his suppression of the two sword immortals from Bailey. Upon hearing Yao Yu mention that Lingxing's husband was Su Qin, she had intended to enlighten Yao Yu. However, before she could do so, the allied sects had already stormed in. The reality of meeting him surpassed all rumors. The leader of the Song dynasty, Su Qin, was even more extraordinary than she had anticipated. Yet, it was said that this Su Qin had a penchant for taking concubines, didn't it? The Eastern White quietly scrutinized Su Qin, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his eyes. He cast a fleeting glance at Ren Yingying and Lan Fenghuang in the distance, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yao Yu and Lianxing engaged in hushed conversation. The assembly of various sects across the way grew increasingly anxious. The familiar demeanor of Lianxing and Yao Yu indicated a profound bond between them. This led to the unsettling conclusion that the figure clad in white stood in allegiance with the Sun Moon holy cult. Zhuo Lingchan, seated opposite, could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat, addressing Su Qin with a tone of respect, esteemed predecessor. Although Zhuo Lingchan could not ascertain Su Qin's true age, appearing youthful yet possessing transcendental prowess, he deemed it prudent to refer to him as a venerable elder. However, before he could articulate further, a sarcastic voice echoed through the crowd, weaving through the assembly like a wisp of smoke. neither distinctly from the left nor the right. Seemingly omnipresent. What nonsense about a predecessor. Merely a young leader of the Song dynasty's martial arts, still wet behind the ears. Since when did the affairs of the Ming dynasty's martial arts fall into the hands of a Song dynasty upstart? Has the Ming martial world now submitted to the Song? The speaker, having recognized Su Qin's identity, expressed disdain for his intervention, prompting an immediate change in the crowd's countenance. Chapter 193. The invitation of the Moon Palace master. Some began to recognize Su Qin. However, before they could utter a word, Su Qin's eyes narrowed. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing before him as he calmly stated, "Concealing your head and revealing your tail leads to certain death." He extended his right hand, gently pointing towards the direction of the Ming sect. An overwhelming force of finger energy shot forth, barely audible. Yet its immense presence caused the onlookers to change color in fear. Zhang Wuji was struck with astonishment. He could not comprehend why he had suddenly been targeted. But before he could react, a familiar cry erupted from behind him. "Master, save me." It was none other than Wei Yixiao, the king of the blue wings of the Ming sect. His exceptional lightness skill made him well informed in the martial world, and he quickly recognized Su Qin's identity, having deliberately mocked him to provoke a collective enmity among the crowd, inciting the people of the Song dynasty to trample upon the Ming. This was something no one would ever agree to, even at the cost of their lives. It was a matter of pride for the martial world of a dynasty. Wei Yixiao believed himself to be discreet, his internal energy fluctuating unpredictably, likely unaware that it was his words inciting this situation. Yet, Su Qin was no ordinary individual. Almost immediately upon the conclusion of Wei Yixiao's taunt, he discerned who was behind the mischief. Such behavior was intolerable to him. His gaze remained indifferent, the finger energy locking onto Wei Yixiao, sending chills down his spine. The lightness skill he once took pride in, his master-level cultivation, had become utterly ineffective. He could only cry out for Zhang Wuji to save him. Zhang Wuji, his face a mask of shock, urgently called out, "Lord Su, please show mercy." At the same time, he unleashed the Concubine and Offspring, attempting to redirect the finger energy. However, it proved futile. That seemingly modest finger energy felt as formidable as a mountain, immovable. Zhang Wuji's eyes reddened, helplessly watching as Wei Yixiao was struck down with a single finger. Boom. Wei Yixiao's emaciated head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Su Qin had no intention of indulging such a loquacious fool. Although the immortal on land could not engage in large-scale slaughter, eliminating a mere grandmaster was of no consequence. He would not tolerate someone like Wei Yixiao, who thrived on sarcasm. Let him enjoy his next life in such a manner. Su Qin's voice rang out, calm and unperturbed. "As for your battles and deaths among the Ming, I am indifferent to being used by others. Yet, as the moon is my wife's sister, bullying her is simply unacceptable." Hearing Su Qin's tranquil and emotionless tone, his expression devoid of any disturbance. It was as if he had merely slaughtered Wei Yixiao as one would a chicken or sheep. The crowd collectively paled. Some timid individuals felt a chill run down their spine, swallowing audibly. This was no ordinary foe. Wei Yixiao was one of the 4 great law kings of the Ming sect. His lightness skill was so exceptional that even celestial experts might not match him. Yet now, he had so easily lost his life, unable even to offer a semblance of resistance. This Su Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Such thoughts stirred within the hearts of the onlookers. A deeper understanding of Su Qin suddenly dawned upon them. Previously, they had heard of a prodigious leader emerging from the Song dynasty martial arts world, who at such a tender age had subdued 2 renowned sword immortals of the Northly sect. They had thought it to be an exaggeration. Yet the truth proved to be far more astonishing. It was not merely true, it was an understatement. To wield a single sword that could dominate myriad others was a feat beyond the ordinary realm of celestial beings. Did they not witness the utter helplessness of the Qingyi Bat King, Wei Yixiao, moments ago? Furthermore, they had seen the Master Zhang of Mingjiao make his move. Yet even the grand technique of Concubine and Offspring could not disturb that formidable finger strength. It was simply terrifying. Having been so close just now, a chill still pervaded their bodies. Had that finger strength been directed at them, surely even 100 of them would have been insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, threads of awe began to weave together, gradually rising in intensity. Those who had previously looked down upon Su Qin, simply because he hailed from the Song dynasty, were now compelled to reassess their thoughts. This was indeed a true unparalleled powerhouse. Regardless of his affiliations with the Ming dynasty martial arts community, due respect was imperative. Otherwise, they could look to Wei Yixiao as a cautionary tale. The expression on the faces of the Mingjiao disciples was exceedingly grim, They mourned the loss of their cherished guardian king. Zhang Wuji's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. A tumult of shame from his earlier impotence and fury at Wei Yixiao's demise swirling within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Su Qin. The white-browed eagle king, Yin Tianzhong, spoke softly, advising, "The Bat King has brought this calamity upon himself. Master, do not act impulsively. This Su alliance leader possesses unfathomable strength, likely having ascended to the realm of your revered master. Even if not, the difference is probably negligible." His eyes reflected profound astonishment as he grasped Zhang Wuji's sleeve, fearful that Wuji's youthful impetuosity might provoke a cataclysmic disaster. Zhang Wuji's heart trembled at this revelation. His master, Zhang Sanfeng, was a living legend of the Ming dynasty, the realm of terrestrial immortals. It was the pinnacle he yearned to attain, yet he was acutely aware of the vast distance that lay between him and that lofty height, let alone being able to rival his master. Now, learning that a youth of similar age to his own might very well have reached that exalted state, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished the anger that had flared within him. He felt an unbearable frustration, but was powerless to change the situation. Simultaneously, the others began to comprehend Su Qin's intentions. He had come to seek Yao Yu, seemingly disinterested in involving himself in their trivial affairs. Given that Lian Xing was Su Qin's wife, it was entirely reasonable for him to act to save Yao Yu. But the affairs of the Sun and Moon Divine sect were of no concern to him, were they? Dongfang Bai's expression shifted as he grasped Su Qin's implication. If Yao Yu and the elite from the Yihua Palace chose to accompany Su Qin, the Sun and Moon Divine sect would undoubtedly face a dire and inescapable demise. Yao Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with complexity as she gazed at Su Qin's retreating figure. This was their first encounter, and the thought of begging Su Qin to save the Sun and Moon Divine sect was beyond her capabilities. At that moment, Zhuo Lingchan exhaled softly and respectfully addressed him. "I am Zhuo Lingchan, the leader of the Songshan sect. It is an honor to meet you, Su Alliance leader. Having long heard of the esteemed Master Su, I find today that his reputation indeed precedes him." With a chuckle, he expressed his admiration, showering compliments upon Su Qin. However, upon observing Su Qin's unchanging demeanor, he could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, his thick skin allowed him to laugh heartily and then tentatively inquire, "Since Master Su has come to invite the Moon Palace's leader, would it not be prudent to take her with you?" As soon as these words were uttered, they stirred the hearts of all present. Both the alliance of various sects and the Sun-Moon holy cult felt their pulses quicken. It could be said that the outcome of this conflict hinged entirely on Su Qin's disposition. Su Qin remained noncommittal, seemingly on the verge of nodding. At that moment, Dongfang Bai could no longer contain herself. In such a critical juncture, she could not rely on the Moon Palace leader to beseech Su Qin on her behalf, as such a course of action was contrary to her usual methods. Likewise, she could not expect Su Qin to directly assume responsibility for the Sun-Moon holy cult. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and offered a graceful bow to Su Qin. Chapter 194. The Sun and Moon Sect. I, Dongfang Bai, the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect, extend my greetings to Alliance Leader Su. The flowing red dress, combined with the rare allure emanating from Dongfang Bai's captivating gaze, rendered her beauty utterly breathtaking, leaving many in a state of awe. Even Ling Huchong could not help but marvel at the enchanting presence of this mesmerizing woman. Su Qin turned her head, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes as she quietly expressed her admiration within. Having heard tales of Dongfang by cultivating the sunflower manual in a woman's form, achieving an unparalleled femininity, she now understood the truth of those claims upon witnessing her in person. As Su Qin's gaze met hers, Dongfang Bai hastily continued, "Alliance Leader Su, I implore you to hear my plea. I vow with my life that while our sect's conduct may be somewhat eccentric, we have never captured fellow martial artists. Ren Wuxing lacks the audacity for such acts. There are undoubtedly darker forces at play. I beseech you to advocate for the Sun and Moon sect." Though her words were spoken before all, Su Qin's expression shifted. A voice, laced with charm and earnestness, whispered solely to her ear, "Alliance Leader Su, I request your assistance in helping the Sun and Moon sect overcome today's tribulation. All that is required is for them to retreat." Su Qin raised an eyebrow, recognizing the internal transmission of Dongfang Bai's energy. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she responded in kind, "Why should I assist you?" Dongfang Bai had already formulated her strategy. Should Alliance Leader Su choose to aid us, I would be willing to present the esteemed Ren Yingying to your household. Clearly, upon recognizing Su Qin's identity, this leader was now seeking a path to survival. Aware of Su Qin's penchant for taking concubines, and sought to cater to her tastes. A sly smile graced Su Qin's lips. Did she think to placate her with merely Ren? Such a notion was quite naive. Su Qin's gaze remained fixed upon Dongfang Bai, her eyes glinting with a playful challenge. Dongfang Bai felt an inexplicable vexation. In ordinary circumstances, any man daring to gaze upon her thus would certainly earn the brunt of her sunflower needle. Yet now, she found herself unable to summon any ire. Despite her inherently domineering nature, she sensed that Su Qin exuded a greater dominance. Suppressing her bewildering emotions, Dongfang Bai transmitted once more, if the conditions are unsatisfactory, please feel free to suggest alternatives. Su Qin inwardly chuckled. A tempting opportunity had presented itself. It would be foolish not to seize it. Initially believing that reaching the count of 30 wives from her current 22 would take considerable time, she now perceived that realization might come sooner than anticipated. There were indeed numerous eligible beauties within the Sun and Moon sect: Dongfang Bai, Ren Ying, Chu Fian, and Lan Fenghuang, each a stunning vision of grace and charm. With Dongfang Bai standing out as a paragon of earthly beauty, to wed such enchanting women and have them bear her children would be nothing short of blissful. The present moment was opportune. While it may not be feasible to capture them all immediately, it certainly represented an excellent starting point. Thus, let it be known, if the leader of the Sun and Moon sect agrees to 3 conditions of my choosing, I shall assist them in overcoming this crisis and even address subsequent matters. Su Qin transmitted her thoughts with a faint smile. Casting a long line to catch a big fish, the current promise merely secures Ren Ying, at best adding another ally. However, winning the heart of Dongfang Bai is no simple feat. To directly request that Dongfang Bai become a concubine would likely backfire. Thus, Su Qin chose to bide his time. Dongfang Bai was momentarily taken aback. She had prepared herself for Su Qin to make exorbitant demands, yet this was entirely unexpected. 3 conditions. This was a matter of personal obligation, entirely dependent on how the other party would wield it. A peculiar sensation of having sold herself washed over Dongfang Bai. At this juncture, the choice lay wholly in Su Qin's hands, leaving her with no option but to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and stated, I shall rely on you, Su Alliance leader. In the future, if you have any tasks, I shall do my utmost. Su Qin felt a surge of joy within. With the arrangement in place, the 3 conditions would soon yield half of the beauties from the Sun Moon holy cult into his grasp. This venture had truly been a series of pleasant surprises. While their conversation seemed lengthy, it was but a fleeting moment in the realm of telepathy. Meanwhile, Zhuolenchan awaited Su Qin's response with anxious anticipation. All eyes were fixed on him, for Dongfang Bai's overt plea had been heard by all. Su Qin's willingness to engage in this matter was pivotal to the fate of everyone present. One man's word could dictate the lives of thousands. Such is the allure of a terrestrial immortal. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Su Qin slowly smiled and declared, Yao, you will certainly be taken away. But the affairs of the Sun Moon holy cult must also be addressed. At these words, the crowd's countenance shifted dramatically. Hearing Su Qin's calm proclamation, their expressions changed in an instant. Among the Sun Moon holy cult, a wave of relief washed over them. Some even appeared to be reborn from the brink of disaster. If Su Qin had agreed to intervene, it seemed today's dire situation was not insurmountable. Ren Ying gazed at the strikingly handsome Su Qin in the distance, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable glimmer of admiration. A surge of inexplicable emotions surged within her. The peril facing the Sun Moon holy cult stemmed significantly from her father's star absorption technique, leading many within the sect to advocate for surrendering Ren Wuxing to quell the anger of rival factions. Ultimately, it was Dongfang Bai's resolute stance to resist the majority that prevented Ren Wuxing's handover, choosing instead to embrace destruction rather than compromise. Yet, should this stalemate persist, the others might still have a chance at survival, but Ren Wuxing was virtually doomed. Reflecting on her sect leader's discreet communication moments ago, Ren Ying felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. As the holy maiden of the Sun Moon holy cult, she had dedicated herself to solitary cultivation on the Blackwood Cliff for years, rarely descending the mountain, let alone engaging with the opposite sex. Now, she was faced with the prospect of bypassing all those steps to marry Su Qin directly. How could she not feel timid? Meanwhile, Chu Fian, hiding behind her grandfather, watched Su Qin with wide, curious eyes, her lively dark pupils filled with intrigue. This handsome youth, as if descending from the heavens, had profoundly impacted her heart. The moment Su Qin mentioned his intent to involve himself with the Sun Moon holy cult, countless gazes were drawn irresistibly to him. Dongfang Bai let out a sigh of relief, pondering how Su Qin would articulate the 3 conditions in the days to come. and Yao Yu with profound skills, and having been away from Dongfang Bai and Su Qin for quite some time. She had likely sensed the subtle fluctuations of their whispered conversation, realizing that they had privately reached some form of agreement. A flicker of her gaze turned towards Su Qin, stirring within her an indescribable array of emotions. Moments ago, Lian Xing had quietly confided in her about the events transpiring at the Yihua Palace, and she felt a mixture of astonishment and fury. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Su Qin and Lian Xing, the Yihua Palace might have faced total annihilation. However, upon learning that Hua Yu knew, He Lu, and others had already ventured to Lingbao Mountain Villa, that peculiar sensation within her intensified. Countless eyes were fixed upon Su Qin, yet he remained composed and unperturbed. He spoke once more, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the assembly of various sects. You may withdraw. This declaration further clarified Su Qin's intentions. The Sun and Moon Divine cult would be safeguarded. Chapter 195. Does the Alliance leader Su truly believe us to be fools? The expressions of the various sects in opposition were exceedingly grim, as dark as the bottom of a pot, their gazes directed at Su Qin filled with both fear and suppressed anger. Zhuo Lingchan's face resembled a vibrant dye workshop, a spectacle to behold. He forced a smile and said, Alliance leader Su, are you jesting? The numerous sects of the Ming are convened at Haimo Cliff, and if we were to leave like this today, would we not become the laughingstock of the martial world in the days to come? He struggled to maintain a respectful demeanor. Though your martial prowess is unparalleled, we are not without our own impatience. However, if you do not provide us with a suitable explanation, this. Zhang Wuji could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, standing beside Zhuo Lingchan, and spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, Alliance leader Su's martial skills are extraordinary, but this is the Ming martial world, and we are not devoid of individuals with comparable abilities. The cold voice of the abbot of the extermination sect echoed, Alliance leader Su. Do you truly intend to act in defiance, sheltering the Sun and Moon holy cult, a brutal fiend that wreaks havoc upon our fellow practitioners? One by one, the Grand Masters and celestial experts of the Ming martial community emerged. Although Su Qin's earlier display of power was astonishing, it was unrealistic to expect everyone to retreat simply based on a single utterance. After all, the prior display of a myriad of swords returning to their source had primarily disrupted those of lesser prowess, and they believed that with so many present, they could still fight back. To retreat without a fight would render them unable to hold their heads high in the future. For those in the martial world, sometimes face is even more significant than life itself. Thus, despite Su Qin's formidable strength, they felt compelled to stand their ground. Su Qin chuckled lightly. You seek an explanation? He surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze and sneered. This is your explanation. As he spoke, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from Su Qin, rising up like a tempest. While a perfected celestial being can command a force of 300 zhong, Su Qin's power emanated from within his golden core, creating its own realm and extending far beyond 1,000 zhong. A thunderous roar echoed, as if an invisible pressure bore down upon the gathered Grand Masters and celestial experts. All present were struck with terror, their faces paling. With the sound of ringing swords, the overwhelming might accompanied the blaring resonance of sword intent, crushing all in its path. It was a true manifestation of the earthly, immortal realm. Zhang Wuji felt parched and, in reluctant submission, knelt upon the ground. The previous sword intent of myriad swords returning to their source had been dispersed, but now, the sheer weight pressing upon these top-tier experts was palpably terrifying. Su Qin needed not lift a finger. Zhuo Lingchan and the others instantly found themselves kneeling. A one-pattern golden core Su Qin was vastly superior to an ordinary newly ascended earthly immortal. Zhuo Lingchan's eyes widened in disbelief. His once proud icy true qi now felt like a mere joke, devoid of any possibility of operation. The white-browed Eagle King was engulfed by tumultuous waves of shock, unable to refrain from comparing Su Qin to the revered Zhang Jinren of Wudong. This time, the Wudong representatives had not arrived, making him the most knowledgeable among the crowd regarding Zhang Sanfeng, albeit with only limited insight, yet it did not hinder him from drawing comparisons in his mind. Madame Extinction was overwhelmed with emotion. The heaven-defying sword emitted a mournful cry, trembling violently in her embrace, even leaving long trails of blood. Yet, she resolutely bore the weight, terrified of losing the sword forever. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having effortlessly crushed numerous top masters without even lifting a finger. In that fleeting moment, a wave of horror washed over everyone present. Even Dongfang Bai and Yao Yu, two stunning women, exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, he truly was an earthly immortal, though there had been prior speculation. The reality of that conjecture sent shockwaves that words could scarcely capture. It was remarkable to consider that Su Qin was not yet 20 years old. An earthly immortal at such a tender age was nothing short of astonishing, especially one emerging from the martial world of the great song. How had he achieved such mastery? Curiosity and a sense of defeat surged within the crowd. This prodigy was an inexorable source of despair for his contemporaries. To ascend to the realm of the celestial at around 20 was already a sign of unparalleled talent, a rarity throughout the entirety of the Ming martial world. However, to enter the realm of earthly immortals at such an age was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, many top masters of the Ming dynasty felt the oppressive aura emanating from Su Qin, their faces contorted with fear and bitter smiles. They had previously thought that with so many present, they might stand a chance to fight back. Yet, they now realized how ludicrous their assumption had been. The realm of earthly immortals was, even in other dynasties, the stuff of legends and myths. Rarely did an earthly immortal reveal their power. And now they grasped the true terror of such beings. With a subtle wave of his hand, Su Qin unleashed a tremendous pressure, causing everyone to spew blood and be thrown back, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. The scene was one that would be etched in their memories forever. Silence enveloped the arena, a hush so profound that even the faintest whisper could not be heard. Eyes filled with awe. Even those harboring discontent towards Su Qin dared not express it. Su Qin spoke with a calm demeanor. "This is my decree." Left cold, Zen and the others fell into a contemplative silence, eventually responding with a bitter acknowledgement. "Leader Su, your martial prowess is unparalleled. We are in awe. Since you are willing to act to protect the Sun and Moon sect with such astonishing means, we shall withdraw." Though their hearts were heavy with reluctance, they felt utterly powerless before a living earthly immortal. Su Qin nodded slowly. Should they continue to be unyielding, he would not hesitate to make an example of them. With a slight lift of his gaze, he articulated, "I understand that some of you may feel aggrieved, believing I am using force to dominate. However, this matter is indeed not the doing of the Sun and Moon sect. Withdraw, lest you be taken advantage of." His words ignited various thoughts among the audience. Some were taken aback, realizing that with Su Qin's strength and status, he was unlikely to deceive them, leading them to reconsider the inconsistencies of the alliance. Yet, others were consumed by anger, dismissing Su Qin's claims outright, believing he was merely seeking to absolve himself of accusations of tyranny. The abbot of extinction coldly admonished, "Master Su, your martial prowess is unparalleled, as we have all witnessed. Since you are willing to preserve the integrity of the demon sect, we concede, and shall withdraw. Yet, why must you fabricate excuses to absolve the demon sect of its responsibilities?" Her ire intensified with each word. The various clues left by my disciple Ding Minjun prior to her disappearance all point unequivocally to this being the work of Rinwushing. The secret communication methods of the Amei sect are known solely to my direct disciples. No one else could possibly be privy to such knowledge. This is a matter of undeniable certainty, and I, the old nun, am prepared to swear by heaven and earth. Do you truly believe everyone else is a fool, Master Su? The abbot stood resolutely, forcefully pushing away the support of Zhou Zhuo, and fixed a fierce gaze upon Su Qin. The Amei sect has exerted immense effort in this alliance, driven by the secret communications left by Ding Minjun, alongside various other clues, which have facilitated our united front to confront the Sun and Moon holy cult and demand accountability.